Cough, cough. Violent coughing echoed through the grand hall of the Piao Miao Sect's sect master, thick with the metallic scent of blood. Lin Yue snapped his eyes open. An unfamiliar carved wooden beam filled his vision, and a tearing pain ripped through his chest, forcing a sharp hiss of cold air from between his teeth. Sect Master, you are awake. A voice trembling with joy and shock sounded beside him. Lin Yue turned his head and saw an old man in a gray-green Taoist robe, his face haggard, gazing at him with deep concern. The old man's temples were frosted white, and his eye sockets deeply sunken, clearly the marks of long years of toil. Where's this place? A stabbing pain seared through Lin Yue's mind as countless unfamiliar fragments of memory surged in like a turbulent tide. Lin Yue had originally been an ordinary corporate drudge of the 21st century. After collapsing to death from overwork, his soul unexpectedly traversed into a fantasy world called Xuan Yuan Continent, becoming the 17th sect master of Piao Miao Sect. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Yue, a thoroughgoing waste in cultivation. Only at 30 had he barely reached the 5th layer of the Qi gathering realm, a laughingstock on the talent-rich Xuan Yuan Continent. The Piao Miao Sect he now belonged to had once been a mighty sect that dominated a region, yet had fallen into utter decline. Elder Chen, what is the sect's current situation? Lin Yue forced the words out, his voice hoarse and parched. Elder Chen, full name Chen Xian, was one of the only 2 golden core stage elders remaining in Piao Miao Sect, and the one the original owner had trusted most. At Lin Yue's question, the joy on Chen Xian's face instantly faded, replaced by deep anxiety. Sect Master, during the 3 days you were unconscious, the situation has grown ever more dire. Chen Xian let out a sorrowful sigh, his voice low. The people of Heifeng Valley came again. They said that if we still refuse to hand over the spirit gathering pool, they will forcibly attack the mountain gate. Qingyun Sect has also sent a battle challenge, declaring that 3 months from now there will be a sect challenge match. If we lose, we are to be annexed into their Qingyun Sect. Lin Yue's heart sank. In the original owner's memories, the spirit gathering pool was Piao Miao Sect's final source of spiritual energy. Without it, the disciples' cultivation would become even more arduous. As for that Qingyun Sect, though merely a third-rate sect, its strength still far surpassed that of the present Piao Miao Sect. How many people do we still have in the sect now? Lin Yue asked. Including outer disciples, we have in total fewer than 50 people left. Chen Xian's voice grew even softer. Moreover, most are only at the Qi gathering realm. At the Golden Core realm, there are only Elder Wang and myself. Elder Wang was gravely injured while guarding the spirit gathering pool and has remained unconscious to this day. Lin Yue's heart turned completely cold. This was no proper sect, merely an empty shell that could fall apart at any moment. No wonder the original owner had been driven to a fit of rage, coughing up a mouthful of blood and dying on the spot, leaving this body to be cheaply taken over by a soul from another world. Cough, cough. Lin Yue broke into another bout of coughing, the pain in his chest twisting his face. This body was far too weak. With only a 3rd layer Qi gathering cultivation, he was no more than an ant in this perilous world. Just as Lin Yue was sinking into despair, an icy mechanical voice rang within his mind. Ding. Suitable host detected. Binding to the strongest sect master system in progress. Binding successful. Welcome host Lin Yue to the strongest sect master system. This system shall assist the host in becoming the #1 sect master across all worlds. Lin Yue froze stunned. A system? Had the golden sheet of a transmigrator finally arrived? System, what can you do? Lin Yue asked urgently in his heart. Ding. This system shall provide comprehensive assistance to the host. In view of the host's current dire circumstances, a novice gift pack is hereby issued. Open it. Open it. Open it immediately, Lin Yue said without the slightest hesitation. Ding. Novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Immortal Emperor cultivation. Boom. An unimaginable torrent of power surged into Lin Yue's body in an instant, flooding his limbs and bones. His once frail body was reforged under the baptism of that power, becoming incomparably formidable. Qi gathering realm, spirit sea realm, golden core realm, nascent spirit realm, divided soul realm. His cultivation soared like a rocket, shattering the highest realms of this world in a mere instant and stepping into the legendary realm of the Immortal Emperor. In this world, the realms were 1. Qi gathering realm 2. Spirit sea realm 3. Golden core realm 4. Nascent spirit realm 5. Divided soul realm 6. Union realm 7. Void cave realm 8. Tribulation transcendence realm 9. Saint realm 10. Great Emperor. Heavenly treasures were graded from 1st to 9th rank, with 1st rank the lowest and 9th rank the highest. Divine weapons were ranked from highest to lowest, as Emperor Saint Heaven Earth Profound Yellow. Sect rankings likewise ran from level 1 to 9, with 1 the lowest and 9 the highest. In this era of dwindling spiritual law, the world seemed to be constrained by some supreme being's rules, allowing cultivation only up to the quasi-emperor stage. In this world where no quasi-emperor appeared and saints reigned supreme, an immortal emperor was like sending a graduate student to compete with a 3-year-old child in solving a quadratic equation. The Great Emperor realm was the pinnacle of cultivation in this lower world. Upon reaching Great Emperor, one had to journey to the upper realm. That upper realm, also called the Immortal Realm, regarded the Immortal Emperor as the highest cultivation. Sensing the world-annihilating power surging within his body, Lin Yue's eyes brimmed with shock and wild delight. He could feel that with a mere wave of his hand he could turn this mountain peak to dust. With a casual breath, he could cause the stars in the heavens to dim. Such power had utterly surpassed the limits of this world's comprehension. Ding. Main quest issued: recruit 10 prodigious disciples. Quest requirements: the host must recruit prodigious disciples and nurture them into true talents. When such disciples appear, the system will provide a prompt. Quest reward: unknown. Rewards will be granted based on the disciple's growth. Quest penalty: if the quest is not completed, the host shall be stripped of Immortal Emperor cultivation and returned to his original state. Special note: for all cultivation arts, techniques, and skills comprehended by the disciples, the host shall receive a 100-fold return. For example, if a disciple comprehended a 5-element sword formation, the host would instead receive the Hongming Yinyang 5-element sword formation. Lin Yue's heart stirred. Recruit prodigious disciples. And there was even a 100-fold return. This was practically a mission tailored precisely for him. With those prodigies, would not his own strength skyrocket at an insane pace? System: do you currently have the exact locations of these prodigious disciples? Lin Yue asked. Ding. The system will, based on the host's position, gradually provide directional prompts for prodigious disciples. Present prompt: in Haifeng Valley, 300 li from Qingyun Sect, there is a prodigy possessing the Desolate Ancient Sacred Body, currently in great danger. Desolate Ancient Sacred Body. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. This was one of the most formidable physiques in legend. He absolutely had to take this one as a disciple. Moreover, was Haifeng Valley not precisely the force Chen Xian had mentioned earlier, the one trying to seize the spirit gathering pool? Lin Yue rose to his feet. The pallor had vanished from his face, now glowing with healthy color, his aura steady and powerful, with no trace of his earlier frailty. Chen Xian was stunned. He stared at Lin Yue in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his sect master had suddenly become like an entirely different person. Even so, he spoke respectfully. Sect Master, the Valley Master of Haifeng Valley has cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core realm. You know. Lin Yue waved his hand, a confident smile playing at the corner of his lips. Rest easy. A mere Haifeng Valley cannot possibly do anything to me. Seeing Lin Yue's air of absolute assurance, Chen Xian, though still puzzled, nodded nonetheless. Yes, Sect Master. I shall make preparations at once. No need. I will be back shortly. With that, Lin Yue vanished from Chen Xian's sight. Staring at the spot where Lin Yue had disappeared, Chen Xian could not help but be shaken. Since when did the Sect Master become this strong? Haifeng Valley lay hidden within a desolate mountain range, its entrance shrouded in gusts of Yin wind and lined with jagged, grotesque rocks, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. At this moment, a fierce battle was unfolding at the mouth of the valley. A boy of about 15 or 16, dressed in tattered coarse cloth, his body covered in wounds, was being besieged by a group of men in black. Though grievously injured, the boy's eyes were razor-sharp. He gripped a rust-spotted iron sword, each swing carrying an indomitable momentum that refused to yield. Lin Yue swept his spiritual sense over the boy's body, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. As expected, an incomparably pure power slumbered within the boy. It was the archaic sacred physique. However, this constitution had yet to fully awaken, sealed beneath a thick layer of shackles. A shrill, sinister voice rang out. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that jade pendant on you, and maybe I'll spare your life. The bearded leader let out a vicious grin as he spoke. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, making him the strongest among the men in black. The boy clenched his jaw, his face filled with stubborn defiance. Dream on. That is the only keepsake my parents left me. Even if I die, I will never hand it over to you bandits. So you choose death over sense. Get him. Cripple him. The bearded man roared, charging at the boy at the head of. The other men in black struck out one after another, hurling various low-grade spells and martial techniques. Though the boy fought back with everything he had, the difference in strength was simply too great. He was quickly driven into a corner, several new gashes deep enough to expose bone carved into his flesh. At that critical instant, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Stop. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a figure standing not far away from them. He wore a plain cyan Taoist robe, washed almost white with age. His features were delicate and refined, his appearance utterly ordinary, like that of a simple scholar. When the bearded man saw Lin Yue, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. Where did this brat come from, daring to meddle in your grandpa's business? Get lost, or I'll take care of you along with him. Lin Yue ignored the bearded man's bluster. His gaze settled on the boy as he said gently, Young man, are you... The boy regarded Lin Yue warily and shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, senior. But this place is dangerous. You should leave quickly, senior. Lin Yue smiled. It's nothing. They're just a bunch of petty clowns. They can't harm me. Courting death. Infuriated by Lin Yue's attitude, the bearded man flung out his hand. Kill this ignorant fool along with Several men in black immediately lunged toward Lin Yue, the weapons in their hands glinting coldly. Lin Yue remained where he was, not even lifting his eyelids. Just as they were about to reach him, the power of the Immortal Emperor within Lin Yue stirred ever so slightly. An invisible shockwave erupted from Lin Yue as its center spreading outward. The charging men in black slammed into an unseen wall, shrieking as they were flung back, coughing blood, their life or death uncertain. The bearded man's pupils contracted violently at the sight, his earlier disdain instantly dissolving into stark shock. He had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary youth would actually be a true expert. "Oh, who are you?" he stammered, terror filling his heart. Lin Yue replied blandly, "Lin Yue of Miao Sect." Miao Sect. The bearded man froze for a moment, then a look of sudden realization crossed his face. "So you're from that sect that's about to collapse. I thought you were some formidable figure. You almost scared me." His tone once more turned arrogant. "Kid, don't think a little skill makes you anything special. Hefeng Valley is not a place you can afford to offend. Our Valley Master is a peak golden core expert who could crush you with a single finger." A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yue's lips. "Is that so? Then I shall see for myself whether your Valley Master truly has such ability." Arrogant, the bearded man roared, turning to dash into the valley. "Valley Master! Valley Master! Someone is causing trouble." Before long, a towering, middle-aged man strode out from within the valley. The middle-aged man wore a black robe, his face gloomy and vicious, his eyes brimming with a feral savagery. This was the master of Hefeng Valley, He Xiong. He Xiong's gaze fell upon Lin Yue. "So it's you, brat, who dares to run wild in my Hefeng Valley," he said coldly. Lin Yue replied unhurriedly, "Valley Master He Xiong, I came here to propose a transaction." "A transaction?" He Xiong let out a derisive snort. "Your sect is on the verge of annihilation. What could you possibly have to trade with me?" "I want you to release this boy," Lin Yue said, pointing at the youth. "In exchange, I can spare the lives of everyone in Hefeng Valley." He Xiong burst into wild laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Kid, are you insane? Just you sparing Hefeng Valley? You must be tired of living." Before his words had fully fallen, He Xiong suddenly drove his fist toward Lin Yue. His fist was wrapped in a dense layer of black, true qi, carrying a savage gale. Clearly he was striking with his full strength. The boy cried out, "Senior, be careful." Lin Yue, however, still stood where he was, not a trace of fear on his face. Just as He Xiong's fist was about to land, Lin Yue gently raised his right hand and flicked his finger. A barely perceptible stream of golden qi shot from his fingertip, striking He Xiong's fist in an instant. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out as He Xiong let out a shrill scream. His entire body was flung back like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. His right hand twisted at an uncanny angle, clearly ruined. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Lin Yue, eyes wide, scarcely able to believe what they had just witnessed. He Xiong was a peak golden core expert and notable figure in this region, yet this seemingly ordinary young man had crippled him with a single finger. It was simply inconceivable. Lin Yue did not so much as glance at the wailing He Xiong on the ground. His gaze swept over the black-clad men who were trembling with fear as he said coolly, "Does anyone else wish to try?" The men in black all shook their heads frantically, not daring to harbor the slightest thought of resistance. One after another they collapsed to their knees, groveling and kowtowing in frantic pleas for mercy. Ignoring them, Lin Yue walked over to the boy and smiled. "Young man, you're safe now. What is your name?" Only then did the boy come back to his senses. The way he looked at Lin Yue was filled with reverence and gratitude. He bowed respectfully. "This junior is Yi Chen. Thank you for saving my life, senior." "Yi Chen? A fine name," Lin Yue nodded. "Yi Chen, your bones are extraordinary. You are an excellent seedling for cultivation. I am Lin Yue, Sect Master of Miao Sect. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master and return to Miao Sect to cultivate under me?" Yi Chen froze, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Though Miao Sect had fallen into decline, it had once been a great sect. Moreover, the strength of this senior before him was unfathomable. To be able to take him as master was a heaven-sent opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen dropped to his knees with a thud and kowtowed 3 times in earnest. Disciple Yi Chen pays respects to master. Within Lin Yue's mind, a crisp mechanical chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the first heaven-defying disciple, archaic, sacred physique, Yi Chen. Ding! Detected that disciple, Yi Chen has yet to awaken the archaic sacred physique. A novice disciple gift pack will be issued. Would you like to open it for your disciple? Delighted, Lin Yue said in his heart. Open it. Ding! Novice disciple gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to disciple Yi Chen for obtaining 1 bottle of archaic sacred physique awakening elixir and 1 manual of the basic sword art, Qingming sword art, supporting cultivation technique, archaic art. A gentle radiance enveloped Yi Chen's body. A bottle of emerald green liquid rich with spiritual energy and an ancient bamboo slip appeared in his hands. Feeling the restless power surging within his body and the sword art knowledge newly imprinted in his mind, Yi Chen's face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, master." Lin Yue waved his hand lightly. "Rise." From today onward you are a disciple of Piao Miao Sect. Then he turned his gaze toward the black-clad men, still kneeling on the ground, his eyes turning icy cold. Your Haifeng Valley has repeatedly provoked Piao Miao Sect, and even tried to seize our spirit-gathering pool. It is time we settled this debt. The men in black were scared out of their wits, kowtowing again and again. Spare us, senior. Please spare us. We will never dare again. Lin Yue snorted coldly, wasted no more words, and flicked his right hand. An invisible power instantly enveloped the entire Haifeng Valley. With a thunderous crash, the valley collapsed in upon itself. The men in black along with He Xiong were buried beneath the ruins without even a scream. Chen watched dumbstruck, his respect for Lin Yue deepening yet again. This master of his was simply too Lin Yue clapped his hands lightly as though he had done something utterly trivial. He turned to Chen and said, "Come, let us return to Piao Miao Sect." In the blink of an eye, Lin Yue had already brought Chen back to the Piao Miao Sect. Gazing at the scene before him, Chen was stunned. This master he had just formally acknowledged was far too mysterious. With a single finger, he crippled a black bear at the pinnacle of the core formation realm, and with a wave of his hand, he annihilated the entire Black Wind Valley. Such power was utterly unheard of. They had been in Black Wind Valley moments ago, yet now they had already returned to the Piao Miao Sect. Lin Yue nodded with satisfaction. Take that bottle of primordial sacred body, awakening liquid first. Awakening your physique early will greatly benefit your cultivation. Yes, master. Chen acknowledged, carefully uncorking the emerald green awakening liquid. A refreshing fragrance instantly filled the air, lifting his spirits. Without hesitation, Chen tilted his head back and drank the liquid in one gulp. Boom. The moment it entered his body, it transformed into a violent surge of energy that rushed toward his limbs and bones. Chen felt an unbearable heat sweeping through his body. His bones emitted crackling sounds, as if countless ants were gnawing at his very bones. Chen couldn't help but cry out in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing this, Lin Yue reached out and gently placed his hand on the top of Chen's head. A gentle surge of Immortal Emperor power slowly flowed into his body, guiding the frenzied energy as it gradually washed through his meridians and bones. With Lin Yue's aid, the agony-racking Chen's body eased considerably. Gritting his teeth, he circulated the true qi within him, combining it with the energy of the awakening liquid to strike against the shackles that sealed his primordial sacred body. After an unknown span of time, a crisp cracking sound rang out from within Chen's body. The shackles had finally been shattered. A force even more vast and pure erupted from Chen's body. His hair drifted without wind, his eyes gleamed with brilliant light, and a majestic aura like a blazing sun radiated from him. The primordial sacred body had awakened. Ding. Congratulations, disciple Chen, for successfully awakening the primordial sacred body. Ding. According to the rebate mechanism, the host has received a 100x rebate primordial chaos sacred body beginner. A power vaster and more divine than Chen's surged into Lin Yue's body. His physique was instantly and enormously enhanced, and his sensitivity to all energies between heaven and earth became far more acute. Lin Yue rejoiced inwardly. The 100x rebate from the primordial sacred body was incredibly powerful. Even a beginner-level primordial chaos sacred body had already made him feel his strength surge by a large margin. Thank you, master. Chen said excitedly to Lin Yue, feeling the unprecedented power within him. At this moment, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the qi gathering stage and was still rising steadily. Lin Yue withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. This was all the result of your own hard work." Chen Xian looked at Lin Yue and Chen, who had suddenly appeared, and asked in confusion, "Sect master, this is?" Lin Yue introduced, "This is Chen, a disciple I just accepted. From today on, he is a disciple of our Piao Miao Sect." Chen Xian looked at Chen, growing more astonished with every glance. Though Chen appeared young, the aura emanating from him was exceptionally strong, especially that pure power which faintly stirred a sense of unease in him. "Disciple Chen greets Elder Chen," Chen said respectfully as he bowed. Chen Xian quickly waved his hand. "No need for such formalities, no need." He turned to look at Lin Yue and asked in a lowered voice, "Sect master, what constitution does this young friend ye possess?" Lin Yue smiled faintly. "The primordial sacred body." "What a—" Chen Xian exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. "The primordial sacred body. That's a physique of legend. Sect master, you actually accepted a primordial sacred body as your disciple." The other disciples around were also stunned, murmuring among themselves. "The primordial sacred body. Isn't that a constitution that exists only in ancient texts? Heavens! Our Piao Miao Sect actually has a disciple with the primordial sacred body. This is wonderful. Our Piao Miao Sect is saved." Seeing the crowd's excitement, Lin Yue waved his hand. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Although Chen possesses the primordial sacred body, he is still just starting out and needs proper nurturing. Elder Chen, take Chen to arrange his residence first, then prepare some cultivation resources for him." "Yes, Sect master." Chen Xian promptly acknowledged, his face beaming with excitement, and led Chen away. Lin Yue meanwhile walked toward the sect master's hall. He needed to carefully plan the future of the Qingyun Sect. With Yichun the primordial sacred body, the Qingyun Sect's rise now had a promising start, but that was far from sufficient. He needed to recruit even more prodigious disciples to truly strengthen the Qingyun Sect. Back in the hall, Lin Yue immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, where is the next prodigious disciple? Ding. Detected. The next prodigious disciple is located in the Misty Forest 500 li to the east. He possesses the Yin-Yang sword body and is currently being besieged by a group of demon beasts. His situation is dangerous. The Yin-Yang sword body. A glint of sharp light flashed across Lin Yue's eyes. This was also an extremely powerful constitution, especially suited for the path of the sword. If he could take him as a disciple, that person would surely become a major pillar of strength for the sect in the future. It seems I need to make another trip, Lin Yue muttered to himself. Just then Chen Xian rushed in with an anxious expression. Sect Master, this is bad. The people from the Qingyun Sect are here again. Lin Yue frowned. Qingyun Sect? What do they want? Chen Xian said, they claim they've come to deliver the challenge letter for the sect tournament. They also said, they want to see for themselves whether our Qingyun Sect truly has what it takes to dare refuse their merger demand. A cold glint flickered in Lin Yue's eyes. Oh, so arrogant. Lin Yue and Chen Xian arrived at the mountain gate where a group of disciples in cyan Taoist robes stood. At their head was a young man with an arrogant expression. The young man sneered at Lin Yue. So you're Lin Yue, the sect master of Qingyun Sect. I thought you'd be someone formidable, but you don't look like much. Do you have to be this arrogant? The young man continued proudly. I am Zhao Tianlei's son of the Qingyun Sect Master. Sect Master Lin, my father has issued an ultimatum. If your Qingyun Sect still refuses to merge into our Qingyun Sect, we will show no mercy at the sect tournament 3 months from now. Lin Yue let out a scoff. Merge into Qingyun Sect. You're a bit too cocky, young man. Seeing Lin Yue's mocking smile, Zhao Tianlei roared. You're asking for death. A cultivation base at the 5th level of the Spirit C stage burst forth from him. Lin Yue watched Zhao Tianlei as if he were enjoying a show. Too lazy to waste words, Lin Yue said directly. I see you're young, so I won't bother bickering with you. I hope you know your place. Enraged by Lin Yue's attitude, Zhao Tianlei violently drew the long sword at his waist and pointed it at Lin Yue. Arrogant. Today I'll show you the might of the Qingyun Sect. Bang! A snap of the fingers was heard, and in an instant every Qingyun Sect disciple except Zhao Tianlei turned into blood mist. Now tell me, how mighty is your Qingyun Sect? Watching the people he had brought turn into blood mist in an instant, Zhao Tianlei couldn't help but tremble. Go back and tell your father. See you at the sect tournament in 3 months. Lin Yue smirked wickedly. Also, the only reason I'm letting you go is that someone needs to deliver the message. After Zhao Tianlei and his men retreated in disgrace, the entire Qingyun Sect erupted in jubilation. Lin Yue watched the disciples whose morale had soared, his heart somewhat settled, yet he knew this was only temporary. After all, the Qingyun Sect's strength surpassed the current Qingyun Sect, and he had to make full preparations for the challenge in 3 months. Though he could obliterate the Qingyun Sect in an instant, wouldn't that take all the fun away? Elder Chen, Lin Yue turned to Chen Xian and asked, how much longer can the sect's resources sustain us? Chen Xian's smile faded a little. He sighed. To answer the sect master, after the previous consumption, the sect's spirit stones are only enough to cover 1 month of basic expenses. Pills and magical instruments are nearly depleted. Lin Yue frowned slightly. Resource scarcity was indeed a huge problem. Training disciples, especially prodigy disciples, required an enormous amount of resources at every turn. It seems we need to find a way to acquire some resources, Lin Yue said thoughtfully. By the way, over in the Miwu Forest, besides that prodigy with the Yin-Yang sword body, is there any information about heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Chen Xian thought for a moment and said, deep in the Miwu Forest there is indeed a spiritual herb garden. It is said to contain many century-old spirit herbs, but it has long been haunted by powerful demonic beasts, so very few dare to go there. Oh, Lin Yue's eyes lit up. Perfect. Since I'm going to the Miwu Forest this time, I'll take the opportunity to explore that herb garden. Thereupon Lin Yue instructed Chen Xian to take good care of the sect, and Yi Chun then headed east alone toward the Miwu Forest. Miwu Forest truly lived up to its name. The moment he stepped inside, thick fog surged toward him, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. The woods were dim, and the roars of various demonic beasts came from time to time, sending a chill down one's spine. Lin Yue spread out his divine sense, easily penetrating the mist and taking in everything for several li around. Soon he sensed a sharp, sword hum mingled with the roars of demonic beasts. It was exactly the direction the system had indicated. He moved like a phantom, darting through the forest, and arrived at the source of the sound within a few breaths. There beneath a huge ancient tree, a girl in white was being besieged by over a dozen demonic beasts with green faces and fangs. The girl appeared to be only 13 or 14, with strikingly beautiful features, though her face was somewhat pale, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her lips. In her hand was a pure white longsword, and her swordsmanship was exquisite. now light and agile, now sharp and domineering. Clearly she had cultivated a remarkable sword art. However, there were too many demonic beasts and several of them had already reached the spiritual sea realm. The girl gradually became overwhelmed, struggling to fend them off, and several wounds had already appeared on her body. Lin Yue noticed that the true qi inside the girl displayed a strange alternation of yin and yang, sometimes scorching like fire, sometimes cold as frost. This was exactly the mark of the yin-yang sword body. Stop! Lin Yue let out a low shout. With a flicker of his frame, he appeared in front of the girl. Seeing this, the demonic beasts roared and pounced at him one after another. Unwilling to waste time entangled with them, Lin Yue casually waved his hand, and several streams of invisible force shot out, striking precisely the leading spiritual sea realm beasts. With a few dull thuds, those beasts died instantly, their massive bodies crashing to the ground. The remaining beasts, frightened out of their wits, tucked their tails and scattered in all directions. With the crisis resolved, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, staggered, and nearly fell. Lin Yue reached out to steady her. Thank you for saving me, senior. The girl looked up, revealing a face of ethereal beauty, her eyes holding both gratitude and caution. You're welcome, miss, Lin Yue said with a gentle smile. I am Lin Yue, the sect master of the Qingyun Sect. May I ask your name? My name is Su Mushua, the girl answered softly, her gaze sizing up Lin Yue as if trying to discern his depth. But Lin Yue's aura was completely concealed, she simply could not see through him. Su Mushua. A beautiful name, Lin Yue praised. Miss Su, judging by your physique, it seems you have the yin-yang sword body. Su Mushua was startled. She looked up at Lin Yue with disbelief in her eyes. Senior. How does Senior know? Her constitution was extremely rare. Even her own family didn't know about it, yet this unfamiliar senior had seen it at a single glance. Lin Yue laughed. I know a little about physiognomy, that's all. Miss Su, your yin-yang sword body makes you a genius in the way of the sword. Unfortunately, it seems your cultivation method is flawed, leaving your yin and yang qi somewhat disordered. If this continues, you risk your body exploding. Su Mux's face turned pale. Lin Yue's words had struck her sore spot. All these years of cultivation, she had always felt her true qi out of control, often causing unbearable pain, yet she could never find a reason. Senior Qingyun, do you have a solution? Su Mushua asked urgently, hope brimming in her eyes. Lin Yue nodded. There is indeed a way. Our Qingyun Sect possesses a cultivation technique tailor-made for the yin-yang sword body, called the yin-yang sword art. If you are willing to take me as your master and join our sect, I will pass this art to you, and help you control your yin and yang qi. Su Mushua was stunned. Join the Qingyun Sect. Although she had heard of it, she also knew it was a declining minor sect. Yet the senior before her had unfathomable strength, and he truly seemed able to solve her constitution problem. Senior, are you telling the truth? Su Mushua asked hesitantly. Of course it's true. Lin Yue took out an ancient sword manual and handed it to her. This is the introductory chapter of the yin-yang sword art. Take a look first. Su Mushua took the manual and opened it. She was immediately captivated by its contents. The characters in the manual seemed to hold a mysterious power, and the chaotic yin and yang qi within her actually showed signs of calming down. This is incredible, Su Mushua said excitedly. Lin Yue said so? Have you made your decision? Without any hesitation, Su Mushua knelt to the ground with a thud and knocked her head 3 times. Disciple Su Mushua greets master. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting your second prodigy disciple, Su Mushua of the yin-yang sword body. Ding. A novice disciple gift pack has been issued. Open it for the disciple. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, disciple Su Mushua, for obtaining 1 yin-yang harmony pill and a matching sword art. The 2 principles of sword art. Matching cultivation art, the yin-yang art. A black and white pill and a sword manual appeared in Su Mux. After swallowing the pill, Su Mushua felt a cool, refreshing current flow through her whole body. The disorderly yin and yang qi inside her instantly calmed, and the pain disappeared. When she looked at the 2 principles sword art again, she felt it resonated perfectly with her constitution, as if she had been born to practice it. Thank you, master. Su Mushua was moved to tears of gratitude. Lin Yue helped her up and said, rise. From today onward, you are a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. By the way, why are you all alone in the Miwu forest? A trace of sorrow flickered across Su Mux's face. My home is at Su family fortress not far from here. A few days ago, a group of black-clothed men came, killed my parents, and robbed our family heirloom. I barely escaped and tried to hide in the Miwu forest, but I never expected to run into these demonic beasts. A cold glint passed through Lin Yue's eyes. Do you know who those black-clothed men were? Su Mushua shook her head. I don't know. They all wore masks and were very powerful. The leader was at least at the core formation realm. Lin Yue said, don't worry. With your master around from now on, no one will dare bully you. When we return, I will send someone to look into this matter. Thank you, master. At that moment, Lin Yue's divine sense detected a powerful surge of spiritual energy not far away. Let's go and take a look. There may be something to gain. Lin Yue led Su Mushua in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuation. After passing through a dense forest, they came upon a spirit herb garden spanning dozens of acres. The garden was filled with all kinds of spirit herbs, and several of them exuded a rich fragrance of refined pills, clearly rare treasures of considerable age. In the center of the herb garden, a massive black bear lay dozing. The aura radiating from its body was at the peak of the core formation realm. This was the demon beast guarding the garden, the Molen Bear. What a powerful demon beast. Su Muxue gasped softly. No matter. Leave it to me, Lin Yue said. He walked step by step toward the Molen Bear. Startled awake by his footsteps, the bear let out a thunderous roar and lunged at him. Lin Yue did not dodge or evade. He merely extended a palm and gave a gentle push. The palm strike seemed feather-light, yet it contained unmatched power. The instant the Molen Bear drew near, it was sent flying by an invisible force and crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from its mouth, clearly on the verge of death. Su Muxue stared in utter astonishment. Her master's strength was too terrifying. Lin Yue smiled. All right, we can pick whatever spirit herbs we want from this garden. The two walked into the herb garden. Following Lin Yue's guidance, Su Muxue gathered various useful spirit herbs while Lin Yue observed at the side and occasionally offered pointers explaining the properties and uses of each herb. Su Muxue proved a quick learner, and her knowledge of spirit herbs advanced by leaps and bounds. Ding. Disciple Su Muxue has comprehended the spirit herb identification art beginner. Ding. 100-fold rebate triggered. The host has obtained the Hongmeng Myriad Things identification art beginner. A torrent of information poured into Lin Yue's mind, and every plant under heaven and earth now appeared different in his eyes. He could clearly discern the age and medicinal properties of every plant, and could even sense their growth trajectories. This rebate is truly formidable. Lin Yue felt a secret thrill. Soon the two had stripped the herb garden of every valuable herb. Lin Yue tucked the herbs into his storage pouch and said, all right, it's time for us to head back. Just as they were about to leave, several figures suddenly appeared outside the herb garden. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Huh. I've searched high and low for you only to find you without lifting a finger. Su Muxue, I never thought you would be hiding here. The middle-aged man laughed with a cruel sneer, greed glinting in his eyes. At the sight of the middle-aged man, Su Muxue's face instantly turned deathly pale. It's you. You're the leader of those black-clad men. That middle-aged man was exactly the leader of the black-clad pursuers who had been hunting Su Muxue. Xuesha, an expert at the early stage of the core formation realm. Xuesha's gaze rested on Su Muxue, swept over Lin Yue, and finally stopped at the storage pouch in Lin Yue's hand. He licked his lips. I not only found you, but also so many spirit herbs. Today is a serious windfall. Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over the storage pouch and the girl, and he'll spare your life. Lin Yue looked at Xuesha, a flicker of killing intent flashing through his eyes. Then it seems you are the one who murdered Su Muxue's parents. What if I am? Xuesha said arrogantly. That old fool asked for it. Since he dared to resist, he deserved to die. Boy, don't reject the kindness. Hand over the loot this instant. Lin Yue could not be bothered to waste words. In a flash of movement, he appeared before Xuesha. Xuesha was shocked by Lin Yue's speed. He hurriedly summoned a blood-red scimitar and slashed at Lin Yue. Lin Yue casually thrust out a single finger, striking the blood-red scimitar square on. Crack. The scimitar snapped on the spot, and a torrent of overwhelming power poured into Xuesha's body. Xuesha screamed miserably, flew backward, coughed up blood, and his aura withered. He stared at Lin Yue in terror. You. Just who are you? The man who kills you, Lin Yue said coldly. Before his words faded, Lin Yue struck again, slamming a palm down on the crown of Xuesha's head. Xuesha died before he could even let out a scream. The remaining black-clad men were so frightened their souls nearly scattered, and they turned to run. A cold glint flashed through Lin Yue's eyes. Several bursts of finger chi shot out, slaughtering them one by one. Master. Su Muxue gazed at the corpses, a complex emotion stirring in her eyes. Hatred, and also release. Lin Yue patted her shoulder. All right, revenge has been taken. Let's go. Su Muxue nodded and followed Lin Yue out of the Miwu forest. On the way back to Miao Sect, Lin Yue was in an excellent mood. He had not only accepted Su Muxue, a disciple with the Qingyun sword body, but had also obtained no few spirit herbs, resolving the sect's urgent crisis. Ding. Detected that disciple Su Muxue has gained insight into the two forms sword art. Rebate to the host, the Hongmeng two forms sword art beginner. Lin Yue's heart stirred. This Qingyun sword bonus rebate was truly impressive too. It seemed that recruiting exceptional disciples was indeed the swiftest path to increasing one's strength. Returning to the sect, Lin Yue gave the spirit herbs to Chen for proper handling. Then he brought Su Muxue before Yichun. Yichun, this is your junior sister Su Muxue. From now on you should look after each other and cultivate together with common effort, Lin Yue introduced. Greetings, junior sister. Yichun clasped his hands and salute, a gentle smile on his face. Greetings, senior brother. Su Muxue quickly returned the salute. Seeing that the two got along well, Lin Yue nodded with satisfaction. What came next was simply the wait for the sect challenge 3 months later. Lin Yue was convinced that with two prodigy disciples like Yichun and Su Muxue, and with his own strength, he would certainly make Qingyun Sect pay a bitter price. Since Lin Yue brought Su Muxue back, the atmosphere of Qingyun Sect had grown increasingly vibrant. The existence of Yichun and Su Muxue, two prodigy disciples, was like a powerful tonic pouring new vitality into a sect that had once been utterly lifeless. After handing the spirit herbs brought back from Miwu Forest to Chen, Lin Yue instructed him to refine cultivation-enhancing pills as quickly as possible, prioritizing Yichun and Su Muxue. At the same time, he began combing through the remaining cultivation manuals in the sect, hoping to find cultivation methods better suited to his two disciples. One day Lin Yue was browsing ancient texts in the sect master's main hall, when he suddenly sensed marked fluctuations in the auras of Yichun and Su Muxue. He smiled faintly, knowing that his two disciples had likely achieved breakthroughs. Sure enough, before long Yichun and Su Muxue arrived together outside the hall. "Master!" the two called out in unison, excitement clear in their voices. Lin Yue gestured for them to enter, and said with a smile, "Judging by your auras, it seems you have both made progress." Yichun nodded. "Yes, master. After cultivating the Azure Sky sword technique you gave me, and combining it with the power of my primordial sacred body, I have gained a new understanding of the sword path. My cultivation has also broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi gathering realm." Su Muxue likewise said, "After cultivating the two-form sword art, I have become more adept at controlling the energies of yin and yang, and my cultivation has reached the 6th layer of the Qi gathering realm." Lin Yue nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. You have both improved quickly. Yichun, demonstrate the Azure Sky sword technique once for me." "Yes, master." Yichun answered, then took out the rusted iron sword and walked to the center of the hall. As his mind stirred, the primordial sacred power in his body poured into the iron sword, and the rusted blade immediately emitted a soft golden glow. Yichun shifted his stance and began to practice the forms of the Azure Sky sword technique. His swordplay was still somewhat unpolished, but every stroke carried immense power and a majestic heavenly might, the effect of his primordial sacred body. Ding! Detected that disciple Yichun is now proficient in the Azure Sky sword technique. Rebate to the host, the Hongming Azure Sky Sword Codex minor accomplishment. A vast torrent of information surged into Lin Yue's mind, and countless exquisite sword moves surfaced in his heart. The Qingming sword art in his hands seemed to be utterly sublimated, becoming even more profound and overbearing. It was only at the minor completion stage, yet it was already several times more powerful than the complete version Yichun had performed. Lin Yue was secretly delighted. This rebate had truly come just in time. Yichun finished his demonstration and stood respectfully to one side, awaiting Lin Yue's instruction. Lin Yue said, "You have already grasped the sword moves, but your sword intent is not yet pure enough. The primordial saint body holds supreme sacred might. You must fuse that sacred might into your sword intent, so that when the sword emerges it is like a blazing sun, radiant and impossible to block." As he spoke, Lin Yue flicked his finger, and a golden sword Qi shot toward a stone pillar beside him. Qi. The seemingly ordinary sword Qi instantly pierced through the hard pillar, leaving behind a smooth round hole. Yichun was stunned, and only then did he realize how vast the gap between himself and his master truly was. He hurriedly bowed and said, "This disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, master." Lin Yue then turned to Su Muxue. "Muxue performed the Liangyi sword art as well." "Yes, master." Su Muxue drew her longsword, spun around, and began to demonstrate the Liangyi sword art. Her swordplay was light and agile. The two energies of yin and yang flowed along the blade, now transforming into scorching flames, now into frigid ice. Hard and soft combined in endlessly shifting changes. Ding! Detected that disciple Su Muxue has comprehended the essence of the Liangyi sword art. Rebating to the host, the Hongming Liangyi sword scripture intermediate completion. Another surge of information poured into Lin Yue's mind, and his understanding of the energies of yin and yang instantly ascended to an entirely new level. The Hongming Liangyi sword scripture was even more profound than the Hongming Liangyi sword art. It contained not only sword techniques, but also a deep comprehension of the great Tao of yin and yang. Lin Yue felt he had gained further insights into the use of his Immortal Emperor power. Su Muxue finished her demonstration and bowed, waiting for his guidance. Lin Yue said, "You have already grasped the essence of the sword art, and the transitions between yin and yang are quite smooth. But you must remember that yin and yang are not absolutely opposed. They complement, generate, and restrain each other. When facing an enemy, you must switch flexibly between yin and yang based on your opponent's characteristics in order to overcome them." As he spoke, Lin Yue pressed his fingers together like a sword and casually traced a few movements. Those seemingly simple motions contained endless transformations, displaying the interplay of yin and yang to its fullest. Su Muxue watched entranced and did not recover for a long while. At last, she said respectfully, "Your disciple has received your teaching." Lin Yue waved his hand. "Very well, go back and continue cultivating. The challenge tournament 3 months from now will be a test not only for the sect, but also for the two of you." "Yes, master." The two answered in unison, turned, and left the great hall. Watching their departing figures, Lin Yue allowed a faint smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. With disciples like these, how could the Piao sect fail to prosper? He sat down cross-legged and began to digest the two rebated cultivation methods he had just obtained. The Hongming Qingming sword cannon and the Hongming Liangyi sword scripture were both exceptionally profound sword Dao arts. They complemented each other, causing Lin Yue's sword cultivation to surge instantly. Originally, despite possessing the cultivation of an Immortal Emperor, Lin Yue had only a superficial understanding, but now he felt as if he had immersed himself in the sword Dao for hundreds of thousands of years, reaching the pinnacle of perfection in his understanding of sword techniques and sword intent. Just then Chen Xian hurried over with joy on his face. Sect Master, good news. I have finished refining those spiritual herbs. In all, I produced 20 vials of Qi gathering pills, 5 vials of meridian condensing pills, and 1 vial of foundation establishment pills. Qi gathering pills could accelerate the cultivation speed of Qi gathering realm cultivators. Meridian condensing pills could strengthen a cultivator's meridians, and foundation establishment pills were the crucial elixir for breaking through from the Qi gathering realm to the Spirit Sea realm. Although these pills were only low-grade elixirs, they were already extremely precious resources for the current Piao sect. Lin Yue might have Immortal Emperor cultivation, but he truly knew nothing about alchemy. It seemed he needed to find a disciple with monstrous alchemy talent. Very good. Lin Yue nodded. Distribute half of the Qi gathering pills and meridian condensing pills to Yichun and Su Muxue. Keep the foundation establishment pill for now. Yes, Sect Master. Xun Xian acknowledged, then added, oh right, Sect Master. There seems to be movement from the Qingyun Sect. According to the spies' reports, they have been recruiting disciples on a large scale lately, and they have also invited several Spirit Sea realm experts from outside. It seems they are preparing for the challenge tournament 3 months from now. Lin Yue sneered. They are only putting up a deathbed struggle. No matter how many people they recruit, it will not change their fate of defeat. Chen Xian said, what the Sect Master says is true. However, we must not be careless. The other disciples in the sect are generally low in cultivation. Should we give them some pills as well, so they can improve their strength as quickly as possible? Lin Yue thought for a moment, and said that is acceptable. But tell them that if they want more resources, they must put in the corresponding effort. Starting tomorrow, the sect will hold morning and evening lessons, and you will personally guide their cultivation. Those who perform exceptionally will receive extra pill rewards. Yes, Sect Master. Chen Xian accepted the order and left. In the following days, the Piao sect took on a thriving and flourishing appearance. With the aid of the pills, Yichun and Su Muxue advanced by leaps and bounds. Relying on the advantages of the primordial saint body, Yichun quickly broke through to the 9th layer of the Qi gathering realm, only 1 step away from the Spirit Sea realm. Su Muxue also reached the 8th layer of the Qi gathering realm, and her control over the energies of yin and yang became even more exquisite. Under Chen Xian's guidance and the incentive of the pills, the other disciples also made varying degrees of progress. The overall strength of the entire sect was steadily rising. As for Lin Yue, he continued to receive cultivation rebates from his disciples, and his strength grew at an astonishing speed. When Yichun gained insight into the basic movement technique wind chasing step, Lin Yue obtained the Hongming earth-spanning step minor completion. When Su Muxue cultivated the basic mental method Qi nourishing art, Lin Yue obtained the Hongming chaos art initial entry. Even when a disciple learned a simple fireball technique, Lin Yue received the Hongming heaven scorching art initial entry. In just 1 month, the techniques, spells, and martial arts Lin Yue grasped numbered in the dozens, and every one of them was a Hongming level art obtained through a 100-fold rebate with boundless power. Though his Immortal Emperor cultivation had not broken through to a higher realm, his control over power had reached a state of absolute perfection. He could truly release and restrain his strength at will. That day, while Lin Yue sat meditating with his eyes closed, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding. Detected a 3rd prodigy disciple in Hanhai City, 800 li to the south. She possesses an innate Dao embryo constitution and is currently being forced by her family into an arranged marriage. Innate Dao embryo. Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing through them. The innate Dao embryo was an even rarer constitution than the primordial saint body or the yin-yang sword body. One born with it was naturally attuned to the Dao and cultivated at a staggeringly rapid pace. It was the most suitable constitution for cultivating profound Dao arts. It seems I need to take another trip, Lin Yue murmured to himself. He rose, found Chen Xian, and instructed Elder Chen, I am going to Hanhai City. I leave the sect in your hands. Chen Xian quickly replied, rest assured, Sect Master. This disciple will guard the sect well. However, Hanhai City is far away, and the place is a mixing pot of dragons and fish. Please be cautious, Sect Master. No matter. Lin Yue waved his hand. I will be back very soon. He then gave Yichun and Su Muxue a few words of encouragement, telling them to keep cultivating diligently and not slack off. Afterwards, his figure flickered and turned into a streak of light, flying toward Hanhai City in the south. In an instant, he appeared within the city. Hanhai City was a great city by the sea, home to many factions and all manner of people from every walk of life. It was indeed a place where dragons and fish mingled. The moment Lin Yue entered the city, he sensed an atmosphere completely different from that of the Piao sect. The air was thick with the smell of money, power, and desire. He found a tea house, sat down, and ordered a pot of tea, then began to probe for news about the innate Tao embryo. The tea house was crowded with people and conversations buzzed all around. Lin Yue pricked up his ears and soon caught a piece of news. Have you heard? The city lord's daughter Lin Weiner is going to marry the young master of the Xinhai gang in 3 days. What? Hasn't Lin Weiner always refused? I heard she is devoted to the Tao and wanted to join a major sect to cultivate. What does it matter if she refuses? The Xinhai gang is powerful, and the city lord's mansion simply cannot afford to offend them. Besides, although the young master of the Xinhai gang is a dissolute playboy, his cultivation is at the 7th layer of the Qi gathering realm. Marrying him is not exactly a grievance for Lin Weiner. Alas, what a pity that Miss Lin has such excellent aptitude. I heard she was born able to communicate with natural spiritual energy. Truly a good seedling for cultivation. Lin Yu's heart stirred. A natural ability to communicate with heaven and earth spiritual energy from birth. This was very likely the innate Tao embryo. So this Lin Weiner is the one I am looking for. Lin Yue smiled faintly, rose, and headed toward the city lord's mansion. He wanted to see who would dare to force his future disciple into an arranged marriage. At the city lord's mansion in Hanhai City, the atmosphere was heavy with oppression. In a pavilion in the rear garden, a young woman in a light purple dress stood leaning against the railing, gazing at the distant sea. Her eyes were full of confusion and reluctance. She was the city lord's daughter, Lin Weiner. Weiner, stop being willful. A dignified voice sounded. City Lord Lin Xiaotian walked to his daughter's side and sighed. The Xinhai gang is too powerful. The city lord's mansion cannot stand against them. Marrying young Master Zhao will not only preserve the mansion, but may not be a bad thing for you. Lin Weiner turned around, tears shining in her eyes. Father, I don't want to marry him. That young Master Zhao is a notorious rake who bullies men and oppresses women and stops at nothing. Even if it kills me, I will never marry someone like him. You. Lin Xiaotian was so angry he could not speak. Do you think I want this? But there is no other choice. Zhao Wudi, the leader of the Xinhai gang, has already declared that if you refuse, he will slaughter everyone in the city lord's mansion in 3 days. Lin Weiner gave a bleak smile. Let him slaughter us then. Even if I die, I will hold on to my dignity. Just as the father and daughter were locked in argument, a guard rushed over and said anxiously, City Lord, something terrible has happened. The Xinhai gang has come and is causing a scene outside the mansion. Lin Xiaoshan's face changed. What are they here for? Didn't we agree on 3 days? I don't know. They said. They want to take Miss back to the gang early to build some affection, the guard stammered. Lin Xiaotian flew into a rage. How preposterous. They are going too far. He turned to Lin Weiner and said, Weiner, go back to your room and hide. I will go face them. Lin Weiner shook her head. Father, I won't hide. I want to see what they can do to me. Father and daughter arrived together at the front gate of the city lord's mansion, only to see a group of burly men in black blocking the entrance. At the head was a slick-faced young fop, none other than the young master of the Xinhai gang, Zhao Hu. When Zhao Hu saw Lin Weiner, a greedy glint flashed across his eyes, and he licked his lips. Weiner, little sister, long time no see. I have come specially to take you back to the gang, so we can start building some affection early. Lin Weiner looked at him with disgust. Zhao Hu, don't even think about it. I won't go with you. Zhao Hu's face darkened. Lin Weiner, don't be shameless. Do you think you can escape? Today, even if you weep and beg me, I am still going to take you away. Lin Xiaotian, this is the city lord's mansion, not a place for your Xinhai gang to run wild. Zhao Hu sneered. Lin Xiaotian, don't put on your city lord airs in front of me. With your meager strength, how dare you oppose our Xinhai gang? If you know what is good for you, hand over Lin Weiner at once. Otherwise, I will tear down this city lord's mansion right now. As he spoke, the burly men behind Zhao Hu stepped forward, emanating fierce auras. Many of them had cultivation at the Qi gathering realm. Lin Xiaoshan's face turned pale. He was only at the 8th layer of the Qi gathering realm and was no match for Zhao Hu and his men. At this critical moment, a calm voice rang out, release the girl. Let me handle this. Huh. Bullying a woman. What kind of skill is that? The crowd followed the sound and saw a young man in a cyan Taoist robe approaching leisurely. It was Lin Yue. Zhao Hu sneered at the sight of him. Where did this wild brat come from, daring to meddle in my affairs? You must be tired of living. Lin Yue did not bother to waste words on him and said directly, Lin Weiner is mine. Did you even ask me before trying to take her away? Yours? Zhao Hu laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. Boy, do you know who she is. She is my future. You must have lost your mind. Lin Yue said calmly, from today onward, she is a disciple of the Miao Sect. No one will dare to lay a finger on her. Miao Sect. Zhao Hu froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Huh. I was wondering what formidable sect it was, but it turns out to be that shabby relic on the verge of collapse. Boy, with your meager strength, you dare to snatch someone from my Xinhai gang. You are courting death. With that, Zhao Hu waved his hand. Get him. Cripple this arrogant fool who overestimates his limits. Several brawny men immediately charged at Lin Yue, swinging their fists with howling momentum. Lin Yue stood where he was, not even raising his eyelids. Just as the men were about to reach him, he gently stamped his foot. Boom. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from Lin Yue, instantly blasting the charging men away. They spat out blood and fell into a dead faint. Zhao Hu's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Lin Yue to be so formidable. Yet relying on the support of the Jinhai gang behind him, he still roared with blustering bravado, "Boy, you dare to hurt my Jinhai gang's men. Just you wait. My father will not let you off." Lin Yue sneered. "Zhao Wudi. It would be the same." With that, Lin Yue moved in a flash, appearing before Zhao Hu in an instant. He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up like a chicken. Zhao Hu was scared out of his wits and struggled frantically. "What are you going to do? Let me go? My father is Zhao Wudi. He will not spare you." Ignoring his clamor, Lin Yue casually swung his hand and tossed him away. Zhao Hu crashed heavily to the ground, dazed and disoriented, unable to climb to his feet for a long time. "Scram." Lin Yue uttered one word coldly. Zhao Hu, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away with the remaining men in a miserable retreat. Before leaving, he still made threats. "Boy, just you wait. I will come back for revenge." Lin Yue ignored him and turned to Lin Xiaotian and Lin Weiner. "Thank you, senior, for saving us." Lin Xiaotian said gratefully, sensing that Lin Yue's strength was unfathomable, by no means an ordinary person. Lin Weiner also bowed gracefully to Lin Yue. "Thank you, senior." Lin Yue looked at Lin Weiner, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He could clearly sense that within her body flowed an extremely pure Tao resonance, perfectly attuned to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was the innate Tao body. "Young lady, I am Lin Yue, the sect master of the Miao Sect." Lin Yue said with a smile. "I can see that your bone structure is extraordinary and you are a rare talent for cultivation. Would you be willing to acknowledge me as your master and return with me to the Miao Sect to cultivate?" Lin Weiner was stunned. Enter the Miao Sect. Though she had heard of the sect, she also knew it was a declining. However, the senior in front of her was immensely powerful and seemed genuinely sincere in taking her as a disciple. Lin Xiaotian also looked at Lin Yue in astonishment, never expecting this mysterious senior to take the initiative to accept his daughter as a disciple. Though the Miao Sect had declined, being valued by such a lofty expert was undoubtedly a great fortune for Weiner. "Senior, is what you said really true?" Lin Weiner asked hesitantly. "Of course it is true." Lin Yue nodded. "Besides, with me here, no one will dare to force you to do anything anymore." A look of determination flashed in Lin Weiner's eyes. She bowed deeply to Lin Yue. "Disciple Lin Weiner greets master." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the third prodigy, disciple, the innate Tao body Lin Weiner. Ding. A novice disciple gift pack is being issued. Would the host like to open it for the disciple? Open it. Ding. Congratulations. Disciple Lin Weiner has obtained 3 Tao resonance pills and a foundational cultivation manual, the innate Tao art. 3 pills radiating a faint Tao resonance and a cultivation manual appeared in Lin Weiner's hands. Lin Weiner took 1 Tao resonance pill and felt a cool, refreshing current flow through her body. Her mind became clear and lucid, and her understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth deepened significantly in an instant. Looking at the innate Tao art again, she felt it resonated incomparably with her constitution, as if it had been tailor-made for her. "Thank you, master," Lin Weiner said gratefully. Lin Yue helped her to her feet and said, "Rise. From today on you are a disciple of the Miao Sect." He then turned to Lin Xiaotian. "City Lord Lin, I will take care of Weiner. Rest assured, I will nurture her well." Lin Xiaotian hurriedly replied, "Thank you, senior, for accepting my daughter. This is her blessing. However, the Jinhai gang will likely not let this go. Please be on your guard, senior." Lin Yue said calmly, "No matter. Today I will rid City Lord Lin of this malignancy." Just then the rapid pounding of hoofbeats sounded from afar, accompanied by billowing dust. Clearly a large troop was approaching. Lin Xiaoshan's face changed. "Not good. The Jinhai gang has come." A cold glint flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. "They come just in time. I've been waiting for them." Soon a group of burly men riding black horses arrived before the city lord's mansion. Leading them was a stocky, middle-aged man with a fierce face, none other than Zhao Wudi, the chief of the Jinhai gang. He was at the early Golden Core realm and counted as a formidable figure in Hanhai City. Seeing his unconscious subordinates on the ground and his son in a disgraceful state, Zhao Wudi flew into a rage, glaring at Lin Yue. "So you are the one who injured my men and stole away my future daughter-in-law?" Lin Yue said coldly. "Lin Weiner is already a disciple of my Miao Sect, not your future daughter-in-law. As for your men, they brought it upon themselves." "Insolence!" Zhao Wudi bellowed, his body erupting with the aura of the Golden Core realm. "Boy, you dare to harm my men and steal my future daughter-in-law in Hanhai City. You must be tired of living. Today I will make you see what happens when you offend the Jinhai gang." As he spoke, Zhao Wudi threw a punch at Lin Yue, his fist wrapped in dense black true qi and carrying a savage whistling gale. Lin Yue stood motionless in place. Just as the fist was about to strike him, he extended one finger and tapped lightly. Swoosh! An almost invisible stream of energy shot out, striking Zhao Wudi's fist squarely. Zhao Wudi felt an overwhelming force surge from his fist. His arm went numb in an instant, and the black, true qi scattered. He let out a shrill scream, flew backward, and crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting blood. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Lin Yue in stunned disbelief. Zhao Wudi was a golden core realm powerhouse, yet this young man had defeated him with a single finger. It was simply inconceivable. Looking down at Zhao Wudi on the ground, Lin Yue said coldly, "Xinhai gang from today onward disband." Crack. Another snap of his fingers, and all the Xinhai gang members present instantly turned into a mist of blood. Lin Xiaotian was shaken. What kind of existence had his daughter actually become a disciple of? Without looking back at him, Lin Yue turned to Lin Weiner and said, "Weiner, pack your things. It is time for us to return to the sect." "Yes, master." Lin Weiner acknowledged, turned, and hurried into the city lord's mansion. Lin Xiaotian watched Lin Yue's retreating figure, his heart filled with awe and gratitude. He knew that his daughter had encountered a true benefactor. Before long, Lin Weiner packed her belongings and left Hanhai City with Lin Yue. On the road back to the Piaomiao sect, Lin Yue was in excellent spirits. A disciple with the innate Dao body was bound to achieve limitless accomplishments in the future. Moreover, the rebate from an innate Dao body would likely be even more astonishing. Ding. The system has detected that disciple Lin Weiner has gained some comprehension of the innate Dao art. The host receives a rebate, the primordial great Dao true scripture introductory level. A vast surge of information flooded into Lin Yue's mind, countless profound principles of the great Dao surfacing in his heart. The primordial great Dao true scripture was the supreme technique that had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth, containing the mysteries of the universe's great Dao. Even at the introductory level, it deepened Lin Yue's understanding of the Immortal Emperor's power by another layer. Returning to the Piaomiao sect, Lin Yue introduced Lin Weiner to Yi Chun and Su Muxue. The three prodigy disciples met and conversed joyfully, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Looking at his ever-growing ranks of disciples, Lin Yue was filled with confidence in the future of the Piaomiao sect. Time flowed on, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 months, Piaomiao sect underwent earth-shaking changes. Relying on the advantages of his primordial sacred body and an abundance of resources, Yi Chen's cultivation soared. He broke through to the first level of the spiritual sea realm, and he also cultivated the Azure Void Sword art to grand mastery. Combined with his primordial sacred force, its power was astonishing. Su Muxue was not to be outdone either. Nourished by the power of yin and yang, her cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm, only a step away from the spiritual sea realm. Her two-form sword art had also reached minor mastery. In the shifting interplay of yin and yang, it was so unpredictable that it was nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Weiner's progress was even more astonishing. Her innate Dao physique combined with the innate Dao art gave her command over the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that bordered on the incomprehensible. In just 3 months, her cultivation had skyrocketed from the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm to the 8th level. Moreover, her comprehension of the great Dao far surpassed ordinary people, and she had even grasped some simple spells. Apart from those 3 prodigious disciples, the other disciples also made varying degrees of progress under Chun Xian's guidance and the aid of medicinal pills. The entire atmosphere of Piaomiao sect was renewed, brimming with energy and vitality. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, through the endless stream of cultivation returns from his disciples, advanced by leaps and bounds. Yi Chun mastered the Azure Void Sword art, and in return Lin Yue received the Primordial Chaos Azure Void Sword Codex Grand Mastery. Su Muxue comprehended the two-form sword art, and in return Lin Yue received the Primordial Chaos Two Forms Sword Scripture Grand Mastery. Lin Weiner studied the innate Dao art, and in return Lin Yue received the Primordial Chaos Great Dao True Scripture Minor Mastery. Even the basic fire control technique learned by one disciple allowed Lin Yue to obtain the Primordial Chaos Heaven Scorching Art Minor Mastery. By now, Lin Yue's Immortal Emperor cultivation was not only more stable, but his mastery over cultivation arts, spells, and martial techniques had reached the absolute summit. He felt that even a casual strike of his could destroy heaven and earth. On that day, the people of Qingyun Sect, leading them was the sect master of Qingyun Sect, Zhao Tianlei. Behind him followed Zhao Tianlei and more than a dozen core disciples of Qingyun Sect, each with a steady, imposing aura. Clearly, all possessed remarkable cultivation. When Zhao Tianlei saw the mountain gate of Piaomiao Sect, a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. After returning, he had told his father that Piaomiao Sect was somewhat uncanny, but his father refused to believe it. "Where's Lin Yue? Come out and surrender at once." Zhao Tianlei bellowed outside the mountain gate, his voice carrying the oppressive might of a core formation realm expert. Lin Yue walked slowly out of the mountain gate with Chen Xian and the 3 disciples. Puzzled, Lin Yue remarked, "Is Qingyun Sect really this bold these days?" Then with an indifferent wave of his hand through the air, Zhao Tianlei was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily into the stone wall. Who dared to ambush this old man? This is a violation of martial ethics." Zhao Tianlei roared. "If you remain so lacking in manners, I wouldn't mind giving you another slap." Hearing this, a flicker of wariness flashed through Zhao Tianlei's eyes. At the same time, he had gained some understanding of Lin Yue's strength. Could it be that what his son Zhao Tianlei had said was true? Lin Yue simply watched Zhao Tianlei in silence. Remembering how Lin Yue had reduced several disciples to a mist of blood with a snap of his fingers, Zhao Tianlei decided to heed an old Chinese saying, a wise man knows when to yield. So, Sect Master Lin, the 3-month period has arrived. Shall we begin the challenge? Lin Yue looked at the utterly ridiculous Zhao Tianlei and could not help laughing. See, isn't this better than killing him with a single slap? The martial arena was paved with hard bluestones sturdy enough to withstand battles among spiritual sea realm cultivators. Zhao Tianlei looked at his disciples. Who wishes to go first? I will. A tall young man stepped forward. He was Zhang Chong, an inner disciple of Qingyun Sect at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Zhao Tianlei nodded. Good. Zhang Chong, you go first, and put them in their place. Yes, master. Zhang Chong leaped to the center of the martial arena, and declared proudly, people of Miao Sect, who dares to come out and fight me? Lin Yue looked at his disciples. Which of you is willing to take him on? I will. A voice rang out, and Lin Yuan stepped forward. Everyone was stunned, never expecting Miao Sect to send out such a delicate-looking young girl. Zhang Chong laughed mockingly. Huh, has Miao Sect run out of people? They send a little girl to court death. Little girl, hurry back and stop disgracing yourself here. Lin Yuan stared at him coldly. Cut the nonsense. Make your move. Zhang Chong's face darkened. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. With that, Zhang Chong moved. He threw a punch at Lin Yuan, his fist wrapped in thick true qi. Clearly he was fighting in earnest. Completely unruffled, Lin Yuan circulated the innate Tao power within her and gave a soft shout free. An unseen force of Tao resonance instantly enveloped Zhang Chong. He felt as if a mountain were crushing down on him. He could not move, his fist stopped in midair, unable to advance another inch. Thighs. What is happening? Zhang Chong stared at Lin Yuan in terror, disbelief written all over his face. Coldness flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. With a flick of her finger, a strand of Tao-imbued energy shot out and struck Zhang Chong square in the chest. Zhang Chong screamed miserably, flew backward, and crashed hard outside the martial arena. He spat blood and passed out. The entire arena fell into utter silence. Oh, everyone stared at Lin Yuan in shock. One move. Just one move. Zhang Chong, at the first level of the spiritual sea realm, had been defeated by this delicate-looking little girl. Zhao Tianlei's face was livid, his eyes full of shock and fury. He could never have imagined that Miao Sect still possessed such a formidable expert. Fine. A fine Miao Sect. Zhao Tianlei laughed in rage. It seems I underestimated you all. He turned to another disciple. Li Hua, you go up. Li Hua was an inner disciple of Qingyun Sect at the second level of the spiritual sea realm, with strength surpassing Zhang Chong. Yes, master. Li Hua leaped to the center of the martial arena, staring warily at Lin Yuan without the slightest carelessness. Little girl, you do have some skills, but don't think that will be enough to defeat me, Li Hua said in a low voice, slowly raising both hands. True qi surged around him, and azure light gathered in his palms. Taste my azure cloud palm. Before his voice faded, Li Hua shot out like an arrow from a bow. Both palms thrust forward, howling gales of wind, crashing toward Lin Yuan. Where the palm wind passed, the air seemed to be torn, faint azure clouds swirling around. It was indeed Qingyun Sect's signature martial skill, the azure cloud palm. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. The innate Tao power circulated through her body. With a light tap of her foot, she drifted backward like willow catkins, evading Li Hua's palm wind by a hair's breadth. At the same time, her jade finger flicked, sending several streams of Tao-imbued energy toward the vital acupoints around Li Hua's body. Mere tricks. Li Hua snorted. His palms danced as he deflected every one. He had not expected Lin Yuan to be so agile in movement and so bizarre in attack. For a moment, he felt hampered and constrained. Break for me, Li Hua roared. His palm power exploded outward, azure light blazing as it swept toward Lin Yuan. This strike had used 80% of his strength, and he was determined to force her into a corner. Lin Yuan's expression did not change. She softly chanted, the Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, three gives birth to all things. As she chanted, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed drawn to her, transforming into countless invisible threads that wove a great Tao web before her. Li Hua's palm force landed on the Tao web, and like a clay ox sinking into the sea, was dissolved into nothingness in an instant. Impossible. Li Hua's face was filled with disbelief. He could feel his true qi being devoured and assimilated by the web. A sharp light flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes, and the Tao web suddenly tightened. Oh! Li Hua let out a miserable scream as the web wrapped around his whole body. The true qi inside him became violently chaotic, and sharp pain lanced through his meridians. Lin Yuan flicked her finger once more, and another bolt of energy shot out, striking Li Hua square in the chest. As if hammered, Li Hua flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood in great mouthfuls, clearly badly injured. Second match, Miao Sect wins. Chen announced in a ringing voice, his face beaming with excitement. The disciples of Misty Sect erupted into thunderous cheers, their voices shaking the heavens. By the viewing platform, Zhao Tianli's face had long turned ashen like black iron quenched in icy water, his fingers clenched so tightly that the knuckles gleamed white. His gaze was fixed fiercely upon the maiden in the center of the arena, whose clothes were as white as snow. Never could he have imagined that the disciple he had painstakingly cultivated would be unable to defeat even a mere young girl. Jealousy and shock churned in his chest, almost bursting his lungs and viscera. The bitter coppery taste surging up his throat was forcibly swallowed back down. For the third match, I shall go on stage myself. A voice as cold as ice rang out as Zhao Tianli stepped forward, a venomous light flickering in his eyes. He needed to prove that he was not inferior. Lin Yue turned to look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this match is yours. Yes, master. Yi Chen stepped forth in response, the aura of the Spirit Sea Realm First Layer erupting from his body. The suppressive might of the primordial sacred body faintly radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy and solemn. Zhao Tianli glanced at Yi Chen, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. A mere brat who just broke through to the Spirit Sea Realm dares to challenge me. Yi Chen, personal disciple of the Misty Cloud Sect Master, requests your instruction. His voice was calm, yet carried an unwavering resolve. Throughout all Xinxiao web novels, the primordial sacred body stands among the most renowned physiques. Cross-realm battles are as effortless as drinking water to its wielder. Yi Chen said nothing, silently drawing the rusty iron sword from his back. This battle had to be won. He could not lose, nor would he. His two junior sisters had already set an excellent precedent. The fighting spirit caused Yi Xian's body to tremble. It was a sound of excitement, a craving for battle, a thirst for victory. As the primordial sacred power surged into his body, the iron sword instantly blazed with dazzling golden light, as if it had become an ancient divine sword. Seeing this, Zhao Tianli curled his lips into a sneer. First level of the Spirit Sea Realm. With this scrap iron you dare to answer my challenge. You truly have no idea how to stay alive. As his words fell, the long sword at his waist suddenly left its scabbard, its cyan light exploding like a flowing ribbon streaking across the sky. The sword, momentum wrapped in violent spiritual energy, slashed straight toward Yi Chen's face. His swordsmanship was fierce and domineering, having clearly been cultivated to an exceedingly high level. Yi Chen remained undaunted. Swinging his iron sword, he met the attack head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The ringing of metal clashing against metal resounded endlessly. Their figures interweaved rapidly across the martial arena. Sword chi swept in all directions, palm wind howled, and the scene was fiercely intense. Zhao Tianli's cultivation base was after all considerably higher than Yi Chen's. At the start, he seized the upper hand, forcing Yi Chen to retreat step after step. Yet relying on the formidable recovery and explosive power of the primordial sacred body, Yi Chen endured Zhao Tianli's fierce assault and continued to grow stronger throughout the battle. Azure Nether Sword Art, meteor chasing the moon. Yi Chen uttered softly, and the iron sword transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling toward Zhao Tianli. This strike contained vast primordial sacred power, bearing a majestic heavenly might that made Zhao Tianli feel an unprecedented pressure. Zhao Tianli dared not be careless. He swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique to defend. Azure Cloud Sword Art, rising straight to the clouds. The cyan sword chi collided with the golden sword chi, producing an earth-shaking boom. The shockwave spread outward, shattering the bluestone ground of the martial arena into cracks. Both retreated dozens of steps, shock written across their faces. Zhao Tianli had not expected Yi Chen's strength to be so formidable. How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the Spirit Sea Realm withstand his full-force strike? Yi Chen, meanwhile, was secretly delighted. He could sense that his comprehension of the Azure Nether Sword Art had deepened by another layer, and the power of the primordial sacred body was being channeled more effectively. Ding! Detected that disciple, Yi Chen has comprehended the essence of the Azure Nether Sword Art in battle. Rebate to host the primordial Azure Nether Sword Cannon perfected. An immense flood of information surged into Lin Yue's mind, and the final layer of the primordial Azure Nether Sword Cannon was finally comprehended by him. He felt his understanding of the sword Dao reach yet another new height. A casual wave of his hand could invoke the sword momentum of heaven and earth. Lin Yue smiled faintly. It seemed that this battle Yi Chen was certain to win. Sure enough, when they clashed again, Yi Chen's swordsmanship had become even more exquisite, and his primordial sacred power grew increasingly violent. Zhao Tianli gradually found himself overwhelmed, struggling to fend off attacks from all sides as new wounds continued to appear on his body. It's over. Yi Chen let out a fierce shout, unleashing his primordial sacred power, without the slightest restraint, golden light blazing 1,000 feet from his iron sword. Azure Nether Sword Art, sacred sun in the sky. As the sword swept out, it seemed as if a golden sun had risen over the martial arena, its blinding radiance forcing everyone to shut their eyes. Zhao Tianli felt an irresistible force surging toward him. He wanted to resist, but discovered that his body could not move at all. The iron sword pierced through Zhao Tianli's shoulder, drawing forth a spurt of blood. Zhao Tianlei let out a miserable shriek, hurtled backward, and crashed heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. The third match, Misty Cloud Sect wins. Chen Xian announced excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. The disciples of the Misty Cloud Sect jumped and cheered, embracing one another, tears of emotion glistening in their eyes. They had won. They had finally won. Zhao Tianlei stared at his son and disciple lying on the ground, his face livid, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yue and gnashed his teeth. Lin Yue, very well. The humiliation of today the Azure Cloud Sect will remember. Let's go. With that, he scooped up Zhao Tianlei and left in disgrace with his remaining disciples. Watching the Azure Cloud Sect members flee in panic, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Yue's lips. Back in the Sect Master's Grand Hall, Lin Yue looked at Yi Chen, Su Muxiue, and Lin Weiner, nodding with satisfaction. All of you performed exceptionally well today. Especially Yi Chen, who managed to comprehend the profound essence of the sword art amidst battle. You deserve praise. Yi Chen scratched his head sheepishly. Thank you for your kind words, Master. This disciple was merely fortunate. Lin Yue smiled. It was no stroke of luck. It was your hard work and talent. Now then, these are your rewards. With that, Lin Yue produced 3 bottles of medicinal pills and handed one to each of them. These are Foundation Establishment pills. Break through to the Spirit Sea realm as soon as you can. Thank you, Master. The 3 accepted the pills, their faces filled with gratitude. There is one more matter. Lin Yue raised his teacup, took a sip of the clear tea, and said in a calm, even tone, I'm setting a goal for you. Yi Chen stepped forward, cupping his fists, and asked, Please instruct us, Master. Lin Yue set down the teacup, his gaze sweeping over the 3 as he slowly uttered 2 words, destroy a sect. The Azure Cloud Sect. Lin Weiner blinked and quickly understood. Correct. Lin Yue's fingertip tapped lightly on the table. Trash like that could be wiped out with a wave of my hand. But thinking it over, a worthless sect like that makes perfect whetstone for you all. Su Muxiue was briefly taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering in her clear eyes. The 3 of us, yes. Set this goal first. I believe in you all, it won't be long before you achieve it. Go back and cultivate. Lin Yue waved his hand dismissively. Dawn was just breaking as 3 figures made their final departure preparations on the training ground before the mountain gate of the Miao Sect. Yi Chen fastened the rust-covered iron sword at his waist. After the awakening of his primordial sacred body, his physique had long since become extraordinary. Ordinary blades could hardly leave a scratch on him. Yet this iron sword, which had accompanied him throughout his journey, had long since become his obsession. Su Muxiue, for her part, had changed into a light gray combat suit suited for swift movement. The long sword at her waist hummed softly as yin and yang energies slowly circulated within her, her gaze clear and resolute. Lin Weiner carried a small pack holding several Taoist scriptures gifted by Lin Yue. Her innate Tao fetus made her extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of surrounding spiritual energy, and at this moment, she was listening intently to the birdsong from the mountain woods. Have you both remembered clearly what Master instructed? Yi Chen turned around, looking at his 2 junior sisters, his tone carrying the composed steadiness of an elder brother. After the tempering of the Sect Challenge tournament, much of his youthful air had faded. Su Muxiue nodded. Master said there is an ancient sword tuned deep within the Misty Mountains and told me to go and try my luck there. He also said that the yin and yang energies there are the most concentrated, which might help me break through to the spirit. Lin Weiner gently touched the jade hairpin in her bun, a protective artifact refined by Lin Yue with primordial chaos true chi. Master also gave me a map saying there is an enlightenment cliff on the eastern side of the mountain range where I can cultivate the innate Tao art. The 3 exchanged smiles, seeing anticipation in one another's eyes. This was their first time leaving the sect for independent training, both nervous and thrilled. Let's set out. Let's strive to gain something within 3 months. Yi Chen took the lead, his formidable physique granted by the primordial sacred body, allowing him to tread the rugged mountain path with great swiftness. The Misty Mountains stretched for 1,000 miles, perpetually shrouded in purple mist. Demonic beasts ran rampant throughout, and countless lost secret realms and ancient ruins were hidden among them. A blessed ground for training, yet also a death trap. The 3 had just stepped into the outer fringes of the mountains when they sensed the dense demonic aura saturating the air. Senior brother, look over there. Su Muxiue suddenly halted, pointing toward the valley on the left. Dozens of green-faced, fang-bearded wolf demons were encircling a youth clad in animal hide. The youth held a bone blade, his body drenched in blood, already at the end of his tether. It's the Blackwind Wolf clan. These beasts hold grudges with a vengeance. Yi Chen frowned. He had seen accounts in ancient texts Blackwind Wolf demons often hunted in groups and were exceptionally savage. Lin Weiner said softly, that youth is about to collapse. Should we go and help? Save him. Before the words had even faded, Yi Chen's figure shot out like an arrow unleashed from a bow. Golden light blazed from the rusted iron sword as primordial sacred power poured out. With a single stroke, he split the 3 leading wolf demons in half. Roar! Enraged by the sudden assault, the wolf pack turned and lunged at Yi Chen. Su Mux's figure drifted unpredictably, and as her long sword danced, yin and yang energies turned into sword chi of interwoven ice and fire. Each strike precisely pierced the vital spots of the wolf demons. Lin Yue meanwhile formed hand seals, her innate Tao power drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to manifest an invisible barrier shielding the youth behind her. At the same time, several streams of Tao-infused chi shot toward the eyes of the wolf demons. The three worked in seamless coordination. In less than the span of half a stick of incense, all dozens of black-winged wolf demons were slain. Thank you, three esteemed seniors, for saving me. The youth fell to his knees, his voice hoarse. His name was Shi Gondong, a villager from the nearby Shi village. Today, while entering the mountains to gather herbs, he had accidentally strayed into the territory of the black-winged wolf lair. Chen helped him to his feet. No need to be so courteous. These wolf demons have always been full of wicked deeds. At that instant, a deafening roar came from deep within the valley, accompanied by a demonic aura of the mid-core formation realm sweeping toward them. A black-winged wolf king with a body comparable to a water buffalo emerged from the mist. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the three, while foul, stinking saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. It's the wolf king. Shi Gandang's face turned deathly pale. It's the leader of these wolf demons, said to have lived for 100 years. The black-winged wolf king let out a furious howl, then suddenly lunged at Chen. Its claws tore through the air with a sharp shriek. Junior sisters fall back. Chen held his sword horizontally in front of him, activating his primordial sacred body at full strength. Golden sacred energy formed a suit of armor across his body. Clang! The wolf's claw collided with the iron sword, producing a harsh metallic clangor. Chen felt an immense force transmit through the blade, and he was actually jolted backward 3 steps. What formidable power! Chen was secretly alarmed. The Wolf King's physical body was far stronger than that of ordinary core formation cultivators. Seizing the moment, Su Muxue circled around behind the Wolf King and thrust her sword at the joints of its hind legs, only to have it deflected by the tough hide. Its hide is comparable to a magic artifact. Lin Yue formed hand seals with both hands, drawing the power of the earth. Several stone spikes burst up from the ground, momentarily restricting the Wolf King's movements. Senior brother, attack its eyes. Chen understood at once, leaped into the air, and turned his iron sword into a golden rainbow, aimed directly at the Wolf King's left eye. The black-winged Wolf King, maddened by pain, violently thrashed its head and lashed its long tail at Chen like a steel whip. After an hour of intense combat, the three had gradually gained the upper hand, yet the Wolf King's regenerative power was so formidable that they remained unable to land a fatal stroke. If we keep going like this, it won't work. Su Mux's breathing was somewhat unsteady. Its demonic aura is growing more intense by the moment. Chen took a deep breath. They'll keep it occupied. Junior sister Muxue, gather your strength with the 2 extreme sword art. Junior sister Wainer, stir the Tao resonance to disrupt its soul. Just as the three were about to unleash their ultimate techniques, a sinister, chilling voice drifted from the mist. A few mere brats of the spirit sea realm dare to run wild on this old man's territory. An old man dressed in a black robe walked out at a leisurely pace, bearing eerie markings on his face, with dense demonic aura swirling around him. The moment he saw the wolf demon corpses on the ground, his face twisted into a hideous scowl. How dare you kill the demon beasts raised in my Yinfeng Valley? Today not a single one of you will escape. Shi Gondang cried out in alarm. He's the valley master of Yinfeng Valley. Haisha, the old devil. He's a demon cultivator who practices sinister arts. Haisha sneered coldly. The little brat does have sharp eyes. This entire Yinfeng mountain range is this old man's domain. You slaughtered my wolf guards, so you must pay with your lives. He raised his hand and swept it through the air, sending several streaks of black, demonic fire shooting toward Chen and the others. Chen and his companions hastily tried to fend off the attack, only to be jolted by the corrosive power within the demonic fire, sending their chi and blood churning. A demon cultivator at the late primordial spirit realm. Su Mux's expression grew grave. Given their current strength, they simply were no match. Haisha, the old devil, advanced step by step, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Surrender now, and this old man will give you a quick end, otherwise. Before he could finish, he suddenly froze in place, his eyes filled with sheer terror. A barely discernible streak of golden light traced across the sky and instantly pierced his brow. Bang! Like a paper effigy set alight, Haisha's body instantly turned to flying ashes, leaving not even a wisp of aura behind. Chen and the others were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Is that master? Lin Yue was the first to recover her senses. She could sense the familiar primordial chaos Tao resonance within that golden light. Chen clutched his iron sword tightly, his heart shaking with awe. From 1,000 miles away, relying solely on a flash of golden light to instantly kill a demon cultivator of the late core formation realm. Such power was far beyond his imagination. Su Muxue gazed at the place where Haisha, the old devil, had vanished and whispered, "Master has been watching over us all along." A warm current welled up in the hearts of the three, sweeping away all their previous fatigue and tension. Shurgondang knelt on the ground, kowtowing toward the sky. Thank you, Celestial Immortal, for your life-saving grace. Yichen helped him up. We still have to go deeper into the mountain range. You should return to the village first. It isn't safe here. After bidding farewell to Shurgondang, the three continued onward. The mist grew thicker, and the spiritual energy in the air became increasingly pure. It sounds like a fight is going on up ahead. Lin Yue listened carefully. There are also many auras. The three quickened their pace, passed through a dense forest, and the view suddenly opened up before them. In a valley, dozens of disciples in identical uniforms were besieging a snow-white spirit fox. One of the fox's hind legs had been severed, blood stained the ground red, and its eyes were filled with despair. Those are Qingyun Sect people. Su Mushue recognized their uniforms. Why are they here? At their head was a young man named Li Hao, an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sect. He held a long sword and sneered. The inner core of this nine-tailed spirit fox is a supreme tonic. Capture it and offer it to the elders, and all of us will be rewarded. Stop! Yichen bellowed. You claim to be a righteous sect, yet you would do such ruthlessness to an injured spirit beast. Li Hao glanced at Yichen and the others, disdain flashing in his eyes. So it's you, Piaomiao Sect scum again. Just because you won the last sect challenge, do you really think you can meddle in Qingyun Sect's affairs? Once our holy son emerges from seclusion, you won't even be worth a fight. That spirit fox has not hurt anyone. Why are you so hellbent on killing it? Lin Yue demanded. Li Hao sneered. Spirit beasts are meant for cultivators to use. Who are you to preach to us? If you know what's good for you, get lost now, or I'll deal with all of you together. Yichen laughed in fury. It seems the last lesson wasn't severe enough. With a shift of his body, he appeared in front of Li Hao. In an instant, his iron sword pointed directly at Li Hao's throat. Li Hao had never expected Yichen to move so fast. He stumbled backward in fright. What are you trying to do? My father is the law enforcement elder of Qingyun Sect. Law enforcement elder. A cold glint flickered in Yichen's eyes. So what? Just as the two sides stood at daggers drawn, a majestic voice rang out. Who dares to harm my son? A middle-aged man in a purple robe tore through the air and descended, radiating the imposing aura of the peak of the core formation stage. He was Li Hao's father, elderly. At the sight of Yichen, his expression darkened. You little beast from Piaomiao Sect. Last time you destroyed my son's sword, and today you still dare to cause trouble. Do you truly think the Qingyun Sect is easy to bully? Elderly raised his hand and struck at Yichen. The palm wind was wild and fierce, carrying a destructive momentum that seemed to shake heaven and earth. Su Mushue and Lin Yue's faces changed drastically. They wanted to rush forward and help, but Elder Li's aura suppressed them, leaving them unable to move. Yichen gripped his iron sword and was just about to activate his primordial sacred body to withstand the strike when Elder Li's hand froze in midair. In the next instant, his whole body, like wind-weathered rock, shattered inch by inch and crumbled into a handful of ashes. An almost imperceptible soft sound seemed to echo across heaven and earth, as if someone had flicked a finger. If peers compete among themselves, I will not interfere. But should an elder try to bully the younger, let him see if he can withstand my wrath. Li Hao was dumbstruck. He slumped to the ground, his trousers drenched. The other disciples of Qingyun Sect were frightened out of their wits and knelt to beg for mercy. The three of them understood at once. It was their master who had struck again. Scram. Yichen spat out the word coldly. Li Hao and his men fled as if they had received a pardon, scrambling away in panic. Lin Yue hurried to the spirit fox's side, took out a healing pill, and carefully applied it to the wound. The spirit fox gave her a grateful look, and the despair in its eyes gradually faded. It seems to understand us, Su Mushue said in surprise. The spirit fox nodded gently and nuzzled the back of Lin Yue's hand. Yichen studied the fox's 9 tails and fell into thought. Legend has it that the 9-tailed spirit fox can understand human nature and foresee fortune and misfortune. Perhaps it can offer us some guidance. The spirit fox raised its head with a soft cry and ran toward the depths of the mountain range, looking back from time to time, as if beckoning them to follow. The three exchanged glances and hurried after it. The 9-tailed spirit fox led Yichen and the others to a cliff and stopped. The cliff wall was as sheer as if hewn by swords and axes. Amid the swirling clouds and mist, they could faintly make out a stone stele covered with runes from which an ancient desolate aura came rushing forth. So this is Wudao Cliff. Lin Yue's eyes glittered with an extraordinary light. She could feel the runes on the cliff wall resonating with her innate Dao body, and the innate Dao art within her began to circulate by itself. The spirit fox gave a soft call toward the cliff, then turned and leapt into the clouds, disappearing without a trace. Su Mushue traced the lines on the cliff wall. These runes are so strange, neither like a cultivation technique nor like a formation. Yichen observed them with focused eyes. It is said that Wudao Cliff was where ancient cultivators attained enlightenment. Perhaps these runes contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Lin Yue walked up to the largest stele and reached out to touch the runes on it. In that instant, countless abstruse streams of information surged into her mind, as though a formless teacher were explaining the laws of the great Tao to her. She sat down cross-legged and soon entered a state of enlightenment, a faint halo of Tao resonance surrounding her. Let's stand guard here, Chen said to Su Mushue. Junior Sister Wainer is probably about to break through. Su Mushue nodded, found a secluded corner, and took out the two-formed sword art to ponder. After days of continuous battle, her understanding of the sword art had grown increasingly profound, and she could faintly touch the threshold of the Spirit Sea stage. Chen sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, circulating his primordial sacred power to consolidate his cultivation. Though the primordial sacred body was powerful, every burst of power consumed a large amount of sacred power, which could only be fully controlled through constant tempering. 3 days later, the halo around Lin Wainer suddenly blazed brighter, and the aura of the first level of the Spirit Sea stage spread outward. She slowly opened her eyes, and starlight seemed to drift through her pupils. Congratulations on your breakthrough, junior sister. Chen and Su Mushue stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Lin Wainer rose and saluted them. Thanks to the runes on Wudao Cliff, I not only broke through to a new realm, but also comprehended a new spell. She raised her hand and waved, and an invisible barrier enveloped the three of them. This is the Dao domain. Within a certain range, it can suppress the cultivation of enemies. What a powerful spell! Su Mushue exclaimed. Just then the sound of footsteps approached, and a dozen or more cultivators in brocade robes appeared at the top of the cliff. At their head was a young man with an arrogant expression. What rogue cultivator dares to trespass on Wudao Cliff of the Danwang Sect? Zhao Xian, the young man, was a core disciple of the Danwang Sect. He had been ordered to come collect morning dew from Wudao Cliff for refining pills. Chen frowned. Since when has Wudao Cliff become the territory of your Danwang Sect? Zhao Xian sneered. The entire Miwu mountain range belongs to the Danwang Sect. Naturally, Wudao Cliff is no exception. Scram while you still know what's best, or don't blame me for being rude. Su Mushue said coldly. The Danwang Sect is a renowned orthodox sect. How can it be so tyrannical? Tyrannical. Zhao Xian stepped forward, greed flickering in his eyes. This girl is rather pretty. Just right. I'll take her back to the sect as my maidservant. As for you two, I'll break your limbs and throw you off the cliff to feed the wolves. You're courting death. Chen shouted, his iron sword pointing straight at Zhao Xian. The disciples behind Zhao Xian came forward one after another, summoning various alchemical furnaces and artifacts. In an instant, alchemical flames swirled everywhere, and the fragrance of herbs was laced with sharp, killing intent. Although most of these Danwang Sect disciples were only at the peak of the Qi gathering stage, they excelled at using pills to drive their artifacts, so their combat power could not be underestimated. Let you witness the might of the Danwang Sect. Zhao Xian took out a crimson pill, crushed it, and fused it into the furnace in his hand. Blazing heaven-burning furnace. The alchemy furnace instantly swelled to about 10 feet in size, and towering flames gushed out, sweeping toward Chen and his two companions. Chen swung his blade, sending a golden sword Qi lancing forward. It met the flames, heating with a sputtering hiss. Su Mushue in turn unleashed the Liangyi sword technique, channeling the yin and yang energies into a vortex that drew the flames into the void. Lin Wainer invoked her Dao domain, suppressing the furnace's spiritual fluctuations. Mid-battle, one of Zhao Xian's disciples had his arms severed by Su Muxu's sword Qi, and he plummeted off the cliff with a piercing scream. Zhao Xian, shocked and furious, snarled, "You dare to maim a disciple of the Danwang Sect? You are dead meat. My father is an elder of the Danwang Sect. He is gathering herbs nearby. I will call him here right now." He took out a message talisman and crushed it. It was not long before an old man in a gray robe came tearing through the sky. None other than Zhao Li, elder of the Danwang Sect, whose cultivation stood at the peak of the soul separation realm. "Father, you have finally come," Zhao Xian wailed. "These rogue cultivators not only broke into Wudao Cliff without permission, but also hurt our people." Zhao Li turned his gaze to Chen and the other two, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. "Running wild on Danwang Sect's turf. You truly have grown tired of living." He raised his hand and smote the air with a palm strike, the gust of his palm carrying the power of alchemy fire. The scorching heat wave nearly ignited the atmosphere itself. Chen and his companions braced themselves with all their strength, yet the shockwave hurled them back, blood trickling from their lips. Chen said at once, "Senior, must you truly be so unyieldingly unreasonable?" Zhao Li cackled as he pressed forward. "So what if I am unreasonable? Today I will show you what becomes of those who offend the Danwang Sect." Just as he was about to unleash a blow that would gravely wound all three, he froze in place, his eyes flooding with terror. "Then I too shall be unreasonable for once." The voice faded away into the void. A faint golden glow, barely perceptible, descended from the heavens, and Zhao Li's body turned to ashes in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. Zhao Xian was dumbfounded, slumping to the ground. "Father! Father!" The other Danwang Sect disciples were so terrified their souls nearly flew from their bodies, and they all dropped to their knees begging for their lives. Scram! Chen said coldly. The lot of them fled in a panic, scrambling head over heels, while Zhao Xian, frightened beyond all reason, lost control of his bowels and disappeared into the forest, wailing and shrieking. Su Muxue watched the spot where Zhao Li had dissolved and murmured. Master intervened again. Chen clenched his fists. One day we will protect our sect with our own strength, and stop making Master worry about us. Lin Yue nodded. We must train even harder. Just then a voice echoed within the minds of Chen and the other two. Have no misgivings. With me here, even if the sky comes crashing down, I can hold it up. Hearing the words in their minds, the three knelt down and bowed in the direction of the Piaomiao sect. Thank you, Master. The three lingered at Wudao Cliff for several more days. Lin Yue delved deeper into the comprehension of runes while Chen and Su Muxue traded moves and martial practice, and all of them saw no small improvement in their cultivation. After leaving Wudao Cliff, they followed the map toward the sword tomb deep within the Miwu Mountains. Along the way they encountered quite a few cultivators, most of whom were drawn by the fortunes of the sword tomb. Among them were no shortage of disciples from all the great sects. One day as the three rested in a mountain valley, they suddenly heard the sounds of a skirmish. Tracing the sound, they saw over a dozen black-robed cultivators besieging a middle-aged man armed with a broken sword. Though heavily wounded, he still fought to the death without retreating. The man was none other than He Bao, junior brother of the Black Bear Valley Lord, who had been crippled by Lin Yue at Heifeng Valley. Hand over the sword tomb's map, and I might spare your life, barked the leader of the black-robed men. He Bao coughed up blood. Don't even dream of it. The sword tomb was discovered by the ancestors of Heifeng Valley. How could I allow you heretical fiends to lay your defiling hands upon it? Chen and the other two exchanged glances and resolved to step in. Although Heifeng Valley had once stood as an enemy of the Piaomiao sect, He Bao's unyielding spirit at this moment commanded respect. Stop! Chen vaulted forward, his iron sword sweeping in a wide arc that drove the encircling black-robed cultivators back. The black-robed leader, catching sight of Chen and the other two, narrowed his eyes with a flicker of wariness. Who might you be? Disciples of the Piaomiao sect. Su Muxue showed her identity token. Piaomiao sect. The leader scoffed. So that's the sect that's about to collapse. Fine then. They'll take all of you down and seize the sword tomb's fortune for myself. The two sides were locked in combat in an instant. These black-robed cultivators were all around the Spirit Sea realm and fought, with seamless coordination, unmistakably members of some heretical cultivation organization. Seeing this, He Bao forced himself back into the fray. I thank you three young friends for your assistance. After half an hour of ferocious combat, the black-robed men grew weak, and more than half were slain. Sensing the tide had turned, the leader feigned a strike and bolted for escape. Where do you think you're going? Chen gave chase, his iron sword thrusting at the man's back. The leader spun around and hurled a shaft of black, demonic radiance, forcing Chen back. He sneered savagely, just you wait. I am a protector of the Xuan sect, and our elder will soon come to avenge me. Before the words had died on his lips, he dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. He Bao panted heavily. The Xuan sect is the largest heretical cult in the Miwu Mountains, and it acts with ruthless cruelty. The three of you must be on your guard. Chen asked, Senior, do you know where the sword tomb is? He Bao nodded. The sword tomb lies hidden beneath Duanhuan Cliff. It contains a legacy of ancient sword Dao, but it is thick with sinister mechanisms, and a mighty guardian beast stands watch. He brought out a tattered map. This is a map passed down through generations of Heifeng Valley. Perhaps it will prove useful to you. Chen took the map. Many thanks, Senior. He Bao smiled bitterly. I am already a broken man. Rather than squander this opportunity, it is better given to one destined for it. Only that Xuan sect elder is terrifyingly powerful, why fear? Before he could finish, a horrifying aura enveloped the entire valley. An old man clad in a blood-red robe slowly materialized, a dense stench of gore swirling about him. He was none other than Xue Tu, elder of the Xuan sect. You dare to kill members of my Xuan sect, and still dream of seizing the sword tomb's fortune. Today I will grind your bones to dust. Xue Tu's voice seemed to issue from the 9 abysses of hell, sending chills down the spine. He raised his finger, and a pillar of crimson light hurtled toward Chen. Wherever the light passed, grass and trees withered in an instant, and the very air turned thick and syrupy. Chen and his companions resisted with all their might, but the pillar sent their chi and blood churning, forcing them back again and again. Xue Tu pressed on with a cruel grin. Ants like you dare to contend with fate for your lives. Just as he was about to strike and exterminate them all, a faint, barely audible sound echoed across the valley. The cruel grin on Xue Tu's face abruptly froze. His body, like stone eroded by the wind, fissured inch by inch, finally crumbling into a handful of drifting ashes. He Bao gaped, unable to find his voice for a long time. Chen and the other two traded glances, their reverence for their master growing ever deeper. It is time we set out for Duanhuan Cliff. Chen tucked the map away. Any delay invites unforeseen trouble. He Bao clasped his fists. Take good care, young friends. This old man shall return to Heifeng Valley and retire into the mountains from this day onward. After bidding He Bao farewell, the three headed for Duanhuan Cliff, following the route marked upon the map. At the bottomless Duanhuan Cliff, sinister winds howled, as if countless wronged spirits were wailing. Yi Chun and the other two stood at the edge, staring grimly at the churning black mist below. According to the map, the entrance is behind the stone wall on the left, Su Mushue said, pointing at an inconspicuous crack in the cliff face. Yi Chun activated his primordial sacred body and drove his fist into the crack. The stone wall shattered with a loud crash, revealing a cave just wide enough for one person. I'll go in first and scout ahead. Holding his iron sword, Yi Chun stepped into the cave. Su Mushue and Lin Yue followed closely behind, each on alert. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, with only the faint glow of luminous moss on the rock walls providing light. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and bones crunched underfoot from time to time, sending chills down one's spine. After walking for roughly an hour, the space suddenly opened up into a colossal underground palace. At the center of the palace stood a sword steel over 10 zhang tall, densely carved with mysterious sword patterns. Countless broken ancient swords were planted in the ground around it, radiating a sharp sword intent. Is this the sword grave? Su Mushue exclaimed in admiration. Lin Yue walked up to the sword steel and reached out to touch the sword patterns. These patterns contain a powerful sword Dao, well suited to junior sister Mushue's yin-yang sword body. Su Mushue stepped forward to sense it, and indeed felt a familiar aura from the sword patterns. The yin-yang qi in her body involuntarily began to seethe. Just then the ground suddenly shook. Countless broken ancient swords floated into the air, forming a huge sword formation. A phantom coalesced from sword qi slowly emerged, holding an ancient longsword and wearing a majestic gaze. Death to those who trespass in the sword grave. The phantom bellowed. Waving its longsword, it sent countless bolts of sword qi shooting at the three like a rainstorm. Yi Chun shielded Lin Yue behind him and whirled his iron sword into an airtight defense, blocking most of the sword qi. Su Mushue meanwhile unleashed the Liangyi sword art, drawing yin and yang qi into a vortex that absorbed and dissolved the incoming sword qi. Lin Yue activated her Dao domain, disrupting the operation of the sword formation. The phantom's power was equivalent to the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, and it also commanded the sword grave's sword intent, making it extremely troublesome. During the fierce battle, Su Mushue gradually noticed that although the phantom's sword moves were fierce, they followed fixed trajectories. Senior brother, its sword moves have a flaw. Su Mushue shouted in warning. Strike 3 inches below its left shoulder. Hearing this, Yi Chun turned his iron sword into a golden rainbow and stabbed precisely at the phantom's left shoulder. The phantom let out a muffled groan as its form turned somewhat illusory. The three seized the opportunity and launched a combined assault. An hour later, the phantom finally let out an unwilling roar and dissolved into countless motes of light. The sword formation dispersed, and the sword patterns on the steel lit up. The phantom image of an ancient sword manual appeared in the air, a fragment of the Tai sword scripture. Su Mushue stared at the sword manual, a look of obsession flashing through her eyes. Unconsciously, she sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the profound mysteries within it. Yi Chun and Lin Yue stood guard at her side. 3 days later, the sword qi around Su Mushue surged violently, and an aura of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm spread outward. She slowly opened her eyes, and the long sword in her hand let out a clear, resonant sword hum. Congratulations, junior sister, on your breakthrough. Yi Chun and Lin Yue stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Su Mushue rose and bowed. Thanks to this Tai sword scripture, I have gained a new understanding of yin-yang swordplay. Just then, wild laughter echoed from outside the cave. Huh. Someone really did open the sword grave for more than a dozen cultivators in blood-red robes walked in. At their head was actually the leader of the Blood Fiend cult, a gaunt old man with a cultivation base at the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. Shui Yue. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. He had not expected the Blood Fiend cult leader to come in person. Shui Yue fixed his greedy gaze on the sword manual atop the steel. The Tai sword scripture. Heaven is helping me. With this sword scripture, my Blood Fiend cult will surely dominate the Miwu Mountains. He cast a killing glance at Yi Chun and the others. As for you three, stay here and become sacrifices for the sword grave. The elders behind Shui Yue struck out one after another, unleashing every kind of blood fiend demonic art. The entire sword grave was shrouded in a thick smell of blood. Yi Chun and his companions fought with all their might, yet they were steadily pushed back. As an existence at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, Shui Yue's strength far surpassed. There's not to mention the many core formation elders assisting him. And struggle. Despair. Shui Yue laughed savagely and sent a blood-colored demonic palm crashing towards Su Mushue. At that critical moment, a faint, barely audible sound echoed through the sword grave. Shui Yue's demonic palm froze instantly, and he, together with the elders behind him, turned into flying dust, leaving not even a wisp of aura behind. The sword grave returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Yi Chun and the other two exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Master's strength was already beyond their comprehension. Su Mushue put away the fragment of the Tai sword scripture. We should leave. This place is not suitable for staying long. Following the map, the three found another exit from the sword grave and left Duanhuan Cliff. No sooner had they stepped out than they ran into Shi Gandang, who had come to meet them. Seniors, something terrible has happened, Shi Gandang said anxiously. The Bloodfiend cult massacred Shi village and seized many villagers, saying they wanted to force you to show yourselves. Yi Chen flew into a rage. Those beasts. Su Mushue said in a low voice, we have to rescue the Lin Yue nodded. The Bloodfiend cult's headquarters is deep in Haifeng Valley. We can strike their lair while their main force is away. The three immediately formed a plan with Shi Gandang, leading the way to Haifeng Valley. Deep inside Haifeng Valley at the Bloodfiend cult's headquarters, more than a dozen villagers were tied to pillars, trembling in fear. A protector of the Bloodfiend cult was about to begin the slaughter when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura envelop the headquarters. Who is it? The protector at the middle stage of core formation demanded sharply. Yi Chen and the other two burst through the door. The iron sword blazed with golden light, and in an instant several cultists were killed. Su Mushue's longsword turned into a streak of light and severed the ropes binding the villagers. Lin Yue activated her Dao domain, suppressing the cultivation of the remaining cultists. Seeing this, the protector summoned a blood-colored demonic blade and hacked at Yi Chen. You're looking for death. Yi Chen neither dodged nor retreated. The iron sword clashed with the demonic blade with a thunderous roar. The protector was sent staggering backward, his eyes full of disbelief. How can your strength be so terrifying? Yi Chen let out a cold snort. His primordial sacred body erupted at full force, and the iron sword cut through the demonic blade like tofu, piercing the protector's heart. After the villagers were rescued, Shi Gandang said gratefully, thank you seniors for saving our lives. Yi Chen shook his head. It was no trouble. The Bloodfiend cult is destroyed. You may return to the village and rebuild your homes. Just then an old and hoarse voice sounded. So young, yet your methods are quite ruthless. A gray-robed old man walked over slowly, radiating the aura of the middle stage of the Soul Division realm. He was the Bloodfiend cult's Grand Elder, who had been in secluded cultivation all along and had only broken out of seclusion today after hearing that the headquarters was under attack. Grand Elder. The remaining cultists knelt down as though they had found their savior. The old man looked at Yi Chen and the others, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. 3 Spirit Sea Realm brats actually managed to destroy my Bloodfiend cult. Interesting. He reached out with his hand toward the three. His palm was wreathed in dense demonic chi as if it could devour everything. Yi Chen and the others resisted with all their strength, yet they were firmly trapped by the demonic palm's suction and could not move. The old man sneered. To be able to die under my demon-transforming hand is an honor. However, the old man changed his tune. I can see that your talents are extraordinary. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, you will become the holy son and holy maiden of my Bloodfiend cult. On hearing his words, Su Mushue spat. Pa, you old undead thing. Do you think you deserve to be our master? Oh, from what you say, you already have a master. Then why hasn't he come to save you? The old man mocked. The moment his words fell, a figure appeared in the sky. What? Do you want to see me? The power carried in that voice forced the old man to his knees. When the figure fully materialized, the suction, holding Yi Chen and the other two, had completely disappeared. They all spoke toward the figure in the sky. We pay our respects to Master. Thank you, Master, for saving us. The old man looked at the figure in the sky and said arrogantly, you are. Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure. Thighs. This is impossible. How could an existence like you appear in a place like this? The old man was afraid. Just what level of cultivation was the person in the sky at? As a Soul Division realm cultivator, even an integration realm expert could not have made him kneel with mere pressure. But this person had made him kneel with only a voice. Cave Void realm. Tribulation, Transcendence realm. Sage realm. The old man did not dare to think further. The next realm above that was the Quasi-Emperor realm. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding here. The old man tried to explain, but Lin Yue gave him no chance. Lin Yue smiled and appeared beside Yi Chen and the other two in an instant. Yi Chen and the other two let out a long sigh of relief, helping one another rise to their feet. Yi Chen quickly took a chair from his storage space and brewed a pot of fine tea for Lin Yue. The two female disciples attentively massaged Lin Yue's shoulders and legs. They also knew just how much trouble they had caused. At the Spirit Sea realm, they had daringly charged into the lair of a Soul Division realm grandmaster. Across the entire Xuan Yuan Continent, there were probably only these three. You are. Before the old man could finish boring, Lin Yue snapped his fingers. With a single snap of his fingers, the old man turned to dust. Shi Gandang stared at the spot where the old man had vanished, dumbfounded. Thighs. What kind of power is this? Yi Chen murmured softly, Master. Lin Yue shook his head, helplessly thinking to himself. Could these three have some kind of bug on them? After beating the young, the old has come. Lin Yue was speechless. 3 Spirit Sea Realm fellows had dared to provoke experts at the Primordial Spirit Realm or even the Soul Division Realm. Fine, they caused trouble, but they had to run straight into the enemy's lair. Were they simply certain that Lin Yue would say such a mindset was extremely harmful to cultivation? If they depended on him for everything, then why had he accepted disciples with heaven-defying talent in the first place? Wouldn't it have been better to take in a few ordinary disciples? Lin Yue secretly made up his mind. Inside the Sect Master's Grand Hall, this sovereign has sensed that a secret realm of the Cave Void realm will appear in 1 year's time. It is fitting that you go to the Sect's trial tower and temper yourselves striving to break through to the primal spirit realm as soon as possible. Lin Yue's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no defiance. Yi Chen Su Mu Shue and Lin Weiner all stiffened and answered in unison, "This disciple understands." Lin Yue's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no defiance. Yi Chen Su Mu Shue and Lin Weiner all stiffened and answered in unison. Only by desperately elevating their strength throughout this year could they seize the advantage within the secret realm, or even cling to their lives. That trial tower on the Sect's back mountain, do you know of it? Lin Yue asked abruptly. The three exchanged glances, and Yi Chen was the first to reply. This disciple has heard a little of it. The Sect elders say it is excessively dangerous, and so over time it fell into disuse. Lin Yue nodded. Correct. It has now been fully calibrated and made ready for your cultivation. It holds a world within divided into 9 floors, and each floor presents a different trial. This disciple obeys. A glint of excitement flashed through all 3 pairs of eyes. A trial tower held in such high regard by their master was surely no ordinary thing. Go then, Lin Yue said with a wave of his hand. 1 year from now, when the secret realm opens, that will be the day your achievements are tested. Remember, only at the peak of the core formation realm will one be qualified to fight for a thread of survival within that secret realm. The 3 bowed in salute, then turned and walked toward the trial tower on the back mountain. Watching their departing figures, Lin Yue's lips curled into a faint smile. He raised his hand and swept it casually. A thread of immortal power so subtle as to be nearly imperceptible silently fused into the void crossed 1,000 li and came to rest over the secret realm that was on the verge of manifestation. Primal spirit realm and above. Life-saving divine artifacts. Lin Yue murmured to himself, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. Before this sovereign's rules, all of these are but vanity. What he had laid down was no mere prohibition. It was the power of an immortal emperor warping the laws of heaven and earth throughout that entire region. Should anyone attempt to force an entry with primal spirit realm cultivation or employ any life-saving means beyond that realm, they would be instantly ground to nothing by the power of the laws, without leaving even a trace behind. He believed that with the natural talent of Yi Chen and the other 2, and with the trial tower as their aid, reaching the peak of the core formation realm within a year was hardly a difficult feat. On the back mountain, a towering pagoda built entirely of Xianhuang stone stood amid the clouds. Its form was covered with obscure runes radiating an ancient and imposing aura. This was the Sect trial tower granted by the system. Yi Chen drew a deep breath and was the first to approach the tower gate. The gate opened slowly and a mighty pressure surged over him, making him tighten his grip on the rusty iron sword in his hand. Senior brother, be careful. Su Mu Shue and Lin Weiner urged him from behind. Yi Chen nodded and with resolute determination stepped into the trial tower. As the sole of Yi Chen's boot ground across the threshold of the trial tower's first floor, his nostrils were instantly flooded with an acrid stench of rust and gore. The scene before him was not the stone dungeon or illusion he had expected, but the remnants of an ancient battlefield stretching for miles. Broken halberds and shattered spears jutted from the scorched black earth. Torn banners snapped fiercely in the blood-laden wind. On the distant horizon, dark violet thunderclouds rolled and pressed down, as if a heavenly tribulation were about to descend at any moment. Trial Tower, first floor, 100 Beast Hunt. Trial objective: slay 30 Blackwind Wolf Demons, Spirit Sea Realm early stage, and 10 Earthwind Bears, Spirit Sea Realm mid stage. Failure punishment: endure the agonizing bites of a wolf pack for 1/4 hour realistic pain simulation. Roar. A dolorous wolf howl rent the sky, followed immediately by the dense rustling sound of claws and fangs scraping across the ground. Yi Chen whirled around abruptly. From behind the broken wall on the western side, dozens of ghastly green wolf eyes crept out, each gleaming with a bloodthirsty, murderous light. The Blackwind wolf at the lead was as massive as a warhorse. The mane beneath its jaw was matted into spiky tufts like steel needles, and the saliva dripping from its muzzle corroded the stone bricks into dark patches the size of copper coins. This was the bone-corroding saliva unique to mid-spirit sea realm demon wolves, a breed several times more ferocious than the pack he had encountered in the Miwu Mountains. Bring it on. Yi Chen seized the rusty iron sword behind his back in a reverse grip. The cord wrapped around the hilt was already drenched with the cold sweat from his palm. He did not charge in without thought. Instead, following the basic breathing method imparted by Lin Yue, he took 3 deep breaths, trying to suppress the restless primordial sacred power within his body and press it down into his dantian. Yet the sacred power now surged like boiling magma rushing through his meridians to every limb and bone, suffusing even his knuckles with a faint golden glow. The first wave of the charge was 7 Blackwind wolves at the early Spirit Sea realm. They came at him in a wedge formation. The foremost wolf demon suddenly stood upright on its hind legs, its sharp foreclaws slashing toward Yi Chen's throat with the sound of tearing wind. Yi Chen dodged aside and swept the rusty iron sword horizontally in the same motion. The instant the blade collided with the wolf's claws, he could feel with great clarity how hard the tips truly were. The beast's claws were even sharper than a dagger forged from common iron. Clang! Amid the shower of sparks, a bloody wound was carved across the wolf demon's claws. It screeched in pain, yet rather than retreating it surged forward and lunged with its gaping maw at Yi Chen's wrist. At that critical moment, the sacred power within Yi Chen erupted without warning, and a scorching current flowed down his arm and poured into the rusty iron sword. The formerly dim blade brightened with golden light in an instant. The rust along its spine peeled away like shedding skin, revealing beneath it a metallic sheen as warm and smooth as polished jade. Qingming sword art, first form meteor. Yi Chen thundered in a low voice, twisting his wrist. The sword dissolved into a golden streak of light and pierced with uncanny accuracy into the soft flesh beneath the wolf demon's jaw. The sacred power contained within that strike detonated inside the wolf demon's body, shredding its heart to fragments. Hot demonic blood splashed onto his face, yet Yi Chen's expression did not waver in the slightest. Ever since he had personally slain the burly, bearded man in Hafeng Valley, he had long become accustomed to the scent of gore. Awoo! The wolf demon leader let out a furious howl, and the remaining demon wolves suddenly changed their tactics. They stopped their reckless ramming and instead relied on their lithe, nimble bodies to circle around, each on their keen claws and fangs now, and then striking at him from malicious off-guard angles. Before long, several wounds deep enough to show bone appeared on Yi Chen's shoulders and back. Blood soaked through his azure Taoist robe, and when mingled with the sacred power, emitted a faint golden mist. I can't keep this up. Yi Chen gasped, retreating half a step to lean against a broken stone pillar. He took stock of the results. 9 wolf demons had been slain, but he had also consumed nearly 3/10 of his sacred power, and more than 20 pairs of wolf eyes still shone menacingly in the distance. Even more troublesome, the wolf demon's harassment made it impossible for him to calmly cycle his sacred power for recovery. If this dragged on, he would only be ground down and killed alive. Just then his gaze fell upon the corpse of a wolf demon at his feet. This wolf demon's neck had been severed cleanly by his sword, and the flesh around the wound was putrefying at a speed visible to the naked eye, an effect of the bone-corroding saliva. A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Chen's mind. The wolf demon's saliva was corrosive, so was it possible that they too feared this very power? Taking a risk, he thrust the rusty iron sword into the throat of the wolf demon's corpse and stirred it, scooping out a wad of dark greenish-black saliva. Sure enough, the golden light on the blade churned intensely as if repelled by this perverse and evil force. Clenching his jaw, Yi Chen endured the burning pain radiating from the blade, spun around abruptly, and flung the saliva toward the 2 wolf demons charging from behind. Sizzle! The black-green saliva dripped onto the wolf demons, instantly corroding large patches of scorched black wounds. The 2 wolf demons let out piercing screams, writhing on the ground in agony. Yi Chen seized the gap, pouring sacred power into his legs, and shot out of the encirclement like an arrow from a bowstring. The rusted iron sword transformed into a golden rainbow aimed straight at the demon wolf leader. Clang! 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 3 consecutive strikes were all deflected by the demon wolf leader's thick tail. The beast's tail was even harder than steel. The blade left only shallow white marks upon it. Yi Chen's heart tightened. This leader's strength was likely close to the late Spirit Sea realm. Azure Sky Sword Art, second form, chasing the moon. Yi Chen no longer sought speed. Instead, he condensed sacred power at the sword's tip and thrust toward the demon wolf leader's left eye with an almost frozen slowness. The power within this strike seemed unremarkable, yet it was condensed like a diamond, a technique he had comprehended during his fierce battle with the Black Wind Wolf King in the Misty Forest. The demon wolf leader clearly had not expected such a sword move. Caught off guard, the blade pierced half an inch into its eye. Roar! The agonizing pain drove the demon wolf leader completely mad. Ignoring the wound on its left eye, it lunged forward and slammed Yi Chen against a stone pillar. The immense impact made a sweet taste rise in Yi Chen's throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But he did not let go of the sword hilt. Instead, using the momentum, he drove the rusted iron sword deeper into the wolf demon's eye socket, while condensing sacred power in his left palm and smashing it hard onto the wolf demon's crown. Boom! The golden sacred power exploded within the wolf demon's skull, and its massive body crashed to the ground. The remaining wolf demons fled in all directions, but Yi Chen cut them down one by one like a tiger among sheep. The 30th wolf demon collapsed into a pool of blood. The wolf demon's corpses piled up into a small hill on the scorched black earth. the stench of blood interwove with the golden mist left by burning sacred power, forming a bizarre vortex above the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Chen leaned on the rusted iron sword, gasping for breath. The wounds on his shoulders and back still oozed blood, but the surging primordial sacred power within his body was mending his flesh at a visible speed. This was the initial regenerative ability that the sacred body had awakened on its own after slaying the 30th Black Wind Wolf Demon. Just as he lowered his head to wipe the wolf blood from his blade, a dull tremor suddenly rumbled through the ground, as if some enormous creature was burrowing beneath the earth. From behind the collapsed wall to the west came the rumble of tumbling stones, followed by a deafening roar. 10 gray-black figures smashed through the broken wall and charged forward through the dust. They were earth-split bears. These behemoths stood about 3 zhang tall with shoulders nearly 2 zhang wide, their bodies covered in bluish-gray rock armor. Every plate was riddled with ferocious protrusions, as if forged from a single piece of dark iron. Their front paws were broader than a door panel, and their claws glinted with a metallic coldness. When they trod the ground, they left claw marks half an inch deep in the hard stone bricks. The bear demon at the very front bore a third eye on its forehead, its pupil a dark crimson. This was a 3-eyed earth-split bear at the peak of Mid-Spirit Sea Realm, a mutant said to be able to spew magma. Mid-Spirit Sea Realm. 10 of them. Chen licked his parched lips and held the rusted iron sword across his chest. After successive fierce battles, his sacred power had been drained by nearly 30%, yet the fighting spirit within him now blazed like a raging fire. The rusted iron sword seemed to sense his emotions. A faint golden light flickered where rust had just flaked off the spine, and a warm metallic luster flowed under the setting sun. The first earth-split bear had already rushed to close range. It suddenly reared up on its hind legs, its massive body blotting out the sky, and brought a gigantic paw down with a gust of rancid wind. Chen could clearly see the gnarly calluses on its palm and smell the pungent odor mixed with decayed earth and sulfur. Instead of meeting the blow head-on, he used his sacred power-enhanced speed to roll aside, barely evading that heavy, ferocious strike. Boom! The giant paw smashed into the spot where Chen had just stood. The hard bluestone ground instantly split apart, and amid flying gravel a palm print about a foot deep appeared. Chen's heart chilled. This beast's strength was several times more ferocious than a cultivator at the Mid-Spirit Sea Realm. If struck head-on, even with the sacred body protecting him, his bones would break and tendons snap. Azure Sky Sword Art, 3rd form, Chasing Stars. Seizing the moment when the earth-split bear's old strength was spent and new strength not yet born, Chen closed in the rusted iron sword, becoming a golden gleam stabbing at the bear demon's joint. Although the earth-split bear's rock armor was hard, the soft flesh at its joints was a weak point. The moment the blade pierced in, Chen clearly felt resistance. This beast's flesh was 10 times tougher than that of ordinary demon beasts. The blade sank only about an inch before it could go no deeper. Roar! The earth-split bear roared in pain, its thick tail sweeping across like a steel whip. Chen hurriedly leaped backward to dodge. The tail grazed past his shoulder, and the gust it stirred tore a gash in his Taoist robe. A burning pain shot through him, and his shoulder instantly became red and swollen. Thick-skinned, immensely strong, and naturally armored, Chen quickly retreated to open the distance, his mind rapidly analyzing the opponent's weaknesses. Not particularly fast, but its defense and strength are enough to crush cultivators of the same realm. A heat-on fight would be unwise. His gaze swept the battlefield and landed on a gully about a zhang wide not far away, formed when the wolf demon leader had previously smashed down a wall. A thought struck Chen, and he suddenly sprinted toward the gully. Behind him, the earth-split bear roared and gave chase as expected. Though it was not as fast as the wolf demon, every step covered several zhang. Its heavy body kept the ground trembling as if it might cause a collapse at any moment. Chen deliberately slowed down, luring the earth-split bear closer to the gully. Just when he was less than 10 zhang from the gully, he suddenly turned around and poured all his sacred power into the rusted iron sword. Azure Sky Sword Art, 2nd form, Chasing the Moon. The blade traced an arc of golden light, precisely slashing at the earth-split bear's front leg joint. This strike concentrated nearly 20% of his remaining sacred power. The blade sank 3 inches deep, drawing out a spurt of black blood reeking of sulfur. The earth-split bear's front leg gave way in pain, its massive body losing balance and toppling toward the gully. Now, Chen leaped up and, using the bear's falling momentum, kicked it hard on the neck. Already unstable, the earth-split bear was thrown even further off balance by the kick, and with a thunderous crash, its colossal form tumbled into the gully. Roar! From the gully came the enraged roar of the earth-split bear, but its huge body, once fallen into the zhang-wide ditch, could not turn over. It could only thrash its giant paws in futility. Chen stood at the edge of the gully watching the struggling earth-split bear and let out a breath. This was the first earth-split bear he had slain. However, before he could catch his breath, the other 9 earth-split bears had surrounded him. The 3-eyed earth-split bear stood at the front, its crimson eye fixed intensely on Chen, a threatening growl rumbling in its throat. Even sparks dripped from the corners of its mouth along with saliva. It seems I can't use the same trick again. Chen gripped the rusted iron sword and slowly backed away. He could sense that this three-eyed earth-split bear's aura was far more ferocious than the others, even faintly carrying a hint of the primordial spirit realm's oppressive might. The three-eyed earth-split bear suddenly roared at the sky, and the crimson eye on its forehead blazed bright. Alarms blared in Chen's heart, and he instinctively channeled sacred power to shield his whole body. The next moment a pillar of dark red magma shot from the earth-split bear's mouth, surging toward him with scorching heat. Not good. Chen quickly rolled aside. The magma pillar grazed past his back and struck the broken wall behind him. With a sizzle, the solid stone wall was burned into a large hole, and the rubble instantly turned into glass-like molten matter from the heat. So it really can spew magma. Chen touched his back with lingering fear. His Taoist robe had been scorched black by the heat of the magma, and his skin throbbed with burning pain. Taking advantage of his dodge, two earth-split bears attacked from both sides. The bear demon on the left swung its paw at his head, while the one on the right lashed its thick tail at his waist and abdomen. Chen was caught in a pincer with no room to dodge. Primordial Sacred Body open. At the critical moment he roared, and the sacred power within him erupted like a volcano. A thin layer of pale golden sacred power formed a shield over his body. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the left earth-split bear's giant paw heaten. Clang! The giant paw slammed into the sacred power shield, producing a deafening sound, like metal striking metal. Chen felt a surging, overwhelming force, his blood churned, and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Yet the sacred power shield actually withstood the blow. Seizing this brief reprieve, he gripped the rusted iron sword in his right hand, condensed sacred power in his left, and slammed a fierce punch into the joint of the right earth-split bear. Crack! The crisp sound of bone shattering was clearly audible. The right earth-split bear let out a miserable howl, its front leg twisted at a bizarre angle, and its massive body crashed to the ground. 8 more. Chen did not linger. With the sacred power shield still intact, he forcibly shoved aside the left earth-split bear and broke out of the encirclement. His back and shoulders were wounded, and the sacred power shield had dimmed, but his eyes grew even sharper. That punch had confirmed his hypothesis. The physical power of the primordial sacred body was enough to inflict substantial damage on the earth-split bear. The ensuing battle became a contest of endurance and cunning. Using his familiarity with the ancient battlefield's terrain, Chen repeatedly lured the earth-split bears into narrow alleys or rubble-strewn areas to restrict their movements. He no longer insisted on killing with his sword. Instead, he poured sacred power into his fists and targeted the earth-split bear's weak points, joints and eyes. In the ruins of a collapsed arrow tower, he used the broken wall as cover to dodge an earth-split bear's charge, and while it was dazed against the wall, he leaped onto its back and rained punches down on the back of its skull. Sacred power collided with the bear demon's skull, producing dull thuds until he finally bashed open this mid-spirit's realm, earth-split bear's skull, splattering its brains. Before a patch of barbed wire bristling with spikes, a defensive structure left from the ancient battlefield, he deliberately let an earth-split bear chase him into the wire. Though the earth-split bear was thick-skinned and tough, the sharp iron spikes still pierced the soft flesh of its belly. Seizing the moment, Chen precisely thrust the rusted iron sword into the wound created by one of the spikes. Sacred power exploded inside the bear demon, instantly shattering its internal organs. After 2 hours, the battlefield had become a complete mess. 9 earth-split bear carcasses lay scattered in disarray on the ground, some with crushed skulls, some with pierced hearts, and others burned to charcoal by magma, which they had been tricked into spewing at the wrong targets. Only the three-eyed earth-split bear remained still, standing in the center of the battlefield, its crimson eye flashing with savage red light. On the joint of its left front leg was a wound so deep that bone was visible, left by Chen's sword earlier. Its right eye was blinded, black-red blood flowing from it. Chen had struck it with a stone while it was spewing, yet its aura was even more terrifying than before. The rock armor over its body glowed with a faint red light, as if magma flowed beneath it. The last one. Chen panted, leaning on his sword. His sacred power was less than a tenth of its full strength, and blood seeping from his wounds mixed with sweat dripping in strings onto the ground. But his eyes were extraordinarily bright, because he could sense that as the battle continued, the primordial sacred power within him was growing purer, and the golden light on the rusted iron sword was shining ever more brilliantly. The rust on the blade had completely fallen away, revealing a golden body throughout. The cloud patterns on the spine seemed to come alive, slowly swirling. Roar! The three-eyed earth-split bear let out an ear-splitting roar. This time, instead of spewing magma, it gathered all its power into its right fist, and with a sharp howl that tore the air, launched a fatal strike at Chen. Its speed was nearly twice as fast as before its colossal body, leaving a blur in the air. Chen took a deep breath and poured every last trace of sacred power into the rusted iron sword. He did not dodge or defend, but met the Earth Split Bear's giant fist with the final form of the Azure Sky Sword Art. Azure Sky Sword Art 4th form returning flow. This sword strike lacked the previous brilliant golden light and overwhelming momentum. It carried only a plainness that had returned to the primordial simplicity. Yet beneath that plainness lay all his comprehension of the Azure Sky Sword Art, all his mastery of the primordial sacred body, and all his insights from this battle. The rusted iron sword met the Earth Split Bear's giant fist. There was no earth-shattering boom, only a crisp. The golden blade pierced through the Earth Split Bear's rock armor as easily as cutting tofu entered its right fist, traveled up along the arm, and finally burst out from its shoulder. The cloud patterns on the blade blazed up, and a stream of pure sacred power surged through the sword into the Earth Split Bear's body, instantly destroying its vitality. The three-eyed Earth Split Bear's colossal body stiffened in place, the crimson eye on its forehead losing its luster, until finally it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Trial complete. Meanwhile, in the sect leader's main hall, Lin Yue received a notification. Chen has cleared the first floor of the trial tower. Reward 100 caddies of enlightenment tea. Lin Yue, who was drinking tea, spat it out in one mouthful. Passed. He knew all too well how difficult the trial tower was. It could be said that none but a peerless prodigy could pass it. It made Lin Yue marvel all the more at the heaven-defying constitution of the primordial sacred body. As expected of the primordial sacred body. Inside the trial tower, Chen slumped to the ground, leaning on his sword, and gasped for breath. He now wondered whether his primordial sacred body was too weak or the tower was too strong. Though his sacred power was nearly exhausted, its quality had become even more refined than before. Is this the power of the primordial sacred body? Chen murmured, an excited glint flashing in his eyes. The primordial sacred body, also known as the battle sacred body, unleashes greater strength the more one fights life and death battles. Chen could feel a slumbering behemoth hidden in his body, and this trial tower was the very key to awake. But now he had no choice but to withdraw, for he was in far too bad a state. Moreover, his understanding from this battle ran especially deep. He had a feeling that when he came out of seclusion, he would be at least at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, if not the Core Formation realm. Dragging his exhausted body, Chen walked toward the great door. He paid it no mind at all. The iron sword in his hand gave off a barely discernible golden light. Outside the trial tower, Chen staggered out. Seeing the blood-soaked Chen, Su Mushua cried out in alarm. "Senior brother, are you all right?" With that, she and Lin Weiner helped him up. "You two junior sisters, this tower is extremely dangerous, but the improvement it can bring to one's strength is beyond imagination. Be careful." As he left, Chen warned Su Mushua and Lin Weiner. "I gained a great deal this time. I'm going into seclusion first." Watching Chen's receding figure, Su Mushua resolved inwardly. "Junior sister Lin, I'm going in too." She took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door. When Su Mushua stepped into the trial tower, she was not met with the bloody battlefield Chen had faced, but a strange space where piercing cold and scorching heat intertwined. The ground beneath her feet was half ice, half fire. On the left stood profound ice that had not melted in 10,000 years. On the right burned an earth fire that never died. The two extreme forces clashed in the air, giving off a sizzling crackle. Trial tower, first floor, Yin Yang, reversed chaos formation. Trial objective: break 30 Yin Yang nodes and slay the ice fire twin demons guarding them. Spirit Sea realm midstage. Punishment: on failure, suffer the backlash of Yin and Yang Qi realistic pain simulation. Special note: this formation must be broken through the principles of Yin and Yang. Brute force is useless. Listening to the trial tower's prompts, Su Mushua gripped the long sword at her waist, a faint black and white sheen flowing over the blade. This sword had been gifted by Lin Yue when they won the Sect Challenge tournament. It could channel the Yin and Yang Qi of heaven and earth in accord with her constitution. Looking around, she saw dim violet light patterns flickering along the border between ice and fire, spreading through the whole space like a spiderweb. "Nodes," she murmured softly. She recalled the essential doctrine of the Yin-Yang art that Lin Yue had once taught. Yin and Yang are the way of heaven and earth, the guiding principle of all things, and the parents of transformation. When they are thrown into disorder, demons are born. When they are harmonized, all things return to the right. The moment she finished speaking, the profound ice on the left erupted. A monster covered in ice crystals howled as it pounced its claws, carrying biting cold. Wherever it passed, 3-inch thick ice spikes rose from the ground. At the same time, earth fire surged upward on the right, and a demonic beast wreathed in raging flames burst out of the ground. Magma dripping from its fangs carved deep pits into the floor. The two demonic beasts were similar in size, both as large as male lions. One with an ice horn, the other with a flaming mane. They were exactly the ice-fire twin demons mentioned in the prompt. Su Muxu's toes barely touched the ground as she drifted back like a willow catkin, evading the twin demons' combined attack. She noticed a strange phenomenon. When the ice demon came close, the surrounding flames shrank. When the fire demon charged, the nearby profound ice melted, and with every attack the light patterns at the ice-fire boundary flickered once. I see. Su Mux's eyes flickered. These nodes are the core that maintains the formation, and the twin demons are their guardians. But they themselves are the product of yin-yang imbalance. She tried sending a freezing sword chi straight at the fire demon. The sword chi landed on the fire demon, but was vaporized by the flames on its body into white mist, leaving only a faint scorched mark. The fire demon roared and spat out a pillar of flame. Su Muxue spun aside, and the profound ice behind her melted into a puddle in an instant. Conventional attacks really are useless. Su Muxue frowned slightly. Ice overcomes fire and fire overcomes ice, but if the forces are equal they only cancel each other out. I must find the flaw in their yin-yang imbalance. She began moving between the ice and fire deliberately, luring the twin demons to attack at the same time. When the ice demon's claws collided with the fire demon's tail spike, the two forces exploded. Su Muxue clearly saw a crack appear in the ice crystal on the ice demon's left foreleg, while the flame on the fire demon's right hind leg dimmed for an instant. This is it. Her heart stirred. The ice-fire twin demons seemed to control both forces flawlessly, but in reality every collision of yin and yang caused a momentary disturbance in their balance. The ice demon's flaw lay in the yang aperture of its left foreleg, the place where it stored fire attribute true qi. The fire demon's weakness lay in the yin aperture of its right hind leg, where its ice attribute origin condensed. These two apertures were normally concealed by their extreme power, exposed only in the instant when yin and yang struck against each other. Su Muxue took out the yin-yang harmonizing pill Lin Yue had given her from her storage pouch. The pill was warm in her hand, blackened white light swirling across its surface. She did not take it immediately. Instead, she held it between her fingers and slowly permeated it with her true qi. She wanted to use the pill's power to sharpen her perception of yin and yang qi. The ice-fire twin demons launched another pincer attack. The ice demon's ice spikes and the fire demon's fireball collided in midair, exploding into a flurry of ice shards and sparks. At that very moment, Su Muxue moved. Her toe touched the light pattern at the ice-fire boundary, and she spun like atop the yin-yang sword, tracing a perfect arc in her hand. The black and white sword qi interwove into a taiji pattern. Instead of canceling each other, they pulled and attracted each other, forming a spiral current of air. Two extreme sword art dual poles returned to truth. At the sword tip, yin and yang converged into a taiji force, combining hardness and softness, breaking defenses and sealing souls. As the sword qi swept across the yang aperture on the ice demon's left foreleg, Su Muxue clearly felt a scorching power churning beneath the ice crystals. Her wrist sank slightly, and her sword momentum reversed abruptly. The sword qi, originally leaning toward icy yin, was suddenly injected with a trace of yang energy, like a key entering a lock, and struck precisely into that fleeting crack. Aolo! The ice demon let out a miserable shriek. The ice crystals on its left foreleg shattered inch by inch, revealing mangled blood and flesh beneath. The yin and yang qi in its body fell into utter chaos, and blazing flames actually kindled in its ice-blue demonic pupils. At the same time, the yin aperture on the fire demon's right hind leg was exposed to Su Muxue's senses. She did not pursue the wounded ice demon. Instead, using the momentum of her spin, she swept her sword horizontally and drove a wisp of extreme yin qi into the fire demon's yin aperture. The flames on the fire demon shrank violently like a bonfire doused with cold water, revealing its scorch. The two beasts writhed in agony on the ground, their bodies freezing and burning in turn, until they finally turned into two wisps of intertwined black and white light that merged into the surrounding light patterns. The guarded node there gradually dimmed, its pale violet light patterns fading like extinguished stars. Detected disciple Su Muxue has comprehended the principle of mutual reinforcement between yin and yang. Rebate to host primordial chaos, two extremes, sword scripture perfected. In the sect leader's main hall far away, Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes, and the enlightenment tea at his fingertips gave off a faint halo. Feeling the sword principles that had just appeared in his mind, a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. That girl is more adaptable than I imagined. Inside the trial tower, Su Muxue propped herself against the sword blade, gasping for breath. That sword strike just now might have looked relaxed, but it had actually consumed 3/10 of her true qi. Precisely capturing the opening and switching the yin-yang nature of the sword qi in an instant took a tremendous toll on her mind. She took out a qi-gathering pill and swallowed it, circulating the yin-yang art to regulate her breathing, yet her gaze remained fixed on the light patterns around her. She noticed that once the first node was broken, the ice and fire power inside the space seemed to become even more furious. In the distance, profound ice began to explode, earth fire surged more violently, and faint silhouettes of new demonic beasts began to take shape in the turbulent energy stream. It seems the nodes are connected. Break one, and the others become stronger. Su Muxue tightened her grip on the long sword, her eyes growing sharper. And the arrangement of these nodes seems to hide some kind of pattern. She walked to the spot where the ice-fire twin demons had just appeared, crouched down, and carefully examined the glowing patterns in the ground. The lines on the ice surface swirled clockwise while those on the fiery ground swirled counterclockwise. At the node, the two patterns merged into a distorted Taiji diagram, except the eyes of the yin-yang fish were missing. The missing eyes are the core of the node. That was the key. Su Muxue suddenly understood 30 nodes are actually 30 incomplete Taiji diagrams. If I can find the pattern of their arrangement, I might be able to find several flaws at once. She recalled the innate 8 trigrams diagram from Lin Yue's study and tried to align the nodes to the 8 trigram positions. Sure enough, the first node she had broken was exactly at the boundary between Kan and Li. Kan was water, Li was fire, precisely the place where yin and yang clashed. The next node should lie between Zhen and Dui. Su Muxue rose and swept toward the northeast. Their pale violet light patterns were indeed glimmering, and their radiance was even denser than that of the first node. Guarding this place were 2 ice-fire twin demons, a full size larger than the previous ones. The ice demon's fangs gleamed with a faint blue light, and the fire demon's mane burned with golden flames. Peak midstage of the spirit sea realm. Su Muxue's pupils contracted slightly, yet she showed no fear. While regulating her breath earlier, she had noticed that after the yin-yang sword absorbed the first twin demon's vital essence, the black and white colors on the blade had become more solid, as if it could draw in the yin-yang qi of heaven and earth even faster. This time she did not strike impatiently. Instead, she circled the node, observing the way the light patterns flow. She discovered that whenever the ice demon exhaled, the fire demon inhaled. Their breathing frequencies were perfectly opposite, like 2 interlocking gears of an exquisite mechanism. Yin and yang attract breath flows in reverse. The flaw should appear at the instant they exchange breath. Su Muxue took a deep breath, circulating her true qi according to the core principles of the two-form sword art. Her left hand gathered frigid true qi, her right hand gathered blazing true qi, and her hands crossed in front of her chest into a complete Taiji seal. This was a new move she had just comprehended, named Taiji Flow. It could instantly shift her own yin-yang attributes and resonate with the breathing frequency of the twin demons. But he knew that any one of them alone could plunge this continent into unending war. The instant the ice demon inhaled and the fire demon exhaled, Su Muxue moved. Her left palm struck the ice demon's yang aperture, her right palm pressed the fire demon's yin aperture. The two entirely different streams of true qi were not direct attacks. They rode the twin demon's breath and flooded into their bodies. The fire attribute true qi inside the ice demon, stirred by the invading frigid true qi, ran wild in an instant. The ice attribute origin inside the fire demon was ignited by the blazing true qi and violently rebounded. Before the two demonic beasts could react, they were torn apart by their own disordered energy and dissolved into light mist that merged into the node. System disciple Su Muxue has deepened her understanding of the two-form sword art. The host is rewarded with 100 yin-yang fruits. When Su Muxue used Taiji Flow, Lin Yue received a prompt in the Sect Master's Hall. Lin Yue had long become desensitized to it. Every time those three had some enlightenment, the system would issue a rebate, though none of it was of any use to him. Lin Yue raised his teacup and watched the leaves turning in the water, lost in thought. Use the enemy's own methods against the enemy. This girl's swordsmanship talent is even more nimble than Yi Chen's. After Su Muxue had destroyed 5 nodes in a row, the ice-fire force in the space had already become crazed to an extreme. Mystic ice began to explode spontaneously. Earth fire formed fire dragons that rampaged through the space. There were even nodes guarded by 3 twin demons acting in concert. Her true qi was draining at an alarming rate. Medicinal pills could replenish it, but the exhaustion in her mind was hard to relieve. Every time she hunted for a flaw, demanded total concentration. Any slight carelessness would cause the ice and fire energies to backlash. One time, because of a misjudgment, the cold qi erupting from a fire demon's yin aperture froze her left shoulder, and the stabbing pain still lingered. This is no way to continue. Su Muxue leaned against a relatively intact block of mystic ice, gasping for breath. 30 nodes. If I break them one by one, I'll be drained dry before I can clear the trial. She looked at the yin-yang sword in her hand. The black and white colors on the blade had already grown dim, and the vital essence it had absorbed was clearly almost spent. Then she noticed the light patterns reflected in the sword's edge. Under the mingled light of ice and fire, those pale violet lines assembled into the outline of a colossal formation, and the 30 nodes were exactly its 30 formation eyes. Formation eyes. A flash of inspiration struck Su Muxue. If I can find the formation's central core, perhaps I can cripple all the nodes at once. She remembered Lin Yue once saying that every formation had a life gate and a death gate. The life gate was the formation's source of energy, the death gate was its vulnerable point. The yin-yang reversal array drew its power from yin and yang qi, so the life gate had to be where the ice-fire energies were most balanced, while the death gate lay at the node where yin and yang were thrown into the greatest disorder. Su Muxiue closed her eyes and pushed the mental method of the yin-yang art to its limits, searching for that sliver of balance within the furious currents of energy. Gradually her mind sank into a strange state. The roaring of ice and fire vanished, leaving only the faint sound of yin and yang qi flowing. She saw it. At the exact center of the space was a region wrapped in countless light patterns where ice and fire alternated with the regularity of breathing, neither clashing nor canceling out. That was the life gate of the formation. Directly below the life gate, the light patterns of one node flickered in wild disorder like a beating heart. That was the death gate. Found it. Su Muxiue's eyes opened sharply, a decisive light flashing through them. I have to strike the death gate at the instant the life gate's energy is at its peak. She moved toward the life gate, and ice-fire twin demons along the road rose to block her. No longer willing to be entangled, Su Muxiue used the wind-following step that Lin Yue had taught her, turning her body into a blur that darted through the seams between ice and fire. The occasional swings of the yin-yang sword only guided an enemy's opening with the least expenditure of force, borrowing that momentum to carry her forward. The closer she came to the life gate, the more violent the ice-fire power grew. Su Muxiue's Taoist robe was scorched and torn, her skin covered with fine frostbite and burns, yet her eyes only burned more resolute. She could sense the life gate's energy climbing slowly like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Now, just as the ice and fire energies at the life gate interwove into a perfect taiji pattern, Su Muxiue sprang into the air and poured every last bit of true qi in her body into the yin-yang sword. The blade blazed with magnificent black and white light, as if it had become a chain of yin and yang linking heaven and earth. Two forms, sword, art, break, illusion. She did not strike at the life gate. Instead, riding the momentum of her leap, she aimed the long sword straight at the death gate beneath it. That sword gathered every understanding she had ever gained of the way of yin and yang. With the life gate's balanced force as a guide and the death gate's chaotic force as the point of rupture, the two powers collided at the sword's tip, creating a hairline crack that was unstoppable. The crack spread like a line of falling dominoes along the light patterns. All 30 nodes flared at once, and then went dark. The ice-fire twin demons guarding the nodes shrieked mournfully as their bodies dissolved like melting snow. The entire space shook violently. The half-ice half-fire ground began to fuse into solid blue stone. When the last streak of light vanished, Su Muxiue could no longer support herself. She sank heavily to the ground. The yin-yang sword in her hand let out a clear, resonant ring, and the black and white colors on its body melted completely into the blade, warm and smooth as jade. System trial complete. Su Muxiue has cleared the first floor of the trial tower and received 1 ton of 9 heavens mystic water. Lin Yue nodded in satisfaction. Lin Weiner looked at Su Muxiue emerging from the tower. Senior Sister Su. Junior Sister Lin, this trial tower adjusts itself to each person's unique traits, so I am afraid I cannot give you any useful information. Su Muxiue said helplessly. Lin Weiner nodded silently. Standing before the trial tower gate, Lin Weiner felt the jade hairpin at her fingertip grow faintly hot. It was a protective magical artifact refined by Lin Yue with primordial chaos qi. At this moment, it was perceiving the energy fluctuations within the tower. She breathed in deeply and pushed open the door. The clashing blades and flashing swords she had expected did not appear. Instead, what entered her ears was a zither melody as clear as flowing water, while warm white light cascaded from the dome and illuminated the entire space like a world of glass. Beneath her feet lay a white jade floor engraved with golden runes. As the runes drifted, they gathered into leaping notes. In the distance stood a 70-year jade platform, and from every tier hung different instruments. Guqin Bianzhong Xiaojigu. On the highest jade table, a bone flute of flawless white lay at a slant, its body covered with dense star patterns, as if it had condensed the entire river of stars overhead. Trial Tower, first floor, heavenly sound settles the soul. Trial objective: activate the instruments on the 7 tiers of the jade platform in sequence so that the runic melody forms a closed loop. Pitch, rhythm, and cadence must be controlled with precision. Any deviation will trigger a backlash of sound waves. Failure penalty: every error will inflict the pain of Tao resonance torn asunder. Special note: this trial does not concern brute force. It relies solely on the heart uniting with the Tao, blending innate spiritual essence into melody. An innate Tao body can resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and melody itself is the manifested rhythm of the great Tao. As the saying goes, the great sound is soundless, the great image is formless. Here the purpose was to use sound as a bridge to penetrate the order of heaven and earth's cadence. And this trial had been tailored precisely for her innate Tao body. She walked slowly to the first jade platform, where a 7-stringed guqin rested, its strings gleaming with a cold luster like moonlight. The surface of the instrument was carved with the score of heavenly wind tune, and beside every note was a corresponding rune. Lin Weiner breathed deeply, sat down cross-legged, and touched the strings with her fingertips. As the first note rang out, the runes on the floor suddenly flared, turning into a golden band of light that stretched toward the second jade platform. But the band of light burst apart halfway. A sharp wave of air slammed into her face. A sweet taste rose in Lin Yue's throat, and she was jolted into spraying a mist of blood. Error note: pitch deviation by 3 Qingyun, spiritual resonance fluctuation value 17. First order backlash triggered. Lin Yue wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, but the burning sting of the strings still lingered on her fingertips. She had just played with ordinary fingering, forgetting that the melody of this place had to match the Tao resonance. An innate Tao body can perceive the spiritual rhythm of heaven and earth. If one forcibly drives it with personal true qi, one will instead disturb the natural flow of the music. I see. She closed her eyes, circulated the innate Tao scripture, and sank her mind into the rhythm of heaven and earth. After a moment, her fingertips moved again. This time she infused not a trace of true qi, merely using the spiritual resonance of her innate Tao body to draw the strings. Ding! The zither note was as clear as a crane's cry. In an instant, the runes on the floor came alive, and the golden band wound like a swimming dragon to the second jade platform, lighting up the bianzhong. The bianzhong hummed on their own, forming a perfect harmony with the guqin, and the golden rune band grew even more solid. Lin Yue's heart stirred slightly. The heavenly wind tune on the first floor appeared simple, but in fact concealed the rhythm of wind. The spring wind is gentle, the autumn wind is austere and slaughterous. Her earlier mistake had been to play the autumn passage with rigid force, which ran counter to the Tao resonance of the heavenly wind, unfixed and yielding to the flow. Now drawn by spiritual resonance, her fingertips trembled with the air currents of heaven and earth, and the zither notes naturally produced a sense of flowing change, harmonizing with the pulse of the runes. On the second jade platform, the bell bodies of the bianzhong were engraved with the rhythmic score of the ancient melody, Great Xia. As Lin Yue rose and stepped closer, the bell frame suddenly let out a dull boom. The linzhong at the far right began to tremble on its own, and a line of small characters appeared on the bell's body. Divide by 3 and lose, divide by 3 and gain. Pitch pipes generate one another. She suddenly recalled the ancient musical law Lin Yue had once mentioned with huangzhong, as the fundamental: subtracting 1/3 yields linzhong, and adding 1/3 yields taiku. In this manner, the 12 pitch pipes are derived, precisely a proportional manifestation of the yin and yang of heaven and earth. The trial of the bianzhong tested one's understanding of the principle that pitch pipes generate one another. The first set of rhythms was completed smoothly. As golden light swirled, it condensed into a golden lotus in midair. But when she struck the bell, the lotus petals suddenly withered. A fine, dense electric current shot along her fingertip into her meridians, and her arm went numb in an instant. She had misremembered the rhythm by half a beat. Error note: rhythm deviation of half a breath, spiritual resonance synchronization, rate 89. Second order backlash triggered. Lin Yue bit her lip, enduring the stabbing pain in her meridians. Great Xia had been composed by a sage king of antiquity, and its rhythm had to conform to the cycle of spring plowing and summer weeding. Earlier, eager to be fast, she had quickened the summer weeding passage by half a breath. It seemed like a negligible deviation, but it had already violated the Tao resonance of never opposing the seasons. She took a deep breath and struck the bianzhong again. This time she stopped trying to remember the score deliberately, and instead used her innate Tao body to sense the resonance of the bell bodies. The material thickness and grain of each bell hid a subtle mystery. Huangzhong was 9 Qiyuan, long linzhong 6 Qiyuan, taiku 8 Qiyuan. These numbers were in fact the measuring marks of the great Tao between heaven and earth. Once her fingertips resonated with the bell bodies, the rhythm became naturally flawless to the smallest degree. Dong! Dang! The sound of the bianzhong merged perfectly with the golden light of the runes on the floor. 12 rays of golden light finally condensed into a spinning taiji diagram that lifted Lin Yue to the third jade platform. The trial on the third floor was the Xiao flute, and the melody was Guangling San. However, the flute on the jade table was not made of common wood. It had been polished from a flood dragon's rib bone, and at the finger holes were carved the two characters, killing and slaughter. When Lin Yue took up the Xiao, the flute grew scorching hot in her hand. A fierce killing intent surged from her fingertips into her heart, and before her eyes there appeared a blood-soaked illusion of an ancient battlefield. Not good. She bit her tongue sharply, and the searing pain cleared her mind for a single instant. Guangling San was originally a melody of slaughter, but if one simply pursued its killing aura, one would instead fall into the error of letting savage qi wound the Tao. An innate Tao body excels at harmonizing yin and yang. Within killing aura, a benevolent heart must lie hidden. She fed the tranquil true qi of the innate Tao scripture into the flute, and as she played, deliberately added an almost undetectable vibrato to the harshest phrases. It was the meaning of halting slaughter. As the flute's sound rose, the runes on the floor first churned violently as if trying to break free, then gradually calmed, forming a sword-shaped pattern of light. Around the ridge of the sword twined a white flower. Note Spiritual Resonance Synchronization Rate 98, triggering the Tao resonance of life hidden within slaughter. Lin Weiner breathed a sigh of relief, and the killing intent in her heart slowly dissolved. She finally understood that this trial tested not technique, but the mastery of technique through the Tao. Even the sound of killing must preserve a fundamental heart that knows heaven and earth are unmerciful, and yet makes life flourish without end. The next 4 trials suddenly became far more difficult. Outside the trial tower, Lin Yue stood with Yichun and Su Muxue at its entrance. Lin Yue waved his hand with a flourish. Space slowly twisted, and at last Lin Weiner's figure appeared within it. Master. Yichun wanted to say something, but Lin Yue stopped him. Chainer, you must trust your junior sister. She is by no means inferior to you. As the golden Taiji diagram slowly descended the instant Lin Weiner's toes touched the 4th jade platform, a scorching wave of heat rushed to meet her. Unlike the gentle moisture and ethereal emptiness of the first 3 levels, this space was thick with restless air currents. The white light of the dome was stained with a hint of scarlet, like embers on the verge of bursting into flame. At the center of the jade platform stood a jigu drum in silent stillness. Its drumhead was covered with dark gold leather which on closer inspection resembled the hide stripped from the spine of some exotic beast. Dense, delicate thunder patterns covered it, trembling slightly as the currents of air surged. The drum body was forged from dark iron with relief carvings of rolling thunderclouds. The drumsticks were 2 rods of jet-black ebony, their heads inlaid with translucent amber, in which 2 living sparks of lightning were sealed. Lin Weiner softly ran her fingertip over the drumhead. The leather had an astonishing toughness, and the thunder patterns flared to life the moment she touched them, making a faint sizzling sound. She had once seen records of the Prince of Qin's formation-breaking music in an ancient book. It was composed when the martial hero of the Haitang shattered enemy battle formations. Its drumbeats were fierce as thunder and carried a murderous aura. But the trial required that no living thing be harmed, which ran completely counter to the nature of the music itself. The rigid cannot long endure, the soft cannot hold fast. She remembered a passage from the Tao Te Ching that Lin Yue had once taught her. Her fingers closed around the ebony drumsticks, and she tried a first beat. Boom. Before the sound faded, the thunder patterns on the drumhead exploded. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot toward the dome, then scattered into a dense rain of electric serpents. Lin Weiner instinctively circulated her true chi to protect herself, but an electric serpent struck her shoulder. A numbing sensation crept along her bones, and half her body nearly lost all feeling. Warning: excessive ferocity caused the loss of the nurturing essence of thunder. Spiritual resonance synchronization, rate 72. 3rd tier backlash triggered. She staggered back half a step. The numbness in her shoulder mixed with a burning pain, as if tiny strands of lightning were slithering through her flesh. So that's it. Lin Weiner lowered her head to the drumhead. The glow of the thunder patterns had dimmed somewhat from the heavy blow just now. Thunder, fierce as it is also the power that quickens all things into life. The thunder of spring awakens frozen soil. It is not pure destruction. She gripped the drumsticks again. This time, rather than rushing to exert force, she sank her innate Tao body deep into the earth. A moment later, she detected a faint breath of vitality within the rhythm of the thunder patterns. Those seemingly violent lines secretly held the balance of life and death, like the thunder of the waking of insects splitting rock while nourishing plants and trees. Boom, boom, boom. As the drum beats sounded, her force was about 30% lighter than before, but with a heavier, slower cadence. The first beat was like dark clouds beginning to gather, the second like a faint flicker of lightning, only the third landed like thunder bursting from the sky. Yet at the instant it landed, Lin Weiner deliberately withdrew a fraction of her force, letting the tail of the drum note trail into a long, lingering resonance, like the gentle thunder after a rainstorm carrying the moisture of the air. The thunder patterns on the drumhead lit up in response, yet not as blinding electric light. They became a pale purple halo flowing along the runes. Wherever the halo passed, specks of green sprouted from the jade floor. The sprouts were grass blades condensed from spiritual energy breaking through the earth amid the thunder's rhythm. This is true thunder, shaking the 9 heavens without harming the myriad things. Enlightenment dawned in Lin Weiner's heart, and her beats grew more composed. Sometimes the drumming roared like wild thunder, yet at its most violent it suddenly turned tender, like a torrential storm followed by an immediate clearing. Sometimes it rolled like faint thunder, yet within its gentleness hid a gathering force like dark clouds brewing life. When the last drumbeat fell, the thunder patterns on the drumhead erupted and transformed into a violet thunder dragon. The dragon did not roar but coiled upward with a low chant, and as its scales flashed, a fine rain of light scattered down. Where the rain of light touched the jade platform, a patch of spirit plants instantly grew, their leaves and blossoms flowing with the twin Tao resonances of thunder and life. Thunder embodies the great rain, and when the rain clears, all things revive. The thunder dragon carried Lin Weiner and rose slowly toward the 5th jade platform. The space on the 5th level opened up abruptly, the white light of the dome turned into flowing cloud wisps drifting without rest. On the stone table at the center of the jade platform lay a phoenix-headed Kong Ho at a slant. Its body was made of thousand-year-old wudong, wood pure white and lustrous, with the phoenix head carved so vividly that it seemed alive. A bright pearl in its beak wings spread like clouds. The strings were not made of silk, but were condensed from the finest cloud silk. When a gentle breeze passed, the strings undulated like drifting clouds, yet never broke. The score on the table bore the words Cloud Gate with a small note beside it. Use emptiness to command fullness and fullness to set off emptiness. Only then can you match the freedom of clouds. Outside the trial tower, Su Muxue knelt before Lin Yue. Master, is this level's trial too much for junior sister Lin? Yichen also? Yes, master. The trials junior sister Su and I faced are simply not on the same level as junior sister Lin's. Lin Yue smiled. I can interrupt her trial at any time, but... Lin Yue paused, staring hard at the two kneeling before him. Can you protect her for the rest of her life? This. Yichen was left without a word. When heaven is about to reign and a mother is about to remarry, there is no stopping it. Yichen truly wanted to say that as the senior brother, he ought to protect his junior sister. But the words would not come. Anyone can speak grand words, actually doing them is what makes someone truly formidable. Looking at the speechless Yichen, Lin Yue smiled again. We cultivators contend with heaven, with earth, and with other men, competing for people, for resources, for heaven and earth. If you lack even this much resolve, then you may as well cripple your cultivation and live as ordinary mortals. Yichen and Su Muxue lowered their heads in shame. Besides, you have only seen how difficult Weiner's trial is, you have not seen what she gains. I can tell you plainly, after Weiner passes, the three of you will enter seclusion together to digest what she gained. When you come out, she will be the highest in cultivation among you. Yichen and Su Muxue were astonished. They continued watching Lin Weiner's trial. Her trial had nothing to do with raw strength, but it was entirely about understanding the Tao and talent for music. Lin Weiner approached the Kong Ho and lightly touched a cloud silk string. The string passed straight through her fingertip as if it had no substance, then returned to its original shape. Her heart skipped a beat. The string appeared to have form, yet it existed between substance and emptiness. Just like clouds in the sky, gathered they become shape, scattered they become breath. Cloud Gate was a musical dance from the age of the Yellow Emperor in high antiquity. Legend said it could summon the clouds and vital energy of heaven and earth. Lin Weiner took a deep breath and recalled Lin Yue's words. The nature of clouds seems idle and insubstantial, yet they carry rain and dew. They seem scattered and free, yet they follow the tracks of heaven and earth. She tried plucking a string. It trembled faintly and produced a clear, ethereal tone like a crane's cry. At first it went smoothly. The cloud wisps under the dome flowed with the sound, and wove a cloud curtain as thin as a cicada's wing in midair. But when she played the passage clouds gather into rain, Lin Weiner deliberately added more pressure, trying to make the tone more substantial in order to match the heaviness of falling rain. In that instant the cloud silk strings turned stiff. The cloud wisps in the dome surged violently and turned into countless tiny cloud needles that shot toward her. Lin Weiner quickly leaned back. The cloud needles grazed past the tip of her nose and struck the stone table, leaving dense tiny holes in the hard jade. Warning: clinging to substance while losing emptiness. Cloud vapor condensed and refused to disperse. Spiritual resonance synchronization rate 78. Third tier backlash triggered. She clutched her chest. The oppression from the cloud needles just now left her chi and blood slightly stagnated. Rome. She gazed at the cloud wisps. Rain, though real, is born from insubstantial clouds. Clouds, though insubstantial, hold the power of real rain. If one deliberately seeks solidity, one loses the flowing nature of clouds. Lin Weiner set her fingers down again. This time she did not pluck forcefully, but used the spiritual resonance at her fingertips to guide the cloud threads. She imagined herself becoming a cloud, now coalescing into a visible form, now dissolving into the... When she played clouds rising, her finger strength was light as brushing away dust, and the strings seemed present, yet absent, causing the cloud wisps beneath the dome to rise in gentle billows. When she played rain falling, her finger strength gradually deepened, without growing stagnant, and the strings alternated between substance and emptiness, turning the cloud wisps into fine rain that rustled down, cool to the touch, yet not harming in the slightest. The most exquisite part was the cloud's dispelling passage. Her fingertip hovered without touching the strings, yet stirred spiritual resonance, and the cloud-threaded strings trembled on their own, releasing a faint, almost imperceptible lingering tone. The cloud wisps beneath the dome scattered with it, turning into countless points of light, then condensed again a moment later into a cloud lotus, where the real and the unreal gave birth to each other. The cloud lotus revolved slowly, bearing Lin Weiner up to the 6th jade platform. The 6th jade platform was enveloped in a soft 7-colored glow. The runes on the floor were no longer a single gold hue, but had become 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, like a rainbow spread across the ground. On the jade table were 12 shao pipes arranged side by side, forming a pan flute. The pipes varied in length, the shortest being 3 cun, and the longest 1 Qi and 8 Cun, each made of a different material. There were purple bamboo, Xiangfei bamboo, and spotted bamboo, and even 2 made of ice crystal and warm jade. The score was titled Harmonious Resonance, and beneath it was engraved a line of small characters. When the 8 tones are in harmony, none violates the order of another, and the gods and humans are at peace. Lin Yue picked up the pan flute. As her fingertips touched pipes of different materials, she instantly felt 12 utterly distinct spiritual resonances. The purple bamboo was deep and somber, the Xiangfei bamboo plaintive and graceful, the spotted bamboo clear and crisp, the ice crystal pipe cold and chill, the warm jade pipe soft and warm. They were like 12 beings of drastically different temperaments. How hard it was to make them play one tune together. Harmonious resonance described the way of coexistence for all things under heaven and earth. Just as the 8 tones of the mortal world, metal, stone, earth, leather, silk, wood, gourd, and bamboo, each have their own sound, they can still harmonize and resonate together. Lin Yue tried to play the first phrase deliberately, making all 12 pipes sound at once in pursuit of a simultaneous chorus. Yet the very moment the pipe sound rose, the red and purple runes suddenly flared, turning into 2 opposing sound waves. A dull hum rumbled. Lin Yue felt a sharp pain in her eardrums. The 7-colored glow before her instantly became chaotic. The 12 pipes trembled violently, as if trying to break free from her control. Mistake notice forcing simultaneous sound, lost primary and secondary order, and the 8 tones interfered with one another. Spiritual resonance synchronization rate 65, triggering a 4th rank backlash. She staggered backward and covered her ears for a long while before suppressing that piercing trailing tone. So it was not unison, but harmony. She looked at the pan primary and secondary order, and the 8 tones interfered with one another. Spiritual resonance synchronization rate 6. Like the stars, there are primary stars and supporting stars, and only then can they revolve in order. Lin Yue took up the pipes again. This time she did not seek to make all 12 sound together, but first distinguished the character of each pipe. She found that the shortest ice crystal pipe had the sharpest timbre, just like the Ju note in the 5 phases. It belongs to wood and governs birth. The longest warm jade pipe had the deepest timbre, just like the gong note in the 5 phases. It belongs to earth and governs the center. The opening of harmonious resonance required the gong note as its foundation, commanding all the other notes. She first blew the warm jade pipe. The gong note was as deep and thick as the earth, instantly steadying the disordered glow. Then she let the spotted bamboo pipe, the shang note belonging to metal, harmonize with it. The shang note was clear and piercing like metal, striking metal, forming with the gong note. A generative resonance of earth gives birth to metal. Then in turn she added the purple bamboo pipe, the yu note belonging to water, the zhangfei bamboo pipe, the zhi note belonging to fire, and the ice crystal pipe, the ju note belonging to wood, letting the 5 notes flow in the order of gong, shang, ju, zhi, and yu, secretly matching the mutual generation of the 5 phases. As for the remaining 7 pipes, she did not abandon them. Instead, at the turning point of each phrase, she let them add accents with very brief tones. For example, in the All Things Revive passage, she added the husky sound of the bamboo root pipe, like tender shoots breaking through the soil. In the River's Surge passage, she added the weighty sound of the stone pipe, like a riverbed sinking to the bottom. Of the 12 pipes, some played the lead, some accompanied, and some sounded only at critical moments, yet not one was superfluous. The 7-colored runes on the ground accordingly shifted and flowed. Red and purple no longer clashed, but became a ring joined end to end. Orange and blue, yellow and cyan each also formed harmonious pairs. In the end, they condensed in midair into a star chart of stars encircling the moon. The moon was the gong note of the warm jade pipe. The stars were the timbers of the other 11 pipes, reflecting one another, not one dispensable. The star chart sent down a ladder of light, guiding Lin Yue toward the 7th level. The space of the 7th level was suddenly austere. The light beneath the dome was no longer dazzling, but had become a faint earthy yellow like fields at dusk. At the center of the jade platform was no magnificent instrument. There was only a dull gray, clay sun resting on a stone table. The sun's body was rough, bearing fingerprint marks left during firing, and even had a fine crack. It was utterly without ornament, bearing only 8 finger holes, so plain and clumsy it looked as if it had been casually pinched from clay. The score on the stone table was quiet reflections written in ancient seal script. The only annotation was a 2-character phrase, guard simplicity. Lin Yue picked up the clay sun. As her fingertips touched the rough pottery, an inexplicable closeness rose in her heart. This sun lacked the elegance of a guqin, the nimbleness of a kongho, and even the richness of a pan flute. Its timbre should have been somber and monotonous, yet it insisted on playing quiet reflections, a piece that demanded refined, subtle emotion. She tried to play the first phrase, instinctively wanting to make its tone smoother. After all, the instruments of the previous 6 levels had demanded precision, nimbleness, or harmony, and she had long been accustomed to refinement. Yet the moment her breath entered the sun, it gave out a piercing shriek. Fine soil particles seeped out from the crack in the sun's body and bored into her meridians along her fingertips. A congested, sluggish sensation instantly spread through her whole body, as if she had fallen into a mire. even the circulation of true qi became slow. Mistake noticed deliberately seeking smoothness loses authentic nature, spiritual resonance synchronization, rate 60, triggering a 4th rank backlash. Lin Yue hurriedly stopped blowing. Looking at the crack on the clay sun, she suddenly understood something. This sun was imperfect to begin with, she murmured, stroking its rough body. It had a crack and fingerprints, and its timbre was naturally husky. Why force it to be smooth? Just like the earth, which has high mountains and deep valleys, fertile land and deserts, it never loses its gravitas because of imperfection. The highest skill is the one that seems to be no skill. The most moving timbre is the unadorned truth. Lin Yue took a deep breath and sank her innate Tao embryo into the purest state. She did not deliberately stir spiritual resonance, did not ponder fingering techniques, and did not even think of the score. She simply sent the feeling of the origin in her heart into the sun along with her breath. Her fingertips no longer pursued a precise angle for covering the holes, they simply rested over the holes naturally. Her breath no longer deliberately controlled strength or softness, it simply flowed with the rhythm of her breathing. The sound produced by the clay sun was still husky, and because of that crack, there was even a faint sound of leaking air now and then, but it was strangely moving. It was like an old farmer's sigh on the ridge, like the soft sound of an evening breeze brushing over wheat fields, like the laughter of children running on an earth road, carrying an unpolished vitality. When she reached the recalling antiquity passage, her breath wavered, and she cracked a note. The sun did not backlash, however, but instead emitted a long resonance, as if responding to this very imperfection. The earthy yellow halo beneath the dome rippled, turning into rolling wheat waves, and within the wheat waves appeared a scene of ancient people making sun. There were no complicated tools. They only shaped clay with their bare hands and fired it with firewood. When a sun cracked, they patched it and kept using it. They never cared whether it looked beautiful, only whether it could voice the sound in their hearts. When the final note fell, the crack on the clay sun suddenly lit up. What seeped out was no longer soil grains, but pure earthy yellow spiritual qi. The spiritual qi gathered on the ground and turned into a small clay figurine. It was not an immortal or a Buddha, but a farmer bending over to plant rice seedlings with a contented smile between his brows. Suddenly golden light blazed out, and the instruments on the 7 tiers of the jade platform lit up in the colors of the rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The 7 colors surrounded Lin Yue as if celebrating her success. Trial complete. Lin Yue has passed the first floor of the trial tower and been awarded 109-fold white bone pills. All disciples of the sect have cleared the first floor of the trial tower, and an additional 30 heart-calming jade talismans have been bestowed. The heavy stone door of the trial tower slid inward with a low rumble. Lin Yue stepped out, steadying herself against the doorframe, her plain white skirt dusted with faint traces of earth, her slender fingers still tightly clutching the bone flute from the trial. Seeing the 3 figures waiting outside the tower, she quickly straightened her robes and bowed, her voice still trembling slightly as she spoke. This disciple greets Master. By your grace, I have passed the first floor. Lin Yue stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black Taoist robe stirring gently in the mountain wind, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Not bad. Just now your senior brother and sister were pacing outside in a panic, begging me to stop the trial. Lin Yue looked up. Yi Xian was scratching his head with reddened ears, while Su Muxue was twisting the hem of her sleeve with her fingertips. Both wore expressions of sheepish embarrassment. Her eyes curved into a gentle smile, the warmth spreading like spring breeze sweeping across a frozen lake, stirring ripples of comfort. There was once a time when every elder in her family hoped she would marry into the Jinhai clan in exchange for the family safety. Even her father could only counsel her to consider the greater good. No one in the mortal world had ever asked whether she was willing. Then Master came shattering the blue bricks of Hansheng with a single step, driving off the young lord who would not cease his harassment, and brought her back to the Misty Cloud sect. Now these 2 senior fellow disciples, who were usually so aloof and reserved, had actually worried themselves sick over her. A wave of warmth spread from her chest, flowing through every limb and bone. Thank you for your concern, senior brother and senior sister, she said softly. Don't be so formal, junior sister. Yi Xian let out a simple-minded chuckle, rubbing the back of his hand against his robe. Lin Yue raised a hand to cut short their chatter. Since you have all passed the first floor, you must each have gained your own insights. Before his words even faded, his wide sleeve rolled through the air as radiant light burst forth, and several treasures floated before their eyes. The enlightenment tea leaves shimmered with a pale golden glow, fine Tao patterns flowing across their surface. The 9 heavens mystic water was sealed within a white jade bottle, and as it swayed, it seemed as though a river of stars revolved at the bottom. The heart-calming jade talisman hovered in midair, radiating a gentle warmth as the vermilion runes on its surface flickered between light and shadow. The 9-fold white bone pills rested in a brocade box, giving off a soft, lustrous white light. The moment their medicinal fragrance spread, even the surrounding spiritual energy turned thick and viscous. The enlightenment tea paired with the 9 heavens mystic water can help you refine and organize your spiritual meridians. The heart-calming jade talisman can steady your mind and ward off inner demons. As for the ninefold white bone pills, Lin Yue paused, his gaze sweeping across the three of them. As long as a single breath remains in you, this pill can bring you back from the brink of death in an instant. Hearing Lin Yue's explanation, all three held their breath in shock. The fame of enlightenment tea had long reached their ears. It was said that even a single leaf was enough to make nascent soul old monsters fight tooth and nail. And now each of them had Qingyun placed right before their eyes, not to mention those treasures they had never even heard of before. The mere phrase, restore life in an instant, was enough to reveal how heaven-defying the ninefold white bone pills were. A single leaf of enlightenment tea could throw the entire continent into chaos. Seeing them standing there dumbfounded, Lin Yue shook his head helplessly. Go into seclusion at once and digest what you have gained from the trial. The secret realm opens in 8 months. Do not be idle. With that, he dissolved into a gentle breeze and faded away. Watching Lin Yue vanish, Chen immediately took his own share. Junior sisters will be off first. This trial has given me much to ponder. See you in a few months. Chen scooped up his share in one motion, tapped his toes, and shot toward his cave dwelling. His voice still echoed through the valley. In cultivation, time has no measure. 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. 7 months later, radiant light blazed into the heavens from the secluded cave dwellings at the rear mountain of the Misty Sect as astonishing phenomena erupted one after another. From Chen's cave dwelling, a pillar of golden light was the first to burst forth. Primeval sacred power surged toward the sky like molten lava. The spiritual energy of the entire mountain was drawn in, condensing above his head into a 1,000-layered golden lotus, each petal bearing an ancient archaic rune. Peak of the golden core realm. A disciple keeping watch outside the cave cried out in shock. A young man who only 7 months ago had been at the first layer of the spiritual sea realm had now touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm. The terrifying potential of the primeval sacred body was now laid bare for all to see. Even more astonishing was the rusted iron sword in his hand. That blade, once covered in corrosion, now flowed with a molten golden gleam. Between the cloud patterns along its spine, the words, "Incinerate Heaven," emerged. When he swung it, dragon roars and phoenix cries followed in its wake. Ding. Disciple Chen has comprehended the entry level of the Incinerating Heaven Sword art. Rebate granted to the host, the Primordial Incinerating Heaven Sword Cannon Grand Achievement. Almost at the same moment, a black and white vortex churned outside Su Muxu's cave dwelling. Yin and Yang energies spiraled through the air, giving birth to the Tao resonance of the Taiji, giving rise to the two forms. When Yin and Yang merge in harmony, the sword emerges from the Taiji. The vortex abruptly condensed into a Taiji diagram, within which the faint silhouette of a sword flickered in and out of view. The remnant true meaning of the Supreme One Sword scripture. The stone door slid open as Su Muxue stepped out from seclusion, a yin-yang fish mark shimmering with black and white radiance upon her brow. Her cultivation had reached the 8th layer of the golden core realm, a mere step from the peak. The long sword in her hand trembled lightly, its blade refracting a half-black, half-white arc in the sunlight, drawing the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth to circle her like swimming fish in protection. Ding. Disciple Su Muxue has comprehended the yin-yang sword intent. Rebate granted to the host, the primordial Taiji sword domain entry level. The last to shine was Lin Yue's cave dwelling, yet it lacked the overwhelming momentum of the former two. As the stone door of her cave dwelling slid silently open, even the cicadas around seemed to quiet down. The vegetation nearby began sprouting leaves and blooming flowers at a visible pace, as if crossing all 4 seasons in a single night. Green moss crept over the stone steps, withered branches put forth tender shoots, which instantly unfurled into pink and white petals. Amid the falling blossoms, vermilion fruits ripened into being. One breath had carried a full cycle of the seasons. Lin Yue stepped forth gracefully, a faint haze of Tao light swirling around her. Her cultivation had already quietly reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Where the mist-condensed rain fell upon the lower-ranking disciples, faint cracking sounds could be heard from their bottlenecks. Ding. Disciple Lin Yue has comprehended the heavenly sound Tao resonance. Rebate granted to the host, the primordial 10,000 Tao zither score entry level. Hiss. Middle stage of the nascent soul realm already. Master really called it right. Chen looked at the faint traces of Tao light on Lin Yue's brow and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Even the incinerating heaven sword in his hand let out 2 low hums, as if marveling at such terrifying progress. Junior sister Lin's cultivation now is truly as terrifyingly extraordinary as Master said. Chen scratched the back of his head, fingertips still dusted with the spiritual energy remnants of seclusion, his gaze full of wonder as he looked at Lin Yue. Lin Yue was gently tracing the starlight patterns on her bone flute. Hearing this, she smiled lightly. Senior brother flatters me. Your cultivation at the peak of the golden core realm is only a step away from the nascent soul stage. Such progress is already dazzlingly brilliant. Compared to junior sister, what is my meager cultivation worth? Yi Xian waved his hands hurriedly, the incinerating heaven sword humming behind him, as if in agreement. The coming journey to the secret realm will be fraught with dangers. I will have to rely on junior sister for much guidance and protection. Rest assured, senior brother. A radiant gleam passed through Lin Yue's eyes as the Tao light around her swayed gently. I will certainly do my utmost. The two exchanged smiles, mountain winds sweeping through the pine waves across the open ground before the cave dwelling, carrying a certain free-spirited camaraderie. On the other side, however, Su Muxue frowned and turned around, the Qingyun twin fish sword flowing with black and white light in her palm. Honestly, you two, must you engage in this kind of mutual flattery? She twirled the sword tassel between her fingers, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Junior sister, this is where you lack understanding. Yi Xian stiffened his neck and leaned in the golden light of the incinerating heaven sword illuminating his cheeks. On the long road through the Jianghu, it is not all about fighting and killing. There is also the way of human relationships and social grace. Before he could finish his words, a crisp sword light whistled past his ear. Su Muxue had somehow already closed the distance between them, the spine of her Qingyun twin fish sword pressed against the side of his neck, the taiji patterns flowing along the blade radiating bone-piercing chill. Oh, then why doesn't senior brother explain to me? What exactly is this human relationship and social grace? One eyebrow arched slightly as black and white energies coiled into a tiny vortex at the tip of her sword. Well, Yi Xian's Adam's apple bobbed violently as the cold, faint plum fragrance of the sword blade lingered at the tip of his nose. The mouth that had been boasting moments ago now seemed frozen by a binding spell, while inwardly, he cursed himself 1,000 times over. What social grace was there to speak of at a time like this? This was plainly and simply an accident. The incinerating heaven sword, sensing its master's predicament, trembled uneasily behind him, its tassel brushing against his robe with a soft rustling sound. Lin Yue covered her mouth with a soft laugh, the starlight on her bone flute falling to the corners of her eyes and scattering into a trail of tiny shimmering light. Purple lightning tore across the sky, and the dragon-severing mountains west of Hanhai City suddenly erupted with a monstrous tide of spiritual energy. At first, farmers at the mountain's foot saw radiant clouds soaring into the heavens, seven-colored auspicious mist coiling above the peak, without dispersing like a jade carpet laid down by immortals. Half a day later, even cultivators 100 li away could smell the primordial qi permeating the air, the fundamental power that only ancient secret realms could emit. A void-depth secret realm. Someone was the first to shout. In an instant, the sects of the southern domain on Xuan Yuan Continent swarmed, like sharks catching the scent of blood. Mountain gates swung open, sword-riding cultivators soared on clouds, and dark masses of figures rushed toward the dragon-severing mountains. Brother, what exactly is this secret realm? A novice cultivator tugged at another's sleeve. It's called a secret realm, but it's more like the tomb of a mighty one. Before perishing, ancient cultivators often opened a pocket world to hide their lifelong knowledge, awaiting a worthy heir. I see. Thank you for the guidance. You're welcome. Such conversations echoed along the road. 3 days later, the outskirts of the dragon-severing mountains were packed with a sea of people. In the rolling valleys, sect banners snapped fiercely in the wind. There were the azure bird banners of Qingyun Sect, the crimson flame banners of Blazing Fire Gate, and the medicine cauldron banners of Qingyun Sect. Even remnants of the blood fiend cult long vanished from the world mingled in the crowd under black robes, greedy eyes locked on the ever-widening rift deep within the mountains. The rift curved like a crescent moon, its edges flowing with rainbow light. Faintly visible within were the shadows of jade towers and jeweled halls, the entrance to a rank 7 void-depth secret realm. Did you hear? This secret realm was left by an ancient formation master. It contains his complete insights on formation arts. That's not all. My master said the spirit veins in a rank 7 void-depth realm rival 10 spirit convergence pools. If we can bring out 1 millennium spirit herb, it's enough to cultivate for 10 years. Shall look over there. People from Misty Sect are coming. Amid the murmurs, 3 cyanker-tained carriages rode in on auspicious clouds. The word Misty, embroidered on the carriage curtains, was understated, yet the surrounding clamor instantly dropped several notches. The carriage door opened, and Lin Yue stepped down slowly in a moon-white Taoist robe, the flowing cloud patterns embroidered on his sleeves gleaming with faint golden light in the sun. Yi Chen, Su Muxue, and Lin Yue followed closely behind. All 3 had steady auras, their brows carrying the sharp edge of those who had just broken through. After 7 months of seclusion, Yi Chen had reached the peak of rank 3 core formation. Su Muxue had entered the 8th layer of rank 3 core formation, 1 step away from the peak. And Lin Yue was already a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator at rank 4, her progress leaving nearby cultivators dumbfounded. That girl. Is she really the city lord's daughter from 8 months ago? And that young man, the primordial sacred body, is truly terrifying. At this pace, he'll catch up to the older generation. Amid the whispering, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Humph, Just some lucky upstarts who stumbled into fortune daring to compete for the secret realm's opportunities. The crowd turned to see Qingyun Sect disciples flanking a grim-faced, middle-aged man walking over, their sect master Zhao Tianlei. Behind him a man whose shoulder was still wrapped in bandages, his injuries from the last sect challenge clearly not yet healed, glared venomously at Lin Yue. Lin Yue didn't even lift an eyelid. He idly pinched a freshly picked spirit herb between his fingers as if studying its properties. Zhao Tianlei grew angrier and stepped forward with a cold laugh. Sect Master Lin, quite the arrogance you have. What win one challenge match and think you're the overlord of the southern domain? This secret realm today is not something your Misty Cloud sect can touch. Chen stepped forward, his sky-burning sword humming as it left its sheath. Sect Master, Zhao, keep a clean mouth. Oh, a snot-nosed kid dares to lecture me. Zhao Tianlei sneered, his rank 3-core formation peak aura erupting without warning. Last time you got lucky. Do you really think Qingyun Sect is easy to bully? Today you'll cripple this arrogant brat. Just in time. Chen also burst forth with peak rank 3-core formation aura to counter Zhao Tianlei. It even threatened to overwhelm Zhao Tianlei. How is this possible? It's only been a short time, yet you've broken through to peak core formation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be fake. An illusion. He roared, his Qingyun sword transforming into a cyan rainbow as he thrust forward, his sword momentum like rolling clouds sweeping stones. Qingyun flowing turn. Sky burning, slash. Chen bellowed, the sky-burning sword igniting with Zhangtal flames. Crimson and cyan rainbows collided and exploded into a storm of light. Shockwaves crashed like raging waves on a shore. Surrounding cultivators frantically summoned shields, yet they were still rattled, blood surging forced back several zhang. Both combatants were blown apart by the impact. Haha again. Chen's voice rang out, excitement barely concealed within it. Zhao Tianlei stared at his own faintly trembling wrist, a tsunami of shocks surging through his heart. He thought to himself, what kind of monster is this? What kind of monster is this kid? In less than a year had rocketed from rank 2 Spirit C first layer all the way to rank 3 peak core formation, and his combat power far exceeded others at the same stage. His thoughts turned swiftly, and he suddenly redirected his attacks toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue, are you just hiding behind your disciples? Useless trash. Chen and the other two gave Zhao Tianlei a thumbs up. If this fool knew that their master could turn a rank 5 soul separation mighty one into dust with a snap of his fingers, he probably wouldn't dare say such things. They had to admit, as the sect master of Qingyun Sect, the man had guts. Lin Yue, who had been sipping tea while watching the two fight, was in a rather good mood. It was a perfect chance to test how much stronger the primordial sacred body was compared to ordinary cultivators. Caught off guard by being called out by this fool, he felt somewhat helpless. Your courage has grown faster than your cultivation. Lin Yue was speechless too. Do you really have to be this bold? I am an Immortal Emperor. You at rank 3 core formation dare to provoke me. He raised his hand lazily and waved it through the air. As his fingertip cut through the air, it carried a faint breeze, barely perceptible. Then came a crisp smack. The sound of a slap echoed through the valley. The next second, Zhao Tianlei's massive body flew backward like a kite, with a severed string slamming heavily into a boulder 10 zhang away. A mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth burst from his lips, and half his face swelled high, marked clearly with a handprint. The scene fell dead silent. Even the wind seemed to stop. Only Zhao Tianlei's agonized groans echoed in the valley. Everyone was stunned. Some rubbed their eyes, others forgot to close their mouths. None of those present had seen how Zhao Tianlei had been sent. All they saw was Lin Yue sitting there drinking tea, wave his hand. Then Zhao Tianlei flew back. That was Zhao Tianlei at peak core formation. Even a rank 4 nascent soul cultivator would need to surge spiritual power and form hand seals to wound him. But Lin Yue merely waved his hand. How could Lin Yue do something so effortlessly? Who struck me in the dark? Show yourself if you dare. Zhao Tianlei struggled to his feet, clutching his swollen, steamed bun-like cheek as he roared. Before his voice even faded, there was another crisp smack. This time it was even louder, even sharper. Before the eyes of the crowd, Zhao Tianlei was sent flying sideways once more, and when he landed, the other side of his face had also swollen up 5 finger marks, perfectly mirroring the first, as if stamped by a master painter. Absurd and pathetic. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even a fool understood by now that whoever had acted was certainly connected to Misty Cloud Sect. But what exactly was that power? Among those present were no fewer than rank 5 soul separation elders and rank 6 body integration great cultivators, yet not one had traced the trajectory of that force. It was as if the laws of heaven itself had raised a hand and dealt Zhao Tianlei 2 slaps. Lin Yue had already lifted his teacup again, taking a light sip, as if the one who had just sent Zhao Tianlei flying was merely a breeze that happened to pass by. In the valley, all that remained were Zhao Tianlei's suppressed groans and countless gazes, mixed with awe, terror, and curiosity, quietly settling on that moon-white figure. A cold snort suddenly cut through the crowd, a gale, laced with spiritual energy rustling the surrounding leaves. The Piaomiao Sect is far too imperious. Qingyun Sect is after all a time-honored sect of the southern domain. How can it be struck at whenever you Before the last syllable had faded, a cohort of cultivators in crimson Taoist robes stepped out of midair, their robes embroidered with lifelike flame totems. Embers showered down at every step. The leading elder bore a bronze windfire ring in his left hand, its rim wreathed in restless flames. His stern face was etched with deep furrows. He was Yin Qianjue, an elder of Lin Yue. It was common knowledge that Qingyun Sect was a vassal sect under Lin Yue. Seeing its younger brother humiliated, the older brother naturally had to step forward to save face. And this elder of Lin Yue was a fifth-rank spirit separation realm cultivator. Qingyun Sect had produced a remarkable daughter taken as a personal disciple by the sect master of Lin Yue. For this void insight secret realm, they had even dispatched an elder of the spirit separation realm to contend for it. Yin would like to seek instruction from sect master Lin. Blood-red flames suddenly rose 2 feet high around Yin Qianjue, and the oppressive aura of the early fifth-rank spirit separation realm thundered toward Lin Yue like a tidal wave. How do you intend to settle this? How do you intend to settle this? A cold gleam flashed through Lin Yue's eyes as an invisible suppressive force erupted. It was nothing like an ordinary cultivator's aura. Profound as an abyss, vast as a sea, radiating the august majesty of heaven, as if the Tao laws of the world were roaring. The blood-red flames around Yin Qianjue died with a puff. As if a mountain forged from 9 heavens mystic iron were crushing him, his knees slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. The collision with the hard mystic iron rock gouged out 2 pits 3 inches deep. The Lin Yue disciples behind him fared worse still. Their faces were pallid as paper, cold sweat drenching their Taoist robes and plastering the fabric to their backs. Several of the weaker ones simply collapsed, drained of even the strength to lift their heads. Thighs. Impossible. Yin Qianjue's teeth clattered. The suppressive force fell on him like the verdict of the heavenly Tao, causing everything from his golden core to his primordial soul to tremble. The dread welling from the depths of his soul almost tore reason to shreds. The surrounding cultivators staggered back in fright, many clutching their magical artifacts with unsteady hands. When they looked at Lin Yue, it was like beholding an ancient demon god awakened from the abyss of ages. One must know that on the Xuan Yuan Continent, sects were ranked into 9 grades by strength, grade 1 at the very bottom, grade 9 at the pinnacle. Qingyun Sect and Piaomiao Sect had both been obscure grade 1 sects as abundant as ox hairs across the continent. Lin Yue, however, was a bona fide grade 4 sect. To defeat Yin Qianjue, an early spirit separation realm cultivator, with a single move was at least a sign of void insight realm strength. When had Piaomiao Sect concealed so terrifying an existence? Everyone privately mused that Piaomiao Sect already had the makings of a grade 3 sect. Come then, tell me, how do you intend to settle this? Lin Yue's voice was laced with shards of ice, striking every heart. What does it matter if your strength is great? Yin Qianjue roared, fierce in appearance, but hollow within. Our Lin Yue is a grade 4 power. The sect master already stands at the 6th rank body integration realm, and a 7th rank void insight supreme ancestor guards us. Do you dare to harm even one hair of mine? Hearing this, Lin Yue smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth arching into a frigid curve. Yi Xian and his companions looked at the kneeling Yin Qianjue and sighed inwardly. You truly have guts. You even threaten him. If you had just admitted your mistake, the master might have let you off. But now that you've chosen to threaten. Yi Xian instinctively sketched a strange cross over his chest and murmured amen. Lin Yue slowly raised his right hand, pointed his index finger skyward, then pressed it down with deliberate slowness. Great wilderness, heaven imprisoning finger. At the instant his words landed, a gigantic rift split open in the firmament. A golden finger shadow that blotted out the sun and sky pierced through the clouds, descending with the force to shatter stars. A deafening boom resounded. In the swirling dust, all the Lin Yue disciples were reduced to flying ash. All except Yin Qianjue prostrate before Lin Yue, protected by an invisible wall of qi, utterly unharmed. Now tell me, how do you intend to settle this? Lin Yue's tone was utterly placid, yet it contained the supreme mastery of power. The great wilderness, heaven imprisoning finger had been so precisely controlled that it encompassed only the Lin Yue contingent. Every cultivator present drew in a sharp breath. From that enormous finger spanning heaven and earth, they truly felt the deathly chill. Terrifying strength and still more terrifying control, enough to make any power stop and weigh its options. This one strike made the crowd all the more conscious of Piaomiao Sect's dreadfulness. They understood that under this man's leadership, Piaomiao Sect would once again rise to its former glory. As for Yin Qianjue, he was utterly overwhelmed by Lin Yue's power. Drops of sweat fell from Yin Qianjue's forehead, blotting the ground with dark stains. Cold sweat had long since soaked through his triple-layered Dharma robes. What manner of existence had he provoked? When that giant finger appeared in the sky, the power he felt from it was even more terrifying than the aura of his own supreme ancestor. Only Lin Yue's echo lingered in the air. Tell me, how do you intend to settle this? His voice resounded across the valley with incontestable majesty. In the stillness, the chattering of Yin Qianzhu's teeth was piercingly loud. He sank to his knees like a sodden lump of mud, the heavy thud of his kneecaps against the bluestone echoing dully. He slammed his forehead into the ground like a madman, gravel and bloody froth seeping from his brow. A hoarse plea shattered amid the dust. Senior, spare my life. Your junior had eyes but could not recognize Mount Tai. I beg you to release me, as if I were a passing fart. Lin Yue's eyelids rose slightly. His gaze drifted over Yin Qianzhu's, convulsing back, his tone unreadable. I still prefer you the way you looked when you were unbridled and arrogant. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers exploded in the air. The very atmosphere seemed to clench under an invisible monstrous force, then abruptly relax. Yin Qianzhu's pleas ceased abruptly. Like a sand painting caught in an invisible storm, his body dissolved inch by inch, from hair to boots, until it became a faint wisp of gray dust carried away by the crosswind, without even a trace remaining. Between one snap and the next, the fifth-rank spirit separation realm cultivator was extinguished, body and soul. Just one finger snap, and a cultivator of the fifth-rank spirit separation realm became dust. Zhang Feng, the elder leading the Qingyun Sect's delegation, swallowed heavily. This mighty figure at the sixth-rank body integration realm stood petrified, his back beneath the Taoist robe drenched in cold sweat, his fingertips trembling beyond control. He had seen it clearly. That figure had not leaked so much as a ripple of spiritual power, just a single snap. And it was an absolute kill. Even at his own level, suppressing and killing a spirit separation realm cultivator would require 3/10 of his spiritual power, let alone an annihilation that clean and decisive. Perhaps the half-step tribulation transcendence patriarch of his sect could do it, but even he would have to form hand seals and stir the primal essence of heaven and earth. Poison. Absolutely out of the question. Poisoning was meant only to bring death, death alone. And as a cultivator of the sixth-rank body integration realm, he could not believe there existed any poison that could snuff out both body and spirit, reducing someone to dust in an instant. He then took out a voice transmission token and sent word to his sect. An unknown mighty figure had appeared in the Grade 1 Piaomiao sect, capable of instantly killing a fifth-rank spirit separation realm cultivator with a single snap. Attention, attention. This is no joke, this is no joke. I, Zhang Feng, an inter-sect elder of Qingyun Sect, witnessed it with my own eyes. I request instructions on whether the sect should establish friendly relations. Over. Meanwhile, deep within a cavern abode in Liuhua Gate, an enraged voice rang out. Who killed my child? Not only Zhang Feng, the elder leading Qingyun Sect's delegation, but also several sixfold Unity Realm elders from various other forces around him felt cold sweat soaking through their backs, clinging to their robes. The message token in Zhang Feng's palm had grown scalding hot, yet the trembling of his fingers did not cease, as if still retaining the residual might of that azure figure's casual snap. That azure-robed figure's nonchalant snap of the fingers was as light as a breeze brushing past his temple, yet it struck his sea of consciousness like a thunderbolt, branding an indelible mark deep within his soul. A fifth-order soul separation realm cultivator, though not standing at the pinnacle of Qingyun Sect, was nonetheless a pillar sustaining the sect's foundation. Yet such a figure had been erased so casually, without even a wisp of primordial spirit remaining. Such strength had long since shattered the limits of his comprehension. Elder Zhongwei, the disciple behind him, said with a trembling voice, but before he could finish, Zhang Feng abruptly raised his hand to cut him off. I have already sent word back to the sect, he said in an extremely low voice carrying a barely perceptible dryness. During this time, no one is to act rashly. No one from the Misty Sect, even a mere sweeping servant, is to be offended in the slightest, understand? The disciple's throat bobbed as he answered shakily yes. Zhang Feng gazed toward the direction of the Misty Sect, his brows tightly knit, murmuring softly, if only the sect would truly take this seriously. At the same moment, at the headquarters of the Blazing Fire Sect, the Crimson Palace was wrapped in an aura of molten light, the flame totems on the pillars seemingly coming alive. Every scale and feather breathed scorching waves of heat, warping the very air. A white-haired elder lay prostrate on the ground, his back bent like a dying candle in the wind. His withered fingers clawed desperately at the golden brick floor, his voice hoarse as a cracked gong. Sect Master, you must seek justice for me. The man seated above hurried forward to help him up, his tone filled with helplessness and respect. Supreme Elder, please rise. You are overwhelming this junior. As the old man was helped up, a crimson light suddenly burst from his murky eyes, and he clutched the other's sleeve tightly. Sect Master Qianzhu's soul tablet has shattered. What? Blazing Fire Sect Master Deng Jun's expression changed drastically as he straightened abruptly. He knew all too well what Yin Qingyun meant to this Supreme Elder before him. This Supreme Elder of the Blazing Fire Sect, Yin Tu, was once an elder of the sect in his youth. While carrying out a secret mission for the sect, he was ambushed by enemies. Had it been an ordinary poison, it might have been manageable, but unfortunately what he suffered was an extremely overbearing aphrodisiac. As everyone knows, an aphrodisiac is a drug, not a poison. Once it takes effect, there is no cure at all. This elder who had fought half his life for the Blazing Fire Sect ultimately failed to preserve his dignity and was forced to step into the pleasure quarters Xuan court. Given his status, if he sought a companion, it would naturally be the establishment's top courtesan. That night the details need not be elaborated. As luck would have it, that top courtesan ended up pregnant. That courtesan was also a formidable woman. After much effort, she learned Yin Tu's identity and directly sought out the Blazing Fire Sect. When Yin Tu saw the swaddled infant, he was moved at first glance and kept the child by his side to raise personally. As for that top courtesan, she ultimately could not escape Yin Tu's grasp and perished at his hands. That child was Yin Qianjue. To prevent the child from feeling inferior due to his origins, Yin Tu told the outside world that the child's parents had been killed by bandits and that he happened to pass by and took him in as a personal disciple, naming him Yin Qianjue. The secret that Yin Qianjue was Yin Tu's biological son was known by so few people in the entire Blazing Fire Sect that one could count them on one hand. Among them were the former Sect Master, now one of the Supreme Elders, and the current Sect Master Deng Jun. Supreme Elder, rest assured, Deng Jun said with flames of rage surging in his eyes, his spiritual power nearly condensing into tangible fire. No matter who dared to touch Elder Yin, the Blazing Fire Sect will make them regret ever being born. He paused, then recalled, if I remember correctly, Elder Yan's trip this time was for the Zhao Min family's Qingyun Sect contending for the opportunity of the Dongshu secret realm. As he spoke, he took out a message token, infused it with spiritual power, and said with unquestionable authority, Zhao Min, come to the Blazing Fire Hall at once. Zhao Min held the still warm message token, her fingertip pressing against its cool jade surface. The summons from the Blazing Fire Hall came without warning. The scorching spiritual power fluctuation on the token spread through her fingertips, making her heart tighten with each pulse. Her intuition told her that something might have happened at the Dongshu secret realm. The moment she stepped into the Crimson Palace, waves of heat carrying mountain-like pressure rushed at her face, nearly crushing her spiritual meridians into stagnation. The flame totems on the palace pillars flickered dimly and brightly, casting Deng Jun's profile half in firelight and half in shadow, making him look even more somber and stern. She immediately spotted the white-haired elder standing to the side. That was the Blazing Fire Sect's supremely revered Supreme Elder Yin Tu. At this moment, spiritual power surged around the old man, clearly burning with genuine fury. Disciple Zhao Min, greetings to Master and Elder Yin Tu. She bent her knees and saluted, her voice carrying a hint of barely concealed confusion. May I ask why Master has urgently summoned this disciple? What instructions do you have? Deng Jun's fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest of his seat, the molten light flowing along his sleeves and making his knuckles flicker between brightness and shadow. Do you know that Yin Qianjue Elder Yin has met with trouble? Zhao Min's brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head truthfully. This disciple has not heard of it. Has Elder Yin not been at the Dongshu secret realm recently? Could it be? His soul tablet has shattered. Yin Tu suddenly raised his head, bloodshot veins threading through his murky eyes, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. In the entire Blazing Fire Sect, only your father's Sect Master, Zhao, has any connection to Qianju's final whereabouts. Go at once and find out clearly. How exactly did he die? Zhao Min's heart jolted. Could her intuition truly be right? Seeing the spiritual power surging around the two elders, their fury nearly condensing into substance, she dared not ask further and could only bow and reply, yes, this disciple will go at once. On the stone steps outside the Blazing Fire Hall, mountain winds swept past with waves of heat. Zhao Min clenched the scorching message token, her fingertip rubbing repeatedly over the engraved emblem of the Qingyun Sect, the raised lines digging painfully into her skin. At that moment, the token suddenly began to vibrate violently, its spiritual power fluctuation chaotic like a spiderweb torn apart by a fierce gale on the verge of collapsing. Father, she said in a lowered voice, her fingertips turning white from the force of her grip, her knuckles pressed against her palm as she barely managed to steady her voice. From the other end of the token came heavy, ragged breathing mixed with harsh, scraping sounds of gravel, as if some blunt object were being repeatedly dragged across the token min. Minor. Zhao Tianli's voice seemed squeezed out from a red-hot branding iron, every word carrying the charred pain of scorching horse to the point of losing its original timbre. Elder Yin is gone. Zhao Min's entire body stiffened, and she instinctively looked toward the tightly closed vermilion doors of the Blazing Fire Hall. Behind those heavy doors, two pairs of eyes were waiting for an answer. What did you say? Elder Yin, he. One snap. Zhao Tianlei suddenly raised his voice, the token blazing with a piercing red light from surging spiritual power nearly burning through her palm. Just one snap. Lin Yue, that bastard. The Misty Sect Sect Master Lin Yue. His voice suddenly trembled, carrying extreme fear and shock. I watched with my own eyes. Elder Yin only wanted to teach Lin Yue a lesson, and then Lin Yue casually snapped his fingers. And the man was gone. Even his primordial spirit turned to ashes. The spiritual power fluctuation of the message token heaved violently, as if it would explode at any moment. Through the token, Zhao Min seemed able to see her father's twisted, contorted face at this moment, and the lingering fear that refused to fade from his eyes. She clutched the token tightly, the sharp pain of her knuckles pressing against her palm, keeping her last shred of clarity intact. My master and Supreme Elder, Yin Tu, are waiting in the hall for news. They want to know the specific details. On the other end of the token, an eerie silence fell, leaving only Zhao Tianlei's heavy, ragged breathing. She closed her eyes, and her father's expression rose vividly in her mind. He must be staring fixedly in the direction the Qingyun Sect disciples had gone, fear and unwillingness churning in his eyes, almost to the point of bursting free, yet he could not even muster the strength to gather his qi and chase after them. That stooped back of his was like a withered pine struck by thunder. Zhao Tianlei recounted the incident to Zhao Min, embellishing the details naturally from start to finish. Father, you tell Sect Master Deng. Zhao Tianlei cut her off abruptly, his voice carrying the frenzy of someone who had burned all bridges. Let him come. Bring as many men as he wants. I want to see whether that Lin fellow can truly cover the sky with one hand. Those last words were ground out between clenched teeth. The token trembled violently from his brute force. When the shaking subsided, the residual heat pressed against Zhao Min's palm like a branding iron. She looked at the ink-dark heavy doors of Liuhua Hall, and suddenly felt the palm's eyes token weigh like a mountain on her wrist, making it tremble. Lin Yue said it. He said Yin Yue was a reckless stray dog who deserved to die. He also said everyone in our Liuhua sect is nothing but a pack of tail-wagging yapping trash. He deliberately paused, then added the most venomous, incendiary line, his voice dripping with poison. He also said he would tear apart our entire Liuhua sect and refine it into a cauldron for his alchemy. Though Zhao Min knew her father was embellishing the truth, he was still her father, her family. She could only report it truthfully, as he had described. Inside Liuhua Hall, Zhao Min knelt on the crimson carpet, the voice transmission token still hot in her hand. She repeated her father Zhao Tianlei's account with even more embellishment. When she reached the part about Lin Yue tearing down Liuhua sect for alchemy, she deliberately lowered her voice, letting every word trail with a trembling tone. In the end, that brute laughed wildly, saying he would tear our entire Liuhua sect apart and refine it into a cauldron for his alchemy. She repeated her father Zhao Tianlei's account with even more embellishment. When she reached the part about Lin Yue tearing down Liuhua sect for alchemy, she deliberately lowered her voice, letting every word trail with a trembling tone. In the end, that brute laughed. Good, good, good. Deng Jun clapped his hands and laughed, his black python robe stirring without wind. What an arrogant little brat. Deng Jun slammed the table and rose to his feet, the dark iron chair turning to dust under the force. Elder Yin Yue is the pillar of our Liuhua sect. This act of Lin Yue's is clearly a declaration of war against Liuhua sect. Sect Master, no need for so much trouble. This old man will personally go and destroy the Qingyun sect. Yin Tu clasped his hands toward Deng Jun. Very well. The Supreme Elder acting personally will certainly be foolproof. And I imagine the Supreme Elder would not be satisfied unless he could slay the enemy with his own hands. Deng Jun thought for a moment. How about this? I will dispatch 10 Crimson Flame guards to be at the Supreme Elder's disposal. Good. This old man will take his leave. Yin Tu clasped his fists. As he turned, he stirred up a fierce, bloody wind and strode away. Watching him leave, Zhao Min's lips moved as if she wanted to speak, but in the end she said nothing. Minner, what's wrong? Deng Jun noticed Zhao Min's unease. Well, Master, my father's message said that whelp Lin Yue turned Elder Yin Yue to ashes with a snap of his fingers. Zhao Min thought about it and voiced her worry anyway. Huh. Deng Jun laughed. For revenge your father will say anything. A snap of the fingers indeed. Alright, I understand. Since the Supreme Elder is going personally, there can't be any problem at all. He is a mighty figure at the 7th tier. Looking at Deng Jun's confidence, Zhao Min felt something was subtly wrong. But that thread of doubt was ultimately drowned out by the reputation of the 7th tier cave void realm mighty figure. She lowered her head in acknowledgement and said nothing more. But on reflection, it really was absurd. A snap of the fingers turning a 5th tier soul, severing realm elder into ashes. The more she thought about it, the more utterly ridiculous it became. Yet it was precisely this nagging unease that brought about the annihilation of the Liuhua sect. Deep within the Qingyun Sect's headquarters, inside a white jade palace, suspended above a sea of clouds, several elders with white hair and beards sat around a green jade table. The jade slips laid flat on the table emitted a faint azure spiritual light, runes swirling within them like living things. The hall was bathed in solemn glow, and even the smoke rising from the incense burner seemed to congeal and linger. A snap of the fingers instantly killing a 5th tier soul, severing realm cultivator. At the head of the table, Qingyun Sect Master Xuan Chenzi tapped his fingers on the surface, disbelief in his voice. Incense ash slipped from the jade table with a rustle. Since when did Jiang Feng become so reckless as to disturb the sect with such falsehoods? To his right, an old man in a purple robe sat. Zishu Zhenren, the Supreme Elder of the Qingyun Sect. Zishu Zhenren slowly opened his eyes, and golden light flashed within them. When he transmitted the message, he used the sect's highest-grade encryption talisman. The spiritual rune fluctuations were certainly genuine. This is likely no empty claim. The jade slip turned into a streak of light and shot into the water mirror in the hall, where the image of Lin Yue snapping his fingers to annihilate his enemy suddenly appeared. The elders before the water mirror straightened abruptly and drew in cold breaths in unison. The incense ash on the green jade table was scattered by the gust. In the image, the azure-robed figure did not even lift his gaze. Holding a teacup in his right hand, he took a sip, then lightly flicked his left finger. With only a soft sound, the fifth-tier soul, severing realm cultivator, was reduced to dust. Such methods. Third Elder Qingyun Sect's fingers, which had been stroking his beard, suddenly stopped. Even I, if I acted, would need to use half of my cultivation base and stir the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to accomplish it. What is even more unusual, Xuan said, his finger pointing at the sleeve of Lin Yue in the water mirror, is that this man did not leak even a trace of spiritual energy from beginning to end. Either his concealment technique has reached the pinnacle, or... He shifted his tone, a grave look flashing in his eyes. His cultivation has already far surpassed anything we know. Xuan Qinzi pondered a moment, then suddenly slapped the table. Why not send word to Jiang Feng and order him to win over the Miao sect at all costs? If they are willing to form an alliance, we might offer 3 spirit stone mine veins as a gift. Sect Master, Qingyun said urgently. It is only a mere first-grade sect. Why go that far? Is this not exactly what I am discussing with all of you? Xuan Qinzi turned to Xuan. What does the Supreme Elder think? There's no need to be that eager, but we must never make enemies of them. Xuan stroked his white hair. Besides, as a 5th-grade sect, we absolutely cannot treat a 1st-grade power too well. Otherwise, what would our other vassal sects think? Time returns to the Duanlong mountain range west of Hanhai City. Lin Yue no longer paid attention to the astonished crowd and fixed his gaze on the entrance of the secret realm. Before anyone knew it, the spatial rift had expanded to 10 zhang wide, and the flowing light along its edges gradually stabilized. Inside, the dense spiritual energy could be faintly seen condensing into solid form, gathering into cascading waterfalls and flowing springs. Even more miraculous, a faint golden light screen appeared before the rift. Ancient runes flowed across its surface as it slowly revolved. Look, the secret realm's barrier has stabilized. There seemed to be words. Amid the restless crowd, the runes on the light screen gradually transformed into a line of large characters. Only cultivators at the 4th-tier primordial spirit realm peak or below may enter. What? How can a cave void realm secret realm have such a restriction? Exclamations rose one after another, and many sects that had brought primordial spirit realm elders were instantly dumbfounded. They had meant to have the elders lead the way and seize the advantage, but now it had all come to nothing. Yet some still refused to believe it, insisting that the Dongshu secret realm was after all only at the Dongshu stage. How could it possibly command a way to restrict cultivation realms? Some elders at the 5th stage soul separation and 6th stage body integration realms itched to try. They flew toward the secret realm entrance on their swords one after another. But the moment their figures touched the edge of the light curtain, several violet gold thunderbolts suddenly rose from the depths of the secret realm. That thunder was no ordinary thunder. It carried the bleak, crushing pressure of primordial chaos as heaven and earth first parted. Like a heavenly dragon probing with its claws, it split the firmament and swallowed those figures in an instant. The thunder shattered the darkness. When the lightning faded, all that remained where they had stood was billowing charred ash. Not even a fragment of their life-bound magic treasures was left behind. Those elders of the 5th stage soul separation and 6th stage body integration realms had been blasted into dust. After their example, the remaining elders of those same realms finally quieted down. The less curious elders all sent messages back to their sects, instructing them to dispatch their prodigies at the 4th stage primordial spirit realm peak or below. Outside the entrance to the secret realm in the Duanlong Mountains, the remaining cultivators of the various sects stared at the words on the light curtain. 4th stage primordial spirit realm peak and below only. Then glanced at the charred ashes left by the lightning in the distance. Their faces were so dark they seemed ready to drip water. We can't just keep wasting time like this. The first to speak was an honored elder of the Hanhai City Lord's mansion. The hem of his robe still bore scorch marks from the lightning's aftershock. The barrier has only just stabilized. Who knows what changes may occur inside? If some prodigy from a small sect slips in first and seizes the initiative, where will we great sects put our faces? Those words struck the heart of everyone present. An elder of Wanjian Valley stroked his beard, sweeping his gaze over the representatives of Xianming, Sect Danwang, Sect Qishua Mansion, and the other powers. He said in a low voice, the barrier is guarded by thunder, so high-level cultivators cannot enter. But if low-level cultivators barge in recklessly, there is no telling what trouble may follow. In my opinion, it would be best if all sects join hands and set up the 7 stars spirit-suppressing formation here to seal the entrance for now. When every sect's prodigy arrives, we can open it together. Elder Xinghong is absolutely right. Agreed, an elder from Qishua Mansion. Our Qishua mansion is willing to contribute 30 high-grade spirit stones and the 10 directions blood banners. Zhu Xian, the elder of Danwang Sect, followed suit. Our Danwang Sect will contribute the Jade Cleansing Cauldron to stabilize the formation's eye. Hearing the name Danwang Sect, Yi Chun and the others looked over curiously. They would never forget how the Danwang Sect had bullied the weak at Wudao Cliff. The Danwang Sect was on their blacklist. Had Lin Yue not acted, they would probably have had weeds 3 meters tall growing on their graves by now. Danwang Sect elder Zhu Xian sensed the gaze from Yi Chun and the others. A faint trace of wariness flickered in the depths of his eyes, but on his face he could only muster a polite, strained smile. After all, this was not yet the time to fall out with them. Zhao Lai's soul tablet had already shattered, and the sect had sent Zhu Xian here first for the secret realm, second to investigate the cause of Zhao Lai's death. After all, a dead elder was no ordinary matter. As a pillar of the sect, his fall could not be compared to that of a common disciple. In the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, all the sects reached a consensus. Dozens of streaks of light flew out from the crowd. The Xianming Sect's azure jade formation plate emanated a soft, lustrous cyan glow. The Qingyun Sect's with spirit pennant trailed emerald spiritual light. Hanhai City's water ripple pearl shimmered with glistening ripples. The various treasures joined in the sky in the shape of the northern dipper, then sank into the earth with a humming drone. The next instant, 7 columns of 7-colored light rose around the entrance of the secret realm. At their tops, the columns wove together into an immense web of stars, sealing the Tenzhang-wide spatial rift firmly within. The star web was covered with flowing runes echoing the secret realm's own faint golden light curtain from afar, truly becoming an impregnable dual seal. The formation can hold for 7 days, enough time for all our sect's prodigies to arrive. Elder Sheng Hong flicked his sleeves and withdrew his hand seals, then looked at everyone. In 7 days at the Mao hour we will open the seal and go in together. The crowd nodded and each chose a position to keep watch, waiting only for the younger disciples of their sects to arrive. Not a bad formation. Lin Yue studied the formation in front of him, his voice as light as a breeze. Master, are we going to wait here for 7 days? Su Muxue couldn't help asking. Well, you want to go in now? Lin Yue looked at her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Su Muxue was taken aback, then her eyes brightened. Master, do you mean you can let us enter ahead of time? So easy, Lin Yue said casually. Yi Chun and the other two widened their eyes at once, staring at him. After all, this formation had been jointly established by 7 or 8 great cultivators at the 5th stage soul separation and 6th stage body integration realms. Even a 7th stage Dongshu cultivator would need considerable time and effort to break it. And their own master actually said so easy. In that moment they reappraised his strength yet again. All they could feel was how unfathomably deep it was. Then, Su Muxue was about to speak when Yi Chen cut her off. Junior sister Su, I know what you want to say, but it's better if we wait. Why? Su Muxue asked, puzzled. If we go in earlier, we'll get resources earlier. Lin Weiner said softly, senior brother, let me explain. Yi Chen nodded. He wanted to know whether junior sister Lin could understand his point as well. Senior sister Su, if we went in first, the only difference would be claiming some resources earlier. But what would those resources mean? At the end of the day, this is merely a 7th stage Dongshu secret realm. Any one thing master has given us, no, even a tiny fragment of any one thing, would drive a 9th stage sage realm expert mad with desire. In my opinion, when master brought us here, competing for resources was secondary. It is mainly to temper ourselves through battle and trials. Secret realm cultivation should inherently be about contending with one's peers and striving against heaven and earth. Lin Weiner looked toward the vigilant cultivators of the various sects in the distance and said in a clear voice, if we rely on master's power to enter early, even if we gain some fortune, we would still fail to know our own measure. Only when the prodigies of other sects arrive and we enter together can we see our own shortcomings through confrontation and seek breakthroughs. That is the true trial. She clasped her hands toward Lin Yue and said, Master, is your disciple right? Lin Yue looked at his third disciple with satisfaction and nodded. Yes. Without enough life and death battles at the same cultivation level and cross-level battles, you would always be greenhouse flowers, never capable of great things. On this secret realm trip, there are no elders bullying the young. You will all face your peers. So even if you die in there, it will be because you were outmatched with no one else to blame. You also saw for yourselves. Even if I wanted to help you, there is no way I could. Lin Yue took a drink of tea. There was one more thing. He didn't say this rule was tailor-made for his 3 disciples. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head. Is there really that much to it? All I know is that master wants us to fight a few hard battles. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. Zhao Tianlei of the Qingyun Sect watched the several Piaomiao Sect disciples roaring with laughter, and his face darkened. Go on laughing. Wait until the supreme elder of the Liuhua sect arrives. I'd like to see whether you can still laugh. The morning mist over the Duanlong Mountains had not yet dispersed when the 7-colored rainbow formation at the entrance to the secret realm began to glow with a soft, warm luster. Zhang Feng, an elder of the Xianming sect, stood at the edge of the formation's eye. His blue-gray Taoist robe snapped loudly in the mountain wind, and the message token in his palm was already damp with sweat. The sect putting on the airs of a grade 5 sect had given him an overly official reply. Jiang Feng cursed inwardly, "Don't be too eager, don't offend them. As if I don't know that they must not be offended." He already had a rough guess. The Piaomiao sect might be a grade 1 force, but did it really expect his Xinming sect, a grade 5 power, to curry favor with it? What are you thinking? But the next problem immediately followed. If he treated them too well, his sect would hold him accountable. Didn't his grade 5 sect have any dignity to protect? If the gesture of friendship fell short, and they had explicitly been told not to make enemies, how could there be no relationship at all? Sigh. Jiang Feng let out a helpless sigh. Given the circumstances, the only option was to extend goodwill in his personal capacity. The image of Yin Qingyun being annihilated with a snap of the fingers 3 days ago was branded into his sea of consciousness. That cultivator at the 5th rank soul separation realm was not among the Xinming sect's very best, but he was still a mainstay capable of standing alone. Yet he could not even withstand a single move from the other party. Jiang Feng stared at the green-robed figure before the tea table of the Piaomiao sect, and his Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. Lin Yue was lowering his head to examine a teacup, a tea leaf pinched between his fingertips, his expression so indifferent that the surrounding tension seemed utterly irrelevant to him. At last Jiang Feng stepped forward, evaded the eyes and ears of the other sects, and walked alone toward Piaomiao Peak. Sect Master, a man calling himself Jiang Feng, an elder of the Xinming sect, requests an audience. Chen Xian reported to Lin Yue. During this period he had been bursting with energy. Their sect master had instantly obliterated a 5th rank soul separation cultivator with a snap of his fingers, and now everyone who met him had to respectfully address him as Elder Chen. Chen Xian felt as though he were bathed in a gentle spring breeze, as if he were enjoying a second spring. Hearing Chen Xian's report, Lin Yue grew rather curious. He could guess 9 times out of 10 that this was a gesture of goodwill, but he still had to see the visitor. Bring him in. Sect Master Lin. Jiang Feng entered and stopped 3 paces from the tea table. He saluted Lin Yue with cupped hands, his posture extremely low. "I am Jiang Feng of the Xinming sect. I presume to disturb you because I wish to beg a cup of tea." The hem of his robe bore scorch marks from thunder, yet his face was fixed with a cautious smile. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and instinctively gripped the burning heaven sword. Su Muxue and Lin Wanner exchanged a glance. Only a few days ago this man had joined forces with the other sects to set up a formation, so his sudden gesture of goodwill now seemed far too abrupt. Lin Yue, however, gave a twist of his fingertips, spinning the celadone teacup in his palm. People of the Xinming sect do understand propriety better than the Liuhua Gate. Jiang Feng bowed with cupped hands and kept his posture extremely low. This is only Jiang's personal intention, it has nothing to do with the sect. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Lin Yue could not help smiling. It seemed this was another one taking the blame for his sect. When Jiang Feng raised his eyes, a trace of resolve flashed in them. This junior has witnessed Sect Master Lin's methods, and knows well that the Piaomiao sect is no mere pond dweller. If I can obtain a cup of your tea, even returning to face my sect's punishment would be fully worth it. Lin Yue flicked his finger. A tea leaf flew out from the tea canister, spun through the air, and landed in an empty cup. Try it. This tea is called Tao Enlightenment. Ordinary people cannot drink it. Jiang Feng held his breath and concentrated, watching the tea leaf slowly unfurl in the cup. The moment Lin Yue raised the teapot and poured in boiling water, the tea leaf suddenly bloomed with a faint golden halo. The dense tea fragrance spread outward, transforming into countless tiny Tao patterns drifting through the air. Jiang Feng could tell at a glance that the water was no ordinary water, and the tea was no ordinary tea. This is... His pupils abruptly contracted. He had once seen records in the sect's scripture pavilion. A single leaf of the ancient Tao Enlightenment tea was enough to grant a nascent soul cultivator 3 days of sudden enlightenment. According to legend, this tea had to be watered with the origin of a great emperor, and only 1 leaf grew in 10,000 years. Yet Lin Yue had casually brought it out to entertain a guest. Such extravagance was enough to drive every sect on the entire Xuan Yuan Continent mad. As for the water, it made Jiang Feng feel that it was even more extraordinary. He raised the teacup with both hands. The moment his fingertips touched the cup's surface, a warm, gentle current flowed along his arm and poured into his dantian. The bottleneck that had trapped him in the mid-integration realm for years split open with a faint crack. The murky obstructions accumulated over long years melted away like ice and snow, and countless confusion from his cultivation suddenly became clear in the tea's fragrance. Jiang Feng could not help expelling a mouthful of turbid qi. When the turbid qi fell to the ground, it transformed into a cyan lotus and slowly bloomed on the floor. The spiritual power inside him surged like a great river, and within the span of a single cup of tea, he faintly touched the barrier of the late integration realm. This is the true Tao Enlightenment tea. Jiang Feng's voice trembled, and the rims of his eyes turned slightly red. After 300 years of bitter cultivation, he had been stuck at the mid-stage of the 6th rank integration realm for over a century. Countless heavenly treasures bestowed by his sect had failed to let him advance an inch. Yet before a single cup of Lin Yue's tea, he broke through his shackles. This kindness was heavier than the grace of saving a life. Lin Yue looked at him calmly. How does it taste? Sweet and mellow as it enters the throat, Tao resonance arises on its own. Zhang Feng bowed deeply to Lin Yue, his forehead nearly touching the ground. The Tao Enlightenment tea combined with the 9 heavens mystic water let you instantly touch the threshold of the late 6th rank integration realm. Your aptitude is passable. Yi Chun and the other 2 were dejected. They had drunk the Tao Enlightenment tea as if it were water, so why had their cultivation realms not improved in the slightest? What they did not know was that Lin Yue had used a mighty means to suppress the increase and converted the advancement of realms into an advancement of potential. Yi Chun and the other 2 could already fight above their own realms because of their physiques, and now with the Tao Enlightenment tea their combat strength had multiplied by heavens knew how many times. Sect Master Lin, I will never forget this great gift. From this day forward, if there is any task you entrust to me, even if I must be ground to powder, I will not refuse. He paused, then added, this is Zhang's personal intention, it has nothing to do with the Xinming sect. These words both expressed his loyalty and gave the Xinming sect a way to save face. To Lin Yue this did not matter at all. He had 100 gene of Tao Enlightenment tea. What did it matter if he gave this man 1 leaf? An ant was still an ant, it was only that this particular ant had a little cultivation. Lin Yue had his own plans. He did not intend to reveal too much of his strength before entering the secret realm. If he instantly killed every ant in attendance, then Yi Chun and the other 2 would inevitably have things too easy inside the secret realm. Those sect powers would inevitably become wary because of Lin Yue's strength. For Lin Yue, who wanted Yi Chun and the other 2 to be tempered, that would be straying too far from the plan. Therefore he needed to give people the illusion that he had to cling to the Xinming sect's thigh. But before that there was a figure slipped away from the Piaomiao sect's camp under cover of night. Yen Tu, who was hurrying toward the Duanlong Mountains, saw the person suddenly appear before him and could not help becoming cautious. Indeed, the person had simply appeared in Yen Tu's line of sight. Immediately after, Yen Tu and the 10 flame guards looked at the sudden arrival, then brushed past him. Yen Tu muttered, strange. Why are this person's eyes red with a strange blade-like shape inside them? Done. Old Yen, you'd better not have come so early, the figure muttered. On the 7th morning within the broken Dragon Mountain range, the morning mist around the 7-colored light formation had not yet dispersed when dozens of streams of light rending through the clouds shattered it into nothingness. The clamor of clashing metal borne on fierce gale force winds rolled outward, sending ancient trees 100 years old into a frenzy of swaying branches. Several thick trunks snapped with sharp cracks and crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. At the head, the Sword Valley contingent advanced like a drawn blade. More than a dozen white-robed disciples lightly tapped their toes against the void, their robes fluttering as they landed, the clear hum of the swords at their waists weaving into a chilling symphony. At the center of the gathered crowd, the silver-robed young man was especially conspicuous, 3 long swords hanging from his waist. One blade was frost-white as snow, another deep blue as the sea, and the last gleamed with a dark golden luster. The tassels of all 3 swords were embroidered with the characters Wan Jian in exceedingly fine silver thread. As he took a step, the faint tremor set the dangling pearls aglitter with dazzling light under the morning sun. This man was none other than the most celebrated young master of this generation of the Sword Valley, Xie Yunlu. His gaze swept through the crowd like a sharp sword, then locked precisely onto Su Muxue. The yin-yang sword slanted across her back, caught his attention. One half of the blade gleamed like autumn water steeped in a frigid pool, while the other shimmered like a golden crow bathed in warm sunlight. Black and white chi faintly interwove on the scabbard into the pattern of a yin-yang fish, and it stirred a subtle ripple in his heart. That sword of yours is quite distinctive, young lady. He stepped forward, the soles of his boots pressing down so that the ground fissured into web-like cracks, and his voice carried an air of condescending scrutiny. May I ask which sect you hail from? Would you be willing to switch to my Sword Valley? Su Muxue's fingers tightened around the yin-yang sword, her knuckles turning pale from the force. The yin-yang sword in its scabbard, as if possessed of its own spirit, let out a low hum. Black and white chi flowed slowly along the blade like living things radiating a biting sword intent. Just as she was about to speak, a disciple behind Xie Yunlu sneered. Our young master asked you a question. How dare a disciple from some minor sect put on airs? A roar brimming with scorching sword intent exploded like a thunderclap. Is the sword of the Sword Valley meant to cut down villains or to bully fellow cultivators? Yi Chun had already stepped in front of Su Muxue, blocking her from view. The blazing heaven sword at his waist let out a resonant hum as it unsheathed itself half an inch, and a fine thread of golden sword chi shot forth like a guided spark. It forced the green-robed disciple to stagger back several steps before he tumbled against his companion's scabbard with a clatter. Xie Yunlu raised a hand to halt his disciples, idly stroking the long sword at his waist. Primordial Sacred Body. I've heard rumors that the ethereal sect took in a disciple with a heaven-defying constitution. Now that I see you in person, you're even more reckless than the rumors suggest. He turned to Su Muxue, his tone carrying an unshakable arrogance. Young lady, this Qingyun sword of yours resonates quite well with the Sword Valley's great Yin sword scripture. If you are willing to part with it, our Sword Valley would gladly offer 3 top-grade spirit condensing pills to help you advance further on your path of cultivation. My sword is not for trade. Su Muxu's voice was cold as frost, every word seeming forged from millennium-old ice. Before the words had even faded, the Qingyun sword suddenly erupted in a clear soaring cry that rang through the heavens. Black and white chi instantly burst forth from the blade and coalesced in midair into a colossal Qingyun Taiji diagram of full zhang in diameter. The Taiji diagram rotated slowly, radiating an immense, overwhelming force of yin and yang. It churned the morning mist within a dozen zhang into surging chaos, while fragments of stone on the ground were lifted by the invisible current and hung suspended in the air, drifting slowly along the path of the yin-yang fish. Xie Yunli's expression finally darkened, turning grim and sinister. He took a step forward and silver light bloomed beneath his feet, as if countless invisible swords were condensing at his soles. Do you realize, young lady, that the sword lineage of my Sword Valley underlies nearly 9/10 of the entire southern domain? Whether it is the sect guarding swords of famous grand sects, or the emblem, swords of hidden minor clans, the fundamental sword principles of all of them derive largely from my Sword Valley's 10,000 swords return to one grand art. A mongrel sword art of unknown origins like yours without proper guidance will soon lead you to chi deviation and a violent death. Whether I go into chi deviation or not has nothing to do with you. Su Muxu's gaze remained cold and clear as she shifted, slightly retreating 3 chi. She clearly had no intention of wasting more words with such arrogant fools. Just then from the distant horizon came a dense wave of rich medicinal fragrance, followed by dozens of radiant beams drifting over like auspicious clouds. The Alchemy King Sect's contingent had arrived. At its lead was an elder with snow-white hair and beard, and a kindly countenance, none other than Elder Zhu Xian of the Alchemy King Sect. Behind Elder Zhu Xian followed a youth in resplendent brocade robes, clutching a purple-gold alchemy furnace in his arms. He was the young master of the Alchemy King Sect, Qin Hao. Catching sight of the blazing heaven sword at Yi Chen's waist, he suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Oh, if it isn't the legendary primordial sacred body. I have a dimension-breaking pill here. Swallow it, and you'll instantly reach the peak of the 3rd-rank Spirit Ocean stage. If you're willing to be my follower, this pill is yours, saving you decades of bitter cultivation. Yi Chen clenched his sword hilt so hard his knuckles went white. A cultivation built on pills, and you dare call it the path of immortality. Besides, the oppressive aura of a 3rd-rank core formation stage peak pressed down toward Qin Hao. Oh ho, peak 3rd-rank core formation stage, no wonder you're so arrogant. Immediately after, the oppressive might of a 4th-rank primordial spirit stage surged forth to counter Yi Chen's. For a moment neither side gained the upper hand. Whether because Yi Chen's peak 3rd-rank core formation stage was too strong, or Qin Hao's 4th-rank primordial spirit stage was too weak. Seeing that his 4th-rank primordial spirit pressure was actually losing to a peak 3rd-rank core formation stage, Qin Hao let out a furious roar, insolence. His face darkened as he wrenched open the lid of the purple-gold alchemy furnace. In an instant, an indescribable scorching medicinal fragrance mixed with the overbearing aura of alchemical fire swept outward like a tidal wave, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite, warping and twisting in the heat. He declared proudly, "The pills of my Alchemy King Sect are refined from the essence of heaven and earth, Tintasandier treasures, and a unique secret heart method. They possess the power to seize creation from heaven and earth. With that insignificant brutish strength of your sacred body, you think you can survive in the perilous secret realm? Utter delusion. Without the aid of pills, you likely couldn't even survive the dangers of the very first day." Is that so? Yi Chen laughed in fury instead. The power of his primordial sacred body erupted violently, and a majestic golden sacred force surged forth like a rising sun, enveloping his entire being in a divine radiance. He declared proudly, "Then let me see whether the pills of your Alchemy King are stronger or the fists of my sacred body are harder." Lin Yue and Elder Zhu Xian merely watched the two from the side. The laws of the cultivation world decreed that elders were not to interfere in disputes between those of the same generation. Moreover, under the gaze of so many onlookers, they too were curious to know just how formidable the primordial sacred body truly was in combat. Before his words had even faded, the Crimson Blood Manor's contingent arrived on wisps of bloody mist. A pack of snot-nosed juniors daring to raise such a clamor here. A cold, sinister, and overbearing presence abruptly descended. The procession of Qishua Manor advanced slowly through a sky-filling blood-red mist. At its head was a red-haired youth in a blood-red robe. His features were handsome, yet carried a hint of sinister strangeness, high brow bones sharp as blades, eyes tilting upward with a faint wicked air, and lips so red they seemed uncanny. When he smiled, it was like a blade dipped in honey. Her plain white robes are purer than snow, and her bone structure is exquisite, far more pleasing to the eye than the pill furnace that young master of the Danwang sect cradles in his arms. He licked his rather thin lips and let his gaze wander over Lin Yue without restraint like a venomous snake. His tone was frivolous. This young lady is truly lovely, and her bearing is fine as well. How about coming back to Qingyun Manor with this young manor lord as a concubine? The rouge powder rare treasures and exotic curiosities in my manor are countless times more precious than the weeds and wildflowers of that broken sect of yours. Hearing this, Lin Yue clenched her fingertips inside her sleeves. Clearly she knew exactly what sort of person this young manor lord was. If she truly went with him, death itself would be a luxury. There is a faint, bitter medicinal fragrance on you. With that, he reached out to grab Lin Yue's sleeve. A Palacian Dao aura rose around her and rippled outward. The heart-calming jade talisman also emitted a barely perceptible glow. The red-haired youth had just taken a swaggering step forward to approach when he seemed to step into a thick, sticky mire. Every movement, no matter how slight, became immensely difficult, and shock and fury appeared on his face. But the red-haired youth broke free from the restraint and sneered, a little wench from a fallen sect. Once we enter the secret realm, it'll make her know what it means to beg for death. Before his words had even faded, casting aside all regard for his status, he produced a blood-colored long saber and pointed it at Lin Yue from afar. The savage killing intent was suffocating. Lin Yue remained perfectly calm as a bone flute quietly materialized in her hand. The intricate, mysterious star runes on the flute suddenly flared as they came into contact with her aura, radiating a faint, cold light. In an instant, the surrounding grass and trees seemed to respond to a summons, stirring without a trace of wind. Countless thick vines like sentient serpents burst madly forth from all directions, like flood dragons breaking out of the sea, and lashed viciously around the red-haired youth's ankles. In a flash, the red-haired youth was pinned in place. Then, erupting with the full force of his power, he roared, "Once you fall into this young manor lord's hands, well, see if I can't make you beg for death." Then he charged at Lin Yue once more. "Is the rule of Qingyun Manor to snatch another's disciple?" A majestic voice rang out. Lin Yue, at some unknown moment, had stepped out from behind the crowd, carrying an archaic celadon teacup. As his voice fell, the steam above the cup's rim quickly condensed into crystalline ice beads that trembled gently in the air. The elder behind the red-haired youth changed expression abruptly. He hurriedly stepped forward to shield the young lord, and barked, "Young lord, you cannot be rude." Then he clasped his hands to Lin Yue and bowed extremely low. "The child is unruly. Well, I hope Sect Master Lin will be magnanimous." Unruly. The red-haired youth shoved the elder back with the back of his hand, and the blood-colored saber clattered out of its sheath. The blade was inscribed with blood-red curse scripts. The instant the saber was drawn, every bird in the mountain forest flapped up in fright. A petty sect master of a declining minor sect. How dare he presume to teach this young manor lord a lesson? Before he had even finished speaking, he raised the saber and charged at Lin Yue. Crack! A snap of fingers rang out. Those who had once witnessed a single snap instantly kill a fifth-stage soul separation cultivator all felt a shadow fall over their hearts at the sound of Lin Yue's finger snap. Everyone looked over and saw the young manor lord of Qingyun Manor still alive, but frozen motionless. He was shouting, "What the hell is this? Let me go at once. I tell you, my father is the manor lord of Qingyun Manor. Release me, and this young manor lord will let bygones be bygones." The elder of Qingyun Manor heaved a deep sigh and hastily bowed to Lin Yue with clasped hands. "Thank you, Sect Master Lin, for your mercy." Lin Yue smiled faintly. "I would hardly resort to striking a junior, but there will be no next time." With another snap of his fingers, he released the restraint. "Oh, now that is rather interesting." Just as both sides were poised on the brink of conflict, a clear, warm voice, carrying a strange cadence, drifted unhurriedly from the edge of the crowd, like a spring breeze passing over frozen soil. Everyone followed the voice and saw the Qingyun Sect's group approaching through the morning mist. The purple-clad maiden at the lead wore a pale purple tassel flower in her hair, and a mutton-fat jade pendant at her waist shimmered with starlight. With every step, a translucent lotus bloomed beneath her foot. She was none other than Chu Liushi, the holy maiden of Qingyun Sect. She drew near with light, graceful steps. Her gaze first fell upon the bone flute, glowing with starune patterns in Lin Yue's hand, and a flicker of barely perceptible surprise and curiosity passed through her eyes. Her gaze rested on the bone flute in Lin Yue's hand. The material of this bone flute is quite similar to the soul-calming flute described in ancient texts. Lin Yue moved the bone flute behind her back. "This was a gift from my master. It is not for sale." Xie Yunlu had by now strolled over, his silver robe snapping in the wind. "Holy Maiden Chu, I think you should not waste your breath on these disciples born from small sects who have never seen the world. Once we enter the secret realm, whether they are dragons or tigers, it will naturally become clear." Humph. Hearing this, Chu Liushi merely cast a faint disdainful glance at Xie Yunliu, then ignored him and turned to leave. Clearly she was rather repelled by Xie Yunliu's arrogance. "Enough." A voice rang out. Everyone turned to see that the Luoxua Sect's group had appeared not far away at some point, without anyone noticing. At its head was an old man with crane-white hair. 7 icicle-shaped artifacts hung at his waist, and his aura was like 10th of sandy-rolled profound ice. He was actually a supreme expert at the half-step cave void realm. The white-clad maiden standing beside him was by Ninglu, the holy maiden of Luoxua Sect. Her brows were like distant indigo hills, her eyes like autumn waters, but at this moment she was staring at Yi Chen with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Luoxua Sect was the only 6th-ranked sect on the scene, and it had come at the invitation of Chu Liushi, the holy maiden of Xianming Sect. Bai Ninglu, the holy maiden of Luoxua Sect, quietly watched the quarrel among the crowd. "What are you looking at?" Sensing her gaze, Chu Liushi raised a brow slightly. Bai Ninglu withdrew her gaze and said indifferently nothing. The Luoxua Sect elder stroked his beard and spoke in a voice like a great bell. Everyone calmed down. His gaze swept across the field, and the mere pressure of his half-step cave void cultivation made everyone's breath catch. "The secret realm is about to open. If we continue to fight among ourselves, we will simply let outsiders reap the benefit." He pointed to the center of the light array where the 7-colored light was swirling ever more intensely. "Break the array." The Qishua Manor elder immediately responded, waving his hand to summon 3 blood-colored talismans. Elder Zhu Xian of the Danwang sect formed hand seals and chanted, causing pill fire to rise from the purple-gold alchemy furnace. The disciples of Wanjian Valley drew their swords in unison, and the ringing of blades startled the mountain birds into flight. Lin Yue's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and the ice bead in the cup fell with a crisp ding into the tea. The 7-colored light array suddenly blazed with blinding light, and golden patterns like a spiderweb split the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash set the mountains echoing. A rift roughly 10 feet wide tore open at the center of the light array, and from within surged dense, almost tangible spiritual energy mingled with the fragrance of grass and trees and a breath of unknown danger. "The secret realm is open," someone shouted, and the crowd leapt into the rift one after another. The glow of the 7-colored light formation grew ever brighter, and amid the flowing runes the faint outline of mountains and rivers within the secret realm could already be discerned. With a thunderous boom, the light curtain slowly parted, revealing a churning vortex of spiritual energy beyond. The prodigies of every sect rushed in, frantically afraid that a single step too late would cost them their fortune. Yi Chen's hand tightened around the burning heaven sword. "Are you ready?" Su Mushua walked up beside him, and slid half an inch out of its sheath, its golden sword. Yi Chen nodded. The burning heaven sword hummed, and slid half an inch out of its sheath, its golden sword aura carving an arc through the morning mist. Once we're inside the secret realm. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Xie Yunliu, the red-haired young man, and Chu Liushi. "He'll see who the true prodigy really is." Yi Chen looked back and saw Bai Ninglu gazing in his direction, a hint of deep meaning in her eyes. He touched the burning heaven sword at his waist, turned, and vanished into the expanse of white light. Yi Chen's vision blurred, and the clamor around him was swallowed by an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy. When his feet touched down, it was not the fertile soil he had pictured, but cold, blue stone slabs covered with ancient patterns crisscrossed by sword scars. The spatial laws of this secret realm are bizarre. They actually scatter people apart. He circulated his sacred power to probe outwards, sweeping his divine sense across 3 li, and sensing only a faint ripple of spiritual energy to the northeast. Not far ahead stood a stone forest. The pillars rose like fangs bursting from the earth and stabbing into the gray-purple sky. The air was thick with the reek of sulfur, and the black stones beneath his feet were scorching hot, with faint veins of dark red magma flowing between the cracks. Yi Chen walked through the stone forest. At its far edge, a sheer cliff abruptly appeared before him. The cliff face looked as if it had been hewn by knives and axes, plunging thousands of feet. Below, clouds churned, occasionally specks of silver light flickered in the mist like broken stars. He lay prone at the cliff edge and peered down, his heart jolting. Embedded in the rock wall below were dozens of fist-sized silver gray ores, their surfaces covered in cobweb-like star patterns. Strangely, whenever a wisp of cloud swept past, the star patterns would emit a faint silver glow, as if greedily drinking the starlight from the mist. He had once seen a record in the Piaomiao sect's ancient text. This was star iron, a miraculous metal that could absorb the power of the stars and heavens. Used to temper weapons, it could endow a magical treasure with starlights, might doubling its power when slaying demons and vanquishing evil. What was more, this star iron was not scattered openly on the surface, it was half buried in the magma veins. The heat of the magma and the cold clarity of star radiance interwove within the ore, forming a delicate balance. The star patterns became even more condensed, with faint flowing light drifting through them. This was a sign that the ore had been naturally nurtured for more than 100 years. Ordinary star iron is already excellent forging material. One nurtured like this could transform even a rusty iron sword from the ground up. Yi Chen licked his dry, cracked lips, a flicker of burning desire flashing through his eyes. This iron sword had accompanied him for many years. Though the primordial sacred power had removed its rust, it was in the end still an ordinary mortal weapon at its foundation. After multiple fierce clashes against powerful enemies, fine cracks had appeared along the blade's spine. He unfastened the rope from his waist, tied one end to a stone pillar at the edge of the cliff, and wrapped the other firmly around his waist. After checking that everything was secure, he gripped the rope and slowly lowered himself down. Loose stones kept tumbling down the cliff, striking the clouds below with muffled echoes. When he drew closer to the star iron, he realized the oars were even stranger than they had seemed from afar. The arrangement of the star patterns secretly echoed a celestial chart. On the central piece of star iron, the patterns condensed into a miniature Big Dipper with the handle pointing toward a particular direction in the sky. Chen reached out and touched it. An icy coolness met his fingertips in stark contrast to the scorching magma all around. A faint pull emanated from the ore, as if trying to draw forth the sacred power inside his body. It truly has spiritual nature. He rejoiced inwardly. He circulated sacred power to protect his fingertips and carefully pried the star iron out of the cliff wall. The instant the ore came free, the star patterns burst into dazzling silver light, and the surrounding clouds rolled and surged violently like startled waves. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Chen's mind. Almost the moment the star iron left the rock, a deafening roar erupted from the clouds below. A colossal winged lizard burst through the mist, its emerald green vertical pupils fixed deadly upon him. The beast was sheathed in dark brown scales with bone spikes jutting from its back like savage short swords. Its wings spread more than 10 feet wide. This was the heart-eroding lizard guarding the star iron. A fifth-rank demonic beast at the early soul-severing stage. It fed on the star power of star iron, and its venom could corrode a cultivator's spiritual meridians. The heart-eroding lizard roared and spat out a stream of ink-green venom. In midair, the venom split into several poison arrows hurtling toward Chen with a pungent stench. He kicked hard against the cliff wall, using the rope's recoil to veer sideways. The poison arrows struck the rock face, instantly corroding several honeycomb-like holes as wisps of green smoke curled upward. Azure Void Sword, Art Meteor. Chen roared in fury. The rusty iron sword traced a golden arc in his hand, and a sword aura slashed at the heart-eroding lizard's head like a meteor chasing the moon. Clang! The blade clashed against the scaled armor, ringing with a piercing metallic sound. Chen felt a tremendous force rush up his arm. His hand went numb, and the rusty iron sword was knocked back an inch or so. The beast's scales were several times tougher than those of an ordinary spirit stage demonic beast. As the star patterns on the blade ground against the scales, sparks flew. Stung by the pain, the heart-eroding lizard spread its wings, throwing up a cloud of stone chips, and swept its long tail across like a steel whip. Chen was suspended in midair with nowhere to dodge, so he could only activate his primordial sacred body and condense sacred power behind his back. Boom! The tail struck his back like a heavy hammer. Chen let out a muffled groan, spat out a mouthful of blood, and crashed into the cliff like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, the rope at his waist snapped taut in time, stopping him from plunging into the abyss. Bearing the searing pain, he lifted his head and saw a palm-sized patch of white soft armor on the heart-eroding lizard's belly. It was entirely different from the dark brown scales elsewhere. That was its weak point. Azure Void Sword, Art Soul Fairy. A vicious glint flashed in Chen's eyes, and pulling on the rope, he swung savagely toward the heart-eroding lizard. The burning heaven sword in his hand gathered pale golden flames of sacred power. The fire along the blade scorched the surrounding air until it warped and twisted. Sensing danger, the heart-eroding lizard opened its enormous jaws and lunged at him, its foul breath washing over his face. Chen sidestepped the maw, and his fist, blazing with majestic sacred might, slammed precisely into the white soft armor. Illo! The heart-eroding lizard let out a miserable shriek. Its massive body convulsed violently, and a bloody split tore open in the soft armor of its belly. Ink-green blood gushed out, splashing onto the cliff wall and hissing as it ate into the rock. Seizing the opportunity, Chen grabbed the rope, climbed upward with its support, and in the same motion, drove his sword backward into the lizard's wound. Sacred power surged along the blade and detonated inside its body, utterly destroying its vitality. The giant lizard's corpse plummeted into the clouds, followed by a dull, thunderous impact. Chen slumped at the cliff's edge, gasping for air. The agonizing pain in his back nearly made him faint, but as he gazed at the star iron in his hand, a blaze of excitement flickered in his eyes. He carefully stowed away over a dozen chunks of star iron, keeping the largest one, the Big Dipper star-patterned iron, wrapped separately in cloth and stored close to his body. Though these ores were not as heaven-defying as the sacred body origin crystal that would later appear, they were the most practical stroke of fortune at this moment. Silver vein patterns like star trails drifted across the ore's surface, pressing fine warm imprints into his palm, somehow more alive than ordinary spirit jade. With these, the power of the rusted iron sword could increase by at least 3/10 in his master's hands, perhaps even 5/10. Having put the oars away, Chen was about to rise when his divine sense suddenly caught another, even more majestic aura emanating from the northwest. The stream's banks were overgrown with knee-high wild grass, and here and there a few plants emitted a faint ethereal spiritual glow. He recognized one of the plants. Emerald green leaves with 3 crimson beads crowning its tip as it unfurled its leaves. The dewdrops gathered at the leaf tips refracted a rainbow shimmer. Spirit-gathering grass. It was the main ingredient for refining spirit-gathering pills, increasing the chance of breaking through from the Qi-gathering realm to the Spirit Sea realm. Though ordinary, even Yi Chun, who knew almost nothing about alchemy, could tell that these spirit-gathering grasses were extraordinary. The Piao sect was desperately short of medicinal herbs, so he carefully uprooted the Qi-condensing grass and sealed it in a jade box. Turning past an outcrop of blue rock, a shallow pool mirrored the half-sunken sun, its ripples strewn with shattered gold. He arrived at a stretch of bluestone flat, where the stream collected into a shallow pool. Several furry stone monkeys squatted on the rocks at the pool's edge, toying with silver-scaled fish from the water. The stone monkeys were not large, about half a man's height, with amber eyes. When they saw Yi Chun, far from being afraid, they bared their teeth and chattered shrilly. Spirit insight stone monkeys. Yi Chun was mildly surprised. Though these demon beasts possessed no great divine powers, they were born with a sensitivity to spiritual objects and often dwelled where spirit herbs grew. He swept his divine sense across, and indeed noticed something unusual in the crevices behind the monkeys. Several herbs with golden-rimmed leaves were gently swaying in the breeze. That is golden-edged hemostatic grass. Yi Chun examined it closely. Though it was only a third-grade spirit herb, it could quickly stop bleeding when a cultivator was injured. For disciples who often trained outside, it was comparable to a life-saving charm. Refined into pills, it would be even more effective. Though it is not as good as the 9-turn white bone pill bestowed by Master, at least using this one won't make my heart ache. Yi Chun could not help but sigh. Just as he was about to step forward to gather the herbs, the leading stone monkey suddenly grabbed a stone and hurled it at him. The stone shot over with a cutting whistle. Yi Chun sidestepped and it smashed against the cliff behind him, striking a shower of sparks. Little fellow, you're quite protective of your food. He let out a helpless chuckle, unbothered. These stone monkeys were only at the early Spirit Sea realm. Hardly a threat, but if he were to snatch the herbs by force, they might easily be damaged. Smiling, Yi Chun took out a candied fruit and tossed it over. The monkey caught it, sniffed it warily at first, then clutched it and hopped into the middle of its companions, setting off a cacophony of squeaks. Seeing the monkey's dissatisfied expressions, Yi Chun grew even more helpless. From his storage pouch, he retrieved the demon core left over from his previous hunt of the black-winged wolf and tossed it toward them. The demon core traced an arc through the air. The leading monkey, quick of eye and hand, snatched it in one motion, brought it to its nose, sniffed, and its amber eyes instantly brightened. How about trading this for the herbs behind you? Yi Chun pointed at the golden-edged hemostatic grass in the crevice. The stone monkey squeaked twice, as if deliberating with its companions. A moment later, it passed the demon core to the smaller monkey beside it, then hopped over to the crevice, carefully clawed out 3 golden-edged hemostatic grasses, and threw them to Yi Chun. Yi Chun caught the herbs, and seeing the roots intact, gave a satisfied nod. Thanks. He then took out several low-grade demon cores and tossed them over as an extra token of gratitude. The stone monkeys caught the cores and leaped jubilantly into the pool, soon vanishing from view. After putting away the hemostatic grass, Yi Chun was about to leave when he noticed that deeper in the crevice the monkeys had dug something seemed to be hidden. He reached inside and felt around. His fingertips touched a cold, hard object. When he pulled it out, it turned out to be a palm-sized slab of blue stone engraved with several lines of blurry writing. Supplement to the basic breathing art. Yi Chun frowned and scrutinized it. What the slab recorded was not some profound technique, but meticulous corrections to ordinary breath control practices. It detailed, for instance, how to guide spiritual energy away from damaged meridians during inhalation and how to expel turbid qi from the fingertips on exhalation. Though simple, these methods could save low-ranked cultivators many circuitous detours in their cultivation. This would actually be useful for the sect's new disciples. He tucked the slab into his storage pouch. Such a supplement to a basic method was hardly a great fortune, yet it was exactly the remedy for the Piao sect's pressing lack of complete cultivation techniques. Just then the pool water suddenly churned violently, and an enormous turtle covered in green armor surfaced from beneath the depths. The giant turtle had 2 fleshy growths on its head and murky eyes. It was clearly the demon beast guarding this patch of spirit herbs with a cultivation base at the late 2nd grade Spirit Sea realm. Human cultivator, you think you can just take something and leave? The turtle's voice rasped like old trees grinding together, shaking the wild ginger flowers by the pond, so they fell rustling to the ground. What was hidden in that crevice is not something a few measly demon cores can buy. Yi Chun gripped the burning heaven sword tightly. It is only a slab engraved with a basic technique. Senior need not be angry. Humph. Those were insights I recorded while cultivating in my younger days. I intended to leave them for a destined junior, yet you boy jumped ahead to claim them. The giant turtle crawled slowly ashore, its green carapace glinting coldly in the sunlight. Either leave the slab behind, or taste my dark water veil. The words had barely left its mouth when the turtle abruptly sprayed a mouthful of water mist that condensed in midair into a translucent veil, trapping Chen inside. The veil's surface was covered with fine ripples. Chen swung his sword, but the sword chi dissolved against it without a sound. This veil can absorb spiritual energy attacks. Chen understood at once. The next moment he erupted with the full power of his peak third-grade golden core. The ripples on the water veil first trembled violently, then like a lake struck by a stone they spread outward. The originally translucent membrane gradually grew murky until with a crack it split into spiderweb-like fissures. Finally, with a bang, the water veil burst apart. The instant it shattered, countless water droplets shot outward on fierce winds. Lightly touching the ground with the tip of his toe, Chen rose like a crane and robes fluttering retreated 30 feet away. The giant turtle's eyes bulged as it watched the azure figure land steadily at the edge of the pool, a low rumble rolling from its throat. What? Peak third-grade golden core realm. Senior, had I known it was your treasure, I would have come to ask for it first. Chen clasped his hands in salute. This slab is of great use to me. After I copy it, I will return it intact. Enough. The giant turtle had not expected Chen's strength to be so high. Peak third-grade golden core realm was far beyond what it could contend with. Since you have the fortune, take it. Just do not let the insights upon it go to waste. With that, it sank back into the pool depths and stirred no more, leaving only a ring of ripples behind. Chen picked up the slab, clasped his hands toward the pool, then turned and left the bluestone flat. After he was gone, the giant turtle slowly surfaced and stared in the direction he had vanished. The primordial sacred body has already appeared. The first line of the prophecy. When the primordial appears, could it be that the primordial sacred body has come into the world? The giant turtle muttered. Back outside the secret realm, as the prodigies, driven by their craving for fortune, streamed one after another into the mist-shrouded secret realm, Jiangfeng, an elder of the Xuan Sect, calmly drew an archaic artifact from his sleeve. This is the Xuan mirror, forged by our sect in imitation of the celestial mechanism pavilion's heavenly fate mirror. Elder Jiangfeng's voice was low yet distinct, carrying clearly to the few elders nearby. Though it cannot fathom causality or divine destiny like the heavenly fate mirror, it is more than sufficient for observing the general situation within the secret realm. As his words fell, he flicked his wrist and gently cast the Xuan mirror into the sky. The moment it left his palm, the artifact expanded with the wind, its surface suffused with a soft blue glow. Jiangfeng then pressed his fingers together like a sword, and a concentrated beam of blue light shot forth from his fingertip, precisely vanishing into the center of the Xuan mirror. The Xuan mirror hovered in midair, slowly swelling until it transformed into a colossal screen spanning the horizon, upon which light and shadows danced, clearly reflecting the scenes deep within the secret realm. On the screen, the image shifted, revealing a crimson-haired young man skillfully locked in fierce combat with a ferocious demonic tiger. That demonic tiger had pitch-black fur, and the king mark on its forehead gleamed with a chilling light. Every pounce carried the might to split mountains. Yet the crimson-haired young man moved with agile grace, the cold gleam of his long sword flickering with each strike aimed at the tiger's vital spots. Balancing offense and defense, he appeared completely at ease. Elder Zhao, the young master of your Crimson Blood Manor son, Jun, truly lives up to his reputation. That move, blood staining the cold light, is exceptionally masterful. Zhoda of the 10,000 Swords Valley said to Zhao Yu beside him. A hint of pride surfaced on Zhao Yu's face as he quickly returned the courtesy. Elder Zhou flatters me. In comparison, young Valley Master Xie's 10,000 Swords art is the true marvel. That move, 10,000 Swords Court the Heavens, just now displayed surging sword chi and overwhelming momentum. We can only look on in awe. The two exchanged smiles, their words steeped in mutual flattery, their sycophantic rapport unmistakable. Meanwhile, Chen, after leaving the clamorous bluestone flat, he did not rush to compete for the fortunes that drew everyone's attention. Instead, he chose to follow the mountain ranges on the periphery of the secret realm, probing deeper all the way. Along the way, he picked some low-grade spirit herbs and hunted several second-rank spirit ocean and third-rank golden core demonic beasts to exchange for demon cores. The gains were modest, but reliable. That evening, as dusk closed in and the light among the trees dimmed, Chen arrived at a relatively secluded valley. He noticed a dark cave entrance half hidden by a dense cluster of green vines. Frowning slightly, he slowed his steps and approached with vigilance. Near the mouth of the cave, a faint scent of blood and decay wafted toward him. Scattered on the ground were several weathered bones upon which faint but varied marks of blade and sword cuts could be discerned. It seems some cultivator met their end here, Chen thought to himself. He carefully parted the drooping vines, and a denser chill surged out from within the cave. The cave was not deep, only a few zhang square. Near the cave wall lay a pile of dark tattered cloth beneath, which something seemed to be wrapped. Chen crouched down and carefully lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a sword scabbard resting quietly. The scabbard was covered in rust, and its material seemed quite ordinary except for 3 archaic seal script characters carved on its body: Qingyun Sect. If I recall, the Qingyun Sect was a small sect from a few hundred years ago, Chen muttered to himself. Yet he forgot that his own Piaomiao sect, at least on the surface, was still a first-rank minor sect. The moment he touched the scabbard, a faint green light emerged from it and coalesced in the air into the blurred figure of an old man. The old man wore the Taoist robe of the Qingyun Sect. His face was gaunt, his expression steeped in sorrow, a classic remnant soul. At last someone has come. The remnant soul let out a sigh, carrying an indescribable weariness and hope. His voice was so weak that it seemed likely to dissipate at any moment. Young friend, would you be willing to hear a few words from this old man? Chen tensed, instinctively stepping back half a pace while his right hand pressed the hilt of the Finch's sword at his waist. Senior, who might you be? Why are you here? I am Lu Chongfeng, the last sect master of the Qingyun Sect, the remnant soul said. 30 years ago the sect was annihilated by its enemies. I fled here carrying the sole remaining fragment of the Qingyun sword art, but in the end I was spent beyond recovery and could only entrust my remnant soul to this scabbard. He pointed toward the stone wall. There hidden away are my sword manual and half a broken sword. If you can bring them out of the secret realm and return them to the descendants of the Qingyun Sect, should any still exist, this old man will be eternally grateful. Chen looked toward the stone wall and indeed noticed a loose stone. He moved it aside, revealing a yellowed bamboo slip scroll and half a rusty sword. On the bamboo slips was a fragment of the Qingyun sword art containing only the first 3 moves, simple techniques better suited for beginners. The half-broken sword was made of ordinary material, its blade already chipped and clearly worthless. This sword art, Chen frowned. Such basic swordplay could not even compare to the current techniques of the Piaomiao sect, let alone the Qingming sword art bestowed by his master. Lu Chongfeng seemed to read his thoughts and sighed. Though this sword art is shallow, it embodies this old man's life's work. Its final move, mountain-splitting gale, appears simple, yet in truth it can condense spiritual power onto the sword tip and release it abruptly in a single strike. Perfect for low-realm cultivators to slay enemies across levels. It is a pity. His voice abruptly became urgent. Young friend, this old man knows his time is short. If you are willing to accept my request, I would pass down to you all the sword insight I have accumulated in my life. After all, in life, I was a mid-stage 5th-rank soul separation cultivator. I cannot grant you a leap to the heavens, but I can deepen your comprehension of fundamental swordsmanship. Chen's heart stirred slightly. The Qingming sword art he practiced was exquisite, yet its foundation still lay in the basics. If he could draw upon another's sword comprehension, he might be able to shore up his own shortcomings. He nodded and said, Senior, this junior agrees. But I will not deliberately seek out descendants of the Qingyun Sect. I will only do so if fate allows. That is more than enough. At last a relieved smile bloomed on the face of Lu Chongfeng's remnant soul. In that smile was a trace of comfort and a trace of contentment. Lu Chongfeng pointed at the center of Chen's brow, and a beam of green light vanished into Chen's sea of consciousness. A torrent of vast pure information flooded into his mind, catching him off guard and instinctively prompting him to resist. But he quickly realized that the green light was not destructive or eroding, but a gentle transmission. In that instant, countless insights into the fundamentals of swordsmanship poured into his mind. How to conserve spiritual power when swinging the sword, how to adjust one's breathing to match sword techniques, how to maintain sword momentum in adverse circumstances. These insights were not flashy in the least, yet every word was precious, all of them lessons distilled from real combat. Ding! Disciple Chen has obtained the fragment of the Qingyun sword art and Lu Chongfeng's insights. His understanding of basic swordsmanship has deepened. Reward for host, all sword techniques power increased by 10. Lin Yue, sipping tea outside, chuckled. This kid sure knows how to pick up bargains. He had expected the remnant soul to attempt body possession, and he had already been ready to intervene. The system's notification put his mind at ease. After digesting the insights, Chen felt his understanding of the Qingming sword art deepen, and even his grip on the Finchun sword now felt more attuned. Seeing Chen fully comprehend, Lu Chongfeng nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Senior Lu. Young friend, my soul is on the verge of dispersing. Before it fades, let this old man help you one last time. Before his words died away, the remaining green light flared brilliantly, instantly dissolving into specks of stardust that surged into Chen's brow. This is... Chen once again felt a warm current flooding into his sea of consciousness. But this time it was not sword comprehension. It was something far more profound, far more primordial. He felt his soul power at that very moment nourished by a mysterious force beginning to grow rapidly at an unprecedented speed. At the same time, his perception range imperceptibly expanded. Senior, your great kindness will never be forgotten by this junior Chen. Chen bowed deeply toward the empty cave and said with reverence, this junior will not fail your trust. Should the opportunity arise, I will spare no effort in seeking out the descendants of the Qingyun Sect and carrying on this sword art and legacy. With that he lingered, no longer turned, and left the cave that had witnessed the final lament of the Qingyun Sect. Outside the cave a gentle breeze drifted by, rustling the scattered weeds at the entrance with a soft whisper, like Lu Changfeng's last sigh, and like a quiet blessing for Yi Chen's future. When Lin Yue stepped into the secret realm, what lay beneath her feet was not the imagined ground of spirit jade and treasures, but withered leaves covered with a thin layer of frost. The air was thick with the scent of damp soil mingled with the faintest fragrance of grass and wood. She picked a direction at random and made her way through a low thicket. In front of her appeared a shallow pool roughly half a mu in size, its water so clear that the bottom was fully visible. At the bottom lay dozens of palm-sized slabs of bluestone, their surfaces covered with indentations the size of a thumbnail. On closer inspection, these indentations formed intermittent musical notes. Those are remnants of an ancient musical score. Lin Yue crouched down. The moment her fingertip touched the water, the stone slabs at the bottom suddenly gave off a faint blue halo. Tiny bubbles surged out of the note-shaped indentations, burst after rising to the surface, and turned into translucent sound waves that trembled gently in the air. She took out the bone flute she carried with her. As the bone flute drew near the sound waves, those translucent tremors suddenly grew rapid and left faint blue marks on the flute, which happened to form half the score of Heavenly Wind Suite. This pool water can actually reveal a lost musical score. Lin Yue's heart stirred faintly. She tried to play according to the blue marks. The moment the bone flute sounded, the reeds at the pool's edge began to sway without any wind. As their leaves brushed against one another, they unexpectedly carried on the latter half of the melody with perfect precision. As the complete Heavenly Wind's hidden melody resounded, the bluestone slabs at the bottom of the pool rose together, revealing a layer of fine crystal underneath. These crystals were only the size of rice grains, pure white all over, and refracted a soft light in the sun. They were sound-condensing stones of basic material that could stabilize sound waves and make it easier for low-ranked instruments to draw in spiritual energy. Unfortunately, sound cultivators were rare on the Xuan Yuan Continent. Though they are not a rare treasure, they are just right for repairing the sect's sound transmission talismans. Lin Yue smiled and carefully put the crystals away. She knew the Qingyun Sect was running low on resources, and these seemingly ordinary materials might ease its immediate crisis. Just as she was about to rise, a soft crack came from the stone cliff across the pool. In a crack about a foot wide, the very crack left behind when she had just performed the Heavenly Wind Suite, half of a yellowed bamboo slip was visible with faint cinnabar inscriptions on it. Yue waded across and carefully pulled the bamboo slip out intact. What she found was an annotation to the basic breathing technique written in a graceful, elegant hand that seemed to belong to a woman. When inhaling, keep your mind on the dantian. If your meridians feel blocked, you can tap a stone surface with your fingertip and use the sound waves to guide qi. She murmured the words, and suddenly her eyes lit up. The annotation was simple, but it happened to solve the problem she always encountered in cultivation. Her qi channels became disordered because her Tao embryo was too sensitive. After putting the bamboo slip into her storage pouch, Lin Yue had just turned around when 3 pure white little beasts darted out of the reeds by the pool. They looked like squirrels, each trailing a wisp of silver silk from its tail tip. They were wind-listening rats, creatures that fed on sound waves, and with their early awakening intelligence were extremely sensitive to fluctuations of Tao resonance. The leading wind-listening rat held a wild fruit and looked at her timidly, as though offering a gesture of goodwill. Lin Yue remembered Lin Yue's words, "All living things have spirits. They must not be treated lightly." She took an unrefined sound-condensing stone from her storage pouch and placed it on the ground. The wind-listening rats caught the spiritual energy on the stone and immediately frolicked with joy. They carried the sound-condensing stone into the reeds, and before leaving they left behind a small pile of dark red berries. The fruity fragrance mixed with the scent of grass and was sweet, but not cloying. Crimson resonance fruit. Lin Yue picked one up. Its flesh was as translucent as agate. Although this crimson resonance fruit could not directly raise one's cultivation, it could nourish the soul and was best eaten during long sessions of enlightenment. It was not as precious as the enlightenment tea Lin Yue had gifted her, but it would be excellent for giving to others. They certainly know how to return a favor. Lin Yue smiled, put away the berries, and continued deeper into the dense woods. Passing through a pine forest, she came upon a stone house that had mostly collapsed. Faded murals covered the ruined walls, depicting a group of ancient people seated around a campfire, holding all manner of instruments, as if conducting some kind of ritual. On a stone platform in the corner of the mural sat a gray, dusty pottery, sun, its cracks filled with age-old dust. The sun was covered with dense cracks and looked as though it had lost its spirit long ago, yet it made Lin Yue's heart skip a beat. Lin Yue picked up the pottery sun. The instant her fingertip touched a crack, a faint hum issued from the instrument, like an ancient bell that had slumbered for 1,000 years being gently struck. On instinct, she raised the sun to her lips and blew. To her surprise, what came out was not a raspy noise, but a clear ringing tune subtly in accord with the heavenly wind's hidden melody revealed by the stone slabs at the bottom of the pool. As the melody flowed, the murals on the ruined stone walls suddenly blazed with dazzling light. The figures of the ancients actually stepped out from the stone walls and danced around her with archaic choreography. They wore coarse hemp garments and hairpins and held instruments, and their dance steps matched the music perfectly. Every turn and every stomp echoed the rhythm of the sun and stamped faint runes into the ground. In the end, all of this formed a complete introductory diagram of the sound Dao. So this sun is the key, Lin Yue understood in her heart. Following the rhythm of the mural ancients as she played, she gradually came to understand that the sound Dao was not merely a path of slaughter. It also possessed the wondrous ability to harmonize qi and blood and to communicate with heaven and earth. When the final note fell, the figures of the ancients dissolved into motes of light that merged into the sun, and most of the cracks on the sun mended by themselves, emitting a warm, gentle luster. Lin Yue tucked the restored sun into her waist and let her gaze settle on the small earthen mound behind. There grew a patch of strange grass. The edges of its leaves were serrated, and every leaf bore a dewdrop on its tip. When the dewdrops rolled, they made crisp, tinkling sounds like a natural musical scale. Musical scale grass. Lin Yue recognized this spirit herb. She crouched down and carefully pulled up a whole plant. The serrated edges of the leaves gleamed faint gold light, seemed to drift through the veins, and even the roots were wrapped in a thin layer of spiritual energy. It was the main ingredient of the clear sound pill. If a low-ranked cultivator went into qi deviation during cultivation because of inner demon interference, this pill could instantly calm the disordered spiritual energy. She carefully pulled out the musical scale grass by the roots and stored it in a jade box. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke. "Little wench, I suggest you put down that jade box." The abrupt male voice startled the reeds into violent rustling. Lin Yue looked up and saw more than a dozen figures in black burst out of the thicket. The blood-red skulls on their dark robes cast an eerie red gleam under the sunlight. The red-haired young man at the lead, Sun Jun, licked greed from the corner of his lips, while the 8 guards behind him exuded heavy, restrained auras. "Little wench, not bad luck." Sun Jun toyed with the blood pool saber at his waist, his gaze stuck to the jade box. "This musical scale grass will do nicely as a gift for this young lord's 13th concubine. If you're willing to become this young lord's 14th concubine, this young lord doesn't mind letting you have the musical scale grass." Lin Yue looked at Sun Jun coldly, then suddenly smiled, the corners of her eyes tilting slightly upward. "A 4th early primordial spirit realm cultivator like you and a few 3-rot-stage peak core formation trash want me to be your concubine." Sun Jun smirked wickedly. Little wench still trying to hold out at a moment like this. Before the words faded, Lin Yue had already raised her bone flute crosswise. The star patterns on the flute lit up, and a blue-gray sonic wave rippled outward like rings on water, shaking the pond into leaping droplets. Lin Yue lightly tapped the water with her toes, and without taking a single lotus step, had already retreated 10 yards away. The sonic waves stirred up by her fluttering sleeves sent the 2 guards at the front staggering backward, courting death. The leftmost crimson blood guard lunged with a bellow, his poisoned iron claw sweeping a bloody wind straight at her face. The dark gleam on the claw tips was the crimson blood manor's unique bone-rotting venom. Once it touched one's tendons and meridians would snap. Lin Yue twirled the bone flute gently. The opening phrase of Harmonious Resonance Prelude was like a clear spring washing over stones, and her sonic waves condensed into a translucent barrier before her. The iron claw struck the barrier with a crisp bell-like sound. The dark venom was purified by the sonic wave into wisps of black smoke, while the guard felt a vast force surge over him, nearly shattering his wrist bones. "Not bad." Sun Jun raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. "Don't damage her face. Take her alive." 3 dark figures struck at the same time. The banner-bearing crimson blood guard unfurled a black banner, and blood-red patterns, stretching 3 zhong, blazed to life, summoning 6 ghostly shadows. The flail wielder smashed his weapon against the water, raising a wall of water 1 zhong high to cover their attack. The strangest of all was the short-blade assassin, whose body turned ethereal and vanished into the reed shadows. Lin Yue brought the clay ocarina to her lips, and its low drone merged with the bone flute's high notes in perfect harmony. The pond water suddenly seethed into a circular curtain of water and pushed the flail wielder's water wall back. "Break," she cried softly, and the bone flute's tune turned sharply fierce. The martial passage of the King of Qin breaks the battle array, transformed into dozens of blue-gray sonic blades, and slashed precisely at the phantom's brows. Those evil things condensed from wronged souls feared pure Dao resonance above all. The moment they touched the sonic blades, they let out shrill screams and dissolved into black smoke among the pond's mist. The banner guard gave a muffled groan, the blood patterns on his banner dimmed by more than half, clearly showing that his soul had been wounded. Taking advantage of the opening, the short-blade assassin hiding in the shadows had already closed to within a few paces. He had calculated the gap in Lin Weiner's defense. His short blade coated with dark blue venom stabbed, but Lin Weiner's left foot tapped a protruding green stone in the pond, and her body spun up like a top. The tail of her bone flute with the sound of tearing air cracked against the retainer's wrist at the Yangshi acupoint. The instant his short blade left his hand, the ocarina's low note suddenly soared. The sonic wave shook the retainer until blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Staggering backward, he collided with the rebounding water wall and was pulled into the pond, coughing and choking. Worthless. Seeing this, Sun Jun struck out himself. His blood-red long saber traced a half-moon arc, and the saber chi carrying the shrieking howls of 100 wronged spirits shot straight at Lin Weiner in midair. Wherever the saber chi passed, patches of reeds were scorched black, and even the air was twisted by the heat. Lin Weiner's gaze sharpened. The bone flute turned urgent and piercing as sonic waves transformed into a spiral of force to meet the saber chi. At the instant the two forces collided, she abruptly spun and struck out with the palm. The pond water drawn by her innate Tao power hardened into crystalline water arrows that shot at his saber-wielding wrist. Clang! The saber chi was shredded by the sonic wave, but the water arrows forced Sun Jun to hastily pull his blade back in guard. Her fingertips swept across the star patterns on the flute, and blue-gray sonic waves fanned out like a spider's web, surrounding the remaining 5 crimson blood guards at the center. Come at me together so I won't waste my time. The crimson blood guards, angered by her words, surrounded her in the 5 elements formation. The flail wielder struck the ground hard, sending broken stones and toxic smoke flying. The archer loosed a blood-enshrouded arrow, its arrowhead trailing a scarlet flame. The banner guard summoned shadows again. This time the evil creatures actually had wings. Sun Jun stood outside the circle with a cold smirk, his blood pool saber held vertically before his chest, clearly nursing a lethal move. Lin Weiner, however, closed her eyes and played the bone flute and clay ocarina at the same time. Unlike the fierce killing notes before, this melody was like a spring breeze sweeping across a frozen lake. Within, the gentle sonic waves surged in overwhelming vitality. Passages from Cloud Gate echoed through the ravine. The blue-gray light patterns seeped into the earth, making the withered yellow reeds sprout new shoots. The onrushing phantoms crashed against the sonic waves. Instead of tearing her defense apart, they were purified by the light patterns into spots of glowing light, and even showed looks of release before they dissipated. Impossible! The banner guard cried out in shock. The blood-red skull on his banner began to keen. When Lin Weiner opened her eyes, starlight swirled in her pupils, and her innate Tao embryo operated at full strength. The bone flute pointed at the sky, and the sonic waves formed a blue-gray bridge spanning heaven and earth. The ocarina pressed against the water's surface, its low note making the green stones at the bottom resonate. Sonic kill stars scattered across the sky, she uttered softly. The great bridge collapsed into 10,000 sonic blades that rained down like a meteor storm. The first to fall was the archer. A blade sheared his bowstring, and the residual force shattered his heart-protecting mirror. The flail wielder tried to retreat, but several pillars of water suddenly burst from beneath his feet. It was the earth vein resonance triggered by the ocarina which flung him against the rock wall. The banner guard was pinned to his banner by sonic blades, and the blood-red patterns instantly faded to gray. In less than 10 breaths, all 8 crimson blood guards were dead or wounded. Sun Jun's face was livid. The blood pool saber in his hand blazed with a blinding red light. Huh. Little wench, let's see how you block this, he bellowed. The blood pool saber carved out a sky full of blood-red blades, the saber chi a full zhang wide. Everywhere it passed, even the air was scorched and twisted, and even the insects chirping in the reeds fell abruptly silent. Lin Weiner looked at the blood-red saber chi, and for the first time a note of seriousness surfaced in her composed eyes. She had been toying with the crimson blood guards all along, but this time she had no choice but to take it seriously. As everyone knew, there were 2 kinds of moves that could absolutely not be dodged: those that launched at 0 frames, and those with an extremely long charging time. Sun Jun's attack belonged to the latter, yet it had only made Lin Weiner serious. Their battle was also being watched by those outside the secret realm. Sect Master Lin, it seems your sect's disciple is about to suffer. Xiao Yu, an elder of the Crimson Blood Manor, taunted Lin Yue with a cold voice. Lin Yue did not answer, and simply kept drinking tea. At these words, he raised his eyes, and his gaze passed through the water mist to rest on the moon-white figure at the center of the pool. What a pity, such a beautiful girl. Indeed. Sun Jun is after all an early-stage 4th order primordial spirit. This girl is in for trouble. The only regrettable thing was that the 8 Crimson Blood Guards had been forgotten. But since Crimson Blood Guards existed to protect the young master, being forgotten was only natural. Zhang Feng, an elder of Qingyun Sect, said with concern, Sect Master Lin. Lin Yue cut him off. No matter. In a moment, I hope Crimson Blood Manor can still laugh. Watching the saber chi rushing toward her, Lin Weiner erupted with the full force of her mid-stage 4th order primordial spirit cultivation. The sonic blades formed by the passages of the King of Qin breaks the battle array, slowly converged into a sword of sound. The sonic sword pointed straight at Sun Jun's blood-red saber chi. Sun Jun stared at Lin Wainer in shock. This is impossible. Seeing Lin Wainer erupt with mid-stage 4th Order Primordial Spirit power, Sun Jun unconsciously bit his lip. A drop of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have made a decision. Seeing Lin Wainer erupt with mid-stage 4th Order Primordial Spirit power, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This girl is actually at the mid-stage of the 4th Order Primordial Spirit realm. In the crowd, someone shouted in shock. No wonder. It seems she was not using her full strength at all when she dealt with the Crimson Blood Guards. She was simply toying with them. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect has taken in a fine disciple, and City Lord Lin has raised a fine daughter. Hearing the crowds praise Xiao Yu, the Crimson Blood Manor elder, who had mocked Lin Yue moments before, turned almost black in the face. He wished he could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He too had never imagined that Lin Wainer was actually at the 4th Order Primordial Spirit realm, and mid-stage at that. Sun Jun, watching Lin Wainer erupt with mid-stage 4th Order Primordial Spirit power, suddenly roared. Little wench, you forced me to do this. The water of the Qingyun pool was already seething like boiling oil, sending up rolling waves of heat that scorched the moss on the surrounding rock walls until it crackled, and gave off a pungent bitter stench. Sun Jun pressed his hands into a seal against his brow. Beneath his black robe, cobweb-like blood marks abruptly crawled across his skin. He was wreathed in blood-red saber-chi, savage and fierce as a crimson flood dragon baring its fangs to devour. Sun Jun roared. Qixia ran on. Outside the secret realm, Xiao Yu, an elder of the Qixia mansion, saw everything clearly through the hazy light curtain. His heart nearly stopped in terror, and he could not help crying out he must not use that forbidden art. But unfortunately for Xiao Yu, Sun Jun could not hear him. His words vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. At the instant the crimson flood dragon clashed with the sounds word formed by blue-gray sonic waves, Sun Jun let out a heart-rending roar. You little wench, you deserve to die for making me use this secret art. Sun Jun was entirely consumed by raging hatred. The loose black robe over his body billowed without any wind, revealing the bizarre blood-red patterns covering his entire body. Those patterns were not ordinary curse seals. They looked more like countless dense veins and blood vessels greedily drinking the life force within him and spreading a sickly, feverish flush across his once handsome face. In that instant, the aura of a peak 4th Order Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator blazed out from Sun Jun. Qixia Ranhan was a forbidden art of the Qixia Mansion, a taboo technique that sacrificed one's own lifespan and soul to briefly elevate one's cultivation and erupt with astonishing battle power. Sun Jun licked his lips. But I think he'll let you taste the greatest weapon of the mortal world, make you die in rapture, and then throw you into a brothel to be humiliated by 10,000 men before you breathe your last. Lin Yue frowned at Sun Jun's filthy words. Is this how the Qixia Mansion treats female cultivators? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Anyone could hear the icy fury in Lin Yue's voice. It made everyone present tremble with dread, and the atmosphere dropped to the freezing point. Xiao Yu, elder of the Qixia Mansion, was pinned to the spot by Lin Yue's freezing question. His fingers clenched unconsciously beneath his black robe. Around them, the elders of the Xianming Sect, the Qingyun Sect, and other sects held their breath, their gazes darting back and forth between the two. Everyone could see that Lin Yue was genuinely enraged. Sect Master Lin, Xiao Yu said, his atoms apple-bobbing as he forced down the tremor in his heart. He squeezed out a stiff smile. The young lord is young and impetuous, and he spoke without restraint inside the secret realm. That is the Qixia Mansion failing to discipline him properly. This matter. In time I will report it to the Mansion Master, and have Sun Jun punished heavily, giving the Qingyun Sect an explanation. He was trying to give ground, intending to blur over the matter with the words heavy punishment. As a level 5 sect, the Qixia Mansion was far from weak in the southern domain, whereas the Qingyun Sect was only a level 1 sect. He was a core elder of a level 5 sect, and a great cultivator at the mid-stage of the 6th Order Integration Realm. To speak conciliatory words to a small level 1 sect was already an act of extreme courtesy. Giving you face with a token gesture should have been enough. But Lin Yue simply held his teacup, not even lifting his eyelids. The warm tea swayed gently in the cup, reflecting his calm, unfathomable eyes. An explanation. Does Elder Zhao think the phrase heavy punishment can erase the humiliation of a disciple of my Qingyun Sect? His voice was not loud, but it struck like ice dropped into boiling oil and burst through the air in an instant. Xiao Yu opened his mouth about to argue, but Lin Yue changed tack, his tone suddenly sharp. Or is it that in Elder Zhao's eyes the life of a Qingyun Sect disciple is inherently not as precious as a single hair on your young lord's head? Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly. He hastily waved his hands and explained, Sect Master Lin, what is it that Sun Jun is after all my Qixia Mansion's young lord, the future hope of the Qixia Mansion, and his status? Lin Yue picked up Xiao Yu's words. His status is something a disciple of my Qingyun Sect cannot compare to, is that right? Before the words had fully died away, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe with a haughty expression suddenly rushed out from behind Xiao Yu. He was another elder of the Qixia Mansion, named Zhou Shidong, at the early stage of the 6th Order Integration Realm. Exactly, Lin Yue. What position does your disciple have, and what position does our young master have? To put it bluntly, it is your disciple's blessing to be our young master's concubine. At a moment of utter speechlessness, one truly can laugh. Lin Yue said with speechless exasperation, good. Jiang Feng of the Qingyun Sect helplessly rubbed his forehead. Whatever was to become of the Qixue mansion could wait, but these two elders were not going to leave the Duanlong mountain range alive. Zhou Shidong, however, took Lin Yue's triple good as agreement. He went on, wouldn't it have been fine if you had done this earlier? Send your sect's female disciples to my Qixue mansion for our young lord to choose from, then hand over 100 spirit stones every month, and my Qixue mansion will protect your Piaomiao sect. Jiang Feng of the Qingyun Sect still tried to play the peacemaker. Sect Master Lin, please do not be angry. He. Jiang Feng thought for a long while, and still did not know how to persuade him. When someone is determined to seek his own doom, how can anyone talk him out of it? You can never wake a person who is only pretending to sleep. It was like a man who added the WeChat account of a blind date, but could not ask her out and received no reply to his messages. He should know it is not going to work, so why force it? So he spread his hands. Sect Master Lin, do as you please. The teacup between Lin Yue's fingertips had stopped in midair, and the tea no longer swayed, as if it had become frozen amber. He looked at Zhou Shidong's smug face, and the curve at the corner of his mouth carried shards of ice like cracks fissuring across a winter lake. For your young lord to choose from. He slowly set the teacup down. The faint clink of its base against the stone table crashed in every cultivator's ears like a thunderclap, and hand over spirit stones every month. Zhou Shidong's chi and blood trembled from that soft sound, but he still craned his neck stubbornly. Lin Yue, don't be ungrateful. For a mere level 1 sect like yours to catch the eye of my Qixue mansion is already. Before he could finish, Lin Yue suddenly looked up. There was no burst of spiritual power, no manifestation of a magic treasure. Only a single glance sweeping across. Zhou Shidong felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized his throat, leaving the rest of his words stuck in his throat. His face drained in an instant from flushed red to deathly gray. The spiritual power beneath his black robe ran wild in chaos, but the moment that gaze touched it, it melted inch by inch like snow and ice thrown into a blazing furnace. Zhou Shidong's pupils abruptly contracted. He suddenly felt the spiritual power in his body reversing and running out of control, his meridians pierced by countless fine needles. He wanted to step back, wanted to cry for help, but found he did not even have the strength to move a single finger. Jiang Feng of the Qingyun Sect instinctively turned his face away and sighed helplessly. Alas, those who bring disaster upon themselves have no one else to blame. Zhou Shidong's body stiffened violently. The arrogance on his face froze into eternal shock, his eyes wide open, yet no longer reflecting any trace of light. The next moment he fell straight over, and when he landed, not even a speck of dust was raised. He died, quietly, silently, utterly, without even a hint of his soul's aura remaining. This. Zhao Yu stared at Zhou Shidong lying at his feet, and retreated a few nervous steps. Only then did he belatedly realize how laughable his earlier concession had been. Sixth Order Integration Realm. Lin Yue's voice was nonchalant, as though he were commenting on a pebble by the roadside. Is that supposed to be strong? You dare to kill an elder of the Qixue mansion? Zhao Yu's voice trembled like a frozen string in the winter wind, shaking beyond control. The arrogance that had once held his nose to the sky had long been ground to dust by bone-piercing terror, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yue did not look at him, his gaze returning to the light curtain of the secret realm. Inside the Qingyun realm, the sanguine spiritual energy, surging around Sun Jun, had almost condensed into a tangible force. The pressure of his peak Fourth Order spirit transformation realm crashed, like raging waves against the shore. He gripped the blood pool blade steeped in the stench of blood. Its blade hummed as it split the air, sending a sky-filling mist of blood surging toward Lin Weiner. The filthy words spilling from his mouth were more venomous than a blade. Instead of diminishing, they grew more vicious, like an enraged serpent. Lin Weiner held her bone flute crosswise. The blue-gray sound waves formed a shield while the pottery Sun hummed low, like a bell, somehow withstanding Sun Jun's secret art eruption. The rules of the Qixue mansion. Lin Yue suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Seemingly, it is not merely a matter of lax discipline over. After a brief fright, Zhao Yu quickly regained his composure. Clenching his fists to steady himself, his Adam's apple rolled as he forced out a defiant tone. Humph, the rules of my Qixue mansion are hardly for you to preach about. Zhao Yu retorted. In Zhao Yu's eyes, his sect, the Qixue mansion, was his greatest backing. Within the sect, there were many elders at the Sixth Order Body Integration Realm. The mansion lord was half-step into the Cave Void Realm, and there was even a patriarch at half-step Tribulation Transcendence. These were all Zhao Yu's pillars of support. Lin Yue paid him no heed, continuing to watch the situation in the secret realm, curious to see just how arrogant the Qixue mansion could become. Inside the secret realm, Lin Weiner frowned slightly at the rapidly rising realm indicator above Sun Jun's head. Have you lost your mind? As someone with the innate Tao body, she clearly sensed the draining of Sun Jun's lifespan and soul. You little wench, let me show you what this lord can do. Sun Jun laughed maniacally. Then his wrist flicked abruptly, and the bloody blade aura split into 100 fine blades tearing through the air with piercing shrieks raining down densely upon Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner lightly tapped her toe on a blue stone in the pond. Her white dress and plain skirt left an afterimage in the wind. At the same time, her sound sword swelled, transforming into countless fine blue-gray flying swords that collided with the blood blades in midair, producing a dense symphony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions erupted across the field, mushroom clouds of smoke rising into the air. Sun Jun looked around frantically, trying to find Lin Weiner's figure. Suddenly, a familiar strain of music began to play. Though Sun Jun could not see through the smoke from the explosions, that did not mean Lin Weiner couldn't. Lin Weiner played alternately on the bone flute and the pottery sun, eerily blending the gentle melody of Cloud Gate with the killing rhythm of the King of Qin breaks the battle array, weaving a blue-gray net of sound before her. Just as the sound net was about to engulf Sun Jun, his instinctive reaction to danger kicked in. He once again slashed blood-colored flood dragons toward the net. The blood flood dragons crashed into the net and were instantly disintegrated into countless tiny beads of blood. Impossible. Sun Jun's eyes split with fury. His Crimson Fiend soul-burning art had traded his own lifespan and soul origin for explosive power, hoping for a one-strike kill. But he never expected Lin Weiner to handle it so easily. At least so far throughout the battle, he had not gained the slightest advantage. Even with his Crimson Fiend soul-burning art, the immense sound net fell upon Sun Jun, instantly pinning him to the ground. Sun Jun roared, using his peak fourth-order spirit transformation power to slowly tear the sound net apart. You little wench, if this is all you've got, you might as well yield to this young master. Sun Jun broke free from the sound net by sheer cultivation, his confidence soaring. Lin Weiner looked at the overconfident Sun Jun and smiled with a hint of dark charm. Her bone flute pointed to the heavens. The pottery sun pressed upon the water. Two entirely different sound waves converged above her head into a spiral air column. At the top of the column, half a crescent moon of cyan appeared, the fundamental power of the sound Dao she had channeled through her innate Dao body. Sound art Azure Moonfall. With a cold, clear cry, the azure moon burst apart, transforming into tens of thousands of crescent-shaped sound blades. The sound blades shrieked through the air, precisely striking the 100 blood blades, and the residual force pressed straight towards Sun Jun's face. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Ye's face had turned as black as the bottom of a wok. He had assumed Sun Jun was certain to win after using the Crimson Fiend soul-burning art, but he had not expected Lin Weiner's mastery of the sound Dao to be so profound. What alarmed him even more was that Lin Yue at this moment was holding a teacup, his gaze calm as it rested on him. The chill in those eyes was more biting than the pond water. I wonder what would happen if I killed this young master of yours. I'm rather curious. Those words were like 10,000 ice needles stabbing deeply into Zhao Ye's heart. Zhao Yu forced himself to stay calm. When young men spar, tempers can flare. Young Master Sun merely misspoke. Lin Yu cut him off. You yourself said young men sparring. And besides, Lin Yu shifted his tone. In a contest for a secret realm, life and death are determined by strength. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Ye's face grew even darker. He felt that coming to the Duanlong Mountains had been a mistake. Every time he thought he could stand up to Lin Yue, his young master would be suppressed by this Lin Weiner. He had no idea whether he should force a confrontation. All he could do was report upward. He took out a bloodred token and sent a message. Inside the secret realm, the pond water churned endlessly beneath sound waves and blood-colored blade aura, murky splashes mixed with broken reeds and stones. You little wench, you're asking for death. Sun Jun roared madly, pouring his remaining soul origin into the blood blade. The peak spirit transformation cultivation he had bought with his lifespan was rapidly draining away. He could feel his vitality slipping like sand between his fingers, dissipating with every passing moment. The fear of death transformed into even fiercer malice. The blood-colored blade aura suddenly surged 10 yards and condensed before him into a snarling blood lion with bared fangs and claws. Crimson Fiend blood lion devours heaven. The blood lion roared and lunged at Lin Weiner. The blood beads dripping from its fangs ignited upon hitting the ground, scorching black pits into the blue stones by the pond. This was Sun Jun's ultimate trump card, originally prepared to deal with Xie Yunliu, the young valley master of 10,000 Swords Valley. Now he was forced to use it against Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner's eyes sharpened. The rhythm of the bone flute and the pottery sun quickened simultaneously. The killing aura of the King of Qin breaks the battle array, and the life-giving force of Cloud Gate intertwined in her palm. The blue-gray sound wave no longer served as a defensive shield. Instead, it transformed into a translucent, lustrous sound sword. The glow of the innate Dao body flowed along the blade, crescent-shaped sword, chi flickering at its tip. Sound sword sky-splitting. The sound sword shot through the air and collided with the blood lion. There was no earth-shaking thunderclap, only countless fine cracks spreading across the void. The sound sword did not win by force. Instead, it used the resonance of sound waves to disintegrate the blood-colored spiritual energy within the lion. The blood lion let out a shrill wail, its massive body shattering inch by inch like glass, dissolving into a sky full of blood mist. The sound sword's momentum did not diminish. It stabbed straight towards Sun Jun's heart. Sun Jun's pupils constricted. At the brink of life and death, he unleashed astonishing potential and forcibly twisted his body. The sound sword grazed his ribs, drawing a string of blood beads. It also tore open the black robe over his chest, revealing the dense blood patterns beneath. Those blood patterns were dimming at a visible rate, like a candle flame about to go out. Sun Jun spat out a mouthful of black blood and staggered to his knees in the pond water. The blood pool blade clattered to the ground. Sun Jun stared in shock at the blood pool blade stuck upright in the ground. The two characters, blood pool, on it were especially glaring. Looking at the blade not far away, Sun Jun knew he had lost. He struggled to crawl to the rocky wall, his blood-stained hands bracing against the slick stones. Sun Jun watched Lin Yue on the opposite bank. Her plain robes whiter than snow, her black hair lifted by the wind, the calm in her eyes like a deep pool. Sun Jun's mouth twisted into a self-deprecating smile, uglier than a cry, his voice hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. You win. Hey, you win. Did you think I would actually say that? Sun Jun suddenly changed his tune. He let out a low chuckle, the tail of his laughter like a needle laced with venom. What other tricks do you have? Let's see them. Lin Yue's voice was as faint as mountain mist, betraying not a trace of fluctuation. After all, you're merely a disciple of a rank 1 sect. Sun Jun's voice suddenly rose, dripping with undisguised contempt. No matter how powerful your sect master is, with your sect's shallow foundation laid bare, just how much sky can it prop up? Lin Yue frowned slightly, a chill flashing deep in her eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? What I'm getting at is the sect's heritage. Sun Jun roared. Even before his voice faded, he pulled out a blood-red jade pendant from his robe, with a large sun character at its center. Sun Jun then dashed the pendant against the ground. A crisp crack echoed as shattered jade sprayed out. Sun Jun threw back his head and laughed, his laughter brimming with the mania of certain victory. Prepare to die. My Qingyun Mansion is a 5th-rank sect. How could my life as its young lord lack a life-saving trump card left by my elders? Outside the secret realm, Xiao Yu, elder of the Qingyun Mansion, was utterly thrown into disarray. His clenched fist trembled slightly. Moments earlier, he had been weighing whether to mock Lin Yue, the master of the Miao Sect. Now only an icy panic remained. Zhou Shitong's inexplicable death still flickered before his eyes, while the unfathomable mystery surrounding Lin Yue pressed on his heart like a great boulder. Enough. Better to be cautious. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth. A message had already been sent to the sect. All he could do was await the reply. Inside the secret realm, Lin Yue warily eyed Sun Jun's trump card. By all reason, the instant the jade pendant broke, overwhelming power should have burst forth. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The air grew so still that they could hear each other breathing. The sudden quiet in the air was the most unbearable thing of all. Lin Yue and Sun Jun simply stared at each other, caught in a moment of frozen embarrassment. Lin Yue broke the awkward silence. So, what exactly is the situation now? And what is your trump card? Sun Jun's face flushed a deep liverish red on the spot, as he cursed his father countless times in his heart. All he wanted right then was to drop an F-bomb. How was he supposed to know what was going on? This was given to him by his father, the Lord of Qingyun Mansion, who said it held 1/10 of his power, enough to kill or gravely wound anyone below the 6th-rank body integration realm. But now, not a trace of power, not even a breeze stirred. It was completely useless. Outside the secret realm, Lin Yue watched the entire scene. His fingers lightly traced the rim of his teacup, a faint smile rippling in his eyes. He could clearly sense a surge of 7th-rank void refinement power being held back by the rules he had established. Not even the slightest wisp could seep through. Xiao Yu stared at the scene within the secret realm and cried out in panic, impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the elder leading the team, how could he not recognize that jade pendant? In fact, it was precisely because of that jade pendant that the Qingyun Mansion had dared to let their young lord enter the secret realm. But now, Xiao Yu abruptly turned toward the entrance. Those words, only cultivators at or below the peak of the 4th-rank primordial spirit realm may enter, were still hanging in midair. Only, Xiao Yu murmured, repeating the phrase, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that an ancient 7th-rank void refinement powerhouse was so formidable that he could forcibly seal away another power at the same 7th-rank void refinement realm? Watching Xiao Yu's panic-stricken expression, Lin Yue lifted his teacup and took a sip. As the warm tea slipped down his throat, he found an inexplicable sense of pleasure. You know what? I've got to say, watching an ant taste defeat has its own unique flavor. Inside the secret realm, the arrogance on Sun Jun's face had vanished without a trace. His final trump card had become a joke, and his greatest bargaining chip was utterly useless. He looked at Lin Yue, his voice now tinged with pleading. Miss Lin, if I said everything earlier was just a joke, would you believe me? Lin Yue said nothing. In the blink of an eye, her bone flute was pressed against Sun Jun's throat. Her fingers tightened slightly around the flute, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes. She was weighing the consequences. After all, if she truly killed the young lord of a fifth-rank power, would it bring trouble upon her sect and her master? As if sensing her hesitation, a glint of hope reignited in Sun Jun's eyes. Miss Lin, surely you don't want your entire sect to be razed to the ground because of you, do you? Killing me is easy, but can your Piao Miao sect withstand the thunderous wrath of my Qingyun Mansion? The words stabbed unexpectedly into Lin Weiner's heart like a thin needle. She recalled her own past. Her clan had nearly suffered because of her. If Lin Yue had not descended back, then the consequences. And now if she were to bring annihilation upon her sect, because of herself, the consequences. The force of her bone flute unconsciously slackened. Just as it was about to leave Sun Jun's neck, a gentle, yet indisputably powerful voice suddenly resounded in her mind. Weiner, it's fine. No need to worry too much. My strength is far greater than you imagine. Indeed, far beyond your wildest imagination. It was her master's voice. Lin Weiner's nose stung, and her faltering resolve instantly steadied. Just as Lin Weiner's bone flute was about to be lowered, Sun Jun's old arrogance began to resurface. Just as a smug grin was about to appear on his face, the cold pressure at his neck abruptly deepened. The bone flute did not move away. Instead, it pressed down even harder. Thin, faint lines of blood began to appear on Sun Jun's neck. A dark cyan sonic ripple coiled around the flute. With the barest effort, she could shatter his throat bones. Do you truly not care about your sect? Sun Jun's voice finally carried genuine fear. Remembering his filthy words from before, Lin Weiner's gaze held not a trace of pity. In this secret realm, life and death are decided by one's own strength. When you tried to kill me just now, did you ever consider the consequences? Sun Jun's newly restored arrogance was instantly doused. Fear reappeared in his eyes. I am the young lord of Qingyun Mansion. My father is the lord of Qingyun Mansion. If you kill me, he will raise your Piao Miao sect to the ground. Sun Jun attempted to bind Lin Weiner once more with the logic of sect power, but she had already received the voice transmission from her master Lin Yue. She no longer had any reservations. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Ye's eyes were wide with fury. His nails dug deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he felt nothing. He stared fixedly at Lin Yue and roared. Lin Yue, order your disciple to stop now. If any harm comes to our young lord, my Qingyun Mansion will be locked in a life-and-death struggle with your Piao Miao sect. Lin Yue took a leisurely sip of tea. The hot steam blurred his eyes as he spoke calmly. Never stop until— Elder Zhao, why don't you explain how exactly will you wage this unending war? He set down his teacup and swept his gaze over the Qingyun Mansion group. Every one of those cultivators was pale-faced, their hands trembling as they clutched their weapons. Zhou Shirtong's body lay at their feet, his soul wholly extinguished, a sight that weighed on every heart like a boulder. No one dared to make a sound. Jiang Feng of the Xinming sect helplessly massaged his forehead. He could see it clearly now. This Piao Miao sect master, whose strength was unfathomable, was the archetypal sort who yielded to softness but never to force. Speak to him gently, bend a little, and anything could be settled. But if you insisted on butting heads, everything would fall apart. Inside the secret realm, Lin Weiner raised her head toward the sky, waiting for Lin Yue's next instruction. Lin Yue had only told her not to worry too much, but he had not said whether Sun Jun, the young lord of the Crimson Blood Manor, was to live or die. She knew that her master Lin Yue had been watching her all along. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Ye's transmission token finally began to quiver. Within a blood-red spiritual glow, a line of twisted text appeared: keep the young lord safe for now. When the secret realm closes, wipe out their sect. Zhao Yu clenched the token, his knuckles crushing the blood-red markings on its edge. He drew a deep breath. Bowing to Lin Yue, he bent even lower, his black robe almost dragging on the ground. Sect Master Lin, young Lord Sun, was young and ignorant. His offense against the disciples of your honored sect was a failure of discipline by our Crimson Blood Manor. He took a storage pouch out of his storage ring and presented it with both hands. Inside this pouch are 100 high-grade spirit stones, 3 Xing-grade elixirs, and 1 heaven-grade spiritual herb. I hope Sect Master Lin will not think little of them. Lin Yu raised his eyelids slightly. Elder Zhao, do you think our Piao Miao sect lacks such things? Zhao Yu seethed, silently grousing that a mere first-rank sect could have such an enormous appetite. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Ye's forehead. This is a token of our sincerity. Once the secret realm ends, my manor lord will personally come to your door, take young Lord Sun back, and discipline him strictly. He will also present 300 high-grade spirit stones and 10,000-year spiritual herbs to apologize to Miss Lin. He deliberately stressed the phrase "come to your door," hinting that the reckoning that followed would never simply be dropped. Lin Yu replied courteously, Elder Zhao, there is no need for this. The real problem is that I cannot send word in either. This secret realm's 4th order extreme cold peak cannot be entered by force. Zhao Yu seemed to make a decision. If it were anyone else, there might be no way, but I believe Sect Master Lin has a way. As he spoke, he pulled out another storage pouch. These 300 mid-grade spirit stones are my personal gift to the younger generation. Lin Yu smiled faintly. He knew perfectly well what the Crimson Blood Manor was scheming. He was merely toying with worldly affairs. Lin Yue simply wanted to know what expression the Crimson Blood Manor would wear when its trump cards arrived, when the secret realm ended, and when those so-called trump cards were shattered by one slap of his palm. Tell young Manor Lord's son to get lost. Lin Yue's voice passed through the light screen and reached clearly into the secret realm. On the far bank of the pool, when Lin Wainer heard that get lost, the blue-gray sonic ripples on her bone flute instantly withdrew. She stepped aside to let him pass, her gaze resting on Sun Jun's trembling back, without a word. Everyone present became even more afraid of Lin Yue's strength. They had indeed tried to send messages to their own sect's prodigies, but all such messages sank like stones into the sea and no reply ever returned. Yet Lin Yue, with nothing but his voice, could pierce straight into the secret realm. Puzzled and curious, an absurd thought flashed through their minds. Could it be that Lin Yue himself had set this rule? But the thought was dismissed at once. What a joke. Even a 7th-rank void refinement cultivator's power was useless inside. Just how formidable must Lin Yue's strength be? But the truth was absurd enough. On the Xuan Yuan Continent, quasi-emperors were scarce, and great emperors were all but non-existent, let alone immortal emperors. Who could have imagined that this world held an immortal emperor who could swat a great emperor to death with a single palm? Inside the secret realm, watching Lin Wainer move aside, Sun Jun wore a dazed expression. Wah, what do you mean? Your sect has paid a ransom for you, Lin Wainer said calmly. Ransom? Sun Jun asked in shock. It was not that he had not tried to contact his sect, but his transmission token had never received a reply. He realized that some sort of power must be blocking it. But then how had this little wench managed to contact the outside world? Sun Jun struggled to his feet and picked up the blood pool saber from the ground. He staggered into the distance, each step dragging a scarlet trail across the water. As he passed Lin Wainer, he suddenly stopped, his voice as low as a curse. I will come back. Lin Wainer did not turn around. The bone flute spun once in her palm, and the star pattern at its tail flashed with a cold glint. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Yu watched Sun Jun's figure vanish into the mist. He let out a quiet sigh of relief but clenched his fist. Cupping his hands toward Lin Yue, he remained humble. Thank you, Sect Master Lin, for your mercy. Lin Yue picked up his teacup, watching the tea leaves sink and rise. Jiang Feng leaned in and murmured, the Crimson Blood Manor never suffers a loss. Having suffered such a huge loss this time, they will not easily let the matter go. I know. Lin Yue took a sip of tea, his gaze resting on Lin Wainer's figure on the light screen. She was bending over the edge of the pool, picking the newly sprouted scale grass. Her fingertips moved slowly and gently, and when she put the spiritual herb into the jade box, her movements were still soft, as if the life and death battle moments before had never happened. Some accounts will be settled sooner or later. Lin Yue's voice was quiet, yet it sent a shiver through Jiang Feng's heart. Jiang Feng was now exceedingly glad he had shown goodwill in advance. Now thinking carefully, aside from him, Jiang Feng, all the sects present had either clashed with the Piaomiao sect or had no connection with it. Everyone else looked down on the Piaomiao sect as a mere first-rank sect. But from what he had witnessed so far, Zhou Shitong, an early-stage 6th-rank integration cultivator, had died inexplicably the moment Lin Yue's gaze swept over him. Yin Xinjue, a mid-stage 5th-rank soul separation cultivator, had been reduced to ashes with a snap of Lin Yue's fingers. Not even his corpse remained. Jiang Feng felt more and more that he had made the clever choice. After all, Jiang Feng was a mid-stage 6th-rank integration elder of the Qingyun Sect. Although he was nominally in charge of this expedition, in reality, he was nothing more than the leader in name. The one who could truly make decisions for the Qingyun Sect was that holy maiden Chu Liushi. If he had been a mere rogue cultivator, he would have asked to join the Piaomiao sect without the slightest hesitation. He knew that the Piaomiao sect under Lin Yue's leadership would surely rise to become a 9th-rank sect. But now Jiang Feng could not abandon his own sect. Before the holy maiden Chu Liushi entered the secret realm, Jiang Feng had repeatedly told his sect's holy maiden, do your utmost to build a good relationship with the Piaomiao sect, it will only bring benefits. But a single I know from his holy maiden left Jiang Feng utterly disheartened. Yet this could hardly be blamed on Jiang Feng. It was a common failing of all powerful cultivators. How could a 5th-rank sect be expected to curry favor with a 1st-rank sect? That would violate the dignity of a high-grade sect. If the Piaomiao sect were a 7th or 8th-rank sect, making overtures would be understandable. But the Piaomiao sect was only 1st-rank, and 1st-rank sects on the entire Xuan Yuan Continent were as numerous as ox hairs. Jiang Feng looked up at the sparse stars in the night sky and ultimately sighed helplessly. The brilliant starlight fell on his temples, adding a touch of desolation. What's wrong? Lin Yue heard Jiang Feng sigh and asked casually. Sect Master Lin, Jiang Feng said, cupping his hands, his tone sincere, if our sect's holy maiden or any of its prodigies gives offense, I beg you to be magnanimous. Those who bring disaster upon themselves cannot escape it. Lin Yue sipped his tea, his voice as light and calm as drifting clouds. Elder Zhang, why trouble yourself over others? Before our sect's holy maiden entered the secret realm, I urged her again and again, but... Jiang Feng gave a self-deprecating laugh. You did all you could. Everyone has their own fate. Some people will never know how much it hurts until they run headfirst into a wall. The moment Su Muxue stepped into the secret realm, the surrounding light seemed to warp abruptly. The clamor at her ears was swallowed by a gentle torrent of spiritual energy, and the ground beneath her feet shifted from hard rock to soft, chilly moss damp with moisture. When she opened her eyes, she stood in a narrow canyon. The cliffs on both sides rose as if carved by blades, the left side veiled in a thin layer of frost with ice crystals refracting fragments of light. On the right, however, grew dense crimson shrubs whose leaf edges flickered with faint sparks. The air carried a strange breath where ice and fire intertwined. So this is the Dongshu secret realm. Su Muxue tightened her grip on the yin-yang sword at her waist. The black and white energies along its scabbard flowed gently with each breath she took. She could sense that the yin and yang energy in this canyon was several times denser than the outside world, yet it writhed like tangled threads, clearly a primordial state, raw and unrefined. After walking along the canyon for about half a stick of incense, she came upon a crescent-shaped pool. Half of its surface radiated pale, frigid vapor, with fine ice crystals forming atop the water. The other half, by contrast, sent up wisps of steaming heat, the pebbles beneath glowing red from the warmth. It had formed a natural yin-yang pool. On the rocks beside the pool grew several spiritual herbs with extraordinary leaves. Half of each leaf was emerald green beaded with dew, while the other half burned crimson, like agate gleaming faintly. Ice fire grass. A flicker of delight passed through Su Muxue's eyes. A tier 5 ice fire grass would fetch at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones at auction. Carefully she pulled the herb up by its roots, but just as her fingertips touched the leaves, a sharp crack split through the ice on the left. A snow-white ice fox burst out from the fissure, its fangs gleaming with cold light. The ice flame fox, guardian of the spiritual herb. A mid-tier 4 demonic beast capable of commanding both ice and fire. Su Muxue licked her lips, a surge of excitement for a battle above her level swelling in her chest. The ice fox howled and lunged, its front claws raising both ice shards and sparks weaving together midair into a small pattern of yin-yang fish. Su Muxue tapped the ground lightly with her toes and drifted back like willow catkin, drawing the yin-yang sword as she moved. Two extreme sword art parting yin and yang. A flash of sword light split into two streams of black and white energy, before her striking the ice fox's assault with precision. The ice fox recoiled half a step from the sword light, a fierce blaze igniting in its amber pupils. Suddenly it arched its spine, every strand of fluffy white fur bristling, and half a chi of icy mist and roaring flames erupted around its body. The two extremes of power twisted into a spiral vortex at its sides, shaking loose stones off the cliff walls, sending them clattering down. Su Muxue pressed her toe lightly against a crimson shrub's branch, using the rebound to drift a full zhang askance, just evading the ball of ice and fire spat from the fox's jaws. The sphere of frost and embers grazed past her skirt hem, slammed into the ice wall behind her, and exploded into a storm of crystalline shards and blazing sparks. The hard ice hissed and sizzled under the flame. Melting water struck the heat and rose as white steam, adding another layer of haze to the already surreal canyon. Well worthy of the ice flame fox. Su Muxue turned her wrist, gently tracing a smooth arc with the yin-yang sword. Black and white chi flowed along the blade's spine, condensing at the sword tip into a slowly revolving taiji diagram. In an instant the ice fox became a flash of white-handed lightning. Its claws drew crisscrossing gashes through the air, the left edge biting with bone-deep cold, freezing the air into frost wherever it passed. The right edge, meanwhile, dragged a scorching wave of heat, turning crimson shrub leaves in its path into glowing golden-red sparks. This time it was no mere pounce. The fox wove its ice fire power into two intertwining whip shadows, sealing off every direction Su Muxue could dodge. Two extreme sword art revolving heaven and earth. Su Muxue's eyes sharpened as her wrist twisted abruptly. The taiji diagram on the sword suddenly expanded, black and white chi spreading like quicksilver, forming a revolving shield of light in front of her. The ice and fire whip shadows crashed onto the light shield with a muffled boom. The shield seemed alive, channeling the icy power down into the yin pool below. It then diverted the flame force toward the crimson shrubs on the right, cleverly dispersing both violent energies. Seeing this, the ice fox let out an enraged roar and stamped the ground hard. The yin-yang pool erupted in huge waves. One side a frozen surge laced with ice shards, the other rolling boiling water. The two walls of water collided in midair, bursting into a blinding canopy of vapor. Seizing the moment when Su Muxue's view was blocked, the ice fox vanished into the mist, leaving only a few afterimages flickering through the canyon. Want to play hide and seek? The corners of Su Muxue's lips curled into a smile, and the hand gripping the yin-yang sword eased instead. She closed her eyes, no longer relying on sight, and focused on feeling the chaotic yin and yang chi around her. Within this secret realm, any living being's movement disturbed the air currents, especially a demonic beast like the ice fox, which commanded both ice and fire at once. Sure enough, 3 zhang to her left came an extremely faint pulse of energy, where the aura of ice and fire was several times denser than elsewhere. Su Muxu's eyes snapped open. The sword followed her body, her figure darting forth like an arrow released from the string. Found you. The yin-yang sword thrust out with black and white chi precisely shattering the afterimage and stabbing at the ice fox's true body. Caught off guard by how quickly she had locked onto him, the fox twisted hastily, meeting the sword tip with its back covered in thick ice armor. The instant the blade struck the armor, Su Muxue felt a tremendous force surge back along the sword's spine, numbing her tiger's mouth and nearly wrenching the yin-yang sword from her grip. The ice armor on the fox's back glowed with a faint blue sheen. The blade sank only half an inch before grinding to a halt, locked fast by the unyielding frost. With an ear-splitting creak, cracks spiderwebbed across the armor's surface, yet it refused to shatter. Roar! The ice-flame fox snarled in pain, its amber pupils suddenly contracting into vertical slits as it spun and whipped its tail. The fluffy snow-white tail was now coated in half a chi of ice crystal, but a tuft of dancing flame burned at its very tip. Like an ice whip set with crimson jade, it slashed towards Su Muxu's face with a piercing shriek that tore the air. Her pupils shrank. She spun sharply, using the reverberation from the sword blade. She stamped her toes hard against the ice wall, splitting the solid frost with several fine cracks. Her body twisted horizontally like a spinning top, barely evading the sweeping tail whip. Yet the sparks bursting from its tip licked at her temple, singeing a few strands of dark hair into blackened curls. So fast, a chill ran down Su Muxu's spine. Had she been half a breath slower, her head would have shattered like that ice wall. Using the momentum of her spin, she pulled the yin-yang sword back. The black and white chi along the blade had grown somewhat disordered from the impact, and the light flowing along the scabbard dimmed as well. Fully enraged, the ice flame fox stamped its front paws heavily on the ground. The yin-yang pool's frigid waves and boiling waters rose a full zhang, at once weaving in midair into a vast net of ice and fire that descended towards Su Muxue. Ice shards within the cold waves glowed with a faint light, while sparks flickered hidden in the white steam of the boiling water. The two extreme forces collided and annihilated within the net, radiating an energy fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. Su Muxue took a deep breath, forcing down the numbness in her arms as she snapped her wrist, two extreme sword art coiling dragon form. Even so, she had been overconfident. Though she possessed the yin-yang sword body, and Lin Yue had supplied her with countless heavenly treasures, a genius that has yet to rise would only be forgotten. At the late stage of the third-tier core formation realm, withstanding a mid-tier, 4 nascent soul demonic beast was still a heavy burden. At that thought, determination hardened in Su Muxue's eyes. Black and white chi spiraled around the sword's momentum, and the blade light traced countless interlacing arcs before her like a yin-yang spirit serpent. Every arc struck precisely at the nodes of the ice-fire web. Frost, mist, and sparks scattered with each collision, yet fresh energy surged from the yin-yang pool to replenish and reshape the net. With a sharp hiss, a slender ice shard broke through the swordlight defense, grazed Su Muxue's shoulder, and drew a trail of blood beads. The blood fell on the scorching crimson shrub leaves and instantly vaporized into white mist. The air filled with the smell of blood and charred vegetation. Su Muxue let out a muffled groan. The piercing pain in her shoulder made her movements falter for an instant. At that moment, the ice flame fox slipped through the gaps of the ice-fire web and lunged straight at her chest, its claws bearing the twin breath of biting frost and blazing heat. At the brink of crisis, Su Muxue twisted her waist and held the yin-yang sword across her chest. The instant the claws struck the sword's spine, she felt as though a boulder had crushed her chest. A wave of metallic sweetness surged into her throat. She forced it down, but a strand of crimson seeped from the corner of her lips. Borrowing that immense force, she flew backward and slammed heavily into the ice-crusted cliff wall. The ice shattered on impact, showering her with countless fragments. The biting cold crept through her garments, yet it could not suppress the surging chi and blood within her. With only third-stage core formation cultivation, am still far too weak. Su Muxue wiped the blood from her lips. Watching the ice flame fox close and step by step, her eyes held no fear, only a fiercer fighting spirit blazing to life. She could clearly sense that every time the ice flame fox mobilized its ice-fire power, the surrounding water and fire chi trembled violently. And hidden within that tremor seemed to be a pattern she had yet to unravel. The ice flame fox halted, and a flicker of human-like mockery passed through its amber pupils. It did not attack in haste. Instead, it slowly raised a forepaw, and the ice-fire web in midair began to contract rapidly. The light of mingled frost, mist, and sparks blazed brighter and brighter. Clearly it was brewing an even deadlier strike. Su Muxue's heartbeat quickened as the light intensified. Nearly half of her spiritual energy had been consumed in the previous collision, and her meridians ached with stabbing pain, unable to withstand the impact of ice firepower. But she knew she could not retreat now. A single step back would mean falling into an inferno of ice and fire. She tightened her grip on the yin-yang sword, her fingertips lightly tracing the black and white qi flowing along its scabbard, separating yin and yang, turning heaven and earth. These were all ways of borrowing force to deflect force. Yet facing these two extremes, so perfectly fused, simple diversion and guidance no longer seemed to work. Ice and fire. Yin and yang. Su Muxue murmured. Her gaze swept across the ice-covered cliff wall on the left and the burning shrubs on the right. Then it moved to the yin-yang pool beneath her feet, half frozen, half boiling. Why can they coexist here? Even nourish each other. Just then the ice-flame fox let out a fierce low growl. The contracted ice-fire web suddenly burst apart, transforming into countless tiny ice-fire arrows that shot towards Su Muxue like a torrential downpour. The arrows streaked through the air in intertwining arcs, each one shrieking with an edge that could rend the soul, sealing off every path of escape. Su Muxue's pupils contracted sharply. In that narrow gap between life and death, she poured all the remaining spiritual energy in her body into the yin-yang sword. Liangyi sword art, Taiji union. The black and white qi condensed before her into a massive Taiji diagram. As the yin-yang fish eyes revolved, it released a dense, solemn aura of defense. The ice-fire arrows struck the Taiji diagram with a rapid crackling sound like beans popping. White frost aura and crimson flames ceaselessly eroded the light shield, and the edges of the Taiji diagram dimmed at a visible rate. Crack. The first fissure appeared at the edge of the Taiji diagram, followed by a second, then a third. Su Muxue's arms trembled violently under the unbearable pressure, and her meridians screamed with needle-like agony, as if they would snap apart at any moment. Roar! Seeing this, the ice-flame fox lunged forward and slammed its head into the teetering Taiji diagram. The impact was like Mount Tai crashing down. The light shield, already on the verge of breaking, burst apart in an instant. Countless ice-fire arrows seized the opportunity to pierce through her defenses and sank deep into Su Muxue's body. With a dull thud, several arrows penetrated her shoulder blade and lower abdomen. Two of them, imbued with ice-cold power, froze the wounds on contact. The blood congealed beneath her skin into purplish-black ice crystals. Meanwhile, the arrows bearing flame power ignited eerie blue flames in the wounds, searing her flesh and meridians. Extreme ice-cold and burning pain assailed her nerves at once. Su Muxue's vision went black. Her body, like a kite with its strings snapped, toppled backward and crashed heavily onto the rocks at the edge of the yin-yang pool. She struggled to get up, only to find a bone-piercing pain in her left leg. When she fell, her calf had struck a sharp stone edge. The sound of shattering bone had been unmistakable. Coughing weakly, she spat out a few mouthfuls of turbid air laced with blood clots, and her vision began to blur. The ice-flame fox paced to her, lowered its head, and almost touched her cheek with its nose. The breath from its mouth was half icy, half scorching, carrying the rank, gamey smell unique to a demon beast. Su Muxue could feel her life force ebbing away at terrifying speed. The ice-fire power in her wounds gnawed at her vitality like two greedy, venomous insects. But her mind was exceptionally clear, sharper than ever. She watched the ice-fire radiance flowing around the ice-flame fox's neck and the white and red ice and fire flickering at its claws. The two forces seemed to be utterly opposite poles, just like yin and yang. Yet here in the Dongshu's secret realm, they coexisted in an uncanny way. The yin-yang pool was half frozen and half boiling. The cliff walls on either side were half sheathed in ice and half ablaze. Even this ice-flame fox could command two mutually opposing forces at the same time. Coexistence. Su Muxue's lips trembled. Not separation, not redirection, but letting them find their own balance. The ice-flame fox seemed to lose patience. It abruptly opened its mouth, and a ball of ice-fire energy larger than any before condensed between its jaws. White frost aura and crimson flames spun madly within the sphere, radiating a terrifying pressure enough to scatter the soul of a third-stage core formation cultivator. The shadow of death closed in, but Su Muxue suddenly smiled. She gave up resisting and let the spiritual energy within her surge without restraint. Her gaze calmly fixed on the energy sphere in the ice-flame fox's maw. Within that sphere, she saw clearly that ice and fire were not annihilating each other. Instead, their collision continuously produced new currents of energy. Where the cold aura was strongest, a faint thread of fire often lay hidden. Where the flames raged most fiercely, an extremely faint breath of ice also lurked. They were contradictory, yet also unified, like the interlocking yin-yang fish in a Taiji diagram, one waning as the other waxed, giving birth to life without end. So that's it, Su Muxue whispered. The spiritual energy within her suddenly stopped its chaos, and following her enlightenment, began to circulate of its own accord. The meridians that had been blocked by ice-fire power now seemed like a clogged riverbed that had been dredged open. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, frozen wounds began to melt, and burning flames gradually calmed. Even more miraculous, she could feel the yin and yang qi around her converging toward her. The energy released by the ice and fire on both sides of the gorge, the cold mist and hot vapor rising from the yin-yang pool, and even the ice fire power dissipating from the ice flame fox, all slowly seeped into her limbs and bones. Boom! At last the ice flame fox spat out the devastating sphere of energy. Radiance woven from white and crimson instantly engulfed Su Mux's figure. At the instant the energy sphere exploded, the anticipated spray of flesh and blood never appeared. Instead, a blackened white pillar of light shot up from its center, and within the pillar Su Mux's figure slowly came to float in midair. The wounds on her body had already healed, and her torn dress flapped noisily in the surging energy. The black and white qi that had once wrapped around the Qingyun sword was now absorbed into her body, forming a flowing membrane of light around her. At the taiji mark on her forehead, one half of its black edge was surrounded by white blue, and the other half of its white edge was surrounded by fiery red. The ice fire force sprayed by the ice flame fox struck the membrane of light. Instead of causing any harm, it seemed to have found its home. It flowed along the membrane, and eventually converged into the taiji mark between her brows. For the first time, fear appeared in the ice flame fox's amber pupils. It could feel that this human cultivator before it was undergoing some earth-shaking transformation, a change that made it tremble from the very depths of its soul. Su Mux's consciousness sank into a sea of chaos. There was no ice here, no fire, only endless black and white, qi drifting slowly. In the chaos, Su Mux's divine soul gradually unfurled. Its once blurry silhouette became clear, its features now identical to her own, while faint black and white qi wreathed its entire body. This was the embryonic form of the primordial spirit. Many cultivators remained stuck at the peak of the third-order core formation realm. Yet thanks to the killing strike of the ice flame fox and the nourishment of the secret realms, Qingyun Qi, she forced her way across the threshold at the precipice of life and death. So the connection between the primordial spirit and the physical body turns out to be this wondrous. Su Mux's primordial spirit lightly raised its hand, and the Qingyun sword in the outer world seemed to come alive. It rang out as it tore free from the ground, and turned into a beam of light that flew into her hand. The black and white qi on the blade fused perfectly with the aura around the primordial spirit, and a taiji mark identical to the one on her forehead emerged along the spine of the sword. By now the ice flame fox's fear had turned into frenzied rage. It could not understand why its prey on the verge of death had undergone such a bizarre metamorphosis. It only knew that the power within the black and white pillar before it was swelling at an alarming rate. If it let this continue, the one to die would be itself. It suddenly arched its back, every strand of snow white, for standing on end, as ice mist and blazing flames coiled beside it like two dragons. The thin ice on the cliff and the crimson shrubs trembled at the same time, as if about to be torn out of the earth. Roar! The ice flame fox's roar made the canyon ring as it condensed all the power of its lifetime into its two claws. The power of ice and fire gathered at the tips of its claws, forming two swirling vortices of energy. Its left claw seemed to be sinking into an infernal ice prison, its right claw into a sea of fire. The moment the two vortices collided, they tore open a thin crack in space. The chaotic aura leaking from the crack caused the surrounding Qingyun Qi to surge violently. This was the ice flame fox's lifebound innate ability, ice fire strangulation. By using its own essence blood as a guide, it briefly tore space apart and compressed ice fire power to the extreme before releasing it in an explosion. Even a fifth-order cultivator would not dare to take this attack heed. Su Muxue, suspended in midair, slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils were now black and white, the left like an ice-locked pool, the right like wildfire blazing over stone. She had broken through to the fourth-order primordial spirit realm. From the eighth layer of the third-order core formation realm, she had made a single leap to the fourth-order primordial spirit realm. When her gaze swept over the ice flame fox, the fox's violent power visibly transformed before her eyes into countless flowing trajectories. Ice power rushed forward like a cold torrent, and fire power erupted like magma. When the two forces approached the spatial crack, they annihilated each other, yet in that very instant of annihilation, new energy was born, cycling endlessly without cease. Su Muxue's wrist turned lightly, and the Qingyun sword traced a perfect arc in front of her, its tip pointing at the spatial crack between the ice flame fox's claws. Liangyi's sword art returned to origin. There was no earth-shattering radiance, only a faint stream of black and white qi surging out from the tip of the sword. It appeared slow, yet it poured with absolute precision into the energy core of the ice fire strangulation. The originally wild, tearing power suddenly seemed to find an outlet, and along that black and white stream it began to flow in reverse. The ice force in the fox's left claw moved with the stream to the right, while the fire force in its right claw moved with the stream to the left. The two forces converged in midair. Instead of clashing and annihilating, they twisted together into a slowly rotating taiji pattern. The ice flame fox let out a terrified shriek. Woo! It could feel the ice fire power inside it slipping out of control. The slowly spinning taiji pattern seemed to hold a tremendous suction, continuously draining the energy from its body. It tried to pull back its claws only to find its body bound by an invisible force. It could only watch helplessly as its power was guided away and transformed by the other party. Su Muxue nodded slightly in midair. Her understanding of the way of ice and fire was no longer shallow. Ice was not ice, fire was not fire. Within ice lurked the root of fire, and within fire dwelled the seed of ice. Just as Yin held Yang and Yang held Yin, the Taiji pattern spun faster and faster, and the ice flame fox's body began to undergo strange changes. The fur on its left side gradually reddened, and scorching steam seeped out of its skin. The fur on its right side was covered in white frost, and crystalline ice shards condensed at its claws. The two forces clashed violently within its body, yet were forcibly bound together by the suction of the Taiji pattern. It writhed in pain across the ground, wailing miserably. Su Muxue did not stop. She could sense that the ice-fire power inside the ice flame fox was far purer than that of the Yinyang pool and the canyon cliffs. This was precisely the finest nourishment for stabilizing her fourth-order primordial spirit realm. She lightly tapped her toe against the void, and her figure drifted like a phantom to hover above the ice flame fox. The Yin-Yang sword slanted toward the ground, and the black and white stream suddenly thickened, enveloping the ice flame fox entirely. With your spirit, I shall prove my Tao. As her voice fell, the Taiji pattern suddenly contracted, turning into a chain of black and white light that pierced through the ice flame fox's body in an instant. The ice flame fox's wailing stopped abruptly, and its body gradually became transparent under the chain's entanglement. Spirit. A voice suddenly sounded in Su Muxue's mind. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Muxue blurted out, Master. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, and the Taiji pattern in the sky instantly scattered into specks of white light. The black and white stream at her fingertips vanished as well. Hovering in midair, she lowered her head to look at the ice flame fox, which was sprawled limply on the ground. Its fur had lost its sheen, and its amber pupils were filled with lingering terror after escaping death, yet it still stared fixedly at Su Muxue. It could not wrap its head around how a third-order core formation cultivator it had completely under its control could make a breakthrough at the edge of death. Fine, so you broke through. But after breaking through, you thoroughly dominated it, a mid-stage demon beast of the fourth-order primordial spirit realm. If the mighty ice flame fox could kill latest-stage even peak cultivators of the fourth-order primordial spirit realm when the opportunity arose. It was even confident enough to challenge an early-stage cultivator of the fifth-order soul separation realm. This was its pride as a heaven-born spirit beast. That was right, the ice flame fox had been born from the convergence of the ice and fire elements of the world. Demon beasts were naturally stronger than cultivators, and a demon beast of the same realm could thoroughly dominate an ordinary cultivator of the same realm. As a heaven-born spirit beast, it possessed even greater combat power than ordinary demon beasts. This was precisely why, as a mid-stage demon beast of the fourth-order primordial spirit realm, it could single-handedly guard a fifth-order ice-fire grass. It had originally counted on the ice-fire grass to push its strength to the peak of the fourth-order primordial spirit realm, or even to the fifth-order soul separation realm with luck. But this cultivator before it filled it with dread. Though Su Muxue did not understand why Lin Yue had instructed her to spare the ice flame fox's life, she knew that since her master had spoken, there must always be a reason. All she needed to do was obey. As twilight crept over the bluestone steps, a graceful figure descended through the air. Su Muxue looked up, and seeing that familiar white robe, she hastily composed her sleeves in a respectful bow. Master. Lin Yue stopped before her. When his gaze swept over the ice flame fox, the spirit beast trembled even harder. Muxue, he said, his voice as warm as jade striking jade. This little one carries an innate ice-fire spiritual charm that perfectly complements the yin-yang path you cultivate. Killing it would be a waste. Let it stay by your side. Perhaps it may yet help you perfect the great Tao of yin-yang and the five elements. Before his words faded, a faint hum rippled through the air around them. Su Muxue suddenly saw ripples expanding through the void above the ice flame fox's head, with silver-gray runes cascading down like stars falling into water. They drifted down from the ripples, now taking the form of a yin fish flicking its tail, now condensing into a yang fish clasping a pearl, weaving a translucent Taiji bridge between the girl and the fox. These runes were unlike any contract pattern she had ever encountered. As they swirled, they seemed to carry the breathing rhythm of the great Tao. This is the yin-yang symbiotic contract, not a bond between master and servant, nor one of subjugation. You will nourish the profound ice and leave fire within its body with the yin-yang path, and it will repay you in ice and flame to deepen your yin-yang enlightenment. In life and in death you shall cling to each other, treading the Tao together. He then turned to the ice flame fox cowering in the corner, his gaze seeming to contain flowing galaxies. Little one, are you willing? From the very instant Lin Yue had appeared, the ice flame fox had been curled up in the corner by the bluestone steps, shivering, its fluffy tail wrapped tightly around its body. Heaven-born spirit beasts were naturally sensitive to spiritual energy, and the moment it saw Lin Yue, the ice flame fox was nearly frightened into a swoon. If the ice flame fox was a grain of sand, then Lin Yue was the boundless cosmos. Years later, the Ice Flame Fox would say proudly to the demonic beasts around it, "Little fox here once nearly took down the second disciple of Immortal Emperor Lin." After hearing Lin Yue's words, how would the Ice Flame Fox dare refuse? It scurried over to Su Muxu's feet, gently pressed its head against her pant leg, and let out a fawning whimper from its throat. Lin Yue gave a soft, helpless laugh. A sensible one, seeing things more clearly than those fools of the Crimson Blood Manor. Then he lightly flicked his fingertip, and a crisp snap drifted through the courtyard. Snap! The silver-gray runes filling the sky suddenly accelerated, streaming, like homing swallows, into Su Muxu's brow and the Ice Flame Fox's forehead. In its amber pupils, Su Muxu's silhouette was reflected. The restless ice-fire power inside the fox turned docile in that instant, as if touched by a spring breeze, faintly resonating with the black-and-white dual qi around Su Muxue. "The contract is sealed. The two of you must learn to attune to each other. Do not squander this fortune." Lin Yue's voice gradually faded. "Farewell, master." Su Muxue saluted him away with cupped hands. Only after Lin Yue's figure had fully dissipated did a voice slowly echo through the air. "The trials of the secret realm, life and death, follow the will of fate. Your disciple obeys, master." Ding. Disciple Su Muxue has subdued the celestial spirit beast Ice Flame Fox. The host receives 100-fold return mount, the 9 heavens abyssal dragon immortal venerate stage. Hearing the system's rebate, Lin Yue smiled knowingly. This was the proper kind of prestige. A mount with the strength of an immortal venerate was at the very least an adequate match for his status as an immortal emperor. The Ice Flame Fox at her feet, imitating Su Muxue's posture, stood on its hind legs with its front paws placed against its chest. A truly comical sight. After Lin Yue's figure had vanished completely, Su Muxue looked at the Ice Flame Fox at her feet and smiled softly. "From today onward, we are partners. Now I ought to give you a name. N. You possess dual water and fire attributes, so from now on I will call you Little Fox." The Ice Flame Fox tilted its little head, looking rather puzzled. Little Fox was fine, but why did she have to go on about water-fire attributes? Su Muxue, paying no heed to whether it agreed, simply ignored the fox's confused expression. "From now on you will be Little Fox." With that, she hugged the Ice Flame Fox to her chest. "From now on you will be Little Fox." Then one human and one fox continued deeper into the secret realm. The road beneath their feet gradually changed from a bluestone mountain path to moss-covered slippery stone steps, and the light around them grew dimmer. Only the occasional faint glimmer from above illuminated the grotesquely shaped ancient trees lining both sides. The Ice Flame Fox stirred restlessly in Su Muxue's arms, its small nose twitching as it made faint whimper sounds. Su Muxue gently stroked its fluffy fur and said in a soothing voice, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." She could feel the ice-fire energy inside Bing Yin stirring somewhat restlessly. Clearly it was not used to this unfamiliar environment of the secret realm. At the same time, the yin-yang qi around her own body also flowed in slow rotation. It resonated faintly with Bing Yan's power, as if trying to calm its emotions. This was the wonder of the yin-yang symbiotic contract. Without a single word, the two could sense each other's state. After roughly an hour of walking the scene, a head suddenly opened up. A broad valley lay before them, filled with faint white mist and dense spiritual energy drifting through the air. The ground was covered with countless nameless exotic flowers and strange herbs, some twinkling with a weak blue glow, others radiating the warm light of red. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Joy filled Su Muxue's heart. Holding the Ice Flame Fox carefully, she stepped into the valley. The Ice Flame Fox seemed attracted by the aura here as well. No longer timid, it poked its head out of Su Muxue's arms and curiously surveyed its surroundings. Suddenly its eyes brightened. It struggled free from Su Muxue's embrace and dashed toward a plant blooming with small purple flowers. "Little Fox, be careful." Su Muxue quickly followed. When she arrived, Bing Yin had stopped in front of the plant, gently fiddling with the petals with its little claws. Then it looked up at Su Muxue and let out an excited cry. Su Muxue looked closer and recognized it as a medicinal herb called purple spirit grass. Although it was only a tier 3 herb, the spiritual energy it contained was still a considerable stroke of luck for a cultivator who had just entered the path. "It seems our luck is not bad after all," Su Muxue said with a smile, carefully pulling the purple spirit grass up by its roots and putting it into her storage pouch. The Ice Flame Fox meanwhile danced about happily, as if rejoicing in its own discovery. The girl and the fox went on exploring the valley and came across a few more tier 3 spirit herbs in succession. While none of these were rare varieties, Su Muxue still reaped a rather handsome harvest. In the process, the tacit cooperation between Su Muxue and Bing Yin gradually became more refined. Before they knew it, they had reached the middle of the valley. The spiritual energy here was even denser than at the periphery, and the mist heavier. Su Muxue vaguely sensed a powerful presence ahead, and she could not help but become more vigilant. "Careful, there may be danger ahead," Su Muxue said softly. Bing Yin had also sensed that presence. It put away its earlier cheerfulness and turned serious, keeping close to Su Muxue's side. They slowed their steps, advancing inch by inch. As the distance closed, the powerful presence grew more palpable, laced with an overbearing demonic aura. Suddenly the mist in front churned violently, and a huge silhouette emerged from within. It was a colossal black bear demonic beast, its entire body covered in silver-white fur like armor, its gaze fierce and cruel, with drools seeping from the corners of its mouth. It was a fifth-rank iron-armored bear of the soul separation stage. Su Muxue swallowed hard. This would be the gravest crisis she had ever faced. Behind the iron-armored bear grew a peculiar plant. About 3 feet tall, it was entirely golden, its leaves shaped like swords, and at its top hung a fist-sized fruit. A faint golden radiance rippled across the fruit's surface, exuding a dense, rich spiritual energy. It's a 6th-grade spiritual herb, the golden spirit fruit. Su Muxue's heart jolted, a flicker of delight flashing through her eyes. The golden spirit fruit was an exceedingly rare spiritual herb that greatly aided cultivators in breaking through their cultivation realm. She had never expected to encounter one here, but she quickly calmed herself. Gazing at the iron-armored bear before her, her brows knitted tightly. A 5th-stage soul separation beast, its strength rivaling a human cultivator at the late soul separation stage. If it had been a 5th-stage soul separation cultivator, Su Muxue might still have put up a fight. But this, as things stood with her current cultivation, defeating it alone was nearly impossible. The iron-armored bear had clearly noticed Su Muxue and the ice flame fox. It let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at them. Su Muxue set the ice flame fox down and shouted in a low voice, "Little fox, prepare for battle." At the same time, she activated her Yin Yang Dao. The black and white energies around her instantly condensed into a protective shield. The ice flame fox refused to be outdone, and the ice fire power within its body erupted violently. Its fur instantly turned half ice blue and half fiery red, and it let out a shrill fox cry toward the iron-armored bear. The iron-armored bear moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Its enormous bear paw swung towards Su Muxue with a howling gust of wind. Su Muxue dared not be careless. She manipulated her yin-yang shield to block the blow. With a thunderous bang, she was sent staggering backward, her arms numbed by the impact. She was secretly shocked. No wonder it was a 5th-stage soul separation beast. Its strength was overwhelming. At that moment, the ice flame fox moved. With a flicker of its form, it darted like a redanned white streak of lightning behind the iron-armored bear and spat out an ice arrow aimed at the beast's hind leg. Stung by the pain, the iron-armored bear let out a furious roar and whirled around to pounce at the ice flame fox. The fox dodged agilely, ceaselessly harassing the bear with its ice fire power. Seeing this, a gleam of sharp light flashed through Su Muxue's eyes. She knew that to defeat the iron-armored bear, the only hope lay in combining the fox's water and fire power with her own yin-yang force. She took a deep breath and formed hand seals with both hands. The black and white energies around her began to swirl, shaping into a massive yin-yang taiji diagram. Yin-yang rotation. Su Muxue cried out softly. The yin-yang taiji diagram flew toward the iron-armored bear, distorting the very air in its path. The iron-armored bear was drawn by the aura radiating from the taiji diagram and temporarily abandoned its pursuit of the ice flame fox. It instead charged violently toward the diagram, intent on tearing it apart. At the instant the iron-armored bear collided with the yin-yang taiji diagram, a cold light flashed through Su Muxue's eyes. She detonated the diagram instantly, sending countless blades formed of black and white energy shooting toward the bear. Caught off guard, the iron-armored bear was struck by the blades. Numerous wounds opened across its body as blood gushed out. It roared in fury and lunged at Su Muxue with even greater savagery. "Little fox now!" Su Muxue shouted. The ice flame fox understood at once and shot straight to the iron-armored bear's face, spitting out a searing stream of fire aimed directly at its eyes. The iron-armored bear instinctively shut its eyes and faltered for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Muxue blurred forward and appeared at the beast's side. Clenching her fists, she poured all her yin-yang power into them and slammed a heavy punch into the iron-armored bear's abdomen. With a pained howl, the beast's massive body was knocked staggering backward. It crashed into the stone wall behind it, coughing up blood, clearly wounded. Yet it did not fall. A flicker of madness surfaced in its eyes. The demonic energy within its body erupted without warning. Its frame began to swell, and its aura grew even more terrifying. The black fur along its body stood on end, and its originally brownish-black hide began to take on a bronze sheen. Swelling muscles stretched the iron-like hide taut with grinding crackles. A dull growl rolled from its throat as drool dripped down its fangs, hissing into faint white smoke where it struck the bluestone ground. Su Muxue's nails dug deep into her palms, using the sting to keep herself lucid. The punch she had thrown moments ago had already consumed 3/10 of her spiritual power, and now her yin-yang energies moved sluggishly through her meridians like a riverbed choked with silt. The iron-armored bear stomped the ground, shattering the stone as scorching air burst from the cracks. Its colossal body charged forward with a speed utterly at odds with its size. The The gale kicked up by its sweeping arms split the air with piercing shrieks. Su Muxue touched the tips of her toes to the ground and drifted backward like a paper kite, barely evading the massive claw that reeked of blood. Boom. The bear's paw slammed into the stone wall, and the entire cave trembled violently. Bolthic stalagmites snapped apart as debris rained down like a storm. Using the falling rubble for cover, Su Muxue rapidly formed hand seals, condensing black and white energy at her fingertips into two spinning vortices. Yin-yang strangulation. The two vortices interlaced into a spiral and shot toward the iron-armored bear's neck with a piercing shriek. Yet the instant they made contact, they seemed to strike an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. They merely left two faint white marks on the beast's hide before bursting into countless specks of light. Huh. The iron-armored bear let out a mocking, rumbling snort. Its thick neck turned slightly, and the skin over that spot glimmered with a metallic sheen. Su Muxue's heart sank. Not only had this beast's strength surged, but its defenses had reached an almost incomprehensible level. The ice flame fox suddenly let out a sharp, urgent screech. The ice blue and fiery red fur across its body bristled, forming a redanned white light shield. From the corner of her eye, Su Muxue glimpsed the iron-armored bear's tail lashing out like a steel whip, its tip condensed with a dense, earthy, yellow demonic energy. Watch out! The moment Su Muxue lunged forward, the light shield slammed violently against the bear's tail. The ice flame fox let out a pained whimper and was sent flying backward, crashing into the trunk of the golden spirit fruit tree. The 3-foot-tall spiritual herb shook violently, its golden leaves rustling loudly. Yet the fruit at its top remained perfectly suspended as though guarded by some invisible force. Little fox. Su Muxue's eyes burned with fury. Just as she moved to rush over, the iron-armored bear's colossal paw descended over her like a dark cloud. The yin-yang shield she hastily summoned lasted only an instant before shattering piece by piece. The violent force surged through her arms and into her chest. A sweet tang rose in Su Muxue's throat, and she spat a mouthful of blood onto her robes. Using the rebound force, she rolled backward, barely dodging the stomp that followed. Fragments of stone scraped past her cheek, leaving a burning sting. Wherever her gaze landed, the ice flame fox struggled to its feet, unyielding flames burning in its eyes. I cannot fall. Su Muxue gritted her teeth and forced down the metallic sweetness rising to the tip of her tongue. She's Su Muxue, second disciple of Lin Yue, the sect master of the Misty Void sect. How could she possibly die here? The great path of yin and yang most abhorred a restless heart. The deeper the dead, in the more one had to hold the balance of yin and yang. The thought had barely passed through her mind when she spat out another mouthful of blood. This was the greatest crisis she had ever faced. If things went badly, she really might be finished here. Then all of a sudden, she let out a quiet laugh. If the senior brother were here, he'd probably really hand me a roll of duct tape, wouldn't he? Yeah. The ice flame fox showed a flicker of confusion, then gathered all the ice firepower within it. The power coalesced into a huge spherical energy above its head. Then the ice flame fox hurled it at Su Muxue. Watching the oncoming sphere of energy, she said softly, I hope this works. Su Muxue calmly considered the situation. Under the present circumstances, there was only one option left. A technique that existed only in theory. Even Su Muxue was not certain whether it would work. For now, all she could do was try and stake everything on one final gamble. Yin-yang samsara. A huge Taiji diagram appeared before her. The suction of the Taiji diagram pulled the sphere of water and fire rapidly closer, slowly breaking it apart. The water energy within the sphere was gradually separated out and merged into the white part of the diagram. The edge of the white yang was veiled by blue water, while the fire energy merged into the edge of the black yin. Now the Taiji diagram was half yin, half yang, half water, half fire. With my soul, I channel your power. Yin and yang aid each other. Ice and fire share one furnace. Su Muxue's voice echoed through the valley, her robes snapping wildly in the turbulent currents of energy. Frost crystals and flames simultaneously ignited across the ice flame fox's fur, forming a strange two-colored cocoon of light. The iron armor bear pounded its chest in fury, sensing the aura of destruction gathering within that condensing power. Earth yellow runes surfaced on its heavy armor. Its innate defensive ability, Earth Armor. As yin and yang, water and fire fused completely, the Taiji diagram erupted with dazzling white light. At this moment, the wind and snow in the entire valley came to a standstill. Then a pillar of light containing both extreme cold and blazing flame shot into the sky, and with an aura of world-destroying might it slammed toward the iron armor bear. At the instant of contact, time seemed to stretch. The ice flame on the outer layer of the pillar froze the air around the iron armor bear, forming a colossal cage of ice crystals. The inner yin-yang force, like an invisible saw blade, ferociously cut at the runes on the dark iron armor. The iron armor bear let out a pained roar and tried to shatter the ice crystals with its paw. But the instant it touched the ice flame, its paw was frostbitten and blackened marks spread rapidly up its massive arm. The ice flame fox let out a shrill cry, yet the flame at the tip of its tail burned even more fiercely. The pillar of light suddenly surged, and the outer ice crystals compressed inward, locking the iron armor bear's colossal body in a death grip. Meanwhile, the inner flames followed the path opened by Yin Qi and kindled a raging fire inside its body. The iron armor bear's roars grew hoarse. It could clearly feel two opposing forces rampaging through its body, biting cold, freezing its blood, and searing heat burning its organs. The omnipresent yin-yang force kept eroding its vitality. Its colossal frame began to tremble violently, and the runes on its dark iron armor dimmed and flaked off before the eye. Su Muxu's face was as pale as paper, with bright red blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Clearly this combined technique was devastatingly draining. Tearing pain shot through her meridians, and her vision began to blur. Yet she clenched her teeth, stubbornly refusing to loosen her control by even a fraction, knowing this was their final chance. If it failed. At that thought, Su Muxu bit through the tip of her tongue, and the intense pain sharpened her mind. Just then a mad light flickered in the iron armor bear's eyes. It suddenly stopped struggling, and its enormous body began to swell rapidly. It had never imagined that a fourth-order primeval spirit realm cultivator could reduce it to such a state. The iron armor bear was enraged. Earth-yellow light gushed wildly from the gaps in its armor. Not good. Su Muxu's heart tightened. She could feel the energy within the iron armor bear climbing at an alarming rate. In the end, the beast stabilized at the middle stage of the fifth-order soul dividing realm. Boom. The earth-yellow light around the iron armor bear exploded like a volcano. Its body, previously locked in the ice crystal cage, swelled in size in an instant. Dark red energy seeped from the cracks in its dark iron armor, as if magma was churning within. It roared to the heavens with a deafening bellow, the shockwave sweeping in all directions with violent earth element turbulence. Su Muxu bore the brunt of the blast, and was thrown backward, crashing heavily into a jutting ice rock. The sharp pain from her ribs darkened her vision. A sweet rush rose in her throat, and she coughed out another mouthful of blood staining her chest. She struggled to lift her head, only to see the iron armor bear's crimson eyes locked onto her. Its massive paws were now covered with a flowing earth-yellow film of light, every inch radiating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. A feeble cry came from behind the ice flame fox. The two-colored cocoon of light around it had already shattered, and the ice crystals and flames on its fur had dimmed greatly. It was still struggling to rise despite its weakness, but its surging chi and blood made it stagger with every attempt. The iron armor bear advanced with heavy steps, the ground cracking inch by inch beneath its tread. With each step closer, Su Muxu could clearly feel the pressure threatening to crush her. A fifth-order soul dividing realm beast at its early stage was already more than she at the early fourth-order primeval spirit realm could contend with. Now that the iron armor bear had burned its lifespan and potential to force a breakthrough to the middle stage, it was even less a foe she could handle. Could it be? Are we really going to lose? Su Muxu murmured to herself, her consciousness gradually fading from blood loss. She could feel the spiritual energy within her draining like a breached floodwall, and even simply standing had become a luxury. At that moment, the ice flame fox, using the very last of its strength, dragged itself to her side and gently pressed its head against the back of her hand. A low whimper rumbled in its throat, and a drop of warm liquid slid from the corner of its eye, landing on Su Muxu's ice-cold hand. Su Muxu's eyes flew open. She saw that the ice flame fox's once clear pupils were now glowing with a faint golden luminosity. No, little fox, you can't. You'll be completely obliterated. Su Muxu tried to stop it. The ice flame fox lifted its head and managed to force out a smile uglier than crying. In its gaze, Su Muxu saw determination and farewell. No. She wanted to scream, but her throat felt blocked, and no sound escaped. Su Muxu knew exactly what the ice flame fox intended to do. It was going to burn its inner core and self-destruct. But a beast's self-destruction was not like a cultivator's. If a cultivator self-destructed, they might still survive with some life-saving means, and might even be able to cultivate anew. But when a beast self-destructed, it meant utter annihilation. Body and soul extinguished, not even ashes left. Yet the ice flame fox had already begun. It opened its mouth, and a blue and red beast core along with its essence blood burst forth, and merged with the fading traces of yin-yang force still on the ground. Miraculously, the dim Taiji diagram appeared in the air once more. But this time blue water and red fire vaguely overlay the entire pattern. The iron armor bear seemed to sense the danger and charged forward with a furious roar. Its earth-yellow claw, capable of tearing apart mountains, came smashing down hard at Su Muxu. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The reformed Taiji diagram in the air abruptly shot out a dazzling beam of golden light, like a divine sword cleaving the heavens, and slashed with perfect precision toward the iron armor bear's massive claw. The golden light collided with the earth-yellow energy, producing a piercing metallic screech and kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Crack! A tooth-grinding snap rang out. The iron arm bear's right claw, armored in dark iron, was cleanly severed by that streak of golden light. Dark red energy surged violently from the severed stump, but it could not stop the limb from crumbling completely. Roar! The iron arm bear let out a miserable shriek and staggered backward. The ice flame fox that had unleashed this heaven-shaking strike began to turn transparent. Its demon core had burned away entirely, and its once fluffy body slowly dissolved into specks of golden light merging into the Taiji diagram hanging in the air. Little fox. Su Mux's face was streaked with tears. She tried to call its name, but only a hoarse breath rasped from her throat. At that instant the Taiji diagram erupted with even more blinding golden light than before. It immediately turned into a streak of shooting light that vanished into Su Mux's brow. A warm mighty force spread from her forehead through her entire body, repairing her damaged meridians and replenishing her withered spiritual energy. Her aura soared in the span of a few breaths, from early 4th Order Primordial Spirit Realm straight to the peak of 4th Order Primordial Spirit Realm. This is... Su Muxue felt the surging power within her body. She knew this power was not her own. In other words, it was only a temporary cultivation boost. What she had obtained was a 4th Order Primordial Spirit Realm Peak Experience card bestowed by the Ice Flame Fox at the cost of its life. The Ice Flame Fox, now bereft of its demon core, had turned almost transparent. With the last wisp of its strength it transformed into a phantom fox and nestled gently against Su Mux's feet, letting out a contented yet frail sigh. Whimper, little fox. Su Muxue hurriedly crouched down, reaching out to pick it up. Outside the secret realm, Lin Yue sensed what was happening inside. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, "What a fine spirit beast." At that moment a thought struck Su Muxue. From her storage pouch, she took out a white pill and fed it to the Ice Flame Fox. In an instant the fox flared with blinding white light. Its body gradually became solid again. Seeing the Ice Flame Fox slowly condensing into solid form, Su Muxue exclaimed excitedly, "It really works." She took another pill herself. The dried-up spiritual energy in her body was like parched land receiving sweet rain after a long drought. As the Ice Flame Fox's body turned completely solid, its strength also leapt from mid-4th Order Primordial Spirit Realm into the half-step Soul Separation Realm. Looking at the fox's now corporeal form, Su Muxue couldn't help but marvel. Just as expected of the 9-turn white bone pill bestowed by Master. Carried by the pill's power and the experience card, she too entered the 5th Order Soul Separation Realm. Roar! The iron arm bear, having lost its mind, roared and charged again. This time its attacks were even wilder, even more desperate. But this time Su Mux's eyes were unnervingly calm. She rose slowly, her aura climbing step by step. "Iron arm bear, your opponent is me." Her voice was cold and resolute, carrying an authority that allowed no doubt. She lifted her hand and pointed. At her fingertip, there was no dazzling light, no violent rush of energy. There was only a faint, deep blue glimmer, seemingly insignificant yet as if it contained the supreme principle of heaven and earth. With so much Tao enlightenment tea and 9 heavens mystic water consumed, she was not someone a cultivator of the same realm could possibly handle. Yin-yang annihilation. The tiny glimmer instantly expanded into an ice-blue domain that engulfed the... Within that domain, time seemed to stop and space seemed to freeze. The strength, speed, and defense that the iron arm bear prided itself on all became useless before it. It thrashed and roared madly, yet could not shake the ice-blue barrier by even a hair. Every furious charge was like slamming into invisible crystal, its broken dark iron armor scattering fine sparks. Its left claw swept towards Su Muxue in a reeking gale, but a crimson gold chain of fire wrapped around it just 3 inches from the hem of her robe. The Ice Flame Fox had circled behind it unnoticed. The flames dancing on its tail met the domain's chilling cold, bursting into fine ice fire blossoms that scorched the bear's fur with a sizzle. Su Muxue tapped her toes lightly, and her whole body moved like a snowflake lifted by the wind, tracing a pale blue line across the domain. Each step left spiderweb-like frost marks on the ground, compressing the iron arm bear's space to a circle only about 3 meters in diameter. The Ice Flame Fox tilted its head and made a soft sound in reply, shaking a few sparks from its fuzzy ears. It struck the ground with a forepaw, and several fire serpents burst out of the cracks, biting precisely at the joints of the bear's remaining left foreleg. Roar! Shocked by the pain, the iron arm bear slammed its left claw on the ground, shaking gravel from the cave ceiling. When it raised its head, its crimson eyes were bloodshot. Beneath the sagging dark iron armor, veins bulged over its knotted arms. With pure brute force it tore a crack halfway through the frozen wall. But before it could charge through, Su Muxue was already standing at the edge of the crack. Cold light coiled around her fingertip, like a blade gliding past the old wound on its throat. Still so arrogant. Su Muxue's voice was icy. The frigid air in the domain suddenly surged, and even the atmosphere shimmered with blue crystals. Taking advantage of the moment, the Ice Flame Fox leaped onto her shoulder, its tail swept past her ear, and its breath stirred a wisp of deep blue flame. The Ice Flame Fox gave a soft cry. Su Muxu's yin-yang sword art and the fox's tail flame burst out simultaneously, exploding before the Iron Arm Bear's eyes into a swirling yin-yang storm of ice and fire. The Iron Arm Bear instinctively raised its remaining left claw to block, but the storm split, like a living thing, into countless fine needles. Some wrapped in frost pierced the gaps in its armor, others sheathed in fire seared its flesh. It flailed wildly but only drove the needles in deeper. Its dark iron armor let out brittle, strained crackles. Several large plates clattered to the ground, revealing dark red flesh underneath. At the same realm, she was invincible. That was the foundation of Su Muxu's yin-yang sword body. If one could say it, she would even dare to clash with a cultivator at the early 5th Order Soul Separation realm. But this was a 5th Order Soul Separation realm demon beast. Even with cultivation at the late 4th Order Primordial Spirit realm, Su Muxue could still have taken it on. And yet, as fate would have it, she had encountered an early 5th Order Soul Separation demon beast, while still at early 4th Order Primordial Spirit realm, an entire major realm apart. An early 5th Order Soul Separation demon beast generally required at least a mid-5th Order Soul Separation cultivator to contend with it. And even then it would be only a brief clash with no telling who would win or lose. That was the confidence of demon beasts on the Xuan Yuan Continent. Against an ordinary cultivator at the same realm, the demon beast was always the winner. Su Muxue looked at the blood-soaked Iron Arm Bear and said, "Little fox, shall we send it on its way?" The ice flame fox soared into the air, crimson gold flames blazing around it, turning into a streak of fire that shot toward the Iron Arm Bear's face. The bear hurriedly raised its arm to block, only for Su Muxue's sword move to pierce its abdomen in that moment. Roar! The Iron Arm Bear bellowed in agony. Dark red droplets oozed through the cracked armor and splashed rusty stains onto the bluestone floor. Its crimson eyes bulged with fury, and a broken roar tore from its throat. It tried to lift its left arm for a sweeping strike, but it had barely risen half an inch before crashing back down against its chest. The Iron Arm Bear staggered towards Su Muxue, but its balance failed, and it pitched to the ground amid flying stones. Roar! It dug its forelimbs into the ground, trying to spring up, yet managed only half a foot before collapsing back. Su Muxue stood in the frost marks 3 steps away, her dark sleeves stirring without any wind. The ice flame fox crouched on her shoulder, tail swaying gently. "Let this in," she said softly. She wanted to grant this beast, which had forced her to the edge of death, a last measure of dignity. The ice flame fox murmured in agreement. A yin-yang pattern appeared before Su Muxue, and 2 colors, blue-white and fire-red, rose from the fox's body. The 2 colors spun rapidly around the edge of the yin-yang pattern. Yin-yang sword art. Brilliance. The yin-yang pattern, carrying both water and fire chi, slowly coalesced into an enormous yin-yang sword. Its blade was enveloped in 2 colors, cerulean white and fiery red. With a final shout, the great sword plummeted. The massive yin-yang blade drove swiftly into the iron-armored bear. The force of the sword sent fine cracks splintering across the ground with a faint, brittle sound. The icy cold of the ice attribute caused frost flowers to bloom like spiderwebs across the bluestone slabs. The searing heat of the fire attribute then vaporized them into white mist in an instant. Hot and cold streams of air churned into a vortex around the sword, whipping Su Muxue's skirt noisily and pulling the loose strands at her temples taut until they stood on end. The iron-armored bear already crumpled to the ground from its earlier wounds, sensed this world-destroying aura, and struggled to lift its head. Its wounds still oozing black blood, the beast's dim pupils abruptly flashed with murderous light. It still intended to counterattack. Crack! The moment the sword tip touched the iron-armored bear, the radiance of mystic ice and fire burst open. As the ice attribute sword chi crept through the armor, seems it gave a sharp creaking sound, as if countless ice spikes were chiseling metal at once. The fire attribute's heat, now more violent than before, melted the armor's gaps into a pool of molten iron that ran down the blade and collected into a dark red rivulet on the ground. Even more remarkable was the harmonizing power unique to the yin-yang sword. The yin-yang force rampaged through the bear's body, corroding every piece of flesh and blood. This made the tormented iron-armored bear suffer even more. In the instant ice and fire met at the blade armor interface, mist from vaporized ice wrapped around tongues of flame, forming a viscous cyan-gold slurry that poured through the wounds and into the bear's body. Roar! The agonized cry was more piercing than any before. The bear's entire chest burst open and fragments of armor, mixed with shredded flesh, rained in all directions like a storm. Its colossal frame twitched violently. Its once glossy fur, ravaged by the twin assault of ice and fire, was scorched and curled near the wounds, yet covered with white frost farther away. The 2 extremes of damage made even its shrieking intermittent. All this happened in an instant. With a thunderous bang, the iron-armored bear fell to the ground. Su Muxue stood holding her sword, the great blade planted beside the beast's remained still trembling slightly. The blue-white and fiery red hues still flowed along the blade, radiating frigid and scorching auras outward. The nearby bluestone slabs split apart completely, water seeping into the cracks froze into ice shards instantly, then sizzled as fire tongues licked them. The leaves of several potted plants first turned black and curled, then were covered with frost. In a flash they became ice sculptures, the sap in their veins frozen into solid amber. The ice flame fox raised its head from beside her feet, its throaty whimper turning into a joyful chirp. It nudged Su Muxu's wrist as if cheering for that earth-shattering strike. Wind swept past, carrying ice crystals and sparks lifting the fine hair at her temples. We won. Su Muxu let out a long breath. The tension Su Muxu had held finally eased. Her cultivation had fallen from the early stage of the 5th order soul separation stage to the mid-stage of the 4th order primordial spirit stage. Her trial card had expired. Su Muxu, sensing her cultivation shrink back to the mid-stage of the 4th order primordial spirit stage, felt a wave of helplessness. After all, she had only relied on the 9-cycle white bone pill to jump from the early stage to the mid-stage of the 4th order primordial spirit stage. Still, Su Muxu yearned for the power of the 5th order soul separation stage. Glancing at the ice flame fox on her shoulder, she felt a flicker of relief. If not for the 9-cycle white bone pill bestowed by Lin Yue, her survival this time would have been far from certain. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was facing a great crisis. After obtaining the soul power of Lu Chongfeng, the sect master of the Qingyun Sect, Yi Chen's strength broke through to the early stage of the 4th order primordial spirit stage. At this moment, he was pursuing a fleeing silver-striped leopard. Although the crack pattern leopard was only at the early stage of the 3 retorter core formation stage, its speed was so great that even an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 4th order primordial spirit stage might not be able to catch it. Yi Chen had planned to make the crack pattern leopard his mount, but the leopard was simply too fast. He activated the primordial sacred body and managed to keep pace with it, yet this was not a permanent solution. The ground suddenly gave way beneath his feet. The leaf-covered earth split into a gap over 10 feet wide. Instinctively, he gripped the Qingyun sword, primordial sacred power condensing into golden light in his palm, but an invisible force still dragged him into the darkness. The sensation of falling lasted for about 10 breaths. The wind roaring past his ears gradually faded, replaced by a dull clang of metal and stone. When he landed steadily, he found himself standing before a palace forged entirely of dark, mysterious iron. Above the palace gate were 3 vigorous ancient characters' Hall of 10,000 Beasts. The gate swung open without a breath of wind, and a strange mixed scent of blood and sandalwood rushed toward him. Gripping the Qingyun sword, Yi Chen stepped inside, and the stone gate behind him slammed shut. Eerie blue torches suddenly flared in the hall, illuminating the dense beast-shaped reliefs that covered the dome. Welcome to the first floor of the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. An ancient voice echoed through the hall, seeming to come from all directions. Trial taker, Yi Chun, primordial sacred body, current cultivation, early stage of the 4th order primordial spirit stage. Trial rules: withstand 7 waves of beast attacks with the number of beasts doubling each wave. Survive until the final wave to pass. Before the voice finished, heavy footsteps sounded from the passage on the left side of the hall. A dark armor beast as large as an ox stepped out slowly, its scales gleaming with dark golden luster. Its forehoofs struck sparks against the mysterious iron floor. The beast had a single horn on its forehead and amber pupils. It was an iron-armored rhinoceros at the mid-stage of the 4th order primordial spirit stage, famed for its formidable defense. Wave 1 begin. The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a low bellow, gathering earthy yellow spiritual light on its horn, then charged fiercely at Yi Chun. The mysterious iron floor cracked beneath its hooves, and the shockwave set Yi Chen's Taoist robe flapping. Qingming sword, art meteor. Instead of retreating, Yi Chen advanced. Golden light blazed from the Qingyun sword, the cloud patterns along its spine flowing as if alive. He sidestepped with the momentum, letting the blade scrape across the rhinoceros scales. Amid flying sparks, the sword left a shallow mark on the supposedly invulnerable armor. Stung by the pain, the rhinoceros whirled and swept its long tail toward Yi Chen's waist like a steel whip. Pretty tough, Yi Chen remarked casually. Touching the ground with the tip of his foot, he floated backward like a willow catkin and at the same time delivered a backhanded stab toward the soft armor beneath the beast's belly. Thud! The golden sword sank 3 inches into the flesh, and the iron-armored rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching roar, its massive frame convulsing. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun withdrew the sword and poured sacred power into the tip. Qingming sword, art moonchaser. The Qingyun sword in his hand, wreathed in golden sacred power, pierced through the rhinoceros' outer armor and deep into its body. Within 30 breaths, the great body of the iron-armored rhinoceros crashed to the ground, the spiritual light on its horn fading. Yi Chun gasped for air and was about to calm his breathing when 2 red glows suddenly blazed to life in the passage on the right side of the hall. 2 silver-gray windshadow leopards darted out, their movements as swift and ghostly as specters. The aura of the mid-stage 4th order primordial spirit stage made the air itself ripple. They closed in from left and right in a pincer formation, claws gleaming with faint blue venomous light. clearly coated with poison. Wave 2 begin. Sacred power condensed into a pale golden protective barrier over his body. With his left hand forming a sword seal and his right hand holding the blade in a horizontal guard, he activated the wind-chasing step and shifted deftly between the two leopard demons. The wind shadow leopards were extremely fast. Their claws passed almost flush against his barrier, leaving sizzling black smoke in their wake. Only two. Chen took a deep breath, sacred power flowing through his body. Perfect for practicing my movement technique. The two wind shadow leopards lunged from left and right, claws whistling as they tore through the air, both reaching Chen's sides at almost the same instant. What terrifying speed! Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He pushed the wind-chasing step to its absolute limit, spinning like a top, and escaping the two-pronged assault by a hair's breadth. But the leopard's speed was far beyond his expectations. I can't let them get close. Chen's thoughts raced. Qingming's sword art star lattice. Sword energy bloomed like countless stars. He used the momentum to retreat, putting 3 zhang between himself and the two leopards, his eyes locked unblinkingly on their movements. They're far more cunning than the wolf pack in Blackwind Valley. Chen pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, forcing down the coppery sweetness in his throat. The two wind shadow leopards did not rush in, instead they prowled around him. Their silver-gray bodies flickered in and out of the eerie green glow like two flowing shadows. Their breathing was perfectly synchronized, clearly searching for the best moment to strike. The wind shadow leopard on the left suddenly tilted its head, and the fur on its ear tips shook off 3 drops of ice crystals. Before Chen could react, the silver-gray figure had already blurred into a residual image. The hooked barb at the end of its tail tore through the air straight for his throat. At the same time, the right wind shadow leopard pounced like an arrow released from a bowstring, its claws tearing the air and leaving 3 intersecting slash marks that sealed off every possible angle of escape. Too fast. Chen's pupils shrank to needle points in an instant. In the critical moment, he twisted his waist violently and swept the Qingyun sword in a golden arc across his chest. He knew he could no longer stay on the defensive. He had to take the initiative. The blade clashed against the leopard's claws with a piercing metallic screech. What a thrill! The power of the primordial sacred body erupted. Qingming's sword art chasing star. He turned into a golden rainbow and charged straight at the wind shadow leopard on the left. This strike gathered 80% of his sacred power, and the cloud patterns on the blade flared bright. The sword edge carried awe-inspiring heavenly might. The left leopard, clearly not expecting him to turn defense into offense, shrank its pupils and hastily raised its claws to block. Clang! The claws and blade collided, sparks flying in all directions. The wind shadow leopard was knocked back several steps, and several scales on the tips of its claws shattered. But the right leopard had seized the moment, pouncing like a shadow, the barb at the tip of its tail aimed at Chen's throat. Chen had already anticipated it. Using the force of the rebound, he spun and slashed backward with the Qingyun sword. While forcing the right leopard back, he gathered sacred power in his left hand and struck the left leopard hard in the abdomen. Boom! The left leopard let out a pained screech, was sent flying backward and slammed into the stone platform. But it reacted extremely quickly upon landing. It rolled with the momentum and dodged Chen's pursuit. The right leopard meanwhile circled behind him and launched a sudden assault again. For a moment, golden and silver shadows intertwined inside the hall. The crisp ring of sword energy colliding with claw wind echoed without end. All right, enough playing, Chen said with a faint smile. He deliberately left a gap, lowering his left shoulder to expose the space beneath his ribs. The left wind shadow leopard took the bait, charging over with a snarl and claws aimed straight at his ribs. Now, Chen advanced instead of retreating, leaning sharply to the right. Even as he dodged the claws, the Qingyun sword thrust into the leopard's belly like a venomous snake striking out of its lair. Sword energy clashed against scales, sparks splashing everywhere. The thrust was as fast as lightning, its angle treacherously precise, and the blade sank half a foot into the leopard in an instant. Ooh! The left wind shadow leopard let out a miserable shriek, its internal organs shredded by sacred power. Seeing this, the right leopard flew into a rage and recklessly pounced, the barb on its tail tip gleaming with venom as it stabbed toward the back of Chen's heart. Chen withdrew the sword and turned, unleashing his sacred power with no reservation. Golden sword energy surged out like a tidal wave. Qingming's sword art, sacred sun, overhead. A miniature sun condensed on the sword blade, and wherever the golden light passed, the air itself was scorched. Fast as the right wind shadow leopard was, it could not escape such a wide-ranging attack. The golden light struck at Hedon, and its silver-gray scales instantly turned black and charred. Thud! The two wind shadow leopards fell almost simultaneously, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Chen grew much more wary of the trial of the myriad beasts' haul. One moment of carelessness, and he would be the one to fall. Before he had caught his breath, the temperature inside the hall abruptly rose, and the eerie green glow slowly became tinged with crimson. Chen looked up and saw 4 cracks split the floor tiles around the stone platform. Hot air filled with the smell of sulfur poured out of the cracks, baking his Taoist robe brittle. Ooh! 4 wolf demons, burning with blazing flames, stepped out of the fissures one by one. They were as large as adult water buffalo, their fur as scarlet as flowing magma. Every step left a hoofprint steaming with white smoke on the floor tiles. What was most eerie was that each wolf demon had 3 heads. The eyes of all 3 heads burned with fierce fire, making the 4 of them look like 4 leaping suns. Could this be the 3-headed hellhound Master once spoke of? Yi Chen's pupils constricted abruptly. He had only ever heard about such a beast in his master's stories. 3-headed hellhounds were guardians of the underworld and symbols of death. But these were not true 3-headed hellhounds. They were weakened versions. Sensing auras at the 4th order late nascent soul realm, some even faintly bordering on the peak, Yi Chen could not help but swallow. They're forcing me to risk my life. Yi Chen took a deep breath and held the Finch's sword across his chest. For demonic beasts at the 4th order late nascent soul realm, they really do think highly of me. The cloud patterns on the blade heaved violently in the scorching air currents, as if they too feared this flame's power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. The 4 3-headed hellhounds took positions at the 4 corners. The central head of each beast opened its jaws at the same time, unleashing 4 pillars of crimson fire. The fire pillars interlaced high above into a monstrous net of flames, descending on Yi Chen with sky-burning, earth-destroying might. Wherever it passed, the beast motifs on the floor tiles hissed and gave off the smell of scorching. Qingming sword, art, bulwark. Yi Chen let out a low shout and sacred power coalesced before him into a golden light shield. Cloud patterns flowed over the shield as it tried to resist the fire net scorching. But the flames of the 3-headed hellhounds were far beyond what he had expected. The moment the shield touched the fire net, a sharp crack rang out, and cracks instantly covered its surface. Boom. The fire net pressed down, and the light shield shattered on the spot. Yi Chen was pushed backward repeatedly by the shockwave, both arms numb, and the webbing between his thumbs and index fingers split open. He lowered his head and saw his sleeve edges already charred black by the flames, reeking of a pungent, burnt smell. Then the left heads of the hellhounds suddenly shrieked in unison. Pale blue soul fire drifted out, like fireflies boring into Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. A piercing pain shot through his mind, as if countless fine needles were stabbing at once, and the scene before his eyes began to distort. Not good. It's soul fire. While Yi Chen was tormented by the soul fire of the hellhound, the calming heart jade emitted a faint blue glow, gradually easing his pain. A soothing warmth washed over him. Yi Chen shuddered at the thought. Had it not been for the calming heart jade bestowed by his master Lin Yue, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As he was still congratulating himself, the right head spat out a stream of green liquid. Yi Chen dodged swiftly, the green liquid grazing past his shoulder and splashing onto the ground. Hiss! Staring at the charred, corroded pit dissolving in the poison, he swallowed hard. The corrosiveness of the green venom far exceeded his expectations. Even a mere graze against his sleeve had caused his Dao robe to smolder with black smoke. Meanwhile, the hellhound in the northeast corner continued to press closer. Flames churned between the teeth of the middle head. The soul fire of the left head flickered like eerie phosphorus. Saliva dripped endlessly from the right head, hissing as it struck the ground. I can't stay on the defensive anymore. Yi Chen gripped the heaven-scorching sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. The power of the primordial sacred body surged within him, golden divine force flowing through his meridians, to every limb, a faint golden luster shimmering beneath his skin. He suddenly twisted his body, unleashing the wind-chasing step to its utmost limit. His figure swept out like a golden shadow, heading straight for the hellhound in the northeast corner. Roar! The northeast hellhound seemed to have anticipated his move. Its middle head reared up abruptly, and a crimson pillar of fire lashed out like a whip. Yi Chen shifted his steps and narrowly dodged the fire pillar, only to see the left head's soul fire hurtling toward him like a swarm of locusts. This time the soul fire was denser than before, carrying a bone-piercing chill that drove straight at his sea of consciousness. Calming heart jade, guard my mind. Yi Chen barked. The jade talisman in his bosom suddenly blazed with dim blue light, wrapping his sea of consciousness in a watery curtain. The soul fire struck the watery veil with a crackling sound, instantly dissolved by the blue glow. Yet the stabbing pain still made Yi Chen's vision blur, and his movements stalled for a fraction of a moment. In that instant of hesitation, the right head of the northeast hellhound spat a stream of green venom. The poison shot forth like an arrow reeking of rot as it flew straight for his face. Azure nether sword art, flowing shadow. Yi Chen twisted his body and whirled his blade, weaving a net of golden sword light before him. The venom slammed into the sword net, spraying countless green droplets. The droplets were repelled by the holy force of the sword net, pitting the ground with dense clusters of tiny craters. Yet one drop still grazed his left arm, instantly searing through his robe and leaving a bubbling wound on his skin. Yi Chen gasped sharply, a piercing pain shooting through his left arm. As expected, a mere 4th-stage spiritual abode cultivator is still too weak, but he dared not pause. Using the momentum of his spin, the heaven-scorching sword swept down with immense force, slashing straight at the belly of the northeast hellhound. Blade clashed against claws, sending sparks flying. The Hellhound's claws were hard, but far inferior to the scales of an iron-armored rhinoceros. This strike, condensed with half of his holy power, split the claw clean open and carved a deep, bone-visible gash across its belly. Eolo! The Hellhound let out a miserable howl as its massive frame staggered backward. Beneath the wound, its crimson fur was soaked through with blood, and the holy power kept eroding its flesh, faint golden light spreading along the edges of the wound. Seeing this, the other 3 Hellhounds snarled in unison and lunged forward. The southwest Hellhound spewed a pillar of fire to cut off his retreat, while the northwest one unleashed soulfire to disrupt his mind. The southern one whipped its long tail, its barbed tip sweeping toward Yi Chen's lower back. Caught between 2 fronts, Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He crouched low to dodge the barbed tail, then drove the heaven-scorching sword into the floor tiles to borrow leverage. His body spun like a top as he shot toward the wounded northeast Hellhound. Now, he seized the exact moment when the beast's movements warped in agony. His left hand condensed holy power into a giant golden palm, which slammed viciously into the eye socket of its left head. Boom! The golden palm struck home squarely. A dull thud rang out from the Hellhound's left head. The eye socket collapsed instantly, and its soul fire guttered out like a dying candle. Its entire body shuddered violently. The flames of the middle head dimmed, and the right head drooped helplessly. Seizing the moment when its old strength was spent and new strength had yet to rise, Yi Chen pulled back the heaven-scorching sword and poured every ounce of holy power into the blade. Azure Nether Sword Art, Mountain Sundering Break. Golden light burst forth like a blazing sun, the blade carrying the force to shatter mountains and split the earth. It pierced into the throat of its right head and drove straight through the brain. Thwack! Foul black blood gushed out. The massive body of the northeast Hellhound swayed, its 3 heads drooping at once before it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. One down. Yi Chen was about to catch his breath when he saw the remaining 3 Hellhounds closing in around him in a triangular formation. The flames of its middle head blazed hotter, the soul fire of its left head had nearly solidified, and the venom of its right head churned between its teeth, clearly enraged. Not over yet. Yi Chen licked his cracked lips. The wound on his left arm was still burning, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. The power of his primordial sacred body exploded, fully golden divine might condensing into a half-inch thick armor of light on his skin. The cloud patterns on the heaven-scorching sword writhed like living creatures buzzing softly. This battle was only just beginning. The iron floor tiles cracked beneath his feet, every fissure seeping scorching air thick with sulfur. Yi Chen knelt on one knee, the blade of the heaven-scorching sword wedged deep into a crack in the floor to support his swaying body. The wound on his left arm had long since festered into a black hole, emerald poison crawling upward along the grain of his bones. Wherever it passed, flesh dissolved as if soaked in strong acid, and the exposed bone even glowed with a ghastly green light. The remaining 3 Hellhounds encircled him in a triangular formation, heavy breaths puffing white mist beneath the eerie blue torches. The middle head of the southwest Hellhound suddenly opened its massive jaws, and the fireball rolling between its fangs was no longer crimson, but a searing white flame with a deep blue core. That was a sign of fire compressed to its limit, heat enough to melt meteoric iron into molten metal. Before Yi Chen's pupils could even contract, the fireball had already erupted into a pillar several zhang thick, sweeping across the room as the air itself shrieked and crackled. The stone wall behind him was instantly scorched black, the beast-shaped reliefs warping under the searing heat. Azure Nether Sword Art, Bulwark. Golden radiance burst open before him, condensing into a light shield half a zhang thick. But this time the shield shattered with a sound like breaking glass the moment it touched the fire pillar. Golden ripples collapsed like receding tides, and the remnants of the fire pillar undiminished swept past his ribs. His Dao robe turned to ash in an instant, skin and flesh seared black and curling like a brand. Agony surged up his throat as a coppery taste of blood, but he swallowed it down with sheer will. No other choice. I wanted to handle this myself, but the gap is far too wide. I can only rely on Master now. With that, he took a wine flask from his storage pouch and drained it in one long gulp. A miraculous scene unfolded. Yi Chen's wounds began recovering at a visible speed. Within a few brief seconds, his injuries gradually vanished. What Yi Chen had drunk was the 9 Heavens mystic water, the rebate granted by Lin Yue's system after Su Muxue cleared the first floor of the Misty Sect's trial tower. He had never expected the 9 Heavens mystic water to be so effective. He had only hoped to harness its power to break through, never imagining it could heal wounds and restore him completely in mere seconds. Hehe, you're doomed now. Yi Chen grinned at the remaining 3 Hellhounds with ill intent. He was practically cheating death now. Strength truly wasn't enough, so it was time to rely on a cheat. Sensing Yi Chen's current state, Lin Yue shook his head with a smile. At least he's sharper than Muxue. Armed with his H-block cheat, Yi Chen no longer had any worries. Then Yi Chen discovered something. It wasn't just wounds. His spiritual energy, and even the sacred power generated by his primordial sacred body were recovering rapidly under the influence of the 9 heavens mystic water. Well, now he not only had an H-block cheat, he had a mana-lock cheat too. The hound in the northwest corner had already been waiting to strike, and the flames from its middle head shot at Yi Chen like a dense rain of arrows. Not finished yet. The 3-headed hound in the southeast corner suddenly swelled its right head into a sphere. What sprayed out was no longer a thin stream of venom, but a poisonous mist laden with black particles. When the poisonous mist touched the ground, the hard dark iron floor tiles melted like malt sugar, revealing layers of rock that gleamed with metallic light beneath. Holding his breath and retreating with his sword held across his body, Yi Chen was still grazed on the right leg by the edge of the poison mist. His trouser leg was instantly eaten away, and the muscles in his calf liquefied before his eyes, exposing a ghastly white shin bone. He did not choose to use the 9 heavens mystic water to heal himself. Yi Chen believed this was the best time to temper his body. He no longer needed to fear for his life. Although Master Lin Yue had given him the 9 revolution white bone pill, it would be best not to use it unless necessary. 3 figures, 3 heads. The eyes on the 3 heads burned with differently colored flames: crimson fire, ghostly blue soul fire, and dark green venom. They wove into a net of death, trapping him at the center. Just then a scorching heat flared in Yi Chen's chest. A thunderous roar exploded inside his body. Golden lines burst from his chest and spread along his blood vessels to every limb and bone. The charred black skin peeled away, revealing new flesh that bore a metallic luster. In his sea of consciousness, the tiny primordial spirit, which had been curled up and trembling, suddenly stood up. An ancient mark lit up on its brow, and golden liquid gushed from the cracks, scorched by soul fire. The primordial spirit's body swelled to more than a zhang in height, with flowing golden flames swirling around it. This is... Yi Chen looked down at his own hands. The sacred power that had been drained dry now surged like a tsunami. His meridians had widened several times over, and when sacred power flowed through them, it kicked up white waves. He could clearly feel the barrier of the early primordial spirit realm shatter like paper. A brand new power rushed straight up his spine to the crown of his head, and every inch of sinew and bone let out a comfortable groan. Breakthrough. Midstage of the 4th tier primordial spirit realm. The 3-headed hounds seemed to sense this terrifying aura, and actually retreated half a step in unison, their throats emitting wary growls. The noob they had been able to crush at will now gave them a sense of crisis. Yi Chen slowly straightened up. The wounds on his body had completely healed, leaving only faint golden lines moving beneath his skin. He flexed his knuckles, and his bones let out crisp cracks like beans being fried. The golden light in his palm grew ever brighter, and even Finch's sword hummed excitedly in its sheath. Did you have fun just now? Every breakthrough of the primordial sacred body was a qualitative leap. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The current Yi Chen could be said to be invincible across the entire 4th tier primordial spirit realm. Whether you were late 4th tier or peak 4th tier, whether you were a cultivator or a demonic beast, go talk to my Finch's sword. His voice was not loud, yet it carried the resonance of metal striking stone and echoed through the great hall. The 3-headed hound in the southwest corner was enraged. Its middle head sprayed out a blazing white pillar of fire once more. It did not understand why the toy in front of it gave it a sense of dread. The fire this time was even thicker than before and nearly filled half the great hall. Yi Chen, however, walked straight toward the pillar. He did not swing his sword. He merely reached out his left hand, and the golden sacred power in his palm condensed into a whirlpool. The instant the fire pillar struck the whirlpool, the raging flames were devoured wildly, as if they had found their home. Yi Chen's palm did not feel even the slightest heat. He slowly closed his fingers, and the fire pillar, enough to melt metal and sever iron, was compressed into a fist-sized orb of light, with golden patterns flowing across its surface. Returning this to you. He casually tossed the orb. It traced an afterimage through the air and slammed with pinpoint precision into the middle head of the southwestern hound. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled squelch. The orb sank into its head like a branding iron, and golden flames burst open from within. That 3-headed hound let out a silent scream as all 3 of its heads exploded at once. Black blood mixed with brain matter splattered over the stone wall behind it, and its colossal body crashed to the ground, throwing up a thick cloud of dust. One down in the space of a finger snap. The 3-headed hound in the northwest corner tried a sneak attack. Old Sick still trying to ambush me. Yi Chen sneered. His figure left an afterimage in place. The next moment he was already behind it. His right hand grabbed its tail and yanked hard. The demonic beast, as large as a water buffalo, was wrenched into a midair spin and slammed heavily onto the dark iron floor with a deafening crash. The left head of this hound cast a fierce blue light from its eyes, trying to influence Yi Chen once more. But Yi Chen gave it no chance at all. Soul fire. Yi Chen looked down at the 3-headed hound struggling on the ground, his eyes as cold as frost. He raised his foot and stepped onto the eye socket of the beast's left head. A woo! The hound thrashed madly, and the fire from its middle head slammed against Yi Chen's back. A faint golden light appeared on his back. The battle armor formed from primordial sacred power. Before Yi Chen's breakthrough, he could only withstand a few blows. Now the primordial sacred battle armor was utterly indifferent to the hound's attacks. The venom spat from the right head landed on his boot sole, producing only a few wisps of smoke. Yi Chen slowly increased the pressure beneath his foot, and the dark iron floor tiles caved in under his immense strength. The hound's left head was crushed. Crack! Black blood flowed along the cracks in the floor tiles, glinting strangely in the golden light. Decapitation art. Qingyun's sword flew from his hand and plunged straight into the hound's middle head. One hound's head slowly rolled away into the distance. Using the momentum of drawing out Qingyun's sword, Yi Chen hacked off the last head. The final remaining hound in the southeast corner completely broke down. How did things turn out like this? That was the question in the last hound's mind. It actually lay flat on the ground like a dog, its three heads thumping against the floor again and again, producing dull thump-thump sounds. Yi Chen walked slowly over to it, turning Qingyun's sword in his hand. The golden light reflected off his indifferent face. "You really enjoyed torturing me just now, didn't you?" Yi Chen said with a smile. The three-headed hound. Looking at that smile, which could rival a demon's, the hound suddenly steeled its heart. Its right head suddenly bulged, attempting a last-ditch struggle to spit poison mist in a sneak attack. But Yi Chen was far too fast. The scabbard swept out wrapped in golden sacred power and smashed precisely into its right head. Bang! After the crisp sound, the hound's right head burst open like a smashed watermelon. Dark green venom splattered all over the ground, yet not a drop touched the edge of Yi Chen's boot. "I was already guarding against you." He pulled Qingyun's sword out in a backhand stroke, and the blade, blazing with golden light, carved an arc through the air, cleanly severing the remaining two heads. When the final head hit the ground, silence at last returned to the hall. The three-headed hounds that had nearly brought him to death's door moments ago now seemed as fragile as paper toys in his eyes. "Who else? Come on, I'm terrifyingly strong now." After Yi Chen's furious roar, the deafening sound reverberated through the great hall. 8 pairs of blood-red murderous eyes locked onto him in unison. Yi Chen tightened his grip on the sky-burning sword. The dragon mark on the hilt seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, gradually radiating a searing warmth. The only thing left was embarrassment. Embarrassment in capital letters, embarrassment in close-up. Yi Chen had just killed 4 three-headed hounds brutally with the power gained from his breakthrough. Now 8 had arrived. 4th stage primordial spirit peak. He murmured to himself, running his fingertip along the cold gleam of the blade. 8 of them. They truly think highly of me. From the void in all 8 directions, 8 tigers slowly stepped out. Their bodies resembled living volcanoes wrapped in a bloody aura. Even before they approached, the danger could be detected in the floating iron rust scent of the air. It was a bloody sweetness intermingled with a violent aura. Their dark red hair was chilling to behold, the tips of the hairs gleaming with a cold, hard metallic sheen. Along their necks and spines, deep brown stripes wound like coagulated veins. Running from the shoulders to the base of the tail, faint reddish thread-like patterns were visible between the stripes, shimmering in and out of the light, like evidence of unhealed wounds. The claws were dark purplish red, their edges curled with dense barbs. Each of the 5 sharp talons was about an inch long. "Heavens! Are you toying with me?" Yi Chen swallowed hard. 8 bloodthirsty tigers at the 4th stage primordial spirit peak. Bloody hell. Yi Chen cursed inwardly. The 8 bloodthirsty tigers surrounded Yi Chen at the center, as if admiring their dinner. A bead of sweat slowly slid down Yi Chen's cheek and dropped to the ground. That drop was like a referee's opening whistle. The bloodthirsty tiger on the far left struck first. Its powerful hind legs kicked violently against the ground, leaving 2 shallow pits in the hard floor. Its massive body shot toward Yi Chen like a cannonball fired from a barrel. A stench of blood rushed at his face. The fangs inside its gaping maw glinted with an eerie cold light. Saliva dripped through the gaps between its teeth, corroding the ground and raising thin wisps of white smoke. Yi Chen advanced instead of retreating, stepping half a pace forward with his left foot. He twisted his waist sharply, and the sky-burning sword carved a perfect arc in his hand. The orange-red sword chi like burning silk slashed toward the tiger's neck with a blazing heat wave. The fierce sword wind was so sharp that it made the surrounding torches flicker unsteadily. Shock! The instant the sword chi collided with the tiger's claws, sparks flew in all directions. Yi Chen felt a tremendous force transmitted from the blade, numbing his arm and making the base of his thumb ache faintly. He used the recoil to drift backward, gazing sharply at the tiger. The beast merely shook its head, leaving only a shallow bloody scratch on its neck. "Just as I thought. Thick-skinned and callous." Yi Chen frowned, thinking inwardly. In that brief pause, the other 3 bloodthirsty tigers had already closed in from 3 directions in a triangle formation. Their movements were swift and coordinated, evidently tactics forged through years of cooperative hunting. Yi Chen tapped his toes on the ground, his body sliding to the right like willow fluff, while turning his wrist. The sky-burning sword traced 3 sword blossoms, precisely repelling the pounces of the 3 tigers. Roar! A fierce wind suddenly rushed from behind. Chen ducked sharply, barely evading a tiger claw sweeping down from above. The razor-sharp claws grazed his scalp, the resulting gust tousling his hair. Seizing the moment, he swung his sword in a backhand thrust at the tiger's belly, a relatively weak point in the tiger's defense. Squelch. The blade sank half an inch in, but was firmly lodged by tough sinew. The tiger roared in agony, then its thick tail lashed out like a steel whip. Chen quickly withdrew his sword and retreated. Drops of blood from the blade fell to the ground and were instantly absorbed. In just a few exchanges, he was already beset with dangers, surviving each narrowly. The 8 tigers, like disciplined warriors, constantly changed their formation. Sometimes they scattered to harass, sometimes they massed to attack, giving Chen no chance to catch his breath. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. His primordial spirit power was draining rapidly, and each sword swing felt heavier than the last. "This won't work," Chen said helplessly. Then he hurled the sky-burning sword into the sky. Primordial sword art, meteor fall. Suddenly a mysterious pattern appeared in the sky, and the sky-burning sword flew into it. Countless arcane runes bloomed one after another upon it, as if invoking the power of the 9 heaven stars. Immediately after, tens of thousands of flying swords glimmering with a sinister cold light poured down like the Milky Way, like falling meteors. They howled out from the star chart, weaving into a sky-shrouding sword canopy. With devastating might they flew toward the bloodthirsty tigers below. This was the Starfall 9 forms of the primordial sword art. Heaven and earth served as the curtain's sword, Qi as the guide. Once unleashed, it drew down stars, as if the sky itself were falling. Cast by invoking primordial power, it was a large-scale AoE sword technique and an extremely lethal killing move. Once used, he would be unable to draw upon spiritual power for at least 3 days. That was equivalent to being a cripple for 3 days. Countless flying swords under Chen's control shot toward the tigers. Each sword carried primordial holy power. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the bloodthirsty tigers scattered to dodge. A bloodthirsty tiger that attempted to lunge at Chen's throat was instantly covered by the impenetrable rain of swords. Dozens of flying swords pierced its hide in an instant, leaving hundreds of bloody holes across its massive body. It let out a piercing, unwilling wail, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, splashing up a wide swath of blood and dust. Another, the most ferocious of the tigers, relied on speed and strength far surpassing those of its rank to force its way through the gaps in the sword rain, escaping by a hair's breadth. The moment it landed, a holy sword radiating golden light appeared in Chen's hand. Primordial sword art, void-splitting draw slash. Roar. A golden sword Qi was drawn out from Chen's hand, gradually expanding as it flew into the distance. This fierce, bloodthirsty tiger, which had shown off for no more than 3 seconds, was sliced in half by Chen's void-splitting draw slash. The flying swords produced by Meteor Fall immediately pierced into its 2 severed halves, pinning them to the stone wall. 2 ultimate moves had only killed 2. However, under the sword technique, Meteor Fall, every surviving bloodthirsty tiger had sustained wounds of varying severity. Some had been stabbed in the eyes, some in the legs. Some were even caught in the blast of void-splitting draw slash and lost an entire leg. After all the flying swords had fallen, Chen knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After 2 consecutive ultimate moves, both his spiritual power and holy power were on the verge of collapse. Yet looking at the remaining bloodthirsty tigers, Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Arrogant. Still arrogant. Don't think that just because you beasts are at the 4th stage primordial spirit peak, I, your young master, am afraid of you. The remaining tigers seemed provoked by Chen stirring restlessly, ready to pounce at the low HP Namana. Chen at any moment. Chen sensed the 9 heavens mystic water within his storage pouch and snickered. I didn't expect that, did you? I, your young master, still have a cheat. Then he shouted, "Cheat, come." Outside the secret realm, morning mist had yet to lift, and a layer of pale gold gauze floated over the mountain path. Night dew still clung to the tips of an old ginkgo tree's leaves, when the wind, threading the forest, set them dancing, rustling fragments of gold scattered over the ground. The ginkgo leaves landed on the bluestone slabs, and on Lin Yue's plain white wide sleeves. He leaned against an old moss-stained rock, and the sandalwood prayer beads at his wrist clicked softly as he turned them. His fingertip traced the rim of the teacup. Thin white steam rose from it, curling past his lowered lashes and blurring the quiet solitude between his brows. He was holding a coarse clay teacup, watching the tea smoke drift over his brow. "Master." A sound cut through the air, urgent, but it barely stopped before him. The newcomer was a youth in purple robes, flowing violet satin cascaded from his shoulders, and the jade token at his waist gave off a faint light. He was none other than the 9 heavens Xianming dragon the mount the system had rebated to Lin Yue. "You're here." Lin Yue raised his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he tapped the stone surface with his knuckles. "Sit." Xianming dragon sat down as bidden, but his back was ramrod straight, and even the dark golden thread patterns on his purple robe seemed taut. After saying that, Lin Yue poured the youth a cup of tea. The celadone cup struck the pottery teapot with a clear, crisp ring. The youth sat down respectfully beside Lin Yue. The cup had barely touched his lips when his Adam's apple rolled violently. This is... The purple-robed youth was too shocked to speak, his hand trembling almost imperceptibly. Enlightenment. Enlightenment. Enlightenment tea. Lin Yue glanced at him. Oh, you've got quite a palate. Qingyun Dragon's hand holding the teacup tightened. To be honest, master, I was fortunate enough to taste a single leaf of enlightenment tea before, but compared with this cup. His throat bobbed twice before it became a sigh. It is the difference between clouds and mud. By the way, do you have a name? Lin Yue asked. Master, you can just call me Xianming or Little Xian. Lin Yue nodded, his gaze sweeping past the layered mountain shadows in the distance. Master, I have a question, though I am not sure. Xianming hesitated. Speak. Master, with your strength, why stay in this godforsaken lower realm? Wouldn't the upper realm be better? Xianming asked, cautiously afraid that this immortal emperor might slap him to death with one palm. Lin Yue smiled faintly. Play. He said it softly, the final sound scattering in the mountain wind. Xianming looked at the smiling Lin Yue. There was not a trace of Immortal Emperor's dignity in that smile. Instead, he looked like a child who had stolen honey and at last found the candy jar he liked best. Play. Xianming repeated in a low voice. Lin Yue could tell that Xianming could not understand his state of mind. That was only natural. If not for the tasks issued by the system, he probably would have gone to the upper realm as well. Xianming was truly puzzled. In terms of strength, not to mention a Xianming dragon at the immortal venerable realm, even the old monsters of the upper realm would give Lin Yue a wide berth. Those who could match Lin Yue numbered no more than 3 in the entire upper realm. Yet this immortal emperor insisted on staying in this godforsaken place to be a down-and-out sect master. Xianming could only say he did not understand, but he respected it. Then Lin Yue tossed Xianming a token. Xianming dragon caught it instinctively. It was cool and smooth in his hand. It was a token carved from pure white jade with the 2 gilded characters Piao Miao on the front. The brushstrokes were as sharp as a sword, while the back was densely carved with runes that gave off a faint blue glow in the sunlight. Piao Miao Sect Elder Token. The Elder Token was carved from white jade, while Yi Chun and the others carried green jadeite plaques as proof of direct disciples. I was bored, so I became the sect master of a down-and-out sect. On the surface, you can be an elder of the sect. From now on, just call me sect master. Xianming took the token and said respectfully, yes, sect master. Xianming looked at the images displayed in the Xianming mirror in the sky. In the images, the young valley master of Wanjian Valley seemed to be undergoing a trial. 3 long swords circled around him as he fought a bloody battle against several tier 4 demonic beasts at the middle stage of the primeval spirit realm. Xianming truly could not understand what was interesting about watching these people who did not even count as ants go through their so-called trials. Xianming released his divine sense and perceived this world. Lin Yue sensed Xuanming's divine sense and smiled slightly. No need to sense it. In this world, the strongest right now is only a quasi-emperor at most. There is not even a shadow of a great emperor. Only at the peak of the great emperor realm can one ascend to the upper realm. Xianming was even more puzzled. Never mind quasi-emperors or great emperors. Lin Yue could slap even immortal venerables and immortal kings of the upper realm to death. Yet here he was watching these ants undergo trials. It seemed Lin Yue could see through Xuanming's confusion. In this secret realm, I have 3 disciples whom I accepted. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Xianming suddenly understood. His divine sense surged into the secret realm. Oh, a primordial sacred body, a yin-yang sword body, and an innate Tao fetus. These must be your disciples, sect master. Lin Yue said calmly. Correct. I have set this secret realm so that only those up to the 4th rank peak of the primeval spirit realm may enter. So keep an eye on them. I am not worried about them fighting people. I am only afraid they will suffer losses against Tier 6 body integration or Tier 7 void refinement demonic beasts. Schwamming nice. Letting a group of people at most at the 4th rank peak of the primeval spirit realm enter a secret realm with Tier 7 void refinement demonic beasts, and an ancient cultivator's secret realm at that. Xianming felt that the sect master really knew how to have fun. Xianming sensed Lin Yue's 3 disciples. The youth with the primordial sacred body had spiritual energy around him that was as deep as an abyss and as vast as a sea. The young woman with the yin-yang sword body raised twin-colored yin-yang sword light whenever she swung her sword. The little child with the innate Tao fetus was even more remarkable. With a raise of his hand, golden lotuses of the great Tao bloomed. Xianming wondered where exactly his sect master had picked up these 3 freaks. Any one of these 3, even if placed in the upper realm, would be fought over by every power. Some old monsters might even break out of seclusion for them. Xianming looked at Lin Yue, who was lying in a rocking chair, and replied helplessly subordinate. Understands. Lin Yue smiled slightly. That smile was just like someone who had stolen half a day of idle leisure from this fleeting mortal life. Zhang Feng, an elder of Xianming's sect, also came before Lin Yue and asked Xuanming, this Taoist friend looks unfamiliar. Are you also a disciple of Piao Miao sect? Xianming was stunned. What did you say? Taoist friend. I am a dignified immortal venerable dragon, not some ordinary dragon. I am the Nine Heavens, Xianming Dragon, and you call me Taoist friend. Even a great emperor, the strongest in this world, could be drowned by me with one mouthful of spit, let alone the fact that the current strongest is only a quasi-emperor. As everyone knows, no matter what kind of cultivation world it is, there are only 3 realms, senior Taoist friend and aunt. This made the Nine Heavens, Xianming Dragon laugh in anger. Seeing Xianming suddenly burst out laughing, Jiang Feng looked baffled. Taoist friend, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Lin Yue, watching from the side, also laughed out loud. Jiang Feng looked at the two in confusion. What was so funny? On hearing Lin Yue's laughter, Jiang Feng grew even more confused. Sect Master Lin. Lin Yue reached out and pressed downward in the air twice. Don't ask me. Just pretend I'm not here. Before the words faded, a pressure came crashing down like a heavy mountain. Jiang Feng's knees turned weak and he fell to the ground with a thud, cold sweat breaking out at his temples. What did you say? Taoist friend. Xuanming's voice was cold enough to freeze ice, and every word was wrapped in 1,000 years of frost. Jiang Feng of the Qingyun Sect felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down like the canopy of heaven collapsing. That aura was so heavy that it far surpassed even the sect's founding ancestor. An instant later, cold sweat had soaked through his robes. It wound down his spine, leaving a small dark stain on the ground. What did you call me? Xianming's icy voice sounded again. His voice seemed tempered by 10,000 years of frost grinding through the void. Every word was like an ice spike drilling into Jiang Feng's eardrums. As senior, Jiang Feng knelt on the ground, trembling all over. This junior has eyes but failed to see and has offended you. Please forgive me. He abruptly turned to Lin Yue, his voice choked with tears. Sect Master Lin, I truly had no idea that your sect's elder had such strength. Jiang Feng stammered, deliberately stressing the word senior. Enough, Elder Xian. Lin Yue waved a hand. Then he said to Jiang Feng, our sect's elder has always been a tiny bit stronger than whatever you imagine. The ignorant are blameless. Lin Yue even emphasized the word tiny deliberately. As his words fell, he casually waved his hand. Jiang Feng felt the invisible mountain weighing on him vanish abruptly. As soon as the pressure disappeared, he hurriedly cupped his fists in farewell to Lin Yue and Xianming. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. Thank you, Senior Xian. This junior takes his leave. Watching Jiang Feng retreat in a flurry, Lin Yue cast a helpless glance at Xianming. Look, you've scared the ant half to death. Xianming scratched his head speechlessly. Sect Master, what's so different about this fellow? Why do you care so much? In his eyes, the living beings of this world were no different from dust. He could grind them out of existence with a raised hand. They truly weren't worth a second glance. Lin Yue said indifferently, not exactly caring. It's merely a clever ant that knows how to read the situation, slightly more pleasing to the eye than those reckless fools. Xianming was even more puzzled. He didn't understand, not in the least. An ant is an ant. Even if clever, can it overturn the heavens? Just swat it dead. Why all this fuss? Seeing Xianming scratching his head, Lin Yue knew he had wasted his words. He felt that reasoning with Xianming was futile. Let me put it another way, do whatever you want. This time, Xianming understood in an instant. His eyes lit up as he blurted, so you just like playing with ants? The tea Lin Yue was drinking burst out, and by coincidence it sprayed right onto Xianming's face. Stupid dragon. An utterly thick-headed stupid dragon. After cursing, Lin Yue refused to deal with this stupid dragon. At this cultivation level, one should just eat, drink, and amuse oneself. Why obsess over crushing ants with a single slap or destroying the world? If someone speaks against him, must he slap them dead? This foolish dragon never thinks if everyone is killed with one slap, what would the author have left to write? Slap the lower realm to death, then go to the upper realm and slap it dead too. The protagonist starts with invincible power and to avoid trouble slaps the world to destruction. Then the story ends. Stupid dragon. Stupid dragon. Stupid dragon. Lin Yue took a deep breath, deciding to ignore the stupid dragon. He looked toward the Qishua Manor. Crush them. That would be easy, but then where's the fun? Wouldn't it be more interesting to wipe them out in front of their hidden trump cards? Besides, for a battle of annihilation, we should bring the disciples to broaden their horizons and let them know how powerful the sect is. Back inside the secret realm in the Wanshou Hall. With a cry of, "Cheat come," from Yi Chen, a mouthful of 9 heavens mystic water went down his throat, and the spiritual energy and holy power in his body were vastly replenished. The clear, sweet water slid down his throat, instantly turning into 2 warm currents that surged through his limbs and bones. One was gentle as a spring, soothing the restless spiritual energy stirred by activating the ancient desolate sword art. The other was blazing like the sun, dispelling the stagnation brought on by overdrawing holy power. Meanwhile, the side effects of the second move of the ancient desolate sword art were also neutralized by the power of the 9 heavens mystic water. Yi Chen had never imagined he too possessed a cheat for healing and a cheat for mana regeneration. Every technique in the ancient desolate sword art was a terrifying killing move. The mildest could leave Yi Chen immobile for a day, while the severest could render Yi Chen unable to use spiritual energy for a month. But now with the 9 heavens mystic water as a safety net, he had no more scruples. 6. 6 remain. His eyes, like blades tempered in ice, swept across the remaining 6 bloodthirsty tigers in the hall. The Wanshou Hall had long ceased to resemble its former self. The torches were toppled askew by the waves of air, their dim yellow light flickering on and off in the dust and smoke. The time-worn beast reliefs on the stone walls were lit in shifting shadows. On the dome above, the time-eroded beast reliefs, shaken by the aftershocks of the flying sword, kept emitting faint cracking sounds, as if they would collapse entirely at any moment. The aftershocks of the sky-splitting draw continuously battered the dome cracks, spreading with crackling sounds across the reliefs, as if the whole ceiling would fall crumbling the next second, utterly burying this hall. Roar! A less injured, bloodthirsty tiger seized the opening, leaping abruptly onto a nearby dragon-coiled stone pillar that would take 2 people to embrace. It crouched at the top of the pillar like a coiled thunderbolt, then dove down with a piercing shriek, its bloody maw showing bone-white fangs aiming straight for the top of Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen snorted coldly, neither evading nor backing away. The heaven-burning sword in his hand suddenly blazed golden holy light coiling around its blade like molten gold, carving a radiant arc through the dim hall. 1 blade to sever the throat. 100-step, flying sword. Yi Chen hurled the heaven-burning sword at the tiger. Midair had no chance to dodge. A dazzling golden light shot out, striking the tiger's brow, the ancestral aperture dead center. Ayo! The tiger's forward momentum stopped short, its massive body hanging eerily still in midair for a moment. Then it crashed heavily back to the ground, twitched twice, and fell completely still. 5 more to go. Yi Chen's cold, crisp words seemed to pronounce their death sentence. Roar! An extraordinarily massive, bloodthirsty tiger suddenly let out an ear-splitting roar. Its body began to swell, its fur grew coarser and stiffer, and the crimson in its eyes seemed ready to drip blood. Going all out, are you? Yi Chen muttered. But what did a desperate fight matter? With the 9 heavens mystic water, he could use the moves of the ancient desolate sword art without a single concern. Watching the bloodthirsty tigers enter their berserk state, Yi Chen observed with cold eyes. After going berserk, their strength and speed would greatly increase, but they would also lose their sanity, fighting purely on instinct. The other 3 bloodthirsty tigers were affected as well, entering berserk states one after another. Their blood-fiendish aura surged violently, condensing into a thick layer of blood crystal armor on their bodies. At the same time, they swung their claws, creating sharp gales that tore the air. They intended to fight Yi Chen to mutual ruin. The 5 rampaging tigers, like small moving mountains, charged fiercely at Yi Chen. A bit interesting. A cold smile curved at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, utterly fearless. He took a deep breath and held the heaven-burning sword upright in front of his chest. Ancient desolate sword art. 1 sword severed sin. In an instant, Yi Chen's figure appeared not far away. Yet the 5 tigers were eerily frozen in place. Immediately after, dozens of fine bloodlines emerged on their bodies, simultaneously spreading swiftly, like puchi. Dense sounds of tearing flesh rang out. The bodies of the 5 tigers split apart, all at once falling in several pieces. Dark red blood splattered like a driving rain, staining the green stone tiles of the hall. Yi Chen dropped to one knee, his frame trembling slightly. In that earlier strike, he had unleashed dozens of slashes against the 5 tigers in the span of a breath. The scorching heat from his high-speed movement made white mist rise from his body, his muscles and bones seeming to cry out in protest. He immediately took out the 9 heavens mystic water and drank it. A refreshing power instantly coursed through his body, swiftly dissipating the aftereffects of the sword technique and the burning heat on his skin. 4th trial passed. With the 4th trial cleared, Yi Chen's confidence returned. With his cheat ability in hand, he had nothing to fear. The light of the eerie blue torches suddenly pitched violently, and the shadows of the beast reliefs on the hall ceiling twisted into fearsome clawing shapes on the floor. From every passage in the hall came a faint crackling. It sounded like countless electric wires scraping through the air, trailing harsh blue-white sparks. 5th trial began. The voice seemed to hide a hint of mockery. 16 silver-gray figures shot out from the passages almost at the same moment. As they landed, their hooves struck the dark iron floor, sending out bursts of blue electric sparks. They were a size larger than ordinary wild wolves, standing nearly a zhang tall at the shoulder. Their silver-gray fur bristled, every tip wrapped in fine strands of lightning. Most terrifying of all were their eyes. The pupils were a pure electric blue, and as they moved, it seemed as if lightning was exploding inside the sockets. Thunderbolt wolves. Yi Chen tightened his grip on the burning heaven sword. What the hell? He cursed. 16 thunderbolt wolves, every one of them at the peak of the 4th order primordial spirit realm. Even a 5th order cultivator at the middle stage of the soul separation realm would not dare face them alone. They clearly intended to finish him off completely. And what made things even worse came next. The leading thunderbolt wolf was slightly larger, with a tuft of black fur on its forehead twisted into the shape of a lightning bolt. Not 1615. Damn it. There's also a thunderbolt wolf king at the early stage of the 5th order soul separation realm. It threw back its head and let out a roar unlike any wolf's howl. a sound wrapped in explosive thunder that made Yi Chen's eardrums ring. The other 15 wolves immediately spread into a ring, trapping Yi Chen inside a circle 10 zhang in diameter. The spacing between each wolf was precisely 3 chi, sealing off every route of escape. He could clearly feel the thunder force gathering in the air. Pale blue currents began to seep from the lines in the dark iron floor, slithering through them like little snakes. Yi Chen licked his lips, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was a tremor of excitement. Yi Chen loved this kind of thrilling fight. The more dangerous the battle, the more his potential was ignited. The first thunderbolt wolf moved. It lunged from due east, 3 blue arcs of electricity leaping beneath the tread of its hooves. The instant its claws tore through the air, it dragged out a half-hang-long trail of lightning. Instead of retreating, Yi Chen advanced. His left foot ground against the floor, and fine cracks appeared in the dark iron tiles. Using the rebound, he spun aside and slashed out with the burning heaven sword, a golden light trailing behind the blade. Clang! The instant the sword edge met the wolf's claw, a savage current raced up the blade and into Yi Chen's arm. His whole arm went numb in an instant. The holy power in his meridians suddenly stalled, and even his hand was jarred numb. The thunderbolt wolf was knocked back 3 steps by the sword's force. The lightning at the tips of its claws dimmed slightly, but it was completely unharmed. Not even a sword mark was left on its silver-gray fur. Its fur can conduct lightning and deflect force. Yi Chen's heart chilled. Although that strike had not used his full strength, its offensive power was not to be underestimated. An ordinary 4th-order demon beast would have been cut and bleeding from that blow, yet this wolf acted as if nothing had happened. Before he could think it over, the thunderbolt wolves due south and due north attacked simultaneously. Instead of lunging directly, they raised their heads and spat out 2 lightning pillars as thick as a bull's mouth. The pillars converged in midair into a blue electric net that slammed down toward Yi Chen. Wherever the net passed, the air was ionized into a pungent smell of ozone, and even the eerie blue torches on the hall ceiling flickered wildly. Azure Sky Sword Art Star Net. Yi Chen pushed off the tips of his toes, his body rising a zhang into the air. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, unleashing dozens of golden sword auras from the burning heaven sword. The auras crashed into the electric net like torrential rain, each impact erupting into a blinding ball of light. Crackle, boom. A breach was torn in the electric net, but the remaining lightning still chased down the sword auras and struck Yi Chen. The sleeves of his Taoist robe were scorched black in an instant, and fine red rashes spread across his skin. I can't be hit directly by one of those lightning pillars. Using his downward momentum, Yi Chen turned back and stabbed at the thunderbolt wolf coming from behind. This wolf had clearly tried to ambush him. Its claws were already within reach, but it had not expected Yi Chen to change direction in midair. The blade scraped across the wolf's belly, throwing up a trail of sparks. The wolf yelped in pain, letting out a short, sharp cry. Its tail wreathed and lightning lashed at Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen was ready. He stamped his left foot on the wolf's back and used the force to drift 3 zhang backward. It was only when he landed that he realized the wolf's belly, grazed by the blade, had only broken the skin. Sparks were still sputtering from the wound, as if lightning was knitting the injury back together. It can also heal itself. Yi Chen frowned deeply. Still, it's not as fast as my cheat, he told himself to feel. The 16 thunderbolt wolves coordinated flawlessly as a pack, making them far more troublesome than all the previous waves combined. By now the ring of encirclement had tightened to 5 zhang. The 16 thunderbolt wolves began to circle Yi Chen each step, leaving behind a hoofprint blazing with blue fire. Their breathing gradually became synchronized, and the white mist they exhaled was threaded with fine strands of lightning. Yi Chen could clearly sense the thunder force in the air growing thicker. In the grain of the dark iron floor, liquid blue lightning had begun to flow. Damn it! They can set up a formation. These beasts can set up a formation. Yi Chen cursed furiously. He had to break the encirclement before the formation was complete. The holy power within him suddenly boiled over. Golden light seeped out from beneath his skin, cloaking his whole body in a layer of golden mist. His paralyzed left arm recovered its feeling at once, and the obstruction in his meridians was swept clean. The cloud patterns on the burning heaven sword flared, and faint golden flames began to coil around the blade. Azure Sky Sword Art Star Chaser. He turned into a streak of golden light and charged straight at the thunderbolt wolf in the east. This was the wolf he had grazed on the belly just now. It had fallen to the edge of the pack, the weakest point in the leading wolf with the lightning-shaped tuft seemed to see through his intention and gave a fierce roar. The 3 thunderbolt wolves in the east stopped at the same time and spat out 3 lightning pillars which interlaced midair into a thick wall of thunder. At the same time, the 6 wolves on the left and right flank pounced like loosed arrows. Lightning light trailing from their claws left long afterimages in the air. Come then. A chilling light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, holding the burning heaven sword horizontally in front of his chest. The moment the golden flame met the thunder wall, he violently twisted his wrist. The blade traced a golden arc and slipped through a gap in the thunder wall. With a tearing crack, the wall was ripped open. The moment he passed through, Chen kept his sword momentum unchanged and drove straight at the wounded Thunderbolt Wolf. The wolf clearly had not expected him to break through the wall. Its pupils contracted, and it raised a claw to block in panic. The sword edge clashed against the wolf's claw once more. This time the golden flame burned directly into the fur of the claw with a sizzling hiss. The wolf screamed in agony, the tips of its claws scorched black. Chen twisted his wrist and swept the blade upward along the wolf's claw, aiming directly for its eye. Just then the thunder wall behind him suddenly exploded, and the 3 lightning pillars coiled in on him like living serpents. The 6 thunderbolt wolves on each side had also finished gathering their power. 12 thunderlight pillars shot toward Chen. He no longer had time to worry about anything else. He planned to tough out all 12 beams. The burning heaven sword in his hand erupted with blinding golden light. Crack! The burning heaven sword bearing holy power struck straight at the head. At the same time, Chen was sent flying by the 12 thunder beams. A wolf's head slowly rolled to the feet of the 5th Order Thunderbolt Wolf King at the Soul Separation Realm. A whoa! The Thunderbolt Wolf King let out a furious roar. It was angry. Boom! 12 bolts of thunderous power rent the air apart, shrieking like torn silk as they slammed into Chen's chest. He flew backward like a severed meteor, his back crashing heavily against the palace wall. In an instant, bricks and stones burst apart as smoke and dust billowed like surging waves. A mouthful of scorching blood broke past his throat, painting a ghastly, brilliant arc across the air. It splattered upon the dark iron floor, casting up a mist of fine crimson droplets. Agony gnawed at his limbs and bones like burrowing parasites as smoke billowed all around. Seizing the moment as the haze spread, Chen struggled to retrieve the 9 Heavens mystic water and drank it down in one gulp. The crystalline 9 Heavens mystic water poured into his mouth, and its crisp spiritual energy instantly transformed into a warm current surging through his limbs. Color rushed back to his pallid cheeks as Chen's wounds rapidly healed. With his injuries mending, Chen slowly rose to his feet. The first kill had been secured, yet he allowed himself no moment of relief. He could sense that the remaining 15 Thunderwolves now glared with far fiercer savagery, and the thunder energy in the air was so dense it threatened to liquefy. The remaining 15 Thunderwolves fixed their vicious gazes upon Chen. The surrounding thunder energy condensed so thickly it seemed ready to drip, striking the ground in speckles of shimmering blue light. The death of that Thunderwolf was in the Thunderwolf King's eyes nothing short of a blatant provocation. Howl! The Thunderwolf King roared once more, and this time every Thunderwolf's fur stood on end. Their silver-gray pelts peeled away entirely, turning a pure cobalt blue, while countless tiny electric serpents danced and crackled along the tips of their hair. They no longer prowled, but instead advanced a single step toward Chen in unison. The moment their paws struck the ground, the patterns on the dark iron floor flared to life. Blue gleaming thunder liquid flowed along the grooves, and in an instant converged into a mysterious formation a full zhang wide. Boom! The ground beneath Chen's feet violently erupted. Countless blue arcs shot up from below, coiling around his legs like thorny brambles. Golden mist-like holy power burst across his skin in crackling sparks. Tisk, so the formation's complete. What kind of proper demon beasts fight with formations too? Chen's heart sank. Within the formation, the thunder energy was over 10 times denser than without. The golden mist around his body crackled and popped under the barrage of arcs, and his holy power began draining at an alarming rate. Worse still, the 14 Thunderwolves suddenly raised their heads together and spat pillars of lightning toward the sky. 15 thunderbolts converged at the hall's apex, condensing into a blue orb of lightning 3 zhang in diameter. Bolts of lightning exploded across the orb's surface like madly dancing serpents, radiating a suffocating pressure. So they're going for the kill. Chen drew a deep breath. Burn the heavens. A soft chant rolled from his throat like muffled thunder rumbling within his chest. Before the words had even faded, the temperature of the entire hall skyrocketed. The burning heaven sword no longer merely shimmered with golden light. It blazed with fierce crimson flames. The golden patterns that had once been faintly visible along the sword's spine now writhed like living dragons. The blade was swallowed by raging fire, and the very air around it evaporated in an instant. Blazing fire elements thickened until they nearly took physical form, scorching the skin with their heat. He raised his arm and swung the sword. A motion that seemed almost slow yet tore through the air with a screeching howl, as if rending space itself. Ember whirled. The crimson sword light tore free from the blade and transformed above his head into a blazing red-gold sun. Hundreds of millions of fiery tongues writhed across its surface, each one a fire python coiled to strike, its forked flame tip flickering. As Chen's words fell, red-gold flames coiled around his body. His primordial sacred body blazed with unprecedented radiance. Every inch of his skin seemed forged from pure flame, and even his hair shimmered with a golden-red luster. He raised the burning heaven sword above his head, the tip aimed straight at the blazing sun. The power of burning heaven and the primordial sacred force collided and merged with a deafening rumble like a dragon's roar. The Burning Heaven Sword's might was fully unleashed, and as its master, the Burning Heaven Force and the Primordial Sacred Force fused flawlessly into one. Roar! The Thunder Wolf King, as though sensing grave danger, howled in fury. In that instant the surrounding Thunder Wolves seemed to receive the command, and the blue lightning orb surged toward Yi Chen at terrifying speed. Then abruptly a scorching vortex of flames spiraled into existence around him. That flame vortex was born in the very instant Yi Chen swung his arm and blade. It was as if the torrent of energy unleashed by the resonance between the Burning Heaven Sword and the Primordial Sacred Body had finally found its vent. Or perhaps it was a rift torn open when the red-gold sun plummeted to the mortal realm. It began as nothing more than a wisp of azure flame rising from Yi Chen's palm, yet in that roar of the Thunder Wolf King it abruptly expanded. Spiraling upward at a speed visible to the naked eye, it engulfed a full 10 zhang of ground in the blink of an eye. Golden red streams of light twisted and entwined like living things, sometimes condensing into short blades of fire thorns, sometimes scattering into drifting sparks that were stretched into fine threads by the furious spin, only to be kneaded by fresh waves of heat into even more raging fire billows. At the vortex's core stood Yi Chen like a battle god bathed in flames. The red gold fire climbed along his sword arm and coalesced around him into a translucent suit of flame armor. This was no mere flame vortex. It was a compressed solar storm. The blue lightning orb and the flame vortex collided with a crackling, grinding roar. Sizzle. For a moment the formation formed by the Thunder Wolves actually matched the flame vortex of Yi Chen's Burning Heaven Ember world blow for blow. Then abruptly the golden holy power blazed ever brighter. Yi Chen intensified the influx of sacred force into the Ember world. Crimson flames laced with golden light slowly began to devour the formation assembled by the Thunder Wolves. Oh, the Thunder Wolves likewise poured more power into the formation. For a time the entire hall was drowned in two colors. Yi Chen's golden red Burning Heaven Force and the Thunder Wolves' blue-white Thunder Power. The blue lightning orb swelled ever larger under the wolves' reinforcement. The two forces clashed with savage violence. Yi Chen smirked, coldly swallowing the 9 heavens mystic water still in his mouth. Interesting, but not nearly enough. Before the words faded, an extraordinary surge of power exploded from within Yi Chen's body. The 9 heavens mystic waters swiftly replenished his strength. I've got to cheat, do you? Burning Heaven Ember world open. The golden red flame vortex once again erupted with ultimate power. Slowly it began to consume the Thunder Force. Within about a dozen breaths the Thunder Wolf's power was clearly waning. A flicker of dread crossed the Thunder Wolf King's eyes. Then an ominous aura joined the Thunder Formation. The orb grew even larger. TCH, Yi Chen clicked his tongue. Honestly, he envied them. He truly envied those with high cultivation. Yi Chen couldn't help thinking that if he had his master's cultivation, he'd love to smack a few people to death just for fun. If Lin Yue ever learned of Yi Chen's thoughts, who knew whether he'd smack Yi Chen dead first. Suddenly from within Yi Chen's golden red flame vortex a portion of power began to separate. That power slowly coalesced into a giant sword of fire. And thanks to the replenishment of the 9 heavens mystic water, Yi Chen's flame vortex did not weaken in the slightest. If anything, it seemed to be growing ever stronger. The moment he sensed Yi Chen splitting off the fire giant sword, the Thunder Wolf King instantly perceived his intent. The Thunder Wolf King roared in furious rage. Roar, roar, roar. And Yi Chen seemed to understand exactly what the Thunder Wolf King meant. Despicable. 15-4 that age spirit transformation peak wolves, plus 1-5 that age soul separation initial. Isn't your ganging up on me the real despicable act? Go get him, baby. A colossal sword wreathed in crimson gold flames, and carrying a breath of annihilation, slashed across the sky, dense arcs of lightning dancing along its edge. The power of thunder and raging flame collided in a violent explosion of blinding radiance, the air seared and warped beyond recognition by the blistering heat. Yi Chen's robes fluttered wildly in the violent heat, like a battle cloak bathed in fire. The crimson flames coiling around him illuminated his deep eyes, in which blazed a dauntless, unyielding fighting spirit. The core force of the Thunder Wolves' battle formation was madly resisting the vortex of flame formed by Yi Chen's heaven-scorching world ash. However, at the edges of the formation the defense was pathetically weak, like a fine piece of porcelain bearing a subtle, yet fatal crack. A wolf howl brimming with fury and unwillingness abruptly tore through the air. Thanks to the 9 heavens mystic water, Yi Chen was able to maintain maximum power output at any moment. The reason the blue thunder orb could contend with Yi Chen's flame vortex at all was chiefly this Wolf King at the early 5th order soul separation stage. Once the Thunder Wolf King diverted its power, the thunder orb would collapse in a matter of breaths. But if it did not go to the rescue, Yi Chen would use that opportunity to slowly slaughter the Thunder Wolves. Losing 1 or 2 wolves made little difference to the formation, but what about 4, 5, 6? This was a carefully laid open scheme. Yi Chen could maintain heaven-scorching world ash at its peak without the slightest hesitation and could even spare additional torrents of flame to slice through the formation's fragile nodes like blades. But they could not. Their power diminished with every bit they used. Every fraction spent was gone forever. They could not afford to drag things out. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing the Wolf King's ferocious frenzied roaring, a hint of amusement curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. "Stop your howling," he said with mockery, his voice soft, yet clearly reaching every Thunderwolf's ears. "Behave yourselves and wait to die for your young master." The blazing greatsword spun rapidly as it struck the formation's edge. A crisp crack rang out, and spiderweb-like fissures instantly bloomed across the resilient thunder barrier. Electric blue sparks shot out through the cracks like startled fish scrambling over one another and crackling in the air. Seeing the flaw in the formation, Yi Chen laughed even more joyfully. His laughter was as bright as silver bells, yet it stabbed ruthlessly into the Thunder Wolf King's heart. The king's already ferocious wolf face instantly darkened as though it would drip water. Its eyes gleamed with malice. The wolves inside the formation heard Yi Chen's laughter, a sneering, contemptuous mockery. They could never have imagined that this mere brat before them, at the mid-fourth order primordial spirit stage, could drive them into such a desperate state. After all, even a fifth-order cultivator at the middle soul separation stage could not withstand their formation. But this little brat had even managed to infuriate their Wolf King. As the fissures widened, the Thunder Wolf targeted by the blazing greatsword could not help trembling. Crack! A splintering sound rang out, and then came in a whoa. The flaming greatsword passed through the thunder barrier and flew straight at the outermost Thunder Wolf. The instant it ran through the wolf's body, the beast went rigid. The crimson gold flames clinging to the sword poured madly into the wound like maggots burrowing into bones, searing its flesh, tendons, and meridians. The Thunder Wolf let out a piercing shriek, twisted with agony. Electric sparks hissed from the bloody hole in its belly, but the flames suppressed them relentlessly. Boom! Driven by overwhelming inertia, the greatsword carried the Thunder Wolf and slammed into the wall. Boom! As the flaming greatsword faded away, the wolf crashed heavily to the ground. Its cobalt blue fur rapidly lost its luster, and the electric blue light in its eye sockets went out, completely turning into two pools of lifeless gray. The second Thunder Wolf had fallen. The fissure at the formation's edge suddenly widened by half a foot. The blue thunder liquid that had been flowing like a river gushed out through the crack. On the dark iron floor, it gathered into tiny streams of lightning that crackled and corroded black specks into the metal. The thunder orb overhead jolted violently. Yi Chen could clearly sense that it had weakened, but only by a tiny bit. Roar! The Thunder Wolf King threw back its head and howled wildly. The tuft of black lightning fur above its brow stood up a full inch, every strand wrapped in violent arcs. Its electric blue pupils locked dead onto Yi Chen. What churned within them was no longer anger, but a nearly insane, murderous intent. With an earth-shaking roar, the Thunder Wolf King's entire frame emitted a dense cascade of sharp cracks like beans popping in a heated pan. Its originally sleek, powerful muscle lines suddenly swelled, and its shoulder height surged from 2 zhang to over 3 zhang. Every silver-gray hair on its body stood on end, rigid like steel needles. The blue thunder power covering its body visibly transformed and deepened at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turning into a deep, perilous purple. That purple thunder power raced, surging beneath its fur, then condensed on the surface of its body into dense, intricate patterns of lightning runes. It was like the mysterious scale armor of an ancient thunder beast descending upon the mortal world. Its wolf ears became 2 inverted thunder awls with dark blue arcs dancing at their tips, radiating a destructive fluctuation that chilled the soul. Its pupils had melted completely into crimson gold, split by terrifying web-like thunder scars. Every line seemed to soundlessly flow with the destructive laws of thunder. A single glance was enough to make one's soul quiver. Damn it, Yi Chen cursed under his breath with a slight frown. Honestly, he truly envied these demonic beasts' innate ability to go berserk. That explosive surge in power was enough to daunt any opponent. But reality gave him no time to overthink. Within the blue thunder orb overhead, purple lightning had already quietly merged in, and its might was climbing with terrifying speed. Yi Chen said helplessly, "I can't keep playing anymore. If I do, this will get out of hand." The moment his voice faded, the flame vortex around him suddenly erupted instantly, becoming a fire hurricane that blotted out the sky and hid the sun. Yi Chen had been playing all along, or rather toying with them. The flame cyclone around him expanded slowly. This was the true heaven-scorching world ash. The golden-red flames slowly devoured the blue-purple thunder orb, and the once indestructible thunder barrier, swept by this storm of annihilation, began to rapidly show crack after crack. The thunder wolves in the front row had no time to flee and were instantly swept into the flame cyclone that incinerated all things. Before their miserable, piercing howls could even sound, they were utterly swallowed by the raging fire. The flame cyclone grew larger and larger as it spun. Yi Chen's figure flickered in and out of the firelight, yet he advanced step by step, unwaveringly closing in on the heart of the Thunder Wolf pack. Explode! Chen abruptly roared skyward with an earth-shaking shout. The voice was filled with unassailable dominance and resolve. The flame cyclone, already dozens of zhang across, swelled with unstoppable fury. In the end, it became like a rising golden sun, completely engulfing the entire hall of 10,000 beasts in its blaze. From afar, the hall of 10,000 beasts seemed to be submerged in a rolling sea of golden-red magma. Blazing firelight shot into the heavens, turning the pitch-black night almost as bright as day. The gold-and-crimson torrent of flames spiraled upward like an awakened primordial fire dragon within the hall of 10,000 beasts. The searing heat distorted the air, and the dark iron floor began to glow red from the roasting heat. The flowing blue lightning liquid sizzled and evaporated under the extreme heat, turning into wisps of acrid smoke. The three thunderwolves at the very front bore the brunt of it. The one on the left was about to unleash a bolt of lightning when it was dragged into the heart of the flame torrent. Its silver-gray fur ignited instantly, and the tips of its hair, once wrapped in lightning filaments, curled into blackened tendrils in the fire. Its claws clawed futilely at the air, trying to tear through the curtain of fire, but the flame torrent seeped into its body through the gaps between its claws. With a dull boom, its body burst apart from within, sending shattered bones and entrails flying amid sparks. The lightning power could not endure even half a breath within the flames before being utterly annihilated. The Thunderwolf in the middle reacted swiftly, leaping diagonally backward using the residual lightning energy of the formation in an attempt to escape the range of the fire vortex. But the edge of the fire vortex had already become razor-sharp flame blades like a spinning giant saw. As its belly just grazed the flame torrent, the cobalt blue fur peeled off like paper, and the exposed flesh was instantly carbonized. It let out a distorted shriek, but its body was dragged back by the vortex's suction, sliced layer by layer by the flame torrent as it spun. It finally became a shrinking orb of charred black light, until even the ashes were burned away. The wolf on the right did manage to spit out half a lightning pillar, but the moment it touched the fire vortex, it was shredded by the golden flames. The scattered lightning threads not only failed to harm the flames, but instead acted like fuel, making the fire torrent even fiercer. The tongues of fire reversed course along the lightning pillar's trajectory and instantly wrapped around the wolf's head. Its electric blue pupils reflected a sea of golden-red flames. The next second they were seared through, and two bursts of sparks exploded from its eye sockets. The wolf's head slammed heavily onto the dark iron floor, but was caught by the residual waves of the fire vortex and rolled over and over until the entire head was burned to charcoal. The remaining thunderwolves behind tried to group together and resist. The ultimate power of thunder burst forth, attempting to block the spread of the fire vortex. But the fire vortex was no longer mere flames. Within the flame torrent, countless golden threads of light resembled the sharpest blades of holy power. A thunderwolf was slashed with dense, crisscrossing wounds, and its blue lightning markings crumbled away at a visible speed. One wolf attempted to tear through the curtain of fire with its claws, but the flame torrent seeped into its body through the claw gaps, and in an instant a mist of blood burst from within. Another, mustering its last strength, spat out a lightning pillar, but it was easily shredded by the fire vortex. The lightning power was instead devoured by the flame torrent, turning into even more ferocious tongues of fire. After raging for a time, the fire vortex gradually shrank, weakened, and finally vanished. Only then could Chen be seen, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. The Qingyun sword stood upright, thrust into the ground as he panted heavily. In just a few breaths, 7 charred wolf corpses fell from where the fire vortex had been striking the dark iron floor with dull, resounding thuds. The last traces of electric light in the eye sockets were completely extinguished. Chen stood at the center of the vanished vortex, his chest heaving violently from maintaining the Qingyun incineration, but a cold, sharp smile curled at the corner of his lips. He raised a hand and wiped the blood from his lips. The crimson flames on the Qingyun sword had dimmed somewhat, yet they still danced with unyielding battle intent. "He has 7 left plus 1 Wolf King," Chen said with a grin, as if those 7 were already firmly within his grasp. His gaze swept over the remaining thunderwolves in the circular formation. The wolves did not retreat in the face of their companions' brutal deaths. Instead, they turned their heads in unison toward the Thunderwolf King at the formation's core. The ferocity in their eyes faded, leaving only a near-devout resolve. The 7 wolves simultaneously raised their heads and let out short, sharp howls. "What are they doing?" Before Chen could finish his remark, the lightning light around the 7 thunderwolves suddenly surged, and their silver-gray fur became transparent at a visible speed. The lightning power within their bodies surged toward the Wolf King at the center like a fountain. Their bodies withered at an alarming rate, bones and fur shattered inch by inch during the stripping of energy. In the end, they transformed into 7 pure blue orbs of light, which shot like meteors toward the Thunderwolf King's brow. "Ayo!" The Thunderwolf King let out a roar that shook the entire hall, and the tuft of lightning-shaped black fur on its forehead burst apart. It opened its massive maw and swallowed all 6 orbs of light. At the same time, the 8 dead Thunderwolf corpses on the ground suddenly radiated a faint blue glow. The residual lightning power flowed backward along the dark iron patterns like blue streams merging into the Wolf King's body. Chen watched this and couldn't help cursing inwardly. You can play it like this. You're a demonic beast, and you can use formations. Chen could let that slide. But pulling a sacrifice on top of that, that's just going too far, damn it. Chen felt a wave of exhaustion. He was tired of fine let it all burn. The two forces collided spectacularly within the Wolf King's body, and its form swelled at a terrifying speed. Its original shoulder height of 3 zhang increased by another zhang. The silver-gray fur shed completely replaced by a deep nightsky-like purple-black. Every strand of hair was entwined with violet lightning, each one like a sharp lightning spear. Its pupils transformed into pure crimson gold with destructive lightning dancing in its gaze capable of tearing apart the soul. A pressure far greater than before exploded from its body. The eerie blue torches on the hall's ceiling went out in clusters, leaving only the violet lightning around the Wolf King flickering in the darkness, casting a silhouette as ferocious as an ancient thunder beast. Midstage of the 5th soul separation realm. Just as Chen had expected after staging such a grand spectacle, it would be unreasonable if its cultivation hadn't improved. He could clearly sense that the Wolf King's aura was now far more powerful than before. The Thunder Wolf King slowly lowered its head, its crimson gold pupils locking onto Chen, its mouth curling into a savage, vicious arc. As if responding to Chen's earlier mockery, it opened its mouth and spat out a purple lightning arc, which struck the dark iron floor and instantly corroded a hole over a zhang deep. Roar. The Wolf King's roar was no mere show. It carried a spiritual impact infused with the power of law. Chen felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, as if countless needles were piercing his primordial spirit. In an instant, the Calm Mind Jade Talisman emitted a faint blue light. The blue light flowed through his sea of consciousness, forming a blue barrier. Interesting. Yet the fighting spirit in Chen's eyes burned even brighter. Without being outnumbered, he could focus entirely on the battle. He wanted to see exactly how far he stood from the 5th soul separation realm. Before the words had faded, the Wolf King moved. Its speed was several times faster than before. As its 4 hooves stepped into the lightning pool, it did not make a single sound. Only a purple-black afterimage tore through space, its claws wreathed in soul-rending violet lightning, aimed straight at Chen's heart. A golden flash flickered beneath Chen's feet, and his figure drifted 3 zhang diagonally backward like a ghost. The claw wind grazed past his shoulder, and the violet lightning it carried instantly tore through his Dao robe. 3 black and bloody marks were scorched into the skin of his shoulder, and a numbing sensation spread rapidly from the wound. So fast, Chen's heart tightened. He swung his sword in a backhand strike at the Wolf King's flank. The golden flames on the Fengshen sword clashed with the violet lightning, producing a sizzling sound, and were suppressed by the violet lightning into a slight dimness. Another crisis was coming. Why did I say another? Whatever, forget it. The Wolf King spun with borrowed momentum, its long tail whipping through the air like a steel scourge, while violet lightning coiling around the tail tip condensed into a fist-sized thunder pearl. Like a steel whip tempered in frozen iron, it tore through the air, the thunder pearl, seething within with the ferocity to annihilate all things. The instant Chen raised his sword to block, the thunder pearl detonated with a tremendous roar. The violent shockwave surged up the blade into his arm, and he staggered backward 5 steps. Blood bursting from his split tiger's mouth splattered onto the blazing heaven sword, only to be licked clean in an instant by the golden flames leaping from the blade, leaving behind a wisp of azure smoke that faded away. The Wolf King pressed its advantage, relentlessly slamming down with all 4 paws. The ground hard as black iron shattered like brittle porcelain, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading in every direction. It opened its maw wide, and a thick pillar of violet thunder erupted forth. The air in its path was completely ionized, faintly coalescing into a twisted vacuum zone, where even light seemed to bend. Azure Sky Sword Art Starfall. Chen infused his sacred power to the absolute limit, and the blazing heaven sword traced out 10,000 golden rays. The sword's shadows condensed in midair into a spinning stellar core, its surface dancing with golden crimson flames. He hurled the stellar core against the thunder pillar, and at the moment of impact it seemed as if a miniature sun had detonated between heaven and earth. The blinding orb of light devoured the entire great hall, whose temperature soared to an extreme, causing the bricks upon the walls to begin melting. Boom! The shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants. Chen, like a kite with its string severed, was blasted flying backward, his back slamming heavily into a recess in the hall's wall. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Seems it's still a bit too much to handle, Chen said. He realized that to contend with this 5th-tier demonic beast at the mid-soul separation stage, he would need at least the peak of the 4th-tier nascent soul stage. Chen could not help but complain inwardly. If this had been a 5th-tier mid-soul separation stage cultivator, he would have at least fought him to a standstill, if not won easily. But But facing a demonic beast's formidable physique and innate divine ability, his own fourth-tier, mid-nascent soul stage cultivation ultimately fell short. Sigh. Yi Chun let out a helpless sigh. Then he hurled the blazing heaven sword high into the air. Primordial sword, art meteor fall. In that instant, mysterious patterns appeared in the sky and countless flying swords wrapped in golden crimson flames howled forth. The blades traced resplendent trajectories through the void, plunging straight toward the Thunder Wolf King like a sudden storm of meteors. Though Meteor Fall was an AoE sword art, its power was also determined by the enemies within its range. If there were many enemies within the range, it was a large-scale AoE skill. But if there was only one enemy within, Meteor Fall became a devastating single-target skill. The Thunder Wolf King glanced coldly at the incoming flying swords, its crimson gold pupils brimming with mockery. The violet lightning around its body abruptly accelerated, gradually condensing into a layer of dark purple armor, with electric patterns crawling across its surface like living serpents. The instant the flying sword struck the armor, a piercing screech exploded through the air, as if 10,000 blades of metal were clashing at once. Crack! The violet lightning armor began to show cracks. Those cracks spread across the Wolf King's body like a spiderweb. Every fissure hissed sharply as it was scorched by the golden crimson sword flames. It was as if countless tiny thunder serpents were writhing and perishing within the flames. A muffled roar rumbled from the Thunder Wolf King's throat, the last trace of mockery in its crimson gold pupils replaced by bone-deep, blazing fury. It had never imagined that a mere fourth-stage cultivator's sword art could break through its defensive armor. The violet lightning coiling around its body began to surge wildly out of control, like thunder serpents enraged. Howl! The Wolf King arched its fours hang-tall frame, its dark purple-black fur bristling erect, every hair tip condensing a soybean-sized bead of violet lightning. In that instant, countless lightning beads shot skyward, colliding with the flying swords. Thick smoke billowed up, shrouding the entire hall. Before the smoke could clear, Yi Chun unleashed yet another killing strike at the Thunder Wolf King. One blade severs the throat. 100 steps the flying sword. The blazing heaven sword, wrapped in primordial sacred power, transformed into a streak of golden crimson light. Its air-splitting shriek was like a dragon's roar aimed straight at the Thunder Wolf King's skull. Sensing the killing move Yi Chun was using, the Thunder Wolf King let out a furious roar. The violet lightning around its body converged, condensing above its head into a Zhonglong thunder spear, its tip gleaming with a cold light capable of tearing space itself. It hesitated no longer and hurled the thunder spear. The violet spear split the sky, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, and collided with the blazing heaven sword in a thunderous impact. The shockwave swept outward like a tsunami, and even the Thunder Wolf King's colossal body was blasted, staggering backward several steps. Its forepaws crushed even more black iron bricks and stones. Yi Chun was once again slammed into the wall. Hiss, that hurts. Yi Chun sucked in a cold breath and hastily took out the 9 heavens mystic water to drink. His injuries and withered spiritual power began to recover. The clear, cool spiritual energy surged into his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. His sacred power, on the brink of being extinguished, blazed to life once more. For Yi Chun, there were now only 2 ways to win this battle. The first was to break through mid-battle. Only by breaking through could he possibly defeat this Thunder Wolf King. The second was to use the 9 heavens mystic waters, H-prestering mana-stirring hack, to wear it down. Yi Chun could replenish himself at any time, but the Thunder Wolf King's thunderous power would not recover in a short time. Now I'll have to use the Prince's war strategy. Yi Chun was no longer the one on the defensive. The stance of offense and defense had suddenly reversed. Primordial sword, art stars fall. 3 mysterious patterns instantly appeared in the sky. Yi Chun suddenly dropped to one knee, frantically pouring the 9 heavens mystic water down his throat. His spiritual energy and sacred power had just shown signs of reviving when they were drained to exhaustion once more by this technique, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes blazed ever more fiercely. The edges of the 3 patterns flowed with primordial sacred power, linking together to form an equilateral triangle. In that instant, a blaze of golden crimson light erupted from the triangle, dyeing the entire sky as if it were burning. Countless flying swords howled forth from the pattern. The blades, wreathed in golden crimson flames, tore fleeting black scars through the void as they sliced across space. It seemed even space itself trembled beneath that razor edge. The golden crimson flames wrapped around the sword bodies pointed straight at the Thunder Wolf King. Howl! The Thunder Wolf King arched its forjong frame, and for the first time fear flickered within its crimson gold pupils. And now the falling flying swords were like a sky-veiling waterfall of fire. The violet lightning around its body abruptly swelled to fine electric threads, instantly transforming into thunder serpents as thick as the mouth of a bull. Countless thunder serpents interlaced above its head, condensing into a violet lightning shield about a zhong wide, its surface flowing with a violet-blue luster. At this moment, it was nothing more than a living target, and the sword waterfall was charging straight at it with overwhelming destructive force. The falling swords were like the Milky Way tilting over a fiery cascade plunging from the heavens. True to the verse, flying waters descend 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the ninth heaven. It bore down with the overwhelming momentum to burn all things to cinders. The moment the violet lightning shield met the flaming flying swords, a piercing shriek exploded. The Bolthic thunder serpents madly gnawed at the golden crimson flames on the blades, only to be scorched into hissing wisps of azure smoke. The flying swords that struck the shield also had some of their edge ground away by the annihilating force of the violet lightning, the flames on their blades dimming slightly. But that lasted only an instant. The equilateral triangle in the sky burned ever brighter, and more flying swords fell like a breached flood. The sword tide, bearing even more majestic primordial sacred power, pierced straight through the thunder serpent's entanglement and slammed hard into the violet lightning shield. Crack! A clear fissure spread from the center of the shield. The thunderclap Wolf King abruptly snapped its head up, bloodshot veins bursting within its crimson gold pupils. It sensed the overwhelming force delivered through the shield's surface. That golden-red flame seemed to carry a domineering, unyielding will. Not only was it scorching the wolf's thunder power, it was also dissolving the mind it had poured into maintaining the thunder shield. A trapped beast roar tore from its throat, and the violet lightning around its body suddenly surged violently. This thunderclap Wolf King was willing to burn its natal thunder origin just to make the thunder shield thicker. But how could Chen give it that chance? He knelt on one knee, his left hand pressing firmly against his trembling knee. In his right hand, he held the nine heavens mystic water and took a gulp every few breaths. Golden sacred power surged wildly along his meridians, forcibly driving the mysterious patterns in the sky. Just a little more. His teeth were clenched, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Then the three vertices of that equilateral triangle suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. The primordial sacred power along the edges of the pattern came alive, flowing through the falling flying swords. The flying swords, which had only been wrapped in flames, now bore ancient runes upon their blades. The instant the runes lit up, the sword's speed surged by 30%, and their momentum driving through the violet thunder shield grew even fiercer. Puff! Puff! At last several flying swords pierced through the cracks in the violet thunder shield, plunging toward the thunderclap Wolf King's spine with golden-red flames blazing. Shrieking in pain, the thunderclap Wolf King let out a thunderous roar. Roar! Its massive body wrenched violently, twisting half a turn by sheer force to avoid its vital points. But its back was still deeply pierced by dozens of flying swords. The golden-red flames poured madly through the wounds, searing its flesh and bones. Roar! The agony ignited the thunderclap Wolf King's ferocity to the fullest. It ignored the violet thunder shield above its head and slammed all four hooves against the ground, shattering the dark iron floor. With the recoil, it charged straight at Chen through the sword ring. It wanted close-quarters slaughter, to use the brute force of its forged frame to grind this insignificant human into meat paste. Chen's pupils shrank. He had calculated that the flying swords would suppress the thunderclap Wolf King, but he had not expected the beast to be so ferocious, willing to endure sword wounds to getting close. His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Even with the aid of the nine heavens mystic water, he needed a few breaths to recover. There was no time to use a defensive technique, so he could only roll to the side out of instinct. Boom! The thunderclap Wolf King's colossal body grazed past his shoulder and slammed into the hall wall. The entire hall shook violently as bricks and stones rained down. Chen was thrown back by the blast and crashed heavily to the ground. The Qingyun sword slipped from his hand and embedded itself in a wall not far away. But the thunderclap Wolf King was not in good shape either. Countless flying swords were embedded in its back, and torrents of blood streamed out through the dense web of wounds. The wolf's entire body was stained blood-red. With that blood-red appearance and the violet lightning flickering around it, it looked like a demon that had crawled back from hell. Chen struggled to his feet. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he drank the nine heavens mystic water. He had barely propped himself up when he saw the thunderclap Wolf King turn around, its crimson gold pupils fixed on him. Looking at the blood-red thunderclap Wolf King, Chen's heart lurched. He had not imagined that even after suffering such severe injuries, the beast could remain standing. And worse, the murderous intent blazing in its crimson gold eyes had not diminished in the least. The thunderclap Wolf King lowered its head slowly, two streams of white vapor shooting from its nostrils as violet lightning gathered around it anew. It knew the human before it was already a spent force. This time it formed no thunder shield or thunder spear. Instead, rings of purple halos condensed beneath its four hooves. As the halos spun, the thunder power in the air was yanked in madly, and even fine threads of electricity seeped from the gaps between the bricks and stones of the hall roof. It seemed the beast was about to unleash the killing move it had kept in reserve. Chen's heart tightened. He shot a glance at the Qingyun sword not far away, a trace of resolve flashing in his eyes. A breakthrough in the middle of battle might come too late. The only option was to continue the prince's tactic and wear the beast down. Chen suddenly smiled. A smile tinged with hoarse laughter, yet brimming with grit. Do you think you can win by burning your natal thunder origin? Thanks to the 9 heavens mystic water he had drunk, the few breaths of waiting were enough to restore his spiritual energy to its peak. Then Chen crossed his hands and clenched them tightly. The equilateral triangle formed by the 3 mysterious patterns in the sky was on the verge of disappearing, no longer sustained by Chen's power. The Thunderclap Wolf King clearly had not expected him to still be able to move. A flicker of astonishment passed through its crimson gold pupils, then was replaced by an even more ferocious rage. It suddenly threw its head back and let out a roar that shook the entire hall. Roar! The purple halos beneath its forehooves abruptly contracted, condensing into a violet thunder pearl the size of a human head above its skull. Now, Chen's eyes erupted with sharp light. In the very instant the Thunderclap Wolf King condensed its thunder pearl, the equilateral triangle formed by the 3 mysterious patterns in the sky blazed with golden red radiance once more. The falling flying sword's momentum suddenly exploded. Falling stars, break for me! Chen roared. The flying swords merged into a single condensed golden red sword rainbow. Like a rope of fire spanning the heavens and earth, it charged straight at the violet thunder pearl above the Thunderclap Wolf King's head. This time there was no earth-shattering collision, only a strange pop. When the golden red sword rainbow struck the violet thunder pearl, it was like a droplet falling into boiling water. The golden red flames on the sword rainbow surged into the pearl, while the pearl's violet lightning power lashed back with equal ferocity. 2 completely different forces tore at and devoured each other in that tiny space, ultimately erupting into an indescribable haze of light. Half of the haze was blazing golden, or the other half a dead deep purple, each part devouring the other, yet also dissolving into it. The haze spread, and wherever it passed, bricks and stones silently crumbled to ash, as if even the air had been wiped from existence. Chen was knocked backward by the shockwave, retreating until his back hit the wall, before he could barely steady himself. He clutched his chest and coughed violently. Another wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat, but he forced it back down. As for the Thunderclap Wolf King, it was standing in the center of the haze. Its massive body froze in place, the violet lightning around it visibly dimming. The violet thunder pearl above its head had vanished, leaving only charred black marks across its body. The savage fierceness in its crimson gold pupils gradually faded, leaving only profound exhaustion and disbelief. Its natal thunder origin had been almost completely consumed in that collision. Chen watched its swaying form and slowly drew the Qingyun sword from the wall. Now, it's my turn. Grasping the sword hilt tightly, he walked toward the Thunderclap Wolf King step by step. Each step left a faint bloody print on the dark iron floor, yet carried an unshakable momentum. The Thunderclap Wolf King wanted to move, but its limbs felt as if they were filled with lead, and the thunder power inside its body had all but run dry. It could only watch helplessly as that insignificant human drew closer, watching the flames on the Qingyun sword in his hand burn brighter and brighter. In the end, a slash of golden red flame cut through the dim hall, ending the brutal slaughter. Chen leaned on his sword, watching the Thunderclap Wolf King's massive body crash to the ground. His strength finally gave out, and he fell to one knee. He looked up at the sky. The equilateral triangle formed by the mysterious patterns had long since dispersed, leaving only the lingering smoke and the faint breath of lightning in the air. 5th trial cleared. Chen leaned against the mottled broken wall of the Wanshou Hall, his heavy breathing echoing through the empty hall. The moment his knuckles dug into the crevices of the wall, he suddenly sensed a strange heat surging through his limbs and bones. At some unknown moment, the barrier of the late 4th rank primordial spirit realm had quietly shattered, and spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a tide. There was even an indistinct momentum threatening to knock on the door of the peak stage. To sustain starfall, the spiritual energy within his body had long been parched dry. The 9 heavens mystic water was slowly spreading along his dantian, and the withered spiritual meridians soaked by the warm current had been imperceptibly widened by several degrees. In the life and death struggle with the Thunderclap Wolf King earlier, his spiritual energy had never been fully replenished. Caught in such a tense atmosphere, Chen had no idea when he had broken through. Huff, 2 more trials to go. Continue. Suddenly the ground quaked violently. Rumble. A void opened from the southeast, and a bizarre sound echoed from within it. The air there suddenly rippled like water churning with interlaced cyan black and earthen yellow halos. It was as if someone had smashed a piece of glass soaked with the veins of the earth into reality. Immediately after, a second abnormal sound came from the northwest, and a third from the southwest. A fourth. All 8 voids trembled in succession, and at the center of each ripple floated a translucent silhouette. It was like behind a crumpled shadow play curtain some behemoth was struggling to force its way out. Chen's fingertips dug into his palms as he clearly felt the terrifying aura emanating from the voids. His heart gave a violent jolt. The first to fully materialize was the figure at the very center. It stood a full 3 zhang tall, the bulging muscles of its shoulders and back looked like solidified magma, yet they trembled faintly in the void, as if at any moment they might collapse into a wisp of black mist. Coarse bristles stood on end one after another, the mane that should have been ochre-brown now gleamed with a blue-gray pallor. Every strand was entwined with fine runes like withered veins drained of the earth's essence. Most terrifying of all were its limbs. Its foot about a zhang wide trod upon the void while the pads squeezed out a crack of shattering air. Its dark gold claws were translucent as crystal, yet gleamed with the cold light of blades, and their tips were lined with fine serrations. Those serrations trembled faintly, and with each tremor the void cracked with cobweb-like lines that reached all the way to the ruins outside the hall. When its head rose, Yi Chen's breath caught. Those amber vertical pupils held none of the vitality of a living creature. Only churning mire in which miniature shapes of mountains and rivers drifted. In the left pupil lay a collapsing snowy mountain snowmelt, and snow pellets pouring down. In the right pupil boiled a lava river, broken soul jades bobbing within it. The instant Yi Chen's gaze met its eyes. Roar! A low growl rolled from its throat. Not like a beast's cry, but more like muffled thunder from the depths of the earth's veins. Then the other 7 figures slowly stepped out of the void. Damn it! A 5th-rank earth-rending bear at the mid-soul separation stage, and its freaking defense is equal to late soul separation. Yi Chen's voice was dry. For some reason, ever since stepping into the Wanshou Hall, every demon beast he encountered had a higher cultivation realm than his. Just a moment ago, a 5th-rank mid-soul separation thunderclap wolf king had already given Yi Chen a splitting headache. If not for the 9 heavens mystic water bestowed by Lin Yue, Yi Chen would probably have suffered greatly. Now 8 of them at once. This is simply ridiculous. If you have the guts, fight me at the same realm. I'll beat the shit out of you and write my name backwards. All Yi Chen wanted to say now was I haven't word, I don't know whether to say. Looking at the 8 earth-rending bears around him, he almost didn't have the strength to even curse. He simply lay straight back onto the cold floor tiles. Forget it. I'm spent. I'm finished. His gaze passed through the broken dome to the gray sky, sliced by clouds. Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, his voice laced with helpless, exasperated laughter. Master, it's not that your disciple doesn't measure up. It's that this dungeon is simply unreasonable. Outside the secret realm, sensing Yi Chen's current give-up mentality, Lin Yue couldn't help but roar with laughter. Haha, his mental state collapsed already. Lin Yue's gaze pierced the void at Yi Chen lying on the ground, laughing even more gleefully. Other people's primordial sacred physique made it a game to leap 1 realm, and as easy as eating to leap 2 realms. Why was it so useless with him? If Yi Chen heard Lin Yue's words, he would have accepted the criticism on the surface, but certainly had be grumbling endlessly in his heart. Stupid dragon! Lin Yue shouted. Not far away, Xianming was still glancing left and right. Is there a second dragon in this world? Why didn't I sense it? Then he looked at Lin Yue and saw Lin Yue's gaze locked tightly on him. Xianming's face darkened, and he hurried over. What? You say teleporting? Lin Yue would slap his head. Ask you. A sect master, you can call me Xianming, or Little Xian, or Little Ming, whichever you like. Xianming reminded him with a plaintive tone. What? Lin Yue sprayed another mouthful of tea on Xianming. Xiaoming. You mean Xiaoming? That name is way too familiar. Anyone with 9 years of compulsory education knows Xiaoming and Xiaohong. Alright, stupid dragon. Xianming's face turned even blacker. It seemed the label stupid dragon was stuck to him for good. Xianming wiped his face with his hand, then licked it. Still has the taste of enlightenment tea. At that, Lin Yue's face darkened. Then Lin Yue tossed Xianming a small packet with a look of disgust. It was packed densely with enlightenment tea leaves. Yi Chen has run into some trouble. Go help him. Seeing the densely packed enlightenment tea leaves, Xianming was overjoyed. Sure thing, Sect Master. Any requirements? Lin Yue thought for a moment. Focus on tempering him. Everything else do as you see fit. Alright, Sect Master. This stupid dragon is off. Then he vanished. With enlightenment tea leaves in hand, who cared if he was stupid dragon or not? From today on, Lord Dragon would just be called Stupid Dragon. Inside the secret realm, Yi Chen looked at the broken ceiling, crossed his legs, hummed an unknown tune, and his eyes were filled with despair. You're pretty relaxed, aren't you? A voice sounded in Yi Chen's ear. Following the voice, Yi Chen saw a handsome young man in a purple robe standing not far away. In an instant, Yi Chen quickly rose and said, Disciple, Yi Chen greets the elder. The Piaomiao token of the Piaomiao sect had been specially modified by Lin Yue. The token emanated a unique aura that only members of the Piaomiao sect could sense. This purple-robed youth emanated the aura of a Piaomiao sect elder. Moreover, Yi Chen felt that this elder's aura was even more terrifying than the 8 earth-rending bears. Seeing this, Yi Chen slid to Xianming's feet and clung desperately to Xianming's purple Taoist robe. Elder, you finally come. Save me. Look at this setup. It's simply not giving a man a way to live. He pointed at the 8 huge figures surrounding them, his voice rising sharply. 4 HS, and every ah represented Yi Chen's agitation. Then right in front of Xianming, he stuck out his tongue, licked his own finger, and wiped it under his eyes. Looking at Yi Chen before him, Xianming's face darkened. This kid wasn't even putting on an act anymore. Yi Chen clutched his chest, finally giving vent to a bellyful of grievances. This disciple had just risked life and limb to slay a Thunderwolf king, and my spiritual power hasn't even recovered half a bar yet. He pointed at the 8 colossal shadows behind him. Then out of nowhere came these 8 lords. Mid-stage 5 Thorder Soul Separation Realm. And each one's defense was comparable to late stage. This disciple has only just reached the late stage of the 4th Thorder Divine Soul Realm. Is this a trial, or is it literally trying to kill me? Yi Chen turned to look at the 8 Earth Rift Bears. To his shock, the 8 mountain-like bears were all kneeling and bowing their heads toward the direction behind him. Their massive bodies trembled violently, coarse heavy breaths were mixed with thin whimpering, and sharp claw tips unconsciously scraped the ground. It was as if they were facing the heavenly law that held the power of life and death, without even the courage to raise their heads. Xianming stood quietly at the side. The royal pressure of the 9 heavens mystic nether dragon was as vast as an abyss and as deep as the sea. The dragon race had always stood at the pinnacle among the myriad demons. The only races capable of fighting the dragons were the Phoenix race and the Qingyun race. The Phoenix race had always been on friendly terms with the dragon race, even forming many marital alliances. As for the Qingyun race, the entire clan numbered only a few dozen, and they lived in seclusion all year round, indifferent to worldly affairs. As a result, the dragon race's authority among the demon race was virtually absolute. And as for the draconic might flowing through their blood, for every demon race other than the Phoenix and Qingyun, it was an awe carved into the marrow of their bones, enough to make them tremble and submit by instinct. Xuanming's brow furrowed, a trace of impatience passing through his eyes. His tone was gloomy. What exactly are you trying to say? This disciple isn't afraid of hardship. Yi Chen waved his hands hastily, his eyes darting quickly, and a hint of slyness curled at the corners of his mouth. But 8 is really too many. In this disciple's opinion, keeping 1 to practice on is enough? Don't you think that's reasonable? A crisp smack resounded through the hall. The 7 Earth Rift Bears turned into dust, dissolving into nothing in the blink of an eye. Not even a residue remained, as if they had never existed at all. Yi Chen's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, half his words stuck in his throat, and his eyes were round as saucers. He knew this elder was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Those were 7 mid-stage 5 Thorder Soul Separation Realm demon beasts, and their defense was comparable to latest-stage Soul Separation Realm at that. Just like that. Gone. He suddenly recalled his master Lin Yue. A snap of the fingers had instantly killed the Blood Fiend Sect's 5 Thorder Soul Separation Realm Grand Elder, and the Blazing Fire Sect's 5 Thorder Soul Separation Realm Elder. Now the elder of his sect had, with a snap of his fingers, instantly killed 7 Earth Rift Bears, whose defenses rivaled latest-stage 5 Thorder Soul Separation Realm. Could it be? As he pondered, Yi Chen unconsciously rubbed his fingertips together, and also began snapping his fingers, his eyes shining with an eager, itching light. Snap, snap, snap. Watching Yi Chen snap his fingers, Xianming asked, "What are you up to?" Hearing Xuanming's words, Yi Chen looked up with a face full of curiosity. "Elder, is this finger-snapping our sect's ultimate secret technique? Teach me." 1 snap, and a 5 Thorder Soul Separation Realm is instantly killed. That's so cool. Xuanming's face blackened in a flash, and he raised his hand to smack the back of Yi Chen's head. "When you're out and about, call me Dragon Lord. Only inside the sect or in front of the sect master should you call me Elder. Understand?" Yi Chen rubbed the back of his head. "Got it, Elder." Seeing Xuanming's frown, he quickly changed his words. "Okay, Dragon Lord." "Understood, Dragon Lord." Hearing the title Dragon Lord, the taut corners of Xuanming's mouth secretly relaxed, and he somehow felt a few degrees more comfortable in his heart. "I, Dragon Lord, snap my fingers purely because I think it looks cool. I suspect the sect master is the same." He put on an air of authority and said slowly, "Once your strength reaches a certain level, you can do it too." Yi Chen wanted to say more, but Xianming cut him off. "Enough. These are not things you need to think about now. What you should be thinking about right now is that." With that, Xianming pointed at the sole surviving Earth Rift Bear, which was kneeling on the ground trembling. "Dragon Lord." Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile on his face. "You already took care of 7, so what's 1 more? Why not be a good person to the very end? What are you dreaming about? Still not awake?" Xianming glanced sideways at Yi Chen. His tone was laced with mockery. "Wasn't it you who said to keep 1 for practice?" How could he fail to see through Yi Chen's scheme? If Yi Chen had simply said he couldn't beat them and asked him to clean them all up when he first arrived, Xianming wouldn't have minded at all. It was just a snap of the fingers. But this Yi Chen had to show off, pretentiously saying things like 8 were too many and that keeping 1 for practice was enough. Since Yi Chen insisted on putting on a show, Xianming would let you put on a good show. At this moment, Yi Chen wished he could slap himself twice across the face. If everything was fine, why did you have to show off? Now you've shown off and gotten yourself into trouble, lifting a rock only to drop it on your own feet. Xianming unhurriedly took out the bamboo rattan chair he had asked Lin Yue for half lay in it, and gently shook the chair leg, which let out a soft creak. He watched Yi Chen with leisurely composure, and said slowly, "You've just broken through to the late 4th Order, so this is a good chance to try your hand. Amidst stage 5 Thorder Soul Separation Realm isn't too difficult for you, is it?" Chen looked at the Earth Rift Bear, still kneeling on the ground, and feeling the defensive pressure comparable to late stage emanating from it. The corner of his mouth twitched. The urge to just give up, which he had only just suppressed, surged out again. But when he caught Xuanming's half-smiling gaze, he could only steel himself and cup his fists in salute. Yes, this disciple understands. Snap. Another snap. The Earth Rift Bear's whole body trembled. It slowly raised its head, looking left and then right. The fear born from its bloodline vanished in an instant, and the terrifying pressure disappeared along with it. Before it stood a human holding a sword. Not far away, a person half reclined on a bamboo chair holding a teacup. As tea mist curled upward, one could almost smell a faint Tao charm flowing within the tea leaves. The next second, the surviving Earth Rift Bear suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Its blue-gray mane bristled, exploding outward like steel needles, and its dark gold claws slashed through the void, producing a sharp, air-tearing screech like ripping silk. It no longer sensed the royal clan's aura, meaning the royal clan member had left. The Earth Rift Bear's roar shook loose tiles from the hall roof, making them fall with a clatter, while Chen felt his eardrums buzzing. The Earth Rift Bear's front paw violently slammed into the ground. A 10-foot-wide paw pad crashed onto the cracked floor tiles. It stirred up several earthen yellow waves of qi, which shot toward Chen's ankles like venomous snakes. So fast, Chen leapt back on his toes, only stabilizing himself by slamming his lower back into a broken wall. The ground where he had just been standing split into spiderweb-like cracks, and wisps of blue-black earth vein qi seeped out from the gaps. This beast could actually draw on the earth vein power of the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. The blade of the firmament scorching sword in Chen's hand glinted coldly in the dim light of the sky. Looks like it's time to fight to the death again. Azure Sky Sword Art, Star Chaser. With a low shout, his body transformed into a golden rainbow and charged heat-in at the Earth Rift Bear. The sword blade was wrapped in blazing heavenly might, as if trying to draw the countless stars of the sky into its edge, stabbing forward with a sharp wind-splitting howl. The Earth Rift Bear roared in fury, and a wall of earthen yellow qi abruptly shot up, as heavy as ancient rock, formed over 1,000 years. The sword qi slammed into it, only stirring ring after ring of ripples before being firmly blocked. Chen pouted. Tisk, as expected, ordinary moves are useless. Chen's sword burst into cascading golden light against the earthen yellow qi barrier, yet it remained unable to breach that defense, which appeared heavy, but was in truth supple and resilient. The earth-rending bear let out a low roar as its front paw slammed against the ground once more. This time what surged forth was not a wave of earthen yellow qi, but several razor-sharp earth vein spikes. The dark cyan stone edges tore through the air with a piercing shriek, darting straight toward his vital points. Azure Firmament Sword Art, Moon Embrace. Chen tapped his toe against the broken wall, his figure drifting backward like a willow catkin, while his blade traced a perfect arc of light before him. Golden radiance coalesced into a shield, deflecting those earth vein spikes. Amid the crisp clatter of impacts, sparks flew in all directions. Yet he used the rebound force to retreat more than 3 zhang away, his chest already heaving slightly. Roar! The earth-rending bear, enraged that its assault had been blocked, grew even more ferocious. Its massive body suddenly lunged forward, its toise hang tall frame like a moving mountain. A thick, elongated bare arm swept across, and the gale it stirred up pulverized the broken beams and ruined pillars around them. Chen dared not meet the blow, he'd relying instead on his agile footwork to dodge again and again. This can't go on, Chen thought, his gaze turning solemn. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Xian Ming reclining lazily in a bamboo chair, sipping his tea with unhurried composure. It was as if the fierce battle before him had nothing whatsoever to do with him. Clearly this Dragon Lord was dead set on making him handle it alone. It seems there's no choice. He'll have to keep using the primordial sword art, Chen murmured under his breath. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as the spiritual energy within his body began to churn wildly. In an instant, blinding golden light erupted from his entire being, and the blade of the sky-burning sword hummed with a low resonant buzz. It felt as though countless razor-sharp forces were about to burst forth from his body. Primordial sword art, Truth Breaker. This was yet another killing move from the primordial sword art. Unlike Falling Star, which dealt area damage or single target damage depending on the number of enemies, Truthbreaker was a killing strike that ignored all defense. It bore another name, the Last Whisper. A soft murmur uttered at the moment of death. The higher the enemy's defense, the greater the damage this technique inflicted. When he had fought the Thunder Wolf King, Chen had considered using this move. But the Thunder Wolf King's attacks were overwhelmingly fierce while its defense was comparatively weak. Weaker than that of the earth-rending bear at least. The sword qi condensed into a slender blade, one devoid of any extravagance, a single pure white sword. The sword shot toward the earth-rending bear with silent, soundless force. After unleashing this technique, Chen immediately dropped to one knee. The spiritual energy within his body had once again been drained dry. Chen hastily produced the 9 heavens mystic water, preparing to drink it in one gulp. Suddenly a crisp sound rang out. Snap! That noise fell like a thunderbolt striking the earth, and the entire beast-subduing hall seemed to be frozen in place. The earth-rending bear mid-charge remained suspended in midair in its lunging pose. Its grayish-blue mane was still dotted with splattered gravel, its ferocious expression vivid and lifelike, yet it could not move so much as an inch. The falling debris around them, the swirling dust, even the violent currents of spiritual energy surging around Yi Chun, all were frozen in that single instant. The slender sword formed by Truthbreaker also halted suspended in midair. Time itself seemed to have ground to a complete halt. There was only one exception. Xianming slowly rose from his bamboo rattan chair, his teacup hovering in midair, wisps of tea steam curling upward, yet never dispersing. He strolled over to Yi Chun, his deep, profound eyes fixed intently on the gourd of 9 heavens mystic water in Yi Chun's hand. Without ceremony, he snatched the gourd away, sniffed it, and cried out in shock. 9 heavens mystic water. Where did you boy get this from? The instant the gourd left his hand, Yi Chun realized it had vanished from his grasp, and he could clearly sense that the backlash from using the primordial sword art had been frozen in place. The circulation of spiritual energy within his body had also ground to a halt, yet he himself remained completely unaffected. This Dragon Lord's power was far beyond anything he had imagined. Gazing at the earth-rending bear suspended in midair and the motionless slender sword, a terrifying thought surfaced in Yi Chun's mind. Could this Dragon Lord control time itself? The truth was that the moment Yi Chun produced the gourd containing the 9 heavens mystic water, Xianming had frozen time. And when he snatched it away, he lifted the time stop only for Yi Chun. But even then, he merely allowed Yi Chun the ability to move. That was precisely why Yi Chun, when he took out the gourd and prepared to drink it, discovered that the gourd in his hand had vanished. Moreover, the side effects of the primordial sword art had yet to manifest on Yi Chun because time was frozen. Watching the Dragon Lord stare at the 9 heavens mystic water with such scorching greed and envy, a thought flashed through Yi Chun's mind like lightning. Could it be that this elder had no idea the sect master possessed a vast supply of 9 heavens mystic water? Yi Chun's heart pounded wildly as a bold, daring idea began to take root. Dragon Lord, you recognize the 9 heavens mystic water as well. This disciple obtained it by chance. It's said to restore spiritual energy at incredible speed, so I've been reluctant to use it. You're a lucky brat, aren't you? Xianming stroked Yi Chun's gourd with envy, showing absolutely no intention of returning it. Yi Chun's gourd. No, by now it was Xianming's gourd. The 9 heavens mystic water isn't just useful for you. Even for this Dragon Lord, drinking it would restore my spiritual energy within a few breaths. Hearing Xianming's words, Yi Chun grew even more shocked. He had always treated the 9 heavens mystic water as a cheat code to quickly restore spiritual energy and offset the side effects of the primordial sword art. Now it seemed the 9 heavens mystic water was far more formidable than he had imagined. The 9 heavens mystic water could rapidly restore spiritual energy, restored it by percentage no less. A cultivator at the first level Qi condensation realm would recover in a few breaths. Even an immortal venerable or an immortal monarch would also recover in a few breaths. That was what made the 9 heavens mystic water so heaven-defying. Listening to Xianming's words, Yi Chun was overjoyed inside. As long as it's useful to you, that's all that matters. Since it helps you, Dragon Lord, this bottle of 9 heavens mystic water is yours. Hearing this, Xianming immediately said, that's hardly proper. This is after all your hard-earned fortune. That was what he said, but his actions showed not the slightest sign of returning the gourd to Yi Chun. Yi Chun pursed his lips slightly, yet still forced himself to say, not at all, Dragon Lord. If it benefits you and gives me the chance to honor you, then that is my true fortune. Xianming found Yi Chun's flattery highly gratifying. Even in the immortal realm, people had flattered him before, but he knew full well those people were flattering the dragon clan behind him. You boy have a bright future. With that, he accepted the gourd of 9 heavens mystic water. Since I, Dragon Lord, have accepted such a precious gift from you, is there anything you need me to help you with? Xianming said to Yi Chun with an air of indifference. Yi Chun bashfully pointed to the earth-rending bear not far away. Dragon Lord, this disciple won't stand on ceremony. This disciple has another gourd of 9 heavens mystic water. With that, he produced yet another gourd of 9 heavens mystic water. If the Dragon Lord is willing to help this disciple pass through the beast-subduing hall, this gourd will be your reward. If not, consider it a token of this disciple's respect for the elder. It had to be said, Yi Chun's words were exquisitely crafted. No matter whether you help or not, I'll still give it to you. You know full well how precious the 9 heavens mystic water is, yet I'm giving it to you for free. Now do you have the face to refuse? Xianming agreed without even thinking. This 9 heavens mystic water was a treasure one could barely hope to encounter even in the immortal realm, let alone in the lower world. It was just like a child asking you to solve a problem. What is 11? If you solve it, you get 1,000,000. Is there even a need to think about it? Seeing Xianming agree, Yi Chun scratched his head and said with a hint of embarrassment, Dragon Lord. As he spoke, the tip of his finger quietly pointed at the earth-rending bear, suspended in midair. Snap! A crisp snapping sound suddenly burst out. The silver sword that had pinned the earth-rending bear suddenly came to life, and the sharp sound of its blade cutting through the air had not yet faded. Only a muffled bang exploded through the great hall. The slender sword had not struck the earth-rending bear, instead having lost its target it embedded itself directly in the wall, kicking up dust and smoke all around. In the end, this earth-rending bear had already turned to dust before the slender sword could hit it. With Xianming's snap at the instant the time freeze was lifted, an invisible force also disintegrated the earth-rending bear. Trial 6 cleared. The notification from the void had barely faded when a sly smile curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, his eyes unable to conceal his smugness. His instant kill cheat had arrived. Seeing Yi Chen's crafty smile, Xianming inexplicably felt as if he had been tricked. But it did not matter. With the 9 heavens mystic water in hand, what harm was there in helping a sect disciple deal with a few ants? Outside the secret realm, sensing the situation on Yi Chen's side, he could not help but chuckle and mutter, as expected of a foolish dragon. Suddenly 4 figures descended in the great hall. Their bodies were like cursed metal forges, dark purple carapaces laced with flowing azure patterns. Every crack oozed corrosive mucus, which steamed into poisonous mist under the moonlight. Its 8 main eyes, like blood-red amber, were embedded in its forehead with faint witch-clan runes swirling in the pupils. The patterns covering their back armor refracted a cold, killing intent, like shattered diamonds. Their 8 pairs of segmented limbs were thicker than an adult elephant's legs, densely covered with barbs at the joints. Every limb was coated with dark green venom, and as they dragged across the ground, they left scorching marks deep enough to show bone. The most horrifying were the sickle-shaped chelicerae, their surfaces covered by layer upon layer of horny scales. As they opened and closed, they let out shrill screams like metal grinding, and the venom dripping from their tips could instantly corrode granite into pits that smoked and sizzled. Hiss! A 5th-order peak soul separation realm orchid poison spider. Its venom would be lethal even to a cultivator at the 6th-order body integration realm. Yi Chen was astonished. Xianming glanced at Yi Chen. Do these ants need an introduction? Showing off. Yi Chen was choked into a daze, opening his mouth, yet unable to refute. Snap! Another snap of fingers. For streams of invisible force instantly enveloped the orchid poison spiders. Before they could even let out a shriek, their colossal bodies turned to dust. There was no sound, as if they had never existed. The instant kill cheat was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Yi Chen wondered whether he should take out some more 9 heavens mystic water to have this dragon lord escort him. Once he had experienced the power of a cheat, and an instant kill cheat at that, Yi Chen no longer wanted to return to the days of striving on his own. Of course, he also knew that this elder had certainly been sent by his master, which proved that his master had been watching over him all along. Trial 7 cleared. The moment the notification sounded again, 7 clusters of sparkling white spiritual energy appeared out of thin air, each one larger than the last. The first 5 combined were less than half the size of the last 2. The first 5 drifted straight toward Yi Chen, while the last 2 slowly landed in Xianming's direction. Don't give me this kind of trash. Xianming waved his sleeve, and a gentle yet irresistible force pushed those 2 largest clusters of spiritual energy to Yi Chen, his tone filled with disgust. The 7 clusters of spiritual energy surged into Yi Chen's body in an instant. Warm currents traveled along his meridians, and all his limbs seemed to be soaked in warm water, so comfortable that he could not help but sigh. In but a moment, his cultivation base soared like a rocket, directly breaking through to the early 5th-order soul separation realm. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power inside his body, his eyes gleaming, and could not help but exclaim, "Awesome." Now, when facing demonic beasts like the earth-rending bear again, he could decisively defeat them even without the desolate ancient sword art. The first floor has been passed. Do you wish to enter the second floor? The voice from the void sounded again. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Xianming, his eyes full of inquiry. Why are you looking at me? Since I, Dragon Lord, have promised to get you through here, I will naturally help you. Hearing this, Yi Chen was completely reassured and said aloud, "Enter." The moment his words fell, the ground at the center of the great hall suddenly split open, then slowly sank, revealing a spiraling stone staircase. The staircase was black as ink, looking as if it led to an endless abyss where even light was devoured. Just as Yi Chen was about to step forward, Xianming flipped his wrist, and a pearl the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his palm. He gently tapped it with his fingertip, and the pearl instantly burst into soft yet dazzling white light, as if daylight had descended, illuminating the entire underground space in full detail. Dragon Lord, what treasure is this? How incredible! Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he hurried forward to flatter. Xianming said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a dragon pearl. But this kind of pearl can only be produced by the dragon race." Yi Chen sent over another round of flattery. "Impressive. Truly worthy of the name Dragon Lord. Even something you casually take out is so extraordinary. If anyone else were in your place, they probably wouldn't even dare to step onto this pitch-black staircase. Besides, without you I wouldn't have made it through the first floor, let alone the second." Hearing Yi Chen's flattery, Xianming Wherever the white light reached there were piles of white bones like mountains. Some bones had long weathered away, crumbling at a touch. Others remained in complete form, with rusty sword blade fragments still embedded in the finger bones. Edge. Seeing the white bones covering the ground, Chen's eyes immediately lit up, and a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He crouched down and began rummaging through the bone piles, his skilled manner nothing short of looting corpses. Watching his money-grubbing appearance, Xian Ming's mouth twitched, utterly speechless. He simply stopped paying attention to him and walked down on his own. The spiraling stone staircase stretched onward with dust that had accumulated for 1,000 years covering the steps. Chen followed behind Xian Ming, searching through the bone piles as he walked. After rummaging for quite a while, his fingers were stained with dust. Chen could not help but curse, "Damn it. Have all these been looted? There's nothing here." After searching dozens, he only found 2 inconspicuous little objects. Suddenly, Chen spotted a rather nice bronze jade pendant, only it was covered in dust. The moment his fingertip touched the cold metal, the stone staircase under his feet trembled violently. The white bones piled on the rock walls on both sides fell rustling down. The scattered skulls, ribs, and limb bones seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, rapidly gathering together in the narrow stairwell. The first to take shape were dozens of skeletal warriors, their frames pieced together from the bones of human cultivators. In their hands they held rust-eaten iron swords, and in their eye sockets flickered faint, ghostly green flames. Tattered armor fragments still hung between the ribs of their chests, and their auras were roughly at the late third-tier core formation stage. Though not powerful, they densely clogged the stone steps ahead. Then an even more horrifying sight appeared. 2 bone tigers over 10 feet tall crawled out from the bone pile, their spines linked by the vertebrae of giant pythons. Their limbs were the bone claws of black bears. On their dark yellow bones clung bits of blood and flesh that had not yet weathered away, and the ghost flames in their eye sockets burned even more fiercely. These 2 bone tigers actually possessed cultivation bases at the early 4th-tier nascent soul stage. Then 3 bone wolves took shape. Their frames were more slender, but covered in a thin layer of blackrun-like bone armor. Their fangs gleamed coldly, and they were extremely fast, lunging at Chen's ankles the moment they landed. Good grief. There are too many of them. Looking at the stone steps packed so tightly there was no room to move, his scalp prickled. Dragon Lord, look at this. It's so crowded there's nowhere to even stand. Maybe you should. Before he could finish, Xianming cut him off with a raised hand. Xianming hovered in the air at the center of the space beneath him like a bottomless black abyss. Half squinting, he said with a hint of mockery, "You've just broken through to the early 5th-tier soul separation stage, and now you can't be bothered with 3rd and 4th-tier enemies. Isn't Dragon Lord here? How could this disciple ever need to step in?" Chen still tried to flatter Xianming. "Don't give me that, boy. Just clear out the stairway." Xianming ignored Chen's shameless flattery. Before the words died away, the front rank of skeleton warriors charged with iron swords raised a rusted blade, slicing toward Chen's shoulder. He hesitated no longer. With a flick of his wrist, the burning heaven sword left its sheath, and its golden radiance instantly illuminated the narrow stone stairway. Azure Nether Sword Art. Chasing Star. Chen let out a low shout, nimbly sidestepping the rusty sword, then swept his blade across with golden light wrapped around the edge. With several crisp cracking sounds, the 3 skeleton warriors at the front were instantly cut through at the waist. Their bones scattered across the steps, and the ghost flames in their eye sockets went out at once. But the skeleton warriors behind them charged on, as if they had seen nothing, trampling over their companions' shattered bones. The 2 bone tigers also let out silent roars. They pounced from front and back, toward Chen's left and right sides, their bone claws reaching for his throat with eerie wind. "Come then." Chen did not panic. Pushing off the ground with his toes, he leaped back, while tracing a full arc of light before him with his blade. The golden radiance condensed into a shield. Clang! The bone tiger's claw slammed into the golden light and was steadily deflected. The next moment, the golden light erupted with violent backlash, and in an instant the bone tiger was thrown out of the stairwell, tumbling into the bottomless void at the center. The 3 bone wolves seized the chance to attack from the side so fast that they seemed to skim along the stairway's handrails. Chen's eye sharpened. Flipping his wrist, he slashed downward with the burning heaven sword. Golden light flashed, and one bone wolf's foreleg was severed instantly. Deprived of support, the bone wolf crashed heavily onto the steps. Before it could get up, Chen finished it with a follow-up sword stroke, shattering its skull into fragments. Seeing this, the remaining 2 bone wolves did not retreat, but lunged at him even more fiercely. Chen simply stopped, evading altogether, the golden light of the burning heaven sword growing ever stronger. Sword intent, chasing the waves. This was a technique Chen had adapted from the void-breaking draw slash in the primordial sword scripture. Though its offensive power was inferior to the void-breaking draw slash, at least it could be unleashed at will. It did not carry the severe side effects of the primordial sword scripture. As the blade swept out, a sword chi expanded gradually, and crisp cracking sounds rang without end. More than a dozen skeleton warriors were instantly shattered by the chi, and the remaining bone wolf was pierced through the ribs, and fell to the ground motionless. At that moment, the final bone tiger was still roaring as it charged. But before it could get near, it was sliced in half at the waist by the sword chi of sword intent chasing the waves. Keep going. Xianming slowly returned to the stone steps and led the way further down. Dragon Lord, why don't we jump straight down from the middle? Why do we have to walk down the steps one by one? When he had seen Xianming hovering in the dark central void earlier, the question had lodged in Yi Chen's mind. Now that the fighting was over, he finally couldn't hold it back. Xianming turned his head to look at him, his tone tinged with mockery. With your cultivation, can you fly in this space? No, I can't. Yi Chen answered honestly. Ordinary sword flight could be achieved at the third-tier spiritual sea stage. But ever since entering the secret realm, it felt as though an invisible rule was suppressing spiritual power. No matter how he circulated his technique, he could not lift himself into the air, let alone fly on a sword. Well, there you go. What? Do you want me, Dragon Lord, to take you down? Xianming let out a cold laugh, the mockery in his eyes undisguised. Seeing that sneer, Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He had the feeling that if he actually said yes, this Dragon Lord would most likely toss him down instead of carrying him down. He quickly waved his hands and forced an awkward smile up. Dragon Lord, I was just asking. Xianming couldn't be bothered to entertain this joker and led the way down again. From time to time, a crackling sound drifted out, as if 1,000 years of dust were telling of the past. Yi Chen clutched the bronze jade pendant he had just wiped clean, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the faint, indistinct patterns on its surface. The two of them continued descending slowly. Along the way, creatures made of bones appeared occasionally, sometimes skeleton warriors, sometimes bone tigers, or bone wolves. Every few steps, a few more would manifest. When they were almost at the very bottom, the stone steps beneath them suddenly trembled violently. White bones clattered down from the rock walls on both sides, but this time, they did not gather into skeleton warriors. Instead, they slid through the cracks between the steps and fell into the black abyss below. Then a cold, reeking wind surged up from the depths of the abyss, carrying a bone-piercing chill that made Yi Chen shiver involuntarily. That chill was even more intense than the Thunder Wolf King's lightning. It could freeze the spiritual power flowing through his meridians. Now here comes something relatively interesting, Xianming said from the side. Roar. A deep, muffled roar erupted from the abyss. Not the cry of a beast nor the shriek of bones, but the sound of ice cracking inside molten magma. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent wind swept in, carrying bone fragments and netherworldly cold swirling through the air. The stone steps were instantly destroyed, and Yi Chen went weightless and plummeted. Dragon Lord, save me. Yi Chen shouted, panic creeping into his voice. Who knew whether this fall would mean life or death? He stretched out his hand, trying to grab the rock wall beside him, but all he caught was a handful of icy white bones. The bones crumbled in his hand, slipping between his fingers and vanishing into the darkness below. But vaguely he could see the smile on Xuanming's face. No way. Seeing that, Yi Chen closed his eyes. Let life and death be decided by fate. Bang, bang, bang. The stone steps gradually shattered and hurtled downward. And of course Yi Chen was hurtling down with them. The wind of his fall screamed past his ears, while the icy nether chill stabbed at him like countless fine needles. Yi Chen could feel with absolute clarity that his body was plummeting into the pitch-black abyss below, a darkness too dense to dissolve, at a speed that seemed to tear the air apart. That abyss was like an ancient beast that had lain dormant for 10,000 ages, opening a monstrous maw eager to devour him whole, bones, blood, and everything. Yi Chen dared not hesitate for even an instant. In a flash, he channeled every bit of spiritual power and sacred power in his dantian. The two forces intertwined and surged, condensing around him into a suit of primordial battle armor covered with ancient patterns. The moment the armor took shape, it blazed with dazzling golden light, driving the surrounding nether chill back several feet. He slowly closed his eyes, and the taut line of his shoulders relaxed slightly. In his heart, only one quiet sentence remained: life and death are decided by fate. Let fate take its course. Yet the impact he had been bracing for never came. The next second, the weightlessness of his violent fall vanished, abruptly replaced by a light, floating sensation. It was as if an invisible force were supporting his body. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw Xianming floating not far above him. Yi Chen was wrapped in a translucent purple bubble that surrounded him. It was this very bubble that had pulled him back from the crisis of falling. Then the force supporting him began to sink slowly, gentle as a feather drifting on the wind. But just when he was 2 or 3 meters above the ground, the purple bubble suddenly burst with a pop. Caught off guard when his support vanished, Yi Chen crashed heavily onto a stretch of hard ice-cold ground. Ouch! Lord Dragon, can't you be a little gentler? Yi Chen rubbed his backside, his tone carrying a hurt, coaxing note as he tried to win some sympathy. Xianming landed beside him, raised an eyebrow, and gave him a sidelong glance. Come off it, kid. Even if the primordial sacred Bodhi's defense can't match the myriad world black tortoise body, it still ranks among the best. Hearing Xuanming's words, Yi Chen chuckled. He also realized he had been overacting a bit. Leaving aside the primordial sacred body with his 5th-order soul separation realm cultivation, alone a fall from 20 or 30 meters might have hurt a little. 2 or 3 meters. That was simply ridiculous. Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Hee. Thanks for saving me, Lord Dragon. Even at a moment like this, he couldn't resist being cheeky. Xianming then flashed a crafty grin, and while Chen wasn't paying attention, kicked him squarely in the backside. The kick sent Chen sprawling face first to the ground. Cheeky are you? I'd say you're Li Shizen's cheek, Li Fenchen's cheek, Li Miazen's cheek. Chen picked himself up without hurrying. Lord Dragon, what are you doing? Chen was about to say something more, but Xianming cut him off. Enough, stop being cheeky. Look behind you. Hearing this, Chen immediately turned to look. In the darkness not far ahead, a pair of enormous deep blue eyes slowly lit up. They were like ghost fire dancing in the abyss, exuding a bone-chillingly cold aura. As those eyes drew closer, a colossal figure gradually emerged. It was a giant dragon formed entirely of white bones, and its bones gleamed with a faint ice-blue tint. Every joint of bone was covered with a thin layer of frost which against the surrounding nether chill shone with a grim cold light. This bone dragon was enormous. Its head alone was more than 6 meters tall. A series of thick vertebrae ran along its long neck, and sharp bone spikes jutted from both sides of every vertebra. Its wings were now nothing more than skeletal frames, yet pale blue currents of energy could still be seen coiling around the wing bones. With each beat, they stirred gales of icy wind, sending rubble across the ground, flying madly into the air. This is what was roaring just now. Chen's pupils shrank slightly as shock filled his heart. He could clearly sense the exceedingly powerful aura radiating from this bone dragon. It far surpassed the earth-rending bear and the dark orchid venom spider he had encountered before, and it had actually reached the peak of the fifth-order soul separation realm. Moreover, the aura was steeped in dense ice-attribute power. The temperature around them dropped even further because of its presence. A thin layer of frost even began to form on the ground. The bone dragon slowly raised its head and opened its mouth full of sharp bone teeth. Roar! Another low muffled roar rang out. This time, Chen could feel even more clearly the ice attribute power contained in the roar, as if even the air had frozen solid. Crack crack. It was as though the sound of ice splitting came to Chen's ears. Its deep blue eyes stared fixedly at Chen and Xuanming, holding no emotion at all, only pure coldness and killing intent. An ice attribute bone dragon at the peak of the fifth-order soul separation realm. Little Leaf, what do you think? Feeling confident. Xianming narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Air. Chen was left speechless by Xuanming's form of address. The corner of his mouth twitched. Little Leaf, why don't you just call me Uniki? Lord Dragon, I do have confidence, but I'll need the 9 heavens mystic water, Chen said seriously. There was none of his earlier joking expression left on his face. This trash. You'd need the 9 heavens mystic water for that. Xianming raised an eyebrow. Lord Dragon, great Lord Dragon ancestor, this is at the peak of the fifth-order soul separation realm, and am only at the early stage of the soul separation realm. Chen grumbled discontentedly. Then he went on, if this bone dragon were at the mid-stage of the fifth-order soul separation realm, it should be no problem. Oh, so that's what you're saying. Xianming looked at Chen, confirming once more. Hearing Xuanming's words, Chen couldn't help but start. But then he thought it over. I'll admit you're incredibly strong, but you can't lower someone's cultivation realm, can you? At that thought, Chen steeled himself. Right at the mid-stage of the fifth-order soul separation realm, I can do it without the 9 heavens mystic water. Never mind, Xianming. Chen had probably forgotten that his third junior sister Lin Yue could use the matching cultivation art, the innate Dao art bestowed by Lin Yue, to lower another's cultivation realm. Xianming let out a sly chuckle. A crisp sound rang out. Pop. Watching Xianming snap his fingers, Chen's heart lurched as he inwardly cursed, damn it, I've been fooled again. Sure enough, the aura of the frozen bone dragon ahead began to plummet. In just an instant, it was forcibly reduced from the peak of the fifth-order soul separation realm to the mid-stage of the fifth-order soul separation realm. Sensing the change in the bone dragon's aura, Chen felt his head throbbing as helplessness flooded his heart. Does having real strength really let you do whatever you want? The answer is sorry, but with real strength you really can do whatever you want. Despite his helplessness, he slapped himself and wondered why his mouth had to be so stupid. The frost-covered bone dragon seemed to sense its own power dropping as well, and it let out an enraged roar that made the surrounding air tremble. Roar. But Chen was in no mood to pay it any attention. He simply stared at Xianming with resentful grievance, his tone carrying a hint of accusation. I mean, Lord Dragon, was that really necessary? If you could solve this with a snap of your fingers, why make this disciple go up and fight? Seeing the bitter grievance in Chen's eyes, Xianming burst into unguarded laughter, and the sound echoed through the empty abyss. He seemed to be beginning to understand Sect Master Lin Yue's amusement. Good news, the cheat has arrived, and it's an instant kill cheat. Bad news, the instant kill cheat has turned into a weakening cheat. With the cultivation realms they had, he and Lin Yue might as well have been walking sideways through the lower realm. It was no exaggeration to say they could do whatever they pleased. What did you say? If one snap of the fingers can't settle it, then 2 snaps. Sorry, but in this world nothing ever needs a second snap. Listening to Xuanming's unbridled laughter, Yi Chen's face darkened like the bottom of a wok. From the Dragon Lord's gleeful laughter, Yi Chen already understood. This was exactly the case of spanking a child on a rainy day, done purely out of boredom. The Frostbone Dragon's roar still echoed through the abyss, and the killing intent in its ghostly blue eyes burned even stronger. It clearly refused to accept the fact of its sudden plunge in strength, and it was even less willing to tolerate these two insignificant creatures acting so insolently before it. It suddenly flapped its tattered bone wings, and ice-blue air currents instantly condensed at the wingtips. They turned into dozens of razor-sharp ice blades that shot toward Yi Chen like a torrential downpour. Every blade glinted with biting cold light, with fine wisps of ice mist curling around its edges. If he were hit, his flesh would likely be frozen through in an instant. Yi Chen's pupils contracted, and he dared not show the slightest negligence. Even though this bone dragon's cultivation had been suppressed to the middle stage of the fifth-order soul separation realm, it had after all once stood at the pinnacle of existence, which forced Yi Chen to face it with great caution. He kicked off the ground with both feet, and the hard ice instantly split into spiderweb-like cracks. His body shot sideways like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, he clenched his right hand, and within his Dantian spiritual energy and holy power intertwined once more. A pale gold primeval war spear condensed in his grasp. The ancient runes carved on the shaft glowed faintly, radiating an aura that suppressed all evil. Clang, clang, clang. Several ice blades grazed past the corner of his clothes and slammed into the rock wall behind him, freezing into a forest of ice spikes in an instant. A few blades still left no room to dodge, so Yi Chen spun and swung the spear. In the instant the spear and ice blades collided, golden light and ice-blue cold air clashed fiercely. The ice blades shattered on the spot, scattering into a flurry of ice shards. Even though this bone dragon now had only mid-stage cultivation, the overbearing might of its ice attribute was still not to be underestimated. Not a slow reaction. Xianming hovered in midair, arms crossed, looking down with a hint of amusement in his voice. As soon as the words fell, the frostbone dragon lowered its head and slightly opened its huge jaws. Ice-blue energy converged wildly within its mouth, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The thin frost on the ground instantly thickened into solid ice. Even Yi Chen's exhaled breath turned into white ice mist. The next second, a thick, powerful stream of ice breath burst from its mouth, like a surging ice dragon carrying a crackling, freezing sound, and hurling straight toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression turned grim. He could clearly sense how terrifying that ice breath was. If he were hit, he'd even protected by the primeval war armor, he would likely suffer no small amount of damage. He did not try to take the blow he'd. Instead, he pushed off his toes and shot backward. At the same time, he held the primeval war spear across his body, and golden light blazed from the spear shaft, forming a half-arc shield of light. Boom! The ice breath slammed into the light shield with tremendous force. The golden shield was instantly covered in a layer of ice, and cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Yi Chen's feet carved 2 deep marks across the ice before he finally came to a stop more than 10 paces away. "You're done. Now it's my turn," Yi Chen roared. His roar rang through the frozen abyss, and the golden light around him surged violently. The next second, the muscles in Yi Chen's arm bulged, and the primeval war spear suddenly left his hand. Wreathed in dazzling golden light, the spear shot toward the frostbone dragon like a meteor falling from the sky. The spear did not travel in a straight line. It spun violently the instant it left his hand. The ear-piercing shriek of the spearhead tearing through the air was unbearable, and the cold air along its path sizzled as it was scorched by golden light. As the pale gold shaft rubbed against the air, it emitted a low hum and traced a golden afterimage through the darkness. The ancient runes seemed to come alive, bursting with blinding radiance. Holy power and spiritual energy merged perfectly, giving this strike a majestic divine might that could rend ice and suppress evil, as if it were meant to utterly purify this evil bone dragon. The frostbone dragon's pupils abruptly constricted, clearly sensing the threat posed by the spear. It had no time to roar. The ghostly blue ice attribute power around its body surged madly. It condensed into a thick ice shield in front of it. The shield was fully 2 zhang tall, formed from 3 layers of crystalline ice armor stacked on top of one another. Every layer of ice armor was covered with sharp ice spikes, and the shield's surface gleamed with a biting ghostly blue light, as if it could withstand any attack in the world. Clang! The deafening collision exploded through the abyss. The spearhead of the primeval war spear slammed hard into the ice shield, and golden holy power and ghostly blue ice power erupted at the same instant. The energy produced by the clash formed a visible shockwave that flung the broken ice on the ground several zhang into the air. The surface of the ice shield instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, and its ghostly blue light flickered wildly as it clearly strained to withstand the spear's piercing force. Crack! Crack! The cracks spread at a visible speed, and the first layer of ice armor shattered first, turning into a flurry of ice chips. The second layer barely lasted half a breath before the spear tore a gap straight through it. A flash of panic appeared in the Frostbone Dragon's eyes, and it hurriedly channeled more ice power into the shield, trying to fortify the final line of defense. But the holy power on the Primeval War Spear inherently suppressed evil, and with the full force of Yi Chen's throw behind it, how could this hastily gathered ice shield possibly block it? A crisp sound rang out as the final layer of ice armor shattered. The Primeval War Spear broke through with unstoppable force, driving straight toward the Frostbone Dragon's chest. The Frostbone Dragon tried to dodge, but the spear was too fast, and it was ultimately a step too late. The spearhead precisely pierced into the gap between the bones of its chest. Golden holy power surged in through the spearhead, instantly dissolving the surrounding ice attribute power. It also left a faint ring of scorch marks on the dragon's hard bones. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon let out a pained bellow. The bones in its chest throbbed with a numbing ache, and ice-blue cold air leaked erratically from the wound. It violently thrashed its body, trying to shake the spear out. But the spearhead was wedged in the bone crevice, and for the moment, it could not break free. All the same, this strike had been only a light wound. The Frostbone Dragon was made of countless bones as hard as iron, and with the cushioning of ice attribute power, the spear had sunk in less than half an inch deep. The Frostbone Dragon shook its body, and the bones near the spear dropped away. The Primeval War Spear likewise dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished. Yi Chen then drew the Finchon Sword. This was the true contest. Simple probing was meaningless. Qingming Sword Art, Star Chaser. Wielding the Finchon Sword, Yi Chen transformed into a streak of golden light and thrust toward the Frostbone Dragon. It suddenly raised its right foreclaw and slammed it at Yi Chen with overwhelming force. This bone claw was half a man's height, its talons sharp as knives. Thick ice still coiled around the talons, carrying a cold power that made one's blood run cold. Bang! The Frostbone Dragon's claw collided with Yi Chen's Finchon Sword with a thunderous impact. The crash of the Finchon Sword against the Bone Dragon's right foreclaw echoed through the abyss. Fine sparks burst from the golden blade, while the layer of frost wrapped around the claw only fissured into a few thin cracks. This fifth-rank bone dragon at the mid-soul separation realm had frost armor so hard, even on its claws, that it defied belief. Yi Chen felt his hand go numb at the base of the thumb, and his arm was jarred slightly backward. The ice under his feet split into spiderweb cracks at once. A chill climbed up the sword blade, threatening to freeze the fingers that gripped it. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon refused to let its advantage slip. Before Yi Chen could steady himself, its left foreclaw suddenly lifted from the ground, and a bone palm more than 10 feet wide smashed toward his face with the force of 1,000 June. The wind from the palm carried a bone-piercing chill, and the air along its path crackled as it froze. Yi Chen could even see ice crystals caked on the claw pad tumbling down with a rustling sound. He dared not meet the blow heated. Flipping his wrist sharply, he drove the Finchon Sword diagonally upward along the inner edge of the bone palm. At the same time, he pushed off his toes and sprang backward to retreat, carrying him just clear of the slap. Yet the blade merely scraped across the claw's icy armor, leaving a faint white mark. Scarcely any of the frost in the bone seams was shaken loose. Pretty tough. Yi Chen cursed under his breath. No sooner had he steadied himself than he sensed something stirring beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw an eerie blue glow rising under the ice as several ice spikes bulged upward at a visible speed. He pushed off instantly and drifted sideways like a willow catkin, barely dodging the ice spikes that burst up from underfoot. Those spikes were a full 10 feet tall, their tips sharp as knives. But the Frostbone Dragon had already anticipated his escape route. Its tattered bone wings suddenly beat down, and a violent wind laden with ice shavings slammed into him, driving Yi Chen back half a jong. In the next instant, dozens of thumb-thick ice blades formed at the tips of its bone wings and shot toward his vital points like a rainstorm. The blades gleamed with grim cold light, fine frost coiling around their edges. Even the air itself trembled from the chill. Primeval War Armor, Shield Form. A fierce light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. The Finchon Sword traced a perfect arc before him, and golden sacred power instantly coalesced into a translucent light shield. Clang! Clang! The dense storm of ice blades slammed into the light shield, most of them cleanly deflected into a flurry of frost. Yet 3 blades slipped through gaps in the shield on the wind and grazed Yi Chen's arm. They did not wound muscle or bone, but they left 3 pale white frost marks on his forearm. The chill bore into the wounds and numbed his arm in an instant. Damn it! Yi Chen gritted his teeth and channeled sacred power into his arm. Pale golden light flowed along his meridians, and the chill on the frost marks slowly dispersed. Yi Chen cast a helpless glance at Xuanming, only to find him leisurely sipping tea. TCH. Yi Chen curled his lip. Then he held the Finchon Sword upright in front of his chest. Finchon Sword Art. Blazing sun, chasing waves. Before Yi Chen's voice faded, the Frostbone Dragon curled its body together, and the bone armor over its underbelly thickened at a visible speed. From the loose gaps between its bones, eerie blue ice mist poured out, endlessly wrapping its entire underbelly in a block of solid ice. Trying to defend against my counterattack, a cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. The golden red light on the Qingyun sword suddenly blazed higher. He drew a deep breath, and the spiritual power within him interwove with his sacred power, condensing into a wave-shaped golden red sword chi. This was a technique he had evolved by fusing the wave-chasing sword intent with the Qingyun sword art. It compensated for the wave-chasing sword intent's lack of destructive power. The sword chi skimmed over the ice as it shot forward, flinging up fine ice chips in its wake, and speeding straight for the relatively weak point under the bone dragon's belly. Crack! The sword chi slammed into the icy armor over the bone dragon's underbelly. Golden red light and eerie blue ice mist collided in an instant. Several cracks split across the ice, but before they could spread, the bone dragon suddenly spread its body open, and the bone armor on its underbelly reorganized along the cracks with a click. The open fissures were sealed by newly condensed ice. The sword chi left only a faint dent in the icy armor before dissolving completely into the air. Roar! Seizing the chance to counterattack, the frostbone dragon opened its enormous jaws a little and spat out a stream of frost breath that was finer, yet far more condensed than before. This frost breath was no surging torrent. It was an arrow-straight bolt aimed at Yi Chen's chest. Along the way, the ice surface was frozen into a layer of white frost. Yi Chen's pupils contracted. He twisted aside, and the frost breath grazed the hem of his robe. It crashed into the rock wall behind him, freezing into a 10-foot pillar of ice, its surface patterned with dense ice flowers. Before Yi Chen could catch his breath, the frostbone dragon slammed its forelimbs into the ground, making the entire abyss floor shudder. The ice under Yi Chen split open, and several green-black stone spikes wrapped in ice thrust up at him. Qingming's sword art, star chasing. Yi Chen gave a low shout. His body transformed into a golden rainbow, leaping upward off the erupting ice spikes. His steps were as light as a butterfly's, each one landing precisely on the tip of an ice spike. At the same time, the Qingyun sword sent out several streams of golden sword chi straight for the eerie green ghost fire dancing in the bone dragon's eye sockets. The frostbone dragon sensed the threat at once. It jerked its head up, shifting its huge skull half an inch back. The golden sword chi grazed the bone horns on its skull, shearing off a small piece of ice-blue bone with a crack. The bone shards gave off cold mist as they fell. Stung by the pain, the frostbone dragon let out a muffled roar. Its left foreclaw suddenly swiped at Yi Chen, the talons ripping through the air with a shrill sound, nearly half a beat faster than before. With no way to exert force in midair, Yi Chen could only hold the Qingyun sword across his body as best he could. Clang! The bone claw met the blade once more. This time the dragon's talons clamped directly onto the sword. Eerie blue ice power poured wildly up the sword and into him, freezing his wrists stiff in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he let his sacred power explode, and pale golden light spread from the blade to the bone claw. The ice on the bone claw began to melt. Open! Yi Chen roared, the muscles of his arm bulging as he savagely wrenched the Qingyun sword upward. The frostbone dragon's talons were knocked away by the sword chi, and Yi Chen seized the opening to kick the joint of its forelimb. A crisp crack rang out. A few fine bone fragments fell from the joint, and the eerie, blue, murderous intent in its eyes blazed all the more fiercely. Though Qianming had suppressed the frostbone dragon's strength to the mid-fifth rank soul separation realm, its physical body was unquestionably that of the peak fifth rank soul separation realm, formed from countless bones. Then Yi Chen saw the bone dragon's wings fold inward and snap outward violently. A moment later, a dense milky white ice mist spread in an instant, shrouding the entire abyss floor. Inside the mist, the cold bit to the bone and visibility plummeted. Hiding its form in the frozen mist, the frostbone dragon launched a surprise attack. Trying to play dirty, Yi Chen sneered, circulating the sacred power in his body. Pale golden light radiated from him like a small sun, slowly scattering the surrounding ice mist. All right, I've played enough. Yi Chen's voice was as calm as water, as if he were discussing something utterly trivial. Qingyun sword art, Qingyun annihilation. A violent fire-attributed power burst from the Qingyun sword, carrying a momentum that seemed ready to burn the world to ashes. Empowered by Yi Chen's primeval sacred power, the golden red flames illuminated heaven and earth. The moment golden red flames surged from the blade of the heaven-scorching sword, the temperature at the bottom of the abyss skyrocketed. The thick ice that had clung to the rock walls melted at a visible speed. Drops of water hissed into white vapor the instant they touched the edge of the flames. Even the lingering icy mist was seared into fine steam, forming a hazy curtain of water in midair. The primordial sacred power ignited the origin fire of the heaven-scorching sword like kindling. Ancient runes flickered faintly within the golden red tongues of flame, and with each pulsing rune the phantom of a roaring colossal beast flashed past. Oh, the sword spirit is taking initial shape. Not bad, little leaf. Gazing at the heaven-scorching sword radiating golden red flames, Qianming could not help but remark. Among the 6 grades, Emperor Saint Heaven Earth Mystic, and Yellow. Even Heaven-grade or Saint-grade divine weapons did not necessarily give birth to a sword spirit. A sword spirit required a high degree of harmony between the weapon and its user. Even the weapons of 8th Order Tribulation Transcendence Cultivators or 9th Order Saint Realm Cultivators should not possess a weapon spirit. Yet Yi Chen's Heaven-scorching sword had already birthed a weapon spirit. Though it was only in its infancy, and still had a long path ahead, at least it had been born. Where the flames landed, the millennia-old ice split into spiderweb-like cracks. Geothermal energy surging from the fissures intertwined with the fire, sketching a semicircular ring of flame upon the ground. The ring of fire trapped the frostbone dragon firmly within. Roar! The frostbone dragon, its power suppressed, let out a furious bellow. Now it was a contest whether the heaven-scorching fire could melt the frostbone dragon's ice, or the dragon's frost could freeze Yi Chen's flames. The ghostly blue flame deep in the frostbone dragon's eye sockets leaped violently. It hastily spread its tattered bone wings, trying to use the icy mist carried by them to repel the flames. Yet the moment that frost touched the golden-red blaze, it crackled with a sizzling hiss and vanished without a trace. The ice layer on its wings melted before one's very eyes, exposing the grayish-blue bones beneath. Roasted by the flames, they even began to spark with faint embers. It suddenly lashed its long tail. A bone tail over 10 feet long, wrapped in thick ice and tipped with a 3-inch ice spike, directly at Yi Chen. The frostbone dragon sought to interrupt Yi Chen's incantation, but how could Yi Chen not foresee its intention? The ring of fire soared skyward into a pillar of flame, and the dragon's attack smashed against it in full. The sizzling sound rang out once more. At least this move has some proper heat to it, unlike that primordial sword art earlier. Hovering in midair, Xianming finally set down his teacup, a trace of barely noticeable approval flashing through his eyes. He lightly stroked the gourd at his waist containing the 9 heavens mystic water. Watching the frostbone dragon growing ever more frantic amid the flames below, he curled the corner of his mouth with amusement. Though the frostbone dragon's ice attribute origin was powerful, pitted against a fire attribute ultimate bolstered by primordial sacred power, it was not but fish on the chopping block. It barely had any room left to struggle. Yi Chen could not hear Xuanming's commentary. All his focus was now poured into the heaven-scorching sword. His spiritual energy and sacred powers surged into the blade like a tidal wave, and the golden-red flames blazed ever more fiercely. Soon a 10-foot flaming lion phantom condensed above the pillar of fire. The fire lion raised its head and roared, the sound waves shaking dust and rubble from the abyss walls. Then it lunged downward, charging at the frostbone dragon with the momentum of one who would burn heaven and annihilate earth. The frostbone dragon was utterly panicked. It curled its body tightly, swathing all its bones in thick ice armor, and at the same time opened its maw to blast out an ice pillar condensed from all its remaining frost power. This ice pillar was far more refined than any previous attack, its surface gleaming with a dark blue luster as it hurtled straight toward the fire lion phantom. Boom! The instant the fire lion and the ice pillar collided, golden red and ghostly blue forces erupted violently. The shockwave sent Yi Chen staggering back 2 steps. He quickly braced himself against the rock wall to steady his stance. Looking back at the battlefield, half of the fire lion's body had been frozen solid by the ice pillar, yet the flames in its eyes had not gone out. Instead, they burned even more ferociously. The remaining half of its body lunged forward in a blaze, golden-red flames racing up the ice pillar and pressing straight for the frostbone dragon's skull. Crack! The ice armor split open on cue, and flames instantly coiled around the dragon's bones. Those bones, hard as iron only moments ago, began to glow a faint red heat under the scorching of the primordial sacred power flames. The icy mist seeping from between its bone seams was ignited in an instant, turning into clusters of small fireballs. The frostbone dragon let out a piercing shriek and thrashed wildly to smother the flames, but the fire clung like a bone-deep curse. The more it struggled, the fiercer it burned. Snap! Yi Chen copied Xianming and snapped his fingers. The fire engulfing the bone dragon surged even more violently. At the snap of Yi Chen's fingers, the flames wrapped around the dragon abruptly converged toward its chest, forming a 10-foot-wide ball of fire. Runes flickered within it as countless fine sword auras seemed to tear at the dragon's bones. A muffled boom echoed as the fireball erupted. The frostbone dragon's chest bones were instantly scorched to ashes, its ghostly blue frost power draining away like ebbing tide, and the ghost fire in its eye sockets dimmed along with it. Not bad at all. Didn't waste my time watching the show. Xianming landed leisurely beside Yi Chen, nudging a fragment of the bone dragon's remains with the tip of his foot, his tone casual. This dragon's bones aren't bad. You burned away most of its ice attribute origin, but the remaining fragments can still be polished into a decent defensive accessory. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He crouched down at once and carefully gathered the fragments, glowing with a faint blue light, into his storage pouch, then handed them to Xuanming, his meaning obvious. You little rascal. Xianming gave a helpless smile. Then a wisp of purple flame flashed into being on his fingertip, radiating a cold so intense that Yi Chen felt it was even colder than the Frostbone Dragon's ice. If the Frostbone Dragon's cold was bone-piercing, then the flame on Xuanming's fingertip was a chill that struck straight to the soul. The faintly glowing blue bone fragments floated out of the storage pouch and drifted slowly into the purple flame. Seeing as you filial brat offered me the 9 heavens mystic water before, I'll add a little extra for you today. So saying, he dropped a silver glinting crystal into the flame at his fingertip and flicked it lightly. The crystal sank into the purple blaze. The purple flame suddenly trembled violently, its glow flickering with the faint silhouette of a dragon swimming within the fire. After a moment, the flame gradually died away and a bone-shaped ring dropped into Xuanming's palm. Oh, what a pity. If the bone's grade had been a little higher, it would have been perfect. He casually tossed it to Yi Chen, who caught it with trembling hands. The bone-shaped ring was carved in the form of an ice-blue dragon. As Yi Chen's finger traced over the ring, a wave of refreshing coolness washed through his heart. Xianming could not help ribbing him. Little leaf, let old dragon tell you. If this dragon bone's grade weren't so low, this ring would at least be a quasi-emperor artifact. Yi Chen held the bone ring in both hands, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. Then, Dragon Lord, this ring. Xuanming's tone was casual. With this Dragon Lord's own materials added to it, the ring can barely be considered saint rank. This ring can greatly shield you from ice-based attacks, accelerate your cultivation, and help you comprehend the ice attribute. At Xuanming's words, a shockingly brilliant light burst into Yi Chen's eyes. Armed with this bone ring, if he fought the Frostbone Dragon again, now, it would be a complete and utter stomp. He was savoring the thought when his gaze swept downward. The platform beneath him stood completely empty, without even a trace of any monster. Before Yi Chen could finish the thought, a frigid voice suddenly echoed from the void. Second floor, first trial. Begin. Damn it. Damn it. Yi Chen immediately burst into curses, his voice full of exasperation. So my half-night deathmatch with the Frostbone Dragon, dodging ice spikes, burning spiritual power, didn't even count as a trial. Dragon Lord, your disciple's heart is exhausted. He clutched his chest, deliberately forcing a look of utter anguish. Seeing Yi Chen's comical expression, Xianming burst into loud laughter. Judging by this, the bone dragon must have been born from the resentful spirit of the dead. That's why it doesn't count as a trial. At most, it was a welcome gift for you. Just then, an eagle cry split the air. Screech, screech, screech. An eagle was diving with wings spread wide, its shadow splashing across the broken floor tiles like ink. Even the air seemed crushed by the turbulence churned from its wings, faintly laced with crackling rolls of thunder. Its body seemed forged from dark iron, covered in overlapping layers of jet-black feathers. Every feather looked edged with lightning, its rim shimmering with fine silver-blue electric light. Faint purple-gold thunder runes lay inlaid at the feather roots, pulsing softly with each breath, as if living lightning flowed through its body. Its beak was pure dark gold, its tip sharp as a lightning-tempered steel blade. Its eyes were deep electric blue, with vertical slit pupils. As they shifted, tiny arcs of lightning seemed to churn in their depths. A tuft of crest feathers about a foot long stood atop its head, not feather-like in texture, but more like thin needles quenched in thunderfire. Each one bristled straight up, wreathed at the tips with small violet thunder orbs that burst into tiny sparks with every screech. The hard outer feathers of its wings were arranged like overlapping tiles, each engraved with a complete thunder rune. When spread, the wings became twin dark iron war blades covered in lightning. One beat could drag the air into a low rumbling thunderclap. Its talons curved like hooks, gleaming with a cold silver violet light, each tip wrapped in hair-thin threads of lightning. Even from several dozen paces away, Yi Chen could feel a prickling numbness creeping through the air. Yi Chen turned to Xuanming, his meaning unmistakable. One-shot cheat, it's your turn to act. As the thunderclap eagle landed before Yi Chen, it began human. Before it could finish speaking, snap. A finger snap as crisp as tearing silk suddenly rang out, breaking the heavy thunder-laden stillness. The lightning arcs in the thunderclap eagle's vertical pupils froze mid-flicker. The electric blue glow swirling in its eyes died in an instant like a lamp whose wick had been pinched off. Then the silver-blue electric light over its black feathers receded like a falling tide. The purple-gold thunder runes at the feather roots hummed once, trembled, and dissolved into tiny scattering particles of light. Its dark iron body began to fracture from the chest, not splitting into chunks, but dissolving directly into a bloody mist threaded with faint purple lightning. Even the lightning threads around its hooked talons vaporized on the spot. In a single blink, this sixth-order body integration demonic beast was reduced to bloody mist. Dragon Lord, did it just speak? Yi Chen asked Xianming in a trembling voice. Yes. Once a demonic beast reaches the sixth-order body integration stage, it can speak. Xianming cast Yi Chen a sidelong glance. Could this fellow really lack even that much common sense? Before meeting Lin Yue, Yi Chen was nothing more than a small fry. Even if he spent his entire life cultivating, he might have only reached the second-order spirit C stage at best. Why would he have ever paid attention to common knowledge about sixth-order body integration demonic beasts? Even the scant knowledge he now had came from Lin Yue, who had said that entering the seventh-order K-Void secret realm required cramming on the appearances, strengths, and other details of demonic beasts. Ordinary demonic beasts can speak human language at the sixth-order body integration stage, and at the seventh-order K-Void stage, they can transform into human form. However, that's for ordinary beasts. Some divine beasts and holy beasts, depending on their rarity level, can take human form as early as the fifth-order soul separation stage. Xianming explained patiently. Sixth-order body integration can speak human language. Chen suddenly shouted in shock, then that eagle, just now. Exactly. Sixth-order body integration. I'd say the baseline for this second floor is at least the sixth-order body integration stage. Xianming said lightly. Sixth-order body integration. So what if there were seventh-order K-Void, or even eighth-order tribulation transcendence demonic beasts? A single snap still settled them. To end things quickly, Xianming suppressed the draconic pressure he naturally radiated. Otherwise, everyone that came would kneel before him, which would waste a great deal of time. Second floor first trial, passed. Before the voice from the void had finished speaking, two dark figures suddenly crawled out of a rift in the void. A bone-deep, biting cold instantly spread through the air so fierce that it seemed to freeze space itself. Chen could not help but shiver. Their scales were not the gray-green of common snakes, but obsidian soaked in the black waters of the netherworld. Dull dark purple nether patterns glimmered across their surfaces, and the edge of every scale was wreathed in faint gray-black death chi. At the slightest squirm, the patterns lit up like a nether river flowing across the body. Even stranger, this giant python had two heads. The left head held a pair of murky dark green vertical pupils inside, which scattered ghost flames drifted flickering bright and dim. When it flicked its tongue, what came out was not an ordinary serpent's tongue, but trailing tendrils of black nether mist. It sizzled harshly against the floor tiles, instantly eating out tiny pits, while even the debris turned to black ash. The right head was even more sinister, with a rhombus-shaped ink jade protrusion set in its forehead gleaming with a cold luster. Its pupils were pitch black, so deep and boundless that each breath seemed to pull light out of the air. The effect kept its body shrouded in a thin veil of shadow, as if it could merge into darkness at any moment. Dragon Lord, these two things are far more sinister than that eagle. Chen shrank back behind. The moment the words left his mouth, the left shadow nether python opened its colossal jaws wide, and a torrent of black nether fire burst from its throat straight at Xianming's face. Snap! Another crisp finger snap rang out unnaturally clear in the deathly silent space. The nether fire froze in midair as if bound by an immobilization spell, then dissolved into black smoke and vanished. The two shadow nether pythons, still writhing suddenly, seemed to have all life drained out of them. The nether patterns on their scales dimmed rapidly, and their enormous bodies dissolved into wisps of black mist at a visible speed. Even their two pairs of ghastly eyes vanished without a trace in the instant the snap landed. In another blink, the twin-headed giant pythons were slain on the spot. Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of Dragon Lord, terrifyingly powerful. Second trial, passed. Hearing Chen's words, Xianming's face darkened, and he planted a kick squarely on Chen's backside. The kick sent Chen tumbling face first into the dirt. Ow. Dragon Lord, what are you doing? Is it wrong for your disciple to praise Yue? Chen rubbed the spot Xianming had kicked, completely bewildered. Could it be that in trying to flatter the horse he had patted its leg instead? And that was exactly what had happened. Xianming's kick was aimed precisely at that inexperienced, ill-informed praise. To Xianming, those words felt like asking a doctoral scholar at the pinnacle of academia to teach a 2-year-old that 1 + 1 = 2, and then having the child stare up with wide round eyes and exclaim, "You're so amazing. You can even do 11. It was not anger, it was the feeling that such praise demeaned him. Dealing with an ant like this, and you make it sound terrifying beyond measure. At these words, Chen understood. Well, he had really flattered the wrong leg. Chen rubbed his still throbbing backside, his awkward smile frozen on his face. Just then a heavy rumbling footstep echoed through the space. Every step seemed to press down on the hearts of everyone present, making the very ground tremble. Dust gathered in the cracks of the stone steps, sifted down in fine streams. Chen quickly craned his neck to look down, and saw 4 fiery red figures emerging slowly from the darkness around him. Waves of heat rolled up the stone steps, and sweat beaded at his temples. They were actually 4 giant oxen wreathed in blazing flames. These crimson blaze oxen were more than 3 times as massive as ordinary plowing oxen, and their hides were not a common red, but seemed to flow like molten lava. Every strand of their coarse hair burned with dancing crimson flames. When the wind passed, the flames ran up the hair and scattered fine sparks into the air. Their curved horns bore a dark red metallic gleam, and thick coils of flames swirled around the tips, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Their forehooves pounded the ground, each step leaving a shallow pit. Blackened scorch marks lingered at the bottom of the pits, and even the air was warped by the heat. More frightening still were their eyes, like red-hot coals. Their pupils burned with savage light, and their nostrils blasted searing gusts of air with every heavy breath. Occasionally small fireballs were mixed in with their breath, hissing as they struck the ground and scorched the scattered white bones. How did a fifth-order soul separation whelp manage to get all the way here? The Crimson Blaze Ox to the east asked in confusion. Who knows? Enough, third brother, just get it over with quickly, said the Ox to the west, his tone full of displeasure. They had never expected that the one standing before them would be a mere fifth-order soul separation whelp. Right away, the Crimson Blaze Ox to the north suddenly reared its front hooves and let out a low bellow toward Chen. A pillar of fire as thick as an arm shot from its mouth, sweeping across the stone steps and scorching the cliff wall black. Chen flinched, tucked his neck in, and hurriedly dodged behind Xianming. Little Leaf, this time your dragon lord will treat you to barbecue beef, Xianming said, his tone laced with disdain. Snap! A crisp snap of his fingers echoed again. Four purple chains materialized out of thin air. Like nimble serpents they shot out and coiled with perfect precision around the horns and limbs of the 4 Crimson Blaze oxen. Their bodies slowly rose and floated before Xianming. Moo! The oxen struggled madly, their flames blazing even fiercer as they tried to tear free from the purple chains. Yet the chains remained utterly motionless, only tightening further until the oxen's bones creaked under the pressure. Overwhelmed by that terrifying force, they begged, exalted one, spare us. The Crimson Blaze Ox to the north pleaded frantically, and it was not alone. The other 3 also begged for their lives with all their might. They had never imagined that this man who seemed to have no cultivation at all could possess such dreadful power. The purple chains gave them a cold that seemed to rise from the depths of hell. One of the Crimson Blaze oxen spoke with a trembling voice, the flames around its body visibly weakening. We are the trial beasts of this mystic realm. If you spare our lives, we will offer you the origin of our flames to aid your cultivation. The other 3 oxen hastily agreed, their once ferocious eyes now filled with terror. From their nostrils came no more fireballs, only wisps of smoke laced with supplication. Xianming did not even glance at them. A wisp of pale violet flames silently kindled at his fingertip. The flame was small, yet it radiated a bone-piercing heat that distorted the surrounding air. At the sight of it, despair filled the Crimson Blaze oxen's eyes, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What was he going to do? Did that even need asking? The flame was already out, and he had yet to slaughter them. What else could he be doing? With a light touch, the purple flame at his fingertip landed on the ribs of the ox on the far left. Sizzle! The instant the purple flame touched the ox's hide, a tantalizing smell of seared meat filled the air. Strange to say, the flame did not burn through the skin. Instead, as if alive, it ran along the flesh, slowly pressing the fat out from beneath the hide. The Crimson Blaze ox twitched in agony, but the purple chains held it fast, not allowing it to move even an inch. All it could do was cry out piteously, exalted one. It hurts. Please stop. We are willing to become your mounts. Xianming paid it no attention, only making a slight adjustment to the purple flame. The flame split into several strands, coiling separately around the ox's ribs, tenderloin, and leg meat. He turned to the stunned Chen and said, if you want the best from this meat, you must roast, boil, fry, and sauté it while the beast is still alive. Only then is the flesh fresh and delicious. Hearing Xuanming's words, Chen remained dumbstruck, but the eyes of the 4 Crimson Blaze oxen filled with utter despair. They had never imagined they would become someone's meal, and they kept begging to be spared. Listening to the 4 Crimson Blaze oxen wailing, Xianming frowned. How tiresome. With a casual wave of his hand, the world fell silent. One could still see the 4 Crimson Blaze oxen wreathed in flames, tears streaming from their eyes, but not a sound. Feeling that the world had finally quieted, Xianming continued to Chen, watch closely. When eating Crimson Blaze ox, the most critical thing is the control of fire. This ox burns with its own flame all year round, so the meat carries fire chi. Ordinary flames cannot harm it, but my flame, your Dragon Lord's flame, is hardly ordinary. Using Dragon Lord's flame, you roast it slowly. First force the fire chi out of the fat, then seal in the meat's juices. As he spoke, the purple flame at his fingertip flickered bright and dim. The strand of flame over the ox's ribs burned a little stronger, charring the outer skin slightly. Fat dripped down the seared surface and sizzled as it struck the ground. A rich fragrance of meat spread through the air, and even Chen could not help swallowing. His earlier fear of the oxen had already been replaced by craving. The tenderloin must stay farther from the flame. Xianming pointed to the most tender section along the ox's back, letting the purple flame brush over it gently. This part is the most delicate. Too much heat will make it tough. It is best roasted until the surface turns a faint pink. And the tail. You need to wrap it in flame, roasting the flame crystal core inside the tailbone until it is half melted. Only then is it truly satisfying to bite into. By now the Crimson Blaze ox being roasted had no strength left to plead and could only whimper feebly. Although it could not make a sound, its expression and movements still spoke volumes. At this moment it faced the other 3 Crimson Blaze oxen, its mouth moving ceaselessly and tears falling from time to time as if it were imparting its last words. Suspended midair by spiritual power and roasted over searing flames, the crimson flame-burning bull had long lost its former arrogance. Xuanming's wisp of violet flames saturated with extreme cold imprisoned the bull's crimson fire like a cage, suppressing it so thoroughly that not even a single spark could escape. Its glossy crimson hide was fading at a visible pace. First it dimmed into a dull red, then was veiled with an alluring scorched brown. Amber oil seeping from between the muscle fibers dripped onto the purple flames, sizzling with rich, meaty fragrance. The remaining 3 crimson flame-burning bulls stood rooted in place, the flames on their horns trembling uncontrollably. They watched helplessly as their companion was roasted until oil splattered everywhere, yet not the faintest thought of resistance dared to cross their minds. Born with fire as their pride, they had never imagined that a human could overpower them in the dominion of flames. 7th rank Void Cave Realm. No, even a 7th rank Void Cave Realm cultivator could not do this. The spiritual power of the Void Cave Realm could never carry such overwhelming might. Then, the 8th rank Tribulation Transcendence Realm, or the legendary 9th rank Sage Realm. The instant that thought flashed through their minds, the last glimmer of defiance in their eyes was utterly extinguished. Now they were no more than meat waiting for the blade upon a chopping block, truly fitting the saying, humans are the cleaver, and we are the beef. Chen tiptoed closer, his gaze glued to the oil-glazed, glistening beef ribs. Grease dripped down along the grain of the meat, making his throat bob involuntarily as he blurted out, "Dragon Lord, once it's roasted, can we eat it directly? Do we need to sprinkle on some seasoning?" Xianming rolled his eyes at Chen and said with a hint of pride, "What do you think?" "Of course we do. I'm telling you, boy, today you're in luck, about to taste this Dragon Lord's craftsmanship." With that he flipped his hand and brought out over a dozen bottles and jars of varying colors. Some shimmered with a moist spiritual glow as if polished from spirit jade. Others carried a faint exotic fragrance. Before the seal was even broken, one could tell they were no ordinary objects. With a subtle flick of his wrist, silver powder, golden dust, and an amber-colored sauce cascaded down his fingertips and settled evenly over the beef ribs. He then enveloped the ribs in spiritual power and turned them slowly, letting every shred of grain drink in the seasonings without missing so much as a corner. In less than the time of half an incense stick, a far deeper, richer aroma erupted. That fragrance wove together the charred savor of roasted meat, the exotic perfume of spiritual ingredients, and a faint caress of warmth from the flames. It surged into the nostrils and delved into the lungs, driving every organ in the body to clamor. The ultimate temptation Chen had never known in all his life. Chen had never imagined that something could smell so divine. Xianming carved off a rib with beautifully marbled fat using spiritual power and held it before Chen, his voice tinged with pride. "Try it. Fresh off the fire. This is the most fragrant." Chen hastened to accept it with both hands. A gentle heat crept through his fingertips, and he immediately tore off a bite. The outer skin was crisp to the point of perfection. The moment his teeth sank into the flesh within, scalding juices erupted inside his mouth. The meat was so tender he barely needed to chew. A breath of wood smoke mingled with the savory freshness of the seasonings. It was not oily at all. It even carried a lingering trace of the crimson flame-burning bull's own flame-born aftertaste. A faint, elusive flame fragrance still lingered on his tongue. It tasted so wonderful that his eyes shone, and even the corners of his brows were brushed with contentment. He cried out, mumbling, "Dragon Lord, this is too delicious. 100 times more fragrant than any barbecue I have ever eaten." He could not summon a more elegant phrase, so all he could do was repeat the word fragrant. Fragrant, truly fragrant, utterly fragrant. The wonder in his eyes had already revealed the delight gushing through his heart. Xianming let out a scoff, carved another slice of tenderloin with alternating ribbons of fat and lean, and took a bite himself, pride brimming in his eyes. "You have some taste after all. Let me tell you, boy, every one of this Dragon Lord seasonings is no less valuable than heaven and earth treasures. Some are even rarer than those treasures." Just as he was speaking, Chen caught sight of a figure behind Xianming from the corner of his eye. He quickly suppressed his grin and bowed respectfully. "Master." Xuanming, still chewing with his mouth full of meaty fragrance, waved a hand without even turning around. "Master. Sect Master. Lin Yue. I'm telling you, even that boy Lin Yue has never tasted this Dragon Lord's craft." With a crisp crack, Xianming received a solid smack to the back of his head. "What the? Who dares slap this Dragon Lord's head in this place?" Xianming shouted as he felt his head being struck. He whipped around, about to flare up, but the moment he recognized who it was, his overbearing attitude shriveled at once. Sect Master. Have you eaten? Would you care for a bite?" Too engrossed in eating, he had not even detected the Sect Master's presence. Careless and no chance to dodge. As he spoke, he held out the rib he had already bitten from. Lin Yue looked at these two buffoons with helpless fondness and gave a resigned smile. Then he sat down beside the crimson flame-burning bull. Lin Yue, Chen, and Xianming happened to form a triangle around the crimson flame-burning bull, imparting to the scene a rustic charm of sharing a meal in the wilderness. Lin Yue also cut off a piece with spiritual power. As it entered his mouth, the collision of charred crispness and silky tenderness, the fusion of seasoning and meaty aroma burst open at once on his tongue. That flavor was almost beyond words. He swallowed the meat, and when he looked at Xuanming, a new layer of admiration filled his eyes. Not bad, Elder Xian. I never imagined you possessed such skill. Hearing this, Xianming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yue had called him stupid dragon in front of a disciple, his dignity as an elder of the Qingyun Sect would have been thoroughly ruined. He would no longer have been able to hold up his head in the Qingyun Sect. He swiftly seized the opening in the conversation and laughed. Sect Master, this beef is actually just so-so. When we reach that place, the meat there is truly exquisite. Right now it is mainly my seasonings, the ones I gathered in that place, that do the work. Lin Yue naturally understood where Xianming was referring to. The Immortal Realm. Chen asked, confused. Sect Master, Elder Xian. What place is that? Don't ask about what you should not ask. When your strength is sufficient, you will know naturally. Xianming raised his hand and smacked Chen on the head. His tone sharpened slightly. When your cultivation is high enough, you will understand on your own. Chen held his aching head and grumbled inwardly. He strongly suspected that the blow he had taken tonight was actually meant for the Sect Master. This Dragon Lord dared not strike Lin Yue, so he had taken it out on Chen instead. Yet Chen dared not talk back and could only rub his head in grievance. Lin Yue looked at Chen's pitiable, aggrieved expression and could not help but burst out laughing. Enough, stop muttering. Eat some meat, eat some meat. With that, he produced a plain, ancient-looking gourd from his storage ring. The moment he pried the lid open, a crack of pure, mellow fragrance of wine leaked out. It subdued even the roasted meat's aroma, intoxicating the senses and leaving one deeply refreshed. Xuanming's nose twitched, his eyes instantly blazing with delight, and he hastily flipped his hand to bring out 3 dragon-shaped jade cups. The cups were pure white throughout, carved with lifelike dragon reliefs, each scale and contour distinct and vivid. A wisp of spiritual energy coiled around their surfaces. Clearly they were far from ordinary. Lin Yue looked at the dragon-shaped jade cups, raised an eyebrow and teased. Elder Xian, you have certainly hoarded quite a few fine treasures. Chen turned the dragon-shaped jade cup over and over in his hands. Apart from the beautiful carving, he could see nothing exceptional about it. If he had to name a special quality, whom would good-looking count? Xianming chuckled. Haha, Sect Master, since you've brought out such fine wine, if I don't offer something good in return, wouldn't that be wasting your wine? Seeing Chen's puzzled expression, Lin Yue couldn't be bothered to explain. Some things were better left unknown. Though he didn't understand, he didn't hesitate in pouring the wine. He filled Lin Yue's cup first, then cautiously poured a cup for Xianming. Gazing at the crystal-clear wine in his cup, Xianming tossed it back in one go. The moment the liquid entered his throat, his pupils sharply constricted, and the dragon-shaped jade cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His lips trembled, and for a long moment he could not speak. He only pointed at Lin Yue, stammering, This wine is... Watching Xianming so out of character, Chen wondered to himself, wasn't it just a cup of wine? He also poured himself a cup and took a small sip. His brow furrowed, then relaxed. Why do I taste 9 heavens mystic water in this wine? The moment those words fell, Xianming whipped his head around his gaze as if he wanted to devour Chen, and his voice rose a notch. Little Yi, didn't you tell this dragon lord earlier that you obtained that 9 heavens mystic water by chance? How is the mystic water aura in this wine exactly the same as that bottle of yours? That's right. This was made by Lin Yue with the 9 heavens mystic water. Chen was speechless. At this point there was no point in hiding it anymore. There was no way around it. When he had decided to use Xuanming, he should have expected this. Chen steeled himself. After all, Master was right here. Could he really watch me be struck dead by Lord Dragon? Holding his wine cup, he walked in front of Xuanming, bowed deeply, and said with a sincere tone, I'm sorry, Elder Xian. This disciple did deceive you before, but at that time this disciple had no choice. Under those circumstances, I had originally thought that in this lifetime I would never be able to repay my master's life-saving grace, the grace of knowing me and the grace of nurturing me. But just when I was in the most desperate despair, you came. He raised his eyes to look at Xuanming, his gaze full of sincerity. Your arrival was like dawn shining on the road ahead of this disciple. In order not to fail my master's life-saving grace, recognizing grace, and nurturing grace, this disciple took the matter of the 9 heavens mystic water to seek your help. However, this disciple didn't completely deceive you. This 9 heavens mystic water was indeed something I obtained by chance from my master. Watching Chen's frank and somewhat guilty expression, Xuanming's originally taut heartstrings gradually softened. Speaking of it, these days traveling with Chen had been the most relaxing time for him in a long while. In this world, apart from Sect Master Lin Yue, no one knew that he was the 9 heavens mystic dragon, nor did anyone know about the dragon clan behind him. Along the way, he had gradually become accustomed to his identity as an elder of the Qingyun Sect. So on this journey, he sometimes taught Chen as an elder of the sect, helping him solve the difficulties in front of him. At other times, he would forget his identity and fool around with Chen like a peer. Dragons generally had long lifespans. If calculated by human age, Xianming was not much older than Chen. And it was this rare easiness that made him feel a somewhat different concern for Yi Chen. Xianming looked at Yi Chen, opened his mouth, but in the end only sighed, picked up the jade cup from the ground, and said, "Enough, enough. Since you boy have been honest, this dragon lord won't hold it against you. But if you dare deceive me again, just wait, and see how I'll deal with you." Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately relaxed, and nodded rapidly. This disciple wouldn't dare again. Lin Yue watched this scene, shook his head with a smile, then handed Xianming a storage ring. Inside is 100 jin of 9 heavens mystic water. Consider it this master offering an apology on behalf of my disciple. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Xianming spat out a mouthful of wine, splattering it right onto Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face darkened, saying that it was deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. Xianming shouted in shock, 9 heavens mystic water. 100 jin. His eyes flew open wide, and the jade cup in his hand nearly dropped again. Then, without waiting for Lin Yue's response, he snatched the storage ring and swiftly made it recognize him as master with a drop of blood. After sensing the pure mystic water aura within the ring, he immediately reined in his excitement and put on a solemn, proper expression. Well, sect master, as an elder of the Qingyun Sect, how could I stoop to argue with a junior? Such a trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning at all. Watching his sudden shift from arrogance to servility, Yi Chen's face grew even darker. Just a moment ago, he had looked ready to call him to account. Now, after getting the mystic water, he changed his tune. The speed of that face changing was too fast. Yi Chen, Lin Yue suddenly spoke, his voice light, but carrying undeniable authority. Though Yi Chen did not know what his master wanted to do, he immediately rose, cupped his hands, and bowed in reply. This disciple is here. Lin Yue tapped the table lightly with his fingertip and said calmly, originally, this was meant to be a reward for the 3 of you after the secret realm was over. But since I am here, I'll give it to you in advance. Lin Yue looked at Xianming and said, the ring. Xianming was dazed for a moment, blinking. What ring? After a moment of confusion, he finally reacted and muttered, how stingy. Giving a reward and still wanting me to provide the storage ring. Oh well, for the sake of the 9 heavens mystic water, fine. Though his words were reluctant, his hands did not lag in the slightest. In an instant, a gold-red ring appeared in Xuanming's hand, clearly not an ordinary object at first glance. Xianming handed the ring to Yi Chen and said with a sour tone, take it. The sect master gave you this reward specially. Don't waste it. Yi Chen's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the storage ring. Because storage rings were difficult to make, storage pouches were the primary containers on the Xuan Yuan Continent. A storage ring required a drop of blood to bond and claim. Normally, unless the owner of the ring died, no one else could possibly open it. There were exceptions, of course. For example, cultivators well-versed in space laws or forge masters capable of crafting storage rings. But even they could not open it easily. With the slightest carelessness, the contents inside the ring would flow into spatial cracks. Yet the materials needed to make a storage ring were not just difficult to find. They were extremely difficult to find. But this was only relative to the lower realm. In the immortal realm, storage rings held a status similar to that of storage pouches in the lower realm. Looking at the ring Xianming had given him, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Is this for me? His voice trembling, Yi Chen carefully took the storage ring. When his fingertips touched the ring's cool surface, he still couldn't believe it and forcefully pinched his own cheek. Ouch! The pain came, and Yi Chen immediately smiled, his eyes full of surprise. I'm not dreaming. It's really for me. He hopped twice on the spot, tightly clutching the storage ring. Long live the sect master. Long live Elder Xian. Yi Chen shouted in surprise, craning his neck upward. Lin Yue watched the young man's joyful appearance, the smile in his eyes deepening. Xianming pursed his lips, but he didn't tease back. Instead, a hint of comfort appeared on his face. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. This was the life a sect should have. With a single stroke of his blade, Xianming deftly dressed the remaining 3 blazing crimson oxen and hung them over the campfire to roast. Fat dripped down the crisp charred skin, sending tiny sparks spluttering into the flames. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air, mingling with the lingering smell of gunpowder smoke. Third trial passed. From the darkness at the end of the stone steps came a sudden tap, tap, tap. It was the sound of a cane striking bluestone slabs, steady, carrying the weight of long years, breaking the silence of the hall. An aged figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. It turned out to be a white-browed old monkey. He wore a tattered gray-brown robe and clutched a wooden staff entwined with green vines. His silver-white brows hung down to his cheeks. His deep eyes swept over the mess of scorched ox skeletons scattered on the ground, then landed on the 3 people busily tearing into roasted legs. The corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Congratulations, young friend Yi, on passing the trial of the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. The old monkey's voice was hoarse with age, yet exceptionally clear. Yi Chen, chewing with grease all over his mouth, paused at the words. His mouth still stuffed with meat, he mumbled a maddeningly smug remark. That's it. It's over. The white-browed old monkey's mouth twitched again. Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, he said with patience, indeed. Please come with me, young friend Yi, and the 2 seniors to collect your reward. As he spoke, he raised his vine staff and gently tapped the ground. Schwa! Countless torches inlaid in the palace walls blazed to life at once. The leaping flames dispelled the darkness in an instant, sketching out the contours of this underground palace. Seeing this, Xianming curled his lip in impatience. What a nuisance! Even before the words faded, a perfectly round dragon pearl appeared in his palm. A dazzling white light burst forth, instantly drowning out the faint torchlight and illuminating the entire palace as bright as day. The white-browed old monkey sighed helplessly, his murky eyes filled with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He had never expected to run into masters like these. Despite his deep helplessness, he did not dare delay. Turning, he led the three to a stone door. The stone door was carved with dozens of demonic beasts. Some bared their claws and fangs, others crouched low, poised to strike. The carvings were so delicate and lifelike that it seemed they might leap out of the stone at any moment. The white-browed old monkey looked at the carved beasts on the door and sank into deliberation for a moment. I wonder if you all would be interested in hearing this old man tell a story. Chen shrugged. Of the 3 people and 1 monkey present, he had the lowest cultivation and no right to speak, so he could only quietly play the role of listener. Xianming glanced at Lin Yue. The meaning went without saying. Since you want to tell the story, then we're willing to listen, Lin Yue said indifferently. His tone betrayed no emotion, as if he had merely agreed to a trivial matter. Xianming looked at Lin Yue in confusion. Sect Master, what's so interesting about the story of such an ant? So the glance from before, had he not understood it, or had he not even looked? That one word, ant, made the white-browed old monkey's face darken further. He tightened his grip on the vine staff, and inwardly complained, "Ant is ant, but why did you have to say it to my face? Don't ants have dignity?" Sorry, but ants truly don't have dignity. Truth is always within firing range. But on reflection, he had to admit that in front of Lin Yue and Xianming, he really was just an ant. Dignity had long become insignificant in the face of an absolute gap in power. We're idle anyway with nothing else to do. What harm is there in listening? So what? What can it do? So what? What can it do? Lin Yue remained as detached as ever. Suddenly, he changed the subject, looking at Xianming with a hint of a smile. What? You got something to say? Xianming was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to reply. What could he say? That he didn't want to hear an ant story? Obviously not. As Lin Yue had said, what else was there to do if he didn't listen? And since the sect master seemed at least somewhat interested, how would he dare disturb him? In the end, he could only shake his head awkwardly. Nothing. Seeing the atmosphere ease, the white-browed old monkey slowly spoke, recounting that sealed past thousands of years ago, Chen Ran, the master of the secret realm, was nothing more than a nobody at the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. He had no talent. He had no background. He had no looks. He was a young man with none of the 3. Later, Chen Ran barely managed to join a second-rate sect as an outer disciple. Perhaps heaven took pity on him. Shortly after joining the sect, Chen Ran met a kind senior sister. Not only did she often guide him in cultivation, she also gave him some of her cultivation resources and took great care of him. At this, Xianming suddenly interrupted with a shout. I know. Did this senior sister stab the secret realm master in the back? I'm familiar with this plot. Seeing the disdainful look on Lin Yue's face, Xianming quickly covered his mouth and signaled with his eyes for the white-browed old monkey to continue. At that time, Chen Ran, like every aspiring young man with dreams, held on to beautiful hopes for the future, cultivating painstakingly day and night. Chen Ran kept the senior sister's kindness in his heart and made being worthy of her his goal. He only hoped that one day he could become strong enough to stand at her side and spend his life with her. The rope always breaks at the thinnest point. Misfortune always seeks out the ill-fated. A training expedition to the demon beast forest organized by the sect completely shattered his once peaceful life. Deep in the forest, Chen Ran accidentally discovered a level 3 spirit herb, Leidengrass, the main refining material for the level 3 pill, Sea-Breaking Pill. The Sea-Breaking Pill could allow a cultivator at the peak of the 2nd level Spirit Sea realm to break through to the 3rd level Core Formation realm without any risk at all, a treasure beyond price. By common sense, such a precious spirit herb should either be handed over to the sect in exchange for contribution points or offered to the accompanying senior brother to curry favor. But he didn't do that. His mind was wholly occupied by Zhang Chaoer, the senior sister who had cared for him in every possible way. He wanted to leave the herb for her and help her break through. Chen Ran carefully hid the Leidengrass, but as ill luck would have it, it was still discovered by the accompanying senior brother. That senior brother not only snatched the Leidengrass away, but also gave him a vicious beating. Chen Ran dragged his battered, wounded body back to the sect, stumbling all the way. He thought that would be the end of it, only to find that the senior brother had spread the story with embellishments. How Chen Ran had secretly hidden a level 3 spirit herb just to win a bowtie smile. For a time, the entire outer sect was in an uproar. Some mocked him for overrating himself. Some sneered at his delusions. Others used him as a textbook case of a toad craving swan meat. Wherever he went, there were whispers. But Chen Ran paid them no mind, still cultivating bitterly day after day. He wanted to prove himself, to prove that he wasn't inferior and that one day he would be worthy of senior sister Zhang. It was only some time later that the fellow disciples sharing his dorm could no longer bear it, and secretly told him a truth: this senior sister had already been betrothed long ago, and her fiancé was none other than the head senior disciple of the outer sect. But the hard-won cultivation resources Chen Ran had traded for were all seized by the senior brother from Zhang Qiaoer. That senior brother with his profound cultivation and abundant resources would enter the inner sect sooner or later. The reason he had snatched away the resources Chen Ran gave to Zhang Qiaoer was purely because he found it amusing. That news struck Chen Ran like a thunderbolt from a clear sky and crushed him in an instant. All the efforts he had made and all the goals he had set had been for one purpose: to win Zhang Qiaoer. Yet only now did he realize that he had been defeated from the very beginning. What was even harder for others to understand, whether he had gone mad or what, was that Chen Ran treated Zhang Qiaoer even better. He gave all the cultivation resources he had painstakingly saved to Zhang Qiaoer, caring nothing even if his own cultivation ground to a halt. His beautiful rationale was: so what? It's enough that I like her. I don't need to know if she is engaged. I don't need to know whether she likes me or loves me. I only need to know that I like her and love her. That's enough. Hearing this, Xian Ming could not hold back a torrent of curses. Is this secret realm master out of his mind? Could any human being actually say something like this? Lin Yue, however, remained expressionless, though a barely perceptible ripple slipped through the depths of his eyes. Watching the stubborn figure in the story, he inexplicably thought of his own previous life. The ordinary corporate drone of the 21st century. He too had once scrimped and saved in pursuit of a girl, working manic overtime, eating instant noodles for every meal, just to buy her a luxury item he could never truly afford. Perhaps that girl had already had a boyfriend all along, but had never told him. Yet even if he had known, he would still have plunged headfirst into that quagmire, just like the secret realm master. He would willingly become a simp, a boiling sheep in the eyes of others. The white-browed old monkey ignored Xian Ming's cursing and slowly turned his eyes to Lin Yue, as if trying to discern something from his calm face. Feeling the white-browed old monkey's gaze, Lin Yue said, lightly, continue. The old monkey withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat, and resumed the dusty tale. Later, after saving spirit stones for a long time, Chen Ran finally had enough to buy a decent spirit sword. With the spirit stones tucked at his waist, he went joyfully to the weapon shop and chose a spirit sword best suited for a woman, his heart brimming with delight at the thought of presenting it to Zhang Qiaoer. But as soon as he stepped out of the shop, he saw a scene that shook him to the core. The outer sect senior brother, who was engaged to Zhang Qiaoer, was strolling into the city's most famous house of pleasure, the Qiyue Pavilion, his arms around several seductively dressed women, chatting and laughing. At that moment his head buzzed. He remembered Zhang Qiaoer's everyday gentleness and all he had given up for her. Then he saw the senior brother's wanton behavior, and an irrepressible surge of hot blood flooded his chest, his heart aching with the thought that she had been so wronged. That rage consumed his reason, making him completely forget the gap in cultivation between himself and the senior brother. Chen Ran tightened his grip on the spirit sword he had just bought, and as if compelled chased after him. He drove the sword in a vicious thrust at the outer sect senior brother's back, screaming, "You are not worthy to be Qiaoer's fiancé." But he had forgotten. He was merely a cultivator at the early phase of the second-tier spiritual sea realm, while that outer sect senior brother, favored by the sect's resources, had long reached the peak of the second-tier spiritual sea realm and was half a step into the core formation realm. A disparity that vast could not be overcome by hot blood alone. Sensing the fierce sword aura behind him, the senior brother almost instinctively circulated his spiritual power to shield himself. A pale blue spiritual energy barrier instantly covered his body. The sharp spirit sword stabbed upon it, but could not leave even a single trace. It was deflected with a crisp ding. The white-browed old monkey's voice grew hoarser amid the leaping shadows of the torches. Like a blade worn blunt by the years, it slowly cut open that ancient memory drenched in blood and tears from thousands of years ago. The moment the spirit sword collided with the outer sect senior brother's protective aura, a sharp clang sent numbness through his wrist. From the split web of his hand, blood dripped down the sword and fell onto the bluestone slabs. Before he could even steady himself, the senior brother's windswept foot slammed viciously into his chest. A muffled crack of broken bones mixed with the blood mist he coughed out, nailing him to the wooden pillar beside the shop. "You reckless, death-courting thing." The senior brother ground his ribs from above. The character Lu engraved on the jade pendant at his waist cast a cold gleam in the firelight. The emblem of the Lu clan, a distinguished family of Qingzhou. Everyone in the sect knew that the Lu family not only controlled 3 spirit minds, but also had marital ties with 3 inner sect disciples. This Lu Hao, senior brother Lu, could swagger through the outer sect without restraint. He relied not on his cultivation, but on the sky-high power of the family behind him. He hung his head, and coughing blood looked at the senior brother's back. Among the female cultivators held in his arms, 2 were unmistakably inner sect disciples. The hairpins in their hair were unquestionably the exclusive hairpins of inner sect female disciples. Lu Hao bent down, pinched his chin, and forced his head up. Do you think I care about some insignificant outer sect girl? If not for Zhang Xiao's father having served mine all his life, just her, she wouldn't even qualify to be my maidservant. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Chen Ran's heart failed with panic. He had not imagined there was any such history. Looking at the helpless Chen Ran, Lu Hao revealed information that drove him even deeper into despair. She was never important to me. Your performance over this period has been quite entertaining. Lu Hao paused briefly. I had originally planned that once I was promoted into the inner sect, I could simply give her to you. Yet you actually dared to strike at me with a sword. How could you dare? When those final words fell, the senior brother's gaze suddenly turned cold. He released his hand and tilted his chin toward the two black-robed guards behind him. Break his arms and legs. Don't kill him. The guards stepped forward and crisp, clean sounds of bone breaking rang out one after another. Chen Ran's heart-rending screams filled the air, yet no one dared step forward to stop them. No one was willing to offend the Lu family or that demon of chaos for a person of no consequence. Only when Chen Ran lay sprawled on the ground like a pool of mud did Lu Hao unhurriedly wipe his hands. Bring Zhang Xiao here. Let this man who knows not what it means to live see what happens when he offends me, Lu Hao. An hour later, Zhang Xiao was brought over. Along the way, she had already learned the general outline of what had happened. Her heart ached. She understood Chen Ran's affection, but she could not show the slightest sign of it. Or else what face would the Lu family have left? A woman engaged to the young master of the Lu family falling in love with a low-ranking outer sect disciple. Seeing Chen Ran sprawled on the ground, Zhang Xiao rushed over like a madwoman. Kneeling before Lu Hao, she knocked her forehead on the floor until it was covered with blood. Senior brother Lu, I beg you, spare him. If you want to kill someone, if you want to punish someone, take it out on me. Chen Ran froze, forgetting even the searing agony of his broken bones. He had always thought his feelings were a one-sided play, but it had never crossed his mind that she had actually fallen for him too. At last his love was answered. Lu Hao looked as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. He bent down, grabbed Zhang Xiao by the chin, and forced her to look up. Spare him. You think you're in a position to bargain with me? He turned to glance at Chen Ran, his eyes dripping with mockery. See, your beloved is quite loyal and devoted. What a pity. She chose the wrong man. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Hao shot a meaningful look at his guards. Two black-clad guards immediately stepped forward and roughly bound Zhang Xiao's hands and feet. Lu Hao, if you dare touch her, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Chen Ran struggled wildly on the ground. His broken bones scraped into bloody pulp, yet the guard's foot pressed down hard on his back, keeping him from even lifting his head. Lu Hao paid him no heed, leisurely wiping the blood from his hands. Then he laughed mockingly at the people around him. Since junior brother Chen cares so much about junior sister Zhang, I shall do a good deed today. Lu Hao paused, casting a cold look at this pair of star-crossed lovers. Take junior sister Zhang to the main hall of Qingyun Tower, and let everyone see what happens to those who offend me, Lu Hao. He then ordered someone to force two kinds of pills into Zhang Xiao. The first was a spirit-sealing pill. Not fatal, but it completely sealed off her spiritual power, leaving her without even the strength to kill herself. The second was a passion pill, as its name suggested. What was even more appalling was the enhanced passion pill. Even a single ordinary dose was enough to ruin anyone. But Lu Hao fed Zhang Xiao 10 pills. The main hall of Qingyun Tower quickly filled with spectators. When Chen Ran was dragged in by the guards, he caught sight of an outer disciple reaching out to touch Zhang Xiao's face. He lunged at them like a madman, but a guard kicked him square in the chest, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Lu Hao sat in a private room on the second floor holding a cup of spirit wine, looking down at him condescendingly. Junior brother Chen, watch carefully. This is the path you chose for her. What followed became Chen Ran's eternal nightmare. At Lu Hao's command, the first few lackeys who usually followed him stepped forward with vicious grins and began tearing at Zhang Xiao's clothes. Seeing that some had already stepped forward, more and more people joined in the atrocity. Don't. Look. Zhang Xiao shook her head at Chen Ran, using the last traces of her strength and sanity. But how could Chen Ran bear not to watch? Bang! A thunderous crash interrupted the white-browed old monkey's story. Yi Chen had slammed his fist into the wall. Beast! Blood trickled down Yi Chen's hand. He had used no cultivation whatsoever in that punch. Xianming clicked his tongue, taken aback. Though he was also a demon himself, he would never do something so beastly. Lin Yue also took a deep breath, suppressing the fury in his chest. Go on. You see, she died. She died for a waste like you. Don't you love her? Are you satisfied now? In response, Lu Hao received only bursts of raging roars. Lu Hao simply looked at Chen Ran, whose eyes seemed hollow, devoid of any glimmer of light. Only when the name Lu Hao was mentioned did a trace of scarlet flash through them. Throw him into Huasher Cliff. Seeing that Chen Ran was like a living corpse, Lu Hao finally lost interest. Then he led his people away from Qingyun Tower. Huasher Cliff was an absolute forbidden land at that time. Anyone who fell and never came back out. What lay at the bottom was unknown. All anyone knew was that a great cultivator of the Ninth Order Saint Realm, refusing to believe the legend, had once gone down to investigate. The very next day, after descending, his life soul tablet shattered. And so it was established that no one below the 10th Order Great Emperor realm could enter Huasher Cliff. The guards dragged Chen Ran, who still had a breath of life, toward Huasher Cliff. What happened after that? Chen clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, and even his breathing grew heavy. Earlier he had thought the owner of this secret realm was foolish, but now he was left with nothing but unvented rage. The white-browed old monkey struck the ground hard with his vine staff, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Afterwards, he went mad. Mad. Xian Ming frowned deeply. Even he felt Lu Hao's methods were utterly ruthless. Beneath Huasher Cliff were swarms of soul-devouring ants, and these ants fed on souls. The soul-devouring ants were only demon beasts of the tuned Order Spirit Sea stage, but they were overwhelming in number, and only soul-based powers could destroy them. Ordinary attacks would simply be absorbed by them. The pain of being gnawed by those soul-devouring ants was even harder to endure than death by 1,000 cuts. A sheen of tears glistened in the white-browed old monkey's eyes. He writhed in agony at the bottom of the cliff, his broken bones grinding into bloody flesh, but he simply would not die. Perhaps his hatred was too strong, or fate decreed he should live. When he rolled into a crevice at the cliff's base, he tumbled into the ruins of an ancient cultivator. The saying that a cliff fall brings an adventure, and an adventure brings a reversal, was perfectly embodied in Chen Ran. In the ruins lay a cultivation manual called the Myriad Beasts Art, and an old turtle. Chen asked in confusion, "Old turtle? That old turtle?" The white-browed old monkey nodded silently. Wasn't it just a piece of trash at the late tuned Order Spirit Sea stage? Chen asked again, still puzzled. The white-browed old monkey explained, "That old turtle is the pro-max version of the long-lived turtle, the 10,000-year turtle. Its lifespan is exceptionally long, so long that it can sacrifice cultivation to extend its life." When Chen Ran first encountered it, it was at the late 3rd Order core formation stage. Over several thousand years its cultivation had fallen by an entire major realm. No wonder, Chen muttered. It was precisely that old turtle that taught Chen Ran the Myriad Beasts Art, the white-browed old monkey said calmly. During those years Chen Ran studied the art of controlling beasts with the old dark turtle by day. At night, he faced the stone walls of the ruins, replaying the scenes from Qiyue Tower over and over. Lu Hao's face, Zhang Xiaoer's pleas, and the guards' cruel grins. He carved them all into his very bones. When he cultivated the Myriad Beasts Art, he took the most dangerous path, nurturing beasts with hatred. The white-browed old monkey's voice trembled. Ordinary cultivators tamed demon beasts through communication with spiritual power. But Chen Ran relied on hatred. He fed his negative emotions to the demon beasts. The stronger they became, the heavier his hatred grew. He fed the demon beasts his hatred of Lu Hao and his hatred of his own weakness. The demon beast's eyes grew redder, and his mind grew more chaotic. Only when he thought of his past with Zhang Xiaoer did he regain a trace of clarity. Years later, with the help of the Myriad Beasts Art, Chen Ran's strength broke through to the 5th Order soul separation stage. When he left the ruins, countless demon beasts had gathered around him. Most of them were at the 3rd Order core formation stage and the 4th Order primordial spirit stage, and some were even demon beasts at the 5th Order soul separation stage. The old turtle gave these demon beasts a new name, hate beasts. The fighting power of these hate beasts could not be measured by cultivation realm. Like death warriors with bloodshot eyes, they had only one goal, to tear apart whatever enemies stood before them. The Myriad Beasts Art also had a miraculous function. It could form a space of its own. Every demon beast bound by the Myriad Beasts Art could enter the Myriad Beast space. At this moment, Chen Ran was a veritable living beast tide. The day he returned to the sect happened to be the day Lu Hao was promoted to an inner disciple. In the central plaza of Xuan Sect, 1,000 banquet tables spread out like stars, their brocade tablecloths gleaming in the morning sun. Even the 9 elders under the sect master arrived bearing congratulatory gifts, with Lu family members weaving through the crowd. Laughter was carried by the wind up the mountainside, drowning the entire mountain in festivity. Chen Ran stood beside the old pine at the mountain's foot, the dark hem of his robe swaying in the mountain breeze. He looked up at the 3 large characters of Xuan Sect on the stone tablet. Moonlight spilled onto the letters, making his eyelashes tremble. Longing from the past surged into his mind on the night wind. "Little Chen, your cuff is torn again." The voice in his memory was soft with a hint of reproach. "I stayed up all night to sew you a new one. Try it on and see if it fits." He could almost still see those slender hands, cotton fluff stuck to her fingertips, and small needle scars at the base of her thumb from sewing. "Little Ran, look how late you came back. There's no dinner for you." She ran out of the kitchen with a food box, a bit of flour at her temple. "I specially saved some sweet cakes for you. They're still warm. Eat them up." "Oh, Little Ran, you smell awful. Take your clothes off right now, and I'll wash them for you." The sudden explosion of firecrackers tore apart the silence. Chen Ran snapped back to reality. Fireworks filled the sky overhead. Specks of gold and crimson fell rustling onto his shoulders. He raised a hand to brush them off, but his fingertips only met a cold chill. The lights on the mountaintop were bright as day. Strains of instruments, laughter, and the aroma of wine drifted down, making the shadows at the mountain's foot even heavier. He stared at that splendor, and a barely audible self-mocking laugh escaped his throat. Shower, if you were here, how wonderful it would be. Against the backdrop of fireworks, the mountain top was brilliantly lit, while the foot of the mountain was shrouded in darkness. As his words faded, he stepped toward the mountain, his dark figure merging into the shadows of the path like a silent ink stroke. Who goes there? Today our sect. The gate-guarding disciple's words were cut short as a dark shadow shot out from behind Chen Ran. The soul-devouring leopard's claws gleamed coldly and tore through the disciple's throat like slicing paper. Warm blood splattered on the bluestone, blooming into dark flowers. The disciple's eyes remained wide open in death. He had recognized the newcomer. It was the long-forgotten Chen Ran, the man who had been thrown into the corpse-melting cliff in the Forbidden Land. To his last breath, he couldn't understand why Chen Ran had walked out of the Forbidden Land alive, but he had no time to warn the people above. Today was, after all, the great celebration of Xuan Sect. So few disciples were guarding the mountain. The soul-devouring leopard moved so fast that only a blur remained. The few remaining disciples hadn't even lifted a hand to reach for their signal talismans before collapsing in blood. Not even a single alarm had been sent up the mountain. Slowly Chen Ran ascended. Zhou Feng, the sect master of Xuan Sect, seemed to sense something wrong. His gaze swept over the dark figure, and his pupils abruptly contracted. The soul-devouring leopard lay beside the man, strips of flesh still hanging from its fangs. The one-man and leopard pair simply remained at the entrance, as if waiting for something. Following Zhou Feng's gaze, Lu Hao looked over, and the wine cup in his hand clattered to the ground. The man who should have died under the corpse-melting cliff was standing at the entrance, his eyes vacant like a dead man's. His pupils seemed dimmed with ashy gray, his face so pale it was almost transparent. Only when his gaze fell on Lu Hao did a hint of blood-red light suddenly flare up. The hatred in that light was like the gates of hell, as if it wanted to drag him in. You, why aren't you dead? Lu Hao's voice began to quaver. For the first time he felt afraid. Are you a man or a ghost? He remembered clearly that the lackey he had sent back then had returned to report that he had watched Chen Ran being thrown into the corpse-melting cliff. He had never expected Chen Ran to actually walk out of that place. Father, grandfather, sect master, quick, kill him. Lu Hao's voice broke, and the hand he pointed at Chen Ran trembled uncontrollably. Several elders who wanted to curry favor with Lu Xiong, the head of the Lu family, immediately drew their long swords, channeled spiritual power into the blades, and charged at Chen Ran with a blinding white glow. Chen Ran simply clapped his hands. Scree! A piercing cry suddenly came from the sky. When everyone looked up, they saw countless flying demonic beasts blotting out the sky like a black cloud. The soul-devouring eagles spread their wings, their talons like iron hooks, and swooped down on the banquet. In an instant, screams and the clatter of tables and chairs replaced the festivities. So it wasn't that the sky had grown darker on its own. It was the swarming, flying demonic beasts that made the already dark sky even darker. The whole scene fell into chaos. The piercing shrieks of the flying demonic beasts tore through the banquet's noise. The old patriarch of the Lu family had just raised his cup to toast the sect master when a stinking wind hurled half a piece of flesh onto his wine pot. Dark red blood oozed down the wine pot, splashing onto his robe along with the wine. That was the left arm of the elder who had charged forward moments ago. The soul-devouring eagle's talons didn't just shred flesh. They carried the murderous aura nourished by Chen Ran's hatred, and even bones were crunched to pieces with a crackling sound. Activate the mountain protecting formation. Zhou Feng slammed the table, and Ro's spiritual power condensing into a light shield in his palm. But before he could activate the formation, the ground split into web-like crevices. Crack! The spiderweb cracks spread along the plaza's bluestone bricks, and countless black soul-devouring ants poured out from the fissures. A disciple of the Lu family's branch line had no time to rise before the ant tide swallowed him. His miserable scream hadn't even faded before only a snow-white skeleton remained, his clothing gnawed clean away. Sensing that his own sect master was at the peak of the third-order core formation stage, Chen Ran laughed at himself. Too weak. Just then a sword shadow shot out from the rear mountain, carrying the pressure of the primordial spirit stage, and flew straight at Chen Ran's back. Bang! The sword shadow slammed into an invisible shield, causing the surrounding air to tremble. At the sight of the newcomer, the sect master of Xuan Sect rejoiced. The Grand Elder is here. We're saved. A white-haired elder came riding a sword, the cloud pattern of Xuan Sect embroidered on his robe, and his spiritual energy fluctuated with the weight of a mountain. The overwhelming pressure of a mid-fourth-order primordial spirit stage cultivator surged toward Chen Ran. Chen Ran watched him silently. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Is that all? As the words fell, a pressure far beyond the primordial spirit stage suddenly exploded outward, wrapping the entire plaza like a tangible black tide. Fifth order. Soul separation stage. Impossible. The Grand Elder's voice trembled. He simply couldn't figure out why a cultivator at the fifth order soul separation stage would slaughter his sect. With such cultivation, he could even hold the position of elder in a fifth-rank sect. Zhou Feng, has our sect offended someone it should never have offended? The Grand Elder roared at the sect master of Xuan Sect. For a moment Zhou Feng didn't know either. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of what terrifying existence they had offended. Seeing the utterly bewildered sect master, the Grand Elder's anger flared. Then he turned to Chen Ran and said, Taoist friend, no senior. If Xuan Sect has offended you in any way, we are willing to make compensation. Since he couldn't win, why not kneel and offer compensation? As for this Zishi, the old Buddha said this I know well. Before him stood a cultivator at the 5th level of the soul separation realm, surrounded by countless demonic beasts. There was no way to win a fight. Only submission could save him. A cold drop of sweat slid down his forehead and fell to the ground. Chen Ran did not respond. He simply snapped his fingers. Snap. Several demonic beasts charged at the Supreme Elder. Seeing that Chen Ran had no intention of reconciling, the Elder had no choice but to strike first. Wretch, how dare you trespass on our Xuan Sect? He roared, the longsword in his hand, already humming with power. He swept the blade in a wide arc, sending a 10-foot-long sword light slashing toward Chen Ran. Yet it was halted midair by the black tide surrounding Chen Ran and shattered inch by inch. Yet he did not retreat. His sword strikes grew even fiercer as he cut down 2 soul-devouring eagles that lunged at him. As the eagle carcasses hit the ground, wisps of scorched smoke rose from their bodies, sizzling from the burning spiritual energy. What are you waiting for? Activate the mountain protecting formation. The Supreme Elder roared, turning his head. But from the corner of his eye he caught 3 dark shadows pouncing from both flanks. 2 soul-devouring leopards bared their fangs, with a pitch-black, bloodthirsty tiger following close behind. He spun around hastily to parry his long sword, piercing the shoulder blade of the soul-devouring leopard on his left, but the tiger's claw on his right was already sweeping in with a reeking wind. The Supreme Elder dodged sideways in haste. The tiger's claw grazed across his ribs, instantly tearing open his robe and leaving the flesh beneath split and bleeding. Before he could steady himself, the soul-devouring leopard behind him lunged onto his back, its claws digging deep into his shoulder blade. The searing pain made his sword falter for an instant. In that instant of opening, the bloodthirsty tiger lunged forward and slammed its massive skull into his chest. The Supreme Elder was struck until his chi and blood churned violently. The long sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Instinctively he raised a hand to shove the tiger's head away, but the bloodthirsty tiger clamped its jaws on his wrist. Its razor-sharp fangs crushed the bones outright. Blood poured down the tiger's maw and dripped onto the green tiles, pooling into small puddles. A bullthick, resentful scale python coiled around his waist, the barbs on its scales piercing into his flesh. Venom spread through his blood vessels, and his spiritual energy instantly fell into chaos. The light shield cracked with a crunch, and the next moment the python's head smashed his ribs. The Supreme Elder screamed in agony. He wanted to muster his primordial spirit and self-destruct, but Chen Ran's oppressive aura shrouded him like an iron cage, leaving even his primordial spirit unable to move. He watched helplessly as the bloodthirsty tiger released his wrist, raised its head, and aimed its bloody maw at his neck. Crack! The crisp sound of snapping bones drowned out the chaos in the square. The bloodthirsty tiger jerked its head, and the Supreme Elder's head came off his neck, rolling to a stop at Lu Hao's feet. The severed head stared with wide, unseeing eyes still frozen in terror. Blood spurted from the torn neck, splattering Lu Hao from head to toe. Chen Ran stood where he was, watching the scene coldly, his fingertips casually flicking away the bloodstains on his robe. His oppressive aura still blanketed the square like an invisible net, sealing off every path of escape. Countless demonic beasts surrounded the entire Xuan Sect in an impenetrable ring. As for the sect master Zhou Feng, his neck had already been coiled by a giant python that shot out from behind. That giant python was a resentful scale python tamed by Chen Ran near the corpse-dissolving cliff ruins. Its scales still bore the remains of ancient cultivators' bones, and its forked tongue carried a stench of decay. The python constricted its body, and the sect master's bones crackled audibly. In his final look at Chen Ran, his eyes were filled with terror. The python's fangs sank into his neck. The venom from the hollow fangs gradually blurred his vision. All he could do was watch the Supreme Elder's corpse crash to the ground, without even the strength to struggle. He never understood why the Xuan Sect had met such a calamity. Old Master Lu, seeing this, raised his longsword and tried to charge out while shielding Lu Hao, but he was intercepted by the soul-devouring leopards under Chen Ran's control. 3 soul-devouring leopards surrounded him in a triangle, their eyes glowing scarlet. One of the leopards lunged and bit his wrist clean off in a single crunch. Another raised its sharp claws and tore open his chest. The leopard's claws carved several wounds, so deep the bone showed through. Blood soaked his robes, and every step he took left a bloody footprint on the ground. The last one bit straight into his leg. Lu Hao watched helplessly as his grandfather's blood splattered onto his own brocade robe. That robe had been specially tailor-made at great expense by his grandfather not long ago. Now it was soaked in his kin's blood, sticking to his skin with a scalding warmth. Lu Hao collapsed to the ground, his eyes darting from the Supreme Elder's head at his feet to his grandfather drenched in blood. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Chen Ran's gaze fell upon Lu Hao, the scarlet in his eyes deepening. Tell me, where is Qiao's corpse? Chen Ran said flatly. The icy voice pierced Lu Hao's ears like the chill of hell. I don't know. It's been so many years. Who can still remember? Lu Hao stammered, trembling. I don't know. Two streams of hot tears slid down the corners of Chen Ran's eyes. He seemed to see Zhang Qiao again, standing at the kitchen door holding up a food box and smiling at him, the flower at her temples swaying gently in the wind. Little Ran, come back and eat. The sugar cakes are getting cold. Qiao, he said softly. The words were faint, yet they echoed clearly in his own ears. They will all be buried with you. In less than half an hour, the entire Xuan Sect had become a slaughterhouse. The banquet's wine and dishes were mixed with flesh and blood. Soul-devouring ants scurried among piles of white bones. Flying demonic beasts circled the beams with severed limbs in their talons. The thick stench of blood was even more nauseating than the air at Qiyue Tower for those 3 days and nights. In less than half an hour, the Xuan Sect was wiped out. Chen Ran trod through the carnage toward Lu Hao. By now, Lu Hao lay limp on the ground, his trousers soaked through his face, smeared with the blood of his father and grandfather. Seeing Chen Ran approaching slowly, Lu Hao hastily knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, junior brother Chen. No, senior Chen. I'm not human. I was wrong. Please spare me. He kowtowed as he spoke, blood slowly trickling down his forehead. You think you're qualified to beg? Chen Ran crouched down and gripped Lu Hao's chin, the gesture exactly identical to how Lu Hao had once gripped Zhang Qiao's chin. He forced the spirit-sealing pill he had prepared long ago into Lu Hao's mouth. Lu Hao shook his head desperately, but he was forced to swallow it. His spiritual energy instantly dissipated from his body. Then with a single cry of, ah, Chen Ran crippled Lu Hao's limbs. Just like him back then. No. Please. Lu Hao's voice trembled, tears mixing with blood as they streamed down his face. Feeling the spiritual energy vanish from his body and the agony from his broken limbs, Lu Hao seemed to understand what Chen Ran intended to do. After all, he was all too familiar with this process. Anyone who offended him basically had to go through this process, sever the limbs to intensify the pain, and administer the spirit-sealing pill to prevent suicide. He had never imagined that this very process would be applied to him. As the saying goes, good and evil will ultimately be requited. The righteous path of the human world is but vicissitudes. Back then you forced 10 ecstasy pills down Qiao's throat. Chen Ran said softly, yet his words pierced Lu Hao's ears like ice picks. The gift I've prepared for you is far more interesting than that. Sensing the indifferent calm tone of Chen Ran's words, an overwhelming fear of the unknown seized Lu Hao. Once a person is mentally prepared, the fear of pain is magnified without limit. Striking someone without warning is one kind of torment, but telling them you will strike them at a precise time and place is a far crueler one. Chen Ran seized Lu Hao's hand and poured 2 soul-devouring ants onto his palm. The ants immediately burrowed into his fingernails, gnawing at his flesh. These soul-devouring ants did not just feast on his flesh, they also devoured his very soul. Lu Hao felt as though countless needles were piercing his spirit, in agony, even more unbearable than death, by 1,000 cuts. He wanted to scream, but Chen Ran had gagged him with a cloth strip, leaving him only able to emit muffled whimpers. Chen Ran did not kill him. Instead, he dragged him to Qiyue Tower, which had fallen into ruin after the incident with Zhang Qiao. Now it was merely the remnants of what had once been Qiyue Tower. Chen Ran commanded the beasts to slowly clear an open space, then erected a wooden pillar in the center. He bound Lu Hao to the pillar, then took a bronze mirror from his storage pouch and placed it before Lu Hao. Take a look at yourself now, Chen Ran said, pointing at the mirror. In the mirror, Lu Hao's face was covered in blood and grime, his palms gnawed down to white bone by the soul-devouring ants, and his eyes were filled with utter despair. What you did to me and to Qiao back then, I have not forgotten a single moment of it. Today I want you to see for yourself how you grovel like a dog under my torment. Every humiliation Qiao suffered I will return to you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. With that he drew out a sharp little blade. Chen Ran pinched the inch-long, soul-devouring dagger between his fingertips. Its edge gleamed with an eerie, blue-cold light, as if it could reflect the despair in Lu Hao's eyes. He did not act immediately. Instead, he gently dragged the tip of the blade across the skin of Lu Hao's arm. The icy touch made Lu Hao tremble violently, muffled whimpers escaping his throat. Tears mixed with blood rolled down from the corners of his eyes, carving 2 pitiful trails through the bloodstream. This soul-devouring dagger was forged from the shell of the soul-devouring beetle and the fangs of the bloodthirsty tiger. With every cut, not only is your flesh torn apart, but your soul itself is seared with pain. Chen Ran's voice was calm, as though he were discussing something utterly ordinary. But to Lu Hao's ears it was more terrifying than any shout or roar. The moment the words fell, Chen Ran's wrist twisted slightly, and the dagger sliced off a piece of flesh from Lu Hao's arm. Blood gushed out instantly, and Lu Hao's body convulsed violently. He could clearly feel the sharp sting as the blade cut through his skin, followed by an indescribable burning pain that spread from the wound to every part of his body. It was as if countless tiny flames were devouring his soul. He tried to struggle, but his limbs were tightly bound to the pillar, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly as Chen Ran's dagger fell again and again. Each stroke precisely carved away a small piece of flesh. The shredded edges of the wound twitched under the effect of the soul-devouring dagger, yet somehow never managed to scab over. In less than half a stick of incense, Lu Hao's arm was already a bloody mess, exposing ghastly white bone beneath. His consciousness began to blur, but the soul-searing pain from the dagger kept dragging him back to full awareness. This state of enduring pain, while fully conscious, was worse than death itself. Xuan Yuan paused, took out a pale red pill from his storage pouch, pried open Lu Hao's mouth, and forced it in. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue, and a gentle surge of spiritual power instantly flooded Lu Hao's body. The wounds on his arm healed at a visible speed, and the pain gradually faded away. But Lu Hao felt no relief. He knew this was merely the beginning of another round of torment. Sure enough, Chen Ran turned and picked up a stack of coarse yellow paper, walked over to Lu Hao, and slowly laid the first sheet over his face. The instant the paper touched his skin, Lu Hao felt a suffocating pressure. He twisted his head desperately, trying to shake it off, but to his horror the paper clung tightly to his face. "Don't rush. This is only the beginning," Chen Ran said with a cold hint of amusement. With that, he took a bucket of water from his storage pouch, dipped a ladle into it, scooped up cold water, and slowly poured it over the yellow paper. The paper shrank rapidly as it absorbed the water, sticking tightly to Lu Hao's face and completely covering his mouth and nose. Air was cut off instantly. Lu Hao's chest heaved violently, his hands clenched into fists so hard that his nails dug deep into his palms. But no matter how he struggled, he could not tear away that thin yet deadly sheet of yellow paper. The agony of suffocation made his vision go dark and his ears ring with a deafening buzz, as if a swarm of bees were whirling inside his head. Just as he thought he was about to die of asphyxiation, Chen Ran suddenly ripped the yellow paper off his face. Fresh air flooded into his lungs, and Lu Hao gasped greedily, drawing in huge, desperate breaths. Tears and mucus streamed down his face uncontrollably. But before he could recover, a second sheet of yellow paper was pressed over his face, cold water poured down again, and the suffocating agony returned. After repeated cycles, Lu Hao's consciousness was on the verge of collapse. His face had turned bluish-purple from oxygen deprivation, his lips were cracked and bleeding, and his eyes were vacant and unfocused. All that remained was a primal instinct to survive. Chen Ran slowly removed the cloth strip from Lu Hao's mouth. Kill me. Please just give me a swift death," Lu Hao said in a trembling voice. The man who once delighted in tormenting others had finally received his due retribution. Chen Ran paused once more and fed Lu Hao another restorative pill. Only after watching the bluish-purple hue fade from Lu Hao's face and his breathing gradually steady did Chen Ran speak slowly. "Don't be in such a hurry. This is only the beginning." As he spoke, Chen Ran took out a sphere-shaped object specially woven from iron wire from his storage pouch. It glinted with a cold, menacing light. He walked behind Lu Hao and began scrubbing his back with it, as if what stood before him were not a person but a large pot caked with filth. Of course, what lay before him was indeed not quite human anymore. The sharp iron wire ball scraped across the skin, instantly slicing through flesh. Blood flowed down along the spine, dripping onto the ground with a faint drip-drop sound. Up! The savage pain tore a scream from Lu Hao's throat. His body shook violently, and piteous wails escaped from his throat. Every slide of the iron wire ball felt like dozens of tiny knives shredding his flesh at once. The excruciating pain cut deep into his very bones, making him wish he could die on the spot. But the spirit-locking pill made it impossible for him to take his own life, forcing him to endure it all with a clear mind. The iron ball scraped from his back down to his arms, every inch of skin scraped raw and bloody, exposing the white bones underneath. When Xuan Ran finally stopped, Lu Hao was on the verge of death, drenched in blood, hanging limp on the pillar like a lump of mud. Xuan Ran once again took out a restorative pill and fed it to Lu Hao. The spiritual power of the pill once again mended Lu Hao's wounds. But this time Lu Hao did not even have the strength to feel the relief from the pain. His eyes were hollow, filled only with endless despair. "This is still only the beginning," Xuan Ran said, looking at Lu Hao without a trace of pity. With that, he put away the iron brush and picked up the soul-devouring dagger once more. The eerie blue blade, like a shard of frozen star, rippled with cold gleams under the flickering candlelight, illuminating every crevice of despair carved into Lu Hao's face. That despair seemed ready to seep from beneath his taut skin, even his pupils frozen with an unshakable ashen pallor. The shadow of a new round of torment crept slowly up his neck with the blade's icy glint. Qingyun Pavilion was terrifyingly silent, broken only by Lu Hao's suppressed fractured sobs, and the steady drip-drop of blood falling onto the green bricks echoing endlessly through the hollow hall. In the dead of night the sound was magnified without limit like a specter's whisper laced with bone-piercing gloom burrowing into the coldest recesses of the heart. Chen Ran's fingertips pressed lightly against the hilt of the soul-devouring dagger, its blade hovering above Lu Hao's already mangled fingertip. The skin that had just healed still glowed a faint tender pink, the residual pain not yet fully faded. Lu Hao stared at that streak of eerie blue light, his pupils contracting violently. He had nearly exhausted even his strength to struggle, leaving only instinctive fear churning in the marrow of his bones. The soul-devouring dagger pierced precisely into the tip of Lu Hao's index finger, the blade cutting down along the edge of the nail, carving off a small piece of flesh. Blood gushed out, instantly trickling through Lu Hao's fingers and dripping onto the bronze mirror, blooming into dark crimson splashes. Lu Hao felt his very finger bones burning, his soul pierced again and again by countless fine needles. His body convulsed violently, the ropes binding him to the pillar biting painfully into his skin, but no matter how he twisted, he could not escape the slicing of that dagger. Chen Ran did not stop. The dagger moved between Lu Hao's 10 fingers, gouging a small piece of flesh from each fingertip, exposing the pale pink tender flesh and tiny slivers of bone beneath. Lu Hao's vision gradually blurred, only the searing pain in his fingertips fiercely gripping his consciousness, refusing to let him sink into unconsciousness. Only when all 10 of Lu Hao's fingers had become a bloody mess like 10 carrots soaked in blood did Chen Ran sheath the dagger. He took a milky white pill from his storage pouch, pried open Lu Hao's mouth, and forced it in. The pill dissolved the moment it touched his tongue. A gentle current of spiritual energy slid down his throat into his dantian, spreading swiftly through his limbs and 100 meridians. Lu Hao could clearly feel his wounded fingertips slowly healing. The newly regrown flesh itched with an unbearable intensity, forming a grotesque contrast to the agony before. Yet he knew this was no release but the prelude to another round of torment. The white-browed old monkey paused here, its withered claws pushing open the heavy stone door. The grating screech of stone against the ground shattered the silence. What happened next? Chen asked, confused. The old monkey led the way inside, its voice tinged with a sigh. And then this young master of the Lu family was scared to death. The white-browed old monkey said slowly. The young master of the Lu family had been tortured beyond all human recognition. Death by fright was a comparatively merciful release. The white-browed old monkey then continued the final tale. What followed was simple. Gazing at Lu Hao's corpse, Chen Ran's face showed not the slightest ripple, only a long-suppressed relief. That night he slaughtered the entire Xuan Sect and the Lu family. No, to be precise, the true carnage lasted less than half a shurchen. Blood stained the sect's stone steps, and the air hung thick with an unshakable stench of gore. Afterward, Chen Ran built a cenotaph for Zhang Qiaoer. On the tombstone were carved the words, "Tomb of Zhang Qiaoer, wife of Chen Ran," as if silently telling the story of their bond. Then, leading countless demonic beasts, he established the myriad beast hall in the far northern wastes. Yet no one could have foreseen that because of the 10,000 beasts' art, after taking his revenge, Chen Ran's hatred did not dissipate. Instead, like wild overgrowth, it flourished ever more fiercely in his heart. The demonic beasts around him grew increasingly difficult to control, and more than once they nearly broke loose and hurt someone. He knew he had already strayed onto a crooked path. Perhaps from the very beginning, when he ignored the old turtle's warning and forcibly nourished the demonic beasts with hatred, he had already been wrong. By the time Chen Ran came to his senses, he could no longer turn back. Sustained by the backlash of the beast of hatred's power, his cultivation base soared without cease. As his strength grew, hatred gradually seized dominance within his heart. In the end, he reached the middle stage of the 7th rank Void Cave realm. But the price was that for most of the time his body was controlled by hatred. He burned, killed, and plundered, once slaughtering 3 5th rank sects in a single night. He even wiped out an entire sect down to the last chicken and dog merely because he saw someone who resembled Lu Hao. Gradually, he became the public enemy of the cultivation world. In the end, the 7th rank sect Qingyun Pavilion made its move. They dispatched 3 7th rank Void Cave Realm Enforcers plus 1 8th rank Tribulation Transcendence Elder. Only with such a formation did they barely manage to besiege Chen Ran. That battle shook the entire cultivation world and let the world truly witness the terror of demonic beasts. 3 at the 7th rank Void Cave Realm plus 1 at the 8th rank Tribulation Transcendence Realm were barely enough to take Chen Ran down. But by then Chen Ran had long been devoured by hatred like a rampaging beast gone mad. Only when his primordial spirit was utterly shattered did a flicker of clarity finally return to his eyes. Perhaps because he had coexisted with demonic beasts for too long, or perhaps due to the mutation caused by the shattering of his primordial spirit, Chen Ran did not completely die. With the last shred of his strength, he forcibly moved the main hall of the myriad beast hall underground, where he lingered in the darkness, surviving in agony. Though it was a wretched existence, Chen Ran was by no means idle. In the days that followed, he ceaselessly worked on refining the 10,000 beasts art. He wanted to atone for the wrongs he had committed and also give the demonic beasts that had followed him a path to survival. Finally, at the very brink of his lifespans, Xuan Yuan truly succeeded in perfecting the 10,000 Beasts art. The original 10,000 Beasts art could only restrain demonic beasts of a lower realm than the cultivator, and it required the practitioner to unilaterally sacrifice cultivation or essence blood to nourish the growth of their contracted beasts. This was a point Xuan Yuan could not change, limited by his own cultivation. But Xuan Yuan made a different kind of transformation to the 10,000 Beasts art. The new 10,000 Beasts art was no longer an unbalanced model where the cultivator nourished the contracted beast. Instead, it constructed a two-way bridge of spiritual power. When the cultivator sat in meditation and comprehended the Tao, their insights and cultivation progress would flow like water into the contracted demonic beast. Conversely, the beast's progress in absorbing spiritual energy and tempering its physique in the mountains would feed back to the cultivator. Even more astonishing, by relying on this art, the cultivator could directly invoke the contracted beast's innate divine ability, even a bloodline inherited ability passed down through generations. What the heck? What did you say? The moment the white-browed old monkey's words faded, Xuanming's voice shot up, his tone edged with sharp disbelief. The white-browed old monkey looked at Xuanming in confusion and repeated, "A cultivator can use the art to invoke the contracted beast's innate divine ability, even a bloodline inherited ability." Holy crap! Xuanming's eyes went wide in an instant, and he abruptly lifted his head toward the stone table above. On that stone table lay a thread-bound ancient book, silent, and still bearing the three characters, 10,000 Beasts art, radiating an air of antiquity. The next second, Xuanming's figure suddenly turned ethereal, shifting to the table like a faint ink after. He reached out and seized the myriad beast scripture. The rough spine left faint marks against his palm as his fingers flipped quickly, the antique pages rustling, while his gaze swept through the lines like lightning. After only a few pages, he slammed the book shut and burst into a stream of curses. What the hell? Someone actually managed to devise such a heaven-defying method. His tone was filled with disbelief. Seeing Xuanming standing there in a daze, his face alternating between pale and green, Lin Yue couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this technique?" Hearing Lin Yue's question, Xuanming let out a helpless sigh. "Sect Master, you have no idea. Low-tier demon races are stronger than humans in their physical bodies. But high-tier demon races are stronger than humans because of inherited divine abilities and even innate divine abilities. It was precisely because of these two unassailable divine abilities that the demon race had not been wiped out by humans. Innate divine abilities were one thing. Those were granted by heaven, like heaven and earth spirit beasts, heaven and earth saint beasts, and heaven and earth divine beasts, all born with heaven as mother and earth as father. But bloodline inherited divine abilities were the distilled essence of a race's evolution over thousands of years, something no foreign race could ever touch. But now someone had told Xuanming, "Hey, your demon race's inherited divine abilities and innate divine abilities can be used by humans too." How could Xuanming not be driven to collapse? Moreover, the elders of my clan also spent countless years testing it. Without exception, every single experiment failed, Xuanming said dejectedly. Lin Yue naturally knew that Xuanming came from the Dragon Clan, a clan both wealthy and steeped in profound heritage. Something even they could not accomplish, and now a tiny ant from the lower realm had managed to do it. Xuanming was absolutely certain that if the clan elders learned of this, they would die from anger. He still stood rooted in place, his fingertips still bearing the antique paper sensation from flipping through the myriad beasts scripture, the shock on his face yet to fade. But the white-browed old monkey had already turned around slowly, his murky gaze falling on Yi Chun, who stood quietly at the side. The monkey's originally hunched back straightened slightly, and his hoarse voice gained a hint of solemnity, as if declaring a monumental matter 100 years in the making. "Young friend Yi Chun," the old monkey's voice pierced the silence of the hall and landed in Yi Chun's ears. "Since you have passed the trial of the Hall of Myriad Beasts, you are qualified to inherit it. This inheritance belongs to you." Before his voice faded, the old monkey raised a withered palm, and a soft white light suddenly bloomed in its center. Within the glow, the thread-bound Myriad Beasts scripture slowly floated up first. As its pages trembled, faint beast roars seemed to murmur from within. Then a long halberd suffused with dark purple flowing light slowly rose from beneath the center of the hall. Its shaft was carved with dense beast patterns. From fierce tigers to spirit foxes, from giant elephants to dark serpents, every carved line seemed to contain the breath of a living being. A faint phantom of a beast soul lingered around the halberd's tip. The moment it appeared, the very air of the Hall of Myriad Beasts seemed to sink slightly under the Saint-grade pressure. "This is the Saint-grade weapon, the Myriad Beasts halberd," the old monkey said with a trace of gratification. "My master forged it long ago from the souls of 10,000 beasts and his own hatred. It complements the Myriad Beasts scripture. When activated, it can draw on the power of 100 beasts for its user. I give both to you. I hope you will not repeat my master's ruinous path. Command beasts with a benevolent heart, not with hatred." Yi Chen watched the myriad beasts scripture and the myriad beasts halberd drift before him. He felt a warmth in his palms as the two supreme treasures landed steadily in his hands. Beside him a wild joy flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. Ding! Disciple Yi Chen obtained the myriad beasts scripture. The host receives a 100-fold return spirit binding and general summoning. Ding! Disciple Yi Chen obtained the saint-grade weapon, the myriad beasts halberd. The host receives a 100-fold return the primordial chaos, heaven-slaying halberd. The white-browed old monkey's gaze turned to Yi Chen once more, but his voice lowered slightly, and a barely concealed melancholy flashed in his eyes. Young friend Yi Chen, this old one has one more matter to entrust. Yi Chen immediately turned serious. Senior, please speak. If I can accomplish it, I will never refuse. In my master's life, besides vengeance, his one lingering obsession was never being buried together with fellow Taoist Zhang Xiao. The old monkey said slowly. In the future, if you happen to find the mistress' remains, please bury her together with my master. That would fulfill the unfinished wish of the two of them. Yi Chen's heart shook. Thinking of the love and hatred that had entangled Chen Ran's life, he nodded solemnly. I will keep this in mind. If I have the ability one day, I will surely see it done. Hearing this promise, the white-browed old monkey finally revealed a relieved smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. In that case, thank you. Then the white-browed old monkey walked toward the door. But his body suddenly began to turn transparent like mist scattered by the wind, and tiny golden specks of light drifted up around him. Startled, Yi Chen wanted to step forward, but the old monkey raised a hand to stop him. The old monkey, his back still to Yi Chen, waved his hand, as if saying, no need, and as if making. In the end, the white-browed old monkey's figure completely dissolved into a sky, full of light specks scattering with the wind through the hall of myriad beasts, leaving behind only a faint elusive sigh, seeming both relief and release. Yi Chen held the myriad beasts scripture and the myriad beasts halberd, feeling that the handwriting on the pages seemed even warmer and more gentle. And the cold wind outside the hall seemed to soften a little at this moment. Master, Yi Chen said, looking at Lin Yue as his nose stung. He was already dead long ago. It was this obsession that kept him going. Now that the obsession has been settled, the breath he was holding in can finally be released. Lin Yue watched the direction where the white-browed old monkey had vanished, and his voice carried a note of calm acceptance. All right, enough mourning. I'm quite interested in the details of this story. Are the two of you interested? Still confused, Xianming asked. Sect Master, why are you always so interested in the affairs of ants? Don't you two wonder who this old monkey was? A monkey never once appeared in the story. Don't you two wonder whether Zhang Qiao was kind to all junior martial brothers, or only to the master of this secret? Don't you two wonder where Zhang Qiao's remains actually are? Don't you two wonder how the master of this secret realm walked out of the forbidden corpse transformation cliff? This barrage of questions left Xianming completely dumbfounded. If he hadn't heard this story, Xianming truly wouldn't be curious. Or if Lin Yue asked him again after some time, his answer would still be not curious. But this was precisely asked right after Xianming had just heard the story. Xianming scratched his head. Sect Master, do you know? Lin Yue spread his hands, his tone calm. I don't know. Xianming complained inwardly. Then what the hell are you asking for? I don't know, but I'm curious. Are you two interested in going to the scene to take a look? A sly glint flashed through Lin Yue's eyes. How do we go? Yi Chen immediately pressed his eyes full of anticipation. Suddenly Xianming stared at Lin Yue, in shock, his eyes lighting up. By going upstream against the river of time. Yes, going upstream against the river of time to return to the past. Lin Yue's voice carried excitement. In his past life, Lin Yue had read many fantasy novels. Whenever he saw protagonists shuttling through the river of time, a surge of hot-blooded excitement welled up in his heart. Then Xianming said dejectedly, Sect Master, do you even know where the river of time is? He had heard of the river of time from the elders of his clan, but even after reaching the immortal venerable realm, he was still told that he lacked the strength and the qualification. Seeing how dejected he was, Lin Yue's eyes curved slightly, and he lightly flicked his fingertip. Snap! The instant that crisp sound settled Xianming, and Yi Chen felt the light and shadows before them change abruptly. By the time they reacted, their feet were already standing in a completely different stretch of starry sky. Here there was none of the ordinary universe's dim, cold desolation. Instead, fine silver radiance filled the space, as if someone had crushed a galaxy and scattered it across the sky. Even with every breath, one could touch the faint coolness of time. Xianming had barely steadied himself when the strange fluctuation beneath his feet startled him so much that his hair stood on end. It was not the feel of earth, but a flowing, age-laden texture, as if he were treading upon millions of years. What is this? Xianming looked down. This starry sky beneath his feet was flowing slowly, countless tiny specks of light drifting along invisible trajectories. Occasionally a light speck burst open and briefly revealed blurry images. The slaughter of an ancient battlefield, the silhouette of a cultivator meditating, or even scenes of young demon beasts playing. Then in an instant they dispersed into the silver glow. The outer reaches of the river of time. Lin Yue said with a hint of amusement in his voice, his gaze toward the end of the starry sky. There a majestic silver river was surging slowly. Its surface gleamed with a warm, yet inviolable luster, as if condensed from countless fragments of time. Countless orbs of light rose and sank within the river's waters, some wrapped in the dawn glow of ancient eras, others reflecting the lingering snow of old domains. Every orb was a frozen fragment of the past. Seen from afar, the entire river looked like a silver ribbon spanning heaven and earth, so magnificent, it made one's heart tremble. Gazing at that silver glow, Lin Yue felt a sense of unreality rise in his chest. He had never expected that he would truly come to this river of time. Just then a majestic shout suddenly came from afar. "How dare you? Who dares to trespass into the forbidden grounds of the river of time?" As the voice fell, a figure clad in dark gold time battle armor appeared out of thin air. The figure was tall and imposing, his armor covered with flowing patterns of laws. Plainly this should be the guardian of the river of time. Xianming tried to sense the other party's aura, but all he felt was a vast emptiness. Xianming pouted. This guardian of the river of time was at least one major realm above him in cultivation. Once one entered the 9th stage Saint Realm, one could conceal one's aura. If you couldn't sense someone's aura, there were only two possibilities. First, the other party's strength was higher than yours. Second, they possessed a treasure that concealed their aura. Of course, there was a third possibility, a dead person. He had long heard the clan elders say that the river of time was forbidden ground and none but immortal emperors could enter. This meant the guardian here was at least an immortal monarch. It seemed the old fellows in the clan were not honest after all. Clearly they too had come to this river of time. The guardian of the river of time swept his gaze over Lin Yue and the other two, carrying the unique pressure of the law of time. When his gaze fell on Lin Yue in particular, his brow suddenly furrowed. The aura on you is not right. He could not sense Lin Yue's aura. No, he could sense it. What he sensed was a dangerous aura. "I merely wish to take a trip along the river of time and look at a stretch of the past," Lin Yue said lightly, casually tapping his fingertip. He had not originally planned to act, but this guardian's pressure had faintly locked onto Yi Chun and Xuanming, clearly showing no intention of letting them pass easily. The guardian's face darkened, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lin Yue. "How could the river of time allow you to pry into it as you please? Withdraw at once, or don't blame me for suppressing you with the law of time." "Then try it," Lin Yue said nonchalantly. Before the words faded, the guardian produced an hourglass-shaped scepter. Inside the hourglass atop the scepter, what flowed was not sand, but fine silver radiance. Countless silver threads flew out from the hourglass, weaving together in midair into a massive net. Lawlight flickered between the net's meshes as it descended toward Lin Yue and the others. Seeing this, Xianming immediately moved to unleash a Dragon Clan divine ability in defense, but Lin Yue raised a hand to stop him. "No need," Lin Yue said calmly, his body unmoving. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the silver net. Snap! The next second, a terrifying pressure far beyond the guardian's imagination erupted. With Lin Yue's fingers snap, an invisible boom seemed to resound through the void. The huge net woven from silver threads of time shattered in an instant, scattering into countless fine specks of light. The guardian's pupils shrank sharply and a coppery sweetness surged into his throat. He had actually been shaken by this pressure until his chi and blood churned, nearly dropping the time scepter in his hand. He stared at Lin Yue in disbelief, his lips trembling. "You? What realm are you in?" Lin Yue did not answer. He merely took another step toward him. As that step landed, the entire outer reaches of the river of time seemed to tremble and the light orbs on the river's surface became unstable. The guardian felt as if he were crushed beneath an invisible mountain. Even breathing became difficult and the law patterns on his armor began to dim. Clearly he could no longer endure. He knew he was absolutely no match for the person before him. He could not even withstand a single move. "You? Just wait. The river of time is forbidden ground. It will absolutely not allow you to enter." Gnashing his teeth, the guardian left behind a face-saving threat, then dared not linger any longer. He turned into a beam of light and fled in panic toward the depths of the river of time. Even as he fled, he could not help looking back at Lin Yue and muttering, "Damn. Where did this Immortal Emperor monster come from? And a goddamn mid-stage Immortal Emperor monster at that. How can this realm appear in such a low-dimensional space?" Though the muttering was faint, it clearly reached Xuanming. Xuanming's jaw dropped as he stared at Lin Yue in shock. He had only known that Lin Yue was powerful, but he had never imagined that Lin Yue had reached such a legendary realm. After all, in the entire immortal realm, there were only 3 immortal emperors, each guarding the human race, the demon race, and the devil race. These 3 immortal emperors stood in a tripod balance, sustaining the development of the immortal realm. Such an existence was actually the sect master he spent every day with. He finally understood why his own sect master was so interested in ants. Once one became an immortal emperor, wouldn't one find some amusement for oneself? If he were an immortal emperor, he would probably be even more idle than the sect master. Lin Yue smiled, gave no further explanation, and simply turned to gaze at the majestic river of time. "Let's go. This is only the outer edge of the river of time." The stretch of the past we're looking for should be in one of the nodes out here. After saying this, he released his Immortal Emperor consciousness. In only a few breaths, found it. As the words fell, he took the lead and walked toward the flowing silver glow, his steps calm and unhurried, as if what flowed beneath his feet were not countless millennia of time, but an ordinary road. Watching Lin Yue and the other two enter the river of time, the guardian in the distance let out a sigh. I'd better report to the general after all. Back to the time after Lin Weiner's battle with Sun Jun, the young lord of Qishua Manor. Sun Jun's reeling silhouette vanished entirely into the depths of the reed marsh. Lin Weiner watched the unyielding Sun Jun and shrugged with indifference. At the early stage of the fourth-tier primordial spirit realm, he was far from a match for her innate Tao body. The lingering blood-red ripples on the surface of Qingyun Pool still trembled faintly with the sound waves that had yet to disperse in the air. Lin Weiner lowered her eyes to glance at her palm. The faint gray cyan sonic halo that had rippled from the bone flute during her fight with Sun Jun had not yet fully faded. Her fingertips traced the crack on the clay ocarina that had mostly healed, and she could clearly feel the warm, gentle breath flowing within the ancient instrument. This clay ocarina, picked up from the ruins of the stone cottage, seemed to have formed an inexpressible bond with her innate Tao body through their constant companionship. Even the spiritual energy stirred when she played; it was denser than before. She turned and walked back to the edge of the pool, where a faintly dazzling light seemed to be glinting. At this moment, 2 or 3 specks of bright white light seeped out of the damp soil. She crouched down and brushed aside the dead leaves, revealing several overlooked heavenly sound beads beneath the earth. Heavenly sound beads worked much like jade pendants worn on the body. They deepened one's understanding of the Tao of sound, and laid into weapons they strengthened the attack of musical melodies. In the soil around the heavenly sound beads lay a strand of silver fur as fine as a hair. Squeak, squeak. A crisp rodent call came from the reeds, and Lin Weiner looked up. 3 snow-white wind-hearing mice poked their heads out from behind the reed leaves. The silver strands on the tips of their tails were no longer swaying gently, but trembling violently to some urgent rhythm. The leading one held a crimson resonance fruit, glowing with a crimson sheen in its front paws. The veins on the fruit faintly formed a pattern resembling a war banner. "This is no ordinary crimson resonance fruit," Lin Weiner said, sensing the unusual aura radiating. Amid the sweet but not cloying fragrance of the fruit was a heavy breath interwoven with gunpowder smoke and hot blood, utterly different from the gentle scent of vegetation she usually knew. The wind-hearing mice no longer looked timid; instead they seemed anxious and eager. The little leader pushed the crimson resonance fruit to her hand. Then it dragged its small claws heavily across the hem of her robe, turned and dashed toward the dense forest behind the stone cottage. After every few steps it looked back and gave a short cry, as if urging her to follow. "Where are you trying to take me?" Lin Weiner picked up the crimson resonance fruit. The instant her fingertip touched the fruit's skin, a scorching surge of energy poured into her body. Her innate Tao body shuddered abruptly, as though awakening some dormant memory. There were visions of countless forebears wielding weapons and fighting through blood. The grand scenes of war, banners standing firm in the smoke of battle and bugles blaring during the charge. Lin Weiner gently rubbed the wind-hearing mouse's soft white fur with her fingertip. A faint gray cyan sound wave flowed out of the bone flute and seeped into the creature's fur. The wind-hearing mouse gave a comfortable squeak, and the silver strands on the tip of its tail swayed even more merrily. Her heart stirred slightly. Earlier the wind-hearing mice had shown her goodwill because of the sound-condensing stone. Their current behavior suggested that something related to the Tao of sound was hidden deep in the secret realm. And these little beasts, so sensitive to Tao resonance, had happened to sense the connection. As she followed the wind-hearing mice through the pine forest, the fragrance of grass and trees gradually gave way to a heavy air of bronze rust and charcoal fire. At the end of the dense forest was a cliff covered with vines, and on its surface were faint mottled carvings. Leaning closer, she saw countless incomplete sword scars, blade marks, and some blurred characters. Though the full picture could no longer be made out, the power of each stroke conveyed the fervent emotions of whoever had carved them long ago. In the middle of the cliff was a crevice only wide enough for one person to pass through. The light within was not the soft glow of glowstones, but a crimson radiance with a metallic luster. She could faintly hear thud ding coming from inside. The sound was nothing like dripping water. It was more like the heavy roll of war drums and the crisp clash of bronze swords weaving into a rhythm that was fierce with killing intent, yet filled with stirring strength. The leading wind-hearing mouse slipped into the crevice without hesitation, and Lin Weiner parted the tangled vines and followed. The moment she stepped inside, a wave of heat rushed to meet her, as if she had stepped into a military tent on an ancient battlefield. Within the crevice, a stone staircase wound downward. Set into the steps were not glowstones, but chunks of or glowing with a dark red luster. The oars cast a faint yet steady light through the darkness, making the passage look like a blood-red corridor. On both sides of the staircase, the stone walls were covered with continuous images. There were soldiers solemnly lined up before battle weapons clashing in fierce combat, the wounded supporting one another with unyielding endurance, and the jubilation of raising banners high after victory. Beside every image were several grooves of different depths. The notes formed by these grooves carried a distinctly clanging rhythm completely different from the gentle melodies on the blue stone slabs at the bottom of the pool earlier. After descending the stairs for about half an incense stick's time, the passage suddenly opened into a spacious cavern. It was called a cavern, yet it had none of the usual stalactites or stone hollows. In their place, bronze-colored stone pillars stood in neat rows across the floor. The pillars varied in height, the tallest about 10 feet high, the shortest only knee-high. At the top of each pillar hung a bronze bell the size of a fist. And in the vaulted ceiling of the cavern were inlaid dozens of crystals that could reflect light. Sunlight was refracted by the crystals onto the bells, making the rust on the bronze glow with golden light. Even more shocking, a broken stone war drum stood deep inside the cavern. The drumhead was covered with cracks, yet the toughness it had in its prime was still visible. Beside the drum lay several broken bronze horns, and a trace of black ash remained inside the tubes, as if left behind from the last time they were sounded. The rhythm now echoing through the cavern came from these bronze bells. Wind poured in from vents at the top of the cavern and swept past the bells of different heights. The bells on the tall pillars gave off crisp ding-ding sounds like bugles sounding the charge. The bells on the low pillars produced deep thud-thud echoes just like war drums being beaten. The bells of medium height linked them together with a quick urgent rhythm like the footsteps of running soldiers and the clangor of weapons colliding. The three interwove into a melody that carried both the spirit of slaughter and the power to inspire. Every note was like an unsheathed sword, keen enough to cut through enemy lines and stirring enough to ignite the fighting will within one's heart. Standing in the center of the cavern, Lin Yue felt the blood in her body boil with this rhythm. She seemed to see the figures of countless forebears on the battlefield. When facing powerful enemies, they did not retreat. They raised their weapons and met hardship heated. Even when wounded and bleeding, they forced themselves to stand and grip their war banners tightly. When the bugle of victory sounded, they forgot their pain, cheered, and embraced one another, letting their banners fly high amid the smoke of battle. This melody held not the slightest cowardice or lament, only the determination to resist to the end and the unwavering firmness of unity. And the heroic boldness of winning final victory. It was a war song legacy Lin Yue had never seen. At least the Qingyun Sect did not possess it, and if the Qingyun Sect did not, then no other place ever would. Lin Yue firmly believed that this melody came from a miraculous nation. In it she heard an iron will and an unyielding soul that would never accept defeat. From this melody, she even seemed to see the totem of that nation, a lifelike golden dragon. This dragon was unlike any dragon she had ever known. This dragon gave Lin Yue a sense of sanctity, as if it did not exist in this world. This is a war song bearing the will to victory. Lin Yue's voice trembled slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously moved to the bone flute at her waist. She tried to imitate the drumming thud with the bone flute. As soon as the flute note faded, a majestic force surged from the flute and resonated powerfully with the rhythm in the cavern. The war images on the stone walls faintly glowed red, as if responding to her playing. But she quickly discovered that the bone flute alone could not fully render the essence of this war song. The bone flute's tone was sharp, but it lacked the depth of the war drum and the soaring fervor of the bronze horn. It could not completely convey the momentum of all hearts as one fight to the bitter end. The wind, hearing mice gathered around her feet. The little leader no longer made gentle cries. Instead, it knocked its head firmly against the stone war drum, then pointed its paw at the bronze horn nearby. Understanding what it meant, Lin Yue walked to the war drum and gently stroked the broken drum head. Her fingertips could feel the imprints of force left on the drum's skin from countless impacts. She took a deep breath, fully mobilized the power of her innate Dao body, clenched her fists, and struck the war drum heavily in time with the rhythm of the cavern's war song. Thud! The first drumbeat landed, and the whole cavern trembled with it. The war images on the stone walls flared crimson. The soldiers in formation and the waving blades seemed about to step out of the stone. Lin Yue's heart surged. She continued to beat in rhythm, and every strike felt like a dialogue with the will of her forebears. She beat out the rhythm of the charge and saw soldiers raising their weapons high and charging into the enemy formation with battle cries. She beat out the rhythm of defense and saw warriors covering one another, building an impenetrable wall with their bodies. She beat out the rhythm of victory and saw banners rising through the smoke while cheers echoed across the battlefield. As the drumbeats grew faster and more urgent, the bronze bells in the cavern trembled violently along with them. Though the bronze horn was broken, the drumbeats drew from it a faint, elusive resonance, as if countless forebears were blowing the charge together. Sweat seeped from Lin Yue's temples, and her arms ached slightly from the unrelenting effort, but she did not stop. She could feel that this war song contained not only the power of the Tao of sound, but also a spiritual inheritance that transcended time and space. It was the unyielding pride of never bowing to a mighty enemy, the courage to sacrifice willingly for victory, and the faith of standing together with one heart and united strength. Just as the drumbeats and the bells fully merged into a complete war song, a sudden clack burst from the floor at the center of the cavern. A bluestone slab about 10 feet square slowly split apart, revealing a stone platform suspended in midair. On the platform, there were no precious jade ornaments or intricate cauldrons, only a yellowed bamboo scroll bound with a bronze chain. Its cover bore several vigorous ancient characters: formation shattering, triumphal march. Lin Yue stopped drumming, walked quickly to the platform, unfastened the bronze chain, and unrolled the bamboo. The writing on the scroll was somewhat blurred, but the force of every character was still clear. The formation shattering triumphal march is passed down to those who resist. Use the sound of killing to break enemy formations, and use stirring resonance to uplift the people's spirit. Whenever a powerful enemy presses against the border and a crisis is at hand, play this melody to unite the hearts of the multitudes, quicken the spirit of valor, and ultimately attain the fruit of victory. The scroll also recorded in detail the way to play the formation-shattering, triumphal march. The war drum must serve as the foundation, and the bronze horn as the guide before the full power of the melody could be released. The heavy sound waves of the war drum could shatter an enemy's mind, and the stirring rhythm of the bronze horn could awaken one's own fighting spirit. More importantly, this melody was not merely a sharp weapon for battle, it was a banner for the spirit. When it was played, it could make those who heard it remember the struggles of their forebears and remember the power of unity, so that even in desperate circumstances they could give rise to a conviction never to give up. Moreover, although the war drum is the foundation and the bronze horn the guide, and neither can be omitted when a nation is invaded, when a homeland is destroyed, when lives are threatened. The conviction to annihilate the invaders, the faith in one's nation, and the hope for victory mean that even if only one of them, the war drum or the bronze horn, remains, the full power of the formation-shattering, triumphal march can burst forth. The power of the formation-shattering triumphal march had nothing to do with cultivation-based realm or combat strength. So that's it. What this melody carries is the longing for victory, faith in one's nation, and the conviction to destroy the invaders. Lin Yue suddenly understood. She picked up a relatively intact bronze horn beside the war drum. Using spiritual power to control the war drum and the bone flute, she began to play the formation-shattering, triumphal march according to the bamboo scroll's instructions. The bronze horn sounded at her lips, its rousing melody like a bugle piercing through the clouds. The war drum continued to vibrate on its own, sending out heavy beats. The bone flute wove in from the side, its sharp notes like the gleam of blades and flashes of swords on a battlefield. The moment the three instruments joined, the red light in the cavern reached its peak, and the war images on the stone walls came alive. Countless soldiers in ancient armor stepped out of the stone walls. Holding weapons, they formed orderly ranks and advanced, charged, and fought to the rhythm of the song. They made no sound, yet from their resolute eyes and upright bearing one could feel the resolve of "we shall not return until the enemy's city falls." Looking at the scene before her, Lin Yue's eyes grew slightly hot. She seemed to see countless forebears in the long river of history who had fought through blood to defend their homeland and win victory. Their will was being passed into her hands through this formation-shattering, triumphal march. She would carve the melody completely into her mind, and let this belief in victory flow into her own blood. She knew that this war song was not only a legacy left by the secret realm, but also a weighty responsibility, a memorial to countless forebears, and a continuation of the spirit of victory. This was more than a war song, it was an inheritance and a remembrance. It commemorated the forebears who fought so tenaciously and bathed in blood for victory, and it commemorated the indestructible spirit of resistance. Lin Yue's fingertips still rested on the surface of the stone war drum. The residual force from her earlier strike flowed through her palm, intertwining with the lingering melody of the formation-breaking triumph march in the cavern. The revived ancient armored soldiers on the stone walls had not yet faded. In their formation marching postures lay an unyielding will spanning 1,000 years. Some soldiers, though their armor was broken, still clutched their broken swords. Others, bearing wounds on their shoulders, still held their heads high. Even those who had fallen pointed their fingertips toward the enemy lines, as if still passing on the signal to charge. "So this is the will of our forebears," Yue murmured softly, her palm unconsciously tightening. When she had struck the war drum moments ago, she clearly felt a warm force surge through the drum's surface into her body. That force was not as turbulent as spiritual energy, but as gentle as spring rain soaking the fields. It flowed slowly along her meridians and finally gathered into the Qi Sea within her dantian. The innate Tao embryo seemed awakened by that force, trembling gently in her dantian and emitting a faint cyan halo. The cyan halo stirred the somewhat stagnant spiritual power in her Qi Sea, making it flow ever more smoothly. Subconsciously, she began to play the formation-breaking triumph march, once more the impassioned brass horn and the shrill bone flute intertwining. Though the war drum was not struck again, it trembled faintly in resonance with the melody. This time the tune was imbued with a deeper understanding of what it meant to be unyielding. It was no longer a mere imitation of the melody. She had woven into it the perseverance of the ancient armored soldiers, the decisiveness of their charges, and the heroic valor of victory. As the first notes sounded, the crystals on the cavern's ceiling suddenly refracted an even brighter light, illuminating the bronze and stone pillars that filled the ground, as if it were broad daylight. The bronze bells atop the stone pillars also swayed violently, producing crisp, tinkling sounds that matched her music perfectly. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed stirred by this rhythm and poured in through the cavern's vents, transforming into visible streams of cyan airflow that coiled around Wainer. She could clearly sense that this spiritual energy was purer than ever and carried the power of conviction, sharing the same origin as the formation-breaking triumph march. It was the will condensed by countless forebears in their struggles, and at this moment it willingly merged into her meridians, helping her assault the realm's bottleneck. The innate Tao art was driven to its limit. The Qi in her dantian was like a rising tide, with spiritual power constantly surging and expanding. Under the dual nourishment of the power of conviction and spiritual energy, the barrier of the mid-stage fourth-order primordial spirit realm began to crack. Lin Wainer raised the intensity of the brass horn and bone flute by another 3 degrees. The battle song's killing intent and rousing spirit turned into an invisible hammer. Dong! A thunderclap seemed to explode within her dantian, and spiritual energy surged into the Qi like a flood breaking through a levee. In that instant, her dantian expanded to nearly twice its original size. Her originally Paliscian spiritual power gradually acquired a rich, lustrous, white like fine mutton fat jade. Her primordial spirit slowly rose within the Qi, and its once blurry outline became incomparably clear. With the aid of this force, Lin Wainer broke through in one stroke and reached the peak stage of the fourth-order primordial spirit realm. At the instant of breakthrough, the ancient armored soldier figures in the cavern gave a soundless cheer, then dissolved into specks of red light that merged into Wainer's body. She stopped playing and let out a long breath. The sweat on her palms was evaporated by spiritual energy, yet the aura around her grew ever more steady. The wind-hearing mice crowded around, rubbing their fluffy bodies against the hem of her skirt, while the silver strands at the tips of their tails shimmered with joyful light. The leading mouse pushed the gleaming crimson resonance fruit in front of her once more, as if congratulating her on her breakthrough. Lin Wainer smiled and picked up the crimson resonance fruit. With a light squeeze from her fingertips, the fruit's flesh turned into warm juice that flowed down her throat. This time the juice unexpectedly carried traces of the power of conviction. It slid down her throat into her dantian, making the newly broken through primordial spirit even more consolidated. She stroked the wind-hearing mouse's head and said softly, "Thank you. If you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have obtained this inheritance." As if answering her, the wind-hearing mice squeaked. The wind-hearing mouse she had just stroked swept its long tail through the last patch of morning dew in the grass, then turned into a gray-brown shadow and darted into the dense forest. Lin Wainer nodded slightly toward the direction it had disappeared. Her fingertips still retained the soft warmth from feeding its spirit grain just now, though. She then turned and cast her gaze toward the deeper reaches of the secret realm. The humus beneath her feet was soft as velvet, and with every step, she caught the fresh fragrance of plants interwoven with spiritual resonance. When she reached a shady cliff, she suddenly stopped. 3 grade 4 spirit herbs, cyan veined Ganoderma, hung from the cliff face. Their caps glowed with a warm luster, and the veins along their edges shifted slowly, as if alive. Lin Wainer took out a jade trowel, and with gentle movements dug them up together with the soil around their roots. The moment she put them into her storage pouch, she heard a rustling sound behind her. Turning around, she saw a lizard as red as flame crouching on a rock, its triangular head raised slightly, a tongue of fire about an inch long flickering from its mouth. It was a demon beast at the peak of the 3-order primordial spirit realm, the Crimson Flame Lizard. The Crimson Flame Lizard glared at Lin Wainer with menacing intensity. Power slowly gathered in its mouth, and a fireball appeared between its jaws. An entire major realm of suppression, and a suppression by someone as heaven-defying as Lin Wainer at that. In her eyes, this demon beast was nothing but trash. Her right hand shaped 2 fingers into a sword, and a sounds word condensed at her fingertip. Before the Crimson Flame Lizard could spit out its fireball, the blade struck it square on the forehead. The Crimson Flame Lizard then plummeted into a bottomless abyss. After traveling for half an incense stick's time, Lin Wainer discovered a grade 3 spirit herb moondew grass beside a stream. This grass grows only when the moonlight is at its peak, and the dew condensed on its leaves can nourish spiritual power. She was bending down to gather it when she suddenly sensed an unusual spiritual power fluctuation ahead. Unlike the ferocity of demon beasts, it carried a refined, scholarly air. Following that fluctuation, she moved forward, and the scene before her suddenly transformed. The dense forest was gone, replaced by a clearing paved with bluestone. In the middle of the clearing stood a 10-foot stone gate. On the lintel were carved 2 ancient seal script characters, E-Realm. Lin Yue reached out and pushed lightly. The stone door opened without a sound. At the instant the door opened, cyan and green surged before her eyes, as if she had plunged into a boundless sea of jadeite. What met her eyes was a bamboo forest with no end in sight. Every stalk was a full 100 feet tall. The bamboo was so vividly green and translucent that it seemed carved from jadeite imbued with spiritual resonance. Fine pale golden patterns coiled around the bamboo joints. Sunlight filtered through layer upon layer of leaves, scattering tiny golden specks onto the moss-covered ground like a handful of breathing star fragments. When the wind passed through the bamboo forest, it produced no ordinary rustling of leaves. Instead, it gave rise to a clear, crisp sound, like jade striking jade. Extremely faint sound waves within that sound began to resonate faintly with the warm, mellow aura of the clay Xuan at her waist, causing the innate Tao embryo in her dantian to tremble involuntarily. Even the star patterns on the bone flute flickered with fine cyan light. The moss underfoot was as thick as a velvet carpet, soft, but not slippery. When her fingertips brushed along the bamboo, she could feel the warmth of spirit patterns flowing within. This was no ordinary bamboo. It was the Qingyun bamboo suffused with the spiritual energy of sound Tao. Invisible strings seemed to hide within its hollow stalk. When the wind passed, it would pluck out a natural melody. Faint green mist drifted through the depths of the bamboo grove, where spirit fireflies the size of rice grains fluttered. Dragging hair-thin trails of light, they spun in flocks around the bamboo joints. Whenever one alighted on a branch, the spiritual patterns would flash once as if greeting her. Lin Yue followed the thickening Tao resonance ahead. Her skirt brushed the undergrowth beneath the bamboo, kicking up tiny beads of dew. The moss underfoot was wet and soft, its touch wrapped in cool moisture mixed with a faint earthy scent after rain. After a while, she suddenly glanced down and found that the moss beneath her feet was gradually stained with extremely faint 5 elements talisman marks. The wood rune took the shape of an unfurled bamboo leaf, its edges bearing delicate veins. The fire rune was a leaping arc tipped with specks of orangerd. The earth rune was a broad square, its surface engraved with fine dense lines. The water rune was a flowing ripple spreading outward ring by ring. The metal rune was a sharp sword shape, a glint of cold light flashing along its blade. With each step, the rune beneath her foot lit up with a faint glow like a guiding star in the night sky, slowly drawing her toward the heart of the bamboo grove along the path of Tao resonance. When the mist at last dispersed, a clearing of about 3 zhang square appeared before her. The Qingyun bamboo encircling it grew even thicker, the spiritual patterns on their stalks glowing ever brighter. The melody the wind played turned deeper and steadier, as if accompanying the sight at the center of the clearing. There 5 chessboards sat arranged in a flawless 5 elements formation, each equally spaced from the others, together forming a perfect 5-point star. At the top was the wood position, then clockwise fire, earth, metal, and water. The 5 elements engender and overcome one another. Each board exuded a radically different spiritual aura. The wood chi was fresh, the fire chi warm, the earth chi heavy, the metal chi piercing, and the water chi cool. All these disparate currents were threaded together by a faint golden web of light. The web hugged the ground like a thin veil of radiance, rippling gently with the flow of spiritual energy, forming a cycle of endless generation. Wherever the web swept past, it left fleeting 5 elements runes in its wake. The colors of the runes matched the spiritual energy of their corresponding positions, echoing the patterns on the Qingyun bamboo from afar, until even the air itself shimmered with faint Tao resonance. The board at the wood position was carved from a 1,000-year-old Qingyun bamboo stalk. Its deep green surface was polished smooth as jade, faintly reflecting the surrounding bamboo shadows, its edges carved with entwined bamboo leaf scrollwork. Liquid cyan spiritual energy seeped through the veins of the grain, as if new shoots were about to sprout at any instant. The playing pieces on the board were also made from Qingyun bamboo. The black bamboo stones shimmered deep emerald, while the white ones gleamed pale cyan, set in an unfinished endgame called Bamboo Labyrinth. The black stones hemmed the white side's main force in like dense bamboo, yet left a tiny seam of hope in the corner. Just as this forest seemed impenetrable, yet hid winding paths, the position held the Tao principle of wood's resilience. The board at the metal position was forged from black iron, radiating a cold metallic sheen. Drawing near, one could feel a biting chill. The board bore no extra ornament. Only minuscule sword-shaped grooves were cut into each star point. A fingertip brushing against them felt a sharpness that pierced the bone, as if sword chi might draw blood at any moment. The stones were ground from meteoric iron, extraordinarily dense and heavy in the hand. The black stones lay like inked jade sinking into a deep pool, their surfaces polished to a mirror glow. The white ones gleamed like cold silver under the moon. They were set in an unfinished endgame called Ironclad Cavalry. Black and white stones interwove at the center of the board. The black drawn into square phalanxes, the white stretched into a long serpent line, like 2 armies poised on the brink of battle. Each stone carried a knife-edge murderous aura. Leaning closer to the board, one could almost hear the distant clash of weapons. a phantom resonance of battlefields conjured by spiritual energy, revealing metal's cutting nature. The board at the fire position was carved from volcanic red jade. Beneath its surface, flames seemed to shift and flow. Dark crimson veins flickered with the surge of spiritual energy, like dancing fire tongues. The stones were of volcanic ruby crystal. The black ones looked like burning charcoal, the white ones like darting streams of fire laid out in the unfinished endgame of beacons of war. The white stones were trapped in the upper left corner by the black, seemingly already beyond escape. Yet 3 white stones had carved a single line through the black encirclement. That line formed a path of fire plunging into the black formation with prairie fire ferocity. The board's flame veins warmed with the momentum, suffusing the air itself with heat, a display of fire's blazing ardor. The board at the water position was polished from millennial ice spirit crystal, its surface clear as a mirror. Inside, slow water seemed to flow. At times, tiny ripples could be seen drifting across the star points, as if alive. The stones were condensed from deep-sea ice spirit essence. Black stones resembled a deep pool reflecting the night. White stones were like frost and snow layered over a river composed in the endgame of a vast river's 10,000-mile tide. The black and white stones were arranged along the board's edges like circling rivers, with a lone white stone at the center, like a small boat. It seemed defenseless, yet by borrowing the river tide's momentum it could revive the entire position. The water ripple grain on the board rose and fell softly, with Lin Yue's breathing hiding the mystery of water's subtle grace. The board at the central earth position, meanwhile, was fired from purple clay, its texture moist and warm like Hittian jade. Fine fieldridge lines were etched into its surface, giving off an aura of deep stability, as if it could bear the weight of all things. The pieces were shaped from millennium old clay, black ones like fertile loam, white ones like plain earthen shards. In the endgame of virtue carries all. The black and white stones intertwined without any clear offense or defense, yet at the center they formed a closed circle, a cycle of all things returning to the earth. Faint earth attribute spiritual energy oozed from the fieldridge veins, sharing kinship with the condensed soundstone Lin Yue had acquired earlier, embodying earth's profound weight. Underneath the 5 boards, the pale golden web of light revolved slowly with the circulation of 5 elements qi. The cyan aura of the wood position poured into the fire position, stoking the red jade board's flames ever brighter. The red aura of the fire position dissolved into the earth position, brightening the furrows on the purple clay board. The brown aura of the earth position seeped into the metal position, honing the cold gleam of the black iron board. The golden aura of the metal position merged into the water position, making the crystal board's currents flow more briskly. The blue aura of the water position circled back to the wood position, moistening the spiritual patterns on the bamboo board. Lin Yue stepped into the formation. The instant her foot touched the web of light, the stones on all 5 boards let out a soft hum in unison. The minging bamboo stones on the wood board stirred in the breeze. The meteoric iron stones on the dark iron board trembled faintly. The ruby crystal stones on the red jade board threw off embers. The ice crystal stones on the crystal board condensed a film of fine frost. The clay stones on the purple clay board were veiled in a blush of moss. Lin Yue drew a long, slow breath. It seemed she could only break this formation with the art of chess. Lin Yue paused before the minging bamboo board at the uppermost would position, her fingertips lightly brushing its surface. The deep azure bamboo was polished smooth as jade, reflecting the surrounding bamboo shadows. Even the cyan spiritual energy, threading through the interlocking bamboo leaf patterns, was plainly visible. The position before her was a vexing sight. A great cluster of white stones, 20 or more, was hemmed in on every side by black stones. It was like being trapped within an impenetrable bamboo grove, with scarcely a crack left anywhere to slip through. The black stones at the upper left were particularly solid, like aged bamboo roots twisting into a knot beneath the soil. There was no gap to thrust into, and little room left to maneuver. The black stones at the upper right stretched diagonally, layer upon layer before them, like bamboo boughs reaching outward, sealing the path beyond recovery. Below, the black stones lay linked in pairs with an extra hain thrown in like green bamboo shoots, just breaking ground, densely sealing the exit at the bottom. Only in the lower left corner had black stood a stone on the 3rd horizontal line, and stretched out another on the 4th. In between yawned a gap the size of a fingernail, faintly resembling a narrow path. Yet a moment's thought told Lin Yue it was a trap. If she played there now, her stone would be captured the instant it landed, plunging the encircled white center into even graver danger. The resilience of wood lies in yielding not in rigidity. Lin Yue picked up a pale azure white stone, the cool warmth of the minging bamboo meeting her palm. She thought of her childhood, the eldest daughter of the city lord's manor, for whom her father had specially engaged a master of great renown to teach her. That master once pointed at the bamboo in the courtyard and said, "When the wind comes, the bamboo bends. When the wind passes, it stands straight. Borrow the momentum rather than resist it, and life will find its way through." By this he meant when the gale arrives, the bamboo bows. When the gale is gone, it rises again. It goes along with the wind's force, and for that reason, it is never snapped. Now black was just such a gale. If she were to charge straight through, it would be no different from an egg smashing against a stone. She could only adjust herself slowly along the grain of black's movements, and only then find a way out of this airless formation. She first turned her attention to the trapped white stones. Only 3 liberties remained around them. If black filled even one, this great mass of white would be in danger. Yet black stones were firmly established on every side with far more room to turn than white. To simply wait was out of the question. After pondering a while, she set her first white stone on the 6th horizontal line near the center of the board, 1 stone without from the main body. The move looked utterly useless. It neither cut black's path nor created a secure base. A slow and different play seemingly of no account, and yet it gave the dragon's shape a little more room to open up. Black, as expected, answered by conventional logic, playing on the 5th horizontal line to fill one of white's liberties. After all, so vast a white formation was already in peril. Blocking its air first could hardly go amiss. Lin Yue's heart relaxed. This was precisely the rhythm she wanted. She lifted a second white stone at once and set it on the 7th horizontal line in the upper right beside black's stone. The moment the pale azure stone touched the board, the luminous veins upon it gave a subtle skip, and black, as expected, at once hanged on the 6th horizontal line. Black wanted to wall off this white stone and prevent it from burrowing deeper. Unhurried, Lin Yue laid a 3rd stone on the 5th horizontal line, wedging it directly beside black's latest move and nipping a small cut into black's path. The timing of the wedge was superb. If black played on the 4th horizontal line to swallow this white stone, the diagonal black array at the upper right would reveal a gap. If black declined to save it, this white stone could capture the one that had just hanged and gain 2 extra liberties. Black hesitated, as if mulling it over. In the end, unwilling to let its right side wall collapse, it chose to play on the 4th horizontal line. Lin Yue went with the flow, removing the black stone that had hanged. A flash of pale azure burst onto the board. Yet black immediately answered on the 5th horizontal line, trying to recapture the white stone she had just cut off. Lin Yue had long since prepared for this. Her 4th white stone landed on the 6th horizontal line, stretching forward 1 step, dodging the net, while connecting this stone to the open region at the upper right. The road that had been sealed utterly now faintly showed a slit. Black seemed to grow anxious, hurrying to insert a stone into the gap on the 7th horizontal line. This move could not be omitted, for otherwise Lin Yue's next play would snatch away 3 black stones and tear apart the upper right defenses altogether. But by spending a stone in reinforcement, black no longer had time to seal white's route through the center. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue stood a white stone on the 8th horizontal line in the center of the board, giving the cornered white group 1 more liberty. The situation had quietly shifted. That great white expanse in the center now had 4 liberties instead of 3. And at the upper right, 2 white stones had taken root like buds emerging from a fissure in rock. Seeing that white's chances of life had grown, black set its 5th stone on the 7th horizontal line in the center, still intent on barring white's road. Lin Yue did not follow suit in blocking. Instead, she took up a 6th white stone and slipped it with a gentle touch into the very heart of that solid black mass at the upper left. The move was extraordinarily perilous. The upper left black stones were firm to begin with. Thrusting a white stone among them was like inserting a thin pole into a dense bamboo grove. With the merest slip, it would be enveloped and devoured. Yet sometimes one must seek opportunity precisely in the most dangerous place. True to expectation, black was provoked by this play and immediately set down a stone on the 6th horizontal line, pressing down on the white stone in an attempt to capture it. Lin Yue's 7th white stone followed upward 1 step, landing on the 5th horizontal line. Black answered with a hane on the 8th horizontal line, trying to seal the road. Lin Yue's 8th stone landed on the 8th horizontal line, caught precisely between black's just played stone and the thick upper left formation. Now black was in a fix once more. If black played on the 3rd horizontal line to eat the white stone, the upper left black formation would open a gap. If it did not eat, this white stone would capture the one that had just hanged and bore further in besides. With patient hands, Lin Yue was slowly reviving the game. After what seemed a moment of weighing and calculation, black at last put its stone on the 3rd horizontal line. It could not countenance the collapse of the left flank as well. Lin Yue snapped back with her 9th stone on the 5th horizontal line, and black was compelled to remove that white stone from the board. Her 10th stone then extended along the 6th horizontal line, reconnecting the severed stone with the beleaguered white group in the center. After all these exchanges back and forth, white had not only lost nothing. She had also planted 2 stones steady and assured beside the black formation at the upper left. More significant still was how the room inside black's upper left position had shrunk. The more fiercely black sought to seal white to death, the less space it reserved for itself to turn. Just as a bamboo grove grown too dense is already half broken before any wind arrives. Black, as though losing its composure, dropped an 11th stone on the lower 6th horizontal line, still trying to block white. Lin Yue seized the opening and laid her 12th white stone in the vacant gap at the lower left. The white center now had a road to life with white stones supporting it on both the right and the left. Even if this lower left stone were to be captured, the loss could be recovered from another direction. There was no more need for fear. The instant Black saw her touch the lower left corner, at last it rushed a stone onto the fourth horizontal line, intent on sealing that opening shut. Lin Yue's 13th white stone hanged on the second horizontal line. Black's 14th stood firmly on the first horizontal line, intent on sealing the bottom. Her 15th white stone then landed on the third horizontal line, cutting Black's path yet again. Black's 16th stone went to the fourth horizontal line, seeking to devour the cut-off white stone. But Lin Yue made no move to save it. Instead, her 17th stone landed on the ninth horizontal line in the center of the board, granting the confined white group yet another breathing space. Black had not anticipated that she would simply abandon the lower left stone. Forced into it, Black placed its 18th stone on the second horizontal line and removed the white stone from the corner. But the very moment Black captured that stone, Lin Yue dropped her 19th white stone on the sixth horizontal line in the board center. With this one stroke, Black was caught between two irreconcilable choices. To preserve the central stone that was staring at white, it would have to play on the fifth line. Yet then the black stone at the upper right would be captured by white. To rescue the upper right stone, it would have to play on the seventh line. And then the central stone could not be saved. In the end, Black chose to save the central stone. In its view, keeping that vast expanse of white stone imprisoned outweighed the preservation of a single stone. Lin Yue's 20th white stone promptly captured the upper right black stone, then extended outward, laying white influence neatly through the upper right region. Where there had been only two roots, now there were 5 stones coalescing into a small secure zone. And this zone faced the very center where the white group still languished. One further move would join them. Seeing this white region about to connect with the center, Black hurriedly played its 21st stone on the 5th horizontal line to block the road. Lin Yue did not answer the block. Her 22nd stone went into the gap inside the upper left Black formation. Left with no alternative, Black's 23rd stone had to fill the void on the 6th horizontal line. Lin Yue's 24th stone landed on the 8th horizontal line in the center. With one light connecting touch, the upper right white stones and the great confined group in the middle were at last fully joined. At that moment, the cyan light upon the board blazed up, the bamboo leaf veins blazing in dazzling brightness. The pale azure white stones were like a wandering dragon. From the center it reached to the upper right, then coupled back to the upper left, weaving a complete living road. The black encirclement that had once been so tight now gaped with 3 breaches, leaving Black less room to maneuver than White herself. The white dragon had awakened to life. Still reluctant to accept it, Black played its 25th stone on the lower 5th horizontal line, making one last attempt to dam White's road. Lin Yue answered with her 26th stone on the lower 4th horizontal line, blocking Black's path, while also leaving a point beside it that preserved her own stones. The white group in the center now had an eye to the right, one at the upper left, and now a fresh one below. 3 eyes in all. This cluster of white stones was now fundamentally safe, incapable of being captured. No sooner had the white stone fallen than the bamboo board let out a low resonant hum. Every pale azure stone glimmered with a soft radiance, while the deep green black stones slowly faded. The cyan currents within the bamboo leaf groves turned slowly along the course of the white stones. Lin Yue exhaled gently. As her hand left the board, the faint literary aura around her stirred once again. This time the movement was no tense quiver, but rather something like a temperate nod of approval. The white stone still held in her hand, yet carried the bamboo's cool warmth, and a column of clear green radiance burst upward from the Mingyin bamboo board. Lin Yue drew a deep breath, and the air before her had already changed quietly. A warm current rode upon the wind, nothing like the crisp cool of the bamboo grove. It seemed rather like a quilt long soaking in late spring sunlight, pressing upon her skin with a warmth that was almost itchy. She turned toward the warmth and saw the fire position. A board carved of volcanic red jade, its body gleaming dark crimson in the daylight like a stone that kept a live fire hidden within. She put her hand to its surface. Her skin met the polish of jade at first, and then a thread of heat climbed up along the tips of her fingers. She examined the lines upon the board, dark red, twisting and turning, flickering faintly with each of her breaths. They were exactly like firebrands dancing in a kitchen range, swaying when the wind came, burning steady again once the wind rested. So this is the endgame of beacon fire linking cities. Lin Yue crouched down, her eyes fixed on the upper left corner. A dense crowd of white stones huddled there like people shut into a narrow courtyard. All around were walls built of black stones packed so close that even a crack grew hard to see. Yet looking more closely, 3 white stones in the center stood in a straight line like a narrow road hidden in the courtyard. That narrow road led quietly into the belly of Black's position. The fire path she had sensed before. Fire is a thing that most abhors being blocked by force, and equally abhors a reckless charge. Leave it a spark and it will burn across the heavens and the fields. White was hemmed in, yes, but the fire path of those 3 white stones was the spark. As long as one fed it with a little wind and flame along that path, it could blaze its way out. Lin Yue picked up a white stone carved from volcanic ruby crystal. In her hand, it was heavier than the bamboo stones, bearing a warm, moist heat, like taking hold of a warm jade freshly drawn from the embers. She lowered her head and thought. She did not play along the fire path of those 3 stones. Instead, she set her white stone beside Black's wall. A black stone landed near her move at once. Hurriedly, it came to repair the wall, afraid that this white stone would poke a hole in the ramparts. Of course it must patch. Lin Yue smiled within. Black's mind was now filled with nothing but stoppages, fearful that white would slip out through some crack. Now whenever she set a stone beside its wall, Black would hasten to block. But in doing so, Black's attention was drawn to this side, and the fire path on the other side loosened a little more. She picked up another white stone, and this time she advanced toward the far end of the fire path. That place was the border of Black's heartland, where only a single white stone had stood alone before, as though the fire path's exit had been half plugged. Now she set this stone beside it, pressing them together like adding one more block to the mouth of the road, and widening the Black moved again, but this time it did not attend to the fire path's mouth. Instead, it played inside the upper left corner, where White's group was trapped, trying to seal White's road there even more tightly. Seeing this, Lin Yue smiled faintly. So Black too recognized the fire path as a hidden danger. But precisely because it recognized that danger, it could not neglect the trapped White group for long. Fearful that while it sealed the fire path this way, White would worm through some other gap that way. For now, though, Black's intention appeared to be sealing the upper left White group completely, and only then coming back to deal with the fire path. Lin Yue let a smile of quiet triumph surface, for that was exactly what she had hoped for. She watched the black stone land on the reinforcement point, her fingertips idly caressing the vermilion crystal white stone cradled in her palm. A trace of gentle warmth seemed to travel along her nerves toward her heart, and a subtle glimmer of understanding quietly spread across her eyes. The black stone was now wholly fixated on sealing off the white stones, its entire attention locked onto the loosened gap, had just prized open. Yet it failed to notice that along the upper left wall this hasty patch had left a faint, barely perceptible fissure. She leaned forward slightly, and could clearly see the veins of the volcanic red jade glowing softly beneath her fingertips. Lin Yue extended her index finger and lightly tapped the gap. The warmth of her fingertip made the veins flare brightly for an instant, as if a spark had been blown upon by the wind. The dark red lines resembled charred coals in a stove that had yet to burn through. Flickering between light and shadow, they cast a faint trace of an opening along the edge of the white stones in the upper left corner. The white stones, previously sealed airtight, now revealed a minuscule gap along the upper left edge because the black stone that had been blocking the path had moved away. That tiny opening was like a tightly squeezed wooden box finally separating at the seam, letting a sliver of light leak through. Lin Yue picked up a white stone and gently tapped the gap. The warmth of her fingertip made the lines on the stone's surface shimmer once more, as if responding to her touch. "This is exactly the opening I need," she murmured. Her voice was softened by the wind rustling through the bamboo grove. The black stones always assumed that sealing every visible crack would be enough to trap the white stones, but they had forgotten the nature of fire. Fire never forced its way through a wall through brute strength. Instead, it slipped through even the faintest crack, crept in unnoticed, and quietly grew until it was a roaring blaze. And this little gap was the spark she intended to feed it. She turned the white stone in her palm, her fingertip gliding across its smooth surface, and could feel a faint current of warmth stirring within following the motion of her hand. The 3 stones she had placed earlier were like 3 shallow marks hammered into the black stone's enclosing wall. Now that the black stones were rushing to patch one of them, they were bound to leave flaws elsewhere. It was just like an old tiler in the village mending a rooftop. If he focused only on the one cracked tile and hurriedly laid a new one over it, he would end up loosening the neighboring tiles, and when the next rain came, the leak would be even worse. Lin Yue pressed the white stone firmly between her fingers and slowly set it down beside the gap. Instead of directly plugging the opening, she placed it slightly outward. It was like setting a small pebble next to the crack, turning a nail-tip-sized slit into an opening wide enough to admit 2 stones. The moment the stone touched the board, the veins in the volcanic red jade hummed and trembled. The dim crimson instantly flared brighter, like dry firewood thrown into a stove, sending the flames leaping upward. The air around it also grew warmer, no longer that uniform mildness from before. Around this white stone, a concentrated pocket of heat was quietly gathering. The black stones indeed panicked. A moment later, a black stone was set down directly across from the white one, like a tiler who suddenly found the just patched spot leaking again and hastily slapped on another tile. But as a result, the black stone that had been guarding the far end of the fire path now stood utterly isolated. Earlier, the exit of the fire path had been watched over by 2 black stones like a pair of door bolts. Now that one had been moved away to plug the new opening, the other bolt had come loose. Catching sight of that from the corner of her eye, Lin Yue grew even more assured. What she wanted was exactly this kind of headless, reckless scrambling from the black stones. The fuse for the fire path was finally about to ignite. She did not rush to move along the fire path. Instead, she picked up the fourth white stone and placed it at the far end of the white formation in the upper left corner. That area had been densely packed by the black stones arranged as neatly as bricks laid in a wall. Now she wedged the white stone right beside the outermost black stone, slicing through that row of black stones at a single interval, like pulling one brick out of an orderly stack. This threw the black stones into total disarray. If black moved to plug the fire path, the upper left wall would be dismantled even further. If black came to reinforce the upper left corner, the fire path's exit would be left undefended. Lin Yue watched the black stone hover over the board, refusing to land, as if she could see it wavering. The wind once again swept through the bamboo grove, and the singing bamboo sent a series of melodies drifting through the air, almost as if urging the black stones to make their decision. In the end, the black stones chose to reinforce the upper left corner. A black stone landed beside the white stone Lin Yue had just placed, trying to push the withdrawn brick back into place. But that meant the fire path's exit was now completely empty. The stone that had once guarded the position had long since been moved away, and there was not even a replacement in sight, like an open city gate waiting for the white stones to march straight in. Now Lin Yue breathed in deeply. The vermilion crystal white stone at her fingertip grew noticeably hotter, like a warm bead just pulled from the embers clutched in her hand. She held out the white stone and set it down steadily at the exit of the fire path. The instant it landed, it connected with the three white stones in the middle of the fire path, like a severed rope finally being spliced back together. A complete path of fire stretched from the corner where the white stones had been trapped all the way into the heart of the black territory. The face of the board transformed in an instant. The veins of the volcanic red jade flared abruptly, the dark crimson turning brilliant red like the stove fire, finally blazing at full strength, crackling and popping. One by one, the vermilion crystal white stones emitted a soft glow, and the path they traced unfurled like a luminous ribbon of red silk drifting lightly across the board. Even the spirit fireflies around them grew lively. More than a dozen insects circled above the board, their trailing specks of light scattering over the fire path like tiny diamonds sewn onto red silk. Lin Yue could even feel a wave of warmth climbing up through the board, wrapped in a faint trace of Dao charm, like a pair of gentle hands softly patting the back of her hand. The black stone still tried to struggle. In frantic haste, a black stone dropped into the middle of the fire path, attempting to sever the freshly reconnected rope. But Lin Yue was ready. The sixth white stone followed, immediately landing beside the black stone and sealing its path completely, like tying an extra knot where the rope had been cut, leaving black no way to sever it. Now the black stones had completely lost all discipline. Their placements came faster and faster, yet without any of their former coherence. One moment plugging this gap, the next patching that hole, like frantic ants circling their disturbed nest. The momentum of the game was slowly taken over by Lin Yue. When black blocked the left side of the fire path, she responded by laying a stone on the right, widening the path. When black reinforced the right side of the fire path, she set a stone on the left, securing the white foundation. After 5 or 6 exchanges, the fire path on the board was no longer the thin line it had been before, but running all the way from the corner where the white stones had been trapped to the heart of the black camp. It was like a great avenue paved with burning coals. The very air above it warmed through and through. Lin Yue looked at the black stones lingering motionless over the board and knew this match was already won. Instead of waiting for black to play another move, she set down the 7th white stone directly at the end of the fire path, connecting to the white stones deep in black territory. The moment that stone touched the board, a soft hum rose from the board like a spark bursting from firewood. All the white stones blazed with light at once. Within the veins of the volcanic red jade, flame-like light flowed along the white stone routes, encasing the black stones in an inescapable bind. The black stones, like ashes consumed by fire, dimmed one after another. The airtight enclosing wall from before now collapsed entirely. Lin Yue rose to her feet and stepped back half a pace as a fiery red radiance shot up from the volcanic red jade board. She drew a deep breath and turned her gaze to the purple clay board representing the earth position. Lin Yue stood before the earth element board and first touched the purple clay surface with a fingertip. The instant her fingertip landed, there came the warm, smooth texture unique to clay, like a clod of soil just picked up from a sun-soaked field ridge. There was not the slightest chill. Even the furrow patterns carved into the board carried a delicate raised texture. As her fingertip traced along the lines, she could almost feel the freshly loosened grains of soil in a field. She did not hurry to move a stone. Instead, she first studied the entire position. The black stones were molded from 1,000-year-old clay, deep brown, like freshly turned fertile soil, their surfaces carrying an almost imperceptible matte sheen. The white stones were pale gray, like half-dried plain pottery shards. When arranged together, they wove into a dense, rounded, closed loop. The black stones were dark brown, fertile soil packed so tightly that no breath of air could pass between them, like two nested earthen ridges firmly enclosing the white stones in the center. The white stones were rice-white, plain pottery scattered like solitary seedlings in a field. The 3 white stones of the inner group had been driven by black into the lower left corner of the board, leaving them only one last liberty. The 2 white stones of the outer group drifted to the right, separated from the inner group by 3 black stones, unable to make even the slightest connection. They're trying to trap the white stones to death. Lin Yue murmured to herself. Her fingertip unconsciously rubbed the board surface. Then she looked at the white stone on the very edge of the inner group. Around that stone, 3 black stones had already formed a siege, leaving only one empty point at the upper right. If black placed another stone there, this white stone would be gone. She raised her head and glanced at the stone bowl. The white stones inside faintly glowed. Should she save the inner group first or connect the outer group first? If she rescued the inner group first, black might well seal off the outer group's path. If she connected the outer group first, those 3 white stones in the inner group could not last 2 more moves. Lin Yue picked up a white stone, her fingertips tightening slightly. The stone's warmth crept up through the gaps between her fingers, as if urging her to make a decision. After hesitating for a moment, she still held the stone over the empty point at the upper right of the inner group. Secure the inner group first. She let out a soft breath and relaxed her hand. The white stone fell onto the board. This white stone was meant to fill the final breathing hole of the inner group. If black had taken that point instead, the entire inner white group would have been lost. She steadied her hand, and the white stone clicked down onto the board, protecting exactly the last liberty of the inner group. No sooner had she finished than black moved. A black stone landed on the empty point beside the outer white group. It sounded slightly heavier than Lin Yue's move, carrying a trace of urgency. Lin Yue's heart tightened. Black was plainly using the old tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, sealing off the outer group's escape and forcing her either to let the outer group die or abandon the inner group to save it. Trying to cut me off on both ends. Not so easy. She stared at the newly placed black stone, her eyes sweeping across the board. Then she examined the black stones between the inner and outer groups. A small, empty point was hidden among them. If she placed a white stone there, she could plant a post between the inner and outer groups, and perhaps build a bridge. She hurriedly picked up a second white stone and slid it into that gap. Black paused, clearly not expecting her to insert such a move. Then black moved again, heading straight for the white. With a sharp click, the black stone landed beside that white stone, as if trying to uproot the post entirely. Black feared that she would connect the inner and outer groups, so it had to sever her bridge first. Block me, and I'll expand. Lin Yue did not go to save the middle white stone. Instead, she picked up a third white stone and placed it beside the inner group. The inner group now had 4 white stones, forming a small cluster. Like a patch of young seedlings in the field, even if the post in the middle was lost, the inner group remained secure. Seeing that Lin Yue had not saved that white stone, black captured it decisively. But no sooner had it done so than it realized something was wrong. The inner white group had already taken firm root. Breaking in now would be difficult. Black seemed to deliberate for a while. Finally, it placed a stone at the center of the board, seizing the central point. Lin Yue's heart sank. Once black controlled the center, it would have the initiative whether it attacked the inner or the outer group. I won't let you keep the center all to yourself. She picked up a white stone and swiftly placed it beside the center. It landed right against black stone like a wall raised in the center. Once the white stone settled, neither side could claim an absolute advantage for the moment. Black seemed anxious and played between the inner white group and the central white stone, trying to sever all the liberties linking the inner group to the center. Lin Yue stared at that empty point and suddenly smiled. Black's move had been too hasty. Beside its newly fallen stone, a point still gaped open. If white occupied it, she could connect the inner group and the center. Without hesitation, she picked up a white stone and placed it on that empty point. The moment it landed, the inner white group and the central white stone connected in an instant, like an irrigation channel in the field finally opening through. Black panicked, and as if mad, threw a stone into the middle of the connection, trying to cut the channel. Lin Yue was ready. A white stone followed immediately, guarding the link. Now 2 white stones guarded the connection. For black to cut it, it would need to capture both stones. There was simply no chance. Finding no breakthrough, black suddenly played to the upper right. The black stone landed beside the outer white group, trying to seal away its last liberty as well. Her eyes swept over black's formation, and she suddenly noticed a tiny gap beside the point where black had just played. The gap was at the corner where 2 furrow lines met. Black, in its haste to seal off the outer group, had overlooked the empty space. Lin Yue's heart lit up, and the white stone in her hand was ready to fall into that gap. If this stone landed correctly, it could capture that black stone and let the outer white group catch its breath. She slowly held the stone above the gap. Black seemed to realize what was happening only then and wanted to play a saving move, but it was already too late. Seizing the moment, Lin Yue placed a white stone on the point where that black stone had been. Now the outer white group was not only alive but also connected to the stone that had just made the capture, like a lone seedling finally reaching its companions. Black was thoroughly unsettled. After what seemed a momentous deliberation, it placed a stone beside the central white stone in a last-ditch struggle. Looking at the board, Lin Yue already saw everything clearly. Both the inner and outer white groups were now alive, and white had taken half the center. Black's formation seemed torn open with a gash. No matter how it tried, it could no longer close the encirclement. She picked up the last white stone. By now the warmth at her fingertips had spread to her palm, making her whole hand warm. She held the stone over the empty point between the outer white group and the center, the last route that could still connect them. The instant the white stone landed, the entire board lit up. The inner group, the center, and the outer white stones all linked together in a faint glow which flowed along the furrow patterns and spread across the whole board. Lin Yue let out a relieved sigh. The fingers holding the stone finally loosened while the stone's warmth still lingered in her palm. A brownish-yellow beam of light shot up from the purple clay board. Then Lin Yue turned her gaze to the dark iron board that represented the metal element. Lin Yue stood before the metal position chessboard. The board, forged from dark iron, gleamed with a cold metallic luster, as if crystallized from 1,000 years of ancient ice. She drew a deep breath. The sharp metal chi pervading the air only sharpened her mind and cleared her thoughts. The endgame on the board was named Golden Spears and Iron Steeds. Black and white stones were interwoven in a chaotic array. Black pressed forward like iron-armored ranks, while white held fast like silver-clad guards besieged in a lone city. Every stone pressed heavily onto the board, and still more heavily onto her heart. She extended her slender pale fingers and lightly traced the board's surface. Her fingertips touched the icy coldness of the dark iron and the tiny sword-shaped grooves carved into the star points. A bone-piercing sharpness shot up along her fingers, making her shiver involuntarily. The board seemed almost alive, filled with the killing intent of a battlefield, rejecting any intruder who tried to break its balance. Such sharpness, the sharpness of metal. Lin Yue murmured to herself, but her gaze grew ever more resolute. She closely studied the layout of the game. Black's phalanx held the center, forming an ironclad encirclement, while white's serpentine formation had been cut into 3 segments, unable to coordinate head and tail. Even more troublesome, black had hidden a surprise force in the upper right corner. 3 stones positioned like horns of a pincer, ready at any moment to sever white's connections. But Lin Yue quickly spotted a weakness. On the left side of black's formation, the connections had grown too loose because of its overcommitment to attack. If she cut through here, she might throw black's ranks into disorder. She picked up a white stone. It was cold and heavy to the touch, its surface as smooth as a mirror reflecting her solemn expression. Where should this stone fall? Should she strike directly at black's weak point or first consolidate white's defenses? After a moment's thought, she gently set the white stone on the 3rd line to the left of black's formation. This move was neither a frontal attack nor a purely defensive one. It hovered between attachment and non-attachment, leaving a thread of life for the besieged white stones, while subtly threatening black's lines of communication. Almost as soon as her stone landed, the black stones on the board seemed to move as if pushed by an invisible hand. A black stone fell in response above the white stone, like a sword drawn from its sheath aimed straight at white's throat. Lin Yue felt a fierce aura rushing toward her, and the clang of metal and iron seemed to echo in her ears. Without changing her expression, she continued to study the board. Black's reply was indeed ruthless. It not only sealed off white's escape, but also turned back to menace the stone she had just played. But she had expected this. Leisurely she picked up a second white stone. This time she chose to retreat. The white stone fell nimbly beside her lone stone. It looked weak, yet concealed a hidden twist. This move reinforced white's foothold while planting the seed for a future counterattack. Black again answered at once, slamming down a stone like a heavy hammer, trying to crush white's defensive line completely. The murderous energy in the game grew denser, and a thin layer of frost even appeared on the dark iron board. Lin Yue felt the pressure mounting. This metal position which ruled over slaughter was indeed beyond comparison with the 3 previous endgames. Every black move carried the decisiveness and cruelty of a battlefield campaign. One misstep, and the entire game would be lost. Lin Yue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. For the next dozen or so moves, the 2 sides traded blow for blow. Lin Yue fought while retreating. She seemed passive, but in truth every move was weaving an unseen scheme. Her white stones were as fluid as water, slipping through gaps just before black's iron wall could close around them. Sometimes she deliberately revealed a flaw, baiting black to charge deeper before suddenly counterattacking. Mid-game arrived, and the position grew ever more intricate. Black and white pieces were locked together like fangs, as if 2 armies had fallen into a chaotic melee. Fine sweat beaded on Lin Yue's temples, yet her eyes remained clear. Her entire mind had merged into the game. She realized that although black's attacks were fierce, they were too rigid and lacked variation. It was like a spear that could only thrust straight, immensely powerful, yet far too inflexible. So she changed her strategy. She no longer confronted black heat-in, but used softness to overcome hardness and skill to break brute force. With one exquisite detour, she linked 3 seemingly unrelated white stones into a line, tearing open a gap in black's iron wall. Black hastily shifted its forces to block, but she made a false thrust and played elsewhere instead. This move of feinting east and striking west caught Black completely unprepared. Gradually the tide began to turn. White was no longer simply defending, it now possessed the power to counterattack. Lin Yue's chess style was like spring wind turning into rain, soft in appearance, but with needles hidden in the silk. Every one of her moves concealed multiple follow-up threats, as if she were weaving an invisible net, slowly casting it over Black's sharp edge. The most critical moment had arrived. Lin Yue spotted a seemingly solid intersection at the center of Black's formation, yet one that had revealed a flaw because Black had pursued attack too single-mindedly. She picked up a white stone. This move would decide the direction of the game. Her fingertips trembled slightly, not from fear, but from absolute concentration. The move had to land with absolute precision. A bit too early, and it would be reckless; a bit too late, and the opportunity would vanish. The white stone touched the board with a crisp sound. The stone sank in extremely deep, like a lone boat charging into towering waves, instantly provoking a violent counterattack from Black. Several black stones came sweeping in like iron cavalry, trying to strangle that white stone completely. But Lin Yue had long since calculated the ensuing changes. Unhurried, she played several clever responses in succession. Then she used that very stone as bait, luring Black to overconcentrate its forces and exposing the emptiness of its flank. Seizing the moment, she mobilized the rest of her white stones. Like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, they suddenly surged forth, driving straight into the soft underbelly of Black's formation. Black hurried back to defend, but it was already too late. White's assault rolled on like endless waves. The formerly trapped serpentine formation suddenly joined head and tail, transforming into a streak of silver light that tore Black's iron wall apart. For the final 10 moves, Lin Yue played like drifting clouds and flowing water. Her white pieces sometimes touched down like a light feather skimming water, sometimes struck like a heavy hammer hitting a chimed stone. Each move perfect in its time and place. Black was still ferocious, but it was like a fist beating cotton, nowhere to exert its force. At the center of the board, black and white stones still interlocked, but the motion of attack and defense had completely reversed. White had not only broken through the siege, but had seized the initiative, splitting Black's formation into pieces and surrounding them. The black stones on the left, like a severed column of soldiers, were crammed into the upper left corner, unable to move. The black stones on the right had split into two groups. One stayed to protect the earlier orphan stone, while the other lingered in the lower right corner, so far apart that they could no longer connect. When the final stone fell, the entire dark iron board trembled gently, and every stone began to hum. The sharp, killing aura slowly melted away like ice and snow dissolving. The black stones' luster dimmed, as if their strength had been spent. The white stones, meanwhile, shone even brighter. Along the board's lines they linked into a silver ribbon, gently wrapping up the scattered black stones. Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. The killing aura of golden spears and iron steeds had scattered. What remained was the formation of linked white stones, radiating the subtle power of softness, overcoming hardness, just enough to break the unbending edge of metal. A beam of golden yellow light shot up from the dark iron board. Lin Yue turned her gaze to the last endgame, river tides raging 10,000 miles, which represented the water position. Her eyes revealed a trace of unwavering tenacity. Lin Yue slowly took her seat before the water-level chessboard. The board, forged from ice-crystalled crystal, felt icy to the touch, as if its chill could seep through her fingertips into her very heart. The flowing water patterns on the board seemed to quicken subtly at her arrival. Fine glimmers flickered beneath its translucent surface like sunlight piercing through a flowing stream. She fixed her gaze upon the endgame before her, rivers and tides for 10,000 miles. Black and white stones wound along the board's edges, indeed resembling encircling rivers. At the center, a solitary white stone sat like a small boat, waiting for the tide to aid it. Black stones, profound as a deep pool, had already formed a tight encirclement, compressing the white stone's living space to its extreme. Lin Yue extended her slender fingers and picked up a white stone. The ice-crystalled piece was cool and smooth, its faint frost flower patterns shimmering subtly under the light. She could feel the water-attributed spiritual energy within the stone, cool and nimble. She placed her stone. The white stone landed lightly at a position slightly to the right of center. Instead of directly rescuing the lone stone, it seemed to be a gentle touch on the periphery, like casting a pebble into a tranquil lake. Almost in the same instant, as if drawn by an invisible force, a black stone rose from the stone bowl and landed steadily beneath the white stone, forming a pincer attack. This move was calm and seasoned, immediately exerting new pressure on the white stones. She leaned forward slightly, carefully observing the changing formation. Mist swirled gently around them. The spirit fireflies, seemingly drawn by the game, quietly gathered around the board, casting tiny specks of light upon the icy crystal surface with their slender glowing tails. For her second move, Lin Yue placed a white stone to the upper left of the central lone stone. The move appeared ordinary, yet it subtly began to weave an invisible line of connection. Black responded immediately, placing a stone at the lower right in an attempt to sever any possible linkage. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lin Yue's lips. She saw through Black's intention. Black was so fixated on besieging the central white stone that it overlooked the seemingly insignificant white stones along the edges which concealed hidden intricacies. Over the next dozen or so moves, Lin Yue seemed to place scattered, unrelated stones, one to the east, one to the west, with no apparent pattern. Black meanwhile pressed forward step by step, tightening its encirclement of the central white stone while guarding against any possible breakout. But Lin Yue noticed that Black always prioritized protecting the advantageous territories it had already claimed. In contrast, its responses to those seemingly trivial placements were relatively sluggish. This was the very essence of water's agility. Water always seeks the path of least resistance. Though it appears soft, it can pierce through the hardest rock. By the 30th move, the situation seemed even more unfavorable for white. Black's encirclement grew ever tighter, and the central white stone's hope of survival grew increasingly faint. Just then Lin Yue played a seemingly inconsequential move. She placed a white stone on the very edge of the board. This move was far from the main battlefield, appearing almost like a surrender. Black unhesitatingly placed a stone at the center, further compressing white's liberties, seemingly on the verge of victory. Yet right after that stone fell, Lin Yue's eyes lit up. The opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. She picked up a white stone, this time with even greater resolve. When the white stone landed, it made a crisp sound. The ice crystal piece striking the crystal board sent out ripples of subtle water patterns. This move connected all the scattered stones she had placed before. Instantly, a wondrous shift occurred on the board. Those seemingly isolated white stones suddenly formed an invisible bond through this single move. What was even more exquisite was that this move also subtly echoed with some of the black stones along the edges. Black seemed to sense impending danger, hesitating for a moment before making its next move. That black move attempted to sever the connection white had just established, but it was already too late. Lin Yue pressed her advantage and played another stone. This move directly threatened Black's territory in the lower right corner. Black was forced to defend, compelled to divert forces from its siege of the central white stone. This was the turning point Lin Yue had awaited. As Black's strength dispersed, the central white stone finally breathed fresh air. Lin Yue did not rush to rescue it immediately. Instead, she continued applying pressure on the periphery, forcing Black to constantly shift its forces. By the 50th move, the once one-sided contest had become evenly matched. Through ingenious maneuvering, white had not only alleviated the crisis at the center, but also established its own sphere of influence on the right side. Black's responses began to grow impatient. Its moves carried a distinct aggression as it tried to seize control of the game once more. But Lin Yue was like water itself, neither resisting heat nor yielding entirely, always overcoming strength with softness, dissolving wave after wave of attacks. At one point, Black made an extremely dangerous move directly threatening white's great dragon. Lin Yue pondered for a long time, the white stone in her fingertips hovering above the water patterns. Finally, she placed her stone, not to defend, but to attack. The best defense is offense. The white stone landed in a completely unexpected position, in turn threatening a seemingly secure territory of Black's. Black was forced to retreat and abandoned its original assault. Lin Yue smiled faintly. When you attack fiercely, I do not block directly, but guide your force, even use it to achieve my own goals. This is water. As the game entered the middle phase, the two sides exchanged blows, and the board grew ever more complex. The water patterns on the crystal board accelerated as if a real river were surging across it. Lin Yue was utterly engrossed. The entire world seemed to shrink to this square-foot battle of wits. She forgot time, forgot where she was, even forgot whether this was but a trial. At this moment, all she saw was the shifting of the board, and all she felt was the craving for victory. Black, truly a manifestation of the spiritual formation, possessed formidable skill, repeatedly producing brilliant moves that nearly seized control once more. But Lin Yue could always find that tiny flaw at critical moments, like water seeking out cracks in rocks, slowly seeping through and gradually expanding its advantage. Gradually, white had established a clear advantage. The lone stone at the center was no longer alone. It had merged with the surrounding white stones into a single formidable force. What was even more remarkable was that the seemingly irrelevant stones Lin Yue had placed in the early game now all proved their worth. They were like ambushes laid in advance, striking at critical moments and catching Black completely off guard. Black's responses grew chaotic, sometimes ferociously attacking, other times overly conservative. Clearly, the spirit of the game itself was bewildered by Lin Yue's style of play. It was accustomed to straightforward battles, not to this fluid, water-like style of shifting tactics. In the final dozen or so moves, Lin Yue played with effortless grace. Wherever a white stone landed, it struck Black's most vulnerable spot. She hardly seemed to be playing chess. Rather, she was conducting a dance of water, circling and circling, permeating, surging. When the last white stone fell, the entire game suddenly fell silent. Black did not respond for a long while. The ripples on the board gradually calmed, and the shimmering lights slowly. At last the stones representing black quivered faintly, then slowly sank into the board's surface, as if swallowed by the water's flow. Lin Yue let out a long breath, only then realizing that her palms were drenched in sweat. The chill of the ice-crystalled stones seemed to linger at her fingertips, but warmth surged within her heart. A sky-blue vapor rose from the crystal board, shooting straight upward. The water-level chessboard was broken. With this, all 5 chessboards of the 5 elements chess formation had been shattered by Lin Yue. 5 streams of vapor slowly connected, then converged toward the center. Finally, at the heart of the 5 elements, a new chessboard formed. Then an ancient voice slowly resounded. At last, someone has broken the 5 elements chess formation. That boy Chen Ran truly did not disappoint me. Watching the elder gradually materialize, Lin Yue's heart jolted. Was this old man friend or foe? Gazing at the chessboard situated at the center of the 5-point star, she couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Even if he were an enemy, so what? Lin Yue respectfully greeted the elder. This junior Lin Yue pays respects to you, senior. Seeing such a courteous young woman, the elder stroked his snow-white beard and nodded with satisfaction. Setting aside her courtesy, Lin Yue's appearance alone pleased the elder. As the saying goes, looks are justice. This old man is Tan Xian. Hearing this name, Lin Yue's pupils dilated in shock. What? You are Tan Xian? Why? Thousands of years ago you pioneered the path of cultivation through the way of Go, and you are the only person who entered the 7th stage cave void realm through it. Lin Yue recounted the legend that had been left behind about Tan Xian thousands of years ago. The elder burst into laughter upon hearing this. I didn't expect that future generations would still be telling my legend. It was more than just a legend. After him, the highest cultivation achieved through the way of Go was by a Go prodigy 1,000 years ago. Yet even that genius at death had only reached the early 5th stage soul separation realm. This had led to the decline of the way of Go. Alright, little girl, since you have passed the 5 elements chess formation, I set you have passed half the trial. Tan Xian drifted to the center of the 5 elements chessboard. The newly condensed board was radiating a gentle 5-colored glow. The green aura of wood, the red aura of fire, the brown aura of earth, the yellow aura of metal, and the blue aura of water interwove among the grid lines. Senior, the Chen Ran you mentioned is? Lin Yue asked, puzzled. The words, that lad Chen Ran really didn't disappoint me, contained far too much information. Who was Chen Ran? Why call him lad? For what reason did he not disappoint him? Tan Xian stroked his snow-white beard and said, Chen Ran. He was also a pitiful soul. Back then he stumbled into this place, but he knew nothing of Go. At that time my power was not yet so diminished. He promised me he would find a successor for me. But as time passed, my power grew weaker and weaker. All I could do was leave my power in this final trial. Lin Yue hesitated. Senior, you. Lin Yue didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. That's right, I died long ago. I have been holding on with the power of the way of Go all this time, and at last I have waited for you. In these thousands of years you are the only one who has passed the 5 elements chess formation. Oh, when one grows old one talks too much. Lin Yue could only listen to Tan Xian with a smile. Alright, I will play one game with you using only 20% of my Go skill. If you win, you'll obtain my inheritance. If you lose. Tan Xian hesitated. I will still give it to you. After all, I don't know how much longer I can hold on, or whether I can last until another person arrives to break the 5 elements chess formation. Lin Yue could hear the helplessness in Tan Xian's words. Indeed, he didn't know how much longer he could endure, so he might as well give it to the little girl before him. At least for now, Lin Yue pleased him. Moreover, at the end, he could still play a game. That seemed rather nice. Though he couldn't play a truly exhilarating match, it was enough. This time Lin Yue walked to the position where the black stones were placed. Senior, please enlighten me. On the newly formed chessboard, the green aura of wood, the red aura of fire, the brown aura of earth, the yellow aura of metal, and the blue aura of water flowed among the grid lines, as if the 5 elements' spiritual energy had been kneaded into the horizontal and vertical lines. The black stones were glossy like ink, the white stones bright and pure like jade, quietly placed on both sides of the board. Lin Yue took a deep breath, pinched a black stone between her fingers, and placed it on the star point in the upper right corner. This was the most common opening in Go. Corners are easy to defend and allow one to secure a small territory steadily. Tan Xian sat across from her, his snow-white beard hanging down to his chest. Seeing Lin Yue's move, he picked up a white stone with his fingertips and gently placed it at the Komoku point diagonally across from her black stone. Lin Yue understood that this move was meant to occupy a position in the adjacent corner while staying not far from her black stone so that it could quietly watch her movements. Lin Yue did not rush to expand. With her second move, she placed a black stone at the upper left star point, hoping to secure a territory on the other side as well. Tan Xian's second white stone, however, was placed at the 2-space extension position beside the black stone in the upper right corner. It was placed one intersection away from her black stone, just enough to block her path from expanding to the right. For the third move, Lin Yue wanted to extend the black stone in the upper right corner outward by one intersection to widen her territory. But Tan Xian's third white stone immediately landed directly in front of her extension direction, like setting up a wall to stop her from easily advancing. Lin Yue had no choice but to change direction. On the fourth move, she placed a stone below the black stone in the upper left corner to continue solidifying that side. Tan Xian's fourth white stone followed to the upper left corner, once again landing beside her extension direction, still in a blocking posture. Over the next few moves, Lin Yue tried playing in the center of the board to open up a new area. With the eighth move, she placed a black stone near the center of the board. Tan Xian's eighth white stone, however, did not go to the center. Instead, it landed on the other side of her upper left territory, gradually enclosing her black stones in the upper left corner within a small area. On the ninth move, Lin Yue wanted to connect the black stone in the center with the black stones in the upper left corner. But Tan Xian's ninth white stone once again wedged itself between the two, cutting off her path to connection. Lin Yue sensed something wrong, very wrong. Every black stone she placed was either to claim new territory or to connect with her previous stones. But Tan Xian's white stones never fought her for new areas. Instead, they always landed right next to her black stones, either blocking her expansion or severing her connections. She wanted to forcibly connect the two scattered black stones. But Tan Xian's white stone landed at the end of that chain of black stones like a wall, preventing her from extending further. Lin Yue changed her strategy, playing in the lower right corner to avoid the white stone's blockade and claim a new territory. Tan Xian, however, still did not go to the lower right corner. Instead, he landed next to the chain of black stones she had connected earlier, gradually forming a small encirclement. Lin Yue paid no attention and continued to play in the lower right corner, trying to stabilize it quickly. But Tan Xian's white stone landed on the other side of that chain, quietly tightening the encirclement. Lin Yue realized that the chain of black stones she had previously connected was now surrounded by 4 white stones. If she didn't do something, this chain could be captured. She hurriedly placed a black stone on the outside of that chain, trying to open a gap. Tan Xian immediately blocked the other side of the gap, still not letting her break out. Lin Yue had no choice but to keep placing stones beside that chain, attempting to break out once more. But although Tan Xian's white stones were scattered, they had already encircled her chain within a small ring. Not only did this black stone fail to break out, but she also trapped herself inside the circle. Lin Yue's hand holding the black stone froze in midair, her fingertips turning slightly cold. A drop of sweat slid down her forehead and landed on the chessboard. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Wainer, I've come to deliver the roasted beef for Elder Xian." Lin Yue's heart jumped at the voice. This familiar aura, it had to be her master. Almost in the same instant the thought crossed her mind, Lin Yue's figure appeared silently at her side, as if he had been standing there all along. In his hand, he carried a large slab of meat roasted until crackling and fragrant, with beads of oil seeping from its surface. Its tantalizing aroma instantly dispelled the chill that had hung over the place. Whether it was the Lin Yue standing there now, or the Lin Yue outside the secret realm, both were merely Lin Yue's avatars. If an immortal emperor could not use the art of avatars, that would hardly be acceptable. Lin Yue's true body was still with Xianming and Yichen, shooting the breeze, eating roast meat, and singing songs. You asked what he was singing. "The pressure of life has made me forget who I am. Want to be a hero, yet still the hapless Wang Dachui. Never would have thought. My integrity is gone. Never would have thought. The world is truly strange. After all, when a person is doing bad things, no matter what, they never feel bored." He even began wondering whether he should have Yi Chun and the other two call upon every so-called prodigy in the secret realm and collect a group sponsorship. As for the consequences, just as Xianming had said, why should one consider ants? It was already an act of Lin Yue's playful indulgence that these ants had not been swatted to death, and that Zhao Yu, the leading elder of the Qixue mansion. If Lin Yue had not found it more amusing to play along with him, how could he ever have been allowed to leap and prance around like that? Lin Yue would have wiped him out with a snap of his fingers long ago. But Lin Yue refused to do it. He simply waited for Zhao Yu's backer to arrive so that he could deal with them all together and extinguish them at once. Now that would truly be a lively scene. The mere thought of the splendid expression Zhao Yu might wear at that moment struck Lin Yue as quite amusing. He could not help glancing toward Zhao Yu's direction, his eyes full of expectation. Back to the present. Gazing at the roast meat in Lin Yue's hand, which gave off an astonishing fragrance, Lin Yue instinctively swallowed. Yet her good breeding made her rise at once and bow with cupped hands. "Master, come, eat the meat first while it's hot," Lin Yue said with a chuckle, directly bringing out that slab of roast beef, which weighed no less than 10 jin. In that instant, the rich aroma of meat spread through the air, nearly condensing into something tangible and stirring every appetite. Lin Yue had expected Lin Yue to wolf it down like Yi Chun. Instead, she only gathered a delicate wisp of spiritual energy at her fingertip, precisely cut off a small piece of beef, elegantly carried it to her lips, and chewed it slowly with quiet relish. The contrast made Lin Yue raise an eyebrow. "This disciple of mine is rather interesting," he praised inwardly. At that moment, as if only now noticing there was another spectator nearby, he looked up. Oh, there's still a remnant soul here. A phantom old man dressed in black and white robes hovered in midair. His aura was faint, yet it carried a deep, subdued charm, unique to the way of Go. This old man Tan Xian pays his respects to Senior. The old soul kept his posture extremely low and saluted respectfully. In his heart stormy waves had already been thrown into turmoil. After all, this inheritance space of his held its own profound mysteries. Even a mighty cultivator at the 8th order tribulation transcendent stage could not force his way in. In short, no one below the 9th order sage realm had any hope of entering. But those who could enter were at least at the 9th order sage realm. And the person before him, not only had he entered, he had not noticed it in the slightest. His strength was unfathomable, worthy of being addressed as Senior. At least you have far more insight than the fools outside. Lin Yue nodded casually, rather pleased by the old man's attitude. Fate brings us together. Come have something to eat. So saying, he casually waved a hand. An indescribable Tao resonance, imbued with the power of creation and life, instantly enveloped Tan Xian's remnant soul. Thighs. This. Tan Xian trembled, all over incoherent with excitement. He knew his own condition better than anyone. He had barely lingered on by relying on the powerful soul force forged from the way of Go solely in hopes of finding a successor to pass on his Tao lineage. And now, he had actually been resurrected. He could truly feel his heartbeat and breath. A long-missed sense of vitality surged through him in waves. Heaven knew what he felt at that moment. He had already made plans to find a successor, and now he was told there is no need to look. I have brought you back to life. Seized by immense joy and gratitude, Tan Xian immediately knelt and prostrated himself, as if toppling a golden mountain and a jade pillar. His voice choking, he said, Senior, for this grace of rebirth. This old one will never forget it, even if his teeth fall out. Lin Yue's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He muttered to himself, already old and rotten. Does he still have teeth? Of course he could not be bothered to say it aloud. He simply waved a hand. Enough, get up. Once the meat gets cold, it loses its fragrance. Lin Yue kept watch over his 3 disciples at all times. Otherwise he would not have sent Xianming to aid Yi Chun. He felt that this old man was quite a good person. First, he had not used his cultivation to suppress Lin Weiner. Second, he had not used his Go skill to bully her. Tan Xian gave Lin Yue the feeling of that kindly old grandfather next door. Affable and dear, and Lin Yue took a real liking to him. Lin Yue's principle was, if you honor me by a foot, I honor you by 10. Offend me. If I feel like playing with you, consider yourself lucky. But if I don't feel like playing with you, then sorry, go talk to my snap. For now, though, the scene was remarkably harmonious. Lin Yue's true body was feasting with Yi Chun and Xianming. His avatar, meanwhile, was accompanying Lin Weiner and the newly revived Tan Xian in sharing the delicacy. It had to be said, Xuanming's culinary skill combined with seasonings from the immortal realm made the roast meat absolutely irresistible. The aroma alone. Tan Xian had never eaten anything so delicious. Cultivators had long forsaken the 5 grains. But this meat blew open the appetite of a man who had renounced grain. The result was Lin Weiner stayed perfectly elegant, taking small, slow bites, while Lin Yue and the just revived Tan Xian completely abandoned their images and began devouring everything in a whirlwind. Their manner was as if each feared the other might gain one extra bite at his own loss. You're in luck. This is the prime cut of a crimson flame incinerator ox, and the seasonings are rare goods worthy of 9th grade celestial treasures. Lin Yue said indistinctly while chewing large mouthfuls, grease running down his chin. Hearing this, Tan Xian stared at the beef in his own hand in disbelief. But then he thought, who cares? The senior gave it. Eat first, think later. After a brief pause, he threw himself back into the fierce scramble for food. Lin Yue asked casually as he ate, after being resurrected, what do you want to do? Tan Xian, cheeks stuffed full, mumbled, I don't know. I left in a hurry back in my day, leaving no family or descendants behind, alone in this world. Interested in coming along with me? Lin Yue casually tossed out an olive branch. I have a sect. Are you interested in being an elder or something? Without the slightest hesitation, Tan Xian nodded firmly. Okay. The two of them traded words back and forth like old friends who had known each other for years, snatching at meat while chatting in fragments. From the ends of the earth to the changing of dynasties, from divine weapons and peerless blades to heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. The sight left Lin Weiner watching from the side, utterly dumbfounded. She had never imagined that her master would, in the space of a single meat meal, coax a 7th-order cave void powerhouse into joining them. But then she reflected, since her master had bestowed upon him the immense grace of rebirth and creation, it seemed only natural. With that thought, everything became reasonable again. She could only feel that her master's actions were indeed far beyond mortal reckoning. Of course, Lin Yue had no idea what Lin Weiner was thinking. He truly had only asked offhandedly. If you come, you are welcome. If you don't, it makes no difference to me. After a hearty meal, Lin Yue casually tossed a token to Tan Xian. It was a token carved from pure white jade with the 2 characters, Piao Miao, gilded on its front. On the back was a large character, outer. This was the token of an outer sect elder. Lin Yue mused that a sect should be divided into inner and outer divisions. The inner sect consisted of the sect's prodigies and powerful elders requiring at least an immortal rank. The outer sect was for ordinary disciples and ordinary elders. If others knew what Lin Yue was thinking, they might spit blood. A mighty cultivator at the 7th rank Void Cave realm relegated to being just an ordinary elder. Tan Qian accepted the token with both hands, his fingertips brushing against the cool jade surface. He quickly bowed in salute, his voice solemn as he said, "Greetings, Sect Master." Seeing this, Lin Weiner also hastily adjusted her robes and bowed respectfully to Tan Xianxing. Disciple Lin Weiner greets Elder Tan. Enough, let's continue the assessment, Lin Yue said with a wave of his hand. Yet his gaze caught Lin Weiner's expression. At that moment, Lin Weiner wore a look that was more forced than a grimace. Her brows drooped, her eyes filled with helplessness. Clearly she had exhausted her strategic options and had no idea where to place her stone. Lin Yue saw Lin Weiner's expression and instantly understood. She couldn't win and didn't know how to continue. Lin Yue then walked over to the chessboard. Seeing this, Tan Qian quickly stepped forward, his tone tinged with eagerness. Sect Master, in my humble opinion, why not skip the assessment? Miss Weiner's comprehension is already quite good. Just give her the reward directly. No need, Lin Yue said indifferently. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. If he let Tan Qian hand over the reward just like that, how would the author stretch out the plot? Lin Yue studied the chessboard closely, his gaze sweeping over the intricate crisscross of black and white stones. He tapped lightly at a few scattered white stones, lost in thought. These white stones style. It's a bit like Jekes, isn't it? Tan Qian looked up at Lin Yue, his snow-white beard quivering slightly. The Sect Master also understands Go. Lin Yue chuckled. Just a little. Then he said to Lin Weiner, look at these scattered white stones. They appear to be fighting independently, unconnected, but in truth each one is like an arrow hidden in the shadows, locked firmly onto the vital points of your black stones. When he blocks your path, he always deliberately leaves a small gap, pretending to give you a chance. But it's actually a trap to lure you in. Once you actually place a stone, he immediately seals the opening. It looks like a risky move, but in reality he calculates deeper than anyone. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yue said to Lin Weiner, don't fight him heated in this match. You can't outcalculate him. You need a different approach. Lin Weiner bit into the fragrant beef as Lin Yue continued, look at that string of your black stones that surround it. Don't even think about saving them. You not only won't rescue them, but you'll also get entangled and dragged down with them. For your next move, place a stone in that empty area in the upper right corner. Put it right in the center. Your purpose isn't to claim that spot, it's to force him to respond. Those white stones of his look stable, but there's actually a small flaw at the edge. When you play there, he'll have to shift his stones to block. Once he moves, his grip on your black stones loosens. Lin Weiner nodded, wiped her hands, and placed a black stone in the center of the empty area in the upper right. Sure enough, Tan Qian paused. The white stone between his fingers hovered in the air for a moment before finally landing beside the black stone, precisely at the position to seal the gap. Good, he took the bait. Now play in the lower left corner, right in that small gap he neglected earlier. He just moved his stone from the upper right, so his white formation in the lower left has grown thin. When you play there, he'll have to choose protect the upper right or protect the lower left. He can only pick one. Lin Weiner followed the instruction and placed her black stone in the lower left corner. Tan Qian stared at the board, his brow slightly furrowed. This time he deliberated longer, eventually placing his white stone diagonally in front of the black stone in the lower left, choosing to protect that corner. Done. Now the initiative is yours. Lin Yue's eyes brightened. Never mind the lower left. Play toward the center and connect that black stone you left scattered there earlier with this new move. He hasn't paid much attention to this central area. Once you connect, it becomes a new territory for you, far better than trying to save that string of dead stones. Lin Weiner did as told. This time Tan Qian moved a bit faster, trying to play in the center to block her. Play next to the white stone he just placed. Don't touch his stone. Leave one intersection between them. That pressures him. If he doesn't respond, your next move will encircle that white stone. If he does respond, he'll have to keep following your rhythm. And so back and forth Lin Weiner followed Lin Yue's guidance, forcing Tan Qian to respond. She continued by placing stones beside another weak white formation of Tan Qian, linking up her own pieces. She even quietly surrounded two of his isolated white stones. Those two white stones, never connected to the others before, were twisted around by Lin Weiner's black stones and became solitary pieces with no way out. Tan Qian's breathing grew heavier. He clutched his white stone tighter, and his moves became slower and slower. Earlier he had been composed, but now the situation on the board had changed. Lin Weiner's black stones were no longer being led around by him. Instead, they spread like several small nets, quietly unfolding across the board. His white stones still seemed to hold large territories, but more and more isolated stones were appearing at the edges, forcing him to reinforce constantly. Yet each time he reinforced, Lin Weiner's black stones would snatch away the empty intersections. In the end, Lin Weiner's black stones had formed a vast connected territory on the right side of the board. She had also claimed two smaller areas on the left. More importantly, 3 of Tan Xian's white stones were firmly surrounded in the middle. Those 3 stones could not be rescued, and had to be captured according to the rules. When the totals were counted, Lin Weiner's territory actually surpassed Tan Xian's by a small margin. Tan Xian stared at the board for a long moment, then suddenly let out a long breath. A complex smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He gently set his white stone back into the bowl, and said with a hint of emotion, "I have lost." He turned to look at Lin Yue, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and reproach. "Sect Master, that's not very honorable of you. A true gentleman watches the game without speaking." Lin Yue laughed heartily. "I'm no gentleman. I'm a scoundrel." Hearing Lin Yue's shameless words, Tan Xian could only shake his head helplessly. Only Tan Xian himself knew that during that match he had given his absolute best, without holding back in the slightest. Yet even so he had still lost. He looked at Lin Yue once more, his eyes filled with newfound curiosity. "Sect Master, this style of yours is unlike any I've ever encountered. You don't covet territory, you don't cling to dead stones. Instead you flow like water slipping through every gap. It seems scattered, yet every move strikes a vital point. This is a new efficiency-focused style of play called the AI game record," Lin Yue said with a nod, his tone growing more serious. "AI game record," Tan Xian repeated. "It doesn't clash with the opponent's old experience, nor does it cling to momentary gains or losses. It seeks only the final victory." Lin Yue's gaze fell upon the interlocking stones on the board. Moreover, this style is so focused on the result that it can strip away one's original personality. Compared to victory, some people prefer a thrilling, exhilarating duel. The reward, Lin Yue reminded. Tan Xian suddenly realized having become too absorbed in the game. He pointed toward the sky, and the 5 elements power radiating from the 5 elements chessboard slowly surged into Lin Weiner's body. At that moment her cultivation broke through to the early stage of the 5th rank Soul Division realm. Time rewind to after Su Muaxu defeated the iron-armored bear. A voice rang out, "Brother Xia, what did I tell you? This young lady does have some real skill." Su Mu followed the voice with her gaze. 23 figures darted out from not far away. The 2 leaders were at the mid-stage of the 4th Order Divine Soul Realm and the early stage of the 4th Order Divine Soul Realm respectively. The rest were uniformly at the peak of the 4th Order Divine Soul Realm. Su Muaxu stared in shock at the figures who had appeared. It was Xie Yunliu, the young Valley Master of 10,000 Sword Valley, and Sun Jun, the young Lord of the Crimson Blood Manor. 12 figures clad in the attire of 10,000 Sword Valley, and 11 clad in the garb of Crimson Blood Manor. These were the escorts dispatched by the 2 factions to protect their young masters. Isn't this secret realm only open to those at the peak of the 4th Order Divine Soul Realm? So I sent peak 4th Order Divine Soul Realm cultivators. A total of 25 people surrounded Su Muaxu. A bead of sweat slid down her cheek. Brother Xia had settled then. The sword goes to you, and the woman goes to me, Sun Jun said with a teasing smirk towards Xie Yunliu. Don't worry. This young Valley Master has seen plenty of women. I'm hardly going to fight you over one, Xie Yunliu said contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, 12 men sealed Su Muaxu in an impenetrable encirclement. Young lady, you'll say it once more. If you hand me that sword, I promise we will leave right now, Xie Yunliu said to Su Mu with an indifferent tone, as if victory was already firmly within his grasp. How could 12 peak 4th Order Divine Soul Realm cultivators fail to capture a mere mid-stage 4th Order Divine Soul Realm girl? Though there was a 5th Order soul-splitting realm beast beside her, it wouldn't change the outcome. What's more, 11 more peak 4th Order Divine Soul Realm cultivators stood by ready to strike at any moment. Outside the secret realm, Ji Yi, the leading elder of 10,000 Sword Valley, seemed to have taken leave of his senses as he sneered at Lin Yue's avatar. Oh, what a pity. The disciples of Misty Cloud Sect will likely meet their end here today. Hearing this, Lin Yue furrowed his brow. Old man, you've got some nerve, haven't you? Zhao Yu, the leading elder of Crimson Blood Manor, was only still alive because Lin Yue wanted to toy with him. But that did not mean Lin Yue or the Misty Cloud Sect could be provoked at will. He, Lin Yue, was an Immortal Emperor. Eons ahead of everyone else in cultivation. And you think you can just mock him freely? This leading elder of 10,000 Sword Valley wore a silver-white Taoist robe with a long sword inset, with a blue gemstone hanging at his waist. At this moment, he was glancing at Lin Yue, askance a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Seeing Lin Yue silently holding his teacup, he simply assumed the sect master of Misty Cloud Sect was too powerless to refute him, let alone a mid-stage 4th Order Divine Soul Realm cultivator. Even a mid-stage 5th Order Soul splitting realm cultivator would find it impossible to escape death when besieged by 23 peak 4th Order Divine Soul Realm experts. What a pity such a fine woman will be enjoyed by the young Lord of Crimson Blood Manor. Still, it doesn't matter. She's as good as dead this time. Above the dragon-severing mountain range outside the secret realm, G.'s words echoed through the air. His remarks were nothing short of dancing on the edge of a blade. Jiang Feng of Mystic Dream Sect turned pale and could not help but slap his own forehead. He wondered why there were so many people seeking death these days. The teacup in Lin Yue's hand remained perfectly steady, and the warm tea did not ripple in the slightest. yet the air around him seemed to have turned into tangible ice. Before the sneer on Ji's face could fade, he suddenly felt the blood in his veins freeze. A chill originating from the depths of his soul shot up his spine and pierced through the crown of his head. Since when did 10,000 Sword Valley grow so bold? When Lin Yu's gaze fell upon Ji, those calm eyes held not a trace of emotion. Ji felt as though he had been locked onto by an ancient primordial beast. The very next second, he was rooted to the spot, his pupils abruptly shrinking to the size of needle tips. An invisible chill pierced through his robes, seeped into his bones and blood through every pore, making even his breath ache, as if laced with shards of ice. Lin Yue finally set down his teacup. He did not rise, nor did he even look at Ji. He merely gave a gentle flick of his fingertip. A barely perceptible golden sword ray shot forth like a venomous serpent, landing precisely on Ji's left shoulder. With a soft thud, a sword hole as fine as a strand of ox hair burst open and blood instantly soaked through his Taoist robe, splattering outward. Ji let out a muffled groan and tried to circulate his energy to staunch the bleeding. But the second, third, and fourth sword rays came one after another, striking his right arm, left leg, and right leg. Within a single breath, 66 golden sword rays precisely pierced the flesh beside Ji's vital acupoints. Each sword hole was as fine as a strand of hair, yet penetrated deep into bone and blood. They avoided all fatal points, yet amplified the agony to its absolute limit. It was as if 66 red-hot steel needles had been driven into his meridians at once, his very marrow burning. Ji trembled all over. Cold sweat rolled down his cheeks and struck the ground, leaving dark stains. A formless pressure pinned his limbs in place, robbing him of even the strength to raise a hand and wipe his brow. "Don't rush. This is only the beginning," Lin Yue said in a flat voice, yet his fingertip twitched again. A sudden heartrending pain exploded within Ji's spiritual sea. The sacred scriptures he had guarded his entire life were burning. The bamboo slips inscribed with the return of 10,000 swords technique were being devoured by raging flames. He could clearly sense his spiritual sea being torn apart. Sword insights and soul imprints accumulated over centuries of cultivation were being crushed and shredded like scraps of paper. Every single tear was accompanied by the excruciating agony of his soul being flayed alive. Ji let out a frenzied roar, his voice as hoarse as a cracked gong. He tried desperately to defend his spiritual sea, only to find his soul gripped by an invisible giant hand, utterly helpless. But it was not over yet. Ji's chest suddenly bulged as though something was churning inside it. He lowered his head and could clearly see beneath his robes that the area over his heart was heaving violently. An indescribable pain exploded from within his chest. A sensation of his internal organs being repeatedly churned by a sword tip tore through his entire body. Every stir brought him to the brink of suffocation and death, yet an invisible force kept him hanging on by a thread. He could not even faint. He could feel his heart spasming, his blood flowing in reverse through his veins, and every organ wailing in agony. Yet he simply could not die, forced to endure this hellish torment with full clarity. "Lin Yue, he'll kill you." Ji's eyes were bloodshot, tears mixed with blood rolling from the corners. A violent surge of energy erupted from within his body. "Damn it, he's about to self-destruct. Fall back." Zhang Feng of Mystic Dream Sect suddenly shouted. A 6th Order Unity Realm cultivator self-destruction could injure even a 7th Order Void Cave Realm cultivator who took the full brunt of it. Let alone the fact that the highest cultivation present right now was merely a half-step Void Cave Realm expert brought by Falling Snow Sect, a 6th-rate sect. Chaos erupted on the spot. After all, no one resorted to self-destruction unless there was absolutely no other choice. After self-destruction, there was no hope of survival whatsoever. The cultivator would be utterly annihilated, reduced to nothing, let alone reincarnation. Lin Yue gave a faint smile. "Before me, you don't even have the right to self-destruct." With a wave of his hand, the berserk spiritual energy within Ji's body vanished in an instant. Ji stared at Lin Yue in stunned disbelief, his eyes filled with nothing but terror. The crowd watched as the terrifying self-destruct force within Ji rapidly faded away, vanishing like an ebbing tide in the blink of an eye. Their gazes converged unanimously upon Lin Yue, the sovereign of the Misty Cloud Sect, disbelief and shock churning in their eyes. A young disciple of the Falling Snow Sect gripped his sword sheath tightly, his voice trembling as he asked the Void Refinement Elder beside him. "Elder Yang, can you suppress the self-destruct energy of a 6th-stage body integration cultivator?" Elder Yang's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, shock practically spilling from his eyes. He drew a deep breath, barely managing to suppress the dryness in his throat. He was overestimating him. Not to mention half-step Void Refinement, even a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivator could only defend against such power, let alone suppress it. Ji stared at Lin Yue in astonishment, his self-destruct power having vanished without a trace. But before he could recover from the shock, excruciating pain once again seized his senses. Just as Ji was about to be consumed by agony, Lin Yue raised his hand, and a gentle force enveloped him. The next second, even deeper astonishment flickered across everyone's eyes. The 66 sword wounds that had pierced Ge's body to the bone began to wriggle and heal at a visible speed, new flesh as smooth as fine jade, not even a single scar left behind. The excruciating pain deep within his sea of consciousness receded like a tide, and his soul, which had been torn into tattered fragments, recondensed into a complete orb of light under the nourishment of spiritual energy. The churning, burning sensation in his chest silently dissipated, and his heart resumed its steady, powerful beating, not even a trace of irregularity remaining. As if the hellish torment of his soul being shredded had been nothing but an absurd illusion. Yet Ji knew better than anyone that the pain had been real. The bone-deep searing agony, the despair of his soul being sliced apart inch by inch, was still vividly seared into his perception. He collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if his very tendons had been ripped away. When he raised his head to look at Lin Yue, the last shred of arrogance in his eyes shattered, completely replaced by bone-deep terror. This man could cast him into the deepest abyss with a flick of his finger, and could just as effortlessly erase every trace of suffering. His life, his pain, even his very existence, all hung by a single thread of this man's whim. Just what level of power did this man possess? Why had he ever provoked such an existence? As for why, he had likely already forgotten the scene of Lin Yue instantly killing the 6th stage body integration elder of the Crimson Blood Manor. Don't rush. This is only the beginning, Lin Yue said with an indolent chill in his voice, like a snowflake landing on a searing iron. Before the words faded, Ji let out a shrill, distorted scream that pierced the air with bone-gnawing agony, making every watching cultivator's scalp crawl. Everyone clearly saw Ji's skin begin to peel away from his muscles like a cicada shedding its shell. Inch by inch, strand by strand, as if an invisible dull blade were slowly carving through him. Blood trickled down along the gaps in his skin, dyeing the blue stone beneath him crimson and pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Sorry. I was wrong. Ji's voice was already hoarse and distorted, forced out from his throat along with blood and tears. Sovereign Lin, Grandfather Lin, Ancestor Lin, please spare me. Ji twisted his body desperately, but he did not even have the strength to struggle. He could only watch helplessly as his skin was completely flayed off, exposing the vivid, quivering muscles beneath, every fiber trembling slightly in the air. Lin Yue merely curled the corner of his mouth. The smile that fell upon everyone's eyes carried no warmth at all, but instead seeped into the marrow like bitter winter snow, as if the surrounding air had dropped several degrees, numbing even their fingertips. Don't be impatient. This is still just the beginning. Immediately after, Ji's screams grew even more piercing, nearly tearing at everyone's eardrums. Moments ago, only his skin had been stripped away. Now even the exposed muscles began to slew off the bone strand by strand, piece by piece. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A thick stench of blood instantly permeated the air, making people gag. Quite a few disciples with weaker constitutions had already turned deathly pale, crouching on the ground and vomiting violently, as if about to bring up even their bile. Lin Yue looked down at Ji, writhing in agony, not a single ripple in his eyes. He had originally not wished to lower himself to dealing with such mere ants, but as he saw it now, he had been far too casual. Unrestrained indulgence only made these ants mistake his gentleness for weakness. Indeed, only iron-fisted methods could establish order. All that remained on the scene were Ji's screams, the disciples' retching, and the sticky, wet sounds of flesh peeling away. Within moments, the flesh on Ji's body had been stripped clean away, leaving only a ghastly white skeleton supporting his frame. His still beating heart was exposed to the open air, and even the internal organs within his chest cavity were clearly visible. Even more terrifying, his consciousness remained piercingly clear. The cool sensation of air washing over exposed bones and organs, the searing pain from deep within his marrow, were all branded into his perception with terrifying clarity. Even losing consciousness had become a luxury. Xiao Yu, the leader of the Crimson Blood Manor delegation, stood in the crowd, his entire body trembling violently, like a sieve, cold sweat having already soaked through the robes on his back. He stared fixedly at Ji on the ground, his pupils contracting sharply. Ji had merely mocked Lin Yue a few times, and this was his fate. But he himself had spent these days mocking and despising the Misty Cloud Sect, and Lin Yue far more viciously than Ji ever had. A wave of icy terror shot up from the soles of his feet, through his entire body, squeezing his heart until it almost stopped. A cat toying with a mouse. Tom and Jerry. Everyone had only ever seen the farce of Jerry outwitting Tom. But who had ever truly considered he who had won consecutive championships at the global mouse-catching competition, he who set countless trophies before his master, could he really not catch a single Jerry? It was not that he could not catch him. It was simply that he was unwilling to move, only wishing to bring joy to the children. Zhao Yu's teeth clattered uncontrollably. He knew that the moment the Secret Realm expedition ended, his death would be upon him. At that thought, he immediately sent a message to his sect relaying the current situation in detail to his manor lord. The Misty Cloud Sect, its sovereign Lin Yue, possessed unfathomably deep strength. He had instantly slain 5th stage soul separation and 6th stage body integration cultivators. Using inhuman methods, he tormented a sixth-stage body integration cultivator beyond recognition, then restored him in a single instant. All of this had been witnessed with his own eyes. Moreover, the young lord was likely doomed. Gazing at the scene within the dream illusion realm, a flicker of worry passed through his eyes. For some reason, he could not shake a terrible premonition. At this moment, Ji no longer even had the strength to groan. His bones and internal organs were completely exposed, and every breath brought heart-piercing pain. The problem was that his mind remained unusually clear. He knew he was finished. Lin Yue's gaze finally shifted away from Ji Yi, landing on the luminous screen of the dream illusion realm. 23 peak, 4th stage nascent soul cultivators from the 10,000 Sword Valley and the Crimson Blood Manor had completely surrounded Su Muxue. So you enjoy bullying the outnumbered? Lin Yue said coolly. Then let me show you what it truly means to overwhelm with numbers. Inside the secret realm, Su Muxue listened to Xie Yunli's glib words, tightly gripping the yin-yang sword in her hand, the black and white spiritual light on the blade trembling faintly. Let her leave. Su Muxue would bet a copper coin that even if Xie Yunlu spoke the truth, he would definitely say I agreed, but Sun Jun didn't, or the other 10,000 Sword Valley disciples didn't. Xie Yunlu crossed his arms, a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. Enough. You're not still hoping for reinforcements, are you? The 10,000 Sword Valley disciples behind him all laughed coldly. The long swords in their hands gleamed with spiritual light, interweaving into an airtight net of energy that trapped Su Muxue in the center. Just as they were about to make their move, a dense, white mist suddenly surged from deep within the valley. It rolled in like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire area. Immediately after, a dull tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. The tremor grew stronger and stronger, as if some colossal beast was charging toward them. The thunderous pounding of heavy hooves crushing rock rumbled up from the earth, rattling their eardrums. It sounded like the thunderous roar of a giant beast stampeding, heavy hooves grinding rock to dust. What is that? A 10,000 Sword Valley disciple asked with a frown. A thread of divine sense extended carefully into the depths of the fog. But the moment his spiritual sense touched the mist 10 meters away, it recoiled, as if burned by a red-hot iron. Then an oppressive, destructive aura suddenly descended upon the entire area. It weighed down like Mount Tai, suffocating their breath and slowing even the circulation of their spiritual energy. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the mist, saturated with savagery and bloodlust enough to shatter the hearts of all who heard it. The next instant, 20 black gold figures burst out from the withered thickets, slamming heavily onto the blue stone ground. The immense impact cracked the earth into spiderweb-like fissures. Everyone focused their eyes, and their hearts sank straight to the pit of their stomachs. They were demonic beasts covered in black scales the size of wash basins, the edges of the scales gleaming with a dark golden metallic sheen, as if inlaid with meteoric iron. Each beast stood about 3 zhang tall, with limbs as thick as ancient locust trees. From their claws extended half-a-foot-long bone spikes, and the dark green venom dripping from them corroded the blue stone into fist-sized craters hissing with white smoke. Their heads were shaped like jackals, but each bore 3 crimson vertical pupils. The hot breath snorting from their maws carried a thick stench of blood, and even the surrounding mist was tinged a faint green. Black-scale, heaven-rending beasts. Why would these things be here? Xie Yunli's face turned pale, and the long sword in his hand trembled uncontrollably. The black-scale, heaven-rending beast was a 6th-stage body integration demonic beast that fed on cultivators' spiritual energy. And now a full 20 of them had surrounded them. Their 3 vertical pupils locked onto the humans before them, eyes filled with mockery and greed, as if appraising prey already in their grasp. The current situation was that 23 peak, 4th-stage nascent soul cultivators had Su Muxue encircled in the center, and the 20 black-scale, heaven-rending beasts surrounded those 23. It appeared almost as if these 23 people were protecting Su Muxue, standing against the beasts. Quickly, form the 10,000 Sword Guardian formation. Xie Yunlu forced down his fear and shouted harshly. 12 10,000 Sword Valley disciples instantly reacted, driving their long swords into the ground. Blue-gray spiritual energy spread along the sword blades. Above their heads, it condensed into a radiant shield composed of thousands of fine sword chi humming fiercely and radiating a sharp, piercing aura. Don't just stand there. Form the Bloodfrost Shield formation. Sun Jun of the Crimson Blood Manor also roared at once. 11 Crimson Blood Manor cultivators unhesitatingly slashed their own palms, letting fresh blood drip down their sword blades. A frigid aura laced with crimson threads instantly wrapped around the group, condensing into a pale red ice shield outside their bodies. The chill emanating from the shield dropped the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Lin Yue watched this scene and chuckled softly. A formation formed by 4th-stage nascent soul cultivators, and they presumed to resist 6th-stage body integration beasts. As Lin Yue said, these formations were virtually unbreakable against cultivators of the same realm. But in the eyes of the black-scale, heaven-rending beasts, it was nothing more than a sheet of thin paper. The beast at the far left let out a laugh. Hey, interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such weak cultivators dare to form a formation. It did not charge. It merely pushed off slightly with its forelegs, and its massive body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The gust of wind it stirred snapped the withered trees around it clean in half, leaving a black gold afterimage in the air. In an instant it stood before the light shield formed by the 10,000 Sword Valley disciples. Its 3 vertical pupils flashed with murderous light, and its right claw swept down with a sharp shriek that tore the air, smashing viciously into the shield. Clang! A deafening metallic clang reverberated through the valley, and the thousands of sword chi on the light shield shattered in an instant. The blue-gray spiritual energy surged backward like a retreating tide, crashing violently into the 10,000 Sword Valley members, led by Xuan Yuan. They all spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. The tigers' mouths of their sword-gripping hands split open, blood dripping down the hilts. Their long swords carved half a foot deep grooves into the ground before they barely managed to steady themselves. Xuan Yuan clutched his chest, his eyes filled with resentment, confusion, and shock. Resentment, confusion, shock. What he resented was why the 10,000 Sword Guardian formation, famed for its defense, had proven so fragile. What confused him was why the black-scale heaven-rending beasts had suddenly appeared here. What shocked him was that a single strike had nearly shattered the formation entirely. He was not alone. Almost at the same moment, a second black-scale heaven-rending beast appeared before the Crimson Blood Manor formation. Its colossal claw slammed into the ice shield with overwhelming force. Crack! With a crisp sound, the pale red ice shield instantly became covered in cracks, then shattered completely. The icy aura scattered in all directions, and Sun Jun and the other 11 were blasted backward, their faces equally pale. As Sun Jun staggered back, his peripheral vision instinctively swept toward where Su Muxue had been standing, only to find that spot already empty. He looked around and spotted Su Muxue standing on a tree behind the pack of black-scale heaven-rending beasts with 3 indistinct figures beside her. Su Muxue stared at the 3 in shock, for she could not sense a single trace of cultivation aura from them. There were only 2 possibilities. Either these people had no cultivation at all, but how could that be? Any discerning observer could tell that these 3 were the masterminds who had lured the black-scale heaven-rending beasts here. That meant there was only the second possibility: their cultivation was so vastly superior to Su Muxue's that she could not even perceive it. Su Muxue looked at the 3 in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. Miss Su, no need to be alarmed. Among the 3, a cultivator dressed in a blue robe spoke slowly, his voice gentle, yet carrying an unyielding authority. We have been dispatched by Lord Lin Yue to come to your aid. At the mention of the name Lin Yue, Su Muxue felt a sudden surge of joy, and the weight that had been hanging on her heart at last fell away. So you are the seniors sent by my master. Thank you, 3 seniors, for coming to our rescue. After saying this, she bowed to the 3. At that very moment, a black-scale heaven-rending beast suddenly swung its long tail, sweeping it out like a steel whip. The black scales on its tail glimmered with a cold, sinister light. As the tail swept across the ground, it gouged a half-foot-deep furrow into the bluestone floor. 2 Wanjian Valley disciples reacted too late, and the tail struck them squarely across the chest. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Both men's sternums caved in instantly, and their bodies flew backward like kites with severed strings. Blood gushed from the corners of their mouths, while their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Clearly they had died on the spot. Kill! Xuan Yuan watched his fellow disciples die cruel deaths, his eyes instantly turning scarlet, bloodshot, veins filling his eyeballs. He knew that continuing to defend passively would only lead to inevitable death. Only by seizing the initiative and attacking could he find a glimmer of hope. He wrenched the long sword from the ground, angry spiritual energy frenziedly condensing along the blade. It eventually transformed into a fierce streak of sword ki over 10 feet long, the air around it warping and twisting from the searing heat. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Mountain Breaker! Xuan Yuan roared. With a fierce slash of the long sword in his hand, the cyan sword ki shot toward the leading black-scale, heaven-rending beast like a rainbow piercing the sun. Outside the secret realm, Lin Yue watched the scenes within the Xianmeng realm, then turned to Ji Yi, who floated in midair with nothing but a skeleton left, and laughed. Your Wanjian Valley truly has some nerve. Launching a proactive assault on this 6th-order integration realm black-scale, heaven-rending beast with mere 4th-order primordial spirit realm cultivation. Interesting. Very interesting. Ji Yi stared at the carnage inside the secret realm. All color had long since drained from his face, leaving only deathly gray despair. He racked his brains, unable to understand why a 6th-order integration realm black-scale, heaven-rending beast could appear at the outer edge of a secret realm where the most powerful demon beasts were only at the 4th-order primordial spirit realm. But he was all too clear that their young valley lord Xuan Yuan was as good as dead this time. As for himself, even if Lin Yue were willing to spare him, his own valley lord would never let him off. Facing Xuan Yuan's all-out strike, the black-scale heaven-rending beast merely tossed its head contemptuously. It neither dodged nor blocked, simply letting that cyan sword key slash into the scales on its left shoulder. Sizzle. The instant the sword key collided with the scales, it dispersed like cold water splashed onto a red-hot iron plate, without stirring so much as a ripple. That ferocious sword key, let alone injuring the heaven-rending beast, had not even left a white mark on its black scales. Xie Yunlu stood frozen on the spot, his eyes filled with shock beyond belief. His all-out strike had failed to break through the opponent's defense. Human, is that all the skill you have? The black-scale heaven-rending beast's voice was hoarse and icy, dripping with vicious mockery. The moment the words fell, its figure vanished where it stood, and the next second it was already beside Xie Yunlu. Xie Yunli's heart jolted with terror. He wanted to raise his sword to defend, only to find that his body could not keep up with his mind. The beast's left claw suddenly shot up, angry spiritual energy shattering beneath its talons like bubbles. With one grab, it seized the dark iron longsword in Xie Yunli's hand and applied a slight force. Crack! This dark iron longsword, which had accompanied him for many years, was easily snapped into two pieces. Broken fragments sprayed out, cutting across Xie Yunli's cheek and leaving a bright red streak of blood. At the same time, the other black-scale heaven-rending beasts also began their cruel slaughter. One beast opened its bloody maw and spat out a clump of dark green venom. The venom traced an arc in midair and landed with deadly precision on the chest of a Qingyun Valley disciple. The disciple felt only a cold sensation at his chest, followed instantly by an agonizing pain that pierced his heart. He looked down and saw the venom spreading swiftly across his skin, as if it were alive, instantly corroding his flesh and exposing the white bones beneath. Even his bone marrow, eroded by the venom, gave off white smoke and a pungent, acrid odor of burning. He let out a blood-curdling scream and tried to circulate spiritual energy to resist, but the moment the energy reached his chest, the venom melted it away instantly, proving entirely useless. Eventually, racked by endless agony, he collapsed to the ground, his body slowly dissolving into a pool of dark green pus, leaving not even his bones behind. The survivors had lost all will to fight. Like frightened rabbits, they scattered in all directions, yet they simply could not escape the heaven-rending beast's pursuit. Another black-scale heaven-rending beast lunged into the air, its enormous body tracing a black-gold arc across the sky. With the force of 1,000 June, its hind hooves stamped hard onto the back of a Qingyun Valley disciple. A thunderous bang echoed out. The man's body burst apart like a watermelon crushed by a boulder, blood and entrails splattering over the withered trees all around. He did not even let out a groan before his life was extinguished. There was another who tried to escape by climbing a tree. He scaled a dead tree with all his strength and had barely caught his breath when a black-scale, heaven-rending beast fiercely lashed its long tail. Like a nimble whip, the long tail coiled precisely around the guardian's ankle. With a light tug, it yanked him. He was slammed heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, the heaven-rending beast had opened its huge mouth and crushed his skull with a single bite. Blood dripped from the beast's jaws, and the crisp crack of teeth grinding bone echoed clearly through the silent valley, sending terror into every remaining cultivator. Xie Yunlu watched his fellow disciples die one by one in the beast's jaws, boundless despair surging in his chest, and a rush of hot blood charging straight to his head. He wanted to take someone down with him before he died. His gaze instinctively swept towards Su Muxiu, yet when he looked around, there was no trace of Su Muxiu anywhere. Then all of a sudden he caught sight of a graceful figure standing in a tree behind those black-scale heaven-rending beasts. He burst into frantic laughter, hoarse and shrill, heavy with despair and unwillingness, as if he had gone mad. Sun Jun, watching Xie Yunlu laugh out of nowhere, was stunned, as well as heart full of doubt. Why, after breaking their formation, would these black-scale heaven-rending beasts slaughter only the people of Qingyun Valley, yet ignore them entirely, dressed as they were in Shishua Manor robes? On the contrary, they had been slaughtering the Qingyun Valley people all along. Just then a black-scale heaven-rending beast sharply lowered its head, and with its iron-hard forehead carrying ferocious might rammed heavily into Xie Yunli's chest. Xie Yunlu instantly spat out a great gush of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string and slamming heavily into a protruding rock with a dull thud. Xie Yunlu felt as though all his internal organs had been knocked out of place, and another mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. He struggled to climb to his feet, only to discover that his spine had been completely severed. His four limbs could not move at all. He could only lie on the ground, watching helplessly as his fellow disciples died around him one by one, his eyes brimming with endless remorse and despair. Outside the secret realm, Lin Yue's voice slowly sounded. "Now do you still think it's a pity?" These words were like a descent into hell, sending chills down one's spine. Ji's body trembled violently. The light in his eyes dimmed bit by bit until only ashen despair remained. Inside the secret realm, the stench of blood drifted like a dense fog. The black-scaled, heaven-rending beast stepped forward with heavy, deliberate strides, each footfall making the ground tremble, and slowly halted before Xie Yunlu. It lowered its colossal head Its 3 vertical pupils were as sharp as cold stars fixed unwaveringly on the young master of Wanjian Valley. Hot breath gusted from its muzzle and nostrils reeking of the fresh blood of lives just devoured. When that stench washed over Xie Yunlia's face, he could not help but shiver. Xie Yunlia's gaze remained locked on the enormous fanged maw shreds of the cultivator's flesh for moments before still hanging from its tusks. In his usually arrogant eyes a desperate plea flickered. But the heaven-rending beast gave him no chance at all. It lunged its head down with savage speed. A crisp crack rang out. Blood burst forth at once. Xie Yunlia's upper body was bitten to pieces. No. Yes roar tore through the deathly silence raw with heart-rending grief. That was the future of Wanjian Valley. The young master nurtured by draining every resource Wanjian Valley could offer. The young master of Wanjian Valley was not the Valley Lord's son. He had been forged through layer after layer of trials and life-and-death battles. The position belonged only to those with true ability. It could be said that Xie Yunlu was the strongest of Wanjian Valley's younger generation, a mid-stage 4th-order primordial spirit cultivator under the age of 20. He was the future of Wanjian Valley. The elders all hoped that once he matured he would lead the valley from a 5th-rank sect to a 6th-rank one, and even touch the threshold of a 7th-rank sect. Yet men like this always believed heaven was first, earth was second, and they themselves were third. Long ago the elders' indulgence had made him run wild without heed for law or limit. Bullying men and seizing women were routine. What he had never expected was that this time he would run into a cheat. Blood dripped from the corner of the heaven-rending beast's mouth, pooling into a small crimson puddle on the ground, proclaiming the final downfall of Wanjian Valley's proud prodigy. In just a few dozen breaths, all 13 people of Wanjian Valley had been wiped out. A gaze burning with hatred pinned itself to Lin Yue, and a voice rasped like a venom-tipped blade. Lin Yue, wait for your sect to be destroyed. You killed Wanjian Valley's future. Your Piaomiao sect will be annihilated down to the last dog and chicken. Lin Yue listened to the furious threat, yet only curved one corner of his lips, his tone as casual, as if he were discussing something utterly insignificant. Destroy my sect. Not even a dog or chicken left. Your Wanjian Valley is not qualified to say such things. You wanted to speak again, but Lin Yue simply waved his hand. An instant later, every cultivator outside the secret realm, wearing Wanjian Valley robes, turned into drifting dust and scattered lightly on the wind, without so much as a scream. The sight shook everyone present to the core. Lin Yue's monstrous strength occupied their minds once more. With heaven-defying means he had rendered a 6th-order Unity Realm cultivator utterly incapable of resistance. And in a single breath he could turn an entire group into dust. What was most alarming was that among them were no few 5th-order Soul Separation Realm cultivators and 5th-order Unity Realm cultivators. Only now did they finally grasp just how profound the might of Piaomiao Sect truly was. Inside the secret realm, the 3 mysterious figures beside Su Muxue suddenly turned their gaze to Sun Jun, who stood not far away. Almost at the same time, the black-scaled, heaven-rending beast turned its head too, its vertical pupils sweeping over Sun Jun with undisguised pressure. Cold sweat instantly soaked Sun Jun's robes, dripping down his cheeks in beads and striking the ground into tiny dark marks. Where was the arrogance of this ordinarily overbearing young master of Qishua Manor now? With a thud he dropped to his knees. Granny Su, Ancestor Su, please be merciful and spare me. Su Muxue turned to the 3 mysterious figures beside her, her eyes full of inquiry. She had no idea what her master Lin Yue had instructed these 3 seniors to do. Lord Lin said he still wants to toy with this Qishua Manor, said one of the figures dressed in a blue robe, his tone calm and level. Su Muxue had no idea what was happening in the outside world, but she would never question her master's orders. She lifted her eyes to Sun Jun. Her voice was light and offhand, yet carried an unassailable authority. Scram. A figure then waved a hand, and the black-scaled, heaven-rending beast obligingly opened a path for him. Seeing the beast clear a way out, Sun Jun felt as if a mountain had been lifted from his shoulders. He scrambled to his feet and fled the place, stumbling away with his subordinates. Miss Su, the matters Lord Lin assigned have been handled. We will take our leave now, the blue-robed man added. Thank you, seniors, for saving my life. Su Muxue hastily cupped her fists, her voice full of gratitude. Miss Su, you are too kind. As he spoke, the blue-robed man drew a ring from his robe and handed it to her. The ring was lustrous white with a clearly incised Taiji Yin-Yang pattern at its center, faint spiritual energy swirling through it. Lord Lin instructed us to give this to you. Drip blood on it, and it will recognize you as its master. Inside the ring is a small horn. With it in your possession, no demonic beast here will take the initiative to attack you. There is also a white spiritual herb. You may feed it to the little one in your arms. Farewell. With those words, the 3 mysterious figures turned and left together with the 20 black-scaled, heaven-rending beasts. Su Muxue watched them go. She pricked her finger, and a drop of heart blood fell onto the ring. The moment the blood merged into its surface, an enormous spatial sensation flooded her awareness. Is this a storage ring? Su Muxue was stunned as she felt the spatial ring in her hand. The space within the ring was so vast it surpassed imagination, as if it could hold an entire city. Within the ring were heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The lowest grade among them was 4th order, most were 5th or 6th order, and a few even reached 7th order. Su Muxue understood. These must have been left by the 3 seniors as an additional gift. There were also 10 caddies of richly fragrant beef. At this moment the ice flame fox in her arms stirred, slowly emerging. When the black-scaled heaven-rending beast had arrived, it had been so frightened that it plunged straight into Su Muxue's embrace, clinging tightly to her clothes and refusing to show its head. Now though it cautiously poked out its fluffy head, its one ice blue and one fiery red eye studying the surroundings with curiosity. Su Muxue took a pure white spiritual herb from the ring. She could not even tell what rank the spiritual herb was. Since the 3 knew the name Lin Yue, they should not be enemies. Su Muxue fed it to the ice flame fox. She gently placed the herb at the ice flame fox's lips. The little thing sniffed it, and then began nibbling it in small bites. When the ice flame fox finished it completely, a miraculous scene unfolded. Master. A tender childish voice sounded from Su Muxue's arms. It stammered a little, but every syllable was clear. Su Muxue abruptly looked down at the ice flame fox staring up at her in her arms, and a brilliant light of surprise burst from her eyes. Hearing the ice flame fox speak, she excitedly scooped it up and spun around. You can talk. The ice flame fox was left a little dizzy by being shaken in her arms, but it still nuzzled her palm with its small head and said softly, Master. Meanwhile, 3 mysterious figures were moving through the mountain forest outside the secret realm, leading a black-scale, sky-rending beast. One of them, a man in gray robes, could not help but speak up. Eldest brother, why did we give her the speech-transforming herb? Didn't we already offer plenty of heavenly treasures? The azure-robed man addressed, as eldest brother gave him an indifferent glance. We have no use for it. The gray-robed man was instantly left speechless. Another man in white robes beside them could not help but chuckle softly, only to be glared at fiercely by the gray-robed man. The speech-transforming herb was a 7th-rank high-grade spirit herb. Despite its high grade, it had only one effect. It allowed demonic beasts below the 6th-rank integration realm to speak before their time. Such spirit herbs were usually guarded by high-grade demonic beasts and reserved for the prodigies of their clans. That is right, high-grade demonic beasts. These 3 were sworn brothers, all 7th-rank Void Insight Realm demonic beasts who had already taken human form. The one in the center was originally a Hellfire Ghost Tiger. The one on the left was originally a Spectral Shadow Night Deer. The one on the right was originally a Mystic Ice Nether Goat. Tiger was the eldest, Deer the second, and Goat the third. Do they look familiar? Lin Yue perceived these 3. They counted as humans since they had already taken human form. Even he was somewhat shocked when he discerned the true forms of these 3 7th-rank Void Insight Realm demonic beasts. Were these not exactly the 3 national preceptors of the Qi kingdom? Hadn't the great sage equal to heaven already killed them? What had they reincarnated and resumed their cultivation? Was there not an old saying, when a fellow townsman meets a fellow townsman, both eyes brim with tears? The more Lin Yue looked at these 3, the more agreeable they became. His figure appeared out of thin air before them, telling them to go assist Su Muxue. Lin Yue could go himself as well, but would he use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? To kill a poor wage slave who had just clocked a 12-hour shift, would he deploy a hydrogen bomb? It was not worth it. But these 3 as 7th-rank Void Insight Realm beings still wanted to put on the airs of mighty experts. After all, a 7th-rank demonic beast that had taken human form could not be ordered around at the drop of a hat, could it? Lin Yue raised his hand, deciding to do them the favor of reenacting the way they had died in their previous lives. He did not say much, he simply raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Tiger the eldest was beheaded by Lin Yue. At the instant of decapitation, the sharp pain at his neck and the weightlessness of his soul, leaving his body, made this 7th-rank demonic beast, who had always prided himself on his fierceness, tremble all over. Deer the second was disemboweled, and had his heart gouged out by Lin Yue. The icy sensation of the cutting and gouging still lingered in his chest. He could clearly remember the suffocating feeling when his heart was seized. Goat the third was hung over a cauldron of boiling oil by Lin Yue. His wool was fried into a fluffy snowball, and the mystic ice mist around him surged, uncontrollably condensing into fine bits of frost that crashed to the ground. The searing pain of having just been hung over a boiling oil cauldron still lingered in his soul, as if his very marrow were still sizzling. Then Lin Yue snapped his fingers and restored everything to its original state. Now do you still think being ordered around is beneath your dignity? Lin Yue's voice was faint like a breeze brushing through the mountains, yet it made the 3 demonic beasts shudder at the same time. Where had these 3 ever seen such a spectacle? Just moments ago they had truly died once. Tiger the eldest abruptly bowed deeply. We would not dare. If Senior has orders, we will carry them out, even at the cost of death. Deer the second and Goat the third hurriedly bowed as well. Senior, rest assured, we will definitely help that Miss Su. Goat the third buried his head even lower, afraid that Lin Yue might fry him into mutton again. This sovereign shall bestow a title upon you. From now on you may call yourselves Tiger Strength Immortal, Deer Strength Immortal, and Goat Strength Immortal. If anyone refuses to accept it, let them come and find this sovereign. The three savored it. Savor it carefully. Tiger Strength Immortal, Deer Strength Immortal, Goat Strength Immortal. They sounded grand and imposing. Moreover, if anyone was dissatisfied, they would have to go and see Senior. Lin Yue made a grand wave of his hand, and before them a man and a woman materialized as illusory figures out of thin air. The woman is this sovereign's disciple Su Mushua. The man wears the robes of Wanjian Valley. Remember, kill all who wear the garments of Wanjian Valley. Let everyone else go. The three knew full well that this Lord Lin before them was absolutely someone they could not afford to offend. Tiger Strength, Deer Strength, Goat Strength Immortal, at your command. At this moment Su Mushua still did not know the true identities of these three seniors. She simply held the talking ice flame fox in her arms, her fingertip gently stroking the taiji ring, her heart full of warmth. As Su Muxu's fingertip traced the taiji ring, the heavenly treasures inside the ring gave off a gentle spiritual radiance, and warmth welled up in her heart. She raised her head and looked around, deciding to find a safe place to make a full power breakthrough to the fifth-order soul separation realm. Elsewhere, Deer Strength Immortal said to Tiger Strength Immortal, "Eldest brother, can we seek refuge with Senior Lin?" Goat Strength Immortal was stunned by these words. "Second brother, are you crazy? Humans and demons are irreconcilable. Senior is a human powerhouse. How could he accept us demons?" Tiger Strength Immortal sighed, his eyes full of complex emotions. "Third brother is right. The reason I gave the speech transforming herb to that Ms. Su was to leave a path of retreat in case we ever encountered misfortune. As for seeking refuge, alas, it is hard. It may not be impossible. Not impossible. Sigh, I wish. But why should he accept us? Just because we did him a small favor. Did that even count as a favor? That lord obviously just could not be bothered to act himself." Tiger Strength Immortal continued to sigh. Deer Strength, Goat Strength Immortal greets his lordship. Only then did Tiger Strength Immortal realize that the words, "it may not be impossible," had come from Lin Yue. There stood Lin Yue leaning against an old tree, watching them with a calm gaze. Tiger Strength Immortal turned around, hurriedly stepped forward, and asked with some urgency, "My lord, are you truly willing to accept us?" Lin Yue nodded. To him these three and Tan Xian were equally dispensable. All the same, he did have some goodwill toward Tan Xian and toward these three immortals, so it made no difference to him. Tiger Strength Immortal, however, did not relax. Instead, he frowned and cautioned, "My lord, humans and demons are irreconcilable. If we are discovered, you may end up making an enemy of the entire human race." Lin Yue looked at Tiger Strength Immortal's warning and smiled faintly. "It does not matter. Even this entire world this sovereign can destroy with a single move." After saying this, he tossed out 3 Miao Sect Outer Elder tokens, the same kind as Tan Xian's. The 3 tokens landed in front of them, glowing with a faint spiritual light. These tokens can conceal the demonic aura on your bodies. As long as you do not reveal your true forms, even if a great emperor came in person, no flaw could be detected. These words crashed like a thunderbolt into the hearts of the three. Demons feed on humans, humans value demons as precious treasures. But now, relying on a single token, they could walk openly through human territory. Goat Strength Immortal held the token in his hands, his fingertips trembling. Deer Strength Immortal's eyes brimmed with excitement. Tiger Strength Immortal prostrated himself deeply. "We thank my lord for this grace." At this moment, a bold idea occurred to Lin Yue. Why not find a kingdom, let these three return to their original story, and become national preceptors? He smiled, but did not voice the thought. He would wait until after the Secret Realm expedition. In the River of Time thousands of years ago, Lin Yue brought Yi Chun and Xianming to the past. Wow, so this is what it looked like thousands of years ago. Yi Chun gazed at the scene around him with curiosity. Suddenly a person walked toward them from the opposite direction and passed straight through Yi Chun. It was as if Yi Chun did not exist at all. "Master." Yi Chun looked at Lin Yue in confusion. "The past cannot be changed. Although we are in this era thousands of years ago, we can only watch. We cannot touch those who live in the past. Of course, if your strength reaches a certain level, nothing is unchangeable." Lin Yue explained to Yi Chun. "Alright, it's time for us to find Chen Ran, the master of the secret realm. At this point in our timeline, he should have just joined the Xuan Sect." With a snap of Lin Yue's fingers, the group arrived at the foot of Xuan Sect. Looking at the sea of people, Lin Yue quickly locked onto his target. The newly admitted disciples were mostly dressed in gray outer sect robes. Among them, some gathered in groups to discuss cultivation techniques, while others hurried toward the martial arts arena. Chen Ran walked on foot up the stone steps leading to the mountain gate. Suddenly he heard a faint squeaking sound, so thin like a cotton thread in the wind that it was imperceptible unless one listened carefully. He stopped and followed the sound. Beside the stone steps under an ancient tree, a tiny monkey the size of a palm was curled up. "Sect Master, could this be that white-browed, old monkey?" Xianming said. "Probably. Let's keep watching," Lin Yue said indifferently. Its grayish-brown fur was matted into clumps with dust, and dried blood and dark red blood still seeped from the wounds. Its front paws clung tightly to half a moldy corn bun, but it lacked the strength to bring it to its mouth. Seeing Chun Ran look over, it could only bare its teeth weakly and let out a threatening growl. Yet the sound was as faint as a string about to snap, carrying instead a stubbornness that made one's heart ache. Chun Ran was stunned. On his way from the village to the sect, he had seen wild monkeys by the mountain stream. Those monkeys had all been lively and bright-eyed. He had never seen one so miserable. He clenched the coarse grain cake in his hand and hesitated for a moment. It was his only food for the day. If he gave it away, he would go hungry that night. But looking at the little monkey's black eyes bright as if soaked in tears, he still walked over and slowly crouched down. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Chun Ran's voice was soft, carrying the unique gentleness of youth. He broke the coarse grain cake in half first and held the larger half to the little monkey's mouth. "Eat. I still have more." The little monkey looked at Chun Ran warily. Perhaps it was starving, or perhaps it sensed no ill intent from Chun Ran. This little monkey chose to trust this human once more. The little monkey devoured the cake. Even when crumbs fell to the ground, it would stick out its little tongue and lick them clean, looking pitiful and obedient. Watching it wolf down the food, Chun Ran couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. He noticed the wounds on the little monkey's body, some of them were festering, and they could become infected if not treated. He reached into his robe and pulled out a crumpled cloth pouch containing the healing medicine distributed by the sect. Although it was the lowest grade pill, it was more than enough to treat external wounds. "He'll treat your wounds, okay?" Chun Ran asked softly, slowly reaching out his hand. The little monkey looked up at him. This time it did not flinch, but obediently lay on the ground, allowing Chun Ran to gently pick it up. Chun Ran's movements were as light as if he were afraid of breaking some precious treasure. He first tore a clean strip of cloth from the hem of his robe and carefully wiped away the blood and dirt from the little monkey's wounds. Then he crushed a healing pill and spread the powder evenly over the wounds. The moment the ointment touched its skin, the little monkey couldn't help but tremble. Yet it endured and did not cry out, only gently nuzzling Chun Ran's palm with its small head. "Bear with it. It'll be better soon." Chun Ran smiled. It was the first time he had truly smiled since he joined the sect. He wrapped the little monkey's leg gently with the cloth strip, then placed it on his knee. "My name is Chun Ran. From now on you will be called Hui Ran. From this moment you'll stay with me. As long as I have a bite to eat, you'll never go hungry." The stone monkey seemed to understand. It nuzzled his fingers, then picked up the remaining piece of cake in its mouth and held it out to Chun Ran's lips. Chun Ran was taken aback, then smiled and took a small bite. The wheat fragrance of the coarse grain cake mixed with the faint earthy smell of the stone monkey felt warmer than anything he had ever tasted. Just then the sound of soft footsteps came from nearby. Chun Ran looked up and saw a young woman in light blue disciple robes walking over with a medicine basket. Her hair was held up with a wooden hairpin and her expression was gentle. It was Zhang Xiaoer. Zhang Xiaoer had originally gone to the outer sect's herb garden to collect herbs. As she passed the street corner, she happened to see Chun Ran crouching by the roadside, carefully bandaging a little monkey's wounds. She stopped and quietly watched from not far away. The young man before her, though he himself was clutching the only coarse grain cake he had, was willing to share it with an injured monkey and patiently treat its wounds. During the distribution of cultivation resources earlier, she had already noticed Chun Ran. The other disciples all scrambled for spirit stones and technique scrolls, but he alone stood silently at the back. Even though outer disciples were each given only the most basic Qi introduction technique and 10 low-grade spirit stones, he simply stood quietly at the very back, without a single complaint. Seeing him show such kindness, even to a monkey, Zhang Xiaoer felt a sudden stir in her heart. "You're Chun Ran." Zhang Xiaoer walked over, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Chun Ran had not expected anyone to speak to him. He hurriedly stood up, and the stone monkey in his arms also raised its head warily to look at Zhang Xiao. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Yes, senior sister. Hello. My name is Chun Ran." "My name is Zhang Xiaoer. I'm also an outer disciple," Zhang Xiaoer said with a smile. The little monkey seemed to sense that Zhang Xiaoer meant no harm. It poked its head out from Chun Ran's arms and wagged its tail at her. Zhang Xiaoer was amused and laughed. And so the two came to know each other. Then just as the story of the white-browed old monkey unfolded, Lin Yue snapped his fingers and time entered a fast-forward state. Zhang Xiaoer was tied up at the center of Qiyue Tower. Merely hearing the old monkey's story had already infuriated Yi Chun. Now watching it in person left him with a belly full of anger that had no outlet. Lin Yue shot Xianming a look, and Xianming understood. Xianming snapped his fingers at Zhang Xiaoer. Then Chun Ran, as the story had told, was cast in a Huasher cliff, and seeing this the little monkey also jumped down after him. So that's how it is. No wonder. Yi Chun let out an exclamation of surprise. He had never imagined that the white-browed old monkey was actually Chun Ran's first hatred beast. Chun Ran's hatred combined with the little monkey's hatred, the two stacked together, caused their realms to rise rapidly. As for how they escaped from the place of utter despair, it was the old turtle that led Chun Ran to an ancient teleportation array. Chun Ran and countless hatred beasts poured their energy into it and teleported out. and the monkey became the #1 demon beast under Chun Ran's command. In the end, he reached the late stage of the 6th Order Unity Realm, a single step away from entering the 7th Order Inside Void Realm and transforming into human form. But by this time Chun Ran's final moments had arrived, so it no longer mattered whether he transformed or not. A biting wind swept the miasma from the base of Huasher Cliff, and Chun Ran's figure had just been swallowed by the gale. On the mass burial mound, Zhang Xiao's body lay discarded like refuse. Bleached bones leaned askew against a broken tombstone, a horse crow's cawed from withered branches. Lin Yue and his 2 companions stood nearby, a touch of melancholy gathered in their eyes. What a pity, such a woman to meet such an end. Yi Chun gazed at her still warm body, unable to keep from sighing softly. His voice was steeped in regret. At this, Lin Yue turned and shot Xianming a look. Xianming understood in an instant. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A crisp crack rang out. The next instant a layer of soft white light bloomed over Zhang Xiao's body, like the warm glow of snowmelt in early spring. Her soul slowly rose from her body, hair drifting lightly. Her face still carried the gentleness of life, though a lingering resentment remained gathered between her brows. She only just stopped breathing. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits haven't dispersed, yet so summoning her soul was easy. Xianming explained in a low voice, his gaze resting on Zhang Xiao's spirit. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. The hand clutching his sleeve tightened unconsciously, and his voice trembled with disbelief. Master. But Master, you said before that the past cannot be changed. Lin Yue said carelessly, I didn't change anything. Those words rendered Yi Chen speechless. He looked at Lin Yue and Xuanming at their unhurried, self-assured expressions, and suddenly understood. Being unable to change the past had always been a shackle only for those of low strength like him. To the 2 towering figures before him, rules were made to be broken. At that thought, a blazing light kindled in Yi Chen's eyes, a fierce longing for true power. As long as you are strong enough, there is nothing you cannot change. Lin Yue saw through him. His voice was calm, yet each word carried immense weight. Every impossibility in this world is in its essence an excuse for not being strong enough. This disciple understands. Yi Chen clasped his hands in salute to Lin Yue. Floating nearby, Zhang Xiao's spirit listened to the exchange, then lowered her head to regard her own body lying on the mass burial mound. The melancholy between her brows gradually faded, replaced by a hint of relief. She then looked at the 3 of them in confusion. Aren't black and white impermanence 2 people? And you don't look like black and white impermanence either, Zhang Xiao asked softly. Yi Chen stared at her in shock. Zhang Xiao said nothing, only nodded silently. Yi Chen took a deep breath. I know what I'm about to say sounds absurd, but I still have to say it. Listening to Yi Chen's rambling, Xuanming's face darkened, and he kicked Yi Chen squarely in the rear. Next time, get to the point. Yi Chen rubbed his kick backside. I was just trying to explain clearly. Seeing that Xuanming's second kick was about to land, Yi Chen hastily scrambled behind Lin Yue. Lin Yue looked at the 2 clowns, shaking his head helplessly, yet a hint of amusement glimmered in his eyes. Young lady, would you care to see a story? Lin Yue asked in a gentle voice. Zhang Xiao was startled for a moment. As senior wishes. With a snap of Lin Yue's fingers, Chun Ran's experiences poured into Zhang Xiao's mind, like pictures from a revolving lantern. Desperate cries from the depths of Huasher Cliff, the excruciating pain of soul-devouring ants gnawing at flesh and bone, the bitter indignation of being mauled by hate beasts, the blood and sweat of relentless day and night training for vengeance, and the grim resolve as he faced his enemies. Every scene pierced Zhang Xiao's heart like needles. She could bear it no longer. Covering her mouth, she crouched to the ground, tears pouring through her fingers while her sobs echoed over the empty mass burial mound. I never imagined he had suffered so much. We promised that monkey we would bury you and Chun Ran together. As soon as Lin Yue's voice faded, the scene around them abruptly changed. The cold wind and withered grass vanished, replaced by a solemn palace. Candle flames flickered within, illuminating the frail figure on a stone bed. Chun Ran lay upon the stone bed, his face pale as paper, his unfocused eyes gazing at the coffered ceiling above. His breath was so weak it seemed he could fade away at any moment. The monkey beside him was already sobbing uncontrollably. Master, Kiran, it's been hard on you accompanying me all these years. Chun Ran looked at the companion who had been with him all his life. He felt so tired now, and his eyelids were unbearably heavy. Just as he was about to let them close, he felt a warm pair of arms gently wrap around him. The warmth was so familiar that his heart trembled. It carried the faint orchid scent unique to Qiao. He abruptly opened his eyes wide, and Zhang Xiao's tender face filled his vision. In that instant, all pain and regret dissolved like smoke. He broke into the most relieved smile of his lifetime. Xiao, is it you? You've come to take me away. Yes, I'm here to take you away. Xiao's spirit held him tightly, her tears falling onto his cheek, so hot they wrung one's heart. How wonderful. Even at death's door I can still see you. My only regret is that I never found your body to be buried with you. Before his voice faded, his eyes slowly closed, and his hand fell weakly onto the stone bed. The old monkey stared at Chun Ran, who no longer had any sign of life. It froze for a moment, then let out a heart-rending whimper, rubbing its paw across Chun Ran's cheek again and again, as if trying to wake him. Only after a long while did it manage to swallow its grief. Carefully it lifted Chun Ran's remains and buried him in Zhang Qiao's cenotaph. Lin Yue beckoned with his hand, and a pale blue soul drifted out from the cenotaph. It was Chun Ran. When he saw Zhang Qiao, not far away, his whole body went stiff. Then, like a child who had been lost for ages and finally found home, he charged at her like a madman and held her tight. His shoulders shook violently as tears streamed down his cheeks and dripped onto Zhang Qiao's shoulder. Chun Ran choked out through sobs. It's so good. I finally see you. I thought it was an illusion just now. I thought. Zhang Qiao's eyes reddened too. She patted his back gently, as if comforting an aggrieved child. I'm here. I've always been here. She knew only too well how much this junior brother had paid to avenge her. Those wounds carved into the depths of his bones had all been suffered to avenge her. The two nestled together with endless words to say, from the regrets of life to the lingering concerns after death, every phrase soaked in deep affection. Lin Yue and the others exchanged glances, and with wordless understanding turned and quietly withdrew from the hall, leaving the space entirely to them. Then Lin Yue instructed Xianming and Yi Chun to lay Zhang Qiao's body together with Chun Ran's body. And so Lin Yue fulfilled his promise to the old monkey. He himself didn't know why he had agreed to it. Perhaps he had been moved by the pure love between Chun Ran and Zhang Qiao, or perhaps he was helping his own previous incarnation. Either way, the trip to the secret realm ought to be over. Gazing at the loving couple in the distance, Yi Chen suddenly asked, Master, is there really such a thing as love in this world? Lin Yue was caught off guard by the question. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the corner of his sleeve. Love. Lin Yue was left stunned by Yi Chen's question. In his past life, he hadn't completely refused to believe. Rather, reality had long since worn him down until he no longer dared to trust lightly. In a materialistic world, one must face materialistic problems. Even the old idioms have been replaced: look to money instead of look forward, and march straight toward money instead of march straight ahead. To rank at the top of the money list. A splendid future paved with gold. In that cynical society, does love really exist? The answer is yes, it exists. The question is whether you'll ever encounter it. A woman earning $3,000 a month looked down on a suitor earning $8,000, insisting that a monthly salary over $10,000 was the absolute threshold. Forget about whether such a man could even be found. Even if she found him, would the love she called love be for the man before her, or for the stability hidden behind that string of numbers? 40 years ago, love was as pure as a mountain spring, free of any impurity. Now love seems coated with gold leaf. More calculation, less sincerity. Is love real? For some women it is. If your monthly salary is $10,000, she is gentle and considerate. If it's $20,000, she will stay with you through life and death. If it's $30,000, she will even smile and say you'll step aside and make room for your true love. Love is also divided into loving the person and loving the money. Is it wrong then to be devoted to money? Lin Yue felt that what was wrong was never the people, but this reality that crushed people until they could hardly breathe. Think about 30 years ago. If you gritted your teeth and saved for 10 years, you could buy an apartment. Now, how many people struggling with all their might their entire lives still fail to buy even a tiny corner in the city? So-called matching family status in today's world is more like a matching of values. A man earning $20,000 a month wanting a fair-skinned, beautiful, and elegantly slender partner. There is nothing wrong with that. But what about a man earning $3,000 who still wants fair-skinned beauty and long legs? If every man is chasing the same fair-skinned, long-legged beauty, why wouldn't that beauty choose the one who can give her a better life? Therefore, for a man, a future paved with money is the foundation of standing firm. Lin Yue looked at Yi Chun and said in a steady voice, as long as your strength is great enough, even what is fake must become real. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand. All right, time to go. Before the words faded, a void passage glowing with faint blue light appeared out of thin air before them, its edges swirling with delicate patterns of time and space. The moment he stepped into the river of time, a mocking voice suddenly came from the void. Oh ho, so you finally come out. Lin Yue's heart abruptly clenched, and an intense sense of crisis seized him instantly. The space-time around him seemed to solidify. Several obscure, yet terrifying auras locked onto him from all directions. He didn't have time to think. With a crisp snap of his fingers, two soft yet irresistible forces wrapped around Xianming and Yi Chun, sending them away in an instant. The surrounding people calmly watched him send the two away. It didn't matter to them since no one could escape anyway. Only after the two figures vanished did Lin Yue slowly turn around to face the crowd that had closed in. The more clearly he discerned their auras, the uglier his expression became. He could feel that some of them were actually even more powerful than he was. Being stronger than an immortal emperor made Lin Yue's heart sink, and a sense of foreboding crawled up his spine. Wasn't the Immortal Emperor supposed to be the pinnacle of martial arts? But now it seemed the Immortal Emperor was not the end. A man clad in dark gold armor stepped forward from the crowd and said, arrogant almost to the point of contempt, "You've got nerve, kid. Daring to barge into the river of time. You really don't know how the word death is written. In his eyes, Lin Yue's mid-immortal emperor cultivation was no different from an ant's. No matter how you looked at it, that level was simply not enough to matter in front of him. At that moment, a majestic and heavy voice suddenly rang out, carrying an authoritative pressure that permitted no dispute. So this is the one who dared to trespass in the river of time. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw 6 black dragons slowly drawing a luxurious palanquin toward them. The black dragon's scales gleamed with a faint cold light, and each breath they took carried the chill of years accumulated over time. The mere aura emanating from it made Lin Yue feel cold throughout his limbs and bones, and even his breath grew labored. The palanquin stopped, and a hand with defined knuckles gently lifted the curtain. The first thing that met his eyes was the Taotai pattern engraved on the dark war armor. Looking up, there was a face sharp as a blade, framed by thick eyebrows as dark as ink. His eyes, with clear whites and dark pupils, seemed tempered with a cold blade. One glance made people afraid to meet them. His figure was straight as a pine. Standing there, he made even the surging waves of the river of time feel like his backdrop. Seeing this, the arrogant man in golden armor changed complexion and was the first to kneel on one knee. His voice trembled with reverence. "Greetings, Grand General of the Heavens." The others around him knelt as well, their neat kowtows echoing through the river of time. "Greetings, Grand General of the Heavens." The man called the Grand General waved a hand and said flatly, "Rise." "I was bored, so I happened to pass by and decided to take a look. I didn't expect that in this day and age there would still be someone daring enough to force his way into the river of time." His gaze fell on Lin Yue, and he said calmly, "You should be glad you only broke into the outer reaches. You still have a chance to explain. Otherwise your soul would already be utterly destroyed." Then he changed his tone, now carrying a trace of scrutiny. "Tell me, did you not know the river of time is under the control of my great Qin, or are you deliberately provoking my great Qin?" The moment he heard great Qin, Lin Yue's body went rigid. An indescribable shock flooded through his veins and spread through his body until even his fingertips began to tremble. He forced down the turmoil in his chest and said in a tight voice, "May I ask the general's honored surname?" "How dare you?" the golden-armored man barked. Spiritual energy surged around him, and a terrifying pressure instantly descended upon Lin Yue. "Seeing the Grand General of the Heavens of my great Qin, how dare you not kneel?" Lin Yue felt a sudden force pressing down on his back, like an invisible mountain crushing him. His bones creaked, veins bulged at his temples, and cold sweat soaked his collar in an instant. But he gritted his teeth and refused to bend his knees. Lin Yue had his own pride. Since October 1st, 1949, the only ones he would kneel to were his parents and ancestors. If this great Qin was truly the great Qin, he knew he would kneel without needing anyone to tell him. But if it wasn't, a ruthless gleam flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. The Grand General of the Heavens seemed to see the viciousness in Lin Yue's eyes. "No matter." He raised his hand and waved, and the pressure on Lin Yue disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. He looked at Lin Yue, his tone as casual, as if making small talk. "I am Bai Qi. What, you've heard of me?" Bai Qi asked casually. After all, he was at the outer reaches of the river of time, and no one should have known his name. But when Lin Yue heard the name Bai Qi, his pupils abruptly shrank. His voice carried an uncontrollable tremor, yet every word was clear. "Are you the Grand Commandant and Grand Minister of Great Qin, Lord Yuan of Qin Bai Qi, who led troops to bury 400,000 Zhao soldiers alive at Chongping, and was called the God of Slaughter?" Every word that fell from Lin Yue's mouth struck Bai Qi's heart like a hammer, sending violent tremors through the body of the God of Slaughter, who had lain silent for untold ages. The Grand Commandant was the highest military office in Great Qin at that time, the honor of commanding the troops of Qin. The Grand Constructor was the highest noble rank during the reign of King Zhaoxiang of Qin, a medal of flesh and blood won by his brilliant military exploits. And Lord Yuan was the title he received after leading the army to storm the capital of Chu and forced Chu to relocate its capital. These were the most dazzling marks of his status as a military commander of Great Qin, glories engraved into his very flesh and blood. But this glory had gone unmentioned for far, far too long. Was it hundreds of thousands of years? Or millions of years? He could no longer remember. Bai Qi's fingertips trembled faintly at first, then the trembling spread through his entire body. He suddenly stepped forward and seized Lin Yue's hand tightly with his scorching palm. The heat in his palm nearly burned through the fabric, and a long missing brightness burst from his eyes. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" Lin Yue could clearly feel the burning heat from that palm, and could even touch the excitement suppressed for a billion years. It was the wild joy of a hero past his prime being remembered, the tremor of tarnished glory finally seeing the light of day. Compared with his current position as Grand General of the Myriad Heavens, he missed the days when, as the Grand Commandant of Qin, he commanded the army of a nation, expanded Great Qin's borders, and repelled powerful enemies. Lin Yue gently freed his hand from Bai Qi's grasp, then knelt heavily upon the void of the river of time. Ripples spread through the void, as if even time itself had paused for this bow. His back was straight and unbending, but his voice was hoarse with reverence and sincerity. Lin Yue, a descendant of Huaxia in later generations, pays respects to Lord Yuan of Qin Bai Qi. Good, good, good. Bai Qi was overjoyed, and at last his voice spilled out with excitement. He could no longer hide. A faint glimmer of moisture even appeared in his eyes. He'll go and request His Majesty's permission at once. He should be willing to see you. Before the words faded, a black dragon token appeared in Bai Qi's hand. A black dragon coiled upon the token, and a faint purple-gold glow flowed between its scales. May I ask, General, is this His Majesty King Zhaoxiang of Qin, or? Lin Yue did not finish the sentence, but his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. As a person of later generations, his reverence for that emperor had long been carved into his bone marrow. It could be said that the deeds of that man were things that even a golden finger might not necessarily accomplish, but he had accomplished them by himself alone. With his own power, he swept through the 6 states, unified the realm, abolished enfeoffment, established commanderies and counties, standardized the script, and unified the carriage tracks, forcibly welding a divided age into one united Huaxia. In all of history, Lin Yue admired 3 emperors the most. The first was the first emperor, who began as the son of a hostage, destroyed the 6 states, and unified the world. The second was the Hongwu Emperor, who began with a broken bowl, yet built the great Ming Empire. The third was known as the strongest carbon-based organism of the 7th century, the governor of Asia, the boss of the Eastern Hemisphere, the heavenly strategist general, the heavenly Khan, Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. And that was only Li Shimin's ordinary identity. In a fantasy world, he would be the great Emperor Ziwei, the strongest existence beneath the 3 pure ones. It could be said that if you time-traveled to the era of these 3 beings, no matter how impressive your advantage was, you would still have to serve under them obediently. The only pity, though, was that these 3 millennium-spanning emperors could not together produce one intact crown prince. But as for the Hongwu Emperor, forget it. The classic case of much work and little pay, and old Zhu also hated corrupt officials to the bone. Seeing his expression, Bai Qi gave a knowing smile, and said with a note of solemnity, "Naturally, it is His Majesty the First Emperor." By the edge of the long river, a man in dark brocade robes sat facing the lake. On the robe, a soaring dragon pattern was embroidered with dark gold thread flowing faintly with his breath. The lake lay still without a ripple, and the fishing rod hung downward, yet it had neither hook nor bait. A gentle breeze brushed through the ends of his hair. Though his posture was leisurely, he exuded the majesty of one looking down upon all living beings. "Your Majesty, an urgent memorial from the Grand General of the myriad heavens." A man hurried over his footsteps, so light they almost did not touch the ground. He raised a memorial high with both hands, bent his waist extremely low, and did not dare lift his head. The first emperor's hand holding the fishing rod did not move. His voice was calm, but carried unquestionable authority. "Bai Qi, what is it?" "Your Majesty, it would be best for you to see it yourself." The man did not dare say more and respectfully presented the memorial. Yingzheng, the first emperor, took it and scanned only a few lines. A sharp gleam suddenly lit his previously calm eyes, and a rare smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Good. Very good. Zhao Gao, your old servant is here." The man bowed, his posture humble to the extreme. So this man turned out to be Zhao Gao. "Deliver my decree, convene the court at Xianying Palace at once. Have Bai Qi bring the man here, so all my ministers can have a look." As the words fell, Yingzheng's form flickered and vanished by the lakeside, leaving only a ring of ripples yet to fade. "Your servant obeys," Zhao Gao acknowledged respectfully. Only after Yingzheng's figure had completely disappeared did he rise and hurry away. Meanwhile, Lin Yue suppressed the surging in his heart, looked at Bai Qi, and asked with a trace of curiosity, "And all Lord, by what realm are you in now?" Hearing this, Bai Qi curled the corner of his mouth in a smile, his eyes profound. "The myriad heavens realm. Have you heard of it?" "The myriad heavens realm." Lin Yue's pupils abruptly contracted, and his breath paused for an instant. Could it be the realm after the Immortal Emperor? Hearing this, Bai Qi could not help bursting into loud laughter. "The myriad heavens realm is too far for you now. Telling you now may not be a good thing. But what comes after the Immortal Emperor I can tell you. After the immortal naturally comes the divine. Those who used pressure to force you to your knees just now were at the God Emperor realm." "The God Emperor realm." Lin Yue repeated these 3 words softly, his heart pounding. Then he asked the system, "When can I reach the God Emperor realm?" After a brief silence, the system's cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind, "The divine realm is still a bit far for the current host. Please first lead the disciples into the immortal realm and become the #1 sect in the immortal realm. Only then will the host be qualified to approach the divine realm." Listening to the system's reply, Lin Yue sank into thought. He had always believed that the Immortal Emperor was the highest realm. He had also been curious how, since he was already an Immortal Emperor, there could still be a mid-stage Immortal Emperor. Now it seemed he still had a very long road ahead. "His Majesty has agreed to see you." Bai Qi's voice roused him. Bai Qi gave a great wave of his hand, and space-time around them twisted violently. A radiant portal appeared out of thin air. When the light faded, the two stood outside a colossal city. When he made out the 3 large characters on the city wall, Lin Yue's breath stopped at once, and his eyes grew hot. Xianying City, the capital of the first unified centralized dynasty in Chinese history. It was the center from which the first emperor commanded the world. The blue-gray city wall towered into the clouds, and between the joints of the bricks seemed still to linger the warmth of the craftsmen of those years. The dragon reliefs atop the city wall after the baptism of untold years still exuded a solemn majesty. This was the original Xianyang city preserved perfectly intact by a heaven-defying power. This intimacy and reverence born from his bloodline made Lin Yue almost unable to contain his excitement. Even his fingertips trembled. This was not a tourist attraction of later ages. This was the true Xianyang city of the first emperor. The rules in Xianyang city are different. No matter one's status, no one may fly. All must travel on foot or by carriage. Bai Qi reminded him from the side, his tone carrying a measure of respect for the capital. As soon as his words fell, the garrison commander at the city gate hurried over. The commander wore heavy dark iron armor engraved with intricate runes. With every step the ground trembled. He walked up to Bai Qi, knelt on one knee, cupped his fists, and said in a voice both booming and deferential, "Your subordinate greets the Grand General of the myriad heavens." Standing at the side, Lin Yue felt a vast pressure sweeping toward him, even more terrifying than that of the God Emperor realm commander he had encountered before. This pressure was not deliberately released, it was the aura naturally emitted when one's cultivation realm reached the extreme. It made him involuntarily hold his breath, not daring even to breathe too loudly. Bai Qi nodded, raised a hand to signal him to rise, and then waved his sleeve again. A plain carriage appeared out of thin air. The carriage body had no ornamentation whatsoever, even its paint was the most ordinary black, making it look completely unremarkable. This carriage seemed completely out of keeping with Bai Qi's status as Grand General of the myriad heavens. Lin Yue was dumbfounded. A moment ago there had been 6 black dragons pulling a carriage, now this was just an ordinary carriage. As if reading his mind, Bai Qi went to the carriage first, opened the door, and spoke with both explanation and reverence. "For the first emperor, his majesty dislikes flaunting power, so he has decreed that great Qin officials may only ride this kind of carriage within Xianyang city. Come on up." Hearing this, Lin Yue's heart stirred, and he quickly followed. The carriage wheels rumbled over the bluestone road of Xianyang city, letting out a low creaking sound. The sound mingled with the faint footsteps and the clatter of objects on the street, yet there was not the slightest clamor. Instead, it exuded an ancient sense of order. Lin Yue lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, and his gaze was instantly seized by the scene outside. The buildings on both sides were in the Qin style with flying eaves and bracket arches. The edges of the green-tiled roofs were carved with dense, fine dark patterns. When sunlight spilled over them, a faint halo of spiritual energy flowed across the surface, clearly because the buildings were made of stone containing the power of heaven and earth. The pedestrians on the street wore plain archaic clothes, some in short coarse robes, some in curved hem robes, walking with unhurried steps, yet no one spoke loudly. What startled Lin Yue even more was that when he casually glanced at an old farmer carrying a load of vegetables, he actually sensed the cultivation aura of the immortal venerable realm from the man. As for the 2 patrol soldiers standing on the street corner, their auras were so condensed they seemed like deep abysses, and Lin Yue could not see through them. No need to be surprised. Bai Qi's voice came from beside him. He leaned against the carriage wall, gazing at the familiar streetscape outside, his tone somewhat distant. "His Majesty used the law of time to freeze Xianyang at its most glorious moment, then drew the origin power of the river of time to nourish the capital. Every person here, every inch of this land, is slowly cultivating under the blessing of the laws. Even ordinary common folk have lifespans far beyond those of cultivators in the outside world. After all, the foundation of Great Qin has always been the people of Great Qin. Indeed, no matter the dynasty, the common people are the greatest foundation. You may say the Immortal Emperor was ruthless to his subordinates, but when it came to the common people, he truly left nothing to be criticized. True, he sometimes made mistakes, but those were because he had been led astray by his own officials. You can call the Immortal Emperor cruel or a tyrant, but you can never say he was unkind to the common people." Lin Yue's Adam's apple rolled, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He had read of Great Qin's strength in history books, but he had never imagined that in such a fantasy world Great Qin would still be terrifyingly strong. It truly proved the first emperor's words, "Where I am, Great Qin is." The carriage slowly came to a stop in a broad square. Lin Yue got out with Bai Qi and looked up. A palace complex grand enough to awe the heart and mind stood imposingly before them. Xianyang Palace. The palace walls were built from pitch-black, 9 heavens mystic stone, rising 1,000 zhang high, with a coiling giant dragon carved across the wall. The dragon's scales were formed of countless golden runes. When wind blew past, the runes would faintly light up, radiating a pressure that looked down upon all under heaven. Before the palace gate stood 9 bronze tripods, each with 2 large characters at its center. Lin Yue carefully examined the 2 tripods closest to him. They were Jingzhou and Yangzhou. "Are these the 9 tripods of the 9 provinces?" Lin Yue cried out in shock. "Impressive knowledge," Bai Qi praised. Lin Yue gave a wry smile. No wonder later generations could not find the 9 tripods. It turned out that the first emperor had brought them here. On the basis of the original 9 tripods, His Majesty added large quantities of precious and rare materials. Now the 9 tripods are bound together with the fortune of Great Qin. Bai Qi explained as he stepped toward the palace gate. The guards before the gate were different from those elsewhere. They wore dark-scale armor and carried long sabers at their waists with hilts shaped like black dragons. Seeing Bai Qi approach, they did not kneel. They merely cupped their fists, bowed slightly, and said in voices as unified as thunder, "Greetings, Grand General." Lin Yu's heart tightened. The auras of these guards were even stronger than those he had encountered outside Xianying City. Could these be His Majesty the First Emperor's Black Dragon Guard? Lin Yu's voice trembled with excitement. As soon as the words left his mouth, a guard shot him a wary look, and an icy, killing intent instantly enveloped. He felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if the slightest move of a finger would have his head severed by a saber. Bai Qi smiled, and set his tone flat, yet carrying indisputable weight. "This is a junior from Huaxia." Only after hearing this did the guards slowly withdraw their killing intent. No wonder he could recognize the Black Dragon Guard. It was likely that only descendants of Huaxia would know the name Black Dragon Guard. Bai Qi led Lin Yue onward while Lin Yue was still lost in excitement. Lord Bai, those were the Black Dragon Guard, the Imperial Guard of His Majesty the First Emperor. Hearing Lin Yu's excited words, the god of slaughter, long seasoned on the battlefield, could only give a helpless smile. On the road through Xianying City, Bai Qi had already learned everything through their conversation. Bai Qi was far too shrewd, and having met an elder and idle, Lin Yue had completely dropped his guard and poured everything out in one breath. The junior before him regarded them with a reverence close to faith, a pride engraved in his bloodline. Bai Qi's gaze toward Lin Yue gradually softened, carrying the warmth of an elder looking upon a junior of his own line. After passing through 3 palace gates, the scene before them grew even more magnificent. A long staircase paved with white jade stretched to the entrance of the great hall, with Black Dragon Guards standing on both sides. "Stay right here. Don't move. He'll go buy some oranges," Bai Qi said to Lin Yue. "Pa. Wait here for me. He'll go report to His Majesty," Bai Qi said to Lin Yue. Lin Yue looked into the hall and faintly saw a figure seated upright on the dragon throne at the far end. The halls of Xianying Palace rose as loftily as Mount Tai, their floors paved with golden bricks, each one suffused with the gentle luster of 1,000 years. Coiled around the corridor pillars, the black dragon patterns were fierce, yet solemn, while candle flames danced atop bronze lamp stands, casting the hall in flickering light and shadow. The air was thick with the quiet weight of ambergris incense, like an unseen curtain pressing down every restless stir in Lin Yu's heart. He stood outside the hall, his fingertips trembling slightly. The breathing from within the hall was faint, yet it seemed to carry the force of 1,000 June, making him grip the hem of his robe uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, Lin Yue has been brought before you." Bai Qi knelt on one knee. When his knee struck the ground, the golden bricks gave off a low muffled sound, and the plates of his silver armor clinked with a crisp, yet dignified note. Facing the emperor upon the dragon throne, even an iron-blooded general had to sheath all his sharpness. The man wore a black dragon robe. Along its hem the sun, moon, and stars were embroidered in dark gold thread, shifting subtly with each breath he took. The jade beads dangling from the 12-tasseled ceremonial crown concealed most of his face, yet a pair of eyes pierced through the gaps between the jade pendants and settled on Lin Yue. "Summon him." Ying Zheng's voice was calm and unruffled, yet it seemed to carry an echo through the vast empty hall. The next moment, Zhao Gao's thin but commanding voice rang out, "Summon Lin Yue into the hall." Lin Yue drew a deep breath. Subconsciously, he lowered his head to look at his robes. Though they were spotless and free of dust, he still raised a hand and gently brushed them. This was the instinctive solemnity of a descendant from later generations standing before his ancestor. Every step he took felt like stepping on his own heartbeat. Only when he stood in the center of the hall did his knees fall uncontrollably and heavily onto the golden bricks. A dull pain shot up, yet it made him even more clear-headed. "I, Lin Yue, a descendant of Huaxia, pay respects to your Majesty the First Emperor." Ying Zheng on the dragon throne did not speak at once. His fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest, the jade pendants swaying slightly with the motion, his concealed face revealing no emotion. The hall fell utterly silent. Occasionally the faint tinkle of jade beads meeting one another reached the ears, yet it seemed to make those who heard it hold their breath more than thunder. The civil and military officials stood in 2 rows on either side, all eyes fixed on Lin Yue. Curiosity, scrutiny, and a trace of barely perceptible expectation. Finally, Ying Zheng's voice sounded again, calm, but carrying a faint, barely noticeable tremor. "Later generations. Is Huaxia well?" Lin Yue's head snapped up. His eyes instantly grew hot, and tears nearly spilled over. He took a deep breath, restraining the surging emotions in his heart, and said in a low, firm voice, "To answer your Majesty, the Huaxia of later ages, though it has endured hardships, has never been severed. The ideal of unity that you established long ago has long been etched into the bloodline of Huaxia's descendants. During the upheaval of the 5 barbarians, Ranmin's edict to slay the who protected our people. At the end of the southern song, when Tiangxiang's, since ancient times, who has ever escaped death, guarded our moral integrity. During the War of Resistance against Japan, hundreds of millions of compatriots fought with blood until the foreign enemies were at last driven out. No matter how dynasties changed, no matter how foreign enemies invaded, the sons and daughters of Huaxia have always kept unity in their hearts and have never let the efforts of your years be wasted. He paused and his voice became even more impassioned. Huaxia today, though no longer an imperial system, has become a great power that cannot be ignored anywhere in the world. High-speed trains race across 1,000 li reaching north and south within a single day. Aircraft carriers patrol the deep seas guarding our homeland's maritime borders. The people live and work in peace, the old are cared for, and the young are educated. Our cultural lineage has been passed down from generation to generation. The Chinese characters you promoted back then are still the bridge of our communication. The Great Wall you built is now a symbol of Huaxia, drawing the eyes of the world. Ying Zheng's breath caught slightly, and the gaze behind the jade pendants seemed to brighten a little. He raised his hand and swept it once, and a gentle force lifted Lin Yue upward. That force not only held his body aloft, but also quietly smoothed the wrinkles in his robes. In the movement, there was even a hint of barely noticeable gentleness. Good. How do later generations? You unified the 6 states, abolished the feudal fief system, promoted commanderies and counties, established the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, standardized the script and carriage tracks, unified weights and measures, unified currency, built the Great Wall, constructed the links you canal, ruled by law, meted out rewards and punishments, clearly established a strict household registration system, campaigned south against the Baiyue and struck north against the Xiongnu. You were also the first emperor in Huaxia's history to complete the great work of unification, and your achievements left a far-reaching influence on later generations. Every unified dynasty that came after continued to use the institutions you established, and you were hailed by later ages as the one emperor for all time. Every emperor after you took you as their goal. Excellent, most excellent. Ying Zheng's voice finally revealed intense joy. The sun, moon, and stars on the dragon robe seemed to rotate faster. When I swept the 6 directions with my sword, I wanted Huaxia to be free forever from the agony of division. Now it seems that my efforts were not in vain. Lin Yue clenched his palm, sweat soaking his fingertips. He hesitated for a moment before speaking, however. There are also some controversies about your majesty in later generations. Ying Zheng's laughter stopped, yet there was no anger, only a hint of understanding. They say I was a tyrant, don't they? Lin Yue nodded silently and quickly added, but those words are mostly spoken by people who have never understood your achievements. Ying Zheng's fingers once again fell onto the armrest of the dragon throne, his voice calm. Tell me, I would like to hear how later generations criticize me. Later generations say that your laws were harsh, your corvée labor was burdensome, and this stirred popular discontent. Lin Yue gritted his teeth and spoke truthfully. They also say that you burned books and buried scholars, that in order to unify thought you burned the texts of the 100 schools and buried alchemists and Confucian scholars alive. They say that your large-scale projects and wars drained the nation's strength and ultimately caused Great Qin to fall after only 2 reigns. In an instant the hall fell deathly silent. Ying Zheng lowered his eyes. The hem of his dragon robe hung before the dragon throne, motionless. Lin Yue looked at his silhouette, his heart tightening. He feared that his words might provoke this emperor. After a long moment, Ying Zheng finally spoke slowly with a trace of melancholy in his voice. In those days, I was indeed too hasty. He raised his head, and the gaze behind the jade pendants seemed to pierce through the hall toward the distant past. I thought that I must do more for Great Qin and for Huaxia, so that Great Qin would pass down for 10,000 generations and Huaxia would never again suffer the pain of division. Perhaps I was too greedy. Your Majesty, Lin Yue spoke hurriedly. As for the burning of books and burying of scholars, this descendant believes that you did nothing wrong. Many people of insight in later generations hold the same view. The books you burned were those of the 100 schools that incited the feudal lords to conflict. What you preserved were medical texts, agricultural treatises, and divination works. Books that benefit the state and the people. You did this to sever the root of division, not to cut off Huaxia's cultural lineage. Those you buried alive were alchemists who deceived the throne and falsely promised immortality, not the Confucian scholars who sincerely devoted themselves to learning. Later people deliberately distorted this to blacken your achievements, but anyone who understands reason recognizes your heartfelt intent. To destroy a nation, its culture must first be destroyed. For example, the age-old story of Sima Guang smashing the vat was brazenly rewritten as Sima Guang smashing the urn. Covering one's ears while stealing a small bell was changed to covering one's ears while stealing a large bell. The verse, a concubine smiles as a horseman raises red dust, was altered so the character for rider changed from Ji to Qi. All of these are cultural invasions by an island nation. All of these are cultural invasions by an island nation. Ying Zheng took a deep breath, his eyes sharp once more. Matters of later times are for later generations to judge. If I have a clear conscience before heaven and earth, and before Huaxia, that is enough. Alright, it's your turn now, all of you. As soon as Ying Zheng's voice faded, the elder at the first seat on the left stepped forward slowly. He wore a purple court robe, his hair and beard were snow white, yet his face was ruddy and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Young one of later generations, do you know me? The old man spoke, his voice booming with a hint of mockery. Lin Yue scrutinized him carefully, then shook his head. This junior does not recognize you. The old man burst into laughter and held up the treasure orb. If you can tell me who I am, I will give you this orb. Grand Chancellor, you must not. A startled cry suddenly came from the right side. Was it a cry? Of course it was, but more than that, it was a clue for Lin Yue. No, not a clue. It was practically an outright revelation. Lin Yue followed the sound and saw that it came from the man at the first seat on the right. Hearing this, the old man helplessly glared at that man and scolded with a laugh, "You old rascal." Lin Yue could not help but smile ruefully. During Yingzhang's era, there was only one Grand Chancellor, Lu Buwei. After Lu Buwei, there were only the left and right prime ministers. Lin Yue hastily bowed and said in a respectful tone, "This junior greets Grand Chancellor Lu. I failed to recognize you at first glance just now. I hope the Grand Chancellor will forgive me." Lu Buwei raised an eyebrow and tossed the orb to Lin Yue. "Clever lad, take this orb. Once you return, you— Ah yes. Since you are a junior from later generations, just address us by our official titles of that time, so you won't have to worry about what to call us." Lin Yue reached out and caught the orb. It was warm and smooth in his hand, and a faint warm current spread from his fingertips through his whole body, lifting his spirits. Looking at the pure white orb in his hand, he simply took it as an ornament. Just as he was about to thank them, the general at the first seat on the right strode forward with a booming laugh. The general wore silver-white armor with a fierce tiger pattern engraved on his shoulder guards. His hair and beard were white, yet his back remained straight, like a weathered mountain pine. As if he had noticed Lin Yue's casual glance, the general said, "Young one, countless mighty experts have tried to trade with the Grand Chancellor for this orb, but he never agreed. You've gotten yourself a bargain. This junior greets the honored old General Wang Jian." "Thank you for the reminder, old general." Well, not bad, lad. Tell me, how did you recognize this old man?" Wang Jian laughed heartily. "Civil on the left, military on the right. Since the first seat on the left belongs to Grand Chancellor Lu, the first seat on the right can only belong to one of two men, either you old General Wang or Grand General Meng Ao." Lin Yue explained. "Besides, the Meng family is said to favor black in both armor and clothing, while you favor white. You and old General Meng, one black and one white, are like the black and white twin guardians of Great Qin. Moreover, your armor is heavy and imposing, and the fierce tiger on your shoulder guards is full of authority. In all of Great Qin, no one else, except you old General Wang Jian, possesses such military achievements and bearing to stand beside Grand Chancellor Lu. Ha ha ha, worthy of being a son of Huaxia, truly intelligent." Wang Jian nodded with satisfaction. It had been many years since he had seen anyone from Huaxia. Though Great Qin guarded the river of time, it had been a very long time since they had gone back to Huaxia to see it. What they wanted was for Huaxia to develop naturally, not to be deliberately steered toward a prettier idealized direction. If they had truly wanted to intervene, they would have stepped in during the 5 barbarians' uprising. He turned his hand over, and a jade pendant appeared in his palm. "I have campaigned across the myriad heavens and worlds for years, so the things in my hands are mostly blades, swords, armor, and helmets. Your cultivation is still too low to use them, and I am not as wealthy as the Grand Chancellor. This jade pendant was forged by a craftsman at my request. This pendant contains a formation that combines offense and defense. In simple terms, no one can break it before you step into the myriad heavens. Even if someone does break it, the moment the pendant shatters, someone will come to your rescue." Lin Yue looked at the jade pendant given by Wang Jian, then bowed solemnly to him. "Thank you, old General Wang." Wang Jian laughed heartily. "Lad, let me tell you, what the Grand Chancellor gave you is more than 10 times more precious than this old man's trifle." Seeing that Wang Jian and Lu Buwei had already given their treasures, Li Si slowly stepped out from the ranks of civil officials. In his hands was a roll of yellowed silk on which intricate formation patterns were drawn in cinnabar and ink. The edges were covered with dense annotations in Qin seal script. The formation patterns seemed to have flowing light wandering through them, faintly exuding a pressure that struck fear into the heart. Young one, Li Si said in a steady voice with the rigor unique to the legalist school. "I am Li Si. I have heard that you preside over a sect. Finer treasures are too high grade for your realm to use, so this is a sect-protecting formation I arranged personally." Lin Yue hurriedly took the silk with both hands. The moment it touched his hands, a dense force of order rushed toward him. Young one, Lord Li is the foremost formation master of Great Qin. The formations he sets up are not something you can buy with money, Wang Jian reminded from the side. Lin Yue was startled. With Wang Jian giving such a reminder, this formation was no ordinary formation indeed. This junior thanks Prime Minister Li. Lin Yue came to understand that in Great Qin at this time the civil officials were headed by Lu Buwei with the left and right prime ministers below him. It was the same as in later ages, except that the left and right prime ministers of Great Qin were meant only to assist Lu Buwei better. "I am Feng Qiji." By then Feng Qiji had already stepped out from the side. "I greet Prime Minister Feng," Lin Yue said respectfully. "This is the nether soul-suppressing pagoda refined by my own hands. No matter who it is, with a single thought, they can be drawn into the pagoda to suffer the torments of the 9 nether depths. Feng, my boy, I never thought you would bring out even this. My Wang Bin asked you for it for a long time, and you never gave it to him. Wang Jian could not help complaining. That boy of yours has nothing to do with me. Lin Yue here is a proper junior from later generations. Feng Qiji laughed and scolded. Thank you, Prime Minister Feng. Young one, I am General Meng Wu, and this is my eldest son. At this moment, 2 people walked out from the right. This junior greets veteran General Meng and General Meng Tian. Meng Wu said, before we came, Father specifically instructed us to give you these 2 things. Before his voice faded, a sword and a suit of armor appeared beside him. This sword is named the Heaven Overturning Sword. It is a sword passed down in the Meng family. Regardless of cultivation realm or physical strength, it can ignore any defense. This Earth Overturning armor was worn by my father when he followed His Majesty on campaigns across the heavens. The alien blood on it is beyond measure. The Heaven Overturning Sword may be called the strongest sword, and the Earth Overturning armor may be called the strongest armor. What? Use the Heaven Overturning Sword to cut the Earth Overturning armor? Are you insane? He was just about to thank them when a voice, slightly shrill yet composed, suddenly rang out through the hall. Your Majesty, all the honored officials have presented gifts. This old servant. Yingzheng raised his eyes slightly, and the jade pendants on his crown stirred. Since you have the intention, go ahead and make your offering. Zhao Gao wore black palace robes and carried a small red sandalwood box in his hands. His face still wore that respectful yet inscrutable expression. As long as the first emperor of Qin lived, Zhao Gao was his capable aide-de-prefect of the Imperial Chariot Bureau. Zhao Gao bowed in acknowledgement, walked up to Lin Yue with the wooden box, and slowly opened it. Young one of later generations, this old servant knows how later ages judge me. I will not make many excuses. I was blinded by greed and ambition in those days. Now this old servant only wishes to serve His Majesty well. I hope you will not disdain this old servant's gift. This ring bestowed by His Majesty possesses a core ability. It ignores barriers and formations, allowing free passage. With only a trace of spiritual energy, one can pass through directly, without triggering any formation alarms. The ring can also conceal your aura, keeping you unnoticed while you pass through. Lin Yue accepted the ring, bonded it with a drop of blood, and wore it on his ring finger, feeling it instantly conform to his finger. A cool sensation spread from his fingertip, as if he could perceive the subtle ripples of space around him. He was about to express his gratitude when Yingzheng's voice suddenly echoed from the hall. The first emperor slowly raised his hand, and a golden token flew from beside the dragon throne, landing before Lin Yue. Forged from pure gold, its front bore the 4 characters, Great Qin, Pillar of the World. Its reverse was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars alongside the winding Great Wall, radiating an awe-inspiring imperial aura. Lin Yue, Yingzheng's voice was authoritative yet tempered with warmth. The gifts from your predecessors just now include both protective and offensive treasures, all things that can aid you in the present. But my Great Qin World Steadying Token is my promise. Whoever holds this token is a member of Great Qin. In the future, should you step into the myriad realms, someone will surely come to receive you. The first emperor paused, his gaze behind the jade tassels seeming to pierce through time and space, resting upon Lin Yue. When I unified the 6 states back then, it was to ensure the Huaxia would never again suffer the agony of division. Now I bestow this token upon you to let you know that no matter where you go, the legacy of Great Qin has never ceased, and the ancestors of Great Qin will, as always, protect our Huaxia descendants. Remember, whoever holds this token must take it as their duty to safeguard the cultural heritage of Huaxia and never disappoint the expectations of Great Qin's forebears. Lin Yue accepted the token with both hands, feeling its weight. Not merely the weight of gold, but the responsibility of Great Qin's legacy. He knelt on both knees, clutching the token tightly to his chest, his voice choked yet resolute. I, Lin Yue, shall never fail the trust of your Majesty and all the ancestors. Whether it be guarding the sect, preserving Huaxia's heritage, or venturing into the myriad realms, I will dedicate myself wholly to let the name of Huaxia and the soul of Great Qin resound across all worlds. Yingzheng watched Lin Yue as the sun, moon, and star patterns on his dragon robe gleamed ever more brilliantly. He gently raised his hand, and a soft force lifted Lin Yue to his feet. Good. Since I have seen you, it means Huaxia has worthy successors. Your Majesty, this junior dares to ask, will your Majesty ascend to the throne of the human sovereign? Lin Yue spoke with a trembling voice. The question left Yingzheng stunned. What? Lin Yue took a deep breath. Your Majesty, since the Shang dynasty, the human race has had no human sovereign. Only sons of heaven. The 9-9 human sovereign was reduced by the Zhou to the 9-5 supreme. Later generations say that you were only a single human sovereign sword short of that title. People of later ages all lament that you never ascended to the 9-9 human sovereign throne. Yingzheng sank into contemplation. Having long campaigned across the myriad realms, he had never pondered such titles as Son of Heaven or Human Sovereign. At his level of cultivation, mortal titles no longer mattered to him. All he had ever thought of was ensuring Great Qin and Huaxia would never again suffer invasion by foreign tribes. Yingzheng smiled. I have not. Lin Yue immediately knelt. I, Lin Yue, a descendant of later generations, earnestly beseech your majesty to ascend to the 99 human sovereign throne. What do my ministers think? Yingzheng's voice carried an undeniable tone. Lu Buwei looked at the first emperor with confusion. Seeing the first emperor's smile, Lu Buwei could only give a helpless chuckle of his own. Very well, so they were simply teasing the younger generation, were they? Lu Buwei then led the others in kneeling. We earnestly beseech your majesty to ascend to the 99 human sovereign throne. We earnestly beseech your majesty to ascend to the 99 human sovereign throne. Seeing the prime minister kneel, the assembled ministers followed suit. Li Si, your servant is here. Li Si stepped forward. Make preparations. Select an auspicious day for the enthronement ceremony of the 99 human sovereign. Li Si looked at the first emperor, then at Prime Minister Lu Buwei, and reluctantly agreed. As you command. Lin Yue felt a surge of excitement in his heart. At last the human race would have a human sovereign again. Li Si watched Lin Yue's excitement and offered a helpless smile. He inwardly complained, human sovereign. The sovereign who rules the myriad realms couldn't care less about such a title. His Majesty fooling the youth is one thing, but why does the Prime Minister join in the farce? Yet since both His Majesty and his own teacher wished to delight the younger generation, he had no objection. Time to perform. He then replied, Your Majesty, 3 days from now is an auspicious day. Very well, let it be 3 days hence. 3 days later, the Xianyang Palace was wrapped in layers of radiant glow. Above, the heavenly altar, green pines sprouting from the cracks between bluestone slabs were adorned with golden dew, and the 12 coiling dragon pillars glowed with warm jade luster. The luminous pearls in the mouths of the gilded beasts atop the pillars refracted the morning light into ribbons of 7 colors, falling upon the white, jade circular mound at the center of the altar, which was carved with star charts. Lin Yue, wearing a black scholar's robe embroidered with cloud patterns that Li Si had specially found, stood on the eastern side of the circular mound, his fingertips still trembling slightly. He gazed at the imperial carriage slowly approaching from outside the palace gates, a jade chariot drawn by 9 black dragons. Through the bright yellow tassels hanging from the carriage, one could faintly discern the sun and moon patterns flowing on Yingzheng's black dragon robe. Unlike the usual crown of the Son of Heaven, today the human sovereign crown on Yingzheng's head bore 9 strands of jade beads at the front. As he walked, the jade beads gently collided, as if an ancient bell were resonating through the air. Prime Minister, must we truly stage such a performance? Li Si inquired. At a time like this you still ask? Lu Buwei shot Li Si a glare. He had been observing Lin Yue all along. As the Prime Minister of Great Qin, second only to the sovereign, he had gone from having Lin Yue guess his name to having Lin Yue address him by his official title. It all seemed casual, yet every step tested whether Lin Yue truly came from Huaxia, whether he was truly a descendant of later generations. True gold fears no fire. Had Lin Yue made a single mistake, he would have died in the great hall of Xianyang Palace. Even Lu Buwei's heart tightened during the tests. How many years had it been since someone from Huaxia had come here? Several 100,000 years. Or several million. The last one he could recall was a young man named Huang Chao. Lu Buwei had worried in the great hall that this youth claiming to be from Huaxia might be an impostor. Later generations called Lu Bei hypocritical, but did Cao Cao not see through him? In all the world, only you, Lord Lu, and I, Cao, count as true heroes. That was Cao Cao's acknowledgement of Lu Bei. Did Chancellor Zhuge not see through it? Did Guan Yu and Zhang Fei not see through it? Did Zhao Yun and Huang Zhong not see through it? The entire Shuhan faction failed to see through Lu Bai's supposed false benevolence. And yet you and later generations could see through it. Even if Lu Bei had been putting on an act, if he maintained it his entire life, what did it matter if it was false? This was precisely Lu Buwei's mental state at the moment. But when Lin Yue knelt and earnestly beseeched the first emperor to ascend to the 99 human sovereign throne, Lu Buwei thought to himself, even if it is a pretense, this old man accepts it. The auspicious hour has come. Let the heaven worship begin. Li Si held up a gilded ritual vessel, and his voice, carried by spiritual power, spread throughout Xianyang City. Every syllable seemed to strike against the laws of heaven and earth, sending ripple after ripple. Lu Buwei led the 3 dukes and 9 ministers forward with slow, solemn steps, their bearing as steady as mountains. They placed 3 jade tripods upon the circular mound, and warm light flowed across the bodies of the vessels. Within the tripods were placed respectively snow water from Kunlun, a dark and lusterless metal fragment, and 1,000-year-old Lingji. The Kunlun snow water was clear and biting, as it mirrored all the heavens. The 1,000-year-old Lingji was veiled in purple mist, brimming with vitality. As for that fragment, it was a remnant of the human sovereign sword shattered in ages past in the hand of King Wu of Zhou Gfa. When Yingzheng stepped onto the circular mound, utter silence reigned. The wind ceased, the clouds congealed, and even the clamor of Xianyang City seemed erased by an invisible hand. He raised his hand, and his fingertips swept across the rim of a jade tripod, as refined spiritual energy slowly poured into it. In an instant, the 3 tripods blazed with dazzling golden flames. As the flames flickered, countless shifting phantoms appeared within them. There were ancient ancestors who, wielding fire and primitive tools, carved out a path of survival upon the untamed earth. There were soldiers in mottled armor, their faces resolute, guarding their homeland beneath frontier beacon towers. There were also countless white-haired scholars who by dim lamps and yellowed scrolls wrote the chapters that passed down civilization. Scene after scene, these were the extraordinary years that Huaxia had traversed. Yingzheng, Emperor of the Qin dynasty, ascended the throne as King of Qin at 13, assumed personal rule at 22, and unified the 6 kingdoms at 38. Yingzheng's voice was not loud, but it carried supreme majesty and gravity, reaching every ear with the clarity of a decree, not a supplication. Abolish enfeoffment, establish commanderies and counties, unify weights and measures, standardize the script and carriage tracks, unify currency, build the Great Wall in the north to repel foreign invaders, construct the Lingzhu Canal in the south to connect the rivers, march south against the Beiyue, and strike north against the Xiongnu. Here I inherit the cultural lineage of Huaxia, carry on the immortal will of our ancestors, and ascend to the throne of the 99 human sovereign. His gaze was like a blazing torch as it swept across the heavens. From this moment on there shall be only a human sovereign who leads humanity to stand strong. Never again a son of heaven receiving the mandate of heaven. The pressure in his voice was a declaration, not an offering to heaven, a notification, not a prayer. I do not seek to reign supreme over all heavens. I only wish to protect my Huaxia people, to end forever the suffering of division, and to banish forever the scourge of foreign invasion. As his voice fell, the heavy clouds above the circular mound burst apart with a roar. A pillar of golden light condensed purely from fortune and merit descended abruptly, enveloping Yingzheng completely. Within the pillar of light, it seemed that 10,000 voices were chanting in praise of civilization. Lin Yue's eyes flew wide as he watched a long sword fly out from Yingzheng's side and plunge directly into the pillar. The sword was 7 chi long, with the 2 characters Te carved at the hilt. As the first emperor ascended to the position of human sovereign, the Te sword at his side was also elevated to become the human sovereign sword. The human sovereign sword has returned to its rightful place. Someone shouted. The long sword within the pillar slowly descended into Yingzheng's hand. The very instant he grasped it, the dragon-entwined pillars around the altar of heaven gave off a dragon's roar. Beyond the great hall of Xianyang, the 9 province tripods sent up, as if by common accord, a golden dragon of fortune. The dragon lowered its head toward the altar of heaven, and the auspicious clouds it breathed out transformed into 4 characters. Huaxia stands eternal, floating above Xianyang city. Seeing this, Lu Buwei was the first to kneel, with the 3 dukes and 9 ministers following close behind. Even the commoners watching from afar bowed and kowtowed, crying, "Long live the human sovereign." Kneeling among the crowd, Lin Yue let tears roll down his cheeks. At last humanity once again had a human sovereign. The long-cherished wish of later generations had finally come true. The cry of "Long live the human sovereign" echoed across Xianyang city like surging waves. Yingzheng stood at the center of the pillar of light, holding the human sovereign sword, his black imperial robe fluttering in the golden currents. As his gaze swept over the kneeling masses, his ordinarily piercing eyes turned a trace warmer. Standing atop the circular mound, Yingzheng raised the human sovereign sword high above his head. In that instant, the 9 dragons of fortune rising from the 9 province tripods spiraled together, linked with the human sovereign sword in his hand, and formed a pillar of golden light that connected heaven and earth. I am the human sovereign. It is my duty to guard Huaxia's territory and protect the well-being of my people. From this day forward, abolish oppressive decrees, lighten corvée and taxes, establish schools far and wide to enlighten the people, and repair the official roads for the convenience of merchants and travelers. Garrison the frontiers and repel foreign invasion beyond Huaxia's borders. All sons and daughters of Huaxia, men and women, old and young, regardless of tribe or birth, shall be protected equally, and may all enjoy peace. When his voice faded, the golden pillars slowly dispersed, the human sovereign sword returned to its sheath, and the dragon of fortune dissolved into specks of golden light that merged into the land of Huaxia. Lu Buwei and the 3 dukes and 9 ministers rose, walked to Yingzheng's side, and bowed deeply. We ministers are willing to assist the human sovereign and jointly protect the eternal security of Huaxia. The ceremony is complete, Li Si proclaimed. Afterward, Yingzheng ordered Zhao Gao to bring Lin Yue into the Apang Palace. Looking at the now completed Apang Palace, Lin Yue could not help but sigh in admiration. Some folk legends say the Apang Palace was built to commemorate a Fang, a woman from the state of Zhao whom the first emperor had loved in his youth. Others say it was a grand imperial court palace constructed by the first emperor to satisfy political needs and display imperial authority. Regardless, the Apang Palace had been built here at last. Yingzheng stood on its high terrace, gazing into the distance at the countless lights of 10,000 homes in Xianyang city. Lin Yue stood behind him, his heart filled with 100 intermingled emotions. The emperor who had just ascended to the throne of human sovereign appeared at this moment, especially solitary, yet resolute. The core officials of the Great Qin Empire stood on both sides of the hall. Lin Yue. Zheng did not turn around. His voice drifted over calmly, yet carried an indescribable authority and concern. This humble one is here. Lin Yue composed himself and answered respectfully. Your cultivation at the mid-Immortal Emperor stage is still somewhat lacking. Cultivate diligently, for I look forward to the day you come before me again. Zheng's words were calm, yet they carried an elder's earnest admonition. It was like a parent murmuring to a child leaving home for the first time, eat on time, dress warmly when it is cold, and pull up an extra quilt when the night turns chilly. Lin Yue's nose stung at Zheng's words, and he knew it was time to leave. He did not belong here, at least not yet, not with his current strength. But in his heart he knew with absolute clarity this place, the mighty Great Qin, and His Majesty the First Emperor, who had become the human sovereign, would become the most solid and formidable support on his path ahead. The fact that Great Qin could stand guard over the River of Time showed how mighty it truly was. You want to go against the River of Time? Sorry, but whether you are the Yellow Heavenly Emperor or the Red Heavenly Emperor, whether you are Omazeo or Kurumi Tokisaki, here time itself is under the jurisdiction of Great Qin, held in the hand of His Majesty the First Emperor and guarded by the human sovereign. Go back, go back. Return to the era that belongs to you and write your own chapter as the protagonist. Zheng's voice rang out again, earnest and weighty. Remember, as long as Huaxian never ceases, the glory of Great Qin will always be with you. Zheng spoke with deep earnestness. Your Majesty, this humble one takes his leave. Lin Yue barely suppressed the surging emotions within him, his body trembling slightly with excitement and reluctance. He bowed deeply and shouted with all his might, may Huaxiao prosper forever, may the glory of Great Qin never fade, shining upon all heavens for eternity. Seeing this, the civil and military officials standing solemnly in the hall all bowed in salute. Their voices merged into a single will that shook the palace, may Huaxiao prosper forever, may the glory of Great Qin never fade, shining upon all heavens for eternity. Dazzling golden radiance suddenly burst forth, tearing through the surrounding void like a blazing sun crashing to earth. Lin Yue felt his vision blur. By the time his consciousness pulled free from the brief chaos, he already found himself within that vast ethereal river of time, flowing with endless traces of the ages. He was still wrapped in the ties binding him to the land of Great Qin, and the mortal warmth of Xianyang Palace seemed to linger on his fingertips. The First Emperor's thunderous, soul-stirring voice still echoed in his ears. The melancholy of parting washed over his heart like a tide, leaving him unable to regain his composure for only when the murmuring currents of the river of time soaked into his soul did Lin Yue slowly suppress the sorrow in his eyes. He drew a deep breath and for now tucked that bond across time and space deep within his heart. At that moment, an unexpected joy suddenly crashed into his heart. Detected a mysterious item, Chaos Pearl. Would you like to fuse? Lin Yue's pupils contracted, his face full of astonishment. He had never imagined that the treasured pearl gifted by Lu Buwei was connected to his system. After a brief daze, he said decisively, fuse. Chaos Pearl fusing. Energy analysis rate 100. Fusion successful. Warning. System core program malfunction. System error. System error. System error. Initiating emergency protocol. System forced restart in progress. Restart complete. Advancement mechanism triggered. System upgrading. Congratulations, host. System upgrade successful. Watching the interface jump from crimson error warnings to a green, upgrade complete. Lin Yue's suspended heart finally settled back into place. The system's near collapse just now had given him a real fright. If the system had actually crashed, that would have been just wonderful. System, what new functions did this upgrade add? Lin Yue hurriedly asked. The system upgrade is as follows. 1. Added daily check-in function. Rewards will increase every 10 days, every month, and every year. 2. Carried out a comprehensive transformation of the sect, a systematic overhaul covering spiritual energy, land buildings, and all other aspects. Please explore the specifics on your own, host. 3. Activated the sect loyalty assessment mechanism. Only those willing to give up their lives for the sect are qualified to join it. 4. Opened the sect mission pavilion. Sect members can earn contribution points by completing missions posted there, and the points can be exchanged for rewards. The rewards redeemed will be synchronized to the host. Quick, let me see what's in the exchange list. Lin Yue's eyes flashed with anticipation. The next moment, dense rows of reward entries flooded his field of vision. Their sheer scope left Lin Yue stunned in place. Primordial Sacred Body, 300 contribution points. Dual Cultivation Sacred Body, 200 contribution points. Longevity Body, 230 contribution points. Fish Fruit Mythical Beast Type Azure Dragon, Form, 150 contribution points. Human Fruit Mythical Beast Type Nika, Form, 170 contribution points. Emperor Armor, 1200 contribution points. Omazeo Transformation Device, 700 contribution points. Barrett Sniper Rifle 700 contribution points bullets, 100 contribution points per 10 rounds. Ultra Instinct 1500 contribution points. Free Tomo Sharingan 200 contribution points. Mangekyo Sharingan 300 contribution points. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan 4500 contribution points. Rinnegan 500 contribution points. Sage Mode 600 contribution points. 6 Paths Rinnegan 700 contribution points. 6 Paths Sage Mode. What was even more striking was that Lin Yue saw another interface, the lottery draw. When he opened the lottery draw interface, it could only be said that he was still too naive. Inside there were 100 contribution points, 100 contribution points, 100 contribution points, and 500 contribution points. There were 4 tiers in total. The first 3 were fine. Basically, all the prizes came from the list above, and they were first-class prizes and grand prizes. But the grand prize in the 100 contribution point lottery pool made Lin Yue lose his composure. Golden Growth Capsule Lower Realm Edition Direct Ascension to the 10th tier Great Emperor Realm. What the heck? They even have this. Then Lin Yue searched gold in the system exchange and got a pile of things. Gold rings, gold necklaces, and so on. He switched to another keyword capsule. Another pile appeared, amoxicillin capsules, and even the Capsule Corp capsules from Dragon Ball. With a careful search he could find them too. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Yue DNF capsules. But what met his eyes made him exclaim, holy meow. Golden Growth Capsule 700 contribution points, Direct Ascension to the 10th tier, Great Emperor Realm. You use Golden Growth Capsule, 300 contribution points, Direct Ascension to the Immortal Emperor Realm. Omnipotent Golden Capsule 800 contribution points, Direct Ascension to the Divine Emperor Realm. He felt like he had been playing with a fake system all along. This was still nothing. It was only when Lin Yue saw the last option, a single draw costing 500 contribution points, that he was utterly broken. The best thing inside was in one word: a system. Lin Yue checked the introduction. It would randomly draw one system from among many systems. There were check-in systems, slacker systems, breathing systems, enlightenment systems, and even dual cultivation systems. System, you've poked a nest of systems. Host, please don't misunderstand. This is a new function unlocked after this system's upgrade. Hearing the system's words, Lin Yue couldn't help wondering whether it was inherent to the system or bestowed by Lu Bue's pearl. Either way, looking at the hundreds of systems, Lin Yue fell into deep thought. He didn't know whether this was good or bad. After all, in the system flow genre, having a system was what made one the protagonist. Was it really okay for his own system to hand out systems directly? Host, no need to worry. No matter what system it is, this system has absolute control over it. Also referred to item 3, only diehard loyalists can obtain a system. Once their loyalty wavers, the system will instantly kill them. Lin Yue now finally understood. Earlier the system had granted him Immortal Emperor cultivation and then let him do as he pleased. Now after the upgrade, it had unlocked a series of auxiliary functions centered on the sect, clearly to help him build a truly top-tier power. Since the system upgrade was complete, he needed to analyze the current situation. First, the Immortal Emperor cultivation, granted by the system, could at best reach the Immortal Realm. Second, with the treasures bestowed by the great Qin ancestors, relying on his equipment, Lin Yue could remain undefeated even against the Divine Emperor, if not outright defeat one. Whether it was the Jade Pendant Wang Jian gave him, or the Tower Phone Qiji gave him, both left him in an undefeatable position. Third, judging by the current situation, the world he was in should be divided into 3 layers: lower, middle, and upper. These corresponded to the mortal realm, the immortal realm, and the divine realm. The 3 layers formed the complete cultivation system of the world he currently inhabited. However, for unknown reasons, the lower realm he was in seemed to be sealed, pushing it into the age of Dharma decline. At this thought, Lin Yue raised his hand and took out the Great Qin world-suppressing token personally bestowed by the first emperor. On the token, the 2 characters, world-suppressing, rippled with imperial authority. He gazed into the depths of the river of time and declared in a clear voice, "You who made me kneel before, do you dare show yourself and face me?" As the words fell, a figure coalesced before him. At that moment, looking at the world-suppressing token in Lin Yue's hand, the figure staggered, and his expression instantly shifted from arrogance to alarm, his tone now laced with apology. "Young Master Lin, I was merely doing my duty. If I have given offense, I hope you will be magnanimous. Senior, you worry too much. You have guarded the river of time for our great Qin. How could I, as a junior, ever blame you? As the saying goes, no one raises a hand against a smiling face." With the Divine Emperor Realm cultivator lowering his head to him, a junior at the Immortal Emperor Realm, Lin Yue's anger faded away. "I called you out, Senior, because I have a few questions to ask you." "Please speak, young Master Lin." "The world I live in should be divided into 3 layers corresponding to the Divine Realm and the Immortal Realm." "The Mortal Realm. May I ask, Senior, after the Divine Emperor, what lies above the Divine Realm?" At that, the general gradually calmed and answered respectfully, "What you say is correct, young Master Lin. The world you inhabit is indeed divided into 3 layers. As for the Divine Realm, after the Divine Emperor comes the universe. Young Master Lin, the universe you inhabit is the Xuan realm within the Tianfu universe. The principal realm of the Tianfu universe is the Tianfu realm. Their immortal emperors are as common as dogs, and divine emperors are everywhere. Young Master Lin, if you ever have the chance to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, you may visit the Tianfu realm or other realms to broaden your horizons. With the great Qin world-suppressing token bestowed by His Majesty, you need not worry about your safety at all. Then many thanks. Lin Yue cupped his fists in gratitude. As things stood, he did not fear divine emperors in the slightest. And for those above the Divine Emperor realm, he was protected by the old ancestor. So he had no fear at all. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Lin Yue took a deep breath. Time to have some fun. At the Immortal Emperor realm and unafraid of the Divine Emperor realm, perhaps Lin Yue was the only one who could manage it. He could not help but sigh. It really is good to have backing. Then he suddenly recalled a corner of the Heavenly Palace from his past life. A man once urged his classmates to go to Myanmar, and they all advised him not to. Once you go there, you never come back. The irony was that his family owned the largest business chain in Myanmar. Lin Yue glanced at the River of Time. Just as the first emperor had said, he too had to write his own protagonist's chapter. In a flash, he appeared before Xianming and Yi Chen. All right, the matter of the secret realm is settled. Let's go. Suddenly, the secret realm began to tremble violently. The prodigies of the various sects who had entered the secret realm all cried out, "We're done for. The secret realm is collapsing. Retreat." Lin Yue waved his hand, and Lin Weiner, Su Mushue, the three demons of Cheichi Kingdom, and Tan Xian all appeared outside the secret realm. "Sect Master, shall we return?" Xianming asked. Lin Yue said calmly, "No rush. Just now I intended to keep a low profile, but some fools think this sovereign is too weak. Let me have a little fun before I go." Xianming scratched his head in confusion. Seeing his puzzled look, Lin Yue gave a helpless smile. As more and more prodigies walked out of the secret realm, Lin Yue felt that it was almost time. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The sunset clouds at the horizon were suddenly twisted by a strange heat wave. The air turned scalding at once, like a block of iron thrown into a furnace. Lin Yue's fingertip traced the edge of the teacup, a knowing glint flashing through his eyes as the corner of his mouth lifted into a barely perceptible arc. Then a roar saturated with blood, tears, and murderous intent burst across heaven and earth like thunder. "Lin Yue, you whelp! Give me back my son's life." Before the last syllable faded, the sky seemed to split open. 11 crimson pillars of fire rolling with molten magma descended from the heavens and crashed toward the ground with the might to incinerate everything in existence. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. With each pillar's impact, charred earth burst dozens of feet into the air, and searing heat waves radiated outward from the point of impact. Wherever the heat passed, grass and trees instantly withered and carbonized. Even hard rock was baked until it glowed red, and the air grew thick with the pungent stench of sulfur and char. The leading pillar of fire was the most terrifying of all. Upon impact, it became a small sea of flames, an eerie dark blue as though it could burn straight through the soul. Within the sea of fire, a figure slowly emerged. None other than Yen Tu, the Grand Elder of the Lin Yue sect, whom Lin Yue had earlier subdued with his illusion technique. He wore a dark red Taoist robe trimmed with gold embroidered with a vivid flame-wreathed qilin. At this moment, the qilin pattern seemed to come alive, wrapped in the fiery aura rising from his body. Each breath he took made the surrounding flames leap violently. His face was twisted and savage, his eyes scarlet like red-hot branding irons, and the rims of his eyes were shot with blood. His reason clearly consumed by overwhelming grief and rage. The pressure of his 7th Order Cave Void Realm aura crushed outward like a physical force, sending many low cultivation prodigies present to their knees, too weak even to lift their heads. After landing, the remaining 10 fire pillars rapidly transformed into 10 towering figures, the elite Qian guards of the Lin Yue sect. Each of them exuded the aura of a peak 5th Order Soul Separation Realm expert. The 10 auras intertwined into a single terrifying pressure no less formidable than that of a late 6th Order Body Integration Realm expert. In their hands were long spears blazing with flames, tongues of fire, half a qi long, flickering around the spear. Cold and hard as iron, their eyes locked onto Lin Yue. They were like 10 flame azuras from hell, waiting for one command to tear their target to pieces. Zhao Tianlei of the Qingyun Sect was utterly ecstatic, pointing furiously at Lin Yue and shrieking, "Lin Yue, you whelp, you're finished." Elder Yen Tu of the Lin Yue sect has come in person, a mighty figure of the 7th Order Cave Void Realm, and with him are 10 Qian Guard protectors. Today is the day you and the Miao sect die. He seemed to have already envisioned Lin Yue being burned to ashes, his soul obliterated, and the vicious grin on his face threatened to spill over. The instant Yen Tu landed, he gave no one time to react. Stamping both feet violently on the scorched earth, he shot toward Lin Yue like an arrow released from a string. The ghostly blue flames around him surged, condensing into a writhing flame dragon with claws and fangs bared. Its claws tore through the air and lashed at Lin Yue's face with the force to incinerate all things. "Die!" Yen Tu roared, his voice hoarse and distorted by extreme fury. Every word was ground out from between his teeth, saturated with boundless hatred. In the face of that apocalyptic assault, Lin Yue remained perfectly composed. He took a leisurely sip of tea, let his gaze drift over the charging Yen Tu, and said casually over his shoulder, "3 immortals play with him for a while. Don't play him to death." "Yes, Sect Master." 3 figures instantly stepped forward. The 3 immortals of Qi Kingdom unleashed their pressure at the same time. 3 auras far surpassing the ordinary cave void realm crashed down like 3 great mountains and locked precisely onto Yen Tu. The air instantly solidified. Under the weight of those 3 auras, even the unstoppable flame dragon shuddered slightly, and its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Yen Tu's pupils contracted sharply, his ferocious expression instantly replaced by shock. And all the while Lin Yue sat there as serene as ever, as if the world-shaking confrontation before him were nothing more than a play to enjoy over tea. A bead of cold sweat slowly traced down Yen Tu's temple. 3 beings at the midstage of the 7th Order Cave Void Realm. Isn't the Qingyun Sect just a first-rate sect? The surrounding sects were utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events, having assumed that with Yen Tu's intervention Lin Yue's death was all but certain. Yet to their astonishment, 3 great cultivators at the 7th rank void refinement stage had appeared from nowhere. Moreover, they did not seem to be ordinary void refinement cultivators. Ever since arriving at the Duanlong Mountains and witnessing the Misty Cloud sect, this tiny first-grade sect had exuded an unsettling air of mystery at every turn. Sect Master Lin Yue could casually eradicate 5th rank soul separation and 6th rank integration cultivators with a wave of his hand. Now 3 void refinement cultivators had emerged as well. The only one secretly relieved was Jiang Feng of the Azure Dream sect. He had originally thought the Misty Cloud sect merely showed potential, but now it was clear that their significance went far beyond mere potential. "Gentlemen, this is a personal grudge between me and the Misty Cloud sect. Do me the courtesy of the Blazing Fire sect, and I vow that the Blazing Fire sect will repay you handsomely afterward," Yen Tu declared with confidence. He believed that once he invoked the Blazing Fire sect's name, these cultivators would surely show him respect. "Big brother, is this old man's mind addled? Are we not members of the Misty Cloud sect?" Goat Strength Immortal said to Tiger Strength Immortal. "Who knows? He probably had his brain scorched by his own flames." Tiger Strength Immortal took the lead and stepped forward, his burly frame swaying slightly before purple ghost fire rippled across his body. He cast a downward glance at the leaping crimson flames around Yen Tu and boomed with a coarse laugh. "Old man, your little flames look fierce enough, but now that you're in front of us 3 brothers, they're like starving cubs, too scared to even flicker properly." As soon as he finished speaking, Deer Strength Immortal stepped forward, gently waving a horsetail whisk. The whisk's threads swept through the air, stirring up waves of cool breeze that forcibly suppressed the scorching heat radiating from Yen Tu. His tone carried a hint of mischief. "Big brother speaks too harshly. That column of fire just now scared me half to death. My legs nearly gave out." Goat Strength Immortal mocked Yen Tu with a sly grin. "At your age, always shouting about killing and fighting. How unseemly. Come now, keep us 3 brothers company and stretch your limbs a little. Let off some steam." Yen Tu was already firmly locked down by the oppressive auras of 3 mid-stage void refinement cultivators, and even the slightest movement cost him considerable effort. Now listening to the trio's relentless teasing, his crimson eyes bulged round with fury, and the rage in his chest threatened to burst straight through his throat. He snarled through gritted teeth, "Ganging up on me. What kind of heroes are you? If you have the guts, fight me, Onion." Hearing Yen Tu's words, Lin Yue spat out a mouthful of tea. Onion. He recalled how elementary school kids in his past life, when outnumbered, would roar the same thing, demanding a Onion duel. If he were still in his past life, Lin Yue would certainly have muttered, "If the spring breeze still pities the falling petals, could it grant me my youth once more?" But then again, fighting Onion, and against a manifested demonic beast of a higher cultivation realm than himself. Lin Yue shook his head with a helpless smile. Some people simply wouldn't know how they died until death came knocking. Tiger Strength Immortal burst out laughing at Yen Tu's words. "Onion. He'll grant you that wish." Before he even finished speaking, his burly frame suddenly shot forward, the purple ghost fire around him churning like something alive. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he casually rolled his wrists and his knuckles cracked with sharp pops. He swept a contemptuous gaze over Yen Tu. "Old man, I'll let you have the first 3 moves just so you don't say I bully the elderly." Yen Tu was already seething from being suppressed by the 3 auras, and at these words his crimson eyes looked ready to spit fire. He abruptly tightened his grip on the burning spear in his hand, its azure flames surging 3 feet higher, and charged at Tiger Strength Immortal with a furious roar. "Arrogant brat, die." The spear thrust straight for Tiger Strength Immortal's face with the might to incinerate all creation, and wherever the spear tip passed, the air hissed and crackled from the scorching heat. Yet just as the spear tip was about to touch the bridge of Tiger Strength Immortal's nose, he suddenly twisted aside, moving so fast that only a blur of an afterimage remained. Yen Tu's mighty strike pierced nothing but empty air, and the spear slammed deep into the ground, kicking up a spray of scorched earth tinged with sparks. First move, Amidst, Tiger Strength Immortal taunted. Old man, your hands shaking so badly, is it because you're too old to hold a spear steady, eh? Yin Tu, both furious and alarmed, whirled around and swung his spear in a sweeping arc. But Tiger Strength Immortal seemed to have anticipated it entirely. He tapped his feet lightly, leaped into the air to evade the blade, and while airborne drove his right foot squarely into Yin Tu's back. The kick looked casual, yet it carried terrifying force. Yin Tu felt a searing pain erupt across his back, and his whole body pitched forward like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily onto the scorched earth, scattering sparks in all directions. Second move. Missed again, and you ended up eating dirt instead, Dear Strength Immortal said from the side, whisk in hand, his eyes curved in a merry smile. Elder Yin Tu, perhaps you should stop fighting, or you might not be able to get up at all soon. Yin Tu struggled to his feet, the back of his Taoist robe split open by the kick, a thin trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He could not understand it. The man before him was only at the mid-stage of the 7th rank void refinement realm, while he himself was at the early stage, and yet he could not even land a single blow. He stared fixedly at Tiger Strength Immortal, his chest heaving violently, the flames around his body leaping wildly with rage. He'll kill you, he roared, gripping the spear with both hands and slamming it into the ground. Blazing fire burns the heavens. In that instant, countless crimson serpents of fire burst forth from the earth around the spear and surged toward Tiger Strength Immortal. The ground was scorched red-hot, and the smell of sulfur grew ever more intense. This was Yin Tu's ultimate killing move, the trump card he had saved for last, hoping it could turn the tide. But Tiger Strength Immortal only smiled faintly. The purple ghost fire around him suddenly erupted, forming a massive wall of flames that held back every fire serpent. Is that all you've got? Tiger Strength Immortal stepped forward, and the fire wall dispersed in an instant. Moving like lightning, he reached Yin Tu in the blink of an eye. Before the man could react, he seized Yin Tu's wrist with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and slammed it viciously into his chest. A dull thud rang out. Yin Tu struck as if by a heavy hammer, folded over like a shrimp, and spat out a mouthful of blood while the spear in his hand clattered to the ground. Tiger Strength Immortal did not stop. Gripping Yin Tu by the wrist, he hoisted him up, and as if flinging a sandbag, hurled him violently against a nearby boulder. With a thunderous crash, the boulder was shattered to pieces. Yin Tu hit the pile of rubble hard, every bone in his body feeling as if it had come apart. He grimaced in agony, but lacked even the strength to rise. The surrounding sects were already dumbfounded. They had assumed that Yin Tu, as a void refinement cultivator, would not end up so pitiful even if he could not defeat the three immortals. Yet at this moment, Yin Tu was utterly helpless before Tiger Strength Immortal, nothing more than a sandbag at his mercy. Zhao Tianlei of the Azure Cloud sect had lost every trace of his earlier glee, replaced by overwhelming shock and terror. He opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Third move, still worthless, Tiger Strength Immortal said, walking over to Yin Tu and pressing his foot down on the man's chest to keep him on the ground. Old man, are you convinced or not? If not, I'll be happy to play with you a while longer. Yin Tu was pinned to the ground, his chest feeling as though crushed beneath a boulder, every breath laced with searing pain. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the great immortal tiger force, and from his throat he could only force out a hoarse, shattered roar. I refuse to accept this. You ganged up on me. What kind of heroes are you? Ganged up on you. The great immortal sheep force leapt over and kicked Yin Tu in the backside. You were the one who demanded a unknown duel, and now that you're losing you make excuses. How pathetic. The great immortal deer force also stepped forward, tapping Yin Tu's head with his whisk broom, his tone laced with mockery. A wise man knows when to yield. You don't even have the strength to fight back, so why stay so stubborn? Before the words even faded, the great immortal tiger force picked Yin Tu up as if he were a chick, then casually tossed him aside. He crashed to the ground like a broken puppet. Yin Tu lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from wounds all over his body. His once neat Taoist robe was now tattered and ruined. The flaming aura that had clung to him was completely extinguished, leaving only the pungent stench of blood and scorched flesh intermingling in the air. He stared at Lin Yue with difficulty, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Wasn't he just the petty sect master of a mere first-rank sect? How could he command a 7th-rank void cave realm powerhouse, and one of extraordinary combat prowess at that? Unfortunately, he would never know that he had run straight into a cheat code. System notification: a mission has been generated in the mission hall. It is recommended that you first return to the sect to accept the mission. Just as Lin Yue was about to order the complete annihilation of the Blood Fiend Manor and the Blazing Fire sect, he suddenly heard the system's chime. Lin Yue pondered for a moment and decided it didn't matter. The massacre could wait a little longer. He would first return to the sect and see what the system had turned it into. Bring them along. We're heading back to the sect, Lin Yue said coolly. If the system had made a point to remind him, then it could only mean good fortune. In an instant, Lin Yue and the others returned to the Misty Cloud sect. The moment they arrived, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. At the far end of their vision, a white jade staircase cascaded down like a river of stars winding upward from the mountain's base until it reached the cloud-wreathed summit of Misty Cloud Peak. Every single step was carved from a single block of warm jade, luminous, translucent, and flawless. Bathed in heavenly light, the steps glowed with a soft moonlit radiance. Intricate cloud patterns were etched into each tread, yet carried no trace of artificial carving, as though they had been born naturally from heaven and earth. Is this really our sect? Chen could not help but cry out in shock. Let's go, Lin Yue said, taking the lead onto the jade stairs. As he walked upon them, an inexplicable serenity washed through his heart. Elder Tan, Lin Yue suddenly spoke. Sect Master, I am here. Tan Xian quickly stepped up beside Lin Yue, deliberately staying half a pace behind him. This jade staircase is called the Heart Inquiring Stairs, Lin Yue said. It has nothing to do with cultivation, realm, or talent, only with loyalty. Soon our sect will recruit disciples from across the world. Whoever can ascend these stairs to the summit will be accepted into the Misty Cloud Sect as an outer disciple. Understood, Sect Master. When the group finally set foot inside the sect, they came to know the true meaning of awe. The spiritual energy within the Misty Cloud Sect was so dense it nearly turned solid, condensing into a faint milky white mist. A single breath of it left every meridian in the body feeling smooth and unblocked, and even the bottlenecks of one's cultivation seemed to faintly loosen. Xianming stared at the flowing spiritual energy in the air, as if witnessing a divine miracle. This spiritual energy density is several times richer than that place. Xianming gazed at the Misty Cloud Sect in utter disbelief, feeling more and more fortunate that he had come to this lower realm. Even the ground beneath their feet was astonishing. What had once been ordinary mountain soil was now pale golden spirit earth, faint spiritual light radiating from within the dirt itself. He casually scooped up a handful, and could already sense the surging vitality contained within it. The great immortal sheep force crouched down, touched the spirit earth, then plucked a small blade of grass, and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. This spirit earth can nourish such ordinary, yet spirit-filled vegetation. If spirit medicine were planted here, it could probably mature into 1,000-year-old herbs in just a few years. As for the architecture of the Misty Cloud Sect, it embodied the word majestic to its extreme. The mountain gate at the end of the jade stairs was carved from a single 10,000-year-old spirit jade, soaring nearly 1,000 zhang into the sky. The three ancient characters, Misty Cloud Sect, were inscribed upon the gate, the strokes vigorous and powerful, faint spiritual light rippling across them, as though they contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Beyond the mountain gate lay a sweeping expanse of palatial halls and towering pavilions, their rooftops covered with glazed tiles that refracted brilliant seven-colored light under the sun. From a distance, they looked like a cluster of celestial palaces in a fairy realm. White jade corridors connected the halls, and along both sides of the corridors hung countless soul lamps. The flames within were condensed from spiritual energy, burning eternally, illuminating the entire sect. Clouds wreathed the mountain peaks, and from time to time celestial cranes swept through the mist, their crisp cries mingling with the chime of bells and stones from the halls, adding even more immortal grandeur to the scene. The great immortal tiger force looked upon the sight before him, and his burly frame actually trembled slightly. So this must be what the legendary immortal realm looks like. Lin Yue stood beneath the sect's plaque, gazing at the sect. The system had remade, a glimmer of surprise flashing through his eyes as well. He had expected the transformation to bring changes, but never anything so breathtaking. Yin too lay collapsed on the ground, staring at all of this, and the last shred of unwillingness in his heart was replaced by utter despair. Was this Misty Cloud Sect truly a first-rank sect? Let's go check the mission hall first. The group made their way to the mission hall, where a massive list had appeared at the center of the hall, filled with all manner of missions. One entry in particular caught Lin Yue's attention. Sect Annihilation Mission: Destroy the Sect of Hostile Forces. Current Hostile Forces 1. Qingyun Sect 2. Blazing Fire Sect 3. Blood Fiend Manor 4. 10,000 Sword Valley. Only by accepting missions to annihilate hostile sects could contribution points be earned. Each kill granted the following contribution points: first rank, Qi Gathering Realm, 50 points. Second rank, Spirit Sea Realm, 100 contribution points. Third rank, Core Formation Realm, 150 points. Fourth rank, Primordial Spirit Realm, 200 points. Fifth rank, Soul Division Realm, 1000 points. Sixth rank, Unity Realm, 3000 points. Seventh rank, Void Cave Realm, 9000 points. Eighth rank, Tribulation Transcendence Realm, 1000 points. Ninth rank, Saint Realm, 2000 points. 10th rank, Great Emperor Realm, 5000 points. Contribution points are stored within the sect's identity token. Note: leaving no survivors, neither chickens nor dogs, will grant an additional 10 contribution points. Lin Yue turned to look at the people behind him. Accept the missions. As for what contribution points are used for, just take a look and you'll understand. Lin Yue pointed to a square object in the center of the hall. Everyone extended their divine sense into it. A moment later looks of awe and longing appeared on every face, and only after a long while did they reluctantly withdraw their spiritual sense. Every single person present was shaken by the treasures, techniques, and resources that could be exchanged for contribution points. The things listed within were enough to drive any cultivator to madness. Now that you understand the importance of contribution points, let's begin the reckoning. Wipe them all out. Yichen Su Mushua Lin Wainer, Lin Yue called out in a deep voice. Your disciples are here. Do you still remember what I told you back in chapter 9? Yes, Master said that the three of us were to destroy the Qingyun Sect. Lin Yue nodded. Now that your strength is at the 5th stage soul-splitting realm, destroying a first-grade sect should be no problem. This battle shall be the first campaign of our Piaomiao sect. We must display the might of the Piaomiao sect. Take the mission and go. And just like that, the fate of a first-grade sect, the Qingyun Sect, was casually sealed. The Qingyun Sect lay not far from the Piaomiao sect. In an instant, Lin Yue brought the others to hover above it. He recalled that when he first obtained the cultivation of an Immortal Emperor, he had upheld the fine traditional virtues of the Chinese people. Moreover, feeling that he was an Immortal Emperor, a big shot, he had not wanted to stoop to the level of such ants. But now looking back, he had been far too merciful. A common man's wrath spills blood within 5 paces, when Emperor's wrath leaves 1,000,000 corpses in its wake. After the journey to Great Qin, he now believed that only blood and slaughter could make people understand the terror of the Piaomiao sect. Lin Yue nodded at Yichun. Azure Sky Sword Art Meteor Fall. Above the Qingyun Sect, an enormous sword formation materialized. Sound Pavilion. To the upper left of the Qingyun Sect, another massive formation appeared. Inyang Wuji. To the upper right of the Qingyun Sect, an enormous Inyang formation also manifested. The 3 formations launched an indiscriminate assault on the Qingyun Sect. Countless flying swords rained down from Yi Chen's meteor fall. Countless sound blades flew out from Lin Weiner's sound pavilion. Countless black and white flying swords thrust forth from Su Muxu's Inyang Wuji. In just a few breaths, the sect protecting formation that the Liuhui Gate had laid down for the Qingyun Sect was shattered into fragments. Sect Master, can we go scrape up some contribution points too? Huli Daxian asked, rubbing his head. Hearing Huli Daxian's words, Lin Yue couldn't help rolling his eyes. The strongest in this first-grade sect is at most at the 4th stage primordial spirit realm. Killing one of them only nets 150 contribution points. Why would a 7th stage cave void cultivator like you want to join in? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. The thunderous crash of the collapsing sect protecting formation exploded above the Qingyun Sect like a clap of thunder. They had only just been exclaiming over who would dare attack their Qingyun Sect. After all, who didn't know that their Qingyun Sect was under the protection of the Liuhui Gate? Before the words had faded, the formation fragments turned into a sky full of spiritual light falling thick and fast, like shattered crystal, casting a deathly pallor over the panicked faces of the Qingyun Sect disciples below. Impossible. This sect-protecting formation was personally installed by an elder of the Liuhui Gate, a grand formation said to withstand cultivators of the 5th stage soul-splitting realm. How could it be broken so easily? Before the great hall of the Qingyun Sect, a middle-aged cultivator in a purple robe howled hoarsely. He was the grand elder of the Qingyun Sect, having broken through to the 4th stage primordial spirit realm only a few years ago. Gazing at the 3 figures suspended in midair, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Just a few months ago, they had been children at the 1st stage Qi condensation and 2nd stage core formation, and now they had actually become mighty experts of the 5th stage soul-splitting realm. On the plaza below, hundreds of Qingyun Sect disciples were thrown into chaos. Some drew their swords and wanted to fight, yet the overwhelming pressure from above turned their hands weak. Others turned to flee, only to find the sects for directions already shrouded in a faint spiritual glow. The entire Qingyun Sect had been thoroughly sealed off by Lin Yue like a cage of certain death. Hear me, Qingyun Sect disciples. By order of our sect master, Yichen Su Mushue, and Lin Weiner of the Piaomiao sect, shall annihilate your sect. Those who surrender. Yi Chen's voice, cold as ice, carried through the sword formation across the whole battlefield. Before Yi Chen could finish, countless black and white flying swords from Su Muxu's Inyang Wuji swept into the Qingyun Sect, beginning a slaughter. Surrender. Don't you want the contribution points? Su Muxu's mocking voice rang out. Yi Chen hurriedly slapped his forehead. He had been so busy showing off that he had forgotten about the contribution points. The meteor fall sword formation in the sky suddenly blazed with intensified radiance. Countless flying swords condensed from spiritual energy no longer fell in scattered streams, but converged into dozens of sword pillars over 10 feet long. Like meteors descending from the heavens, they howled through the air and plummeted toward the halls and towers of the Qingyun Sect. Boom! The first sword pillar struck the roof of the Qingyun Sect's main hall. Glazed tiles shattered in an instant, and the screech of splitting beams tore at the ears. The entire hall collapsed like tofu hit by a giant hammer, thundering down amid billowing smoke and dust. Stop them. If we can't protect the sect, we all die. Zhao Tianlei of the Qingyun Sect charged out from the ruins of the collapsed main hall, his gold-embroidered Taoist robe fluttering his face savage. He vaulted into the air, dense black spiritual light erupting from his long sword as he slashed toward Yi Chen's sword formation. Sect Master Zhao, I have not yet forgotten how you and your son wronged my master. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Tianlei and said flatly, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Su Muxu's cold, clear voice rang out. Her fingers formed hand seals, and within the Yin-Yang Wuji formation black and white chi swirled, instantly condensing into a giant sword interwoven with yin and yang. The giant sword struck straight at Zhao Tianlei. Seeing the overwhelming might of the descending sword, Zhao Tianlei instinctively raised his guard. But how could he possibly be a match for Su Muxue? With a crisp clang, his black iron long sword was jarred from his hand and sent flying. As for Zhao Tianlei himself, he was like a man struck by a boulder. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he hurtled backward and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yue had already activated the sound pavilion formation. Waves of intangible sound pulsed from within like the whispers of phantoms or the clashing ring of metal and stone. Those Qingyun Sect disciples, already weak in cultivation, instantly twisted their faces in pain at the sound waves clutching their heads as spiritual power rampaged wildly within their bodies. Some Qingyun Sect disciples even foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. And Lin Yue had not yet used the innate Dao art to lower her enemy's realms. Sect Master, save me. A Qingyun Sect inner disciple, his spiritual power shattered by the sound waves, crawled toward Zhao Tianlei. A black and white flying sword pierced through his chest, and he died on the spot. The yin-yang energies obeyed her like an extension of her own limbs, and wherever they passed none could stand against them. The three of them were like tigers among sheep, carrying out a crushing sweep through the Qingyun Sect. Yi Chen's azure sky sword art was incomparably fierce. Every swing drew blood, and with every flash of sword light, a Qingyun Sect cultivator fell. Su Muxu's yin-yang sword formation commanded the yin-yang power of heaven and earth, leaving no trace of life wherever it passed. Lin Yue's sound pavilion formation ceaselessly released sound waves, dissolving the remaining cultivators will to resist, and leaving them like lambs awaiting slaughter. Zhao Tianlei struggled to his feet, watching his sect's disciples fall like wheat before the scythe, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He couldn't understand why things had come to such a pass. The Piaomiao sect, once within his grasp, had now grown powerful enough to casually annihilate their Qingyun sect. And these three Piaomiao sect disciples before him, in such a short span of time, had soared all the way to the fifth stage soul-splitting realm. He knew that the Qingyun sect was doomed this day, but as its sect master, how could he stand by and await capture? He suddenly pulled a blood-red token from his bosom and furiously poured spiritual power into it. In an instant, the token blazed with blinding red light. Great lords of the Liuhua Gate, save us. The Piaomiao sect is about to destroy the Qingyun sect. Please come to our aid. Watching Zhao Tianlei exhaust his last ounce of strength to send that faint yet urgent distress signal to the Liuhua sect, Yi Chen curled his lips into a scornful arc, his eyes utterly indifferent. If he knew that the supreme elder of the Liuhua sect was still in the hands of the Piaomiao sect, one could only imagine the look of utter shock and horror he would show. Yi Chen walked over slowly, his long sword pointing straight at Zhao Tianlei, his voice cold as ice. Do you truly believe the Liuhua sect can save you? Zhao Tianlei watched the approaching Yi Chen, a glint of desperate cornered beast madness flashing through his eyes, and roared furiously, my Qingyun sect is a subordinate sect of the Liuhua sect. Since you've destroyed my Qingyun sect, the Liuhua sect will never let you off. The Liuhua sect. Yi Chen let out a sneer, his sword momentum suddenly accelerating, a cold gleam flashing past. After we finish you off, the next one will be the Liuhua sect. A sword light swept across, and Zhao Tianlei's scream came to an abrupt halt. Just as his primordial spirit was about to leave his body and flee, it was instantly ground to pieces by the yin-yang energies manipulated by Su Muxue, leaving not even a trace of his remnant soul. After a short while, throughout the vast Qingyun sect, there was no longer any sound of the living. In the plazas, among the halls, and on both sides of the mountain paths, the corpses of Qingyun sect cultivators lay scattered everywhere. The once imposing and majestic sect grounds were now left as a ruined wasteland of broken walls and collapsed beams. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Chen felt it was still not secure enough, so he simply raised his hand to invoke flames. As the raging fire swept through, the entire Qingyun sect was soon devoured by a blazing inferno. As the fire grew stronger, the three took out their Piaomiao sect identity tokens and extended their divine sense into them. How much do you have? Yi Chen asked. 5,250. Su Muxue smiled and waved her token. 5,100. Lin Yue reported the number right after. Seeing Yi Chen's face fall, Su Muxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. No way, no way. Could it be that someone still hasn't reached 5,000 contribution points? 4,950. Damn it. Just one person short. Yi Chen yelled in frustration. Haha, serves you right for saying so much nonsense. Su Muxue teased. Just as the three were laughing and bantering, the contribution points on their tokens suddenly jumped, each mysteriously increasing by 10. The three exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. It seemed that in this world the Qingyun Sect no longer. The embers of the Qingyun Sect still lingered among the mountains. Lin Yue stood aloft in the air, overlooking the ruins devoured by the fire below, the cold glimmer in his eyes not yet faded. This enemy, the first one to mock him after he had obtained the Immortal Emperor cultivation, had vanished just like that. Yi Chun and the other two flew on their swords to Lin Yue's side. Master, the Qingyun Sect is destroyed. Oh, we have fulfilled our mission. Beside him, Tiger Strength Immortal rubbed his fingers and chuckled. Sect Master, since even this first-rank Qingyun Sect has been taken care of, then next. His implication was all too clear. Having failed to gain contribution points at the Qingyun Sect just now, he could hardly restrain himself any longer. Lin Yue nodded slightly, swept his gaze over the people around him, and said with a faint smile, next, the Lin Yue Sect. As the words fell, he snapped his fingers, and everyone's figures vanished from the spot in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already hovering above the Lin Yue Sect. The Lin Yue Sect was built in a huge cavern above a fire vein, with a dark red mountain peak standing inside, as if cast from burning rock. Not far away, magma flowed slowly, and the air was thick with scorching heat. Sensing the auras within the Lin Yue Sect, Xian Ming grinned with disdain. 1 at the mid-Dongshu stage, 1 at the late Dongshu stage, and 2 at the early Dongshu stage. Lin Yue looked at Yin Tu, who was hanging his head like a death row prisoner. He slowly raised his hand, lightly slapped Yin Tu's cheek twice, and said in an icy voice, counting this piece of trash that makes 5 Dongshu scumbags. Lin Yue looked at Yin Tu beside him, who was like a death row prisoner, and slowly slapped his face twice. He'll let you witness with your own eyes how your sect is destroyed because of you. At this moment, inside the great hall of the Lin Yue Sect, the atmosphere was unusually solemn. Seated in the main position, Sect Master Deng Jun had a livid face, while Zhao Min knelt sorrowfully in the center of the hall. The Qingyun Sect. Just like that, it's gone. Deng Jun's voice carried disbelief. After all, the Qingyun Sect had a sect-protecting grand array that he had personally arranged and supervised. So how could it just disappear? Half an hour ago, the Lin Yue Sect had received the distress signal Zhao Tianlei sent before his death. But before they could even dispatch reinforcements, the Qingyun Sect's aura had completely dissipated, clearly indicating that it had been utterly annihilated. The Piaomiao Sect was nothing but an obscure, unheard-of sect. Nor had there been any word of the Piaomiao Sect becoming an affiliate of some giant sect. Even a year ago, it had been oppressed by the Qingyun Sect. Now it had managed to wipe out the Qingyun Sect in one fell swoop. The speed of its growth and combat power was simply shocking. Sect Master, according to the scouts, the Piaomiao Sect has undergone a tremendous transformation. At its mountain gate, there is now a white jade staircase leading straight to the summit. Within the sect's spiritual energy is so dense it has nearly become solid. Even the soil has turned into golden spirit earth. A tall, thin elder stepped forward to report, his voice tinged with fear. While Elder Yin Tu had left, Deng Jun had already sent scouts to investigate the path. They had only been waiting for Elder Yin Tu to return, and then they would destroy the Piaomiao Sect in one strike. As a level 4 sect, annihilating a tiny level 1 sect was easier than playing. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. A disciple stumbled in, his face filled with pain. Sect Master. Terrible news. The people of the Piaomiao Sect have already attacked. Deng Jun shot to his feet, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. They've come just in time. I want to see whether this Lin Yue can really make a 6th-rank cultivator's soul scatter with a snap of his fingers, as the rumors claim. The sect is entering a state of emergency. Everyone leave seclusion immediately to face the enemy. Activate the sect-protecting formation, the 9 Revolutions Blazing Dragon Array. At his command, the entire Qingyun peak shook violently, and countless runes lit up on the dark red. Beams of crimson light shot into the sky, interweaving in midair to form a colossal phantom of a fiery dragon. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. This was the Lin Yue Sect's sect-protecting grand formation, the 9 Revolutions Blazing Dragon Array. It was said that the formation could gather all fire-attributed spiritual energy between heaven and earth, possessing boundless power, and was said to be able to resist attacks from 8th-rank Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Outside the mountain gate, Lin Yue and the others hovered in the void, gazing at the towering phantom of the fiery dragon, without a trace of fear in their eyes. Is this the Lin Yue Sect's sect-protecting formation? So weak? Xian Ming said disdainfully. Lin Yue shot him a glance. In this lower realm, was there any array that could make a dragon at the immortal venerable realm feel mighty? It's like trying to recruit a trash cleaner in a poor village, yet demanding that the candidate must be a Tsinghua PhD. How could that ever be possible? Absolutely impossible. Show me what you've got. Lin Yue spoke. The 3 immortals and Tan Xian understood instantly. If they couldn't even break this sect-protecting formation, then forget about dealing with level 5 and level 6 sects later. Tan Xian's figure flickered as he darted to the front of the formation, his 10 fingers forming seals rapidly like butterflies flitting among flowers. In an instant, an ancient and imposing bronze chessboard materialized behind him, with black and white pieces scattered artfully across it, faintly exuding a mysterious Tao rhythm. As his fingertip moved, countless chess pieces shot toward the towering fire dragon phantom, like meteors chasing the moon. Each one struck precisely at the gaps between the dragon's scales, producing crisp, clanging sounds and sending sparks flying. The fire dragon phantom, as if struck with pain, threw back its head and let out a deafening roar. As its massive body writhed, countless fireballs carrying searing heat poured down upon Tan Qian like a torrential rain. "Old Tan, that won't cut it," said Grand Immortal Lu Li, gently waving his horsetail whisk, his tone tinged. A greenish light screen instantly spread open like a solid jade barrier, blocking all the fireballs outside. The fireballs collided with the light screen and dissipated into sparks across the sky. Tan Qian smiled and shook his head, saying frankly, "This old man cultivates the path of support after all. In a heated fight, I truly cannot compare to you few." This was indeed true. Although Tan Qian had already reached the 7th rank Dongshu realm, if he truly faced a cultivator of the same rank, he might not gain an advantage in unknown combat. When Lin Yue originally recruited him into the Miao Sect, he did not value his combat power. Rather, he felt that this old man had a gentle disposition and was steady in his actions, a rare support-oriented talent. "Then just focus on supporting and leave the frontal assault to us." Grand Immortal Hu Li laughed heartily. He clenched his fists fiercely, his muscles instantly swelling as his figure transformed into a giant dozens of zhang tall in the blink of an eye. His muscles bulged in knots, radiating a savage aura like a primordial beast. Behind him, a lifelike fierce tiger phantom slowly condensed, its tiger eyes wide and fangs bared. He then drove a heavy punch toward the fire dragon phantom's belly. Before the fist even touched the fire dragon, the punch force tore through the air, producing piercing sonic booms. The surrounding space seemed to warp and distort under the impact. "Presumptuous ants! How dare you attempt to break the protective grand formation of my Lin Yue sect?" An angry roar came from within the mountain gate. Immediately after, 4 crimson figures carrying scorching auras shot into the sky. They were the 4 supreme elders of the Lin Yue sect. The one in the lead swept his gaze across the battlefield. When he saw Yin Tu bound beside Lin Yue, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Little Tu." Upon seeing his master, Yin Tu's eyes instantly lit up with hope, and he struggled while shouting, "Master, save me." The one whom Yin Tu called master was none other than Qi Yangzi, the only being at the late stage of the 7th rank Dongshu realm in the Lin Yue sect. Earlier, he had heard that Yin Tu had gone outside the secret realm to hunt down members of the Miao sect. The entire Lin Yue sect had long been prepared, waiting only for Yin Tu's return to join forces and annihilate the Miao sect, an insignificant little sect that overestimated itself. But he had never imagined that the Miao sect would be so audacious. Not only had Yin Tu failed to capture them, but they had instead brought Yin Tu to their doorstep. Judging by Yin Tu's disheveled appearance, he had clearly become their prisoner. Qi Yangzi's face darkened. He gave a cold snort and fixed his gaze on Lin Yue's, tone carrying a hint of, "If your Miao sect is wise, release Elder Yin Tu of my Lin Yue sect right now. Then I, this old man, will pretend today never happened and spare your lives." "Ha ha ha." Xianming burst into loud laughter upon hearing this, his laughter filled with disdain. "Old fellow, could training have addled your brain? We've already fought our way to your doorstep, and your elder is still in our hands. Yet you say let's just call it quits." These words were like a resounding slap across Qi Yangzi's face, and his expression instantly turned livid. "Since your Miao sect is so unwilling to see reason, don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. Today I will make you arrogant wretches die beneath the 9-turn flame dragon grand formation." Before his words faded, Qi Yangzi viciously swung the crimson longsword in his hand, and countless condensed, almost tangible fire sword Qi instantly took shape. Like a torrential downpour, they shot toward Xianming, each carrying a terrifying might capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. Lai Feng, Fun Hai, and Yin Yu. These 3 supreme elders also made their moves. In an instant, fierce winds swirled around Lai Feng, carrying scorching flames and forming spiraling pillars of fire and wind. The wind pillars swept toward Grand Immortal Hu Li, distorting the air with their heat as they passed. Fun Hai violently slapped the ground with both hands, causing the previously calm magma below to instantly boil and surge into massive magma pillars. Like the breath of a fire dragon, they sprayed toward Grand Immortal Yangli. Where the magma fell, rocks were instantly melted into liquid. Yin Yu meanwhile produced a small crimson flag. The flag unfurled in the wind, and in an instant a boundless sea of fire appeared out of thin air, descending toward Grand Immortal Lu Li. The flames contained a terrifying burning force, as if they could incinerate all things in the world. "Old man, your opponent is me." Seeing this, Grand Immortal Hu Li stepped forward and blocked Qi Yangzi's path. "You're asking for death? Then I'll cut you down first." Qi Yangzi roared. The power of the flame sword Qi in his hands surged even higher as sword Qi streaks crossed the sky, like meteors bearing a destructive aura, as they hurtled toward Grand Immortal Hu Li. Grand Immortal Hu Li was utterly fearless. Behind him, the tiger phantom wreathed in purple ghost fire grew increasingly solid. Immediately after, a battle halberd radiating boundless baleful aura materialized in his hand. This battle halberd was exactly the Myriad Beasts halberd that Yi Chun had obtained in the Myriad Beasts Hall. The system's rebate rewarded him with the Hongming Heaven-Slaying halberd. It was temporarily lent to Grand Immortal Hu Li by Lin Yue. After all, since they did not know Grand Immortal Hu Li's actual combat strength, this served as insurance. The moment Grand Immortal Hu Li grasped the Hongming Heaven-Slaying halberd, a surging power instantly poured into his body from the halberd. He felt his body brimming with explosive power. Even against a powerful cultivator at the 8th rank of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, he was confident he could fight, even slay them. Lin Yue, standing nearby, looked at the Hongming Heaven-Slaying halberd with some confusion. Even now, he didn't know what level the Hongming grade actually belonged to. Was it at the Immortal Emperor level, or the Divine Emperor level? But on second thought, he stopped dwelling on it. Whatever, it didn't matter. No matter the level, as long as it was strong enough. All he needed to know was that the Hongming tier was extremely powerful. Just then, countless black and white chess pieces manipulated by Tan Xian suddenly whirled around the Hongming Heaven-Slaying halberd, finally clinging tightly to the halberd head like brilliant gems. Grand Immortal Hu Li's heart stirred, and he instantly understood the purpose of these chess pieces. First, they could be used as hidden weapons shot out unexpectedly to ambush enemies in battle. Second, they seemed to continuously pour power into the Hongming Heaven-Slaying halberd, greatly enhancing its attack power. Grand Immortal Hu Li snickered with absolute confidence. Today I, Lord Hu, will take on two at once and show you what real strength means. Qiangzi, thoroughly enraged by Hu Li the Great Immortal's arrogance, rapidly formed hand seals. Behind him, the crimson longsword instantly swelled to dozens of zhang in length, its flames blazing ever more fiercely, as if transforming into a true giant sword of fire. Witnessing this, Li Feng also wielded wild gales and raging blaze to strike at Hu Li the Great Immortal. The wind blades merged with Qiangzi's giant flame sword, fire fed by wind. Its power instantly multiplied several-fold as it hacked viciously toward Hu Li. Hu Li the Great Immortal remained utterly unruffled. The primordial heaven-slaying halberd in his hand erupted with blinding violet flames as he met the giant flame sword with a ferocious downward slash. Boom! The two weapons, each brimming with fearsome power, collided, sending an immense shockwave surging outward in an instant. The entire cavern shuddered violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Molten lava splashed wildly in every direction from the tremors, a scene of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Lin Yue looked at Yichun Su Mushue and Lin Weiner, standing motionless beside him, and couldn't help asking, "What are the three of you just standing there for?" Yichun looked at Lin Yue in confusion, wondering why his master suddenly asked such a question. Lin Yue pointed helplessly at the Liuhua sect disciples and ordinary elders below. "Don't you want the contribution points down there?" he reminded. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Muxu's eyes lit up. Without a second word, she dashed downward, swift as a streak of light. "Junior sister Su, you're breaking the rules. You started early." Yichun immediately panicked at the sight. Last time, during the massacre of Qingyun Sect, his excessive blabbering and slow reaction had earned him the lowest contribution score. Determined not to fall behind this time, he immediately charged down after her. Lin Weiner chuckled softly, and with a flicker of her figure joined the hunt for contribution points. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Yue and Xianming remained idle on the battlefield. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Xianming sidled up to Lin Yue and asked with a hint of grievance, "Sect Master, why can't I accept tasks?" "Can't accept tasks?" Lin Yue was puzzled. "Yes, it keeps telling me I cannot accept a task." Xianming nodded, his voice heavy with dejection. Lin Yue immediately called out to the system in his mind, "System, why can't this stupid dragon accept tasks? The Nine Heavens Mystic Nether Dragon's cultivation realm is too high, far exceeding the enemy levels available for current tasks. Therefore tasks cannot be accepted. Then what does he need to do to accept tasks? Surely we can't have him lower his cultivation." Lin Yue frowned. When an enemy's cultivation exceeds that of an outer sect elder, inner sect elders can accept tasks. According to detection, the only enemies at the 8th rank Tribulation Transcendence realm are currently in Wanjian Valley. When the host is ready to annihilate Wanjian Valley, the Nine Heavens Mystic Nether Dragon will be able to claim the task. System, can't you tweak it a bit? Let him accept tasks first, and if he participates in taking down other enemies, just don't count contribution points for him. How about that? Acceptable. You're the best. They'll set a rule for you: only enemies at 8th rank Tribulation Transcendence and above will count toward your contribution points. Xuanming's eyes instantly brightened. He looked at Lin Yue with eager anticipation. "So I can accept tasks now?" Lin Yue silently nodded. "Yes. Long live the Sect Master." Xianming shouted with excitement, and his figure vanished on the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside Lin Yue, clearly having finished claiming the task. Just then, three figures suddenly blocked Yi Chen's path. The one in front looked at him with arrogant eyes. "Yi Chun of the Primordial Sacred Body, quite bold of you daring to attack our Liuhua sect." Yi Chun could clearly sense their cultivations, two at the 5th rank mid-stage soul division, and one at the pinnacle of soul division, half a step into body integration. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the holy son of Lin Yue Sect, the next deputy sect master, Zhen. The leader raised his chin, his tone brimming with pride. These two are my followers Wulong and Fengchu. Chen was at a loss for words. This Zhen and Wulong and Fengchu of all names. But wait, was that the point? Shouldn't the focus be that Chen came to destroy the sect? What's with the pride? I'm here to wipe you out, and you're feeling proud. Chen suddenly felt he couldn't quite comprehend it. He didn't know if the world had gone mad or the man before him had. But it was irrelevant now. It was no wonder Chen didn't get it. Lin Yue Sect had yet to designate a young master. Only a few holy sons were vying behind the scenes. In the present war, all the supreme elders had already taken the field. How could they possibly lose? Yet, Chen didn't care anyway. This was a perfect chance to vent the fury in his heart. No one knew what he had gone through in the secret realm. No one understood his heartache, his helplessness. Who could comprehend the bitterness of him at the 4th rank mid-stage primordial spirit realm, fighting 15 4th rank peak Thunderwolves and a 5th rank early stage Thunderwolf King? And that Wolf King had even broken through to the 5th rank mid-stage Soul Division through sacrifice. He fought across an entire major realm and against demonic beasts at that. Bitterness welled up in Chen's heart. Now he would prove the might of the primordial sacred body. He slowly drew the sky-burning sword, its blade gleaming with piercing cold light under the firelight. His tone carried a hint of casualness, yet exuded undeniable dominance. The three of you, come at me together. Never mind that among these three two were at the 5th rank mid-stage Soul Division, and one at the pinnacle of Soul Division, half a step into the 6th rank body integration. Chen was not intimidated in the slightest. He was even pondering how to toy with these three fools. The primordial sacred body was already invincible at the same realm. Coupled with the baptism of the Tao Enlightenment Tea and 9 Heavens mystic water, Chen's combat prowess had risen to yet another level. Come at you together? Boy, do you realize that saying such words on Lin Yue Sect's turf comes with a price. At Chen's words, Zhen's arrogance grew even more pronounced, though a flicker of indignation at being slighted passed through his eyes. Wulong and Fengchu behind him also sneered. The two exchanged a glance, then suddenly moved, flanking Chen from left and right. A 2-foot-long bone whip had appeared in Wulong's hand, its body gleaming with an eerie greenish-black light. The whip had clearly been laced with potent poison. With a flick of his wrist, the whip shot forth like a cunning snake leaving its lair. It lashed toward Chen's face with a hissing whistle. At the whip's tip, venom dripped faintly, and where it struck the magma rocks below, tiny pits corroded into existence instantly. Fengchu meanwhile gripped a heavy broad axe, its blade burning with crimson flames. He leaped into the air, the axe descending with mountain-splitting rock-cracking force toward the top of Chen's head. The friction of flame against air formed a transient wave of fiery pressure. One attacked from afar, the other up close. One was agile, the other brutal. Their coordination was seamless. Yet faced with this pincer, Chen showed not the slightest trace of panic. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. All martial arts under heaven bow to speed alone, and this was nowhere near the level of the Wind Shadow Leopards in the Wanshou Hall. With a slight shift of his body, Chen casually dodged Wulong's bone whip. At the same time, the sky-burning sword in his hand deflected Fengchu's axe blade. This strength, let alone the Thunderwolf King, even a 3-headed hellhound, is stronger. Too weak. Chen's voice carried a hint of mockery as the Fengchu's sword in his hand suddenly surged with power. Fengchu only felt a force even more formidable than before crashing down upon him. His entire body was as if struck by a massive boulder, uncontrollably hurtling backward and slamming violently into the rock wall of the cavern. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the broad axe in his hand clattered to the ground, the flames on its blade instantly extinguished. Seeing his companion repelled with a single strike, Wulong's eyes flickered with surprise, yet his hands did not pause for even a moment. The bone whip traced a bizarre arc through the air and lashed once more toward Chen's waist. At the same time, the greenish-black, eerie glow on the whip grew increasingly dense, clearly channeling the deadly poison infused within it. The moment the whip's tip grazed flesh, the virulent poison would invade the meridian channels instantly. Primordial war armor. A golden suit of armor materialized around Chen's body. With a clang, the bone whip was deflected. In a flash, Chen seized the bone whip. Wulong's heart leaped with joy. He had not expected Chen to be so reckless as to grab his whip directly. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy, intending to let the poison on the whip spread through Chen's palm. But the next second, the corner of Chen's mouth curled upward, and a surge of power erupted from his hand. A crisp crack sounded, and the poison bone whip was actually snapped in two by Chen's bare hands. Wulong stared at Chen in shock, his eyes filled with terror, as if he were looking at some kind of demon or monster. The arrogance on Zhen's face froze as well, replaced by a hint of solemnity. He finally realized that this cultivator from the Miao sect was by no means as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Wulong and Fengchu had been defeated in an instant. Interesting. No wonder you dared to speak so arrogantly. Zhen slowly drew the long sword from his waist. The flames on his sword became even more condensed, faintly forming runic patterns of fire. But disposing of two trash doesn't mean you can act cocky in front of me. Today I'll let you taste what true strength of the Lin Yue sect really is. Before the words faded, Xuan Yuan's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of crimson light shooting straight toward Chen. In the high-speed motion, the flames on the sword dragged out a long fiery tail, like a burning fire dragon carrying a scorching wave of heat thrusting straight at Chen's heart. This strike was not only extremely fast, but also contained spiritual energy at the half-step unity realm of the 6th stage. Before the sword even arrived, the searing temperature had already caused the air around Chen to distort slightly. Chen simply watched Xuan Yuan, and anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. Weak. Too weak. Facing Xuan Yuan's powerful and heavy strike, Chen did not choose to meet it head-on. Instead, he lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and his body drifted backward several zhang, like a willow catkin. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, and the Finchen sword traced a bizarre arc, precisely avoiding Xuan Yuan's sword tip. The sword spine gently pressed down, sliding along Xuan Yuan's blade, sending up a shower of sparks. Xuan Yuan froze for a moment. He had not expected his sure-kill strike to be dissolved so easily. The other sword technique was agile and ethereal, utterly different from any sword style he knew. He immediately changed his move, twisting his wrist and sweeping his long sword horizontally. Flames spread along the blade, forming a several zhang-long sword chi of fire that swept toward Chen, attempting to force him into a dead end. Chen, however, remained unhurried. He leaped backward once more while letting out a low shout, Qingyun sword art, chasing star. In an instant, the Finchen sword burst with a cold white light, forming a sharp contrast with Xuan Yuan's fiery sword chi. Holding the long sword, Chen's figure left a series of afterimages in the air. Like a meteor chasing the stars, he instantly pierced through the range of the flame sword chi and thrust his sword toward Xuan Yuan's left shoulder. The strike was so incredibly fast that Xuan Yuan couldn't even see Chen's movement clearly. He only felt a chill on his left shoulder, followed by a searing pain. Schlick! A flash of sword light. Xuan Yuan's left shoulder was slashed open with a deep wound. Blood gushed out instantly, and the flames on his sword dimmed several degrees. He stumbled backward a few steps, staring at his own shoulder in disbelief, his face filled with shock and fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're only at the 5th stage soul separation realm, while I'm at half-step unity realm. How could you possibly hurt me? You're too noob. Chen stood and placed the white light on the Finchen sword, slowly fading. He looked at Xuan Yuan with indifference in his eyes. As if provoked by something, Xuan Yuan roared, "Heavenly Fire Saint Body activate." Suddenly, an extreme power of flame erupted from within his body. Oh, so you do have a saint body. But so what? Chen said disdainfully. After all, the Heavenly Fire Saint Body was merely a constitution ranked within the top 100. It was far inferior to against defying constitutions like the primordial saint body. I said you're weak, so you're weak. Today let me show you what a true saint body is. As his words fell, a completely different aura erupted from Chen's body. A faint golden luster spread across his skin. His originally pitch-black hair also revealed a trace of gold, and his eyes turned deep and bright. As the primordial saint body, one of the top 5 constitutions, activating its sacred power not only granted him an enormously powerful physical form, but also greatly enhanced the purity and explosive force of his spiritual energy. Sensing the shift in Chen's aura, Xuan Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time a sliver of unease rose in his heart. But things had come to this. He had no retreat, and could only steel himself and charge forward. He let out a furious roar. The long sword in his hand blazed with raging flames once more, this time even more violent than before, nearly engulfing his entire body. He leaped into the air, launching a frenzied assault at Chen. Blazing wildfire. Countless beams of fiery sword chi shot forth from Xuan Yuan's sword like a rain of fire, descending upon Chen. Wherever they passed, the air sizzled with zizz sounds. The rocks on the ground began to melt, and the entire cavern seemed to transform into a sea of flames. Chen, however, stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Only when the fiery sword chi was about to reach him did he suddenly swing the Finchen sword and utter a low chant, Qingming sword art, embracing the moon. The Finchen sword traced a huge arc, and a sword chi like cold moonlight burst forth from the blade, forming an unyielding barrier that blocked every incoming fiery sword chi outside. The fiery sword chi crashed against the barrier with deafening bang 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 sounds, yet never managed to break through in the slightest. In the end, they could only dissipate into sparks and vanish into the air. Seeing this, Xuan Yuan's unease grew even stronger. He crazily channeled the spiritual energy in his body, trying to break through Chen's defense. But no matter how he attacked, Chen's barrier remained as solid as an iron wall, unmoving in the slightest. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xuan Yuan roared hoarsely, his eyes turning wild. I am the holy son of the Lin Yue sect. I cannot lose to a nobody like you. Chen's eyes were full of disdain. If you're bad, go practice more. Xuan Yuan suddenly abandoned his ranged attacks, his form flickering as he transformed into a crimson meteor longsword in hand, charging straight at Yi Chen. He wanted to engage Yi Chen in close quarters combat. Yi Chen saw Xuan Yuan charging and curled a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. Close combat. Then he was wide awake now. He put away the blazing heaven sword, clenched both fists, golden spiritual energy coiling around his knuckles, and met Xuan Yuan head-on. Bang! The two collided instantly. Xuan Yuan's long sword stabbed fiercely at Yi Chen's chest, only to be blocked by Yi Chen's fist. The clang of metal rang out once again. Xuan Yuan felt a tremendous force surge from Yi Chen's fist, numbing his arm and nearly sending the long sword flying from his grip. He stared in disbelief at Yi Chen's fist. It was completely unscathed, not even a single scratch. How can your physical body be this powerful? Xuan Yuan cried out in shock. The primordial sacred body. How could someone like you ever comprehend it? Yi Chen said calmly, then suddenly swung his other fist, carrying overwhelming power as it smashed into Xuan Yuan's chest. Xuan Yuan flew backward like a kite with its string cut, but halted midair. The boy does. A voice rang out. The newcomer gently set Xuan Yuan down and fed him a healing pill. At that moment 4 more people arrived, one of them asking, "How is he?" "Not a big deal. His bones are dislocated. He'll probably need to lie down for a month or so," said the one who had caught Xuan Yuan. Yi Chen looked at the 4 people before him and curled his lip. 5 people in his sight, all of them at the 6th rank Hollow Unity stage from early to mid-phase. It seemed these 5 were the elders of Flowing Fire Sect. One of the elders said in a low voice, "Boy, daring to attack our Flowing Fire Sect. I really wonder where you got the nerve." In his view, the kid before him was undoubtedly seeking death. "Where did I get the nerve? Let me tell you where I got the nerve." Then Yi Chen shouted, "Now." Indeed, indeed. Everyone was still immersed in the music when one of the elders suddenly shouted, "No." Indeed, indeed. Everyone was still immersed in the music when one of the elders suddenly shouted, "No. Stop listening. Seal your hearing." But by then it was already too late. The formless power within the music struck them instantly. In that very moment several wounds appeared across the 5 elders' bodies. One of the elders cried out in shock, "A sound cultivator." At the same time, countless black and white flying swords descended from the sky, some carrying extreme cold, others searing heat. Yi Chen chuckled. "You're not the only ones who can call for backup." It turned out that the moment Yi Chen saw Xuan Yuan being caught, he had already notified Lin Yue and Su Muxue to come to the rescue. Though Yi Chen wasn't afraid of these 5 Hollow Unity elders, there was no need to suffer hardship for nothing. "Senior brother, I thought you were going to take them all on by yourself," Su Muxue teased as she flew over on her sword. The ice flame fox on her shoulder nodded in agreement. "Winning tough is fine too, but isn't it better to share the meat together? I'm not like some people who have no sense of honor." Seeing the two about to bicker, Lin Yue interrupted, "Enough. How do we split 5 people?" That left the other 2 momentarily stumped. Could they really run into an uneven loot distribution? Lin Yue then thought for a moment. "This is exactly 15000 contribution points. No matter who kills them, if we split it equally, each of us gets 5000 contribution points. Deal." Watching the 3 seemingly divide the spoils, one hot-tempered elder attacked them at once. "Are we invisible to you?" Lin Yue snapped her fingers, and the cultivation levels of the 5 Flowing Fire Sect elders instantly dropped. Those at the 6th rank Hollow Unity mid-phase fell to early phase, while the early phase ones plummeted directly to the 5th rank Soul Separation stage's peak. Yi Chen exclaimed, "Junior Sister Lin 666. Just routine. Don't overdo the praise." Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Lin Yue. Then he looked at the 5 elders whose realms had been lowered. "The hunting hour officially begins now." The 5 elders, their realms reduced, stared at Lin Yue and the other 2 in shock. Never once had they imagined there could be a way to lower another cultivator's cultivation realm. Regardless, their realms had indeed been dropped. What followed was a slaughter. Yi Chen's words fell like the sounding of the 5 Flowing Fire Sect elders, their cultivation realms severely suppressed by Lin Yue's secret art, were now filled with terror and indignation. The 5 elders' faces turned ashen as they glared at the 3 young juniors before them. Even with their realms suppressed, the arrogance of high-level cultivators had yet to fade. The most hot-tempered elder sneered, "I don't know what trick you used to lower our realms, but don't think you can win through crooked means. The Flowing Fire Sect's heritage runs far deeper than you can possibly imagine." Another skinny elder taunted, "Besides, even if our cultivation has dropped, do you 3 little brats at the 5th rank Soul Separation stage really think you've got us in the bag?" Yi Chen and the other 2 exchanged smiles. They each possessed top 10 physiques, and with all the enlightenment tea they had drunk, if they couldn't even win a basic cross-realm battle, what kind of prodigies would they be? Before his words faded, one of the elders leaped into the air, gathering the remnants of his spiritual energy into a crimson fist silhouette that shot toward Yi Chen's face with a piercing howl. This elder was Lei Fan, originally at the Hollow Unity mid-phase, though Lin Yue had reduced him to early phase. Although he had fallen from the 6th rank Hollow Unity mid-phase to early phase, his years of martial combat experience remained. Where that fist passed, even the air was warped by the scorching heat. Seeing this, Chen did not dodge. Instead, he grinned. Today, let's see if your fist is harder or my primordial sacred Bodis bones. He also found it amusing. Why did people keep challenging him to physical contests these days? Didn't they know his primordial sacred body was a six-sided sacred body? Forget the primordial sacred body. After drinking so much enlightenment tea and 9 heavens mystic water, even an ordinary cultivator would be unmatched at the same level. With that, instead of retreating, he advanced and threw a punch of his own. Golden spiritual energy wrapped around his fist like a coat of blazing sunlight, colliding thunderously with the elder's crimson fist. Boom! A deafening blast erupted, sending shockwaves sweeping in all directions, shaking loose fragments from the lava rock cavern walls. Lei Fan felt a colossal force surge, and like a tidal wave, his arm instantly going numb. As if his bones had been stripped away, he staggered backward several steps, leaving 2 shallow pits in the rock underfoot. He looked down at his fist, where the crimson spiritual energy had long since scattered, and his palm was faintly swelling red. Chen, by contrast, had also retreated a few steps, but after all, he was only at the 5th rank soul separation early phase. He flexed his wrist and said with a mocking tone, "Old Lei, is that all? You're really not cutting it." Lei Fan trembled with rage, his face shifting from livid to purple. He was about to rush forward again when the gaunt elder beside him stopped him. The gaunt elder was named Hua Chun. His eyes dark and sinister, he fixed Chen with a stare and said in a low voice, as expected of a primordial sacred body, "Your physical strength is indeed remarkable. We cannot fight you in close combat. A direct confrontation will only put us at a disadvantage." With that, he produced a slender soft sword from his storage ring. Its blade gave off a faint green glow, clearly coated with deadly poison, exactly like the bone whip Wulong had used before. Chen curled his lip. "Are you the Flowing Fire Sect or the Flowing Poison Sect?" The other 3 elders snapped back to their senses and each drew their weapons. One held a pair of enormous copper hammers, flames roaring from the hammerheads. Another gripped a long spear, crimson spiritual energy coiling around its tip, while a faint dragon's cry echoed from it. Yet another formed hand seals with both hands, causing lines of fire runes to emerge around his body. Chen raised an eyebrow, turning to Xuan Yuan and Lin Yue. "Let's finish this quickly. As a 4th grade sect, the Flowing Fire Sect can't possibly have only these 5 elders. There must be quite a few inner and outer sect elders and disciples. Don't let us get caught off guard." Hearing this, Xuan Yuan instantly drew the Qingyun sword from its sheath. The ice flame fox on her shoulder was also poised to strike. In the next breath, ice and fire power entwined around the blade. Seeing the ice-fire aura wrapped around Xuan's Qingyun sword, Chen felt a surge of envy. He held the Qingyun sword upright before his chest. Qingyun's sword art, blazing wildfire. A violent burst of fire attribute power erupted from the Qingyun sword, as if it intended to burn the world itself. Reinforced by Chen's primordial sacred power, the golden red flames illuminated the entire cavern. With Chen at the center, an enormous flame whirlwind slowly spread outward. Seeing this, Xuan Yuan couldn't help complaining. The senior brother always says I don't fight fair. Is he being fair? He goes straight for an ultimate move. Xuan Yuan said to the ice flame fox, "Little fox, let's go." The ice flame fox answered, "Go." Taiji break. In an instant, a colossal Qingyun sword descended from the sky with overwhelming might. Lin Yue watched these 2 ultimate moves and smiled helplessly. Hua Chun watched quietly from not far away. "Such powerful force," he exclaimed. The elders each unleashed their ultimate arts to withstand the 2 massive attacks. Their strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before the ultimate moves of Chen and Xuan Yuan. The elders all secretly wondered. When they were at the 5th level soul separation stage, they had never dominated opponents at the 6th level body integration stage. The flame whirlwind and the colossal Qingyun sword collided with a thunderous boom in the cavern. Golden red waves of fire and black and white sword energy instantly engulfed the 5 elders' figures. Lei Fan's proud crimson fist phantoms scattered like paper in the flame whirlwind. Before the swelling in his palm could fade, a scorching blast knocked him flying backward. He slammed into the stalactites on the cavern's ceiling, and falling rubble buried most of him. Hua Chun had just moved to thrust his poisoned soft sword when the bone-chilling cold emitted by the colossal Qingyun sword froze it solid. The blade's faint green light dimmed, and he felt an icy sting at his fingertips, as if even his spiritual energy would freeze. "Impossible!" Hua Chun roared. Seeing this, the hammer elder smashed his flaming copper hammer into the ground, attempting to draw on the magma's power to enhance his combat strength. Flowing fire incineration. His flames surged violently around him, temporarily holding back the flame whirlwind's erosion. But before he could catch his breath, a golden flash appeared in Chen's eyes. The Qingyun sword traced a bizarre arc through the air, and the flame whirlwind suddenly accelerated. Break! The hammer elder frantically poured spiritual energy into his hammers, the flames on them growing ever more ferocious. His clothes began to burn, and his skin was scorched bright red. Seeing his companion trapped in trouble, the Spear Elder immediately thrust his spear at Chen. The crimson spiritual energy at its tip turned into a small fire dragon, whistling directly toward Chen's face. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Chen's mouth. Instead of dodging, he suddenly clenched his left hand and golden spiritual energy coalesced in his palm into a shield. Clang! The spear struck the shield, sparks flew, and the small fire dragon instantly dispersed. With that much strength you dare to show off before me? Mockery laced Chen's voice. With a wave of the Finch's sword in his right hand, a golden flame, sword energy shot straight at the Spear Elder. The Spear Elder's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly held his spear across his body to block, but the sword energy's power far exceeded his expectations. With a crack, the spear was severed in the middle. The remaining sword energy, undiminished, cut a deep gash across his chest, and blood burst out. Seeing all four companions defeated, the last elder, who had been forming seals, flashed a look of despair. But ruthlessness quickly replaced it. He accelerated his hand seals. With fingers flying, the fire runes around him grew denser, like leaping spirits of flame. Flowing fire, grand formation, activate. With his earth-shaking shout, the magma in the cavern completely boiled. Countless pillars of flame erupted from the magma and converged in the air into dozens of massive fire rings. The next moment, countless arrows burning with fierce flames poured out of the fire rings. Every arrow contained overwhelming power, and like a dense meteor shower, they all shot toward Chen and his companions. Seeing this, Lin Yue parted her red lips. The bone flute pressed to her lips produced a melodious, mysterious tune. In an instant, an invisible, transparent barrier appeared before the three of them and blocked every arrow. The seal-forming elder watched his proud ultimate technique broken so easily. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. Before he could react, Su Muxue had already arrived on her flying sword. The yin-yang sword in her hand, carrying ice fire power, pierced toward him like a meteor. With no room to dodge, the seal-forming elder could only watch helplessly as the blade sank into his body. In an instant, ice fire power tore through him, and he collapsed to the ground, breath gone. After dealing with the five elders, Chen put away the Finch's sword, glanced down at the corpses, and curled his lip in disdain. That's it. That's all. Just then an enraged roar came from not far away. Sect Master, they're here. Before the voice faded, a dense crowd of silhouettes swarmed over, and in an instant Chen and the other two were surrounded so tightly that not a drop of water could get through. The newcomer was Deng Jun, the Sect Master of the Flowing Fire Sect. His heart ached at the sight of the corpses. Whether it was Zhen Jian, who had fallen before, or these five elders, all of them were the pillars of the Flowing Fire Sect. Zhen Jian in particular could have been the sect's future successor. To lose them all now was undoubtedly a tremendous loss to the sect. Deng Jun's eyes burned like torches as he stared at Chen and the others, his fury seemingly enough to incinerate them all. Senior brother, what do we do? Su Muxue put away the yin-yang sword, leaned close to Chen, and asked in a low voice. What to do? Chen had no idea. Surrounding them were no fewer than 99 people, if not a full 100. Moreover, the weakest among them were at the 5th level soul separation stage, and at least 10 were at the 6th level body integration stage. What should we do? What else can we do? Keep firing off ultimate moves. Chen complained helplessly. Senior brother, I'm on cooldown. Su Muxue playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Chen gave Su Muxue a speechless look. Junior sister Su, honestly, are you sure you weren't sent by the Flowing Fire Sect as a spy? Stop putting on an act for me. Lin Yue watched them banter, even in such a critical situation, and couldn't help laughing. The tense atmosphere, Deng Jun was enraged by the sight. His face black as the bottom of a cauldron, he snarled, fine, fine, fine. At a moment like this, you still have the nerve to grin. Today I'll send you all to hell so you can enjoy your chat along the way. In the sky, the Supreme Elder was already holding off enemies. As the Sect Master of the Flowing Fire Sect, if Deng Jun couldn't even take down these three brats at the 5th level soul separation stage, he didn't deserve to be the Sect Master anymore. Go. Deng Jun waved his hand. The surrounding crowd surged forward immediately. Body cultivators charged ahead for close combat, while spell cultivators hung back and launched long-range attacks. Countless techniques came crashing toward Chen's trio like a flood. Stop joking around. With so many of them, we can only fight for our lives. Chen's expression sharpened. He took out the 9 heavens mystic water and drained it in one gulp. The next second, the golden-red primordial sacred power around him exploded outward. Pointing the Finch's sword at the sky, he shouted sternly, primordial sword art, falling stars. In the sky, 3 mysterious patterns covered with ancient runes appeared. Brilliant primordial sacred power flowed along their edges. Linking together, they formed a giant equilateral triangle in midair. In a flash, golden-red light blazed from the triangle. Countless flying swords gleaming with golden-red radiance howled out, like stars tumbling from the sky. Little fox, go. Su Muxue called out softly. The ice flame fox leaped up from her shoulder, and its ice fire power merged with Su Muxue's yin-yang power into the 3 mysterious patterns overhead. In an instant, every sword flying from the sky blazed with terrifying golden-red light. Yin-yang energies and ice-fire power swirled around the blades as if they had been given life. Countless flying swords carrying world-destroying might shot toward the flowing fire sect disciples surging at the trio. At that moment music began to play. It was Lin Yue's triumphant march of the broken formation. The golden-red flying swords crashed down like meteors wrapped in yin-yang energies and ice-fire power and burst into a storm of blood and gore among the flowing fire sect disciples. The body cultivators' bronze skin iron bone frames were like thin paper before the flying swords, and the flame shields condensed by the spell cultivators were torn apart in an instant. Cries of agony and the shattering of weapons interwove, and even the magma in the cavern was stained with a strange dark red by splattering blood. Impossible. Power like this should not exist at the 5th level soul separation stage. Deng Jun's eyes bulged as if they would split. Watching his disciples fall like wheat before a scythe, his chest heaved violently. Keep going. I refuse to believe it. Everyone, elders and disciples alike, attack at once. Whoever kills even one of these three will be rewarded with a heaven-grade cultivation art, the blazing fire art, a heaven-grade divine weapon, and 3 heaven-grade elixirs. As the old saying goes, heavy rewards bring forth brave men. Hearing their sect master's words, most of them brightened and stared greedily at Yichen Su Mushue and Lin Yue. Yichen looked at the greedy gazes around him, speechless. It seems not enough of them have died yet. While Yichen and his 2 companions fought against the 5 elders, the battle above was not idle either. Energy shockwaves from great immortal Huli Qiangzi and Lai Feng swept across the surroundings. Rocks from the cavern's ceiling rattled loose and fell, striking the magma pool and splashing countless searing sparks. Great immortal Huli gripped the Hongmeng heaven-slaying halberd, the muscles of his arms bulging, while violet flames blazed along the halberd shaft. Qiangzi and Lai Feng's combined strike was casually deflected by him. He grinned. Is that all the force you have? Not even enough to get this tiger warmed up. Before his words even faded, great immortal Huli charged forward, his body shooting ahead like a cannonball. The Hongmeng heaven-slaying halberd, carrying a sharp, ear-splitting shriek, split the air as it came slashing straight down at Qiangzi's face. Wherever the halberd tipped past, a black scorch mark was burned into the air itself. The fire-attributed spiritual energy around seemed to be drawn to the divine halberd, converging into tiny streams of flame that coiled around it. Qiangzi's pupils sharply contracted. He could clearly sense the terrifying power within that halberd strike, far beyond the limits of an ordinary cultivator at the 7th order Dongshu realm. 8th order Tribulation Transcendence realm. A terrifying realization stirred in Qiangzi's heart. He dared not be the slightest bit careless. His hands swiftly formed seals. The giant flame sword behind him instantly split into dozens of forearm-sized flaming short swords, shooting in dense clusters toward the Hongmeng heaven-slaying halberd in an attempt to block the fatal strike. Clang, clang, clang. A succession of deafening metallic clashes rang out. The flaming short swords collided with the Hongmeng heaven-slaying halberd and shattered like eggs against stone, dissolving into sparks that filled the sky. Qiangzi's face turned pale as he retreated abruptly, shouting sharply at Lai Feng, "Why aren't you using your full strength? At a time like this, are you still holding back? Do you want all of us to die here?" A chill pierced Lai Feng's heart. He had thought that the combined strength of the 2 of them would be enough to suppress their opponent, but he never imagined great immortal Huli's combat power would prove so terrifying. He no longer held anything back. The gale around him turned violent in an instant, and the temperature of the flames within the wind soared sharply. A faint hint of white began to emerge, a sign that the fire was reaching its absolute limit. Wind sweeps the setting sun. Lai Feng let out a furious roar and thrust both hands forward. The violent fiery wind instantly coalesced into a towering pillar of wind, like a burning dragon surging toward great immortal Huli. Great immortal Huli showed not the slightest fear, instead excitement flickered in his eyes. He savagely swung the Hongmeng heaven-slaying halberd. The violet flames collided with the white flames in the wind pillar, producing a thunderous explosion. The 2 forces tore at and devoured each other, forming a massive vortex of energy that dragged the surrounding magma into a churning spin. While great immortal Huli was locked in fierce combat with Qiangzi, and Lai Feng on the other side of the battlefield, Fun Hai was venting his fury upon great immortal Yangli. He slammed both palms against the ground, and the previously calm magma pool instantly erupted into a boil. Dozens of massive magma pillars like enraged fire dragons came crashing down upon great immortal Yangli with the overwhelming force to burn mountains and boil seas. Wherever the magma pillars passed, the air warped from the searing heat, and even the rock beneath their feet began to hiss and smoke. "Is this all the tricks you have?" A faint smile curled at great immortal Yangli's lips. His figure drifted as lightly as willow catkins, and in his hand, unbeknownst to anyone, appeared a slender azure sword. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming with a cold, piercing light. Azure tassels were wrapped around the hilt, and when it moved it made not the faintest sound of wind. Facing the roaring magma pillars, he remained utterly unhurried. With a light flick of his wrist, the slender sword traced agile arcs weaving among the magma pillars like flowing wind and swirling snow. Ding, ding, ding. The instant the slender sword met the magma pillars, it produced a crisp metallic resonance. Great Immortal Yongli's swordplay was fast to the extreme. Every strike accurately pierced the weakest point of the magma pillars. The azure sword chi condensed at the tip, slashed like a keen blade, slicing the thick magma pillars into several segments in an instant. The severed magma, losing its control, fell to the ground as pools of seething lava, yet it did not even touch a corner of Great Immortal Yongli's robe. Fan Hai gaped in astonishment. He had never witnessed such nimble sword work. His own proud magma attacks seemed like child's play in his opponent's eyes. He let out an unwilling roar, his hands forming seals at even greater speed. In an instant, over 100 magma pillars surged from the pool like a dense rain of fire, sealing off every escape route for Great Immortal Yongli. Let me see how long you can keep dodging. Great Immortal Yongli's gaze sharpened. His footwork abruptly quickened, and his body split into several afterimages. At the same time, the slender sword spun into a flourish in his hand, and countless azure sword oars shot out like a torrential rain, each striking a magma pillar with perfect accuracy. Thud, thud, thud. The moment the sword chi pierced the magma pillars, it scattered the fire-attributed spiritual energy within the magma. The searing magma instantly lost its power, falling to the ground as patches of ordinary scorched earth. In less than an instant, the 100-odd magma pillars were all dissolved. Fan Hai's face turned ashen, his hands trembling slightly, and the spiritual energy in his body began to churn with disorder from excessive consumption. He looked at Great Immortal Yongli's composed manner, and a profound sense of helplessness rose within him. He could not even touch a corner of the other's robe, let alone wound him. Only then did he realize that the enemy before him had simply been toying with him. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had trapped Great Immortal Luli in a boundless sea of fire. He produced a small crimson banner, chanting incantations under his breath, and the flames within the sea of fire swelled violently in an instant. They transformed into hideous flame specters, claws bared and fangs gnashing, lunging at Great Immortal Luli. Boy, today I'll let you taste the power of my Hellfire Sea. Great Immortal Luli stood at the center of the sea of fire, holding a whisk, his expression serene. He gently swept the whisk, and countless emerald specks of light flew from it, settling around him, and instantly forming a glimmering green light barrier. The flame specters struck the light barrier, and were extinguished instantly, as if they had met their bane. Not even a wisp of smoke was left behind. Your sea of fire isn't even enough to warm me up. Lin Yue flew into a towering rage. He took out several pills and swallowed them, then fiercely channeled the crimson banner. In an instant, the flames in the sea of fire turned into an eerie black. The temperature abruptly multiplied several times over until it began scorching even the surrounding spiritual energy. Watching the pills Lin Yue had swallowed, Great Immortal Luli merely furrowed his brow. Then he relaxed. A pill that forcibly boosts the cultivation base. It makes no difference. A furious roar burst from Lin Yue. Die. The black sea of fire swept outward at once like an enormous net of flames, descending over Great Immortal Luli, as if it would incinerate the entire space completely. Great Immortal Luli raised an eyebrow slightly, and waved his whisk once more. This time, countless green vines burst forth madly from the light barrier, surging toward the black sea of fire like a tide. These vines were dense with what attributed spiritual energy. Not only were they impervious to the flames scorching, they could also absorb the energy within the flames. The instant the vines touched the black sea of fire, they coiled upward like starving wolves, descending on prey, devouring the black flames bit by bit. Lin Yue's eyes bulged, his face a mask of disbelief. Then a flicker of grim determination crossed his eyes, and abruptly his aura surged once more. He knew he was no match for his opponent, and could only burn his own essence blood in exchange for a brief explosive increase in power. The black sea of fire devoured by the vines was like grass that grows anew in the spring wind. A few scattered sparks could kindle a prairie blaze. Watching Lin Yue's power surge yet again, Great Immortal Luli shook his head helplessly. Even if you raise it once more, it's useless. The gap between our strength is simply too vast. Did they truly believe the three immortals were only at the 7th order Dongshu realm? The energy within their bodies had been compressed an untold number of times. One step beyond the peak of the 7th order Dongshu realm was the 8th order Tribulation Transcendence realm. Tribulation Transcendence. Tribulation Transcendence. If one has not endured Tribulation Lightning, how could it be called the Tribulation Transcendence realm? The Tribulation Lightning of demon beasts cannot be compared to that of human cultivators. Its might alone can match 3 human Tribulation Lightnings. The mightier the demon beast, the more devastating its Tribulation Lightning. One could say that the 3 immortals in their current state could even take on cultivators at the 8th order Tribulation Transcendence realm. Let alone these pieces of trash at the early and middle stages of the 7th order Dongshu realm. Lin Yue had also severely miscalculated their combat power. These 3 immortals could fully be treated as 8th order Tribulation Transcendence realm experts. Moreover, with the Hongming heaven-slaying halberd in hand, great immortal Huli would have great confidence even in a battle against a cultivator at the middle stage of the 8th order tribulation transcendence realm. Then before his eyes the vines slowly expanded, and the black flames that had just begun to flare were pressed into nothing. Yin Yu's eyes bulged, his face a mask of disbelief. His most powerful strike, bought with his burning essence blood, had been so easily dissolved by his opponent. He tried to withdraw the sea of fire only to find that the black flames had completely slipped from his control, tightly entangled by the vines, and utterly impossible to command. Within a few short breaths, the boundless black sea of fire was devoured completely by the vines, leaving only the lusterless crimson banner in Yin Yu's hand. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, Yin Yu murmured to himself. His body began to sway from the excessive burning of his essence blood, and his aura instantly withered. He stared at great immortal Luli, his eyes filled with terror. The other's strength had surpassed his understanding. Before such an opponent, he was nothing more than a child waving a toy, completely without threat. Great immortal Luli pointed at Yin Tu, who stood beside Lin Yue, and said, "If you want someone to blame him." Yin Yu glared at Yin Tu. "Yin Tu, you bastard. Even as a ghost, I will never let you go." As Yin Yu's words faded, a green force crushed his body to pieces, annihilating both his form and his. Watching his comrades slaughtered with such mockery, terror finally surfaced in Yin Tu's eyes. "Sect Master Lin, I was wrong. Please spare us." Lin Yue made no response to Yin Tu. He simply watched the battle below in silence. At that moment, Fan Hai was being forced back step by step by great immortal Yang Li's slender sword, his body already bearing several new wounds, each one sealed by azure sword qi, and unable to heal. He wanted to cry out to Qiangzi for help, but when he looked over, Qiangzi and Lai Feng were both struggling to resist great immortal Huli. His heart turned to dead ash at once. Moreover, the one who wielded chess pieces and the one who had fought Yin Yu had already turned their gazes toward him. So stealing his resolve, he fell to both knees midair. "I surrender. I am willing to submit to the Miao sect. Please spare my life." Great immortal Yang Li ceased his attack, the slender sword pointing diagonally at the ground. "Submit." Then he pointed at Yin Tu. "There's nothing to be done. Because of him, your Liuhua sect is destined today to be wiped out. Not even a chicken or dog will remain." Fan Hai cast a glance at Yin Tu. "Yin Tu, damn your ancestors." Amid Fan Hai's furious roar, this supreme elder of the Liuhua sect was also annihilated body and spirit. Yin Tu stared at the scene before him in stunned disbelief, his pupils contracting violently from the utmost shock. His hands clenched unconsciously, fingernails digging deep into his palms. Blood seeped out and dripped through his fingers, yet he did not feel it at all. To be honest, he regretted it. The regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent, making it almost impossible. He had never imagined that his initial decision to go to the Miao sect in a blaze of fury to avenge his son would trigger such a devastating chain of events. Liuhua sect, which had once firmly held its place among fourth-grade sects, had now become a living hell on earth. Among the broken walls and ruined buildings, flames surged into the sky. The air was thick with the stench of blood and scorched flesh, and every scream slammed into his heart like a heavy hammer. He could only watch helplessly as Yin Yu and Fan Hai were slain. The scene kept replaying in his mind like now only Lai Feng and his master Qiangzi remained, both firmly entangled by Huli Daxian and cornered into a desperate situation. Lai Feng coordinated with Qiangzi's attacks, trying to find an opening in Huli Daxian, but even so they were already at the end of their strength. Their breathing grew more and more ragged, cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their robes had long been soaked in blood. Huli Daxian grew fiercer as the battle went on, radiating a wild and violent aura. The Hongming heaven-slaying halberd in his hand exuded a pressure that made one's heart tremble. He unleashed the Hongming heaven-slaying halberd's power to its fullest extent, and every swing carried the momentum of destroying heaven and earth. Even the space around seemed distorted by this force. The ground shook violently and split open into enormous ravines. Every swing carried that heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum. Qiangzi and Lai Feng could barely parry, their bodies already covered in wounds. A streak of purple flame grazed Qiangzi's left arm, igniting his sleeve in an instant. The searing pain forced a muffled grunt from his throat. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to extinguish the flames, but a burn mark so deep that bone was visible had already been left on his arm. Lai Feng's situation was no better. A long gash was torn across his left shoulder by the Hongming heaven-slaying halberd, and blood gushed out continuously, dripping down his arm onto the ground. Every exchange of blows tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in agony. Seeing Lai Feng beside him already at the brink of death, Qiangzi could not help but feel a trace of retreat rising in his heart. He was fully aware that if they continued to fight, the two of them would inevitably follow the path of Yin Yu and Fan Hai. By then the entire Liuhua sect would truly be finished. "Fall back!" Qiangzi suddenly shouted, his voice laced with urgency and unwillingness. He wanted to break out with Lai Feng and leave a sliver of hope for Liuhua sect. He abruptly attacked toward the left, and the Qingyun sword in his hand burst with dazzling light. A colossal flaming sword chi slashed toward Huli Daxian, attempting to open a path for the two of them to escape. But how could Huli Daxian give them such a chance? A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth and disdain flickered in his eyes. Thinking of leaving, have you asked my divine halberd? Huli Daxian leaped up abruptly. The Hongmeng heaven-slaying halberd was poised to strike, with purple flames converging at its tip and gradually forming a huge phantom tiger head. The phantom tiger head was lifelike, its bloody maw wide open, revealing sharp fangs and radiating a dreadful pressure as it slammed ruthlessly toward Qiangzi and Lai Feng. Qiangzi and Lai Feng's faces changed dramatically, and despair surged in their hearts. Qiangzi was about to activate the Sect protecting formation, the 9 Revolution Flame Dragon formation, and use its power to withstand this fatal strike. Qiangzi's face darkened. He clearly felt that his connection to the 9 Revolution Flame Dragon formation had suddenly been cut off, and the formation's spiritual energy fluctuations had completely disappeared. Panic struck his heart. He hastily probed, and only then discovered that the 9 Revolution Flame Dragon formation had been broken at some unknown time. Moreover, it had been broken in an instant by absolute force. The formation's cornerstone had been completely destroyed, leaving not even a trace of hope for repair. There was no time to think. The phantom tiger head was already close at hand, its scorching aura making their skin prickle. But their attacks in front of the phantom tiger head were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, shattered in an instant. The two of them exerted every ounce of strength and unleashed an attack. Qiangzi poured the last of the spiritual energy in his body into the Qingyun sword and slashed out a flaming sword chi that carried their final hope. Lai Feng also condensed all his spiritual energy into a flame shield. The two tried to join forces to stop the phantom tiger head. But in front of the phantom tiger head, their attacks were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, destroyed in an instant. The flaming sword chi collided with the phantom tiger head and was swallowed up by the purple flames without even causing a ripple. The flame shield was even more fragile. The phantom tiger head merely touched it lightly, and the shield shattered in that instant. The tremendous impact blasted Lai Feng backward, sending him crashing heavily into a broken wall. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining the wall crimson. The phantom tiger head then smashed into Qiangzi without any obstruction, slamming him hard into the ground and leaving a great crater behind. Qiangzi felt as though every bone in his body had been crushed, and the pain was unbearable. A large mouthful of blood burst from his mouth, dyeing the ground beneath him red. The two struggled to get up, only to find that their bones seemed to have fallen apart, and they could not move at all. They could only lie on the ground, gasping heavily, their eyes filled with despair. It's over. Liuhua's sect is truly over. Qiangzi lay on the ground, staring at Lin Yue hovering in midair, his eyes full of despair. Even now he still could not believe that an obscure first-grade sect could force them, a fourth-grade sect, Liuhua's sect, to such a state. The battle above had ended, and the battle below had also ended. The combined strike of Yi Chun and his two companions had completely slaughtered Liuhua's sect's mid-tier combat strength. Relying on their numerical advantage, Liuhua's sect launched a ferocious attack against Yi Chun and the other two. More than 10 Liuhua's sect disciples charged at Yi Chun and the others, each holding a flaming longsword. The swords blazed with roaring fire, sending curtains of flame, sword rain to engulf the three. Another dozen or more elders manipulated different fire spells, some summoned enormous flaming boulders, while others released scorching fire rays, all surging toward Yi Chun and the other two. But all of it turned to foam under the trio's combined strike. Yi Chun's fierce attack was empowered by the power of yin and yang, and ice flame force amplified by the triumphant march of formation breaking. The union of the three was no longer as simple as 1113. The energy contained within was incalculable. Yi Chun felt that even a 7th-stage cave void cultivator would at least be severely wounded if not killed by this move. Deng Jun, the sect master of Liuhua's sect, was livid. He had never imagined things would turn out this way. More than a dozen elders and countless brilliant disciples of Liuhua's sect had all been buried beneath this move. Deng Jun, the sect master of Liuhua's sect, stood not far away, his face livid. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes, his heart full of rage and shock. He had never expected such a result. More than a dozen elders and countless geniuses of Liuhua's sect had all perished to this strike. For Liuhua's sect, it was undoubtedly a devastating blow. In fact, even if Liuhua's sect were fortunate enough to survive, it would be reduced to a second-grade sect. And that was not even mentioning the sects that bore grudges against Liuhua's sect. If they learned of Liuhua's sect's current situation, they would decide to return and carve it up. Deng Jun's face was livid, his eyes flashing with venom. He glared viciously at Yi Chun and the other two, his teeth grinding audibly. "You three little bastards, I want you dead." With that he drew his sword, the sect master's sword of Liuhua's sect, the Tianhua sword. It was a heaven-grade ultimate weapon. The sword's body was entirely crimson, covered in flame patterns and radiating a terrifying fire aura. Then Deng Jun circulated his spiritual energy and poured it into the Tianhua sword. The Tianhua sword erupted with blinding red light, and a horrifying fire dragon condensed from the blade. The fire dragon was enormous, hundreds of feet long, its body ablaze with raging flames. It opened its bloody mouth wide and charged at Chen and the other two. Wherever it passed, the very air was warped by heat, and the stones on the ground began to melt. Watching the fire dragon charging at them, Chen and the other two showed no fear on their faces. Chen put away the Qingyun sword, looked at Deng Jun like a clown, and curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Just as the attack was about to reach them, an emerald green barrier suddenly appeared in front of them. The barrier emanated a dense life aura and was as crystal clear as jade. Are you kidding? Now that the sect's elders had freed up their hands, how could it still be left to the three of them to deal with a half-step cave void being? Lin Yue slowly descended from the sky and threw Yin Tu in front of Qiangzi. Yin Tu landed heavily on the ground, grimacing in pain. Then with a snap of his fingers, Qiangzi and Li Feng also appeared beside Yin Tu. Lin Yue looked at them with cold, indifferent eyes. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable majesty. As a promising youth under the party flag, I do not wish to slaughter excessively. But I never expected that someone would keep courting death, challenging my bottom line again and again. Yin Tu lay prostrate on the ground, trembling all over. He looked at Lin Yue with eyes filled with fear, and, Sect Master Lin, this incident was started by me. I am willing to accept whatever punishment you decree as long as you spare Liuhua's sect. Yin Tu pleaded to Lin Yue in a trembling voice. Lin Yue said nothing. He merely waved his hand. In an instant, Qiangzi and Li Feng were killed by Huli Daxian, while Yin Tu and Deng Jun were killed by Tan Xian. And so Liuhua's sect came to an end. Next came the task of cleaning up the battlefield. Yi Chen took the lead in searching for Liuhua's sect's treasury. Strange. Where could the treasury be? Yi Chen swept through Liuhua's sect's stronghold like a mighty dragon crossing the river. But after searching for a long time, he still could not find it. Yi Chen circled the main hall, the elders' residences, and every corner 3 times. He didn't even overlook the cracks between the pill furnaces in the alchemy room. With such a thorough search, he did not see even a shadow of the treasury. Yi Chen could not help scratching his head and shouted to Lin Yue. Master, is Liuhua's sect just an empty shell? Where is the so-called 4th grade sect treasury? Why is it poorer than our Piaomiao sect when it first established its mountain gate? Lin Yue swept his gaze across the messy battlefield below, then his eyes landed on a lava pool that was still slowly flowing. The meaning was clear without words. Yi Chen followed Lin Yue's gaze. No way. Is it really inside the lava? Just as Yi Chen clad himself in a layer of primordial war armor, Lin Yue lightly raised his fingertip, and a crisp snap echoed through the magma-encircled space. Crack! A massive door appeared before them. The door was forged from an unknown deep black metal, its surface carved with surging flame totems. Within the flame patterns were inlaid tiny red crystals glimmering faintly in the dim surroundings. Looking at the magma churning endlessly outside, sealed off by an invisible barrier, Su Mushu, it couldn't help exclaiming, "We're actually inside real magma. This Liuhua sect really knows what it's doing." Then Lin Yue's fingertip moved again, and a second snap fell in response. The treasure vault door slowly opened inward, its hinges letting out a heavy creak, as if a mechanism that had slumbered for 1,000 years had finally awakened. As the door swung open, the defensive formation that had shrouded the treasure vault began to dissolve. Even the hidden traps, the spikes protruding from the ground, and the crossbow bolts shooting from the walls, were rendered utterly useless in silence. Go ahead, this is your fortune. Lin Yue stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept lightly over the few people before him, his tone revealing little emotion, as if the treasure vault before him was nothing more than an ordinary object in his eyes. A 4th grade sect's hoard was nothing to sneeze at. Putting aside everything else, the fire-attributed pills and artifacts alone would be enough to make cultivators fight tooth and nail over them. Not to mention the rare materials that might be hidden inside. If divided among these few, it would likely fill their storage rings to the brim and replenish in one stroke all the resources they lacked for cultivation. The moment Yi Chen heard this, his eyes gleamed with golden light, so bright it seemed 2 small flames were hidden within them. He rubbed his fingers together, already beginning to scheme inwardly. Hearing his master's words, how much he could take from the vault, all depended on hand speed. His steps immediately grew light, and riding the lingering scorching air currents in the hall, he charged straight through the treasure vault door. The moment he stepped inside, he sucked in a sharp hiss. The fire-attributed spiritual energy in the room was nearly solidifying into physical form. Dozens of fist-sized fire-yang pearls were embedded in the vault's dome. Under their warm orange light, the pill racks on the first floor were lined with hundreds of jade bottles in neat rows. The moment the stopper was loosened, just a crack, a rich scent of pills surged out, wrapped in waves of heat. Hiss! A 5th grade fire-condensing pill, and top grade at that. Yi Chen held a jade bottle and turned it over again and again. The Liuhua sect mark on its base still emitted a faint glow. Su Mushue followed behind, her gaze not lingering on the pills, but falling instead on the artifact racks on the 2nd floor. There, leaning at an angle, was a long sword whose scabbard was forged from dark brown volcanic profound iron. The scabbard was carved with swirling flame patterns, and even without being drawn, tiny sparks leaped outward along the veins of the engravings. Earth-grade weapon not bad. Lin Yue strolled casually through Lin Sect's treasure vault, as if he were browsing a market. The others were frantically stuffing things into their storage rings and storage pouches. Just then Sect Master, look at this. Qingyun pulled out a palm-sized black token from a small box in the corner. The token was carved with a coiling fire dragon, and along its edge were engraved the 3 characters Fire Vein token. This token seems able to control the fire vein outside. If we channel that fire vein into the Qingyun Sect, won't the spiritual energy become even denser? Lin Yue gave Qingyun a speechless look. Are you sure our sect needs this? Caught off guard by Lin Yue's question, Qingyun hesitated. Recalling the spiritual energy in Qingyun Sect that was on the verge of condensing into physical form, he let out a wry smile. Indeed, we don't need it. Then this. Just keep it for now. Since you found it, it is your fortune. You may even sell it, Lin Yue said casually. Afterward, Lin Yue seemed to think of something amusing. Within this Lin Yue sect lies a heaven-earth spirit flame. This flame is the flowing cloud fire ranked 72nd among the 99 flames born from heaven and earth. We'll see which of you finds it first. As soon as those words were spoken, Sect Master, are you serious? Lu Li Daxian asked, his voice trembling. Lin Yue silently nodded. Elder Lu, what is a heaven-earth spirit fire? Lin Wanner inquired. Heaven-earth spirit fires, it was said, were the 99 flames born when heaven and earth first opened. Through the baptism of time, these 99 flames had been ranked by people according to their power. Thus, the heaven-earth spirit fire ranking came to be. It could be said that if one were fortunate enough to obtain any one of these 99 flames, even the weakest, the beast spirit flame, then one's name would surely appear on the roster of future powerhouses. These 99 flames were like tickets to the ranks of the mighty. Each and every flame would provoke a storm of blood and wind across the entire continent. Lu Li Daxian couldn't help recalling that several thousand years ago, when Chen Ran had not yet established the Wanshou Hall, he himself was only a minor demon at the 3rd grade core formation realm. At that time, the Red Lotus Hellfire ranked 82nd on the Spirit Fire ranking suddenly appeared. In that battle, 8th grade Tribulation Transcendence experts were as common as dogs, and 9th grade Saint Realm experts were everywhere. No fewer than 20 10th grade Great Emperor Realm experts had fallen alone. Lu Li Daxian's voice trembled slightly, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed still to conceal the bloodlight of bygone days. Later I heard that the Peng clan's ancestor, the golden-winged Great Rock King, had his wings torn apart by the combined might of 3 human Great Emperors. The human race's Danxiao Academy, 7 Saint Realm Peak elders set up the 7 Stars Spirit Gathering Formation, intending to trap the Spirit Fire. In the end, the formation was devoured by the fire's backlash. Elder Lu, what happened afterward? Lin Wanner, fascinated, couldn't help pressing on. In the end, who seized the Red Lotus Hellfire? Lu Li Daxian shook his head, his face full of helplessness, and let out a soft sigh. I don't know. That battle was too fierce. Even 8th grade Tribulation Transcendence cultivators were nothing but cannon fodder. No one knows who took it in the end. Good. Everyone prepare to test your luck. After hearing that tale, Yi Chun grew even more excited. He clenched his fists, the muscles of his arms tensing, and with a loud shout he dashed toward the deepest part of the treasure vault. In his view, a heaven-defying treasure like that would surely be placed deep inside, protected by layers upon layers of defenses. Yi Chen's boots scuffed sparks against the golden brick floor as his hands nearly tore the drawers off a gilded cabinet. Tan Qian clutched half a chest of top-grade spirit stones, while still taking time to kick open a bronze box in the corner filled with fire tribute talismans. Mu Xue's long sword tapped against the stone wall again and again. As her fingertips brushed over the stone pillars carved with formation patterns, her brows remained slightly furrowed. Where exactly is it? Lu Li Daxian's beard was being curled by the scorching heat as he formed hand seals to sense the flow of spiritual energy. He suddenly caught sight of Yi Chun moving a half-metal jade cauldron patterned with fire veins. The base of the jade cauldron was wedged in a crevice in the stone. As Yi Chun gritted his teeth and strained, his fingertip unintentionally pressed against an inconspicuous groove on the inner side of one of the cauldron's legs. A soft click sounded as if a 1,000-year-old mechanism had finally come loose. Everyone froze mid-motion as a crack suddenly split the ground beneath Yi Chen's feet. Orange-earth firelight burst from the crack, carrying waves of heat potent enough to scorch the soul. The chest of spirit stones in Tan Qian's hands slammed to the ground with a clatter. Found it. Then a passage appeared before them. It's a passage. Yi Chen's eyes went round, and he no longer bothered with it. It was a stone staircase that allowed only 2 people to walk side by side. Countless fire yang pearls were embedded in the stone walls on both sides. Yi Chun was the first to step onto the stairs. The moment his soul touched the stone surface, he heard a faint cracking sound from within the wall. The others followed down roughly 100 steps, and suddenly the space opened up before them. It was a circular stone chamber, and in the very center of the air a flame about 10 feet wide floated suspended. It was not the ordinary crimson of fire, but carried orange-white patterns like drifting clouds. As the flame leaped, the surrounding space warped, and even the air seemed to hiss and sizzle from the burning. This is the flowing cloud fire. Lin Yue's voice trembled. She could clearly sense that the energy contained within that flame was more terrifying than all the artifacts she had ever seen combined. Merely looking at it from afar, their souls trembled instinctively. It truly deserves to be called a spirit fire born at the dawn of heaven and earth. Li Daxian sucked in a cold breath, his aged finger pointing at the ground around the flame. Look at those marks. The stone chamber floor was carved with dense formation patterns. Many of the lines were already broken, with several areas bearing black scorch marks, and one could even see the half-rotted remains of artifacts. The Lin Yue sect truly spared no expense. These are the remnants of a fire-locking formation. Back then, they must have tried to trap the fire with a formation, but judging by the look of things, the formation was completely devoured by the spirit fire's backlash. Could it be that Lin Yue sect was founded because of this flowing cloud fire? Probably. This Lin Yue sect made an extraordinary investment. The entire sect's core power is supplied by the flowing cloud fire. Chen clenched his fists and instinctively shifted his feet forward. But after only 2 steps, an invisible wave of scorching heat forced him back, and his sleeves instantly turned yellow and charred. Such powerful fire might. I can't get anywhere near it. Su Mushiwa shot, Chen a glare. If it could be approached, would it be your turn, little fox? The ice flame fox understood instantly. In an instant, enormous ice power enveloped Su Mushiwa's entire body. At first it was fine, but the moment the ice touched the edge of the flame, the frost energy around her began to melt at an alarming rate. I'll do it. Li Daxian let out a furious roar as his demonic form of the Hellfire Ghost Tiger manifested. Purple netherworld ghost fire covered his entire body, but just as he was about to draw near his tiger, fur caught flame. Seeing this, Li Daxian retreated swiftly. Still no good. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lin Yue slowly spoke. In the exchange area, there are 2 cultivation arts that can completely devour a heaven-earth spirit fire. At those words, everyone's gaze focused on him. Chen asked urgently, Master, what arts are they? One is the complete heaven-burning, fire-devouring art requiring 500,000 sect contribution points to exchange. It can devour a heaven-earth spirit fire without risk, and even merge it into a new spirit fire. The other is a fragmentary text, the burning art requiring only 200,000 contribution points. But the fragment is missing the crucial chapter on controlling fire. With the slightest carelessness, the spirit fire will backlash. At the least, it will scorch your soul. Oh, at worst, it will cost you your life. Lin Yue's tone was calm, yet it stirred a ferocious tempest in everyone's hearts. Although 500,000 contribution points were a lot, at least there was a safe path to take. A world of difference compared to the great emperors who had lost their lives over spirit fires in bygone days. Tan Qian swallowed hard. Sect Master, then what about the flowing cloud fire? Lin Yue raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Crack! The flowing cloud fire suddenly vanished. No matter who it is, whoever first refines this flowing cloud fire will own it. All right, since the Lin Yue sect has been wiped out, the next target is Qingyun Manor, Lin Yue said calmly. Unlike the Lin Yue sect, Qingyun Manor was a newly promoted 4th-rank sect, and its foundation was not as deep. Just as Lin Yue was about to head to Qingyun Manor, he received a long-awaited notification. A new disciple has been detected 300 li from the host. He is currently being slaughtered by bandits. The host is requested to rescue him as soon as possible and accept him as a disciple. Interesting. You all return to the sect and rest. I will go accept the disciple. Before the words, faded layers of spatial ripples surged around him. With a crisp snap, they had already returned to the Qingyun Sect. Only a few drifting clouds lingered where he had stood, while his figure had already appeared at the foot of Qingmong Mountain, 300 li away. As the stench of blood rushed toward him, Lin Yue happened to see the blood-stained curved blade slashing down at the mother and son. The gaunt mother held the youth tightly in her arms. Her arms, exposed beneath coarse cloth garments, were covered with scrapes, yet she still shielded him with her own body. The youth was about 15, with a trace of stubbornness between his brows. Though his whole body was trembling, he clutched a broken jade pendant tightly, and there was not the slightest hint of retreat in his eyes. Noisy. Lin Yue flicked his finger, and a wisp of invisible energy shot out like an arrow, precisely piercing the center of the bandit's forehead. He did not choose to turn this bandit into a mist of blood, but left his corpse behind. That way it would be far. With a soft puff, the ferocity in the bandit's eyes suddenly froze. A small bloody hole appeared in his head, and his body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The mother froze in place. The expected pain never came. She opened her eyes shakily, first lowered her head to make sure her son in her arms was unharmed, then slowly looked up. She saw a man in white, standing not far away. His ink-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and faint clouds and mist wreathed his figure. Though he stood on the blood-stained road, he was like a winter plum on a snow-capped peak, unstained by even a speck of dust. The bandit who had been savage and murderous a moment ago was now lying at her feet. Blood trickled from the small hole between his brows and pooled into a small dark red puddle on the ground. Benefactor. The mother came to her senses and immediately pulled the youth down to kneel, her knees striking hard against the gravel path. Thank you, Benefactor, for your life-saving grace. Hao hurry and kowtow to our benefactor. Chu Hao also bent down at once, pressing his forehead against the cold ground. Benefactor above, please accept Chu Hao's bow. If there is ever a chance, Chu Hao will repay your kindness in full. His voice carried the resonant clarity of youth, yet held an unshakable determination. Lin Yue stepped forward and quickly helped the mother and son up. When he spoke, his voice was slightly gentler. I am the sect master of the Qingyun Sect. I see that your constitution is extraordinary, so I would like to take you, little one, as my disciple. Are you willing? Hearing this, the mother's eyes instantly lit up. Though she had never heard of the Qingyun Sect, the moment she saw Lin Yue's bearing and manner, she knew he was no ordinary person. She pressed down on Chu Hao's head firmly, her voice trembling with excitement. Yes, of course he is willing. Hao, quickly pay respects to your master. This is your great fortune. Chu Hao was stunned too. He lifted his head, looked into Lin Yue's deep starry eyes, and his Adam's apple moved. Disciple Chu Hao greets master. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting the first genius disciple, Chu Hao of the self-destruct immortal body. Ding. It has been detected that disciple Chu Hao has not yet awakened his self-destruct immortal body. A novice disciple gift pack has been issued. Should it be opened for the disciple? Lin Yue was delighted and said, open it. Ding. The novice disciple gift pack has been opened successfully. Congratulations, disciple Chu Hao, on receiving a bottle of self-destruct immortal body awakening liquid. Supporting cultivation art. The self-destruct art system explained the self-destruct immortal body. The self-destruct immortal body increases cultivation by killing enemies through self-destruction. This is unique to this system. Just like sect extermination missions, one gains cultivation by relying on the power of self-destruction to kill enemies. So that means closed-door cultivation, battle breakthroughs, fortunate encounters, and the like are useless to him. Correct. As the system's chime sounded, a violent red light suddenly blazed around Chu Hao. A bottle of crimson liquid slowly floated before him. As the liquid swirled inside, it gave off dense spiritual energy. Beside it lay an ancient bamboo slip carved with the 3 seal script characters, self-destruct, art, faint crimson light flickering across them. You possess the special constitution known as the self-destruct immortal body. Drink this spiritual liquid, and it will activate your constitution. Chu Hao's eyes widened. He carefully reached out to take the awakening liquid in the bamboo slip. When his fingertips touched the cool bottle, a warm current spread through his fingers and into his entire body. He knelt down again, kowtowed deeply to Lin Yue, his voice shaking with barely suppressed excitement. Then he drank the spiritual liquid in one gulp. As soon as it entered his body, it turned into a violent surge of energy that rushed through his limbs and bones. Chu Hao felt an unbearable heat across his body, and his bones let out crackling sounds, as if countless ants were gnawing at his bones. After an unknown stretch of time, an even more vast and pure power erupted from within him. His hair moved without wind, his eyes became bright and spirited, and his body emitted a majestic aura like a blazing sun. The self-destruct immortal body had awakened. Ding. Congratulations, disciple Chu Hao, on successfully awakening the self-destruct immortal body. Ding. According to the rebate mechanism, the host has received a 100-fold rebate, the supreme immortal body. Lin Yue looked at the system notification and was delighted. Thank you, master. This disciple will not let your expectations down. I will cultivate diligently and bring glory to the Qingyun Sect in the future. Lin Yue looked at the light shining in the youth's eyes and nodded lightly. Rise. Come back to the sect with me. With that, he raised his hand and waved. A green light barrier enveloped the mother and son. With a snap of Lin Yue's fingers, the 3 returned to the Qingyun Sect. When Lin Yue returned to the Qingyun Sect, Chen and the others were browsing to see what they could redeem. The trip to the Liuhua sect had brought them abundant rewards. Chen Su Muxue and Lin Weiner each received about 10,000 contribution points. At that moment, everyone caught sight of Lin Yue returning with an unfamiliar mother and son. Chen immediately went over. He stared at Chu Hao curiously. Master, is this the disciple you mentioned just now? Lin Yue nodded, then stepped aside to let Chu Hao and his mother come forward. Let me introduce him to everyone. This is Chu Hao, the 4th disciple I have just accepted. He then pointed at the woman beside them. This is Chu Hao's mother. When I met them, they were being surrounded by bandits, so I brought them back to the sect to settle in. Introduce yourselves to one another. From now on, we are fellow disciples. Chen was the first to pat Chu Hao on the shoulder, putting no care into his strength. Chu Hao instinctively shrank back in fright, but still raised his head politely. Little junior brother, am your senior brother Chen. Then he pointed at Su Muxue and deliberately lengthened his tone. This is your smug second senior sister Su Muxue. Don't be fooled by her good looks. Her temper is explosive. Chen. Su Muxue glared at him through gritted teeth, her hand already on the hilt of the Yin-Yang sword at her waist. If you want to die, just squeak. Your junior sister will give you a grand funeral. Chen, dancing on the edge of death, went squeak. How dare a wretch bully me? Su Muxue's face darkened. With a shing, she drew the Yin-Yang sword, its blade gleaming coldly, and slashed toward Chen. Seeing this, Chen immediately slipped away, and Su Muxue gave chase, sword raised. Chu Hao stood rooted to the spot watching in astonishment. Lin Weiner stepped forward and handed Chu Hao's mother a stone stool. "Auntie, have a seat. Everyone in the sect is family. Those two are like this every day, you'll get used to it." She then turned to Chu Hao. "Little junior brother, I am your third senior sister Lin Weiner. If there is anything about the sect you don't understand, you can come to me." Only then did Chu Hao react, and he hastily bowed to her. "Thank you, third senior sister. Camille first take you to choose a place to stay. Including you, there are only 4 disciples right now. Aside from the purple-robed inner sect elder, the rest are outer sect elders." Chu Hao's mother walked behind her eyes, constantly surveying the surroundings. In the distance were cloud-wreathed mountain peaks. Closer by were temples and halls arranged in pleasing disorder. Though few people were visible the whole place, Chu Hao's mother walked behind her eyes, constantly surveying the surroundings. In the distance were cloud-wreathed mountain peaks. Closer by were temples and halls arranged in pleasing disorder. Though few people were visible, the whole place exuded a pure, peaceful aura. The hand clutching her clothing gradually loosened, and the shoulders that had been tense throughout the journey slowly relaxed. "Master likes bamboo, so the residences of us direct disciples are in a bamboo grove." Before long, Lin Weiner stopped and pointed to a courtyard with a vermilion gate. "Here we are." A wooden plaque hung on the gate inscribed with the 3 characters, Qingyun courtyard, the writing gentle and warm, still carrying the sheen of fresh lacquer. When the courtyard gate was pushed open, Chu Hao could not help exclaiming, "Wow." The yard was fully 10 times larger than the shabby house he had lived in before. In the center was a courtyard paved with bluestone slabs, and at the sides stood 2 osmanthus trees. Their branches and leaves were already lush. In the corner was a stone well, its rim covered with moss. Clearly, Lin Weiner walked into the courtyard with a smile and pushed open the 2 rooms on the east side. "This courtyard is yours from now on. Take a look around and tell me if you need anything." Chu Hao's mother went into the bedroom and touched the bedding with her hand. It was soft and warm, and she could smell the scent of sunshine at the tip of her nose. Her eyes grew hot. Turning around, she bowed deeply to Lin Weiner. "Thank you, Miss Weiner. Thighs is already more than enough. We lack nothing. Auntie, don't be so polite. Just call me Weiner." Lin Weiner quickly helped her up. "Rest for a while. He'll take little junior brother around the sect to get familiar with the paths. I think Master will come soon to make further arrangements." Chu Hao's mother nodded and told Chu Hao, "Stay close to your senior sister. Don't run off and listen to her." Chu Hao answered and followed Lin Weiner out of the courtyard. "Let me take you to the mission pavilion first. I think it won't be long before we head out to wipe out a sect." Lin Weiner led Chu Hao through the bamboo grove. "Wipe out a sect?" Chu Hao asked in confusion. "Senior sister, what sect?" "Those who have offended our Miao sect or mocked Master. Master's strength is heaven-defying. Those ants are not worthy of mocking him," Lin Weiner explained. "Benefactor, no, is Master very strong?" Chu Hao asked. "Strong? Don't even ask. Master's strength is beyond what we can imagine," Lin Weiner said softly. Then she led Chu Hao to the mission pavilion. In the middle of the mission hall, a huge screen displayed a number of quests. Gather a century-old spiritual herb, 50 contribution points. Turn in a 4th-order primordial spirit realm demon, core, 260 contribution points. If sect disciples want to earn contribution points in the future, they come here to accept quests. There are gathering quests, patrol quests, and errands for other disciples. Once the sect grows, these quest boards will be reorganized, and you can take them then too. Chu Hao leaned closer and pointed at a quest to eliminate mountain bandits. "Senior sister, is this quest just like the time Master saved me?" Lin Weiner was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Similar, but mountain bandits vary in strength. The mission pavilion clearly marks the difficulty, so it won't send disciples to their deaths." Leaving the mission pavilion, the two walked toward the rear mountain. The spiritual energy along the way grew stronger and stronger. Before long, a tall tower built entirely from bluestone appeared before them. The tower was a full 9 stories tall, its body covered with intricate patterns. Sunlight fell on them, making the lines faintly glow. The tower door was tightly shut, and 3 large characters were carved on its lintel, Trial Tower, exuding an air of majesty. Lin Weiner looked at Chu Hao and asked softly, "Little junior brother, Master said you have an extraordinary constitution. Do you know what kind it is?" Master said, "It's the self-destruct immortal body." At that, Lin Weiner immediately raised her voice a few notches. "What did you say? What kind of constitution?" Chu Hao repeated, "The self-destruct immortal body." Lin Weiner's eyes opened slightly wider. "Little junior brother, you are truly lucky. Do you know how many contribution points it takes to exchange for your constitution at the mission pavilion?" Chu Hao shook his head. "I don't know." Lin Weiner sighed. 2 million contribution points. 2 more than senior brother's primordial sacred body. When Lin Weiner had first seen the exchange list, she had also looked at some constitutions, so she was especially familiar with the characteristics of the self-destruct immortal body. The benefit was that he would not die unless killed with a single blow. As long as the self-destruct immortal body initiated its self-destruction, he was immortal. The only way to kill a self-destruct immortal body was to land a single fatal blow before he self-destructed. But the drawback was that he could not raise his cultivation through ordinary secluded cultivation pills or any other means. Only by self-destructing to kill others could he increase his cultivation. Alright, little junior brother, focus on practicing the self-destruct art until you reach the entry level. Your constitution is too special. If there's anything you don't understand, you'll have to ask an elder or master. Chu Hao nodded. The two walked back along the same path to Qingyun courtyard. The setting sun's afterglow spilled over them, stretching their shadows long. Walking beside Lin Yue, Chu Hao looked at the sect scenery that was becoming familiar and thought of his mother's reassured smile and his senior sister's gentle words. In his heart, he silently resolved to cultivate well. No, to put it more precisely, to self-destruct and kill well. He would strive to grow stronger as soon as possible, not only to protect his mother, but also to bring glory to the Qingyun Sect and not disappoint master's expectations. When Chu Hao stepped back into his dwelling, the window lattice still held the fractured light of dusk. He sat down cross-legged and began cultivating the self-detonation art. Before long, a violent surge of energy erupted within him. As it rampaged through his meridians, even the air around him began to tremble faintly. First tier, Qi Gathering Realm. The moment Chu Hao successfully broke through to the first tier Qi Gathering Realm, Lin Yue's voice, carrying the authority of a sect master, rang through every corner of the Qingyun Sect, like a sound-transmitting jade talisman. Everyone assemble at the Qingyun Hall. As Chu Hao rose, his frail mother was already standing outside the door. A worn wooden hairpin was tucked at her temple, and her sleeves still bore the water stains of washing and starching. Chu Hao's mother nodded. As the most ordinary commoner in this fantasy world, she understood nothing of qi gathering or cultivation. All she knew was that after her husband had run off with another woman, she had gripped her hoe and sewn plain clothes, raising Chu Hao from swaddling clothes to where he was today, and Chu Hao bears her surname. Seeing her son now surrounded by swirling spiritual light, her eyes first flashed with a trace of bewilderment, then softened into a warm smile. She raised her hand and smoothed the slightly wrinkled collar of Chu Hao's robe. Inside the Qingyun Hall, Chu Hao arrived slowly. There was no helping it, for having just entered the qi gathering realm, his speed was far too slow. Mother, I'm going. Chu Hao clasped his hands toward her in salute, his voice still tinged with the shyness of youth. Chu Hao's mother nodded. Though she did not understand cultivation, she knew that the path her son was now walking was brighter than any road she had seen in her entire life. Inside the Qingyun Hall, clouds of mist coiled through the air, and the cloud patterns carved on the hall's pillars shimmered with a glossy luster beneath the spiritual light. Since everyone is here, I will say this first. Lin Yue looked at the group and said slowly, Sun Jun, the junior master of Crimson Blood Manor, used filthy words to humiliate Weiner inside the secret realm. As his fellow sect members and elders, what should be done? Damn it. Is that Sun Jun tired of living? We must annihilate him. Yi Chen said furiously. Su Muxue gently held Lin Weiner's hand, and seeing the concern in Su Muxue's eyes, Lin Weiner felt deeply moved. Sect master, give the order. Tiger Strength Immortal also said angrily. In the secret realm, he had thought only Su Muxue was in danger. He never expected that even the most gentle and obedient Lin Weiner would be humiliated. Lin Yue nodded silently. This was the fighting spirit a sect should have. Whether it is the Qingyun Sect or the Flowing Fire Gate, we have been too low-key. The Qingyun Sect is a first-rank sect and can't stir up great waves. The Flowing Fire Gate hides in an underground karst cave and is even less known. As for Crimson Blood Manor, this time, let's make it the battle of honor for our Qingyun Sect. How are the pickled vegetable noodles? Tan Xian's face darkened. Sect master, you can call me Old Tan, Old Qi, or Olden. What the hell is pickled vegetable noodles? Old Tan's pickled vegetable beef noodles. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Tan Xian's face darkened. Just now, while browsing the exchange list, he had really seen Old Tan's pickled vegetable beef noodles priced at 10 contribution points. He exchanged for one. He had to admit, before tasting it, it was fine, and after tasting it, all he could say was that it was absolutely delicious. Ahem. Tan Xian coughed. Back to business. In recent years, Crimson Blood Manor has committed every evil imaginable, and its master is a 7th-tier void refinement cultivator, half a step into the tribulation transcendent stage. Moreover, Crimson Blood Manor only picks on soft targets, causing the small sects around it to complain bitterly. Following the sect master's order, we spent 3,000 top-grade spirit stones to hire the southern domain branch of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for publicity. One could say the entire southern domain already knows we are going to attack Crimson Blood Manor, and no one will believe. Lin Yue swept his eyes across everyone and said, this time I don't want to see anything like a standoff or an evenly matched battle. I want to see absolute dominance. Immediately after, a ball of energy appeared in Lin Yue's hand. This power will let you briefly obtain the peak of a 9th-tier Sage Realm cultivation. The ball of luminous white energy hovered in the hall like crushed moonlight wrapped around surging spiritual power. The moment it drew near the crowd, Yi Chen abruptly leaped up. Holy crap. With this power, if that bastard Sun Jun dares to run his mouth again, he'll punch his head sideways. Tiger Strength Immortal's heavy breathing was especially clear in the hall. He reached out and made a grasping motion, and a wisp of energy wrapped itself around his palm. The muscles in his arms instantly tightened, and his already burly frame swelled another size. Burning desire for the fierce power filled his eyes. Sect Master, rest assured. This time we will make Crimson Blood Manor know the price of offending the Piao Sect. Tan Xian was a bit more composed than the other two. He tapped the ball of energy with his fingertip and raised an eyebrow. Sect Master, roughly how long does this power last? Lin Yue smiled and lightly flicked his finger. The ball of energy scattered into countless points of light that fell precisely before each person. 1 hour. Don't tell me it takes half an hour. With 7 Sage Realm powerhouses you still can't destroy a 4th-rank sect. Su Muxue asked 7. Lin Yue nodded. Elder Xian does not need it. You 7 will slaughter everyone in Crimson Blood Manor at the 4th tier Primordial Spirit Realm and above. As for Xiao Hao, because of his constitution, he can only raise his cultivation by killing enemies through self-detonation. Leave those at the 3rd tier Core Formation Realm and below to Chu Hao. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Yi Chun immediately exclaimed, kill enemies by self-detonation. Wouldn't that destroy his soul completely? Lin Yue flicked Yi Chun directly on the forehead. I already said it's a constitution problem. Can't you understand? If you don't understand, go search for the self-detonation undying body. Then, Yi Chun actually went to search. Su Muxue helplessly slapped her forehead. Master, if it has to come to that, expel him from the sect. I think I can handle the responsibilities of senior sister. Lin Yue was equally helpless. His eldest disciple was sometimes as shrewd as a monkey, and sometimes a complete Everyone watched as Yi Chun searched. Before long, Yi Chun cried out in surprise, Holy crap, junior brother, are you going to defy the heavens? Chu Hao sheepishly scratched his head in the corner. Alright, we're ready to leave. This time, we'll travel by flying boat to show off the grandeur of the Piao sect. Before he even finished speaking, a luxurious flying boat appeared before everyone. It was what Lin Yue had obtained from 10 days of sign-in rewards. Xian Ming was stunned by the flying boat. The dragon clan was the wealthiest of races, and even the most luxurious dragon flying boat was not even half as magnificent as this one. Its entire body flowed with gentle spiritual light. The hull was long and elegant, and spreading from its sides were not sails, but enormous wings of light condensed from the clouds and radiance of the 9 heavens. The deck was like white jade and lucent enough to reflect one's face. The main building was a delicate 3-story treasure pavilion, and from its upturned eaves hung mind-cleansing bells. Their chimes did not sound in the ear, but directly purified the soul. A gilded banner stood atop the main building inscribed with the 2 characters Piao Miao. The dragons and phoenixes carved on the railings would swim and shift as the sun and moon alternated. This flying boat was more like a moving paradise of blessed cave heavens. Wherever it went, clouds, open mist dispersed, and all living things were awed. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Yi Chun forgot to keep shouting, and could only stare at the flying boat, murmuring, good heavens. If this flying boat goes out once, the entire southern domain will remember the Piao sect, won't they? This is the Immortal Path Piao boat, Lin Yue said calmly. Then he waved his hand again, and 2 more flying boats appeared behind it. Though they could not match the Immortal Path Piao boat in luxury, they were not far off. Let's go. Let the world know the terror of the Piao sect. Lin Yue boarded the Immortal Path Piao boat, with Yi Chun and the other 3. The 3 immortals and Tan Xian took one flying boat, and Xian Ming took another. The 3 flying boats sped swiftly toward Crimson Blood Manor. The flying boat's spiritual light grew ever brighter. Just as it was about to streak across the sky, a hurried hoarse shout pierced through the wind. Sect Master! Sect Master! Sect Master! Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yue paused, slightly surprise flickering in his eyes. Following the sound, he saw a travel-worn figure, none other than the missing Chen Xian. Lin Yue had assumed that this fellow had been washed out by the heart-questioning stares. Unexpectedly, Elder Chen Xian had truly made it up. Who knew what Elder Chen Xian had gone through? Halfway up, he found he could not move, so he had spent the past few days sitting on the heart-questioning stairs in reflection. Finally today, when he truly set aside his selfishness and resolved to protect the sect with his very life, he ascended. Seeing Lin Yue now, the murkiness in Chen Xian's eyes instantly lit up, and even his breathing quickened. It was also Elder Chen Xian's own fault. If the heart-questioning stairs had a loyalty value, Elder Chen Xian's loyalty was 99. I'm missing that last one. What a loss, don't you agree? Fortunately, he had caught up in time. Frankly, looking at this old man who had accompanied him since he first arrived in this world, a gentle pang of tenderness and pity passed through Lin Yue's heart, and a faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. Looking at the little old man before him, Lin Yue smiled happily. He suddenly drew that stooped figure into his arms, and said softly, yet clearly, it's good to see you. The sudden embrace made Chen Xian freeze. His eye sockets reddened instantly, and old tears nearly spilled onto Lin Yue's robes. To Lin Yue, wasn't this old man like a father in every way? Lin Yue was the 17th Sect Master of the Misty Sect and the son of its 16th Sect Master. That father had died to poison demon claws while gathering spirit medicine to cure Lin Yue's illness. Lin Yue, who had barely reached the mid-stage of the Qi-gathering realm at age 30, became the 17th Sect Master at Elder Chen Xian's insistence. It could be said that without Elder Chen Xian, there would be no Lin Yue today. It was Qingyun who bustled about handling all the trivial matters, and in times of crisis, he stood in front to shield Lin Yue from harm. Now that his close one had returned, the gloom in Lin Yue's heart completely vanished. At the arrival of his dearest one, Lin Yue was delighted. He then said, "All right, now that everyone's here, let's go." "Sect Master, where are we going?" Qingyun wiped his eyes, his voice still choked. "To wipe out a sect," Lin Yue said, his tone calm, yet carrying unchallengeable certainty. "Wipe out a sect?" While Qingyun was still stunned, Yi Chun had already come up with a smile, his voice brimming with excitement. "Elder Chen, let me tell you, the Qingyun Sect and Flowing Fire Sect have already been destroyed by us. Now we're heading to the Red Blood Mansion." Facing this little old man, Yi Chun felt genuine warmth and gratitude from the bottom of his heart. In the Misty Sect, apart from his master Lin Yue, only Qingyun would remember to ask if he was tired from cultivation, if he was hungry, if he was cold. It was like a grandfather of a different generation doting on his grandson. Qingyun looked at Yi Chun, then swept his gaze over Tiger Strength Immortal and the others on deck. His eyes suddenly focused. 4-7 that age Void Insight Realm Cultivators. Such a lineup could easily elevate the Misty Sect to a 4th grade sect. Unfortunately, Lin Yue didn't know what Qingyun was thinking. Even if he had, well, knowing wouldn't have changed anything. He would only smile faintly, since even a 9th grade sect was nothing in Lin Yue's eyes. "Elder Chen, hey, raise a small gift for you." Before the words left his mouth, a ball of glowing white light appeared in Lin Yue's palm. Wrapped in a gentle sacred aura, the light ball caused even the flying boat's spiritual radiance to dim slightly. "Sect Master, this is." Qingyun's pupils shrank, his voice trembling. "Absorb it, and you will become a genuine 9th stage Sage Realm powerhouse." Lin Yue's tone was relaxed, as if what he handed over was not a heaven-defying fortune, but an ordinary object. "This is too precious." Qingyun waved his hands repeatedly. The Sage Realm. How many cultivators could barely touch its threshold in their entire lives? How could he deserve such a gift? "You have devoted your life to the Misty Sect. This is what you deserve." Lin Yue pressed his hand, his eyes full of earnestness. "Besides, this is merely a small gift. The enemies in the southern domain are weak now, and the Sage Realm is sufficient. In the future, if the Sage Realm isn't enough, even the Great Emperor Realm is not beyond asking." Hearing Lin Yue's words, Qingyun was deeply shocked. A man-made sage, he had never heard of such a thing. And from the look of it, even the Great Emperor Realm seemed possible. "Very well, Sect Master. I humbly obey." Having said that, Qingyun began to absorb the light ball. In an instant, spiritual energy surged around him like a tide, and his robes moved without wind. From the 3-rod-stage core formation realm to the 4-that-age primordial spirit realm, then to the 5-that-age soul separation realm, his power soared all the way to the Sage Realm. The pressure radiated like moonlight, and as it swept across the deck, even the sea of clouds rippled. At that moment, dark clouds gathered overhead. Forcefully entering the Sage Realm through a heaven-defying method would inevitably invite heavenly punishment. Lin Yue then took out the jade pendant gifted by Wang Jian and said to the clouds, "Think it over carefully." As if sensing the energy within the jade pendant, the dark clouds dispersed instantly. Then a surge of energy descended from the sky and poured into Qingyun's body. The heavenly Tao acknowledged Qingyun's Sage Realm. Watching Qingyun skyrocket, Yi Chun was envious. "Master, can I also rise all the way to the 9th stage Sage Realm?" Qianming kicked Yi Chun right on the buttocks. "With your primordial sacred body, you still want to take shortcuts. How are others supposed to compete?" Yi Chun rubbed his bottom. "I was just joking. Why did you kick me again?" Meanwhile, the spirit boat of the Greenwood Sect cut through the drifting clouds of the southern domain, its hull glowing faintly as it sped at full power. Elderly stood at the bow. The young master was severely injured and needed a 5th grade fire condensing pill to stay alive. In the entire southern domain, over 60% of fire condensing pills came from the Flowing Fire Sect. The young master of his sect needed a 5th grade fire condensing pill for healing. At least 60% of the fire condensing pills in the southern domain came from the Flowing Fire Sect. This trip was not only to request the pill, but also to persuade the Flowing Fire Sect master to grant the Greenwood Sect distribution rights for fire condensing pills. For this, he had brought thousands of high-grade spirit stones. As the spirit boat hovered at the Flowing Fire Sect's cavern, a repulsive stench suddenly struck his nose. A suffocating pungent smell of blood mixed with the scorched odor of burned medicinal herbs slammed into Elder Li's heart. He flew down to the ground. The moment his feet touched the blue stone slabs, he saw that the once ornate mountain gate had become broken walls and rubble. Vermilion bloodstains had congealed into dark brown patches on the stone slabs. A pill furnace split in two lay tumbling at the foot of the steps. The furnace mouth still held unburned herb ash, but when the wind blew it scattered like black fluff. "Where are the people of the Flowing Fire Sect?" He landed and shouted aloud. His voice echoed through the empty valley, but only the wind answered. Anxiety gnawed at him. He hurried into the sect's compound, and the scene before him instantly chilled him to the bone. Thousands of cultivator corpses lay scattered everywhere in chaos. Most had been melted away by extreme heat, leaving only white bones gleaming coldly in the light of molten lava. At the center of the compound stood a white dragon-patterned banner fluttering in the wind. The banner bore two vigorous ancient characters. Misty, Flowing Fire Sect, was actually wiped out by the Misty Sect. Elderly staggered backward. He recalled how Yin Yue had mocked the Misty Sect master before the secret realm and was destroyed by a single snap of Lin Yue's fingers. After the secret realm, the Flowing Fire Sect's Grand Elder Yin Tu was defeated and captured. Now the entire Flowing Fire Sect was littered with corpses. Could it really have been destroyed by the Misty Sect, that so-called first-grade sect? He suddenly remembered the news spread from the Heaven Secret Pavilion a few days ago. The Misty Sect would attack the Red Blood Mansion. Even a fourth-grade sect like the Flowing Fire Sect, guarded by a latest-stage Void Insight Grand Elder, could not escape destruction. How long could the newly promoted fourth-grade Red Blood Mansion hold out? He dared not linger. Steering his spirit boat toward the Red Blood Mansion, he told everyone he met about the Flowing Fire Sect's miserable state. The news seemed to sprout wings. Within a few days it had spread throughout the southern domain. In a tea house in Qingfeng City, a storyteller had just wrapped his wooden block, bringing the tale The Heavenly Water Sage suppresses the golden phoenix of the demon race to its climax. Suddenly a frantic shout came from downstairs. Terrible news. The Flowing Fire Sect is gone. Destroyed by the Misty Sect. The tea drinkers instantly exploded into uproar. Misty Sect? What sect is that? I think it's a one-grade sect. What? You mean a one-grade sect destroyed a fourth-grade sect? You heard right. My cousin is at Yinling Tower, not far from the Flowing Fire Sect. He told me that even the Void Insight Grand Elder of the Flowing Fire Sect is gone. The scene was strewn with corpses everywhere. Yes. I heard this Misty Sect is also going to destroy the Red Blood Mansion. News from the Heaven Secret Pavilion. Inside a white jade palace floating in the sea of clouds at the Dream Mystic Sect, several white-haired elders sat around a green jade table. Zhang Feng stood respectfully at the side. He had never expected that only a few days after the secret realm ended the Misty Sect would begin settling accounts. When he had learned that the Misty Sect was going to attack the Red Blood Mansion, he had specially sent someone to check on the Qingyun Sect. As a result, the entire Qingyun Sect had been reduced to ashes. The Dream Mystic Sect's Grand Elder Venerable Zi Su was also shocked by the images transmitted by his subordinates. How many days had it been? They had wiped out a fourth-grade sect without anyone noticing. After all, the Flowing Fire Sect's Grand Elder Qiangzi had been a being at the peak of the seven-that-age Void Insight realm. And he was just gone like that. Venerable Zi Su looked at Zhang Feng in amazement. He had to admit this young man had good judgment. Fortunately, we didn't make an enemy of the Misty Sect. Elder Zhang, you are very good, very discerning. Your earlier insistence on befriending the Misty Sect shows great foresight, Venerable Zi Su praised. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. Was it his good judgment? Foresight. A fart of foresight. He had witnessed the live scene of Lin Yue killing a five-that-age soul separation cultivator with a single snap of his fingers. The image still made his heart tremble. He had instinctively chosen to build good relations. Having more friends was surely better than having more enemies. That had been Zhang Feng's true psychology at the time. Now he could not help complaining inwardly. I said be friendly, but everyone treated my words like wind passing deaf ears. They just wouldn't listen. Now that they had destroyed the Flowing Fire Sect without anyone noticing, they suddenly remembered my foresight. If they could wipe out a fourth-grade sect unnoticed, they could just as easily wipe out a fifth-grade sect unnoticed. It was like realizing you forgot to bring paper after taking a shit. It was like remembering you hadn't done your homework when summer vacation was over. Why didn't you think of that earlier? Then, Grand Elder, in your opinion, how should we respond now? Pushing down his inner complaints, Zhang Feng bowed and asked. Venerable Zi Su mused for a moment, then said calmly, first go to the Red Blood Mansion and see the situation. If the Misty Sect has enough potential, make them a vassal force of our Dream Mystic Sect. With that, he flicked his sleeve and left the palace. Zhang Feng stood frozen on the spot, almost unable to suppress a curse. At that moment, all he wanted to say was MMP. He almost suspected that this Grand Elder had gone senile. Still acting so pompous at a time like this. He had thought that the Grand Elder's praise of his foresight was intended to form ties with the Misty Sect. Now it seemed, holy shit, are you kidding me? They've already wiped out a fourth-grade sect under everyone's noses, and you're still talking about making them a vassal force. Are you brain dead? When the Misty Sect was still a one-grade sect, you could put on airs if you wanted. But now that they've destroyed a fourth-grade sect, you're still putting on airs, still making them a vassal force. Setting that aside, you Grand Elder Zi Su are an 8th-that-age Tribulation Transcendence cultivator. Can you kill a 5th-that-age Soul Separation or 6th-that-age Fusion Realm cultivator with a snap of your fingers? As an 8th-that-age Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse, you can certainly kill them instantly, but can you do it without stirring energy, with just a snap? Zhang Feng had been right there on the scene. With a single wave of his hand, a group of 5th-that-age Soul Separation and 6th-that-age Fusion Realm cultivators were all turned to ashes. The more Zhang Feng complained, the more agitated he became. He felt that all these major sects had water in their brains. Didn't they know Ding Wei's theory of hypothetical enemies? He was truly speechless. By now Zhang Feng was even considering switching sides. But complaints aside, business still had to be done. He could only sigh helplessly and head toward the Red Blood Mansion. Let's go see first. Meanwhile, at the Red Blood Mansion, after the secret realm ended, Mansion Master Sun Kai listened to Zhao Ye's report and concluded that the Misty Sect was afraid of his mansion. With his son Sun Jun adding exaggerated details, Sun Kai immediately decided to send 17 early Void Insight Elder, 5-6 Fusion Realm Elders, and 10-5 Soul Separation Elders and Retainers to attack the Misty Sect. But as they neared the Misty Sect, all their soul plaques shattered in an instant. In other words, all of them had died simultaneously. Sun Kai suppressed the tension in his heart. At this point, let's activate the sect's grand formation first. A dark red light barrier tightly enveloped the entire sect with bloody spiritual energy crackling through the formation patterns. This was the Red Blood Mansion's sect-protecting grand formation, the Blood Flame Burning Heaven formation, a formation capable of withstanding a half-saint. This clearly demonstrated the Red Blood Mansion's power. The Flowing Fire Sect's formation could only resist attacks of the 8th Tribulation Transcendence realm, while this one could directly withstand a half-saint. As time passed, the entire southern domain buzzed with rumors that the once-grade Misty Sect was attacking the 4th-grade Red Blood Mansion. Standing on the deck of the Celestial Misty Boat, Lin Yue said, "It seems the news has already spread. Prepare yourselves, we're almost there." Suddenly, the flying boat surged forward, arriving near the Red Blood Mansion in an instant. The Celestial Misty Boat led the way with 2 other spirit boats following closely. As their spiritual light broke through the clouds, even the blood-colored clouds above the Red Blood Mansion were forced to scatter to both sides. Oh my god, this is the Misty Sect's flying boat. Truly luxurious. How can a once-grade sect have a flying boat like this? Some people were even planning to seize the flying boat once the Misty Sect and the Red Blood Mansion had worn each other down. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. And Lin Yue was precisely exploiting this mentality. This wealth the Misty Sect have deliberately exposed. Come and snatch it quickly. If you don't come to rob us, how can I proceed with wiping out your sect? The blood flames above the Blood Abyss Mansion churned like a surging tide. The Blood Flame Burning Heaven formation, said to be capable of stopping half-step saints, was nothing more than a sheet of thin paper soaked and crumpled by blood mist in Lin Yue's eyes. He stood at the bow of the flying ship, his robes stirring without wind as his gaze swept over the restless and fearful crowd of the Blood Abyss Mansion below. His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the hum of the formation patterns like a blade tempered in ice, striking clearly into every ear. Sun Kai, have your son Sun Jun and Zhao Yu come out. The humiliation of my Misty Cloud Sect disciples is a debt that must now be settled. Inside the Blood Abyss Mansion, Sun Jun hid behind Sun Kai. He had already learned from his father that not a single person sent to besiege the Misty Cloud Sect had returned alive. Yet the arrogance of youth had not been utterly crushed. He stiffened his neck, his voice trembling, yet forcibly raised. "You don't get cocky. If you've got the guts, then come on in." The sect master ordered me to come. Chun Xian's voice was as steady as a great bell. Before the words faded, he had already leaped down from the flying ship. Golden radiance blazed around him. The spiritual energy of the Saint realm surged forth like a rushing river, exploding outward with such force that even the blood flames in the air were driven back. Saint realm. Sun Kai's face drained from iron gray to deathly pale in an instant. He could never have imagined that an obscure sect like the Misty Cloud Sect would possess a 9th Order Saint Realm powerhouse. As for the Blood Flame Burning Heaven formation that could withstand half-step saints, Chun Xian struck it only a few times before the formation patterns began to crack apart from the center, shattering like broken glass and dissolving into drifting blood mist in the blink of an eye. A half-step saint was after all not a true saint. Whether one was half a step or most of a step into the Saint Realm or the Great Emperor Realm, so long as one had not truly entered, all were merely ants. Watching the protective sect formation he had prided himself on turn to dust before absolute power, Sun Kai stood frozen, his pupils contracting sharply. Only then did he understand why every last one of the men he had sent had been annihilated. Before this saint, the men he had sent were no different from lambs to the slaughter. What a pity he did not know. Had he known that the Misty Cloud Sect's protective formation could instantly kill even a divine emperor, who could imagine what he might have thought then? He was merely at the half-step Tribulation Transcendence realm. Before a saint, he was no different from an ant crushed underfoot. And Master Lin. Sun Kai's knees went weak, almost giving way beneath him, his voice trembling beyond all control. My son's matter is the fault of my Blood Abyss Mansion. I am willing to offer 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. No 10,000. I will have my worthless son kowtow and apologize to your disciples. I only beg you to spare the Blood Abyss Mansion. Too late. Lin Yue's voice carried not the slightest fluctuation, yet it pierced through Sun Kai's last shred of hope like an icicle. Your son insulted my disciple, and your Zhao Yu went so far as to humiliate me in public. I could not be bothered to pursue it then. Now I will settle it all together. As Lin Yue's words fell, the great demon tiger force made the first move. The primordial heaven-slaying halberd hummed in his grasp, its shaft wrapped in faint violet aura. With a single cleaving strike, even the clouds in the sky were split apart. The wind ceased abruptly, leaving only the sharp wail of the halberd's tip. The Sixth Order Unity Realm Elder of the Blood Abyss Mansion had not even the time to contract his pupils before his body was split in two. Blood splattered across the remnants of the ruined formation foundation, a ghastly, chilling sight. Yichen Su Muxiue and Lin Yue began a slaughter of the disciples and elders ranging from the Fourth Order Primordial Spirit Realm to the Fifth Order Soul Separation Realm. Catching sight of Chu Hao out of the corner of his eye, Yichen called out loudly, "Junior brother, just self-detonate over that way." The direction he pointed was where the Blood Abyss Mansion's low-ranking disciples were gathered, mostly Second Order Spiritual Sea Realm to Third Order Core Formation Realm. They were already scattering in panic. Chu Hao acknowledged the call. The skin over his entire body instantly split into fine cracks, and dark red spiritual energy burst forth from the fissures like magma. He tilted his head back, his clear voice piercing through the clamor of battle. "Art is an exploding star." As the words landed, a blinding red light detonated from within his body, and a shockwave of energy surged outward like raging tides. With a thunderous boom, at least 50 low-ranking disciples were hurled into the air by the blast. When they landed, they had already lost all signs of life. They had not even had the chance to cry out. Before coming down, Lin Yue had specifically instructed Chu Hao that shouting, "Art is an exploding star," right before self-detonation would double the power. What was art? What was an exploding star? It did not matter. What mattered was that obeying the sect master was always the right choice. Hearing Chu Hao's slogan, Lin Yue could not help but laugh. He had successfully brought the art of Pathead Village into this world. At the place where Chu Hao had self-detonated, crimson spiritual energy swirled and converged like a tornado. Within just a few breaths, his figure recondensed. Not only had his spiritual energy not weakened, it had grown even denser, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the Second Order Qi gathering realm. Watching this, Yi Chun was dumbfounded, awe filling his eyes. As expected of the indestructible self-detonation body, simple and crude. Chu Hao rubbed the back of his head, flashed a wide grin, then turned and charged toward another group of disciples, spiritual energy surging within him once more. Art is an exploding star. On the other side, Sun Jun saw that the tide had turned against him. He secretly shuffled backward, hoping to slip away in the chaos, only to be blocked by a slender figure. Lin Yue appeared before him. Lin Yue stood before him, her brows curved like crescent moons, her voice soft as a spring breeze. "Young Master Sun, do you still want me to be your concubine?" Sun Jun, already panicked out of his wits, was hooked by that voice. Forgetting his circumstances entirely, he stared straight at Lin Yue, his voice going soft, "Can I, eh?" Those words made Lin Yue laugh out loud, yet there was no trace of amusement in her eyes. Watching her smile, Sun Jun was even more enchanted and recklessly reached out to touch her cheek. Just then, Yichen suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Sun Jun by the collar. "Touch her, and it'll break your damn hand." Yichen slammed a punch into Sun Jun's face. A crisp crack sounded as Sun Jun's nose shattered, half his face swelling instantly. "You little bastard, do you still remember the filthy things you said to my junior sister in the secret realm?" Another punch landed squarely on Sun Jun's left eye. "You son of a bitch, you wanted to take her as a concubine. I wouldn't even dare dream of her as my wife, and you wanted her as a concubine." Another punch struck Sun Jun's right eye. "How the hell did you have the nerve?" With every sentence Yi Chun spoke, he landed another punch, beating Sun Jun like a punching bag. In agony, Sun Jun could only mumble out a plea, "I dare not. I dare not." Then Yi Chun looked at Lin Yue. "Junior sister, he's all yours." "Thank you, senior brother." Lin Yue smiled sweetly, raised her hand, and tossed the bone flute in her grasp into the air. The bone flute spun in midair, trailing a faint blue glow, and shot straight towards Sun Jun's forehead. Sun Jun did not even have the strength to dodge. He could only let out a short, muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open, dead with lasting grievance. And so a degenerate of his generation met his end. Lin Yue said calmly, "And where is your elder Xiao Yu?" Yichen spoke up. Sect Master, the Sixth Order Unity Realm Elder that Elder Tiger just killed. That was Xiao Yu." Lin Yue. So the Sixth Order Unity Realm Elder, who had just been split in two by the Great Demon Tiger Forces, primordial heaven-slaying halberd, had indeed been Xiao Yu. Lin Yue then snapped his fingers lightly. A pale blue speck of light drifted towards Xiao Yu's corpse. As the light settled, Xiao Yu's soul actually floated out from the body, trembling slightly all over. Xiao Yu stared at all of this in shock. At the moment of his death, he had even felt a flicker of relief. A moment of loose tongue and mockery had brought annihilation upon his sect, but now that he was dead, what did it matter? He could no longer see it anyway. But he had never imagined that the sect master of this first-rank sect possessed not only the power to instantly annihilate those in the Fifth Order Soul Separation and Sixth Order Unity realms, but even dominion over souls themselves. Who could say just how great a calamity a man could bring down with his own mouth? As a soul body, Xiao Yu knelt in the void. "Sect Master Lin, I was wrong. Everything was caused by me. Kill me or torture me as you see fit, but I beg you to spare my sect." Lin Yue looked at him, and said with a light chuckle, "Kill you or torture you. Are you not already dead?" Hearing Lin Yue's words, Xiao Yu froze, then realized that he was already a departed soul. Despair swallowed him in an instant. Indeed, he was already dead. "I brought you out not to beg for mercy." Lin Yue waved a hand, his tone carrying a hint of mockery, "but to let you witness with your own eyes how your sect vanishes from this world. Of course, had I not been occupied with other matters, you and the Blood Abyss Mansion would never have survived until now." Watching such heaven-defying means, Sun Kai finally crumbled completely. Yet he still clung to his last shred of luck and roared, "Does Sect Master Lin truly intend to destroy my Blood Abyss Mansion before the eyes of the world? Are you not afraid of stirring public outrage?" Lin Yue seemed to hear a joke. He threw his head back and laughed, his laughter full of contempt. "Haha, public outrage. Sun Kai, have you no idea how many vile and shameful deeds your Blood Abyss Mansion has done all these years? My Misty Cloud sect slays demons and upholds justice. Nothing could be more natural. And besides," Lin Yue glanced toward the cultivators watching from afar, "do you truly believe anyone would stand up for your Blood Abyss Mansion?" Countless people shook their heads. Who in their right mind would go out of their way to provoke a sect backed by a Ninth Order Saint Realm powerhouse? And for a sect that had done every kind of evil, no less. Seeing that no one around him reacted, Sun Kai shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoists, if anyone is willing to help my Blood Abyss Mansion through this crisis, my Blood Abyss Mansion will repay you handsomely." No one around responded. "My Blood Abyss Mansion is willing to offer 10,000 top-grade spirit stones." Still no one responded. "Whatever my Blood Abyss Mansion has, you may take your pick." At this point, 3 crows should have flown past. "Enough, Sun Kai. Do you not know yourself what your Blood Abyss Mansion really is?" Chen spoke up. Sun Kai roared, "Do you truly believe my Blood Abyss Mansion has no trump card left?" He then produced a crimson blood pearl. "This is the blood pool pearl refined from the souls of thousands of cultivators and 1,000 innocent boys and girls. Today I will perish together with your Misty Cloud sect." Lin Yue looked at Sun Kai as if he were an idiot. "Old bastard, why are you even explaining it? Afraid no one will know the heinous deeds you have done." Sun Kai swallowed the blood pool pearl in one gulp, and his aura skyrocketed instantly, finally, surging all the way to the mid-stage of the 8th Order Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Yet this show of force was nothing more than a candle flickering in the wind before the Saint Realm's spiritual energy flowing around Qingyun. Qingyun laughed. "That's it. After all that building up, I thought you were about to unleash something great. Turns out you unleashed something great indeed." Sun Kai's body surged with bloody energy. The blood pool pearl refined from the souls of thousands of cultivators and 1,000 boys and girls detonated within him. Dark red blood light wrapped his entire body into a blood cocoon. The mid-stage 8th Order Tribulation Transcendence aura howled like a mad beast. The floor tiles beneath his feet cracked layer after layer, and shattered stones flew up amid the blood mist. His eyes bloodshot, he stared dead at Xuan Yuan, a ferocious grin splitting the corners of his mouth. "Today I shall transcend tribulation and slay a saint." Lin Yue looked up at the sky and found it perfectly clear. He immediately understood that those who entered the Tribulation Transcendence realm through secret arts were not worthy of attracting heavenly tribulation. In other words, such temporary Tribulation Transcendence cultivators who had not undergone the Tribulation Lightning could never defeat genuine Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Before his words had even faded, Sun Kai roared, formed hand seals, and a thick column of blood-red light reeking of stench shot straight toward Qingyun. "Perish together." Qingyun let out a sneer, his voice dripping with disdain. "Besides, heretical tricks are nothing but fleeting illusions." Qingyun slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, and pressed lightly toward the howling blood light. A golden palm imprint condensed as solid as substance appeared out of thin air. When the blood-red column collided with it, it was like snow meeting blazing sun. It could not hold for even a single moment before shattering inch by inch into drifting specks of blood-red light. The golden palm imprint pressed forward unabated, seemingly slow, yet actually swift, and struck Sun Kai precisely upon the chest. The violent bloody energy around Sun Kai collapsed in an instant like a punctured balloon, and he violently spat out a massive mouthful of foul blood. He staggered backward, finally collapsing helplessly to his knees, staring at Qingyun in disbelief. "So this is the might of a saint. Terrifying, beyond measure." Sun Kai forced out those few words filled with despair and regret. Lin Yue said softly, "Let it end here." As the words fell, Qingyun pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed through the air. A colossal golden sword descended from the heavens and plunged straight into Sun Kai's body. Sun Kai's frame stiffened, the light in his eyes extinguished completely, and he toppled over stiffly, his aura gone. The top combat strength of the Blood Abyss Mansion had fallen. Watching his sect masters fall, Xiao Yu trembled violently. Only then did he understand what an utterly foolish act it had been to mock Lin Yue. This was no mere first-rank sect. This was the strength of at least a 7th-rank sect. "Elder Zhao, are you satisfied with what you have seen?" Lin Yue's voice suddenly reached Zhao Ye's ears, laced with a hint of mockery. His Sect Master Lin truly possesses overwhelming power. What do you plan to do with me? Xiao Yu said with indifference. He was already dead, only his soul remained and his sect had been destroyed because of him. There was nothing left for him to fear. Why annihilation of body and soul, of course. With a snap of Lin Yu's fingers, Xiao Yu's soul vanished from the world. Lin Yue looked toward the not-so-distant slogan of, "Art is an exploding star," that rang out incessantly. Watching the others frenziedly slaughtering the people of the Blood Abyss Mansion, he smiled faintly. Lin Yu's gaze swept slowly across the watching cultivators. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with perfect clarity. The Blood Abyss Mansion humiliated my Misty Cloud Sect's disciples and myself. Today it is annihilated. Henceforth, should any sect dare to offend my Misty Cloud Sect. He paused and his tone turned suddenly severe. First, today's massacre is purely for personal grievance. Henceforth, any sect that dares to offend my Misty Cloud Sect, the Blood Abyss Mansion, will be their fate. Second, an elder of the 10,000 Sword Valley mocked me, so next my Misty Cloud Sect will annihilate the 10,000 Sword Valley. Third, my Misty Cloud Sect is now opening its doors to accept disciples. Anyone regardless of origin under the age of 18 who passes the Jade Stairway and reaches the Mountain Gate shall become a disciple of my Misty Cloud Sect. These three announcements spread through the entire southern domain like thunderbolts from a clear sky. Then a voice rang out, interesting. So the southern domain has such an overbearing sect, even more arrogant than this young master. Lin Yue looked toward the source of the voice. A young man in magnificent brocade robes stood not far away. Mid-phase of the 6th-tier integration realm. Lin Yue narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you have a problem?" "I wouldn't presume to have an opinion, but isn't your Piao Miao sect being a bit too overbearing in front of the entire world?" The young man casually shook the folding fan in his hand. My god, the folding fan in his hand is actually a heaven-rank high-grade weapon. Wait, a heaven-rank? I heard that Fan Yu, the young city lord of Xinghue City, a 7th-rank force in the eastern domain, is coming to the southern domain. His signature weapon is a heaven-rank high-grade folding fan. Yes. I heard this fan is not just a heaven-rank weapon. It's also a symbol of Xinghue City's identity. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Yue finally realized this guy was here to show off. Lin Yue grabbed toward the void, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The man stared at Lin Yue in shock, and Fan Yu also stared at Lin Yue in shock. Lin Yue had no time for their shock. "I have no interest in idle talk with juniors. What are you here for?" The man who had been pulled from the void still hadn't recovered. He was a lofty existence at the 4th level of the Sage Realm, yet he had been dragged out like a chicken. Lin Yue saw that he wasn't speaking, and said, "If you cannot satisfy me, I don't mind going to destroy your Xinghue City in the eastern domain first." Hearing Lin Yue's words, the sage instinctively trembled, even his soul quaking. Fan Yu heard this, and said, "Oh, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you?" Before he could finish, the sage cut off Fan Yu. "Shut your mouth." Fan Yu looked at the sage in shock. This sage was a guest elder of Xinghue City, equivalent to an elder of a sect. Xinghue City was similar to the Qishua Manor. Its strongest was the city lord at the 7th level of the Sage Realm, while the rest were guest elders at low sage levels. Being able to drag him out of the void with bare hands was at least something their city lord couldn't do. Suddenly a shocking thought appeared in his mind. Quasi-emperor or great emperor? A great emperor, who knew whether those sects had great emperors? Even if they did, they were probably nearing the end of their lifespans, 1 foot already through the gates of death. Senior, by order of the 9th-rank Qingyun Sect, we have come to notify the younger generations of all sects in the Southern Domain to hold the Southern Domain Grand Competition. The top 10 sects will compete against the top 10 sects of our Eastern Domain. In the end, 5 sects will be selected to head to the Central Domain to compete with the sects from the Western and Northern Domains for the top 3. Lin Yue listened to the sage's words casually and said, "What's in it for me? The top 3 can obtain holy artifacts, holy medicines, and even quasi-emperor weapons." Lin Yue truly couldn't care less, but at that moment a voice sounded in the minds of the Piao Miao Sect disciples. Sect quest triggered. Have the sect's disciples participate in the grand competition and win the final championship. Southern Domain top 3 1000 contribution points. Southeastern Domain champion 3000 contribution points. 4 Domain champion 100 contribution points. Note, every member of the sect will receive this. Lin Yue initially didn't want to participate, but then he thought, if Chen and the others won the championship, the Piao Miao Sect's reputation would be spread, and he would also get contribution points. By the way, Lin Yue would receive the same amount of contribution points as any sect member earned. Alright, got it. Lin Yue nodded and smiled. But can you repeat the first point I just made? At that moment the sage suddenly remembered Lin Yue's words, that the annihilation of a sect was a personal grudge. He trembled and said to Lin Yue, "Senior, must it really be like this?" Lin Yuan shrugged and ignored him. "Clean up the battlefield," Xian Ming said to the others. They quickly swept through the Qishua Manor collecting spirit stones, cultivation methods, pills, and weapons. "You can notify Xinghue City to prepare for defense. After we finish cleaning up, we'll go to your Xinghue City," Lin Yue said indifferently. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. He had never imagined that the southern domain, the weakest of the 4 domains, would have such a powerhouse. After all, the strongest force in the southern domain was only a 6th-ranked sect. In the eastern domain alone, there were no fewer than 10 7th-ranked sects, and there were even 3 8th-ranked sects. Lin Yue looked at the sage and continued, I can see that you know how to be sensible. If you sever ties with Qingyun City, now you may still keep your life. At this, Xuan Yuan roared, Guest Elder Zhang, don't be scared by this brat. Qingyun City isn't afraid of him. Just because he destroyed a 4th-ranked sect, does he think he's invincible? Hearing Zhang Fanyas roar, the sage wore a bitter smile. Those below the sage realm ultimately could not understand the power of a sage. Even the lowest first-level sage, unless facing a great emperor, would still have some ability to resist. But now facing Lin Yue, he had absolutely no strength left to resist. He had been pulled out just like that. Thinking of this, the sage said to Zhang Fanyu, Young City Lord, if you have the chance, convey my thanks to the City Lord for his care over the years. Zhang Yu, are you sure you want to betray Qingyun City? Zhang Yu ignored him, cupped his hands toward Lin Yue, and said, Senior, I'll take my leave now. Lin Yue nodded. By now Yi Chun and the others had also looted the Qishua Manor clean. Looking at Zhang Fanyu standing frozen in place, he said, Let's go, young City Lord Jiang. Let's go see Qingyun City. With a snap of Lin Yu's fingers, they appeared in the eastern domain. Looking down at the city below, Lin Yue said lightly, So young City Lord Jiang, will you announce our arrival, or should we just attack directly? Hearing Lin Yu's mocking words, Zhang Fanyu was furious. If you've got the ability, then attack. Before the words faded, several cultivators at the 8th rank Tribulation Transcendence realm flew over. Don't you know flying is forbidden within Qingyun City? Zhang Fanyu saw the arrivals and shouted excitedly, Guard Chen, quickly tell my father that someone is attacking the city. But before Zhang Fanyu could finish, Lin Yue said impatiently, boring. Immediately afterward, Xianming smiled and snapped his fingers. In an instant, those guards were reduced to dust. Hee Sect Master, it's finally my turn to earn contribution points. Xianming chuckled. Seeing that the others had earned 30,000 contribution points from destroying 2 sects, while he still had nothing, it would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. The moment those guards turned to dust, alarms suddenly sounded in Qingyun City below, and then a high-grade formation appeared enveloping Qingyun City. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Seeing that the formation had fully activated, Zhang Fanyu sneered. Haha, I'd like to see how you destroy my Qingyun City now. Little did he know that his arrogance would bring utter disaster upon Qingyun City. Lin Yue said indifferently, make your Yichun Su Mushua Lin Wainer, the 3 immortals, and Tan, Qian simultaneously pressed the energy bestowed by Lin Yue into their chests. A violent surge of power erupted from each of them. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Qingyun City, Lord Zhang Li was in the midst of intimate exertions with his newly acquired 20th concubine. Suddenly, he sensed a violent fluctuation and jolted with a start. His 20th concubine furrowed her delicate brows, gently poking the back of his hand with her fingertip, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. Really, you didn't even last 5 seconds today. Zhang Li gazed weakly at the beauty before him and let out a sheepish chuckle. Next time. This time I truly have urgent matters. Before the words had even faded, the City Lord's armor, forged of black iron, had already clad his body like flowing light, the interlocking plates clashing with crisp ringing notes. While Zhang Li was twitching in bed outside the formation, Xianming said to Zhang Fanyu, Boy, let me show you what true power looks like. A bag of rice needs to be carried up how many floors? 1 bag to the 2nd floor, 1 bag to be given by me, 1 bag. Ah, the pain of it. Shinra Tensei. The moment those final 3 syllables fell with Xianming at the epicenter, ripples of pitch-black energy erupted outward with a deafening roar. Wherever the ripples passed, the very air was torn into spiderweb-like fissures. The city guarding grand formation trembled under the impact, and in an instant became covered with dense cracks before shattering with a sharp crack into countless specks of light that scattered into the wind. When Zhang Li finished his trembling and arrived above Qingyun City, the sight that greeted him was the utterly shattered formation. Sensing the power of the figures before him, his heart chilled with dread. All of them stood at the pinnacle of the Sage realm. Even Quasi-Emperor level strength. 8 Quasi-Emperors had come knocking at his door. He did not believe anyone could withstand the might of 8 Quasi-Emperors. The power Lin Yue had granted Chen Xian was also at the pinnacle of the Sage realm. And the pinnacle of the Sage realm was also known as the Quasi-Emperor realm. Stepping forward, he said, I had no idea such distinguished seniors were gracing my humble city. Please forgive my failure to welcome you. May I ask in what way Qingyun City has offended you? Pray enlighten me. This little brat, you know him, don't you? He openly mocked this seat. Lin Yue pointed at Zhang Fanyu beside him. Zhang Fanyu shouted, Father, save me. Zhang Li was stunned for a moment, then bellowed, Whose child are you? How dare you call me that? Upon hearing those words, Zhang Fanyu froze as well. Father, it's me. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Do you? I don't know any you. Zhang Li denied hastily. Are you joking? 7 Quasi-Emperors were still eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Given the look of things, it was obvious the little wretch had stirred up trouble again. Jiang Li bent his waist until it nearly touched the ground, his hands clutching desperately at the hem of his robes. Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks, and even his voice trembled. Senior, I truly do not know this boy. I have no idea who he is pretending to be, the young lord of Xinhui City. Please do not believe a single word of his nonsense. Even as he spoke, he stole sidelong glances at Lin Yue, searching that indifferent face for any sign of softening. But Lin Yue merely watched him in silence. And the sudden stillness in the air was the most suffocating thing of all. That abrupt silence made his heart tighten with panic. There was not a trace of doubt in those eyes, only the quiet mockery of one who simply watches another perform. Jiang Fanyu was completely dumbfounded. He staggered forward a step, pointing at Jiang Li's nose, his voice hoarse, as if scraped raw by sandpaper. Father, what are you saying? You don't recognize me. Fanyu. How can you pretend not to know me? Hearing Jiang Fanyu's words, Jiang Li felt utterly helpless. Ancestor, you went out and brought back 8 quasi-emperors, and you blame me for not acknowledging you. Who would dare acknowledge you in this situation? The entire Eastern Domain does not even have 8 quasi-emperors, yet you brought them all back in one trip. If you had brought 8 quasi-emperors to pledge their allegiance, I would not only acknowledge you, I would gladly swap places and call you father. But now, judging by their demeanor and his knowledge of his own son, it was plain that these people had come to settle accounts. Silence. Jiang Li whipped his head around, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Where did this madman come from? How dare he slander this city lord? Men dragged this lunatic away at once. That said, he still had to save the boy. If he did not save his own son, whose son was he supposed to save? So he immediately said to Lin Yue and the others, this madman came out of nowhere. Let me take him away and teach him a lesson, make him see why the flowers are so red. With that, he shot a meaningful glance at the sages beside him, signaling them to take Jiang Fanyu off his hands. But how could Lin Yue fail to see through his scheme? Lin Yue said calmly, City Lord Jiang, no more acting. Whether you acknowledge him or not, the fate of Xinhui City today will not change. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Jiang Li's heart seemed to skip half a beat. In the next instant, Xian Ming erupted with overwhelming power. Jiang Li's face instantly turned deathly pale as he staggered backward. Great Emperor. Realizing what he faced, Jiang Li fled at once. A living Great Emperor was not something he could ever resist. If it had been a quasi-emperor, he might have been able to fight, but a Great Emperor was utterly impossible. Lin Yue waved his hand lightly. Yi Chen, Su Mushiue, and the others moved instantly. The long sword in Yi Chen's hand blazed with golden radiance as the power of a quasi-emperor surged along the blade. With a single light slash of sword, chi, dozens of zhang long tore through the air, cleaving straight toward a sage. That sage resisted with all his might, but it was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In just a few breaths, he was split in two by the heaven-scorching sword. Su Muxu's yin-yang sword descended like a torrential storm wreathed in ice flame power, piercing through every cultivator upon the city walls with deadly precision. Lin Weiner's flute melody rose, and wherever the sound passed, it seemed all fell into a dreamlike trance, dying in bliss. Watching all of this, Jiang Li's pupils shrank, and with a thud he fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Please spare Xinhui City. I am willing to offer all my resources, spirit stones, cultivation arts, weapons, I will give them all to you. Only spare my Xinhui City. Lin Yue turned to look at Jiang Fanyu. Well, how do you like the scene now? Jiang Fanyu was terrified out of his wits. He collapsed onto the ground, forgetting even how to cry, merely murmuring, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Xinhui City? Seeing his son reduced to a fool, Jiang Li could not help but roar, what exactly did you do? Why do they want to exterminate our entire family? He knew all too well what kind of scum his son was. The boy must have been swaggering around outside, relying on the status of his sage father to stir up trouble everywhere. I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked the Misty Sect. Please spare Xinhui City. Jiang Fanyu likewise fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. This seat already told you back then. Offend my Misty Sect and annihilation is merely standard procedure. Jiang Fanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how he tried, he could not understand how a few mocking words had led to such a fate. Jiang Li finally realized that Lin Yue and his group had no intention of sparing Xinhui City today. He lunged fiercely at Lin Yue. He'll fight you to the death. But before he could even touch the hem of Lin Yue's robe, Xian Ming stomped on his chest. With a crisp crack, all of Jiang Li's ribs shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly withering into feebleness. Noisy. Xian Ming clicked his tongue, then snapped his fingers casually, and the top expert of the Eastern Domain, a city lord at the 8th layer of the Sage Realm, was reduced to dust. The cultivators on the city wall were already frightened out of their wits. Some knelt and begged for mercy, others turned and ran, but none could escape the pursuit of Yi Chun and his companions. In less than half an hour, the once prosperous Xinhui City was left with only collapsed walls, shattered stones, and pools of blood. Not a trace of life remained. Lin Yue stood atop the city wall, gazing at the ruins below, his eyes entirely unruffled. To him, anyone who insulted Piaomiao Sect had always had only one end: annihilation of their clan. Lin Yue looked at Jiang Fanyu. What do you think? Satisfied now? In response, Zhang Fanyu could only weep. Lin Yue smiled faintly and snapped his fingers, and that arrogant young lord of the manor followed his father to the grave. Taking advantage of the sage's power while it had not yet expired, they carried out a frenzied slaughter across Xinghue City. Along with Liuhua Gate and Qishua Manor, each of them had accumulated nearly 100,000 contribution points. What followed was the usual battlefield cleanup. Spirit Stone's cultivation arts equipment all packaged and taken away. A white banner embroidered with dragon patterns was planted in the center of Xinghue City, fluttering in the wind. On the banner were embroidered for vigorous ancient characters Southern Domain, Piao. Alright, the last one is Wanjian Valley, Lin Yue said softly. While Lin Yue was destroying Xinghue City in the eastern domain, countless people had already begun stepping onto the heart-questioning stairs at the foot of Piao Sect. Piao Sect rose to fame in a single battle, annihilating Liuhua Gate and Qishua Manor with overwhelming strength. Moreover, it was now known that Piao Sect possessed a sage realm powerhouse. This alone was enough to elevate Piao Sect to a 7th grade sect. After all, Jinling's sect, the overlord of the southern domain, had only 3 sages. What's more, Jinling's sect was extremely strict in recruiting disciples. Ordinary people could not enter it at all. Now Piao Sect, which possessed a sage realm expert, was openly accepting disciples. Anyone under 18, regardless of talent or family background, could become a Piao disciple as long as they reached the summit. This news spread rapidly through the southern domain, and even the eastern and western domains bordering it rushed toward Piao Sect. Gazing at Xinghue City burning fiercely below, Chen Xian said to Lin Yue, Sect Master, quite a crowd has gathered at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps we should return to the sect for a while. Lin Yue nodded. Let's go back and see how many people will be able to enter our Piao Sect this time. In the blink of an eye, they appeared within Piao Sect. Standing atop Piao Peak, they watched the figures walking along the heart-questioning stairs below. The heart-questioning stairs had a unique trait. If you were willing to give your life for Piao Sect, you would reach the summit as easily as walking up an ordinary flight of stairs. Conversely, if your heart harbored ulterior motives, you would be unable to advance. Lin Yue stood with his hands behind his back at the cloud cliff edge on Piao Peak, his robes snapping loudly in the mountain wind. His gaze burned like a torch as he swept across the winding dragon-like stairs below. Dense figures moved upon the steps like prayer beads pulled by fate, measuring with every footstep their devotion to Piao Sect. At the lowest section, a group of youths in coarse cloth clothes were fighting their way upward. Most came from remote towns in the southern domain, their faces still marked with youthful innocence, yet their eyes were resolute. Piao Sect had given them hope. They too could cultivate immortality. Among them, a tall, thin youth carried a worn cloth bundle filled with clothes sewn by his mother through the night. Every step he took was especially steady. If he was truly fortunate enough to enter Piao Sect, he would not hesitate to die 10,000 deaths. Holding that thought, the youth stepped onto the heart-questioning stairs. The moment he stepped in, he instinctively shut his eyes, then slowly opened them. The danger he had expected never came. On his way there, he had heard that some sects used illusionary realms to test people. The expected illusion did not appear. He looked at his surroundings and saw no change at all. He started upward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon he walked faster and faster until he was running. Those around him watched enviously. Some of them could hardly even lift their feet. It was as if an invisible gravity pressed down on their feet, keeping them from moving forward. Some with impure intentions had barely set foot on the stairs before an unseen force hurled them back. The vast majority of the people here had only wanted to join Piao Sect because it had risen so powerfully. If the sect ever lost its splendor, it would already be a stroke of luck if these people did not take the opportunity to stomp on it. 3 youths in brocade robes were gripping the edges of the stairs desperately, their faces pale as paper. Jade pendants hung from their waists, characteristic of wealthy southern domain merchants. Clearly they were trying to ride the wave of Piao Sect's rise to build a future for themselves. One of them gritted his teeth and tried to climb up, but as soon as his foot touched another step, an invisible force flipped him over and sent him rolling several steps down. Why? He shouted, clutching his chest. My family has been merchants for generations. We have money to offer the sect. Why won't you let me up? Standing beside Lin Yue, Chen Xian watched the scene and silently shook his head. Then Lin Yue's gaze suddenly fell on a girl in the middle section of the heart-questioning stairs. The girl was about 15 or 16, wearing a gray gown washed white from wear. Each step she took was extremely slow, but her eyes were remarkably firm. Behind her followed a little boy of 7 or 8, apparently her younger brother. The two held hands and walked slowly up the heart-questioning stairs. Interesting. Lin Yue quietly probed the girl's mind. In the next moment, a flicker of surprise passed through his eye. There was no grand ambition in the girl's heart, no craving for power. Only a single thought: stay alive. Let her brother stay alive. Let herself stay alive. She took half a piece of hard cornbread from her old clothes, broke off most of it, and handed it to her brother. Eat some first, or you won't have the strength to walk. Her brother shook his head and pushed it back. You eat, sis. I still have strength. Lin Yue stood with his hands behind his back, a thread of faint spiritual energy gathering at his fingertip, quietly wrapping around Xiaoya's body. The child's breathing was weak and unsteady. Clearly, he had been hungry for too long. If not for sheer stubbornness, he would likely have collapsed halfway up the mountain. He might not even have made it to Piaomiao Sect. As long as I can stay at Piaomiao Sect and have something to eat, even if I have to do the hardest, dirtiest work, even if the sect needs me to take a blade one day, I'm willing. They were not grand declarations, yet they touched the heart more deeply than any fiery oath. Chu Hao, Lin Yue called. Your disciple is here. Have your mother cook a large pot of rice porridge. If anything is missing, go exchange for it directly. Yes. He left quickly after speaking. Through the self-detonation, Chu Hao's cultivation had also reached the third-tier core formation stage. There are quite a few people with unyielding hearts this time, Lin Yue said. Indeed, Sect Master, these people are the future of Piaomiao Sect. Chen Xian echoed from beside him. The brother and sister slowly walked along the heart-questioning stairs. For them, their greatest difficulty now was hunger. At this moment, the elder sister had only one simple thought: hurry faster. Once we reach the top, Xiao Yu will be able to eat. Hold on a little longer. I can't let Xiao Yu suffer. There was no trace of wavering, no distracting thought. Just as she finally stepped onto the last stair, her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed. Xiao Yu slipped down from her back and grabbed hold of her. Sis, I'm fine. The sister forced a faint smile and looked up at what lay not far ahead. Several people stood over there. The white-robed man at the front had an extraordinary bearing. When his gaze fell on her, it carried no pressure, only a trace of warmth. She knew he must be Lin Yue, the sect master of Piaomiao Sect. Lin Yue walked over, and 2 bowls of steaming hot rice porridge appeared in his hands. He handed the porridge to the siblings. Eat. The older sister took the bowl and fed Xiao Yu first. Seeing her younger brother wolfing down the food, her eyes reddened slightly, and she ladled half of her own bowl into his. You should eat too. There is plenty more. Lin Yu's voice came again. The girl looked up and met his eyes. There was no contempt, no pity in that gaze, only absolute calm. She bit her lip and whispered, Thank you, Sect Master. Then, without caring for propriety, she bent her head and ate. Seeing this, Lin Yue waved a hand, and the large pot of porridge flew over before the siblings. No rush. Eat slowly. There is enough. When he judged that they had nearly eaten their fill, Lin Yue asked softly, what is your name? Su Ling. He is my brother Su Yu. Why did you come to Piaomiao Sect? Su Ling's voice dropped, choked with tears. Our hometown is Hueha Town on the border of the southern domain. A few months ago, disciples from Liuhua Gate passed through, burned the town, and killed our parents. We fled all the way here. When we heard Piaomiao Sect was recruiting disciples, I wanted to try. As long as Xiao Yu and I can survive, I am willing to do anything. Lin Yue looked at her and said slowly, since you two have reached the mountaintop and stand before the sect, you are now disciples of Piaomiao Sect. Are you willing to serve Piaomiao Sect? Su Ling suddenly raised her head, a flicker of light in her eyes. I am willing. As long as I can stay, I can endure any hardship. Good. Lin Yue stood up and said to Chen Xian, arrange for her to enter the Spirit Herb Garden and study pharmacology under Elder Lu. For now, Xiao Yu will stay at the sect with Mother Chu. We'll talk again once he is older. Chen Xian bowed. Yes, Sect Master. Su Ling looked at Lin Yue, then suddenly knelt and kowtowed 3 times. Thank you, Sect Master. I, Su Ling Xue, vow in this life never to betray Piaomiao Sect. Lin Yue helped her to her feet. Rise. Remember here, as long as you do not fail Piaomiao Sect will never fail you. Su Ling supported Su Yu, looking at the pot of rice porridge before them still steaming. The dampness in her eyes could no longer be held back and slid down her cheeks. Su Yu took small bites of porridge, grains of rice clinging to the corners of his mouth, yet he still looked up and smiled at Su Ling. Sis, the porridge is so sweet. Lin Yue watched this scene. Oh, a touch of warmth seeped into the calm deep in his eyes. At that moment, 3 more boys and 2 girls passed the heart-questioning stairs and arrived before the sect. Without exception, they were all filthy, and some had clothes that were little more than tatters. 2 of the boys had come to repay an act of kindness. Their older sisters had been taken by the young lord of Qishua Manor. When they heard that Piaomiao Sect had wiped out Qishua Manor, they were overwhelmed with excitement. When they learned that Piaomiao Sect was openly accepting disciples, they came hoping to do their part for the sect. Lin Yue looked at Chen Xian. It seems we were right to destroy them. Chen Xian replied, there is no such thing as right or wrong here. In the cultivation world, the strong devour the weak, and every sect will have its rotten elements. Take our Piaomiao Sect, for example. With you as sect master, and with the heart-questioning stairs in place, it is certain that no rotten elements will appear. But if you were gone, who can guarantee that none would come? Lin Yue found Chen Xian's words very convincing. Throughout 5,000 years of Huaxia, every founding emperor had hoped that the dynasty he established would endure for 10,000 generations. But what actually happened? King Wen pulled the carriage for 800 steps, and the great Zhou ruled for 800 years. Did Jichong not wish every generation to be a sage ruler, every generation an enlightened monarch? At that moment, Lin, you could only say that as long as he was the sect master of Piaomiao Sect, no rotten elements would appear in it. Lin Yue then set down a few rules for the sect. A technique hall was established housing the foundational technique, Misty Mystery Art, generated by the system. There were also techniques plundered from Blazing Fire Sect, Crimson Blood Manor, and Star Glory City, such as Heavenly Flame Art, Crimson Serpent Blood Rage, and Starlight Earth. It had to be said that Star Glory City truly deserved its reputation as a rank 7 sect with profound resources. Techniques and equipment from low to high grade were already all available. But after a glance, Lin Yue found these techniques somewhat inferior to the Misty Mystery art. He calculated that of the countless people who came to Misty Sect, only 18 had passed the heart-questioning stairway to reach the sect gate. Lin Yue believed that as the fame of Misty Sect continued to grow, more disciples would surely come. Consider this: if you earn a monthly salary of 3,000, and someone suddenly tells you that you can enter a state-owned enterprise with a monthly salary of 10,000 plus just by showing loyalty, wouldn't your heart waver? Loyalty is the cheapest thing in today's society. But in the cultivation world, it's different. Loyalty matters more than talent. At that moment, Chen walked over. He had already stepped into the 6th level of the Unity realm. Master, our Misty Sect will surely grow stronger in the future. Why don't we build a city at the foot of the mountain? First, it will be convenient for the families of our fellow disciples. Second, we can also earn some spirit stones. Hearing Chen's words, Lin Yue's eyes lit up. The second point Chen mentioned was trivial, but the first point was indeed something Lin Yue had not considered. You make a good point. He'll leave this matter to you. Use spirit stones as you see fit. I have only one requirement: since we're doing this, we must do it to the best. I want this city to become the most luxurious and grandest city in the Xuan Yuan Continent. Yes, this disciple accepts the mission. Chen was overjoyed. Xianming, Sect Master, I am here. Take Chen to visit cities in the other 3 domains for reference. We must build the most luxurious and grandest city, and its name shall be Misty City. Yes. Xianming snapped his fingers, and in an instant he and Chen appeared in the eastern domain. Beneath their feet lay the most renowned cracked cloud city nestled between 2 peaks. The city walls, built from cyan boulders, rose 30 zhang high, their surfaces carved with runes to ward off wind and beasts. When the wind passed, the runes glimmered with a faint blue light. Xianming spoke. Cracked Cloud City is backed by Cracked Cloud Peak, drawing mountain springs into the city's canals. This not only solves the drinking water problem, but also regulates the city's temperature. When we build Misty City, we can channel the sect's water to fall vertically, then arrange spirit-gathering formations to make the spiritual energy within the city 30% richer than the outside. It will be more suitable for disciples to reside and cultivate. Before the spiritual light on Xianming's fingertip had faded, Chen already felt the wind by his ears suddenly cease. He looked up and saw a colossal city stretching dozens of miles, standing imposingly before him. The arcane patterns engraved on the city walls shimmered in the sunlight. Occasionally, cultivators flying on artifacts would halt at the city gate to undergo inspection. This is Overwhelming Sea City, the #1 city in the eastern domain. Because it was built by the East Sea, half of its revenue comes from maritime trade. Observe carefully. Xianming's voice was not loud, yet it reached Chen's ears with perfect clarity. His figure shifted slightly and landed by a window on the 2nd floor of a tavern. All you need is a reference. Don't worry about materials or formations. Just focus on how to make the appearance as luxurious and reasonable as possible. As the two were speaking, a commotion suddenly arose downstairs. Chen leaned over to look and saw a squad of cultivators in blue uniforms escorting several carriages into the city. The carriages bore the mark of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. As their wheels rolled over the streets, not a trace of dust was stirred up. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that spirit-gathering formations were embedded beneath the stone slabs of the entire main street. Spiritual energy seeped out through the cracks between the stones, not only nourishing cultivators, but also leaving mortals refreshed as they walked. The builder of Overwhelming Sea City truly had a clear vision. Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Xianming set down his teacup. Mortals and cultivators live together without disturbing one another. The main streets are for merchant caravans, the side alleys lead to residences, the eastern part of the city hosts the mortal market, and the western part is the cultivator trading district. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to accommodate the families of your fellow disciples. Why not borrow this approach? In Misty City, divide a mortal quarter and a cultivator quarter with a formation separating the two. It will preserve tranquility and let mortals absorb a bit of spiritual energy to prolong their lives and improve their health. Hearing Xianming's words, Chen hastily took out his notebook and began writing. Just as he was about to ask more questions, a wall of water suddenly rose at the city gate, followed by several dull thuds. Xianming raised an eyebrow slightly. Sea demons are attacking the city. Watch how they handle it. A massive water net suddenly appeared above Overwhelming Sea City, enveloping the entire city. The arcane patterns on the city walls flared to life, and dozens of water pillars shot out from hidden openings, striking precisely at the surging dark shadows beneath the sea surface. In less than half an incense stick's time, the water screen dispersed, and the cultivators dragged several sea demon corpses, each roughly a zhang in length, outside the city. The guards at the city gate remained orderly, and some peddlers even seized the opportunity to hawk sea demon scales. The response was swift, yet it lacked a touch of warmth. Chen suddenly spoke. Seeing Xianming cast a questioning glance, he continued, When the sea demons attacked just now in the western mortal quarter, a child was crying, yet no cultivator stepped forward to comfort him. If Misty City is to become the greatest in the Xuan Yuan Continent, it shouldn't rely solely on scale and luxury. It must also give its residents a sense of belonging. At these words, a glint of approval flashed through Xianming's eyes. Well said. He then raised his hand, summoned a gentle breeze, and carried the two of them to the highest tower, an overwhelming sea city, the Sea Viewing Pavilion. At the top of the Sea Viewing Pavilion, a sea-calming pearl the size of a fist was embedded. Cultivators inside only needed to inject spiritual power to see the sea surface scenery from 100 li away. Chen stared at the flowing spiritual light of the sea-calming pearl, and suddenly an idea struck him. This disciple has an idea. In the center of Misty City, we can build a lofty cloud tower. Within the tower, 7-star spirit crystals can be embedded. They would serve as the core of the city-wide spirit-gathering formation, while also allowing cultivators to ascend the tower to observe the city's activities or admire the grandeur of Misty City. Beneath the tower, we can establish the Heart Union Hall. Anyone with relatives cultivating in the sect can receive monthly spirit stone subsidies there. In times of crisis, they can also use the communication formation in the hall to contact the sect directly. That's quite interesting. Xianming smiled. This disciple also wants to plant carefree willows in the mortal quarter. This tree emits a faint fragrance that calms the mind. Mortals who smell it are less prone to anxiety, and cultivators can also ease their cultivation pressure while staying there. How thoughtful. Xianming nodded in praise. We've taken the best of overwhelming Sea City's orderliness and its sea-calming pearl's early warning system. Next, let's visit Frostflower City in the northern domain. Before his words faded, a piercing chill enveloped them. Chen looked up and saw a city built entirely of translucent frost condensation jade. Pale white spirit-warming formations wound around the outer city walls. Where the formation light fell upon the snow, tender green sprouts emerged in rings. Looking at the magnificent architecture, Chen suddenly felt immense pressure. Afterwards, Xianming took Chen to see Heavenly Star City in the northern domain and Late Autumn City in the southern domain, and Chen was utterly astounded by both. When the two returned to Misty Sect, Lin Yue was already waiting in the main hall. Chen reported all his experiences and ideas from these days. Lin Yue sat in the main seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, his eyes full of smiles. It seems you've gained quite a lot. Then let's begin construction. 3 days later, thunderous rumbles sounded at the foot of Misty Sect's mountain. Chen stood on an open expanse of flat ground, holding the city defense blueprint in his hand. The base materials for the entire city were obtained by Lin Yue from the system. Some of those materials were so premium that even Xianming drooled at the sight. Since they were going to do it, they might as well do it to the highest standard. Glazed gold cloud pattern bricks poured out from the storage ring. As they landed on the warm jade foundation, they seemed to possess a spirit of their own, interlocking seamlessly, so perfectly that even the wind could not slip through. Dozens of heaven-forged puppets cast from dark iron floated in midair, their spiritual hammers rising and falling as they struck the azure crystal rock of the city walls until it gleamed with a lustrous sheen. These were the supreme artisan puppets Lin Yue had obtained from his daily check-in reward. They could toil ceaselessly without rest. On the second day after deciding to build Misty City, the check-in system gave him exactly this. Well, if a power fantasy isn't satisfying, it wouldn't be a power fantasy. Chen stood on the temporarily constructed stargazing platform, and the city defense blueprint in his hand slowly unfurled as spiritual power was infused into it. The locations of the Mortal Quarter Cultivator Market and other areas were marked with spiritual light, and even the widths of the streets and alleys had been meticulously deliberated. Lord Dragon, I plan to set up the spirit-warming formation in the Mortal Quarter in 3 layers. The outer layer will channel living water from the sect's mountain stream around the district, providing both irrigation and temperature regulation. The middle layer will be inscribed with soul-calming patterns which, combined with the fragrance of the carefree willows, will let mortals sleep soundly at night. The inner layer will have low-grade spirit-gathering pearls embedded. Though not as rich as the cultivator district, they can still spare the elderly from much pain and illness. Following Chen's gesture, Xianming looked over and saw several sect disciples carefully planting carefree willow saplings into the soil. The moment the saplings touched the warm jade foundation, they rapidly sprouted new shoots, and a faint green fragrance instantly permeated the air. Even the mortal laborers transporting materials nearby couldn't help but slow their pace, much of their weariness melting away. Why were there mortals? Lin Yue had considered that cultivators contended with heaven, with earth, and with men. But what about mortals? Who had ever considered their lives? Some big shot once said to let some people get rich first, then lead the majority to prosperity. But what was the result? Lin Yue couldn't help but recall his past life. An ordinary corporate slave in the 21st century who had died from overwork. But who had ever led him to prosperity? In the end, he had still worked overtime just to survive, without even overtime pay. That was why he had Tan Xian recruit workers from the surrounding areas, giving them a chance to support their families. As for why he didn't just hand out money directly, it would have been a thankless effort. Lin Yue would bet that if he did that once the money stopped they would turn around and bite him. You've already given for so many days, so many years. Why can't you keep giving? Lin Yue only wanted to say one thing WTF. So Lin Yue felt that hiring workers was much more convenient. Dangerous tasks could be given to the heaven-forged puppets. Then the mortals just had to move things, plant trees, and the like. The city lord of Hanhai City, Lin Xiaoyan, who was also Lin Weiner's father, brought the entire city's populace over ready to join Misty City. After all, he had once been a city lord and had some experience in building cities. With Lin Xiaoyan's help, Misty City quickly took shape. A month later, Misty City was finally completed. Seeing such a magnificent city, Lin Yue was astounded. At that moment, Yi Chun rushed over to report, Master, Misty City has been successfully completed with a total area of 2 million square meters. How much? Lin Yue was startled. 2 million, Yi Chun repeated. Good heavens, the Forbidden City is only 7,200 square meters. And my Misty City is 2 million. Awesome, awesome. Gazing at the massive city before him, Lin Yue raised his hand, and a wooden plaque appeared in his palm. The mere aura emanating from that plaque was enough to shake one's soul. It was made of dragon whisker spirit wood, which Lin Yue had obtained in exchange for 5,000 contribution points. 5,000 contribution points just for a single plaque. That alone showed how precious it was. Dragon whisker spirit wood, its surface is naturally veined with golden silk patterns. It feels as warm and smooth as jade, and carries 1,000 years of pure spiritual energy capable of drawing the spiritual resonance of heaven and earth to converge upon it. Lin Yue stepped forward, pressing his palm against the smooth surface of the spirit wood. A wisp of pale gold spiritual power gathered at his fingertip. Using spiritual power as a brush, he slowly wrote 3 characters across the center of the wood Piaomiao City. The instant his brushstroke finished, the golden silk patterns on the plaque blazed with violent flickers. A beam of violet gold spiritual light shot into the sky, piercing straight through the clouds. The scattered clouds in the sky were stirred by the spiritual light and slowly gathered into 3 giant cloud characters. Piaomiao City, hovering above the city. Even more astonishingly, as Lin Yue's final stroke fell, the 3 characters Piaomiao City on the spirit would seem to come alive. Every stroke was wrapped in a faint halo of spiritual light. Mortals who looked upon it felt their hearts grow peaceful, while cultivators who drew near sensed spiritual power circulating through their bodies on its own, and even their cultivation speed increased by several degrees. Sect Master, with this move you'll make the entire Xuan Yuan Continent know of Piaomiao City. Chen Xian gazed at the cloud words in the sky, his voice filled with astonishment. By now the mortals at the city gate had already crowded around. The old cart driver from earlier pushed his way to the very front, craned his neck to look at the characters on the wood, and his voice trembled with excitement. I've lived for 60 years, and these 3 words, Piaomiao City, make me feel at ease the moment I look. Beside him a woman held a child who had been crying non-stop. But the moment they entered Piaomiao City, the child stopped instantly, opened its round bright eyes, reached toward the plaque hanging high above, and giggled with pure joy. Lin Yue watched the scene, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Now then he began, all disciples and elders, your disciples and elders await your command. Earlier in the secret realm, the young valley lord of Wanjian Valley attempted to seize the sword of my direct disciple Su Mushua. He was slain by the 3 elders Hu, Lu, and Yang. The elder who led the team went even further and mocked me outside the secret realm. That one has already been tortured by me until his soul was scattered and destroyed. But my Piaomiao sect does not tolerate the slightest ridicule or humiliation. Tell me what should be done. Yi Chun led the shout, annihilate their sect. Annihilate their sect. Annihilate their sect. Correct. Remember this, whoever provokes my Piaomiao sect, even from afar, shall have their sect annihilated. Whether you are outer disciples, or inner disciples, outer elders, or inner elders, remember this clearly. If anyone dares to provoke you, there is only one response. Annihilate their entire sect. If they have a sect, destroy their sect. If they have no sect, destroy their entire family. Go to your senior brothers and sisters when necessary, go to the elders when necessary. In a word, only the Piaomiao sect may take the initiative to provoke others. No one may provoke the Piaomiao sect. If anyone does, they will be dead men. Of course, if I discover any sect member oppressing the common people, seizing women by force, or doing anything of that sort, I will make them regret being born into this world. Death would be a luxury for them. We await your command, Sect Master. Everyone chorused. Now tell me, what is the motto of the Piaomiao sect? Lin Yue said loudly. Those who offend the Piaomiao sect shall have their sects annihilated, no matter how far away. Everyone shouted in unison again. Good. Target Wanjian Valley. The moment Lin Yue's words fell, 3 flying ships appeared above Piaomiao City. Lin Yue led his 4 direct disciples aboard the Piaomiao sect's most luxurious celestial flying ship, while the other outer disciples boarded the 2 flying ships behind. He wanted these newly joined disciples to understand just how strong the Piaomiao sect really was. They might know that the Piaomiao sect was powerful, having destroyed 2 4th-rank sects, Liuhua Gate and Qishua Manor. But they had no real concept of how powerful it truly was. Everyone knows that missiles are deadly and immensely powerful, but most ordinary people have no real idea of just how large or powerful. Only seeing it with one's own eyes makes the true extent of that power clear. That was exactly the situation with the Qingyun Sect right now. They had shouted their motto loud and clear, but they still did not truly grasp the meaning. Only by witnessing the Qingyun Sect's power for themselves would they become utterly fearless. The 18 newly joined outer disciples stared in shock at the flying ships before them. After several months of cultivation, the weakest of them were at the mid-stage of the first-tier Qi gathering realm, and a few had already entered the second-tier Spirit Sea realm. Lin Yue was in no hurry anyway. This was a nurturing game, so he would enjoy it slowly. In this world, he was invincible below the immortal realm, and even more invincible above it. It was like a level 1 Shogath with 6 full items and 9999 stacks of heart steel. Could it really lose to a level 18 LeBlanc with no items? Even if that LeBlanc's pilot was the Demon King Faker himself. The flying ships cut through the clouds, leaving 3 long trails of spiritual mist across the heavens. On the Qingyun Sect's celestial flying ship, Lin Yue stood at the bow with his hands behind his back, 4 direct disciples waiting in attendance behind him. He could clearly see the undisguised shock and excitement on the faces of the new disciples aboard the 2 flying ships behind. As an established 5th-rank sect, Wanjian Valley's deep foundation was plain to see. After Lin Yue and his people left, several men outside Pyamiao City took out voice transmission tokens. The Pyamiao Sect Master Lin Yue is leading the entire sect to Wanjian Valley. At Sword Chi Peak in Wanjian Valley, the current Valley Lord Xie Tianjian was in quiet seclusion when he was suddenly startled awake by a burst of urgent bell chimes. 9 alarm bell strikes. His eyes snapped open, sword intent blazing within them. Who dares to encroach upon my Wanjian Valley? In a flash of movement, he appeared at the summit. He looked up and saw 3 enormous flying ships already hovering above Wanjian Valley, blotting out the sun. The leading flying ship glowed with radiant flowing light, and the 3 large characters Pyamiao Sect on its banner shimmered brilliantly, emanating a pressure that struck dread into the heart. Pyamiao Sect. Xie Tianjian's pupils contracted. I never expected them to come this fast. Ever since Lin Yue had destroyed Qishua Manor and declared publicly that Wanjian Valley was his next target, he had sent countless spies to lurk near the Pyamiao Sect. He had only hoped to receive news in advance, and by Wanjian Valley a little time to prepare. But he never imagined that no sooner had the spy's transmission arrived than the Pyamiao Sect's flying ships were already hovering above the valley. Such speed, such overbearing ruthlessness. Wanjian Valley was given no chance to catch its breath. He had long since heard of the secret realm incident and seen the soul lamps of Xie Yunlu and Ji Yi go out, but he had still harbored a sliver of hope. He hoped that the Pyamiao Sect would see that the principal offenders were already dead and spare Wanjian Valley. Then a calm, detached voice descended from the flying ship, yet it rang with perfect clarity in the ears of tens of thousands of Wanjian Valley disciples. The young Valley Lord of Wanjian Valley, Xie Yunliu, sought to seize my direct disciple's sword. His heart was worthy of death. The leading elder Ji Yi insulted me with his words. His deeds warrant annihilation. Lin Yue's figure appeared at the bow of the flying ship, looking down like a god scrutinizing ants. I have come personally today for one purpose alone, the destruction of your entire sect. Arrogant. Xie Tianjian laughed in fury. Lin Yue, just because your Pyamiao Sect destroyed Liuhua Gate and Qishua Manor, has it gone to your head? I, the Valley Lord, tell you this: my Wanjian Valley as a 5th-rank sect is not something a 4th-rank sect can compare. At that moment a voice spoke beside Xie Tianjian. Exactly. Sect Master Lin, since Xie Yunlu and Ji Yi have already been killed by you, why not do me a courtesy and let this matter end here? Lin Yue looked at the speaker with contempt. Show you respect. Who are you? The man's face darkened. He had never imagined that there was anyone in the southern domain who did not know him. I am Peng Lang, Grand Elder of the Jinling Sect. As he spoke, Peng Lang released the oppressive aura of the 4th layer of the Sage Realm, attempting to intimidate Lin Yue. The Jinling Sect was a hegemon-level sect in the southern domain. He did not believe Lin Yue would dare to disregard the Jinling Sect's prestige. The moment his pressure spread outward, an even more terrifying aura swept down from the flying ship, like a great mountain crushing down on him. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and even breathing became difficult. Chun Xian appeared beside Lin Yue. The quasi-emperor pressure of a peak Sage Realm powerhouse was released without reservation as he stared coldly at Peng Lang. Jinling Sect. And you dare to speak of prestige in front of my Pyamiao Sect? Peng Lang trembled all over, disbelief flooding his eyes. Quasi-emperor. He had only heard that the Pyamiao Sect had deployed a Sage Realm powerhouse when destroying Qishua Manor, but no one had told him that this powerhouse was a quasi-emperor. With strength like this, let alone the Jinling Sect. Even if all the sects of the southern domain joined forces, they might not be its match. Feeling Chun Xian's quasi-emperor power, he could not help but shiver. He spun around and roared at Xie Tianjian. Valley Lord Xie. How dare you? Your young Valley Lord knew no bounds, offended the Pyamiao Sect, and got Wanjian Valley doomed. It serves you right. How could you drag my Jinling Sect into this? Before his words faded, he had transformed into a streak of light swiftly swept across Wanjian Valley and landed in front of the Piao Sect's flying ship. His face instantly piled into a fawning smile as he bowed to Lin Yue. Wanjian Valley knows neither gratitude nor its place daring to offend the Piao Sect. They deserve to die. What do you say, sir? Should this old man dispatch Qingyun Sect disciples to help you annihilate Wanjian Valley? Peng Lang said ingratiatingly to Lin Yue. The abrupt about-face made the disciples on the flying ship unable to hold back their laughter. Even Lin Yue's eyebrow rose slightly in amusement. Even Lin Yue was amused. He had planned to destroy Wanjian Valley and then casually wipe out the Qingyun Sect as well, but he never expected the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect to be so astute about the way the wind blew. Lin Yue still wanted to insist. Destroying a hostile sect could earn plenty of contribution points. The Qingyun Sect had 3 Sage Realm cultivators. If he could take them down, that would be 60,000 contribution points. Adding in the disciples and the rest, he could probably get 100,000 contribution points at least. After all, in Xinghue City of the Eastern Domain, 10 Sage Realm cultivators plus disciples and elders had earned Lin Yue 350,000 contribution points. Although the Qingyun Sect could not compare to Xinghue City, it should still be worth 100,000 contribution points. He was not willing to give that up easily. Lin Yue looked at him with a half-smile. Elder Peng, I've heard the Qingyun Sect is a hegemon-level sect of the southern. Hearing this, Peng Lang instantly understood that Lin Yue's words carried a hidden meaning. He quickly waved his hands, his face growing even more obsequious. What 8 lords, 9 lords? Those are all baseless rumors spread by outsiders. Before your Piao Sect, the Qingyun Sect is nothing but an insignificant little sect. Throughout the southern domain, the only true hegemon is the Piao Sect. Watching Peng Lang behave so sensibly, Lin Yue spoke up. Then, he'll go back and immediately announce to the entire southern domain that it has only one hegemon, the Piao Sect. My Qingyun Sect is willing to become an affiliated sect of the Piao Sect. This flurry of moves left Lin Yue torn between laughter and tears. I was about to wipe out your sect and you're swearing loyalty to me. He had already been prepared to make his move, but the other side had directly disarmed and surrendered, even volunteering to become an affiliated sect. This left him with no pretext to attack them at all. As the saying goes, you don't strike a smiling face. With all this, Lin Yue no longer had the heart for it. Then this grand sect competition. First. It must be first. The Qingyun Sect on behalf of the southern domain declares the Piao Sect number 1. Peng Lang hurriedly said. Lin Yue nodded in satisfaction. Still, he wanted to press a little harder. After all, the Qingyun Sect had 3 Sage Realm cultivators, which was 60,000 contribution points. But can you really speak for the Qingyun Sect? Shouldn't you discuss this with your sect master and supreme elder? Hearing Lin Yue's words, how could Peng Lang fail to understand his meaning? Sigh. He simply insists on finding an excuse to destroy the Qingyun Sect. By now, Peng Lang understood that sect master Lin was the classic type who yielded to softness and never to hardness. Speak politely and nothing happens. But if you act even slightly arrogant, then sorry. Because of you alone, the entire sect will be wiped out, not even a dog or chicken left alive. Rest assured, sect master Lin. This old man still has some say in the Qingyun Sect. If the sect master and the supreme elder are unwilling to submit, I will immediately withdraw from the Qingyun Sect. At that time, he paused and his tone turned resolute. At that time, sect master Lin may do as he pleases. But this old man's heart belongs to the Piao Sect. If I can join the Piao Sect, it will be my honor. Lin Yue looked at the determination in Peng Lang's eyes and knew he would find no further reason to attack. Seeing such a sensible old man, Lin Yue was fairly satisfied. The only drawback was that he could not destroy the Qingyun Sect, but it did not matter. This world had no shortage of arrogant people. He pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. If that day truly comes, the gates of the Piao Sect will be open to you. Peng Lang felt a wave of relief, hurriedly bowed, and thanked him, while a flicker of gladness passed through his eyes. Fortunately, he knew when to yield, otherwise today the Qingyun Sect would likely have been reduced to dust on the Xuan Yuan Continent alongside Wanjian Valley. Down below, Xie Tianjian watched the scene unfold. His face had already turned ashen, and even the sword chi around his body began to tremble. Even the ally he had secured at the cost of half his sect's foundation, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect, was disrespectful to the Piao Sect. Today Wanjian Valley truly seemed doomed beyond escape. On the flying ship, Lin Yue's gaze fell once again upon Wanjian Valley, and his voice returned to its cold detachment. Attack! At Lin Yue's command, Yi Chun and the others charged down. Lu Li the Great Immortal said to a few newly joined outer sect disciples of Piao Sect, you lot stay put. This battle is meant to broaden your horizons and show you how powerful our Piao Sect is. That's all. With that, he charged down as well. After all, every second he delayed meant fewer contribution points. Xie Tianjian let out an angry roar. You've gone too far. He flicked his sleeve fiercely, and a sharp sword intent exploded in midair. Supreme Elders protect Wanjian Valley. The moment the words fell, 2 figures shot out from the sword tomb deep within Wanjian Valley. They were precisely Wanjian Valley's two supreme elders at the 8th stage of Tribulation Transcendence. Each of them held an ancient plain longsword covered with cracks. As the blades trembled, they stirred tens of thousands of swords within the valley into a humming resonance. Rest assured, Valley Master. A mere sect master of a newly founded sect dares to run wild in Wanjian Valley. Today let him learn the heritage of a grade 5 sect. Chen Xian looked at the two and could not help laughing. Did seclusion turn them into fools? Are they using the 8th stage of Tribulation Transcendence to resist the 9th stage Sage Realm? Before his words faded, spiritual energy surged around the two, and the ancient swords in their hands transformed into streams of light bearing down on the flying ship above. Xie Tianjian also unleashed Wanjian Valley's ultimate treasure, a saint-grade weapon, the Immortal Slaying Sword. The sword's cold gleam was so fierce that it faintly seemed to tear space itself. With world-destroying might, the Immortal Slaying Sword joined the flying swords of the two Tribulation Transcendence elders in a combined strike at Lin Yue. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Sage aura radiated from his body, spreading silently like a breeze brushing across a lake. The next moment, exactly what he had expected appeared. That Immortal Slaying Sword, said to be capable of splitting the heavens, suddenly crashed into an invisible wall of bronze and iron when it was still 100 feet away from Lin Yue. The blade trembled violently, and cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a crisp crack, the entire Immortal Slaying Sword burst into countless iron filings and scattered into the air. Wherever the two supreme elders' sword techniques passed, sword shadows burst like bubbles, and the ancient longswords in their hands turned directly into ashes. All their faces changed at once. An indescribably terrifying pressure like Mount Tai crashing down pinned them to the spot as their meridians snapped inch by inch. Is that all? SSH. Sage Realm. One of the supreme elders said in shock. He glared viciously at Xie Tianjian. Sect Master, why is there a Sage Realm cultivator here? Who exactly stirred up such a disaster? Only at this moment did he realize how terribly wrong he had been. He had thought Piaomiao Sect was merely a bit stronger than a grade 4 sect, but he never imagined they actually possessed a Sage Realm powerhouse. Then with a snap of Lin Yue's fingers, the three let out agonizing screams. Their bodies were crushed by an invisible force, and their souls dissipated on the spot. Two 8th stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivators, Wanjian Valley's greatest combat strength, together with the late 7th stage K-Void Realm Valley Master, vanished without a trace. Valley Master, Supreme Elders. The disciples and elders of Wanjian Valley fell into utter panic. Fear spread like plague. Are you kidding? Even their strongest fighters could not withstand a snap of the fingers. How could they still fight? But all that awaited them was slaughter by Piaomiao Sect. Su Muxiue held her longsword, and with a flash of sword light, she cut down 3 inner sect disciples of Wanjian Valley at the 4th stage. But all that awaited them was slaughter by Piaomiao Sect. Su Muxiue held her longsword, and with a flash of sword light, she cut down 3 inner sect disciples of Wanjian Valley at the 4th stage of Primordial Spirit Realm. Yi Chen struck with a single sword intent that surged like waves, and a colossal wave of sword chi flew into the distance. Even the distant peaks of Wanjian Valley were sliced cleanly through at their waists. Lin Weiner stood nearby, playing her bone flute and reaping those who slipped through the net. As for the sage power Lin Yue had bestowed when they destroyed Xinhui City last time, several elders drew upon it to surge straight into the 8th stage of Tribulation Transcendence. Demon beasts already possessed powerful bodies, and with Lin Yue's help they quickly crossed the heavenly tribulation and formally became 8th stage Tribulation Transcendence experts. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. A 7th stage K-Void Realm inner elder of Wanjian Valley knelt to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for mercy. But Elder Lu only cast a cold glance at him. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, a thread of spiritual energy pierced through his chest. The sect master said anyone who offends Piaomiao Sect can only be wiped out. The 18 newly joined outer sect disciples of Piaomiao Sect were now standing at the edge of the flying ship, their faces filled with shock. They had heard that Piaomiao Sect was very strong, and since Piaomiao Sect placed no restrictions on accepting disciples, anyone under 18 who walked to the sect gate could become a disciple. They had joined. But they had never imagined it could be this strong. A grade 5 sect was like an ant before Piaomiao Sect, and 2 Tribulation Transcendence elders were killed in an instant. Even the Grand Elder of a grade 7 sect was showing goodwill to Piaomiao Sect, and was willing to become its vassal sect. The fervor they had felt when shouting annihilation slogans earlier now turned into bone-deep reverence. They finally understood that Lin Yue's claim that Piaomiao Sect was invincible was no empty boast. Wanjian Valley's resistance lasted less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn. There was no surprise, no reversal, no reinforcement. There were only the surrounding onlookers and the screams from Wanjian Valley. A late 7th stage K-Void Realm elder used his life to awaken 3 demonic weapons. The demonic weapons had just begun to attack Yi Chun and the others when they shattered under Chun Xian's sage pressure. Watching Wanjian Valley's end, Peng Lang, the Grand Elder of the Jinling Sect, could not help but admire his own cleverness. This Piao Sect, Peak Sage Realm Quasi-Emperor Cultivation, was simply impossible to fight. And from the look of it, this was only one of their elders. He had seen it very clearly with a snap of his fingers. The Piao Sect Sect Master had annihilated 2 8th-stage Tribulation Transcendence Cultivators, plus 1 7th-stage Cave Void Realm Cultivator Souls, and all. As an existence at the 4th layer of the Sage Realm, at the very least he could not kill them without expending any power, relying solely on a snap of his fingers. Although he could also kill them in an instant, he could not do so with merely a snap of his fingers. Moreover, the purple-robed man beside the Sect Master had not moved from beginning to end. Xianming had also come to terms with it. In this lower realm, there were very few chances for him to act unless the opposing side had a dozen or so Quasi-Emperors. Xianming took a moment to sense. More than 10 Peak Sage Realm Quasi-Emperors seemed to be at the center of this continent. The people here seemed to call that place the Central Domain. In Wanjian Valley, among the thousands of swords treasured in the Sword Tomb, even the worst were low-grade heaven rank, and mid-grade and high-grade ones were beyond counting. All of these were seized by Piao Sect. The spirit stones and medicinal pills the valley had accumulated over 1,000 years were also swept clean. As for the Wanjian Valley disciples who tried to hide, Chen Xian found them one by one and extinguished their souls. Are you kidding? This involved the 10 contribution point bonus for leaving no chicken or dog behind, so he could not afford to be careless. When the last Wanjian Valley disciple fell into a pool of blood, a notification sounded in everyone's mind, and only then did they relax. By now the entire Wanjian Valley had become a ruin. Sword Chi Peak had collapsed, the Sword Tomb was destroyed, and the great banner that had once symbolized Wanjian Valley's glory was severed by a single sword stroke from Su Muxue and fell into the sea of flames. Lin Yue looked down at the Wanjian Valley being devoured by flames and could not help but sigh. Since coming to this world at the time of the secret realm, the Liuhua Sect had helped the Qingyun Sect stand up. The Qishua Mansion and Wanjian Valley had mocked them with their words. Lin Yue had not wanted to bother with them, but this was a power fantasy. Could the protagonist still be a ninja turtle? If you claim to be stronger than me, I could bear it. But in terms of power, I am an immortal emperor. In terms of backing, I have the first emperor behind me. Would I be afraid of you? Offend my Piao Sect, and I will wipe your entire sect out. Lin Yue stood at the prow of the flying ship, looking down at the ruins below. Wanjian Valley, annihilated. His tone carried not the slightest ripple. Lin Yue looked around. First, I'll say the same as always, anyone who provokes my Piao Sect can expect at the very least to have their entire sect wiped out. If you have something to say it after Piao Sect is done annihilating you. Second, no matter when anyone under the age of 18 who can reach the summit of Piao Peak and stand at the gate of Piao Sect may become a disciple of my sect. With that, the flying boat slowly rose into the air, and 3 trails of spiritual mist once again streaked across the sky. Below, the ruins of Wanjian Valley burned amid the flames. The former 5th-grade sect had vanished completely from the world. On the flying boat, the 18 new disciples looked at Lin Yue's back. In their eyes there was no longer any confusion, only fanatical reverence. At last they understood why Piao Sect dared to proclaim those who offend Piao Sect shall be annihilated no matter how far they flee. Because their sect was terrifyingly strong. They did not know what the Saint Realm represented, but they knew the might of Wanjian Valley. A man's name cast a shadow. They had heard of Wanjian Valley and knew how powerful it was. Now the power they had believed to be unassailable had been destroyed by their own sect. The people of the surrounding sects watched the distant flying boat and finally recovered from their shock. In an instant, the saying, "Do not provoke Piao Sect," spread across the entire southern domain. For a long time afterward, even the wanton young lords and arrogant figures kept a very low profile, afraid that one careless misstep would offend someone from Piao Sect. The sect master of Piao Sect had said, "Say whatever you have to say after I've finished wiping out your sect." Are you kidding? By the time he's finished wiping out your sect, there'd be no damn point in talking. For a time, the southern domain was peaceful and harmonious. In the grand deliberation hall on the main peak of Qingyun Sect, thin tendrils of sandalwood incense rose, but they could not dispel the unease in Sect Master Heye's heart. He sat upright in the seat of honor, his fingertip tracing the cloud-patterned carvings on the armrest again and again. Not long ago, he had received a message from Grand Elder Peng Lang, who said only that there was an important matter to discuss, and that he would report it in person upon returning to the sect. He had not even given a reason, yet he specifically asked Heye and the 2 supreme elders to wait in the deliberation hall. That unusual caution made Heye feel increasingly heavy-hearted. Why is the Grand Elder so slow this trip? Could it be that Wanjian Valley and Piao Sect truly clashed, and he got held up there? An old man with half-white hair and beard spoke from the left. He was Supreme Elder Yu Bin of Qingyun Sect, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Saint Realm and the sect's strongest combatant. As soon as his voice fell, a somewhat hurried string of footsteps sounded outside the hall. Then Peng Lang, dressed in a blue-gray robe, pushed the door open and entered. The Grand Elder, who had always been immaculately dressed and composed, looked especially flustered. "Peng Lang, you're finally back." He immediately rose and walked quickly to greet him, his tone full of urgency. Your message only said that there was an important matter, but you refused to say even half a sentence about it. You even asked me and the two supreme elders to wait in the hall. What exactly happened? What could have made you rush so? Peng Lang then looked to Yu Bin on his left at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, and to Wen Cheng on his right at the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Wen Cheng asked what happened. Did something go wrong at Wanjian Valley? You went to negotiate with Piaomiao Sect. Don't tell me the talks collapsed. Do they think that just because they have a saint they can disregard the face of our Jinling sect? That barrage of questions left Peng Lang helpless. He took a deep breath, walked to the center of the hall, and swept his gaze over He Yu Bin and Wen Cheng. His tone was as heavy as if a boulder were pressing down on him. It didn't collapse, but it's more terrifying than a collapse. We all underestimated Piaomiao Sect's strength. He paused as if recalling the pressure of that moment, and his voice trembled slightly. That day outside Wanjian Valley, I had planned to announce the name of Jinling Sect and release the pressure of the 4th level Saint Realm to intimidate him, forcing him to show us some respect. But that saint of Piaomiao Sect was indeed a Saint Realm powerhouse. But, hearing this, he grew frantic. But what? Just say it. Peng Lang took a deep breath and said, but that saint is a quasi-emperor at the peak of the Saint Realm. Quasi-emperor. Those two words exploded in the great hall like a thunderclap. He abruptly clenched his hand, his knuckles turning white. Yu Bin's hand stroking his beard stopped instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wen Cheng even took a step forward, his voice distorted. What did you say? Piaomiao Sect has a quasi-emperor. Absolutely true. Peng Lang nodded emphatically, his tone utterly certain. That quasi-emperor is named Chen Xian. He stood right beside Lin Yue, and the pressure he released pressed down on me like a colossal mountain. I couldn't breathe on the spot. I could hardly move even a single finger. He also sneered and asked whether Jinling Sect dared to talk about face in front of Piaomiao Sect. Supreme Elders, Sect Master, think about it. Even with the three of us combined, the highest cultivation is Elder Yu's 5th level Saint Realm. We have not even reached the late Saint Realm, so how can we oppose a quasi-emperor? He added, fortunately, I was quick-witted and hastened to show goodwill toward Piaomiao Sect. Otherwise Chen Xian would probably have struck on the spot. Not to mention whether I could return. Our Jinling Sect's mountain gate would likely have been trampled flat by today. The hall fell into a dead silence with only the faint sound of sandalwood burning. He slowly leaned back in his seat. The tremor in his fingertips gradually subsided, replaced by a deep, lingering fear. Peng Lang, you did the right thing. Yu Bin was the first to recover, letting out a long sigh, his tone full of relief. What is the title Overlord of the Southern Domain worth? It is nothing but an empty name. What matters most is protecting the thousands of disciples and preserving our 1,000-year foundation. If we had truly provoked that quasi-emperor, even if the three of us staked our lives, we could not protect Jinling Sect. Wen Cheng also nodded repeatedly. His earlier urgency had turned into the relief of a narrow escape. Indeed, the Grand Elder sees things more clearly than we do. That Sect Master Lin can make a quasi-emperor follow him. He is certainly not an ordinary man. If we become an affiliated sect of Piaomiao Sect, at least our sect will be safe. Perhaps in the future we can even borrow Piaomiao Sect's influence and elevate Jinling Sect to a higher level. Yu Bin's words proved to be right. Years later, every senior member of Jinling Sect felt fortunate about Peng Lang's choice. Jinling Sect had hitched a ride on Piaomiao Sect's fast carriage and shot straight into the ranks of the top powers of the Xuan Yuan Continent. Seeing the troubled look on Peng Lang's face, he asked, what's wrong? Sect Master, I asked around on my way back. Before this, Piaomiao Sect was only a first-grade sect. Several months ago, didn't a 7th-rank void refinement secret realm appear in the Duanlong Mountains? He pondered for a moment. Yes, there was such a thing. Outside that secret realm, Sect Master Lin killed cultivators of the 5th-rank soul separation realm and the 6th-rank body fusion realm with a snap of his fingers. So then, Elder Peng, what are you trying to say? Peng Lang took a deep breath. Sect Master, two Supreme Elders, what I am about to say sounds absurd, but it is all true. A few months ago, outside that void refinement secret realm, this Chen Xian was only a 3rd-rank core formation cultivator. These words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, striking the three people in the hall motionless. Seeing them frozen in place, Peng Lang felt helpless as well. He too had been utterly shocked when he first received this news. In just a few months, Chen Xian had vaulted from the 3rd-rank core formation realm to the quasi-emperor stage at the peak of the 9th-rank Saint Realm. What kind of speed was that? Even eating immortal pills could not raise one's cultivation that quickly. Inside the great hall of Jinling Sect, there was absolute silence. Supreme Elder Yu Bin let out a sigh and said, since this is the case, Peng Lang, you shall select the finest treasures from the sect and journey to the Misty Cloud Sect to discuss the terms of vassalage. Understood. Peng Lang, carrying the decision of Jinling Sect, boarded a flying vessel at dawn the next day and set off for the Misty Cloud Sect. Before departing, he deliberately brought his granddaughter along, hoping she might be accepted into the Misty Cloud Sect. This time he had brought a great many things to the Misty Cloud Sect. No less than 200,000 spirit stones, not to mention pills, artifacts, and heavenly treasures. Even the least valuable item was a 7th-grade spirit herb, the jade unicorn grass. On the deck, he repeatedly urged his granddaughter, Once we arrive at the Misty Cloud Sect, you must not act arrogantly. Keep a low profile. Never treat yourself as the young miss of Jinling's sect anymore. 15-year-old Peng Xiaoxian waved her hand and said, I know, grandfather, you've said it so many times already. I heard that the 10,000 Sword Valley was destroyed because an elder mocked Sect Master Lin, and he annihilated the entire valley. Are you saying I don't understand? When it comes to matters of life and death for Jinling's sect, I know exactly what to do. Peng Lang nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, it was precisely because this granddaughter of his was exceptionally sensible that he wished for her to join the Misty Cloud Sect. Before coming, he had made some inquiries. The Misty Cloud Sect's acceptance conditions were roughly as follows: be under 18 years old, be willing to lay down one's life for the Misty Cloud Sect, and place the sect above all else. Then one could certainly join. Along the way, Peng Lang kept instilling into Peng Xiaoxuan's mind, from now on you must regard the Misty Cloud Sect as your foremost sect. You must be willing to sacrifice your life for the Misty Cloud Sect. Such words needed no repeating. Peng Xiaoxian had already engraved them in her heart. After all, a sect that possessed a quasi-emperor realm figure was not one you could join merely through loyalty. At the entrance of the Misty Cloud Sect, 5 children were already waiting. Chu's mother carefully prepared porridge and meals for the 5 children. As a mother who had single-handedly raised a child, she had abundant patience for children. When she saw Lin Yue and the others, she hurried over. Sect Master. Lin Yue nodded, then waved his hand, and a mass of energy flew into Chu's mother's body. First stage, Qi, gathering. Second stage, Spirit, C. Third stage, Core Formation. 8th stage, Tribulation, Transcendence. 9th stage, Saint Realm. Chu's mother felt the energy within her body and stared at Lin Yue in shock. Sect Master, this. Lin Yue interrupted her. Listen to me. From now on you will be in charge of the disciples who join. With cultivation, some matters become easier to handle. Also, you need not worry about lifespan. You can watch Chu Hao grow into a mighty figure of this world. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Chu's mother knelt to the ground. She did not know how to express gratitude, and could only repeat, Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. Lin Yue raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted Chu's mother up. Enough. We are going inside now. Settle these little ones down. Shortly pavilions will appear within the sect for outer disciples to reside in. Then several pavilions rose abruptly from the ground. Chu's mother arranged the outer disciples and led them around the sect to familiarize them. Seeing Lin Yue casually elevate an ordinary person to the Saint Realm, Yi Chen's eyes burned with envy once again. Master, can you raise me to the Saint Realm too? Lin Yue looked at Yi Chen and smiled helplessly. Are you sure? Yi Chen nodded. The 3 immortals and Tan Chen also gazed at Lin Yue, their eyes filled with longing for power. Among you, aside from old Tan, who is more of a support and not suited for combat, the rest of you can be called invincible at the same realm or even capable of fighting above it. Then Lin Yue looked at Yi Chen and the other 3. Especially you few, because of your physiques, fighting beyond your cultivation realm is as easy as drinking water. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your potential for a temporary realm? I can tell you plainly, whether it's Elder Chen Xian or Chu Hao's mother, even if we set aside the Saint Realm, they might not even attain the 4th stage Primordial Spirit Realm or 5th stage Soul Separation Realm. Lin Yue swept his gaze across the crowd. But you are different. The Saint Realm is their ceiling, whereas for you the Saint Realm, Quasi-Emperor, and even Great Emperor are merely starting points. Chen Xian and Chu's mother are only fine for now. Once we face a sect with a Quasi-Emperor, they are bound to lose. They do not possess your heaven-defying physiques. If they fight an opponent of the same realm, they will be defeated. Now do you still desire this power? Lin Yue's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the group stunned in place. So this power came at the cost of one's potential. When your potential is insufficient, such power is the greatest aid. But when your potential is abundant, that power becomes nothing more than a burden. Whether it was Yi Chun and the other 3, or the 3 immortals, they were all beings who dominated their cultivation realm. This was equivalent to having the ability to earn a monthly salary of 20,000, yet currently earning only 3,000. If someone told you that your salary could be raised to 10,000, but could never rise beyond 10,000 again, would you take it? If you chose not to accept the raise, your salary would increase a little every month, and within 1 to 3 years you would surely reach 20,000. Which choice would you make? Seeing the others remain silent, Tan Xian smiled and said, Sect Master, I'm not afraid. As you said, aside from me. Hearing Tan Xian's words, Lin Yue smiled helplessly. Old Tan, are you certain? You should know that within the Misty Cloud Sect there are infinite possibilities. Think about it. As long as you contribute enough, even Yi Chen's primordial sacred body can be exchanged. The sect currently lacks high-end combat power. Tan Xian knew this all too well. Hearing Tan Xian's words, Lin Yue smiled happily. No need to worry about that. I can tell you this, even if every Quasi-Emperor or Great Emperor in the entire Xuan Yuan Continent came to the Misty Cloud Sect, both the Xian Elder and I could destroy them at any moment. At Lin Yue's words, everyone present was shocked. They knew the Sect Master was strong, but they had not expected him. All the talk about cost was nonsense. The only true statement Lin Yue had made was that the Misty Cloud Sect held infinite possibilities. The reason he said all that was to make Yi Chun and the others understand that only one's own strength was the most fitting. Of course, power granted by the system was an exception. All right, go do what you need to do. Lin Yue dismissed the crowd. Then he noticed Tan Qian still standing in place. What's the matter? Tan Qian revealed a bitter smile. Sect Master, I know you come from the upper realm, or rather the immortal realm. Lin Yue was about to say something when Tan Qian interrupted him. Sect Master, please let me finish. The moment you revived me, I knew you were someone from the immortal realm. Only one from the immortal realm could possess the means of resurrection. Even a 10th stage great emperor could not do it, let alone revive someone like me dead for several thousand years. Sect Master, I know my talent is lacking. I barely managed to reach the 7th stage void refinement realm through the way of chess, but at that realm I cannot defeat any opponent of the same level. Even a prodigy like Yi Chun at the 6th stage integration realm could beat me. I know the Misty Cloud Sect will surely follow you into the immortal realm. So Sect Master, please allow me to guard this mortal home for our Misty Cloud Sect. Lin Yue took a deep breath. He knew that this old man whom he had revived had truly come to regard the Misty Cloud Sect as his home. At this moment Tan Qian said, Sect Master, since Piaomiao City has been completed, don't you think we should hold a ceremony and do some publicity? Lin Yue was about to refuse. After all, as the largest and most luxurious city among the 5 domains of the Xuan Yuan Continent, his Piaomiao City needed no publicity. But he suddenly remembered what day it would be in a few days. The birthday of our great motherland. It must be done, and it must be grand. I want Piaomiao City to be the most eye-catching presence on October 1st. Have the Tianji Pavilion publicize it for us. We currently have no lack of spirit stones. Tan Qian asked, then how should the Sect Master publicize it? In one word, giveaway. Everyone who comes to Piaomiao City can participate in the lottery with prizes ranging from the highest emperor-grade weapons, heavenly treasures, and magical pills, all given away. Moreover, as long as you come to Piaomiao City, you can receive 1/5 rank pill. Then Lin Yue explained to Tan Qian some entertainments from the later world, ring toss, balloon shooting, various snacks, and even spirit herb massages and Songandit's performances. Tan Qian listened to Lin Yue's ideas and was utterly astounded. He had never expected that his Sect Master could have so many ideas. Even less did he expect that his Sect Master was so wealthy that he casually gave away emperor-grade weapons. What he did not know was that the equipment Lin Yue obtained from check-ins was at least Saint-grade. Then Tan Qian smiled wryly. Sect Master, why not let a merchant guild handle the arrangements? After all, they are professionals. Lin Yue asked, makes sense. Is there a suitable choice? Tan Qian said that Xiyu, a merchant guild, a local guild in the southern domain. When they once passed by chance, they were greatly shocked by Piaomiao City and proposed holding an opening ceremony with more publicity to make Piaomiao City famous throughout the world. Let Chen Xian work with you on this. After all, you have only recently come into the world. He knows more than you do, Lin Yue said indifferently. Yes. And so the opening ceremony of Piaomiao City was settled. The next day, the news from the Tianji Pavilion exploded across the 5 domains of the Xuan Yuan Continent. Even the headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion in the central domain was thrown into shock. Yesterday, they had received a message from the southern domain branch containing only one sentence: the southern domain's Piaomiao Sect would hold the opening ceremony for Piaomiao City on October 1st. Upon entering the city, one would receive a 5th rank pill and could also participate in the lottery. The lottery pool included an emperor-grade weapon, the heaven-splitting spear, a 9th grade spirit herb, the undying immortal lotus, a set of quasi-emperor-grade armor, and so on. Participation required no threshold and no identity restrictions. Even more precious was that the Piaomiao Sect had paid 300 high-grade spirit stones to let the entire Xuan Yuan Continent know this message. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones, only to spread a single message. Moreover, the southern domain branch of the Tianji Pavilion later added one sentence: all the above prizes have been. That is to say, the southern domain branch had seen with their own eyes emperor-grade weapons, 9th grade spirit herbs, quasi-emperor-grade armor, and other things that could cause great chaos even in the central domain. Yet these things were actually brought out by the Piaomiao Sect. For a time, the entire cultivation world was thrown into unprecedented excitement. Emperor-grade weapon. That's bragging. Some people simply did not believe. As soon as he finished speaking, his companion beside him stopped him. Sure, this message was only issued after confirmation from the Tianji Pavilion, a 9th grade sect in the central domain. Oh, I see. Then let's hurry over. Conversations like this took place throughout the 5 domains. On the 3rd day after the news spread, countless flying boats set off and headed for the Piaomiao Sect. Some sects even used their flying boats to offer shared rides and DD flying boats, earning a mint in a short time. Meanwhile, inside Piaomiao City, a completely different scene had already appeared. Lin Yue stood on Piaomiao Peak watching hundreds of thousands of cultivators below queuing to enter the city in an orderly manner. Mother Chu led 20 newly promoted outer disciples to guard the city gate. Every entrant who presented an identity jade slip and registered could take a 5th rank pill from a jade plate. Moreover, Lin Yue had increased the rewards. Not only did they give out 5th rank pills, but they also gave out Spirit C pills that could allow a cultivator at the peak of the 1st rank Qi gathering realm to step into the 2nd rank Spirit C realm. The pill felt cool and warm in the hand with a lingering fragrance at the nose. Many independent cultivators who had been stuck at the 1st rank Qi gathering realm for years and lacked talent crushed the pill and swallowed it. The moment they felt the stagnant spiritual energy in their meridians begin to circulate, they wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow in thanks. Yet Mother Chu helped them up with a smile. The sect master said, "This is merely a welcome gift from Pyongyang City. The celebration will officially begin in a few days on October 1st. Anyone under 18 may try climbing the heart-questioning stairway. As soon as you reach the sect gate, you can become a disciple of our Pyongyang sect." In the center of Pyongyang City, a 100 zang-tall black iron lottery stage rose abruptly. Its surface was inlaid with countless night pearls brilliantly illuminating the 6 seal script characters, Pyongyang City Opening Ceremony. On a huge jade steel to the left of the lottery stage, the prize list was written in gold powder. Every item made cultivators' hearts burn hot. 1 Emperor-grade weapon, the Heaven-Splitting Spear. 1 9th-grade Spirit Herb, the Undying Immortal Lotus. 1 set of Quasi-Emperor-grade armor. 3 8th-rank soul-chasing pills. Everyone who saw it was fervent with excitement. What? You say, what if someone tries to rob? Elder Xuanming, a cultivator at the Immortal Venerable Realm, was stationed in Pyongyang City. Even 100 great emperors would not be enough for him to slap to death. On October 1st of the Xuan Yuan Continent, before dawn had fully broken, the silhouette of Pyongyang City was already wrapped in a sky full of rosy clouds. The airspace outside the city had long been crammed with flying boats. Green, purple, and gilded hulls stood in close order like a colorful cloud cluster suspended in the sky. The cries of Didi flying boat rose and fell, piercing clouds and mist. Direct to Pyongyang City from the southern domain. 2 mid-grade spirit stones per person. If you don't board now, it'll be too packed. Some flying boats flew red silk banners with such slogans fluttering and rustling in the wind. A long queue winding dozens of li had already formed at the city gate. Seen from high above, the cultivators' robes merged into a multicolored river slowly flowing into the city. It was the busiest time. Mother Chu, wearing an elegant brocade robe with a spiritual wood hairpin at her temple, led more than 20 outer disciples at the city gate registering the cultivators. Even Yi Chun and the others had been sent by Lin Yue to help. Even mortals from surrounding towns had been hired, and a considerable number of people from the Yue Merchant Guild had come too. There was no choice after all the stalls and entertainment inside the city all needed people. It really was when the leader says one sentence, the subordinates run until their legs break. They stood behind jade tables handing out jade slips and dispensing pills with movements so fast they almost left afterimages. A few days earlier, news had been spread that the Pyongyang sect was also giving away 2nd-rank Spirit C pills. For a time, those independent cultivators without talent rushed toward Pyongyang City in droves. Not far away, old Zhang, who had just received his pill, was shaking with excitement. He was an independent cultivator stuck at the peak of the Qi gathering realm for 5 years. With mixed spiritual roots, no sect was willing to take him in. Usually he made a living by gathering herbs and exchanging them for low-grade pills. At that moment, he crushed the Spirit C pill and swallowed it. A warm feeling suddenly spread through his dantian. The stagnant spiritual energy, as if a blocked river had been dredged open, began to flow, and his aura instantly rose to the 2nd-rank Spirit C realm. He abruptly clenched his fists and tears came down. I broke through. I finally reached the Spirit C realm. In the queue, a woman in a coarse cloth robe holding a girl of 7 or 8 spoke with disbelief in her voice. Is this pill really for everyone present? She was called Madame Lin, a cultivator from a small village on the edge of the southern domain. Her husband had died in a beast tide last year. This time, after hearing that Pyongyang City was giving out pills, and that her child could climb the heart-questioning stairway, she gritted her teeth, spent all her savings, and came by flying boat. Mother Chu saw the little girl in her arms staring timidly at the pills, so she took out a spirit fruit from her storage ring and handed it over, smiling and nodding. Of course it's true. The sect master said, all who come are guests. Does your child want to climb the heart-questioning stairway? Don't worry, the steps will protect the child. The heart-questioning stairway doesn't look at talent, only the heart. The little girl took the spirit fruit and whispered, thank you, Auntie. Madame Lin's eyes became hot as she clutched the pill in her hand, and most of the uneasiness in her heart dissipated. Inside, Pyongyang City stalls packed both sides of the main road. Under the red-draped canopy tops hung lanterns of every color, some painted with spirit plants, some embroidered with spirit beasts. As the wind blew, the lanterns swayed gently. The Yue Merchant Guild had long arranged the stalls properly. In front of each stall hung a wooden plaque with the activity's name, and beside it stood a shop assistant in a green robe warmly greeting passersby. There was also a small square enclosed by wooden fences inside, which a few gentle spirit pets were lying. A snow-white spirit rabbit with long ears tipped with pale pink fuzz hopped over to the cultivator's feet. A light brown spirit deer with coral-like antlers chewed on a spirit herb. When it saw children approaching, it would lower its head to let them touch its antlers. The one taking care of the spirit pets was a young girl with 2 buns on top of her head. Holding a bunch of spirit herbs, she smiled at the surrounding people and said, "Everyone can feed the spirit pets. They don't hurt people, even children can hold them." A little boy wearing tiger head shoes broke away from his mother's hand, stumbled over to the spirit rabbit, and carefully extended his hand. The spirit rabbit came over and rubbed its nose against his palm, and the little boy burst into giggles. Nearby, the fragrance from the snack stalls could drift half a street away, and the vendors were bustling with heat and enthusiasm. The most popular stall was Master Ma's Spirit Crystal Sugar Painting Stall. Master Ma was a white-haired old man holding a copper ladle filled with melted spirit crystal syrup. The amber syrup turned flexibly in his hands. With just a few moves, a lifelike spirit dragon appeared on the bluestone slab. Its scales and whiskers were clearly visible, and it even emitted a faint spiritual glow. The ring toss stall was surrounded by layers and layers of people. The wooden rings were cut from century-old spirit wood, shining with a faint green light, and the prizes were set on the stall. Third-rank magic tools like the heart-protecting mirror, fifth-rank demon beast inner cores, jade bottles filled with spirit honey, and even small spirit plant bonsai made cultivators itch to try. The person in charge of the Yue Merchant Guild told Lin Yue, "Don't ask about anything, as long as we keep it splendid and grand, it's just the price." Lin Yue had wondered what it was, and immediately took out a set of quasi-emperor armor and a weapon. But the Yue Merchant Guild seemed to know that it could not take it all on by itself, so it proposed to take half of all the revenues from this celebration. Lin Yue wondered what the matter was. Spirit stones were just numbers to the current Qingyun Sect. 1 point of contribution could be exchanged for 100 high-grade spirit stones, not to mention the spirit stones gained from destroying a few sects. Lin Yue immediately decided that all the proceeds this time would go to the Yue Merchant Guild. This decision shocked the guild. But Lin Yue also stated the ugly truth in advance: if it was not grand and luxurious enough, the Yue Merchant Guild would no longer need to exist. Lin Yue wanted to make this Piaomiao city the ultimate under heaven. He wanted every future ceremony to make people think at first glance that it was not as luxurious as Piaomiao City. Moreover, Lin Yue had added a spirit-suppressing formation to Piaomiao City. As long as one's cultivation had not reached the immortal realm, one could not mobilize spiritual power at all, unless in possession of a special token Lin Yue had crafted. At the Black Iron Lottery stage in the center of Piaomiao City, cultivators eagerly waiting packed the area below. The first lottery contestant, Li Qing. The hostess was a beautiful woman whose aura suggested a fairly high status in the Yue Merchant Guild. A cultivator in blue robes stumbled onto the stage. He was a medicinal farmer whose mother was dangerously ill in bed and urgently needed a soul-chasing pill to sustain her life. This time he had come to Piaomiao City without expecting to win, only wanting to try his luck. Li Qing's trembling hand pressed against the special crystal ball. A beam of light immediately shot out from the crystal ball, forming characters in midair. 8th rank soul-chasing pill. Li Qing's legs suddenly buckled, and he nearly knelt on the stage. An 8th rank soul-chasing pill. The audience below exploded into an uproar. A soul-chasing pill could keep a dying cultivator alive. Even in the central domain, it was priceless and unavailable. Clutching the pill bottle, Li Qing's tears flowed freely. "My mother can be saved. Thank you, Piaomiao Sect. Thank you, Sect Master." The instant he stepped down, countless people surged toward him, trying to trade for the 8th rank soul-chasing pill in his hands. The lottery stage's first bright stroke ignited the entire scene, and the crowd's fervor soared. Then came 5th rank spirit herbs, 6th rank pills, heaven grade armor, and more, never stopping. Because there were too many people, they simply numbered the identity jade slips. Winners would be notified through their identity jade slips. The excitement at the lottery stage had not yet subsided, but the heart-questioning stairway beside it was already crowded with onlookers. "Look, that little girl is climbing so fast." Someone in the crowd gasped. It was a little girl with her hair tied in 2 horn-like buns. She was exactly Lin Xiao, Madame Lin's daughter, who was only 8 years old, climbing the stairs with light steps. As she climbed higher and higher, a phantom image of a vermilion bird appeared behind her. Tiger Force Immortal looked at the girl and could not help exclaiming, "A vermilion bird constitution." As she reached the gate of the Piaomiao Sect, Madame Lin squeezed to the front of the crowd, embraced her daughter excitedly, and tears streamed down. "My daughter can enter the Piaomiao Sect." She looked down at the foot of the mountain and smiled happily. As the sun set in the west, the bustling of Piaomiao City had not diminished. Lanterns in the city lit up one by one. Red lamp shadows reflected on the smiling faces of cultivators. The sense of pills, food, and fresh spiritual energy mingled together and drifted far away. Suddenly a crisp whoosh came from afar. A thin beam of golden light pierced the darkness, dragging a faint silver tail flame and shooting straight upward. The moment people looked up, it burst in midair with a boom. The first cluster of fireworks bloomed overhead into a giant peony. Reddish gold petals surged layer upon layer, their outermost edges dyed with peach-pink halos like silk crumpled by the evening breeze. The center was a deep crimson, impossible to dissolve, rolling with tiny starlights, as if about to drip Hundreds of white lights burst forth from one point, trailing threads of light traces as they fell like an ice waterfall, shattering in the void, clinking and scattering into countless drifting fireflies in the sky. Immediately afterward, countless fireworks shot up into the sky outside Pyongyang City. The fireworks seemed to illuminate the night. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yue stood on Pyongyang Peak watching the fireworks filling the sky and could not help mumbling, "Motherland happy." Lin Yue glanced at his contribution points. 53000. The golden growth capsule that would instantly elevate him to the 10th rank Great Emperor realm required 700 contribution points. The Great Emperor realm and the peak of the Saint realm were two entirely different realms. Though separated by only a hair's breadth, they were as far apart as clouds and mud. One who failed to become a Great Emperor remained a mere ant, and one who failed to reach the Saint realm was even worse than an ant. Then a ball of energy appeared in Lin Yue's hand. "Since you have already made your decision, I will not force you." Tan Xian then stepped into the peak of the Saint realm, the Quasi-Emperor realm. Lin Yue planned to exchange the contribution points for the golden growth capsule that would instantly elevate one to the 10th rank Great Emperor realm and give it to Tan Xian once he had enough points. At the same time, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion released two pieces of news. The first, Qingyun Sect, the hegemon of the Southern Domain, announced that it had become an affiliated sect of the Misty Sect and endorsed the Misty Sect as the #1 sect of the Southern Domain. The second piece of news, the Southern Domain Sect Grand Competition would be held 1 month later, and the Qingyun Sect acknowledged the Misty Sect as the champion of the Southern Domain Grand Competition. If anyone had issues with these two announcements, they could raise their questions with the Qingyun Sect, which guaranteed it would resolve all who raised questions. The two pieces of news were neither too significant nor too trivial. When the Misty Sect boldly destroyed the Crimson Blood Manor and 10,000 Swords Valley, not even granting face to the Qingyun Sect's Grand Elder, the various powers of the Southern Domain knew that the heavens of the Southern Domain were about to change. Immediately after, a voice rang out in the minds of all members of the Misty Sect. "Congratulations on winning the Southern Domain Grand Competition. All sect members are awarded 1000 contribution points." A few days later, Chen Xian approached Lin Yue and said, "Sect Master, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect, Peng Lang, has arrived at the foot of Mount Misty and requests permission to come up." Oh, this surprised Lin Yue somewhat. He hadn't expected the Qingyun Sect to be so disciplined. "Bring him up." "Yes." In an instant, Peng Lang was brought to the top of Mount Misty. Seeing Lin Yue, Peng Lang quickly bowed to him. "Sect Master Lin, I have persuaded my Sect Master and Grand Elder. From this moment onward, my Qingyun Sect is an affiliated sect of the Misty Sect." He then presented the affiliation treaty clause after clause, no less harsh than the Treaty of Shimonoseki or the Treaty of Shinsho imposed on the old Empress Dowager. Lin Yue smiled helplessly. "Elder Peng, there's no need for this. Since the Qingyun Sect is willing to become an affiliated sect of the Misty Sect, we are all brothers from now on." With that, Lin Yue burned the affiliation treaty. "Do not speak of these terms again. My Misty Sect does not lack such things." Hearing Lin Yue's words, Peng Lang stared at him in shock. He hadn't expected the Misty Sect to be so magnanimous. Whenever the Qingyun Sect accepted an affiliated power, they would strip it down to its very foundation. Peng Lang's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the heart-questioning staircase. Noticing Peng Lang's gaze, Lin Yue followed it. There a girl was strolling, casually walking along the heart-questioning staircase. Lin Yue asked, "Your granddaughter?" Peng Lang nodded. Seeing this, Lin Yue looked at him helplessly. "Really, old man, are you out of your mind? You are the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect. Shouldn't your granddaughter be inheriting your legacy?" Looking at the young girl strolling on the heart-questioning staircase, Lin Yue smiled wryly. "Old man, did you brainwash your granddaughter into this, or does she genuinely want to join the Misty Sect?" Watching 15-year-old Peng Xiaoxian hopping merrily along the heart-questioning staircase, how could Lin Yue not understand? Clearly this young girl's loyalty was beyond question. She was truly willing to die for the Misty Sect. But the problem was that she was the granddaughter of the Qingyun Sect's Grand Elder. Looking at Peng Lang's resolute gaze, Lin Yue decided it didn't matter. As long as she could reach the sect gate, it proved her loyalty was flawless. "Wait a moment. She'll be up soon," Lin Yue said. Before long, Peng Xiaoxian arrived at the sect gate. The little girl was meticulous in her manners. She knelt and bowed to Lin Yue first. "Disciple Peng Xiaoxian greets the sect master." Lin Yue raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted her up. She then said proudly to Peng Lang, "So, Grandpa, I didn't embarrass you, did I, eh?" Lin Yue smiled and shook his head, then called out toward the hall, "Where is Elder Chu?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Mother Chu appeared within the great hall. "Sect Master, what do you need of me?" Sensing Mother Chu's presence, Peng Lang stared at her in shock, feeling her immense power. Another Quasi-Emperor? Since when did Quasi-Emperors become so cheap? He had thought that having one Quasi-Emperor in the Misty Sect was already the limit, yet now there was a second one. And judging by appearances, this Quasi-Emperor was merely responsible for managing the intake of outer disciples. Peng Lang grew ever more satisfied with his decision to submit to the Misty Sect. "I'm bloody brilliant. This is a newly accepted disciple, Peng Xiaoxian. Take her to complete her sect registration procedures and familiarize her with the sect rules. Lin Yue instructed. Mother Chu nodded in acknowledgement and led Peng Xiaoxin away. Watching his granddaughter being led away by Mother Chu, Peng Lang immediately pressed a storage pouch into Lin Yue's hand. Sect Master Lin, since she was young I have spoiled my granddaughter, and she has a somewhat willful temperament. In the future within the sect, I hope you will look after her. Lin Yue squeezed the storage pouch in his hand, and could clearly sense the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from within. It evidently contained quite a few precious resources. He smiled helplessly. Sure enough, no matter where you were, such social niceties were unavoidable. Elder Peng, my Misty Sect treats all disciples equally. They all rely on themselves. Besides, my Misty Sect will take every spoiled and willful person very seriously. With that, he returned the storage pouch to Peng Lang. Looking at Lin Yue's smile, Peng Lang inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. He gazed at Peng Xiaoxuan's departing figure and silently prayed, "Granddaughter, it's not that Grandpa won't help you, it's that he can't. May you look after yourself." He then said to Lin Yue, "Sect Master Lin, we have already commissioned the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to announce to the outside world that the Qingyun Sect is affiliated with the Misty Sect and acknowledges the Misty Sect as the #1 sect of the Southern Domain. MMIC. Since Elder Peng has taken the trouble to come all this way, you should go down the mountain and take a look at Misty City. I invested no small amount of good resources in that city." When Peng Lang had arrived, he had already seen the grand and luxurious Misty City. However, since official matters took priority, he had not gone inside. Now that the official matters were done, he could take a good stroll through the city. Who is in charge of the Misty Sect? Come out. A sudden voice resounded across the Misty Sect. Everyone turned to look at the figure in the sky. Peng Lang said to Lin Yue, "This is an elder from 10,000 Blades Sect, an 8th grade sect of the Eastern Domain at the 6th level of the Saint Realm." Before Lin Yue could say anything, another voice rang out. "Where does this ignorant fool come from, daring to act wildly at the Misty Sect?" Immediately after, the oppressive might of a quasi-emperor slammed the man heavily into the ground, smashing a huge pit into the earth. Swaggering through the air over another sect's territory was either picking a fight or courting death. Clearly this saint belonged to the latter category. Lin Yue had just been fretting over having no sect to destroy and no way to amass a large number of contribution points when this fellow showed up. Really, when you're thirsty, someone delivers water. When you're hungry, the takeout arrives. And just when he was worrying over a lack of contribution points came knocking. The saint who had been smashed into the ground was also bewildered. Since when did the Southern Domain have a quasi-emperor level powerhouse? You are quite bold, kid, daring to cause trouble at our Piaomyao sect. Tan Xianan stepped on this saint and said. The power of a quasi-emperor rendered him completely immobile. What was even more amusing was that despite being trampled beneath another's foot, this saint of the Wanren sect was still shouting arrogantly, "Kid, I advise you to release me, otherwise when my Wanren sect's army arrives, it won't be something your mere sect can withstand." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue found it even more entertaining, for he had already spotted the Wanren sect among the opposing forces. "I was just worrying about how to earn contribution points, and you delivered yourself to me on a silver platter." In the eastern region, the Wanren sect. This fellow had come directly to confront them in midair, most likely for the sake of Xinghue City. Lin Yue spoke, "What relationship do you have with Xinghue City?" This saint of the Wanren sect continued to struggle. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, he sneered. "So you still remember Xinghue City? How dare you annihilate Xinghue City?" This remark amused Lin Yue greatly. Xinghue City offended this master. Why wouldn't I dare to annihilate? Hearing Lin Yue's words, the saint's expression darkened instantly. Let me tell you, my Wanren sect and Xinghue City stand together. Yet you dare to annihilate Xinghue City. They'll let you in on a secret. My Wanren sect has dispatched 13 saints, 35 tier 8 tribulation transcendence cultivators, and 70 tier 7 void understanding elders, along with countless disciples. They are already on their way. If you release me, I can speak well of you before our sect master and ensure you at least receive a proper burial. Otherwise, not a single soul from your Piaomyao sect will be left alive. Lin Yue was thoroughly amused by this saint's words. Wait, mate, how did you accidentally spill the secrets of your own? Setting aside whether my Piaomyao sect fears you or not, regarding whether to release you. If I release you, I leave you with a complete corpse. If I don't, not a single soul survives. Either way, you're dead. So why bother releasing you? Did you eat too much broccoli and lose your mind? Or have you been consuming abalone for too long? Lin Yue had no idea that in truth this saint was internally panicking to the core. A quasi-emperor realm. 10 saints at the 8th layer combined wouldn't even be enough to rival a quasi-emperor in combat. All he could do now was pray that this quasi-emperor was unfamiliar with the situation in the eastern region. He had merely been sent ahead to scout. In his understanding, the strongest powerhouse in the southern region was merely Yu Bin of the Qingyun Sect, a saint at the 5th layer. And he at the 6th layer of Saint Cultivation couldn't even handle a Piaomyao sect. He hadn't even begun to show his true arrogance before being trampled beneath a quasi-emperor's foot. All he wanted to say now was, "My heart aches, but I dare not speak." Lin Yue looked at the Wanren sect, saint still secretly struggling at his feet, a playful smile, curling his lips. Then keep shouting. Let's see what else you can come up with. That saint, locked down by the quasi-emperor's pressure to the point where moving a single finger was impossible, saw his expression darken upon hearing Lin Yue's mockery. But he remained stubborn. Don't celebrate too soon. My Wanren Sect's army will arrive in the blink of an eye. Once our sect master and the others arrive, they will reduce your Piaomiao sect to flat ground. Lin Yue smiled. Many have said they would reduce my Piaomiao sect to flat ground. But they were all the ones reduced to flat ground. This saint of the Wanren sect continued his bluster. If I don't know what tricks you employed to annihilate Qingyun City, but my Wanren sect will not fall for your schemes. Let me tell you, in the face of absolute power, all conspiracy and deceit are futile. Lin Yue ignored him. Piaomiao sect, elders and direct disciples assemble at the mountain base. As Lin Yue's voice resonated, several figures swiftly appeared at the foot of the mountain. With the snap of Lin Yue's fingers, they had already materialized above the Wanren sect in the eastern region. That saint looked around in astonishment at the surrounding scene, then gazed at Lin Yue in shock. In just one finger snap, he had been sent back to his own sect, a journey that had taken him many days. In an instant, cold sweat poured down his back. A single thought flashed through his mind. He had caused a grave mistake. Lin Yue looked at the saint. I was just complaining that I couldn't find an opportunity to visit the eastern region, and you delivered yourself to me. Execute him. A black chess piece descended directly onto the Wanren sect's protective formation. In an instant, the formation shattered completely. Intruders! Intruders! The moment the Wanren sect's protective formation collapsed, alarm bells erupted throughout the sect. The shrill alarm tore through the sky of the eastern region, and countless cultivators soared into the air toward Lin Yue and his companions. Song, the sect master of Wanren sect, had barely entered the airspace when his gaze locked fiercely onto his own saint trapped nearby. Elder Yang, didn't I send you to scout the Piaomiao sect? Upon seeing his sect master arrive, that Saint Yang seized upon the last straw of hope and cried out in a hoarse voice. Sect master, save me quickly. They are from the Piaomiao sect, and among them is a quasi-emperor. They are the ones who annihilated Qingyun City, and now they intend to destroy our Wanren sect. Quasi-emperor. Behind Song, 10 saints collectively drew sharp breaths. That faint yet overwhelming pressure felt like Mount Tai bearing down upon them, making even breathing difficult. At this power, a saint at the 6th layer was as laughably insignificant as an ant. Honored guest, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. I sent Elder Yang to the Piaomiao sect to express our gratitude for eliminating a scourge from the eastern region. We meant no harm. Hearing the words of this Wanren sect master, Lin Yue chuckled. Lin Yue decided to toy with this sect master. Lin Yue stepped forward, his robes fluttering gently in the high-altitude breeze. Sect master, your elder previously invaded my Piaomiao sect, spoke arrogantly of flattening our sect, and even volunteered information about your intent to avenge Qingyun City. Did that elder misremember, or did you, sect master misremember? Hearing Lin Yue's words, Song pretended to be shocked as he looked at Saint Yang. Elder Yang, I clearly sent you to express gratitude to the Piaomiao sect. How did you end up bullying others with false authority? How can you face your family and friends after doing such a thing? Upon hearing his own sect master's words, Saint Yang knew immediately that he had been sacrificed. That final remark was clearly a veiled threat. Be sensible, boy, or I cannot guarantee the safety of your friends and family. Saint Yang hung his head in defeat. Indeed, I misremembered. Sect master instructed me to express gratitude to the Piaomiao sect. I apologize, sect master Lin. I misremembered. Listening to their exchange, Lin Yue laughed even more heartily. Oh, is that so? Then I wonder how sect master intends to handle this. After all, this fellow nearly triggered a war between our two sects. Lin Yue said with a grin. Anyone could hear the threat lurking within Lin Yue's words. You call it a misunderstanding. I traveled all the way from the southern region to the eastern region, and you call it a misunderstanding. This surnamed Yang must die, and it must be done by your own Wanren sect hands. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Song's eyes. If he truly carried out the execution himself, his people's loyalty would fracture, and his position as sect master would be at an end. Song cursed inwardly. What a cunning little bastard. He immediately spoke aloud. Yang Ting, due to your negligence, you nearly caused a war between our two sects. Your crimes are heinous and unforgivable. From this day forward, you are expelled from the Wanren sect. You shall have no further connection with us. Lin Yue couldn't help but applaud Song. Truly worthy of a sect master. Your quick thinking is impressive. But no matter how skilled you are at adapting, it will be of no use. The Wanren sect is destined to be annihilated. Even Jesus himself could not save it. That is my word. The instant Lin Yue's voice fell, the air above the Wanren sect seemed to freeze. Every last shred of feigned composure on Song's face shattered completely, and the 10 Sage Realm elders behind him raised their magical artifacts in unison. Golden long sabers, an azure tripod cauldron, and scarlet banners wove together in midair, casting a brilliant, yet lethal halo of light. This utterly bewildered Lin Yue. Hey, I have a quasi-emperor on my side, and you still dare to make the first move? Courting death. Tan Xian sneered as the oppressive might of the quasi-emperor realm erupted abruptly. The clear sky suddenly turned dark as clouds gathered. Black thunderbolts churned within the cloud layers, and an invisible force swept across the entire field like towering waves. Several Sage Realm experts, standing at the forefront of the Qingyun Sect, bore the brunt, their bodies hurtling backward like kites with broken strings. As they crashed into the sect's halls and pavilions, splinters of wood and mist of blood sprayed everywhere. Chen snickered and charged straight toward the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. He had no intention of fighting those 7th-tier Void Refinement Realm elders. Even though it would cost him extra effort, it was far more convenient to instantly kill a few 6th-tier Integration Realm cultivators instead. Azure Sky Sword Art. Yin-Yang Sword Art. Song of Breaking Formations. Artists. Patrick Star. Emote Song watched the four slaughtering his sect's disciples, his face darkening. Quick, stop the four of them. Emote Song roared. The elders at the 7th-tier Void Refinement Realm and 8th-tier Tribulation Transcendence Realm flew swiftly toward Yi Chun and the others. However, they were intercepted by 3 figures. Tiger Strength Immortal snickered. Where do you think you're going? Before his words faded, he swept his primordial sky-slaying halberd in a horizontal arc, and dozens of elders fell on the spot. Not to be outdone, Dear Strength Immortal sent withered vines coiling around dozens of elders in an instant. The dead would drain the life from these elders, and within only a few breaths they were reduced to skin and bones. Goat Strength Immortal's slender sword was also drawn in a flash, and in an instant several elders were separated from their bodies. Then a voice cried out, Ancient Desolate Sword Art, Falling Stars. Emote Song's face was pitch black. He clenched the black token tightly in his hand. The Qingyun token, the 1,000-year-old supreme treasure of the Qingyun Sect. It could mobilize the power of the spirit veins buried beneath the sect in critical moments, greatly amplifying combat strength. Lin Yue, I will fight you with everything my Qingyun Sect has, he roared, thrusting the token into the void. The ground beneath the Qingyun Sect suddenly trembled violently. Pillars of golden light from the spirit veins gushed out of the earth and poured into everyone's bodies. Empowered by the spirit veins, the combat power of everyone in the Qingyun Sect was greatly enhanced. Lin Yue merely watched in silence. In his eyes, whether they were Sage Realm cultivators, quasi-emperors, or even great emperors, they were no different from children. The 10 Sage Realm elders seized the moment and lunged at Lin Yue. One of them wielded a long saber inscribed with dense runes and slashed out a blade aura powerful enough to split mountains. How dare you? Chun Xian merely raised his hand lightly. The fierce blade aura was casually swept aside by Chun Xian before it even came close. Then with 2 fingers joined like a sword, he shot a formless surge of energy at the sage who had made the strike. A muffled poof rang out, and a bloody hole burst open in the chest of the 4th-layer Sage Realm elder, his body going limp and collapsing. Su Mushu, dressed in white like snow, held the yin-yang sword in her hand, its blade swirling with icy cold light and blazing heat. The yin-yang sword transformed into countless sword images in the air, shooting toward the disciples of the Qingyun Sect like a torrential downpour. The lower cultivation disciples of the Qingyun Sect could not resist at all. Wherever the sword's shadows passed, blood splattered, and screams rose one after another. Seeing this, the 3 prodigies of the Qingyun Sect immediately surrounded Su Mushu. All 3 were at the 7th-tier Void Refinement Realm. No, they should not be called prodigies, they should be called reserve elders. Above disciples, below elders. The 3 surrounded Su Mushu, who looked at them with cold eyes. One of the 3 said, Since you dare to attack our Qingyun Sect, what is wrong with ganging up on you? Su Mushu smiled slightly. Nothing, senior brother. As Su Mushu's words fell, 3 figures appeared around these 3. Su Mushu could easily have dealt with them herself, but there was no need. It would only waste time. It was simpler to call for support. Yi Chen, Lin Weiner, and Chu Hao looked at the 3 Qingyun Sect reserve elders surrounding Lin Weiner. Oh, ganging up. Our Piao Sect just loves ganging up. As his words fell, Yi Chun tapped a toe on the void and darted toward the reserve elder on the left like a phantom. The sky-burning sword in his hand hummed as he thrust it straight at the opponent's heart. The reserve elder's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his long saber horizontally to block. A crisp clang rang out, and the long saber was actually forced into a slight bend by the sword chi. A wave of numbness shot through his arm. Is that all? Yi Chen sneered. Immediately he twisted his wrist and swept the long sword upward. A sharp sword trace slashed open the opponent's shoulder and blood gushed out. The reserve elder cried out in pain and wanted to retreat, but Yi Chen's figure had already appeared before him. Azure Sky Sword Art, Meteor. The long sword pierced through from his back, completely cutting off his vitality. Lin Weiner performed no flowery movements. With lightning speed, she drove the bone flute in her hand straight into the head of the reserve elder in the middle. Chu Hao had no techniques, he only had artists. Patrick Star. Others exhausted themselves quietly cultivating and consuming miraculous elixirs only to painstakingly reach the 6th-tier integration realm. But Chu Hao simply followed along and destroyed a few sects, and his cultivation reached the 6th-tier integration realm. The speed of his advancement was unheard of. The stunned Chen nearly wished he could exchange his own constitution for the self-detonating indestructible body. A huge shockwave engulfed the scene. Fortunately, Chen and the others had a teammate protection mechanism, or they would have been in dire straits as well. Song watched the sect disciples fall one after another, his eyes filled with despair and madness. He had never imagined that even with the blessing of the sect's underground spirit veins, none of his disciples could win. In front of the 4 from the Miao sect, the disciples of his Xuan Yuan sect were like sandbags. "You are forcing my hand," Song roared. He abruptly drove his cultivation to the limit, and the spiritual energy around him erupted like a volcano. The Xuan Yuan token radiated dazzling light, drawing all the spirit vein pillars into himself. 10,000 blades returned to 1. In that instant, his cultivation rose from the 8th layer of the Sage Realm to the peak of the Sage Realm, the level of a quasi-emperor. Lin Yue could clearly feel that Song's life force and soul power were rapidly draining away at that moment. It could be said that the moment his power ended would be the moment his soul scattered and his spirit disappeared. Hearing Song's words, Lin Yue only wanted to ask who was really forcing whom. He felt helpless. Since coming to this world, it had always been others looking for trouble with him. To him, who had endured 9 years of compulsory education and 3 desperate years of hard study, barely scraping by, with a 2nd-tier bachelor's degree, and who had also been shaped by the rule of law his country had given him. This upbringing was etched into his bones, even after he came to this world. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Yue realized he really had never actively provoked anyone. But it didn't matter anymore. Song violently pushed his cultivation to the limit, and spiritual energy around him erupted like a volcano. The Xuan Yuan order radiated blinding light, drawing all the light pillars of the spiritual veins into his body. Xuan Yuan returns to 1. In an instant, his cultivation soared from the 8th layer of the Sage Realm to the peak of the Sage Realm, the quasi-emperor level. Lin Yue could clearly feel that Song's vitality and soul power were draining away rapidly. It could be said that the moment his power ended would be the moment his soul scattered into nothingness. Song let out a roar, formed hand seals, and condensed a giant light blade containing the power to destroy heaven and earth, slashing it toward Lin Yue. This strike consumed all the spiritual vein power of the Xuan Yuan sect. Wherever the light blade passed, space itself was torn apart, leaving black fissures in its wake. Tian Xian's eyes turned grave. He exchanged a glance with Chen Xian. It looked like they would have to use their full strength. Just as they were about to make a move, Xuanming's voice suddenly sounded, "Against trash like this, you still need full strength." Xianming lightly pointed in the direction of the light blade. The blade instantly disintegrated and dissipated between heaven and earth. Song stared at Xianming in shock, knowing that his Xuan Yuan sect was finished. At the same time, a thought struck him: the only power that could so easily dismantle a quasi-emperor's strike was a great emperor. Song gave a bitter laugh. So the Miao sect's strongest was not their quasi-emperor, they had a great emperor. A living great emperor. But then Song's face twisted with viciousness. So what if you're a great emperor? Even if the Xuan Yuan sect is destroyed, I will never let you have it easy. A violent force surged out of his body. He was actually going to self-detonate his origin in an attempt to take Lin Yue down with him. The self-destruction of a quasi-emperor's power would cause unimaginable damage. Then Lin Yue snapped his fingers, and that violent force vanished in an instant. Want to self-destruct? Are you even worthy? Lin Yue's strength shocked Song once again. This was no longer a question of strength, they were simply not on the same dimension. Over on the other side, Chen had started unleashing his AoE ultimate again. The senior brother is at it again. Su Muxue complained, then drank the 9 heavens mystic water. Yin-Yang Judgment. At the center of the 3 sword techniques formed by Chen, a giant Yin-Yang sword wrapped in water and fire power plunged straight downward. Lin Weiner smiled softly, and the triumphant song of formation breaking resounded. Not good. Second brother, third brother moved quickly. Seeing this, Tiger Strength Great Immortal hurriedly swung the primordial heaven-slaying halberd in his hand. Deer Strength Great Immortal's horsetail whisk and Goat Strength Great Immortal's slender sword shot out too. They were afraid that if they were late, there would be no contribution points left. Watching the 3's combined attack, Chu Hao also smiled slightly and shouted, "Art is." An explosion. He immediately charged into the sword formation. However, after self-destructing, Chu Hao did not come back to life. Instead, he merged into the formation. His mastery of the self-detonation indestructible body allowed him to freely control the power of his self-destruction. By now he had completely merged into the sword formation. He was the sword formation. Moreover, the formation's power had already been terrifying. With Chu Hao's self-destruction power added, its might reached a horrific level. The 4's combined attack massacred the Xuan Yuan sect disciples who were below the peak of the 7th order Cave Void realm. They still had some restraint, for even an 8th order Tribulation Transcendence realm expert might not be able to withstand their combined strike. But they had to leave some for the Elder's Right. Countless flying swords shot out from the sword formation, massacring the Xuan Yuan sect. The people of the Xuan Yuan sect hurriedly summoned magical artifacts to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Some people began to arrange their formation in an orderly way, forming a defensive array that barely held off the flying swords for a few breaths. But those few breaths were all it lasted. Then the array shattered. Seeing that the array was effective, some began to form an even stronger defensive array. Quickly formed the Xuan Star Array. As they set up the formation, more and more people joined it. Yi Chun and the other three simply watched all this quietly. They also wanted to know whether this sword move, which fused the power of 4 heaven-defying physiques, the primordial sacred body, the yin-yang sword body, the innate Tao embryo, and the self-detonation indestructible body, could break the defensive array formed by all the disciples of the Xuan Yuan sect. Senior brother, this defense looks pretty strong. Can we break it? Chu Hao asked uncertainly. Junior brother Chu, for those of us who cultivate the greatest taboo is self-doubt. If you yourself don't have faith, then it's over. Yi Chun said in a lecturing tone. Su Muxue grinned. Can't you stop putting on airs? Then she turned to Chu Hao. Have some confidence. Say it as a statement, not a question. Whether it was Yi Chen's sky-burning sword, Su Muxue's yin-yang sword, or Lin Weiner's bone flute, all had been modified by Lin Yue. It could be said that these 3 weapons were not Emperor artifacts, yet they were even better than Emperor artifacts. The potential of the 3 weapons had been developed without limit. At the highest point among the remaining 8 Sage Realm elders of the Xuan Yuan sect, one gripped a broken long saber, madness blazing in his eyes. Fight to the death. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. With that, he summoned a black shield engraved with runes and charged at Tiger Strength Great Immortal. Hey, contribution points delivered right to my door. Tiger Strength Great Immortal shattered the void with a step, sweeping out the primordial heaven-slaying halberd. The sharp tearing sound of the halberd tip splitting the air made the elder's scalp tingle. He hurriedly raised the black shield in front of him, but with a crisp clang the shield shattered like paper, and the halberd tip pierced straight into the elder's heart. The elder died on the spot. Seeing this, the remaining Sage Realm elders' legs began to tremble. They dropped to their knees. I surrender. Before the words were even finished, grayish-white withered vines spread along the horsetail whisk. In just a few breaths, this elder at the 5th layer of the Sage Realm had become a shriveled corpse. Down below, Yi Chen spoke up. The elder's battle is about finished too. Let's begin as well. Facing the Xuan Star defensive formation, formed by several thousand people, Yi Chun smiled slightly. Apart from Chu Hao, the other 3 drank the 9 heavens mystic water, and the power within their bodies surged rapidly into the formation. Countless flying swords in the sword formation slowly gathered into an enormous yin-yang sword. The sword body was wreathed with power in 3 colors: blue, white, crimson, and golden red. A barely discernible red light flickered at the junction of yin and yang. Yi Chun immediately snapped his fingers. Break for me. The great sword formed by their combined technique struck the Xuan Star Array. Boom! The Xuan Star Array shattered in a flash. With a single move, thousands of Xuan Yuan sect disciples died beneath that strike. Song watched all this helplessly, and in the end smiled bitterly. I am a sinner of the Xuan Yuan sect. Brother Jiang, your little brother, is coming to accompany you. As Xuanming's finger snap rang out, this ambitious Xuan Yuan sect master paid a painful price for the. With Song's death, the Xuan Yuan sect was unsurprisingly wiped out. From top to bottom, not a single soul was left. Not even a chicken or a dog remained. And so the Xuan Yuan sect, renowned throughout the eastern domain, was destroyed. Meanwhile, the news that the Piao sect from the southern domain had successively annihilated 2 8th-grade sects in the eastern domain spread rapidly across the region. The Xuan Yuan sect of Xinhui City, once a top-tier sect of the eastern domain, was thus annihilated by the Piao sect. And it was destroyed by a sect hailing from that godforsaken land, the southern domain. For a time, everyone couldn't help but wonder whether the 2 powers of the eastern domain had grown weaker or whether this sect from the southern domain had grown stronger. But none of that mattered, for at this moment Lin Yue had brought Xianming to the eastern domain. Lin Yue felt that gradual development was too slow, so it was better to settle the problem in one decisive move. The central domain was the heart of the Xuan Yuan Continent, where even the weakest sects were of the 8th grade. The spiritual energy in the central domain was even denser than that of the other 4 domains combined. Lin Yue's voice resounded throughout the central domain. I, Lin Yue of the Piao sect, have something to discuss with you. The moment his words fell, all beings in the central domain, from sect disciples to sect elders, and even the mighty rogue cultivators, knelt to the ground. They all stared in shock at the figure in the sky, which blazed like the sun. Several quasi-emperors tried to erupt with devastating power to break free from that restraint, but all their efforts were futile. Lin Yue said indifferently, I require your submission, or more precisely the submission of the entire Xuan Yuan Continent. Another person shouted, Who do you think you are? As soon as that person's words left his mouth, a loud bang was heard, and he instantly dissolved into a mist of blood. The Piao sect. What a joke. Who do you think you are demanding our submission? Those who remained arrogant turned into blood mist without exception. Now does anyone still have objections? Following that only one sentence was heard, we the Tianji Pavilion are willing to submit. Who knows what the Tianji Pavilion had gone through? Over these days news about the Piaomiao sect had poured in without end. A few grand elders attempted to divine the fortunes of the Piaomiao sect, but the moment they started their calculations they were devoured by heavenly backlash and died on the spot. A quasi-emperor grand elder used his own life to leave a warning for the Tianji Pavilion. Just a few simple words: follow and live, defy and die. With the Tianji Pavilion's submission, the other forces also surrendered one after another. Are you kidding? Those who refused to submit were already dead, and had inexplicably turned into blood mist no less. Hearing their declarations of fealty, Lin Yue nodded silently. In that case, announce it to the world. Thereupon a message spread across the entire Xuan Yuan Continent. The ninth-grade powers of the Central Domain, the Tianji Pavilion, the Taiji Palace, the Qingyun Sect, and the Xianjing Villa jointly issued an announcement declaring their submission to the Piaomiao sect and commanding the entire Xuan Yuan Continent to submit as well. If anyone refused, they would be eradicated on the spot. Then Lin Yue received a system notification: your sect has fully dominated the lower realm. Host, please proceed to the immortal realm and unify it. The end.